I am Fu Yuchuan. As the rain poured down and thunder roared, a sense of unease welled up in Shun Li's heart as her car pulled into the Fu residence. As soon as she got out, a servant greeted her, their eyes filled with worry, and softly asked if she had returned. Shun Li smiled slightly, clutching a document tightly in her hand, and inquired about Fu Yuchuan's whereabouts. Before she finished speaking, she headed straight for the second floor, her heart pounding with each step. The door wasn't fully closed. Shin Li pushed open the study door and saw the man sitting at the table, his tie loose, his shirt buttons casually undone. He coldly glanced at her and asked, "Why are you here?" She calmly placed the document on the table and uttered only 2 words, "Sign." The document was the divorce agreement, which clearly stated 5 words, "We're over." Fu Yuchuan glanced at the documents casually, his face expressionless. He simply waved his hand dismissively, telling her to leave. Shun Li turned to leave, but a strange sense of resentment welled up inside her. She returned to her room and waited for half an hour, but Fu Yuchuan still hadn't appeared. Unable to resist, she went back into the study, only to find him intently looking at the documents, his expression quite complex. She instinctively tried to back away, but Fu Yuchuan pulled her into the study. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Before Shun Li could react, the man's lips pressed down on hers. She froze instantly, then struggled to push him away, but he held her tightly and pressed her against the wall. Shin Li bit Fu Yuchuan's tongue hard, and blood instantly flowed from between their lips. She screamed at him to let go, angrily pounding his shoulder. Fu Yuchuan's eyes grew deeper, and his breathing became rapid. He asked her in a low voice if she had been drinking. Shin Li hurriedly explained that she had only had a little bit. A flicker of desire flashed in the man's eyes. He picked her up and tossed her onto the sofa, deepening the kiss. Shun Li was almost powerless to resist. Fu Yuchuan's strength made it impossible for her to break free. She only heard him whisper in her ear that he had originally planned to handle it himself, but she had barged in on her own. Shun Li was suppressed by his powerful strength, and no matter how she struggled, it was to no avail. For the first time, she clearly felt the huge difference in physical strength between men and women. She tilted her head back tightly, fear almost engulfing her. Fu Yuchuan was slightly taken aback, a strange look flashing in his eyes. He lowered his head and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. In the dead of night, Shun Li kept begging for mercy, and Fu Yuchuan finally carried her into the bathroom. She tried her best not to cry out, but tears still streamed down her face. Angrily, she raised her hand and slapped him, cursing him as a scumbag and a beast. The crisp sound of the slap rang out, and Fu Yuchuan, wearing a gray bathrobe and with slightly damp hair, asked her in a cold tone if she was in pain and if he would call a doctor. Shun Li trembled with rage, roaring that she would call the police, her heart filled with pain, regret, and self-blame. Her marriage to Fu Yuchuan was a marriage of convenience entered into for Jang Being's sake. She never expected him to do such a thing. Yesterday, she went to see Jang Being full of hope, only to find him with another woman. Heartbroken, she decided to divorce him. Shin Li grew increasingly furious. She knew that Fu Yuchuan's actions constituted coercion without consent and should be considered rape. Fu Yuchuan apologized to her in a hoarse voice, claiming that someone had drugged the wine he drank the night before. Shin Li found this utterly absurd and refused to believe his explanation. Fu Yuchuan suggested that the family doctor conduct a blood test to prove his innocence, which shocked Shin Li. He then explained that he had intended to manage the effects of the medication on his own, but when he saw her enter with the divorce papers, he completely lost control. Shin Li was furious and questioned him, asking why he had called her name when he was clearly conscious. Fu Yuchuan looked at her calmly and responded casually, saying that this was precisely why he had chosen her. Shin Li bit her lip, filled with anger. Was she really meant to be his object of sexual gratification just because they were husband and wife in name only? She roared at him, reminding him that their marriage was merely a contractual agreement. Fu Yuchuan retorted, asking her if he should just find any woman to solve his problems, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Shun Li excitedly told him to choose freely, recalling how many daughters of prominent families had wanted to marry him but had been rejected, and couldn't help but sneer sarcastically, wondering if he simply lacked ability, which was why he kept rejecting others. Fu Yuchuan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he frowned slightly, asking her if she was sure she wanted to talk about this. Shin Li remained defiant, continuing her sarcastic remarks, but unexpectedly, he smiled slightly and bluntly said, "Try not taking your medicine tonight." Shin Li was instantly stunned, her anger flaring even more. She clenched her fists and questioned him, asking if he thought she wouldn't dare to report him. Fu Yuchuan stood by the bed, looking down at her, and bluntly said that she could go ahead and call the police, but she had been drinking and had no obvious injuries, so there was no way to convict her. Shin Li glared at him, a sharp pain shooting through her head. She remembered how he had pounced on her like a beast after she truthfully told him she had been drinking, and she felt a surge of resentment. Shin Li frowned, staring at Fu Yuchuan before her. Their marriage was a transaction, and she had never truly looked at him. A beauty mark lay hidden beneath his lowered eyelashes, his gaze as cold as winter, and his thin lips made him seem heartless, ruthless, and deeply calculating. Shin Li knew that if this matter were exposed, she, as a woman, would inevitably be at a disadvantage in public opinion and become a laughingstock. While the Shin family held prestige in Suzhou, it was far less powerful than the Fu group. After much deliberation, she suggested that she wouldn't sue him, but she couldn't let herself suffer such a loss. Fu Yuchuan pursed his lips indifferently, his tone softening slightly as he said he would take responsibility for her. As he drew closer, the fragrance of Shin Li's neck stirred memories of the previous night, causing his Adam's apple to bob involuntarily. Shin Li, still furious, gripped the sheets tightly and glared at him, bluntly stating that she didn't care about his responsibility. Fu Yuchuan didn't care, instead teasing her about taking responsibility, leaving Shin Li speechless. Looking at the aloof and composed man before her, a cold smile played on her lips as she directly demanded half of the Fu group's shares. Since she couldn't have Jang Being, all she wanted now was money. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuchuan finally frowned, clearly unwilling to accept her request. Shin Li, seeing this, sneered again, threatening to send him to jail if he didn't agree. As the victim, he couldn't very well blacklist her. Fu Yuchuan readily agreed, saying he would hold a shareholders' meeting. Shin Li was stunned, completely unprepared for his promptness. The Fu group's assets were vast, spanning 2 continents, yet he agreed to divide the assets equally, as if it were a casual conversation, leaving her utterly perplexed. Shin Li forced herself to remain calm, giving him a month to fulfill his promise. Her words had little impact, and Fu Yuchuan didn't respond. He turned and opened the door, talking to the doctor outside. Shin Li slowly got up, enduring the soreness in her body, preparing to get out of bed. But as soon as her toes touched the ground, Fu Yuchuan closed the door. He walked to the bedside, placed the ointment down, and casually told her to apply it, saying the doctor said it would help. The scene from last night instantly flashed through Shin Li's mind. The tearing pain and the image of him pinning her down with his strong arms sent chills down her spine. To outsiders, Fu Yuchuan appeared calm and aloof, but behind her back, he possessed her like a beast. She angrily demanded that he take the ointment away. Seeing her intense reaction, Fu Yuchuan's eyes flashed with a hint of melancholy. He asked her if she wanted to stay swollen forever. Shin Li was both angry and ashamed. Before her hand could even touch the ointment, he quickly picked her up and placed her on his lap. She eagerly asked him to let go, and as she recalled the events of last night, her vision gradually blurred. Shin Li looked at Fu Yuchuan, her heart filled with anger and utter dislike for him. Last night's violence had only deepened her despair. She spoke toughly, but she was practically powerless against him, wearing only a shirt, offering no protection. Fu Yuchuan's deep, cold gaze made her extremely uneasy. He took her icy hand and placed it on his lap. Startled by the heat, her cheeks flushed. Just as she thought he was about to make her take the initiative and was about to yell at him, he put her back on the bed. Fu Yuchuan spoke in a low voice, telling her not to look at him like he was a rapist, explaining that it was the effect of the drugs, that he was a normal man, and that his reaction just now proved he wouldn't violate her again. Fu Yuchuan added that they still had a long time to spend together. Shin Li glared at him. Then, remembering their prenuptial agreement, calmly proposed dividing the divorce assets. She said that within a month, she would move back to the Wanxiang mansion, their premarital property. Before, she had only occasionally visited the Fu residence to pretend to be a loving couple. Fu Yuchuan nodded, calmly stating that the doctor said she needed care and that someone would look after her if she stayed at the Fu residence. He then questioned whether she would secretly hire a lawyer to sue him if she returned to the Wanxiang mansion, as it wouldn't be a good deal for him to go to jail while her assets went to her. Shinli remained silent for a moment, then asked her if she was hungry. She sat on the bed with her legs drawn up, without responding. Fu Yuchuan chuckled and offered to carry her downstairs. Although she was furious, she bit her lip and acquiesced. He whispered that he had already cleaned and tidied her up. Shinli was stunned, her eyes widened, and she almost bit her lip until it bled. She demanded that she wash herself from now on and that she could stay at the Fu residence, but he must never touch her again. Fu Yuchuan sneered and said it was impossible. Seeing the complex emotions in her eyes, he added that he had promised not to force her, but he hadn't promised not to touch her again. Shinli angrily pushed him away, half-limped into the bathroom, and shouted at him to leave and not wait outside. Fu Yuchuan calmly asked her if she could go downstairs by herself. Under her scolding, he turned and went downstairs, reminding her to remember to eat breakfast. Fu Yuchuan went downstairs and saw Tang Yi, who was joking with him. Fu Yuchuan glanced at him coldly and angrily accused him of drugging his drink. Tang Yi narrowed his eyes and argued that it was just a flirting drug, not an aphrodisiac, and that he himself couldn't control himself and shouldn't blame others. Fu Yuchuan frowned, coldly eyeing Tang Yi, telling him to leave immediately if he was there to watch the show. Tang Yi raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Shinli likes Jang Being, and he's back now. So how could she have had a relationship with him?" Fu Yuchuan frowned slightly, tacitly admitting the truth. Tang Yi, shocked, pressed him to confirm if he had truly forced her. Fu Yuchuan glanced coldly at him and retorted, "Isn't this what he wanted?" Tang Yi was speechless for a moment, unable to believe that he had actually done this. After all, they had been married for a year without any problems. Fu Yuchuan's expression was somber as he admitted that he was in the wrong and would take responsibility for it. Tang Yi, curious, asked how she would take responsibility, and Fu Yuchuan bluntly stated that she wanted half of the shares in the Fu group. Tang Yi was stunned, exclaiming that he had gone mad and suspecting he had been bewitched. Fu Yuchuan calmly admitted it, adding that anything that could be solved with money wasn't a problem, and it was better than going to jail. Tang Yi, feeling irritated, smoked and gloated, advising Fu Yuchuan to spend more time together before the divorce, otherwise he'd be at a huge loss. Fu Yuchuan immediately had the maid kick Tang Yi out, then returned to the bedroom and sat on the bed waiting for Shin Li to come out of the bathroom. Shin Li finished showering and found her clothes were wet. After hesitating for a moment, she opened the bathroom door. The moment she opened the door, she regretted it. Fu Yuchuan was sitting on the bed looking at her, and she was completely naked. Fu Yuchuan's eyes instantly darkened, and Shin Li's cheeks flushed red. She immediately turned and hid back in the bathroom, angrily questioning him about entering the room without knocking. Fu Yuchuan coldly replied that this was his room, after all. Shin Li was furious and told him to go to her room to get his clothes, only to find that all her clothes were already packed in her suitcase. She then remembered that she had originally planned to move back to Wanxiang Mansion. Fu Yuchuan took a loose-fitting nightgown from the closet and handed it to her, telling her to wear hers first and change when she got back to her room. Shin Li tacitly agreed, and a few minutes later, she walked out of the bathroom barefoot. Fu Yuchuan looked her up and down, his brows furrowing slightly, before suddenly reaching out and picking her up in his arms. Shin Li was startled and instinctively grabbed his neck, questioning him about his intentions. He only asked her if her bare feet were cold, completely ignoring her resistance. Shin Li impatiently said it was just a few steps, but Fu Yuchuan smiled and teased her, saying she seemed to have recovered and could continue her antics. Shin Li was speechless, feeling that he had boundless energy, while her back was still aching. Fu Yuchuan carried her to the dining table, urging her to eat something. Shin Li glanced at the breakfast on the table and complained that it was cold. Fu Yuchuan admitted it was because she hadn't come downstairs. She immediately said she wanted something hot, but didn't want to trouble the servants. Fu Yuchuan saw through her thoughts and offered to heat it up himself. Seeing this, Shun Li's mood improved slightly, and she picked up her spoon and began to eat. There were shrimp on the table, specially prepared for her by the maid. Since Fu Yuchuan was allergic to seafood, Shun Li devised a plan. She picked up a shrimp and hid it at the bottom of his porridge, then invited him to eat with her. After Fu Yuchuan sat down, he immediately picked out the shrimp from the porridge and asked her if she didn't know she was allergic to shrimp. Shun Li gave a cold, mocking smile and asked him if he knew that allergies could cause fever in addition to rashes. Fu Yuchuan's nonchalant response made her both angry and annoyed. She almost choked on her porridge and could only lower her head and eat to vent her frustration. Just then, her phone rang. Shun Li answered the call and told Sister Min that she would be late and asked her to ask the film crew for leave. On the other end of the phone, Ding Min hurriedly asked if Fu Yuchuan was with her. Shun Li glanced at Fu Yuchuan and lied, saying he wasn't. Ding Min then brought up the news, mentioning Jang Being's return and asking if the woman she saw last night was related to him. Shun Li coldly admitted that the woman was her ex-boyfriend. Ding Min even teased her, saying she did the right thing, and if things didn't work out, she could just find another man, since she only needed his resources anyway. Fu Yuchuan overheard this. Shun Li frowned and hurriedly told Sister Min that she had to hang up. Ding Min quickly added that Jang Being had come to the film set early this morning, seemingly specifically to see her. Shun Li impatiently hung up the phone, looked up at Fu Yuchuan, and said that she had finished eating and needed to go back to her room to change. Fu Yuchuan didn't speak, only quietly watching her. Shun Li went into the bedroom and found no movement in the yard, so Fu Yuchuan obviously hadn't gone to the company. She paced back and forth in the room, and Ding Min called again to urge her. Unable to wait any longer, she opened the door. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Fu Yuchuan leaning against the doorframe. Shun Li frowned and questioned him about what he was doing there, even teasing him about how she would get more of the inheritance if he didn't go to work. Fu Yuchuan replied calmly that he would take her to the film set, but Shun Li refused, saying that she would have her driver take her. Fu Yuchuan told the driver he was taking leave, and since she couldn't drive, only he could take her. He then opened the car door. Shun Li had no choice but to follow him downstairs. After getting in the car, she turned to Fu Yuchuan and warned him not to get out of the car once they arrived at the film set, to avoid arousing suspicion. Fu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow, asking provocatively why. Shun Li coldly explained the reason. He nodded and continued driving, suddenly whispering about something she had forgotten, and said something quite explicit. Shun Li's cheeks instantly turned bright red, and she angrily called him shameless. She took out her pills from her bag and swallowed them, angrily complaining that he didn't know how to take precautions and only knew how to keep messing around. Fu Yuchuan responded calmly that he remembered. Shun Li stopped talking, coldly looking out the window, her anger burning ever brighter. The car stopped outside the film set. Fu Yuchuan got out and opened the door for her. Shun Li looked impatient and told him to turn around and leave immediately so no one would see them. Fu Yuchuan nodded in agreement and watched her walk into the film set. As soon as Shun Li entered, she saw Jang Being standing there. He was dressed in a black suit, elegant and refined, still handsome and dashing, but last night's betrayal had changed everything. Seeing her approach, Jang Being quickly stepped forward, saying he had checked the surveillance footage and that what happened last night wasn't what she thought. Shun Li stared coldly at him, pressing him for the woman's identity and why she had appeared in his house in her pajamas. Jang Being hurriedly explained that the woman had only been there for an hour and nothing had happened. Shun Li's eyes remained icy as she continued to press them for details of what they had done. Jang Being frantically denied it, and Shun Li directly mocked him. Jang Being grabbed her arm tightly, whispered that he had been under a lot of pressure lately, begged for her forgiveness, and promised that he had never betrayed her in New York. Shun Li sneered, retorting that pressure was an excuse for betrayal, and then brought up the vows he made when he pursued her. Jang Being eagerly stated that he hadn't forgotten, instead questioning whether she had truly been innocent during her year of marriage to Fu Yuchuan. Shun Li's expression changed, and she coldly replied that since that was the case, their relationship would end there, and he should stop bothering her. Jang Being was stunned and wanted to chase after her, but Fu Yuchuan grabbed his arm and coldly reminded him to recognize his place and that he had no right to bother Shinli. Jang Being looked at Fu Yuchuan with disdain, stating bluntly that Shinli only married him because of her father and could never possibly like him. Fu Yuchuan's eyes darkened, and he retorted that if he only thought Shinli was after his own interests, then he was not worthy of discussing feelings. Shinli returned to the film set and went straight to the dressing room, intending to confront Fu Yuchuan. At that moment, Dingmin walked in and told her, puzzled, that the director had just informed the crew of a day off. Shinli was taken aback and quickly apologized, saying she had delayed work and hoped she wouldn't be fired. The director smiled and reassured her, saying that the holiday was the production company's decision and had nothing to do with her being late. Dingmin pulled her away, reminding her as they walked that Director Zhang's power was in the hands of the production company, and offending them would be the real trouble. As soon as she finished speaking, Dingmin noticed a black luxury car parked ahead, and she could vaguely see Fu Yuchuan sitting inside. Fu Yuchuan called, saying he would take her home. Shinli silently walked out, and Jang Being, seeing that Fu Yuchuan hadn't left, immediately got out of his car and chased after her. He hurriedly apologized to Shinli, saying he didn't mean it. Shinli stopped and coldly retorted, asking if he hadn't been sincere about what he said earlier. Jang Being took a deep breath and quickly apologized, saying he had spoken without thinking. Shinli gave a bitter smile, saying that she had always hoped he would return to China, but after seeing that scene, she was utterly devastated. Jang Being quickly explained that he had returned to China to propose to her, and that his intentions were sincere. Shinli smiled faintly and said without any emotion that she agreed to be with him because he didn't give up, and also because she had witnessed her mother's betrayal since she was a child. She could be single, but she could never accept betrayal. She said coldly that she would keep her promise and divorce Fu Yuchuan, but she would never accept his marriage proposal again. The three words, impossible, shattered Jang Being's hopes. A sudden downpour soaked Shinli's makeup, but her mood remained unusually indifferent. She stood in the rain, as if bidding a final farewell, until the sound of a luxury car horn honked behind her. Fu Yuchuan's black Rolls-Royce pulled up, and his deep, magnetic voice rang out, telling her to get in and come home with him. Shinli looked up into his deep black eyes, a sudden flicker of displeasure crossing her heart. Jang Being stood frozen in place, letting the heavy rain soak him, feeling numb all over. Back in his seat, he dialed a number. Zhuyan's cool voice came through. "Mr. Jiang, please speak," he said in a low voice. "Zhuyan, I need your help." Zhuyan replied, "Mr. Jiang, it's my duty." Inside the car, Shinli felt the warmth of the interior and realized she was already in Fu Yuchuan's car. He instructed her, "Take off your clothes." She was soaking wet, and the cold made her shiver involuntarily, but she ignored his command. Fu Yuchuan was silent for a moment, then suddenly picked her up and placed her on his lap, immediately unbuttoning her clothes. Shinli angrily pushed him away, preferring to freeze to death rather than change her clothes in front of him. "I don't want to. I'm not cold. I'll change when we get back." Her lips were already pale, but she stubbornly insisted. A hint of displeasure flashed in Fu Yuchuan's eyes. "Your lips are all pale. You have to take them off." "I'll close my eyes and not look." She didn't believe him and continued to resist. "Who knows if you're lying?" Fu Yuchuan was silent for a moment. "I'll get off." But as soon as she raised her hand again, he quickly pushed her down and pressed her hand down. "I'm not afraid of the surveillance cameras in the car," she tried to break free. "You'd better shut up." Fu Yuchuan frowned, his long fingers gently reaching out. Before she could react, he began to peel off her clothes. "Afraid I'd peek, and afraid there are security cameras in the car? Then change now." Shinli trembled with anger. "Fu Yuchuan, you." Her anger grew more and more obvious. Fu Yuchuan chuckled and said calmly, "Being this disheveled isn't like you." Shinli glared at him, tears welling in her eyes. "If you hadn't forced yourself on me, would any of this have happened?" Her voice trembled slightly, and the sound of rain outside the car window grew louder. He frowned at her, his voice low. "I will try my best to make it up to you." Shinli sneered. "Could you have prevented what happened last night?" A hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. "No." Tears silently slid down her cheeks. "Then there's no need to say anything more." A complex emotion flashed in Fu Yuchuan's eyes. If you really want to be with Jang Being, what happened before is an obstacle. Shin Li's anger erupted again. That hymen is an obstacle? Do you want me to find you a man so you can say these things with a straight face? He glanced at her, remained silent, and then dialed a number. Make ginger soup. We'll talk when you get back. The car drove away, Shin Li's face pale, her lips tightly pressed together. Her anger was suppressed, but she couldn't let go of the pain from last night. Yuchuan carried her into the bedroom and handed her a bowl of ginger soup. Shin Li frowned, not wanting to drink it. Don't drink it, he whispered, trying to persuade her. You took medicine and got caught in the rain. You have to drink it. She gently turned her head away. Fine, I won't drink it. It's none of your business if I have a fever. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, I'll give you 1 minute. Either drink it yourself or I'll feed you. Shin Li trembled, tears blurring her vision. Be good, you'll feel better after you drink the medicine. She finally lowered her head and took the soup, saying coldly, drink it and then leave. I don't want to see you again. After finishing her drink, Shin Li felt drowsy, and tear tracks still clung to her face. Yuchuan looked at her, his brows furrowing slightly. He gently wiped away her tears and tenderly stroked her forehead. A few minutes later, the doctor arrived and, after examination, diagnosed Shin Li with only a cold and fever and prescribed medication. Yuchuan felt slightly relieved, but was still worried about Shin Li's condition. She's bleeding a lot from her lower body. Is she injured? Upon hearing bleed, the doctor's expression turned serious. Bleeding? Yuchuan's tone was cold and stern. Stop. His stern command made the doctor stop instantly. Tang Yi interjected from the side, dissatisfied. She's already bleeding. What's the point of protecting her food? Yuchuan's expression became even more serious. Is your life more important, or that little bit of flesh? The doctor finally stated, Miss Shin's condition is just a change in her menstrual cycle. Factors such as weather and her daily routine may cause bleeding. Yuchuan breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I understand. After the doctor left, Tang Yi still teased, giving up a year-long collaboration for a woman. The Fu group will be ruined by you sooner or later. Yuchuan replied expressionlessly. If you hadn't drugged me, would any of this have happened? Tang Yi scoffed. How many times has she slept with Jang Being? Why don't you see him taking responsibility? Yuchuan's eyes flickered slightly. I was her first man. Tang Yi was stunned. Are you sure? Yuchuan didn't say anything more. He knew the responsibility lay with him. Tang Yi continued to tease. You're really finished. Shin Li isn't the kind of woman who would easily wrong herself. You'll have to suffer a bit. Yuchuan glanced at him coldly. Do you want to experience what it's like to take care of a woman? Tang Yi quickly backed away. I have no interest in that. Shin Li was drowsy, and seeing her in pain, Yuchuan carried her into the bedroom. She was covered in sweat and wanted to cool off, but every time she tried to get off the bed, he pushed her back in. She resisted but was powerless to break free, so Yuchuan had no choice but to hold her in his arms. She felt his cold chest and, as if she had found a lifeline, nestled into his arms. Yuchuan's atoms apple bobbed slightly, his eyes deep and unfathomable. In the late autumn of September, a sweltering heat hung in the air. Yuchuan was about to take a shower, and as he stood up, the woman beside him suddenly woke up. She opened her eyes groggily, a pleading look in them. Don't go. The man froze, Tang Ye's words involuntarily flashing through his mind. Yuchuan, you're finished. Tang Yi said Shin Li had a difficult personality and wouldn't easily show him a kind face because he had taken her virginity. Despite this, Yuchuan felt completely different. Looking at the woman sleeping peacefully in his arms, a strange pang of sadness suddenly rose in his heart. He lowered his head, gently stroked her chin, his cool nose lightly touching hers, sighed softly, and then slowly kissed her. However, the phone on the bedside table suddenly rang, vibrating incessantly. He hesitated for a moment before moving away from her lips, and when he saw the caller ID, his brows furrowed involuntarily. It was Jang Being on the other end of the line, his tone carrying a hint of ambiguity. Lily. Yuchuan replied coldly. I am Yuchuan. Jang Being seemed somewhat taken aback. Mr. Fu, please give the phone to Shin Li. Yuchuan stood up and walked to the window, his voice indifferent. She's sleeping. What business does Mr. Jiang have with my wife? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Jang Being hesitated for a moment, then said, I'll call her again when she wakes up. Fu Yuchuan's eyes turned cold as he glanced at the woman on the bed. His eyes softened, but he said coldly, President Jiang, that's a rather unkind thing to say. Fu Yuchuan was usually low-key and humble, but at this moment, the sarcasm and coldness in his tone were obvious. Shin is my wife. Since you care about her so much, why pretend not to understand? Jang Being paused, clearly sensing something, and whispered, Mr. Fu, I don't understand what you mean. I know you don't understand. Fu Yuchuan continued to sneer. If you really like her, stop bothering her. She gave you a chance before, but that was only because you were one of the few men who genuinely pursued her. She mistook your gratitude for affection. Fu Yuchuan continued, even if she divorces me, it doesn't mean she'll be with you. She understands that the ultimate goal of love is to meet a man who will always be the same to her, and that man can be anyone. His words carried a subtle sense of declaration. Jang Being felt heavy-hearted. He was about to say something when the call was suddenly disconnected. Fu Yuchuan looked at the phone screen calmly, then put down the phone, returned to the bedside, and hugged Shin again. In the morning, Shin opened her eyes angrily and saw Fu Yuchuan pinching her nose with a smile. Looks like the fever has almost gone down. She paused for a moment, then reluctantly crawled out of bed, her mind filled with memories of last night, irritable and uneasy. She buried her head, trying to go back to sleep, but Fu Yuchuan had no intention of letting her have an easy time. The man casually tossed aside his clothes. Get up and have breakfast. Shin snapped out of her daze, still not fully awake. I don't want to eat. I'm going back to sleep. You can take your medicine after you finish breakfast. You can go back to sleep after you take your medicine. His tone left Shin feeling helpless. She gently crawled back into bed, thinking that she would be better soon, but Fu Yuchuan clearly did not intend to let her off easily. I don't want porridge, it's tasteless. Shin pouted, still refusing. Fu Yuchuan frowned and calmly asked, Then what do you want to eat? She looked at him, slightly picky. I want to eat Jiang Chuanlu's steamed buns and fried dough sticks, and doji, fermented mung bean juice. Jiang Chuanlu is 30 kilometers away from the Fu residence, and it takes more than an hour to travel there and back. Fu Yuchuan shook his head as expected. There's not enough time. Let's have some porridge first. Shin deliberately turned her head away. Then I won't eat, and I won't take any medicine either. I'll be better soon anyway. The man sighed helplessly, and as he stood up, he leaned close to her ear and said gently, I'll go buy it. Be good, okay? Shin was taken aback and blinked before asking, Really? Fu Yuchuan didn't say anything more, and simply carried her into the bathroom and placed her in front of the sink. He found her a pair of slippers and left. Shin hesitated for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief. She bit her toothbrush, suddenly feeling a softness in her chest. She didn't really want to eat fried dough sticks. She just didn't want to appear too submissive in front of Fu Yuchuan. Just as she was rubbing her hair in frustration, the phone rang. It was Ding Min who answered. She was Shin work partner and also a friend in life. As soon as the call connected, Ding Min couldn't wait to congratulate her. Congratulations on officially landing the lead role in The Silent Lovers. Shin stopped combing her hair and asked in surprise, Directed by Steven? Ding Min immediately replied, Yes, his assistant emailed me saying he watched your video and was very satisfied. I've already leaked the information to the gossip source, and I'll let you know when you'll be joining the crew soon. Sister Min, are you awake? Shin asked with a light laugh. Ding Min noticed the weariness in her voice. Shin, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that I'm still asleep? Shin paused for a few seconds, then slowly said, I believe you're awake. Although she didn't doubt her ability to play the lead role, this was a big project after all. How could it be a role that top actresses would fight over? Why would Steven choose a second-tier actress like her? Sister Min, can you ask him why he chose me? Ding Min replied without hesitation. Shin, you might as well ask your man. Her man? Fu Yuchuan. Shin was immediately filled with doubt. Why was Fu Yuchuan giving her resources? Was it compensation? Or part of her divorce settlement? Ding Min continued. He helped you get this role. Don't be dissatisfied. Many actresses in the industry use every means to get this role, but you got it easily. Why wouldn't I be satisfied? He's just a husband without any emotional foundation. Shin said helplessly, then asked, will he like me? Dingmin smiled. Why are you so sure? Shin pursed her lips and answered without hesitation. Impossible. She knew that Fu Yuchuan had no feelings for her. He was just her husband, but he had never truly cared about her. Shin and Fu Yuchuan have been married for a year, but they've only seen each other a handful of times. For her, marriage is nothing more than an exchange of interests. She married Fu Yuchuan simply to get Jang Being into the Fu group. There was no love between them whatsoever. Dingmin teased. Then let's see if he'll sleep with you again. Shin replied. Do you think I'll continue sleeping with him? Dingmin said bluntly. If he's good in bed and can help your career, I can accept a husband like that. Marriage doesn't need feelings. Shin rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction. I'm waiting for Jiang Being. Dingmin bluntly stated. You saw Jiang Being and his secretary in bed. What are you waiting for? Did you get your head stuck in a door? Shin didn't refute, because she knew Dingmin had a point. Over the past year, she had hardly mentioned Jiang Being, instead focusing more on criticizing Fu Yuchuan. Dingmin laughed. If you still had feelings for Jiang Being, how could you still be living at Fu Yuchuan's house? Shin didn't respond. She felt conflicted. Dingmin's words made her start to doubt herself. Could anyone really like Fu Yuchuan's cold, aloof demeanor? She herself was becoming increasingly uncertain. After hanging up the phone, Shin slowly went downstairs. On the way, she overheard the maids discussing, why did President Fu bring a woman home? When Shin reached the bottom of the stairs, she saw Fu Yuchuan standing with a beautiful woman and instantly understood the reason. Fu Yuchuan bringing a woman home was clearly to make up for her. Shin glanced at it and turned to walk towards the restaurant. Fu Yuchuan glanced at her and casually placed the breakfast on the table. We have meat buns and soy milk, but the fried dough sticks are sold out. Shin lowered her head and ate her porridge, not wanting to eat. I have no appetite. I don't want to eat. Fu Yuchuan put the bun in her bowl. Aren't you going to eat? Shin said angrily. What you bought is mine. Whether I eat it or not is up to me. Fu Yuchuan laughed. So you deliberately played me, letting the whole company know I went to all this trouble for you? Shin knew he wasn't really angry, but was just teasing her. She felt a little resentful, but continued eating her porridge. Her eyes couldn't help but glance up at the second floor every now and then. Su Chinga was coming upstairs. Fu Yuchuan looked at her and pushed a cup of soy milk in front of her. Have some. Shin didn't want to argue with him anymore and coldly replied, no, it's cold. Fu Yuchuan didn't care. I specially put the steamed buns in my coat. They're still warm, and I had Aunt Lu heat up the soy milk. Shin was speechless. Are you sick, putting the steamed buns in your coat? Fu Yuchuan seemed somewhat helpless. Otherwise, you'll cause trouble again. Shin pouted. Fine, I'll have a bite. At this moment, Aunt Lu brought over the coffee. Shin took the coffee, knowing in her heart that Aunt Lu was helping her interrupt Fu Yuchuan's time alone with that woman. She went upstairs and saw that the study door was open, so she pushed it open. The scene inside instantly enraged her. Su Chinga, wearing an open-collar shirt, was almost touching Fu Yuchuan's face, calling out in a sweet voice, President Fu. Shin was furious. The scene before her made her feel extremely humiliated. Secretary Su, get out. Fu Yuchuan ordered coldly, and Su Chinga hurriedly left. Shin glared angrily at Fu Yuchuan, whose deep voice rang out. Shin, come in. He walked up to her, pressed his hands against the door, and pinned her against it. I have nothing with her, he explained in a low voice. Shin turned her face away, remaining silent. Fu Yuchuan asked in a low voice, don't believe me? Shin gripped her coffee cup tightly, pressing her hand against his shoulder. How should she respond? Should she say she didn't care, or admit that she felt uneasy? After a long silence, she finally spoke, her tone flat. And then? What does that have to do with me? Her answer was concise and decisive. Fu Yuchuan's face immediately darkened, his tone tinged with anger. Then why were you angry just now? Shin coldly retorted. Did I? Yes. Which eye did you see it with? Fu Yuchuan answered. Both. Shin raised an eyebrow and sneered. Fu Yuchuan, you don't think I'm jealous, do you? Fu Yuchuan was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for her response. After a few seconds, he said softly, "So you are jealous. No wonder you were clamoring for steamed buns and soy milk this morning, but you only drank porridge after I bought them. Were you unhappy when you saw Secretary Sue get out of my car?" His analysis seemed quite reasonable. Shinli couldn't help but feel irritated. Although she was in a good mood after talking to Sister Min on the phone, seeing Fu Yuchuan bring another woman home still made her feel somewhat unhappy. She didn't want to admit that she was a little jealous, but who could tolerate such provocation? Fu Yuchuan's expression remained unchanged. He simply chuckled softly. "The company has been busy lately. Secretary Sue said she had something to report to me, so I let her get in the car. Don't worry, she'll sit in the back. As for what happened earlier, I'll talk to her about it and explain it to you later." Shinli looked at his relaxed expression and pursed her lips. "Whatever. But remember, I'm not jealous. I just feel that as a woman, I can't accept being provoked. Besides, as Mrs. Fu, I have the right to demand respect." After saying that, she handed the coffee to Fu Yuchuan and turned to leave the room. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly heard him call for Secretary Sue to come in. Su Chinga walked in with her head down, saying apologetically that she didn't know Madam would come in so suddenly. Fu Yuchuan remained expressionless, pointing out that her mistake was letting his wife witness this scene, and then asked her how many years she had been with him. Su Chinga answered softly that it had been 3 years. Fu Yuchuan calmly remarked that in 3 years she should have understood his character. Su Chinga, her face flushed with shame, lowered her head and admitted that she shouldn't have tried to seduce him. She explained that she had no such intentions, but upon hearing that the two were going through a divorce, she had the idea of taking his place. Fu Yuchuan was silent for a moment, then frankly admitted that he admired her work ability, but since she had angered his wife, she had to be suspended from her duties. Su Chinga's eyes reddened, and she quickly apologized, saying that her parents were injured and her younger brother needed care, and she had no other choice. When the situation was mentioned, Fu Yuchuan's eyes paused slightly, and then he said that he would arrange for her to go to Tang's group, and that he would speak to Tang Yi on her behalf. Shenli waited downstairs for a moment before seeing Fu Yuchuan come down. She immediately said she wanted to return to Wanxiang Mansion, stating firmly that this was a notification, not a request for his opinion. Fu Yuchuan didn't say anything, but stepped forward and picked her up in his arms, carrying her upstairs. He frankly said that her apartment was too small and he wasn't used to living there. Shenli struggled and said she wanted to go back by herself, but Fu Yuchuan said that she hadn't recovered and needed someone to take care of her. Shenli bit her lip in resentment, saying that staying here would make her feel bad and affect her recovery. Fu Yuchuan stared at her for a few seconds, then sighed and gave in, telling her to change her clothes and that they would leave in half an hour. Shenli stepped out of his arms and prepared to change. Fu Yuchuan stood to the side and told her that he had transferred Secretary Sue to Tang Ye's company. Shenli stopped what she was doing and casually responded. Fu Yuchuan pulled her back to his side and asked her in a low voice if she still had any complaints. Shenli responded irritably, saying she had never expressed any dissatisfaction and wouldn't care if he brought the person back. Fu Yuchuan chuckled softly, pointing out that she was unhappy that he hadn't fired the person outright. Shenli pouted, saying she had no right to interfere with his decision. Fu Yuchuan explained with a smile that Secretary Sue had been testing the waters because she thought they were getting a divorce, but her attempt had failed and she had been asked to leave. He also said that she was a responsible worker and had only taken the wrong turn because of a family emergency. Shenli felt a surge of irritation upon hearing this, feeling that he treated her like an object. Shenli stopped abruptly while changing her dress, turning to ask him if Tang Yi would refuse Su Chinga. Wouldn't the latter lose her job? Fu Yuchuan's smile deepened, saying that if she was unhappy, he could simply have Tang Yi refuse the dress. Shenli said no more, gradually relaxing. Dressed in a light green dress, she looked fresh and elegant. Fu Yuchuan's eyes flashed with admiration, and he said directly that she was very beautiful. Shenli was slightly taken aback, then spoke seriously, warning him that he was only coming back to take care of her, and that he should leave immediately once he had fully recovered. She solemnly emphasized that what happened that night would never happen again, no matter how much he tried to please her. Fu Yuchuan did not respond, knowing exactly where her bottom line was. Shin fell asleep in the car after taking her medicine. When the car arrived, Fu Yuchuan opened the door and picked her up. Shin was too sleepy to struggle and simply hooked her arms around his neck, saying that she was very sleepy and wanted to continue sleeping when they got back, and didn't want him to wake her for lunch. Upon arriving at her doorstep, Fu Yuchuan asked for the password, and Shin, still half asleep, mumbled that it was her birthday. Inside, the apartment was impeccably clean, with only a pair of slippers, indicating she lived alone. Fu Yuchuan carried her into the master bedroom and then went to the closet to find pajamas. Shin lazily opened her eyes and questioned him, muttering that she wouldn't let him touch her and wouldn't take advantage of her. When she opened her eyes again, she met Fu Yuchuan's deep gaze. He explained softly that he had closed his eyes when he helped her change her clothes and hadn't been peeking. Shin's anger subsided somewhat, but she still urged him to leave. Fu Yuchuan helped her cover herself with the blanket, said he had to take care of work, and then quietly closed the door. He was in the living room, his mind in turmoil, and dialed Tang Ye's number. Fu Yuchuan inquired about the duration of the drug's effects, to which Tang Ye replied that it lasted at most 3 or 4 hours. Fu Yuchuan coldly pointed out that the other party was lying, as Shin would have already regained consciousness by the time the drug's effects wore off. Tang Ye was taken aback, wondering if it was a side effect of the drug. Fu Yuchuan's feelings were complicated. He said that Shin's resistance to him was even stronger than her resistance to Jang Being. Tang Ye couldn't help but laugh, pointing out that Shin had feelings for Jang Being. After all, he had pursued her for 2 years, and he had no place in her heart. Fu Yuchuan gazed silently into the distance, saying he understood her wariness of relationships due to her mother's situation. He then brought up transferring Secretary Su to Tang's, which didn't seem to please Shin. Tang Ye chuckled angrily, saying he was taking revenge on her. Fu Yuchuan remained expressionless, telling him to fire Tang Ye if he didn't like him. Tang Ye smiled wryly, saying the company was short-staffed, to which Fu Yuchuan coldly retorted before hanging up. Soon after, he received a call from Yuchuan, who told him to report to the company that afternoon. On the other side, Jang Being lay drunk on the sofa, weakly calling out to Yuchuan. Yuchuan, feeling sorry for him, handed him water and urged him to stop drinking. He recalled Shin's cold gaze, and his heart was filled with turmoil. When Jang Being asked Yuchuan about her start date and learned that she was going to Fu's that afternoon, he suddenly grabbed her hand and begged her to help him. Yuchuan's heart raced, and she nodded, agreeing to do her best. The tenderness in Jang Being's eyes faded, and he suddenly pressed her down, looking at her intently. He asked her in a low voice what kind of person she wanted to be, whether the most stable relationship in the world was with family or lovers. When Shin woke up, there was a fragrant aroma in the air. She was about to ask Aunt Lu what she had made when she suddenly remembered that she had already returned to the Wanxiang mansion. She was immediately puzzled. Could it be that Fu Yuchuan could cook? She quickly got up and left the bedroom, only to hear the man's deep, magnetic voice. Awake? Come and have lunch. Shin looked up and was slightly taken aback. Fu Yuchuan was wearing a black shirt and crisp trousers, and his tall, straight back made her heart race. Shin walked into the kitchen curiously and immediately noticed that the snail rice noodles she had put in the cupboard were gone. Her face immediately showed shock. Fu Yuchuan, where are the noodles I put here? Fu Yuchuan said casually while serving the porridge that the stuff smelled too bad and must have expired, so he had already thrown it away. Shin was instantly furious, angrily rebuking him that it was snail rice noodles, and that's how it's supposed to taste. She always preferred strong-flavored food, but he casually threw it away, leaving her both angry and helpless. As she approached and smelled the aroma of the food, she still complained that what he made was definitely not as good as fast food. Fu Yuchuan chuckled as he watched her pouting yet greedy expression, teasing her about whether other female celebrities also loved this smelly food. Shin pouted and muttered a complaint in a slightly coquettish tone, saying that it smelled bad but tasted good. Fu Yuchuan was laughing when he suddenly reached out and scooped her up in his arms. Shin frantically clung to his neck, bewildered, and asked him what he wanted to do. The man whispered that she would get sick if she ran around barefoot, and without further ado, he placed her on the dining table. Shin looked at the aloof man before her, her feelings a complex mix. There were no men's items in the apartment, clearly indicating she had always lived alone. She sullenly drank her millet porridge with her grandmother's stir-fried eggs with vegetables. The taste was simple, yet exceptionally delicious. She occasionally glanced up at Fu Yuchuan, which he quickly noticed, asking in a low voice if the food wasn't good. Shun Li's feelings were complicated, and she simply said it was all right. To receive such a compliment from her, Fu Yuchuan was already quite satisfied. Shun Li finished a bowl of porridge and was about to rest on the sofa when Fu Yuchuan grabbed her hand and urged her to eat another bowl. She declined, saying she was already full, and complained that eating carbohydrates would make her gain weight. Fu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow and retorted that it was easier to gain weight than to lie down right after eating. Shun Li mistakenly thought he disliked her for being fat and couldn't help but talk back, telling him to finish washing the dishes and leave if he didn't like it. Fu Yuchuan chuckled coldly and said in a slightly icy tone that they would go out together later. Shun Li frowned and pressed him for details about where they were going, to which Fu Yuchuan calmly replied that they were going to buy household supplies. Shun Li sat bolt upright, demanding to know if he planned to stay long. Fu Yuchuan's lips curled slightly, and he said he would leave once she returned to the Fu residence. Shun Li was furious and refused to leave. Fu Yuchuan chuckled and threatened that if she didn't come with him, she would have to use her personal belongings. Shun Li immediately became anxious and questioned him about why he hadn't bought groceries while he was out shopping. Fu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow and admitted that he had ordered groceries and rice from a delivery service. Shun Li suspected that he had done it on purpose, but ultimately decided to go out with him anyway, not wanting him to touch her personal belongings. She quickly got dressed, skipping the makeup step and just putting on a hat and sunglasses before heading out. Fu Yuchuan glanced at her and casually asked why she wasn't wearing makeup. Shun Li turned to ask in return if she didn't look good, and the man answered without hesitation that she did. Shun Li gave a light hum, somewhat satisfied with the answer. In the elevator, Fu Yuchuan suddenly announced that the door password had been changed. Shun Li instantly became furious, her brows furrowing as she questioned him about the change, adding that she couldn't remember the new password. Fu Yuchuan smiled knowingly, reminding her that setting her password to her birthday was too insecure and easily cracked by paparazzi and stalker fans. Shun Li pouted and pressed for an answer, worried that it was too long to remember. Fu Yuchuan's eyes were playful as he said she would never forget. Shun Li looked at him in confusion, and the man slowly said, "The first time we did it." These words instantly struck a nerve. Shun Li froze for a few seconds, her cheeks turning red from her ears all the way to her neck, and her heart suddenly started racing. Fu Yuchuan added that only the two of them knew this number, so it was perfectly safe. Shun Li was both embarrassed and annoyed. Suddenly, she stretched out her slender fingers and pressed them against his chest, her fingertips lingering on his abdominal muscles, and she sighed softly how hard they were. Fu Yuchuan's body stiffened slightly, his eyes gradually darkening, clearly quite surprised. Shun Li looked at his increasingly rapid breathing and the bulge in his trousers, a provocative smile playing on her lips. She deliberately pointed with her fingertip, teasingly asking to compare where it was harder. She tilted her head back, biting her lips slightly, her expression sly. Fu Yuchuan suddenly grabbed her waist, trapping her, and warned her in a low, husky voice about the consequences of flirting with men. Just then, the elevator arrived, and Shun Li quickly broke free of his grasp and stepped inside. She jokingly told Fu Yuchuan that if he was really uncomfortable, he could go to the restroom, and she would wait for him in the parking lot. Fu Yuchuan followed her into the elevator without a word, his gaze sweeping over the security camera before he suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace. He whispered in her ear, "We can do it here. It's spacious and exciting." Shun Li didn't expect him to be serious and panicked instantly. She quickly pushed him away, saying she needed to buy some necessities first, and threatened him that if he forced himself on her, he wouldn't be allowed in the house that night. Fu Yuchuan immediately let go of her hand and readily agreed to go shopping. Shun Li only realized she had been tricked by him again after getting into the car. She was so angry that her face turned pale. She felt like she had let a wolf into her house. The first floor of the large shopping mall was mostly filled with clothing stores. Shun Li accompanied Fu Yuchuan into a men's clothing store. He was tall and handsome, and everything he wore looked good on him. Shin watched him swipe his card with his arms crossed. Fu Yuchuan noticed her gaze and turned to ask what was wrong. Shin pursed her lips and remained silent. Fu Yuchuan asked again if it didn't look good. She countered by asking if he was only buying one set. Fu Yuchuan explained that these brands were ordinary, and he was used to wearing custom-made clothes. Shin nodded, then led him upstairs to choose household items. When she reached the lingerie section, Shin suddenly remembered something and quickly put several items into her shopping cart. The older woman next to her glanced at her and couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "These young girls nowadays really don't know any shame." Shin ignored the gossip around her, chose Fu Yuchuan's size, and continued shopping, and even said casually that boys should buy these things for girls, it's no big deal. The shop assistant coldly retorted, asking if her man would actually buy these for her. Shin was somewhat surprised, unable to imagine Fu Yuchuan doing such a thing, and lowered her head to continue selecting items. At this moment, Fu Yuchuan walked over and asked her expressionlessly what the difference was between nighttime and daytime use, admitting that he couldn't tell the difference, so he simply bought both. Shin looked at the items in the shopping cart and instantly blushed. The saleswoman who had just been mocking Shin stood frozen in place, at a loss for what to do. Fu Yuchuan coldly called her over, asked for her employee number, and then made a phone call, posing as a mall manager, to transfer her to the health department. He threatened to fire her if she refused, and barred her from working for any of Fu's businesses for 5 years. The shop assistant hurriedly apologized and begged for forgiveness, but Fu Yuchuan coldly refused, citing her lack of professional ethics. Surprised gazes filled the room, and Shin was also stunned, never expecting that this shopping mall was also an asset of the Fu family. Fu Yuchuan took Shin's hand and led her through the crowd. Shin quietly reminded him that they hadn't paid yet. The man lowered his head and explained in a deep voice that the mall supported facial recognition checkout, and he had wanted to spend more time with her, but this matter had interrupted them. Shin smiled at him and said that her feet hurt, she was hungry and sleepy, and she didn't want to shop anymore. Fu Yuchuan looked down at her, worried that her feet were uncomfortable, but Shin quickly shook her head, afraid that he would do something inappropriate in public. It was already evening when they left the mall, and Shin's stomach was growling. Fu Yuchuan suggested going to the company cafeteria for dinner, but Shin frowned. She didn't like the cafeteria food and didn't want to be talked about by her colleagues. She pouted and said she wanted to go home and cook corn, but Fu Yuchuan told her there was an impromptu meeting and that his new secretary had just reported for duty, so he needed to go back and hand over his work. Shin casually asked if the new secretary was male or female, and after learning that she was female, she casually teased her about whether she was very pretty. Fu Yuchuan frankly said she was all right, but not as good as her. Shin pouted and stopped dwelling on the topic. She asked if the area ahead was the Fu group, as she was so hungry she decided to grab something to eat at the company. Fu Yuchuan immediately turned the car around and drove towards the company. Seeing this, Shin quickly added that she would only have a meal and then leave, and wouldn't accompany him to work. The atmosphere in the car was quiet. Shin was a little irritated and questioned him about what he was laughing at, wondering if he thought she was jealous. Fu Yuchuan smiled slightly, jokingly saying that it was naturally a pleasure for the president's wife to visit the company. Shin felt a warmth in her heart, and the bad mood she had just felt from being harassed by the shop assistant instantly dissipated. They arrived at the Fu group quickly. Most employees had already left work, and Shin didn't attract much attention as she rested on the office sofa. Fu Yuchuan called to arrange for his new secretary, Yuchuan, to come to the office after dinner. 5 minutes later, a knock came at the door. Shin looked up and was instantly stunned. It was Yuchuan, Jang Being's former personal secretary, who entered. Yuchuan stared at Fu Yuchuan the whole time, completely unaware of Shin on the sofa, and left to prepare the meal. Shin looked at Fu Yuchuan with a puzzled expression, wondering why Jang Being's secretary was here. Fu Yuchuan curled his lips into a smile, his gaze playful, telling her to go ask Jang Being why he was willing to release the person. Shin suddenly realized that Yuchuan was a pawn planted by Jang Being to spy on their marital status. Fu Yuchuan gently massaged her exposed foot, saying that the answer ultimately depended on her choice. Shin curled up on the sofa, looking at the divorce agreement in her hand, her heart filled with complicated emotions. She spoke softly, admitting that she was indeed happy when Jang Being first returned, but now she was only left with confusion. Fu Yuchuan called her name coldly, certain that she didn't actually like Jang Being that much, but was just living in the memories of the past, while he was merely pretending to be affectionate. Shin Li's heart skipped a beat, and she asked him why he had revealed the truth. Fu Yuchuan's eyes were filled with complex emotions. He only hoped that she would feel less guilty when she was with him. Shin Li chuckled lightly, indicating that she wouldn't reconcile with Jang Being, but that didn't mean she wouldn't divorce him. Fu Yuchuan nodded calmly, asking her if she thought everything she did was to prevent her from leaving and, incidentally, to guard against her taking a share of the assets. Shin Li's heart skipped a beat. Fu Yuchuan suddenly reached out and pinched her cheek, his tone laced with sarcasm, yet he frankly admitted that he truly did not want to divorce her. Shin Li's heart suddenly raced. She lowered her head and muttered aggrievedly, saying that he was no good at all and that she didn't like disobedient men. Her tone carried a hint of coquetry. A smile flashed in Fu Yuchuan's eyes as he recounted his compliance. She didn't like Su Qingge, so he transferred her away. She wouldn't let him touch her in the elevator, so he immediately stopped. Shin Li was stunned for a moment, only then realizing that this man wasn't entirely cold-hearted, and she suddenly lost her confidence. Fu Yuchuan gently lifted her chin, his warm breath enveloping her, and asked her what she could do to make her give up the idea of divorce. Shin Lisin softened instantly, lowered her head awkwardly, and said she would tell him when she thought of something. She then hurriedly changed the subject, worried that if he touched her feet and then pinched her face, it would cause athlete's foot on her face. Fu Yuchuan chuckled, teasing her that she'd need athlete's foot first, then got up and headed for the bathroom. Shin Li watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but roll her eyes. At this moment, Zhu Yan pushed open the door and came in, carrying 2 boxed lunches. Seeing the interaction between the two, a barely perceptible hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. Fu Yuchuan calmly told her to put down the food and leave. Shin Li was already starving. She put on Fu Yuchuan's slippers, picked up a steamed bun, and started eating. Fu Yuchuan watched her eat with relish and said helplessly that she seemed to really love steamed buns. Shin Li casually remarked that the steamed buns in the company cafeteria weren't as good as the ones from Jiang Chuanlu's. Zhu Yin stood at the door, her expression complicated. Fu Yuchuan, however, immediately ordered that Jiang Chuanlu's steamed bun chef be brought to the company cafeteria at a high salary. Shin Li's eyes widened, surprised that he would take a joke seriously. Speechless, she asked him why he went to all this trouble when he didn't even eat steamed buns. Fu Yuchuan's eyes softened. He knew she wanted some, and he could bring her to the company anytime. Shin Li's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but mutter to herself that he was such a troublesome man. Fu Yuchuan looked at her with a faint smile, his tone doting, saying that she would never treat other men who annoyed her this way. Referring to Jang Being, I called her quite a few times today, but she mostly just turned off the sound. Perhaps we exchanged a few pleasantries, but she didn't seem to want to see me again. As soon as the man finished speaking, Shin Li felt a sense of shame, as if she were naked in front of him. She said, word by word, I'm just annoyed by you. You're not allowed to come to Wanxiang tonight. Fu Yuchuan smiled faintly and said, but I've already booked the bed. It will arrive tonight. Shin Li originally planned to make him sleep on the sofa for a few days to make him give up, but she didn't expect this man to be so shameless that he even bought a bed. She scoffed, Fu Yuchuan, you've gone to all this trouble, and you're still worried about my health? Undeniably, that night gave him the ultimate pleasure. If he had known that becoming one with her would feel like this, he would have exercised his power as a husband on the night they got their marriage certificate. Fu Yuchuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. I'm worried that after Mrs. Fu has tasted the pleasures of the world, she might bring other men home and seduce them into bed. As Mrs. Fu's husband, this is the only thing I can do. You shameless bastard. Your shoddy technology and wasteful weaponry have left me traumatized. Shin Li glared at him, her words dripping with sarcasm. Don't tell me that the head of a powerful conglomerate in the Asia-Pacific region can't find a wife because of this problem. Fu Yuchuan smiled, because by the end, she had become incoherent. He raised an eyebrow slightly. I'll leave work early today and go home to try out the new bed. Shin. Sure enough, when he bought this bed, he must have been thinking about all sorts of dirty thoughts. She felt that if she brought up this topic again, he would really prove some ability to her tonight, regardless of her wishes. After all, every word she said hit men where it hurt the most. Fortunately, a phone call broke the deadlock. As soon as Shin answered the phone, Shin and Chang's angry voice came through the phone. Shin, are you trying to drive me crazy? You married Fu Yuchuan for Jang Being's future, and now that man is back. You want a divorce. With a heavy heart, she silently adjusted the volume of her phone and whispered, Dad, could you please keep your voice down? Even if your heart surgery is successful, you have to consider my ears. She had no mood to argue with her father, and simply explained calmly. He agreed to our divorce, and he also promised to transfer half of the Fu Group's assets to my name. Shunli's words were concise and firm, but on the other end of the phone, Shin and Chang was still furious. He wronged you? Did he cheat on you? Hearing this, Fu Yuchuan stopped what he was doing and looked at Shin calmly. Shin couldn't help but frown and replied softly, No, it's worse than infidelity. If he dares to threaten me and the Shin family's business, I have what I have to put him in jail. She knew that Shin and Chang's opinion of her was already set, and she was already used to these words. Now everyone in Suzhou's business circles is saying you're two-timing and having an affair. Shin, are you trying to follow in your mother's footsteps? Shin and Chang's words were full of accusation and doubt. Shin was immediately enraged and interrupted him. I didn't. You have no right to judge her. The man opposite her remained silent for a moment. Shin was filled with a mixture of anger and helplessness. Her father's words had once again stung her. She knew that no matter how she explained, she couldn't change Shin and Chang's mind. Come back to the Shin family now. I need to hear what you have to say. Shin and Chang's tone was cold, as if issuing an ultimatum. Shin didn't respond and hung up the phone directly. She gripped her phone tightly in her hand, then suddenly turned away, unwilling to let Fu Yuchuan see her current emotions. In her mind, Fu Yuchuan's question, what does it mean to be good to you, kept echoing. A sudden unease gripped her. If she were to return to the Shin family with him, how would Shin and Chang view her when he questioned her? Would he equate her with her mother? Just as she was lost in thought, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Zhu Yin walked in with hurried steps. President Fu, the shareholders' meeting is about to begin. Are you ready? Her voice broke Shin Li's thoughts. Fu Yuchuan didn't answer Zhu Yin, but instead glanced at her indifferently. What's wrong? His tone remained calm, even carrying a hint of distance. Shin Li had her back to Fu Yuchuan, not daring to meet his gaze. She said in a low voice, It's so boring, I'm going back now. Fu Yuchuan looked up at her back, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. It's rush hour now. I'll take you home after the meeting. Shin Li didn't want to get entangled with him anymore, so she gently shook her head. No, I'll have Qinjing come pick you up. Make some money for me. She turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, she heard Fu Yuchuan's cold voice. Secretary Zhu, knock before you come in next time. Mr. Fu, I'm sorry, I'll definitely remember next time. Zhu Yin had a professional smile on her face, although she was clearly a little nervous. Shin Li and Zhu Yin took the elevator downstairs together. Zhu Yin walked up to her and said in a low voice, Miss Shun, you seemed quite shocked when you saw me just now. Shin Li glanced at her sideways and said coldly, Speak. Did Jang Being send you here, and what is his purpose? She didn't want to waste time with this woman, but she also didn't intend to pretend she didn't know. Zhu Yin curled her lips, a faint smile still on her face. I don't understand what Miss Shin is talking about. Who wouldn't want to work for such a big company as the Fu Group? Shin Li listened to her words, a slight smirk playing on her lips, but she said nothing. Zhu Yin seemed to sense her coldness, and after a moment of silence, suddenly spoke up. I've heard about you and Jang Being. I'd like to ask on behalf of President Jiang, if those things hadn't happened back then, would you still be with him now? Shin Li wasn't surprised that Zhu Yin would ask such a question. She calmly replied, Yes, you're right. If it weren't for that incident, I would probably be with Jang Being by now. As for you, since you agreed to come and be Fu Yuchuan's secretary to monitor me, your relationship with him must be more than just that of a superior and subordinate. Now that I don't need him anymore, you have your chance. Shin Li's words were direct and somewhat sharp. She knew she had made herself clear enough and wasn't afraid of being misunderstood. Zhu Yan's expression stiffened. The smile on her lips gradually tightened, and her eyes turned cold. She gripped her phone tightly and said in a low voice, Miss Shin's courage to leave Jang Being and marry President Fu back then was truly remarkable. No one can compare to her. Shin Li sneered, completely unmoved by Zhu Yan's provocation. She looked coldly at the angry woman in front of her, then turned and walked into the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed, and Zhu Yan stood in the doorway, her fists clenched, her face almost overflowing with anger. She took a deep breath, turned to leave, and suddenly saw Fu Yuchuan walking out of his office. Fu Yuchuan's aura remained powerful. He walked towards the conference room, his cold gaze sweeping over her without pausing. Zhu Yan quickly stepped forward, her voice tinged with nervousness. Mr. Fu, I understand. I was a little delayed seeing Miss Shin out earlier. She left in a hurry and forgot her phone. Could you leave it with her? Fu Yuchuan took the phone, nodded, and turned to enter the conference room. He had only taken a few steps when a familiar voice came from the phone. It was Shin Li. Yes, you're right. If it weren't for that incident, I would be with Jang Being now. Zhu Yan watched Fu Yuchuan's retreating figure, a cold smile playing on her lips. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuchuan's grip on his phone tightened slightly, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. Chapter 21 Legally Married Couples. What's wrong with cohabitation? When you're down on your luck, even drinking water can cause problems. Shin Li only realized she'd forgotten her phone after leaving the Fu group. She wanted to go back, but then she thought that Fu Yuchuan might have just finished a meeting, and if she went back, he would inevitably drag her into his car again. She was just about to hail a taxi to go home when, on the last step down the stairs, she lost her footing and almost fell. Fortunately, her brain reacted quickly, and she managed to stay steady thanks to her sense of balance from being suspended by wires during filming. Although she didn't fall, she did sprain her ankle. When people are down on their luck, they only get worse. Just as Shin Li was about to roar to the sky and unleash a torrent of curses on the stairs, a gentle and melodious female voice came from beside her ear. Madam, are you all right? Do you need me to help you sit down? Su Chinga looked at the woman not far ahead with a worried expression. When she looked up and their eyes met, they were both stunned. Shin Li's eyebrows twitched slightly. Could there be anything more unlucky or dramatic than being caught in her disheveled state by a rival who wanted to seduce her husband and take his place? Su Chinga only paused for a few seconds before she quickly stepped forward to help Shin Li up, saying, Mrs. Fu, let me help you. Embarrassment and embarrassment were one thing, but she had fallen while wearing high heels and her foot was already swollen, so it was impossible for her to walk on her own. Anyway, she wasn't embarrassed, so Shin Li didn't act coy either. Then thank you. Mrs. Fu, your foot injury is too serious. I'll take you to the hospital. My car is just up ahead. Shin Li sat on a small stool to the side. No need. Is it convenient for you to take the phone? I'll have Qinjing come and pick me up. Mrs. Fu, Qinjing is usually working with clients of the Fu group at this time. It will take him at least an hour to get here. If it drags on any longer, you may not be able to walk tomorrow. If you don't want to go to the hospital, you can go back to the Fu family home and have the doctor come over. I'm no longer living at the Fu residence. Shin Li was just casually saying what she was saying, but to Su Chinga, it sounded like she was the culprit who caused the breakdown of her relationship with Fu Yuchuan last time. She couldn't just sit idly by. Mrs. Fu, I'll go upstairs and call Mr. Fu. I'm here to pick up some documents. Shin Li immediately grabbed her hand. Never mind. Just take me to Wanxiang Mansion. Thank you. Despite her seemingly frail appearance, Su Chinga was no less strong than a man, and Shin Li was practically half carried into the car by her. The car she drove wasn't very nice. It was even a cheap one, but you couldn't smell the cheap smell of gasoline, and it even had a faint floral fragrance. Women who want to climb the social ladder by marrying into the Fu group are usually extremely vain and would never drive a car of this caliber. In fact, her attire was rather plain, a stark contrast to her appearance at the Fu residence that time. Where does Miss Su work? I work at Tang's company as Mr. Tang's secretary. What are the salary and benefits like? I can afford my brother's tuition. Su Qingge paused for a few seconds, her eyes starting to flicker. But I'm still trying to figure out how to pay for my parents' hospitalization. Shin Li pursed her lips. Fu Yuchuan had indeed not lied to her. She has no right to judge how someone who is still working hard to make a living gets to rise in status. It was already evening when we got back to Vientiane Mansion. Secretary Su, thank you. Shin Li opened the car door and limped out of the car. Mrs. Fu, you can just call me Qingge from now on. Also, you need to apply ice to your foot and then apply medicine. The woman's voice was as gentle as ever, and her eyes showed concern. Shin Li listened to every word, and she smiled and said, Okay. Since you no longer work for the Fu Group, don't call me Mrs. Fu anymore. Just call me Shin Li. Okay, Miss Shin, I'll take you upstairs. No need. Fu Yuchuan is probably about to get off work. You can still make it to the document. It's fine, you can pick up the documents anytime. Shin Li had just turned to the side when she suddenly spotted a familiar car and its license plate number parked not far ahead, along with a man waiting in the car. Seemingly sensing her gaze, Jang Being accurately spotted Shin Li and quickly walked towards her. Shin Li turned her head and took Su Qingge's hand. Miss Su, then I'll have to trouble you. Su Qingge seemed to notice something as well, and without saying a word, she helped her walk. Jang Being stepped forward and blocked Shin Li's path, his deep voice tinged with guilt. Shin Li, are you avoiding me? I thought I had mistaken someone for someone else. You hurt your foot? Shin Li remained expressionless. It's all right, someone will take me home. I'll carry you up. Shin Li paled slightly upon hearing this, and dodged his princess carry, saying, No need, it's just a matter of 2 steps. Jang Being was still not giving up, saying, Walking with a sprained ankle will only worsen the injury. Shin Li gently closed her eyes, a faint smile on her lips as she looked at him. Beichong, I'm married. So what if we're married, Lily? I've thought it through. You're the one I love most. I'll never betray you if you're with me. Shin Li twitched her lips, feeling a bit ironic, but said nothing. Jang Being stood behind her and saw the password she frantically typed. A glimmer of light suddenly flashed in his dark eyes. Miss Su, I'll have ES Restaurant prepare a few dishes and send them over. Please eat here. I'll have Fu Yuchuan bring the documents back with him. On one hand, Su Qingge was genuinely a little hungry, and on the other hand, she vaguely sensed that Shin Li wanted her to stay. Okay, then thank you, Mrs. Fu. Where's the first aid kit? I'll go get it. I don't have a first aid kit here. I'll go and call a delivery person to bring it over. Shin Li had just placed an order on her phone when the doorbell rang a minute later. Jiang Bei went to open the door, and even with a third person present, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Sir, your bed has arrived. The person who came was not Fu Yuchuan, but a staff member dressed in business attire. Jang Being's handsome face instantly turned cold. Wrong delivery? That's right. That's the bed Fu Yuchuan booked. He's staying here. Jiang Being finally withdrew his gaze from the newcomer and turned to the woman on the sofa, his tone unusually cold and hard. Is Fu Yuchuan staying here with you? Shin Li raised an eyebrow and said casually, We're still legally married. What's wrong with living together? Seeing the woman's distant gaze, Jang Being took a deep breath. Then what's the password to your front door? Why was it set to the day I returned to China? She must have feelings for him, otherwise she wouldn't have changed these habits so easily. Once upon a time, he jokingly told her that using her birthday as a password was not safe, but she didn't change it. If he hadn't come today, he wouldn't know that she still has a place for him in her heart. That is. Shin Li paused for a few seconds, her hands clenching tightly. The gatekeepers stepped back a few paces. Shin Li looked up at the man who was slowly walking towards her. That was the day my wife and I confirmed our feelings for each other. What's wrong with that? Jiang Being looked at him and suddenly felt an invisible pressure. Chapter 22 Delicate. Fu Yuchuan looked at the man opposite him, a hint of coldness creeping onto his thin lips. President Jiang, it's not appropriate to come inside with someone else's wife. Jiang Being glanced at Shin Li and said calmly, Lily's foot is injured, and besides, it's not just the two of us here. As they were talking, Su Qingge came out of the kitchen, carrying ice cubes wrapped in a plastic bag. Fu Yuchuan took it from her hand, looked at Jang Being, and said in a low voice, All right, President Jiang can go back now. I will take care of her. Jang Being glanced at the bed, then at the blanket on the sofa. President Fu, you don't need to pretend to be a loving couple in front of me. If Lily really liked you, she wouldn't let you sleep on the sofa and buy you a bed. Fu Yuchuan smiled faintly. So President Zhang has never seen a married couple arguing and bickering. Although the man was smiling, a faint chill lingered in his eyes. It was especially noticeable from Shun Li's angle. Su Qingge also sensed the man's subtle emotions. She pursed her lips, retreated to the kitchen, and took out her phone. Shun Li vaguely smelled gunpowder, and she pulled her foot away from the man's grasp. Be gentle. From Jiangbei City's perspective, the woman with long, black curly hair, giving a coquettish order to the man squatting in front of her, was Shun Li, a woman he had never seen before. He took a deep breath and stepped forward to grasp Fu Yuchuan's hand. Shun Li was stunned for a few seconds, and subconsciously wanted to pull her leg out. Clearly, it was a direct confrontation, and the already pitifully swollen foot became a casualty of their silent struggle. It hurts so much, all of you let go. President Fu, didn't you hear? Lily is in a lot of pain. Jang Being's voice was low. The man squatting on the ground had a taut profile, exuding a cold aura and deep, dark eyes. Most people would be terrified to death if they saw him like this. But Jang Being knew that this was his last chance to hold on to Shun Li. Shun Li was in excruciating pain and finally couldn't help but yell. Let go of me. I'll do it myself. Fu Yuchuan stepped back half a step and took the medicine from the deliverman's hand. Jang Being looked at the man's back at the door and asked in a low voice, Lily, you don't like him, do you? Shun Li followed his gaze. Even if you can only see Fu Yuchuan's back, you can feel his silent oppressive aura, and his whole body exudes an inexplicable coldness. She pursed her lips, instinctively wanting to avoid the question. Jang Being, undeterred, continued, Lily, he's not your type. Shun Li lowered her eyes. What type of person do you like? Fu Yuchuan was indeed not her ideal type. He was autocratic, taciturn, and unromantic, but apart from these traits, there was nothing about him that was unpleasant. She hesitated. If she told the truth, it would definitely hurt his pride, but if she didn't say it, it would seem like she liked him a little. So I struggled with this issue for a while. Fu Yuchuan walked over with the medicine. If President Zhang doesn't leave, I'll have to call the police. Trespassing will get you in big trouble. The man's voice was extremely low, and Shun Li knew that Jang Being's actions had crossed his bottom line. Although he didn't like her, this was a contest of male pride. Fu Yuchuan, with such a strong sense of self-respect, definitely couldn't stand being provoked by other men. Shun Li took a deep breath and said to the man in front of her, Bei Cheng, don't look for me anymore. I don't like him, but I've thought about it for a long time. My feelings and judgments about you are still stuck a year ago, so I can't accept you. It would be irresponsible for both of us. Bei Cheng, Shun Li said calmly, looking at him. We both need to calm down now. Jang Being stood there stunned for a long time. The woman in front of him clearly had a familiar face, but the words she spoke were so unfamiliar. Shun Li's looks and family background destined her to have no shortage of male admirers, but few men dared to pursue her. They also knew that she was influenced by her family of origin and was hard to fall in love with. Once she did, she would not easily let go. So, during that period, he, whose family background was average, had enough courage to pursue her. Now, for the first time, he truly felt the loss of her. A silence fell over the room. It would be a lie to say she wasn't upset. Shun Li frowned slightly, unsure whether it was because of the injury on her foot or because of this hopeless love. The man in front of her swallowed hard, then grabbed her hand. Lily, is there really no chance for us? Fu Yuchuan walked up. His eyes were fixed on Shun Li's wrist, which was gripped red. His thin lips parted slightly, and his voice was very low. President Jiang, for the sake of you saving my wife's life. The man's voice was cold to the bone. Count to 3. If you don't get out, you'll have to crawl out. Upon hearing this, it was discovered that the man had spent several years in the American underworld. Although he now appeared to be a businessman, he still had the blood of a mercenary flowing through his veins, and was insidious and ruthless. Bei Cheng Yu. Just as Shun Li was about to speak, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a handsome, tall man walked in, lazily playing with his car keys. If Fu Yuchuan is the epitome of low-key, then Tang Yi is the complete opposite. He is known throughout Suzhou for his dashing and debonair manner, and Shunli has seen him in various financial newspapers. He walked in calmly, tossed the keys on the table, and smirked. Mr. Jiang, you don't even have time to look after your own company, but you have time to take care of someone else's wife? Jang Being turned his head and glanced at the man walking towards him, frowning. President Tang, your appearance here is not a coincidence, is it? Tang Yi raised an eyebrow, his thin lips slightly upturned. Coincidence is just a word cowards always use. Of course, I came here specifically to see how President Jiang is trying to snatch someone from President Fu's hands. Fu Yuchuan was clearly losing patience, but he spoke calmly. Tang Yi, I just saw that the Jiang Group system crash made the news. Is that true? That's true. The hacker must have targeted the wrong person. Tang Yi frowned with a worried expression, but smiled. President Jiang, you're here trying to steal someone else's wife, but your home gets robbed. It's not worth it. Jang Being's face immediately darkened. He quickly opened his phone, and the company group chat had already exploded with activity. Lily, I'm sorry. I'll come see you again tomorrow. The man turned his head, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Fu Yuchuan, you're ruthless. Before Shun-Li could react, Fu Yuchuan suddenly grabbed her ankle, and she was thrown forward by a force. She leaned her upper body against Fu Yuchuan, the familiar scent of soap wafting to her nose. Still shaken, Shun-Li patted his shoulder. Fu Yuchuan, what are you doing? Are you lost in thought? Don't want him to leave. Fu Yuchuan looked at her calmly, his tone slightly deep and carrying an ambiguous meaning. Shun-Li returned to her seat and sat back on the sofa. What nonsense are you talking about? The man didn't say anything more. He opened the medicated wine and gently massaged her feet. Shun-Li was looking down at him and couldn't see his expression, but she felt her ankles getting more and more sore. Fu Yuchuan, be gentle. It hurts so much. Is he sick? He doesn't understand gentleness at all. She's in so much pain. Fu Yuchuan paused for a few seconds, staring at her swollen ankle, and said indifferently, so delicate. The man didn't try to please her verbally, but he was a little too gentle with his strength. Chapter 23. You're so big, and I'm so small. Shun-Li bit her lip, and as his movements became gentler, she hummed softly. You're so big, and I'm so small. Fu Yuchuan smiled faintly, but said nothing. Su Qingge stood aside watching this scene, feeling increasingly that she had overestimated herself. Looking back on that morning, who gave her the courage to seduce Fu Yuchuan? Mrs. Fu, she said calmly. Now that Mr. Fu is back, I'll be leaving now. Shun-Li glanced at the takeout order. I ordered a lot of dishes. It would be a waste if the two of us couldn't finish them. But, Shun-Li, Fu Yuchuan has left work, so you won't be able to get the documents. You'll have to start the fire yourself when you get back. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Su Qingge had no choice but to agree. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Fu. Shun-Li looked at the man in front of her and couldn't help but ask, where's Tang Yi? Aren't you going to ask him to stay? Tang Yi probably won't be used to the food. He's picky about food. Food recognition? Shun-Li frowned. This was the first time she had heard this term. She looked up at Tang Yi curiously. You are a food lover? Tang Yi's lips twitched slightly. Not only had she not heard of it, but he himself didn't know that he was picky about food. Yes, that's true. Secretary Su, Tang Yi said casually with a smile. Is the food at Tang Group so bad that you didn't eat dinner? Su Qingge bit her lip and walked over with longing eyes, still vividly remembering what the man had said to her that afternoon. He said she was his most special secretary. They have a huge appetite. Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu, I'll go back to the company to eat. Before Shun-Li could say anything more, Tang Yi slammed the door shut. Fu Yuchuan. Shun-Li looked at the man speechlessly. Tang Yi has such a bad temper. Su Qingge must suffer a lot working under him. Suffering? It's definitely not going to be easy. Su Qingge followed behind Tang Yi all the way, and when they got out of the elevator, she finally had some space to breathe on her own. The man turned around, looking down at her, a clear smile playing on his thin lips. Don't want to leave? What? Although Su Qingge had gotten used to Tang Yi's sarcastic remarks, she really didn't understand what he was trying to say this time. The man's lips curled up again with a mocking smile. Because Fu Yuchuan is there, you want to stay for dinner? She was baffled. I didn't. Tang Yi sneered, looking down at her with his eyes. You were fired because you failed to seduce him. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I advise you to give up and work hard by my side. If you lose this job, you probably won't even be able to support your brother. Su Qingge took a deep breath, a fire rising in her heart, but she suppressed it. President Tang, I know. Tang Yi looked at her submissive expression and said coldly, I want to eat out. You drive. Su Qingge glanced at her car beside her. But my car. I'm not used to your beat-up little car. I'm sleepy and want to rest in the car for a while. You drive mine. He strongly suspected that she was really too poor to afford a decent car, and that it would be a disgrace to him for her to drive such a car as his secretary. Looking at the man's dark and handsome face, Su Qingge said cautiously, President Tang, but I've never driven a sports car before, I don't dare. Upon hearing this, Tang Ye's lips curled into a mocking smile. So you want me to drive? Su Qingge certainly wouldn't dare to think that way. She thought she could call a designated driver. Mr. Tang, please wait 10 minutes. After saying that, she took out her phone and started scrolling through it. Tang Yi, don't mess around. Even if you yell, no one will dare to drive my car. In the event of an accident, the insurance may not be enough to cover the costs. Tang Ye's eyebrows twitched, and he suddenly realized that he hadn't found a secretary for her, but a life mentor. Get in, I'll drive. The man stared blankly at the woman standing there, his face grim. Su Qingge pursed her lips and obediently opened the back seat door. Sit in the back? Are you treating me like a driver? Tang Yi rubbed his brows, his eyebrows twitching. But the passenger seat belongs to Sister Su Yan. Everyone in Suzhou knows that Su Yan is his girlfriend. Tang Yi looked at her expressionlessly. Thanks to you, we've already broken up. Su Qingge scratched his head, almost forgetting that Sister Su Yan came to his office a few days ago, but left in a huff as soon as she saw her. She clearly didn't do anything. Meanwhile, on the other side, this is Vientiane Mansion. Although Shan Li was used to the man's silence, he had always answered her questions in the past. This time, he was slow to respond to her question, so she smacked her lips awkwardly. After Fu Yuchuan finished treating her foot injury, the doorbell rang. She instructed him, go get the takeout, I'm hungry. Fu Yuchuan got up, opened the door, and placed the food on the table without saying much throughout the process. Around 9 o'clock after dinner, Shunli limped to the bedroom to get her pajamas. When she came out, the man only glanced at her indifferently and told her not to get the wound wet while taking a shower. After saying that, he opened the door and went out. Without saying where she was going or whether she would come back, Shinli looked at the closed door, grabbed her pajamas, and went into the bathroom. The living room was empty, and the shower water drowned out the phone ringing. The call was made by Jang Being. Undeterred, he dialed several more times, but still no one answered. Zhu Yan reached out and gripped his hand tightly, her beautiful features showing some embarrassment. Beicheng, the Jiang group system has just stabilized. Calm down. The woman's smooth knuckles felt cool to the touch. Jiang Beicheng calmed down a little, but the next second, a hint of agitation appeared on his handsome face. Zhu Yan, what should I do? Shinli will not forgive me. If I can't get her divorce settlement, the Jiang group will not be able to survive. The man's deep voice, tinged with regret and helplessness, entered Zhu Yan's ears. She paused for a few seconds, then slowly released his hand. Beicheng, don't rush. After observing the Fu group all day, I found that although Shunli doesn't like Fu Yuchuan, she's too indecisive. If we want her to divorce, we have to push her. What Zhu Yan didn't want to admit was that Fu Yuchuan's so-called divorce agreement was actually just a property transfer agreement. Whether they divorced or not, Shunli could still get that property, which showed that Fu Yuchuan was definitely not as heartless as the outside world claimed towards Shunli. Force her? How? Jiang Beicheng scratched his hair in frustration. He knew Shunli well. She responded better to gentle persuasion than force. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to humble himself and go to her so many times. Looking at the anxious and helpless man in front of her, Zhu Yan took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and said calmly, Beicheng, it's your birthday in a week. I know of a medicine. Jiang Beicheng's eyes darkened. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. He stood up, gripped the woman's shoulders, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Will you help me?" Zhu Yin bit her lip tightly, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Helping him is also helping herself. Chapter 24. Her pillow was used to support her lower back. After Shunli finished showering, she didn't see Fu Yuchuan for a long time, so she picked up her phone from the table and prepared to go back to her bedroom. Suddenly, a hoarse male voice rang out beside me, accompanied by the sound of a door opening. Still not asleep? Shunli turned her head and realized that Fu Yuchuan had already returned. His once impeccably dressed shirt was now soaked through by the rain outside, and water droplets from his bangs ran down his chin and neck, past his Adam's apple. Shunli swallowed slightly. Go to sleep soon. Okay, I'm going to take a shower first. After saying that, the man was about to take off his soaked shirt and pants. Shunli was momentarily distracted, and after only seeing his movement, she quickly turned her head away. Can't you go to the bathroom to take your clothes off? Okay, Fu Yuchuan replied softly. Shunli rarely saw him happy, and he rarely showed unhappiness in front of her. Although he didn't look unhappy now, she could feel a clear sense of distance between them. She peeked at him sideways and saw him carrying clothes toward the bathroom. She coughed lightly to break the silence. Did you just go back to the Fu residence to get these clothes? No. Where did you go? Why did you have to get yourself soaked? He only answered her questions, and Shunli was very dissatisfied with his attitude. She thought he wouldn't be coming back tonight. The man stopped in his tracks and said calmly, I had Jing deliver these clothes to you around dinner time. He's downstairs in the complex. I went out to buy you some ointment while I was there. You can ask Jing to go, or just call a delivery guy. Anyway, I won't take care of you if you get sick. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuchuan turned his head and stared intently at the petite figure covered by the oversized pajamas. Seeing that the man did not respond for a long time, Shunli turned her head and met his dark and deep eyes. She panicked for a moment. Why aren't you saying anything? The key thing is that her eyes look strange. Didn't you say I wasn't good enough to you? He smiled faintly and said to her, I'll go take a shower first, and then I'll put the ointment on you when I come out. The rain outside was finally about to stop, but Shunli's heart was filled with anxiety. My mind is filled with the man's last words. Didn't you say I wasn't good enough to you? She said that casually at the time, without any accusation. Moreover, it's foolish to go out in the rain to buy medicine. She buried her head in the soft bedding and heard a man knocking on the door. Come in, come in. Fu Yuchuan pushed open the door and entered, looking at the small bundle on the bed. She was wearing a white nightgown. Her slightly curled black hair fell to her chest, and her evenly fair calves were visible under the loose dress. He glanced at it only once before looking away. Shunli got up and sat on the edge of the bed, about a meter away from him. The man had just finished showering. As soon as I approached, his body was still damp and carried a faint scent of hormones. He hadn't used her shower gel. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily. The swelling has gone down, so there's no need for much treatment. Before she could finish speaking, the man grabbed her slender ankle and lifted her up. She lost her balance and fell onto him. Slow down. You were lost in thought. He moved very gently, only using force when tearing off the film of the ointment. What were you thinking about? Shunli had always known that this man had an exceptional ability to read people's expressions and demeanor. It was his keen sense of smell that had allowed him to thrive in the business world for so many years. Even though she had been very careful to hide her emotions, he still noticed them. She hadn't intended to ask, but he did, so she answered. Fu Yuchuan, are you very dissatisfied with me? How so? Instead of denying it, they asked a question. She pursed her lips, looked up at him, and said, Because I told you I don't like you. It was said in front of Jang Being, so Suchinga probably heard it too. She didn't think he would be upset by such trivial matters of love and romance. It was just that he was usually high and mighty and pampered by everyone. Now that someone had told him to his face that he didn't like him, he would inevitably feel a huge contrast in his heart. Fu Yuchuan applied the ointment, then shook his head. No. Real. Then why didn't you just deny your dissatisfaction with me directly, but instead asked me a question? By the time Shunli realized she was getting a little stuck on the issue, the question had already been asked. Because I do have some dissatisfaction with you. Her heart skipped a beat. and she couldn't help but look at the man's thin lips. He pressed his lips slightly together, and his magnetic, husky voice slowly came through. Your dad called and asked you to come back. Why didn't you tell me? Because you're busy, and Secretary Zhu seems to enjoy bothering you. Shinli didn't know how he knew that Shin and Chang wanted her to go home. She was just telling the truth. She's not the kind of woman who likes to completely encroach on her partner's personal space and work time. You know, I can put down my work anytime you ask. Before she knew it, the man had gotten up and placed his hands on the edge of the bed, encircling her in the middle, his eyes fixed on her with a serious expression. His voice was very calm. Shinli stood there, stunned, her heart pounding. She tried to put her hand on her heart so he wouldn't hear it. I don't know. She glanced at him furtively. All right, you can leave now. Aren't you going to come out and help me? Fu Yuchuan looked up and saw the woman staring at him with a questioning gaze. He smiled slightly, his voice hoarse and deep. The staff who installed the bed left. Aren't you responsible? Shunli lifted her foot, somewhat speechless. How do you want me to help? He seemed to have known exactly what she would say. He looked up, his gaze deep as he looked at her. Shunli blinked guiltily. Besides, you can sleep on the sofa, and we'll call someone to install it tomorrow. Okay, give me a pillow. The man seemed to give in and reached for the extra pillow next to him. Shinli immediately stood up and snatched it away quickly, saying, No, this is mine. I'm using it to cushion my back. Fu Yuchuan. Fu Yuchuan pursed his thin lips and released his hand. Shinli hurriedly hugged it. There are several sofas too. The sofa pillows are too hard. I'm not used to sleeping on them. What are you being so dramatic about? You're a grown man. Sleeping on a hard pillow for one night won't kill you. She knew he was used to a life of luxury, but he had served in the army, so the military's benefits were naturally excellent. Sleeping on the ground, on the grass, or on cement slabs was common for him. How could he not be able to sleep because of a hard pillow? Seeing her clutching the pillow as if it were her life, Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curled into a faint smile, which she didn't see. Really not giving it to me. Chapter 25, took 3 showers in one night. No way. Shinli shook her head vigorously. She wasn't deliberately making things difficult for him, but she habitually tucks a pillow between her legs when she sleeps, and there might be some strange smell on it. She absolutely couldn't let him smell it. The man was determined, insisting, no regrets. Regret what? You're so annoying, get out of here. Shinli kicked wildly, trying to drive him out. However, the moment her foot extended, the man immediately reached out and grabbed it, causing her to lose her balance and fall onto the bed. Shinli, that was your last chance. Seeing Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curl into a wicked smile, Shinli nervously stepped back, her hands involuntarily gripping the bedsheets tightly. It's just a pillow, you can have it. She quickly grabbed the pillow and threw it at the man. Clearly, the man had lost interest in the pillow. He reached out, took it, and threw it on the ground. Fu Yuchuan, you threw this away yourself. It's not that I didn't want to give it to you. Shinli watched the man's smooth and efficient movements and unconsciously swallowed. Under the light, her whole body was flushed pink. Her pajamas were slightly lifted, revealing a flat stomach, even a slight indentation, where her skin was very thin. Fu Yuchuan's eyes instantly darkened. The thinner the skin, the more obvious it would be when it entered. His hand involuntarily reached inside, and by the time Shinli realized what was happening, he had pinned both of her hands above her head with one hand. She was going crazy. Fu Yuchuan, Shinli could only move one leg, and that little strength was nothing to the man, so he kissed her as he pleased. Her situation was no different from that night, but compared to that night, the man's kiss was gentler, with a hint of doting that she couldn't quite understand. But that alone was far from enough to soothe her fear. Fu Yuchuan, you bastard, you wanted a pillow, right? Here, have both of them. Don't touch my waist, or I'll bite you. She glared at the man fiercely. If she had known this man would be so shameless as to do this, she would have given up on sleeping with him, let alone giving him a pillow. She would have preferred to sleep elsewhere, or even give him the house. Isn't it said that you should save the pillow to support your back? Let me touch my back. Why is it so delicate? The man's hot chest pressed against her, his warm breath washing over Shun-Li's skin, while his cold, thin lips brushed against her earlobe. Still bullying me? Who's bullying whom? She was the one who was pinned down. Shinli felt extremely wronged, but she pleaded, I told you I'd give you all the pillows, and you can have the whole bed too. I'll just sleep outside. It's late. Fu Yuchuan leaned down and kissed her ear, chuckling softly. I didn't ask you to sleep outside. When she finally understood why this man was arguing with her over a pillow, the next second, he grabbed her slender waist. Get a good night's sleep. He put his arm around her waist and lay down on the other side of the bed. Shinli was both angry and annoyed. She had lost count of how many times this man had taken advantage of her, and each time it had played right into his hands. If she wanted to resist now, it probably wouldn't be a simple matter of sleeping with him. I'm going to sleep outside, she replied in a muffled voice. It's cold outside. Fu Yuchuan propped his chin on one hand. Trying to get sick again? Shin Li's face was flushed. Who told you to steal my bed? If I get sick, I'll blame you too. Okay, then I'll go sleep outside. If you get sick, it's your responsibility. She didn't know how this matter had dragged her into it again, but if it meant he could sleep outside, she figured she could take some responsibility. She can call a doctor and buy medicine, and besides, this man is as strong as an ox and doesn't get sick easily. Shinli was about to nod when she saw the man's thin lips part slightly again, and his deep eyes beneath his gold-rimmed glasses flashed. Take care of me the way I took care of you when you were sick, okay? The man's words immediately made her freeze for a few seconds. Seeing that she didn't respond for a long time, Fu Yuchuan chuckled. I'm going out, Shinli. She didn't want to recall it, but her memories flashed by like a revolving lantern. Giving medicine is the most basic step, followed by undressing and bathing. She was stunned. Shinli suddenly felt that taking a nap wasn't so bad, since she was fully armed after all. Seeing Fu Yuchuan get out of bed, she immediately reached out and grabbed his clothes, saying, I'm so annoyed with you. Fu Yuchuan narrowed his eyes and said casually, So, do you want me to leave or stay? Shinli was both angry and annoyed, so she buried her head in her pocket and refused to answer. Figure it out for yourself. I want you to speak. Shinli's voice was muffled. You're annoying. So you want me to stay? No. Shall we go out? Fu Yuchuan, you are shameless. It's one thing to trespass into someone else's house, but you also have to stay in their bed. She was furious, her long hair disheveled, her voice trembling with barely audible sobs, her head buried in the pillow, and she didn't peek out for a long time. She curled up like a little hamster, and the man couldn't help but reach out and comb her long hair, listening to her accusations with a smile. Her room was simple, decorated in light colors, with only a large wardrobe and a bedside table next to the bed. On the bedside table was a photo of her holding a puppy, her smile radiant. Fu Yuchuan suddenly remembered that he had accidentally clicked on her Weibo before, and it was almost all photos of her at dog and cat cafes. His gaze fell on the person at the edge of the bed, and he gently turned off the lamp on the table. Shinli had almost forgotten when the last time she shared a bed with someone else was. This time she took an anti-inflammatory medication with sedative ingredients, so she fell asleep after fussing for a while. I slept so soundly that I forgot I was full of anger before I went to sleep. When she woke up again, the other side of the bed was empty, with the pillows neatly arranged. She stretched and got out of bed. Just as Shinli stepped out the door, a small dog suddenly darted out and pounced on her. She was startled. Fu Yuchuan's voice was calm, as if he had been awake for a long time. Awake? Where did this dog come from? Shinli squatted down and gently stroked the little border collie. The puppy is very well behaved and intelligent. It showed its belly to her. His body was also unusually clean, with almost no strange smell. Looking at the joy on her face, the man's lips curled into a beautiful smile. Do you like it? Shinli made no attempt to hide her affection. Fu Yuchuan casually issued a command, and the little border collie happily ran over, making her heart ache. Did you buy it? Okay. He picked up the dog, stopping her from petting it. Let's have breakfast first. Even so, she didn't even have time to eat her favorite steamed buns. While he was in the kitchen, she grabbed the puppy and petted it. So you not only made the bed this morning, but you also went out and bought a dog. Yeah, I didn't sleep much all night. Hearing the man's deep, slightly hoarse voice, Shinli pursed her lips. She hoped he hadn't been woken up by the cold because she was sleeping wrapped in the blanket. It's his own fault for insisting on sharing a bed with her. In fact, Fu Yuchuan was woken up by the heat. Even though it was already October, he took 3 cold showers in one night. Chapter 26. Fu Yuchuan, you are truly wicked. Shun Li's mood improved as she smelled the faint scent of the puppy's bath and the aroma of sunshine. She smiled sweetly at the man and asked, do you like dogs too? Good. What do you mean by okay? If you decide to keep it, you have to be responsible for it, and you can't just do it on a whim. You like it a lot, don't you? I'll let you raise it. But I have to work. How can I take care of it? She had indeed considered getting a pet before, but the nature of her job deterred her from doing so. I can help you raise it when you attend an event or join a production. After putting down his chopsticks, Fu Yuchuan walked up to her and picked up the little border collie. Shin Li's eyes brightened for a moment, but then dimmed again. She sighed softly, but you have to go to work too. He would never choose to work from home for the sake of small animals. The man said calmly, you can keep him at my company. Are you serious? Shin Li could hardly believe her ears. She knew perfectly well that this man had a severe case of misophobia. I still remember when they had just gotten married. She went to a party and got completely drunk. That night, she went to the wrong room and vomited on him. Later, she learned from Aunt Lu that he had severe misophobia and took a bath all night. Since then, he has returned to the Fu residence much less frequently. Aunt Lu thought they were arguing, but only Shun Li knew that the man was avoiding her. It's fair to say that the accident that night left a significant shadow on him. Recalling that embarrassing incident, Shun Li shook her head. Let's forget about it. See if you can send it back to the pet store. If not, you can give it to my manager to raise. Fu Yuchuan looked up and could clearly see the reluctance in the woman's eyes. He said calmly, if you like it, stay. There are spare offices in the company. I will ask someone to help look after them. There's a shuttle bus to pick you up after get off work every day. Of course, you can come to the company anytime you want. Okay, sure. Shin Li was overjoyed. Seeing the puppy lying obediently on his arm, her heart softened again. What should we name this little guy? Her clear, bright eyes sparkled. How about I call you Spicy Skewers? Spicy Skewers? The man's handsome eyebrows twitched slightly. Is the emphasis on spicy or skewers? Then let's call it Skewers. A homophone chosen based on my name? Shin Li turned her head away haughtily and said he was annoying. After saying that, she secretly glanced at the man. Seeing that he didn't react, she softly called out, Chuan Chuan. During the meal, Fu Yuchuan thought to himself that he had made the right choice in buying this dog. After Shun Li finished her breakfast, she stared at him intently. How about we let the mutt stay at home for a few days until it gets used to things, and then we can bring it to your company to get acquainted with it. Your food, drinks, and clothes are all at the company. Just stay home, and I'll bring them back tonight, okay? He looked at her calmly. Then you might as well send it to the company in the morning, so I won't worry about it when I see it. Shin Li's face fell instantly, looking worried and distressed. Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curled slightly, and his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses were deep. If you weren't paying attention, you couldn't hear the laughter in his tone at all. Then come to the company and keep it company. Shin Li had been injured before and often stayed indoors. This time, she didn't know how she ended up coming to work at the company with Fu Yuchuan. Because she got up late, and her makeup took some time, Shin Li didn't arrive at the company until almost noon. What would you like to eat for lunch? I'll have someone bring it over. Shin Li ate a lot for breakfast and didn't exercise to digest it, so she still felt very full. I'm not a pig, how can I eat that much? Fu Yuchuan smiled faintly, and just as he sat down in his office, the door was pushed open. The man smiled faintly, and just as he sat down, the door was pushed open. Zhu Yan arrived in a hurry. After giving Shun Li a polite nod and a smile, she said, President Fu, someone downstairs wants to see you. Who? He said his surname was Shun and he was around 40 or 50 years old. Let him come up. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Yuchuan looked up and saw Shun Li scratching her head on the sofa. She quickly stopped outside the office bedroom door. It seems to be your father, he said calmly, looking at her. It's not just a feeling. Upon hearing the surname Shun, Shun Li already knew the answer in her heart. She pouted at the man, gesturing for him to open the door so she could go inside and hide for a while. Fu Yuchuan smiled, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Didn't you tell him yesterday that you weren't going back? How could I not have said that? She said that even though she sent him pictures of her injured foot, Shin and Chang still thought it was just an excuse for her not daring to go back to him. Hearing the footsteps getting closer and closer outside the door, she was so anxious she was almost crying. "What's your password? I need to get in." Fu Yuchuan leaned back on the leather sofa, a slight smile curving his thin lips. He said casually, "Afraid to see him? I find his nagging annoying. So, I'll continue sleeping in your bed tonight." Shunli, "Don't want. Then I won't tell you." Fu Yuchuan, "You are absolutely wicked." He chuckled softly at her. "You're finding out today?" Hearing the door open, Shunli bit her lip. "Just one night. Password." Fu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow, his tone becoming somewhat cheerful. 0612. Shunli pressed the numbers the man had given her haphazardly, unaware of how practiced her movements were, having already forgotten the meaning of the numbers. Okawa. Although Shin and Chang is the chairman of a listed company in Suzhou, the man in front of him is a leading figure in Asian multinational corporations with assets of hundreds of billions. The fate of the Shin group is just a matter of a word for him. Therefore, he had to lower his posture and hope to get closer to him. Fu Yuchuan gently adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a cool and indifferent voice, "President Shin, please sit down." Shin and Chang glanced around the office before speaking casually. "President Fu, isn't Lily here with you?" Fu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow and said calmly, "She's resting at the Fu residence." "Mr. Shin, is there something urgent?" No. I went to Wanxiang Mansion to look for her, but the door was never open. I'm relieved that she's at the Fu residence. If Mr. Shin has something urgent, I can have my driver take you there." Fu Yuchuan's cool voice didn't make anyone uncomfortable. Instead, Shin and Chang heard a faint hint of doting in it. He smiled faintly. "No need for that, Yuchuan. Shinli is a bit short-tempered and willful. I believe you knew that when you married her. I hope you can be more tolerant of her." Chapter 27. You'll sleep with me tonight. Shun Li's heart trembled for a few seconds because Shin and Chang would never express these things in front of her. She had always thought that he cared more about his half-sister. Heh. Fu Yuchuan smiled faintly. President Shin doesn't need to worry too much. Shin and Chang didn't know if they had any emotional foundation. He only knew that back then, the man in front of him seemed to be determined to marry Shun Li. The wedding was a grand affair. After that, all the socialites in Suzhou backed down, and there were no scandals about him in the gossip news. And then, there are the rumors now that he wants to divorce Shun Li. Judging from Fu Yuchuan's attitude, the trigger for this divorce may not have been set by him. Shin and Chang breathed a slight sigh of relief and said calmly, "She is very stubborn. If she really loves someone, she won't let him go easily, and it's not something I can break up with just a few words." He clearly refers to Jiangbei City. Shin Li hid behind the door, separated by a wall. Her heart was pounding, and she couldn't tell whether it was the shame of eavesdropping or the hurtfulness of their conversation. "Do you understand what I mean?" Shin and Chang asked the man opposite him in a deep voice. Fu Yuchuan raised his deep eyes and said calmly, "I understand. Okay, I'll go now. Once she's healed, I'll have her go home. I have something to say to her." Shin Li breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Shun and Chang was finally leaving. "Mr. Shin, I'll have someone deliver it to you." "Mikawa, no need to trouble yourself. My driver is downstairs." Shin and Chang declined Fu Yuchuan's offer and left the office when the phone rang. "Dad, what do you mean? Will my sister divorce Yuchuan?" A young girl's voice came from the other end of the phone. Shin and Chang smiled with relief. "I tested Fu Yuchuan's attitude. Shin-yi, you don't need to worry. This marriage won't be dissolved anytime soon." Could it be that it was my sister's idea all along? That's too willful of her. Shin-yi frowned, her words filled with deep confusion. The door was closed again, and the little woman who had been hiding in the bedroom emerged. Fu Yuchuan raised his eyes and watched her walk over casually. "Did you all hear that?" Shin-li pouted. "Your soundproofing is terrible. It lowers your status as the president of the Fu group." The man smiled faintly. "If needed, we can change the door so it will be more convenient for us to rest in the future." He smiled ambiguously. His eyes were unusually deep, and he leaned lazily against the sofa, looking quite pleased with himself. Seeing her puffed-up cheeks, resembling those of a pufferfish, he curled his lips and said casually, "Come here." Shin Li didn't know what he was doing, but looking at his clearly defined knuckles, she walked over, as if possessed. Fu Yuchuan stood up, pulled her into his arms, and seeing her frightened and helpless eyes, couldn't help but tease her. "Do you still remember what you promised me?" The man's warm, moist breath sprayed behind her ear, and Shunli couldn't help but tremble. She remembers, but doesn't want to talk about it. Fu Yuchuan pinched her reddened earlobe with his cold hand. "Speak." Shunli pursed her lips. "I don't remember." "Then think about it carefully." Shunli shook her head. "No, I can't remember." "That's not it." The man continued to press her maliciously. "Tell me quickly." "Fu Yuchuan, I'm so annoyed with you, you bad man. You won't talk, huh?" The man's eyes darkened. He took off his glasses and grabbed her hands behind her back. "If you keep pretending to be stupid, don't say I'm bullying you." Shunli, sure enough, coming to his office only made it easier for him to bully her. She gained absolutely nothing from it. She pursed her lips, her voice aggrieved. "I'll never come here again." The man remained unmoved. "Fine, repeat what you just promised me." "You tonight." She bit her lip in extreme shame. Fu Yuchuan chuckled softly. "Continue." He opened his mouth, as if to bite her earlobe. "You're sleeping with me tonight." After Shin Li finished speaking, her earlobes turned so red they looked like they were about to bleed. The man smiled, not only because of her words, but also because her reaction was even more stimulating to him. Are all men like this, willing to sleep with women they don't like? Shinli had her own understanding of what she said. Her progress with Fu Yuchuan was entirely driven by that night. If it weren't for that night, they might have already parted ways. His kindness towards her now could only be based on compensation, and his desire to have further intimate contact with her was just out of curiosity. Curious? She could understand that men in high positions wouldn't develop feelings for someone after a one-night stand. It could only be explained as curiosity. Although she knew perfectly well that the feeling was subtle, she thought, "Never mind, I'm going to eat." Just as she was about to pull away from the man's embrace, her feet suddenly lost their footing. When she regained some consciousness, her back was already against the soft sofa, with the man's strong arms supporting her on either side. Shunli was startled. Her injured leg prevented her from kicking him properly. Her pretty face was filled with anger and annoyance. "Fu Yuchuan, I've already agreed to let you sleep with me. What more do you want?" "What do I want?" Fu Yuchuan looked down at her aggrieved face, his cold fingers gently pinching her chin, his voice low and muffled. "I also want to ask you why you gave me the cold shoulder for no reason again." She opened her mouth and bit the man's cold knuckles viciously. "You forced me to agree, and you don't even allow me to disagree? You think you're right." She really wanted to bite this scoundrel to death. "You didn't seem that reluctant when you agreed. So what did you mean by that last sentence?" He let her vent her emotions without saying a word, his breath hot, and his gaze fixed on her burning. Shunli knew he was asking, "Are all men like this? They can share a bed with women they don't like." She immediately pursed her lips, unsure of what to say. Fu Yuchuan pinched her delicate chin, his cold fingertips pressing against her crimson lips. "I won't say I'll kiss you anymore. You know I mean what I say." "Shunli, this man is awful. How could I have thought he was such a gentleman when we married him? Did I say something wrong? You don't like me, but you can tolerate sleeping with me, including that night." Her voice grew softer and softer until finally, she just parted her lips. "How did you come to the conclusion that I don't like you?" Although he raised his eyebrows slightly, his tone was undeniably serious. "How did you come to the conclusion that you like me? Last night, I told Jang Being that I didn't like you, and you didn't react at all. As for wanting to sleep with me, it's just out of curiosity, or maybe you're just a free bed warmer. Even giving me the puppy was just to make me happy, hoping that one day I'll agree to sleep with you." Shin Li's words, spoken in a moment of panic, startled even herself. Upon hearing these words, the man's eyes turned as deep as a well, and he slightly curled his lips. "So you want to see another side of me?" "The other side?" "No, it's just about expressing liking something separately." Fu Yuchuan's thin lips moved more and more uncontrollably. He chuckled in her ear. "Shunli, you've fallen so much that you want to see me act impulsively for you, huh?" His cold lips pressed against her burning ear, his breathing particularly noticeable as he spoke with a smile. Her heart was pounding when she heard him say, "Or is it that your wife has been watching too many idol dramas?" This man is discriminating against her profession. But at least they didn't press her for answers. What did I do wrong? I told Jang Being in front of him that I didn't like you. And you didn't react at all, did you? She looked up at him expectantly. Yuchuan chuckled. If I were to beat him up, would you still be able to calmly end that conversation with him? Chapter 28, So Well Behaved. Shin paused for 2 seconds, then pursed her lips. This man has such a sharp eye for things. Even if she doesn't like Jang Being that much now, she can't just stand by and watch him get hurt. If they make a move, she can't guarantee who her heart will lean towards. If Jang Being is physically injured, she may no longer be able to hurt him with words. Yuchuan lifted her chin and chuckled softly. Do I need to explain anything further? She bit her lip. No, I'm going downstairs to eat. I'm starving. A few more minutes won't make a difference. The man lifted her chin and couldn't resist leaning down to kiss her. A blush gradually crept up her face. I like sleeping with you because it reduces insomnia. What kind of answer is that? No wonder she felt like she was being held in someone's arms when she was half asleep last night. He was using her as a pillow. And that night you mentioned, aside from the effects of the drugs Tang Yi gave you, you got drunk and ran into my room, hugged me, and threw up. I was the one who helped you take off your clothes and shower. Shin paused for a second, completely unprepared, and her face turned bright red. She only remembered the first half of the night she drank with him, and had no recollection of him bathing her afterwards. At the time, Aunt Lu kept quiet about it, but now that she thinks about it, it's not entirely impossible. Now that things have come to this, he has no reason to lie to her. The thought that she had sent her into the lion's den made Shin wish she could bang her head against the wall and pretend to faint. All right, stop talking. I won't pursue this any further. She stood up, pushed the man away, and tidied her messy hair. What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Let's go down together. No, you're busy in the office, aren't you? She pressed down on his shoulder. The man tilted his head back and kissed her lips. So obedient. Shin coughed twice. She would never say that she didn't walk with him because she didn't want to be pointed at and gossiped about by the company employees. Since the puppy would be kept at the company, Shin would definitely take it to familiarize itself with every corner. She put a leash on it and let it downstairs. Shin wasn't very hungry, so she only took a bottle of milk and an egg, and also got Yuchuan a simple home-cooked meal. She walked out of the cafeteria with her dog, unaware that several gossipy eyes were staring at her. As they watched her figure gradually disappear, the group gathered together to discuss the matter. Is this Shin? Doesn't the administration department stipulate that pets are not allowed in the company? I heard that President Fu is going to divorce her, and he's even showing up at the company like this. Knowing full well that President Fu doesn't like these small animals, this is just a deliberate provocation. Why are you provoking President Fu? Haven't you settled on the divorce settlement? She's been married to President Fu for a year. What kind of property can she get? I've heard that wealthy people usually have prenuptial agreements when they get married. Shin doesn't handle company affairs, so of course she won't get any money. I guess things got really tense. She's been staying in her office the last few times she's come to the company, so it seems like they haven't reached an agreement. You guys should stop making wild guesses. Zhu Yan is President Fu's secretary, so she'll know the most. The speaker was Yin Ting, a longtime employee of the HR department. In the past, all employees of the Fu group would go through her screening process. Zhu Yan was handpicked by President Fu, and in her heart, she felt that Zhu Yan and Yuchuan had a rather unusual relationship. A seasoned veteran in the workplace, Zhu Yan quickly developed a good relationship with him. Just then, I saw her passing by and quickly called out to her. Zhu Yan, I heard there are rumors circulating inside that President Fu and Shin are getting a divorce. Is that true? I am not aware of President Fu's decision. Zhu Yan pursed her cherry lips, even though she already knew the answer in her heart. You are the person closest to President Fu at work. How come even you don't know? Yes, we just saw her bring her pet to the company. President Fu clearly hates dogs the most, yet he tolerates this. He doesn't seem like someone who would get a divorce. Zhu Yan was stunned for a few seconds. She clearly saw any pets when she went to report. After thinking for 2 seconds, Zhu Yan's face quickly darkened. She suddenly remembered that Yuchuan had asked her to clear out the office next door that morning. She had thought it was for her. Her voice carried an almost imperceptible coldness. She's just a puppet's pet. The woman's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded exceptionally clear in the silence. Shin had simply taken the wrong turn and circled back, and she stood awkwardly in place for several seconds. But upon closer reflection, it wasn't like she was talking badly about others behind their backs. Secretary Zhu, I'll take that as a compliment that I'm as beautiful as a doll. She stepped forward to meet him, her eyes defiant and arrogant. The atmosphere froze instantly. The crowd around them gradually dispersed. Although everyone knew that Shunli would soon no longer be the president's wife of the Fu group, they still dared not gamble their future on this spectacle as long as the marriage remained in effect. Miss Shun, we were just discussing your pet, not judging you. Yin Ting was the first to stand up for Zhu Yan. She thought to herself that if President Fu got divorced and Zhu Yan took over, she would definitely be the first to get a promotion and a raise. Is that so? Shun Li's lips curled slightly, and her eyes showed a hint of nonchalance. I've only ever heard of a pack of dogs barking at people, but I never thought I'd see a group of people discussing a dog. It seems that my husband's hand-picked secretary isn't all that great. From Yin Ting's perspective, it was clear that Zhu Yan's face had darkened, and her fists were clenched tightly. Madam, I'm sorry, I will proactively submit a statement of dereliction of duty to President Fu. Zhu Yan, you don't need to be so humble. She just couldn't understand why the president's wife, who had never appeared at the company's parties, was so respectful to her. She was bound to be abandoned sooner or later. Having shed her identity as the wife of the president of the Fu group, Shunli is nothing more than an actress who can be fooled by the audience. Miss Shun, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Shunli couldn't help but look at her with amusement. Making a mountain out of a molehill? I didn't do anything. Yin Ting frowned, her tone laced with sarcasm. Miss Shun, to put it bluntly, once you step outside the company and return to your identity as an actress, these comments will be insignificant to you. Why are you so sensitive about them? She found it even funnier. I'm standing right here. Why should I make assumptions? Yin Ting looked at the cold smile in her eyes, bit her lip, and mustered all her courage. Of course you know best when President Fu will divorce you. Shin Li's raised eyebrows gradually returned to calm. She pursed her lips, unable to answer her question for a moment, because she genuinely didn't know Fu Yuchuan's plans. He said the decision was hers, but to outsiders, his plan to divorce had never changed, including the divorce settlement agreement that was always on the table. She didn't immediately refute him, and Yin Ting's eyes lit up instantly. She made the right bet. Chapter 29 Fu Yuchuan. You're being unreasonable. Zhu Yan stared at the strange look that flashed in Shun Li's clear black and white eyes, her cherry-red lips slightly upturned. Madam, Yin Ting can't keep her mouth shut. Don't take it to heart. This woman is too clever. She's polite on the surface, and there's nothing wrong with her words. But anyone who's not stupid can understand the other meaning behind her, can't keep her mouth shut. So the onlookers who had just dispersed gathered again, knowing best which side was at a disadvantage. Yin Ting, who was standing to the side, naturally understood as well, and couldn't hide her smugness in her eyes. Zhu Yan, you should change how you address her. These words immediately brought the atmosphere to a freezing point. Besides being a big star and the eldest daughter of the Shin family, which others envy, Shinli also has the coveted status of being the wife of the president of the Fu group. Now that she is being skinned alive by her own employees, the onlookers are naturally happy to see it happen. Just then, Fu Yuchuan walked slowly through the crowd. This man was tall and handsome, and just one look from him could make your heart race. He had never stepped into this work area before, and he only communicated with employees via telecom, so everyone assumed he was there to see Shinli. Even Yin Ting was prepared to be scolded. But the man suddenly stopped beside Zhu Yan and said calmly, Secretary Zhu, there's a party the day after tomorrow. Please make preparations. Everyone froze on the spot, their eyes all turning to Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan's heart was pounding. She never expected that Fu Yuchuan would invite her to the party in front of Shinli. Mr. Fu, I'm free. She chuckled and readily agreed. Shinli, who usually walks with a limp, suddenly walked incredibly fast. She angrily pushed open the door and slammed the lunchbox heavily on the table. Why have you been downstairs for so long? Fu Yuchuan walked to her side. lifted a strand of hair, and gently sniffed it. She rolled her eyes at the man. With my feet like this, how fast can I walk? But you were walking in front of me just now. Whether he was pretending to be stupid or genuinely didn't understand, inviting another woman to a party in front of his wife was something any woman would find difficult to accept. He even asked her innocently why she was walking so fast. Shinli was so angry that she lost her appetite. She took a sip of water and then collapsed onto the sofa next to her. Fu Yuchuan looked at the petite figure nestled on the sofa and reached out to put his arm around her waist. Shinli's back was pressed against the man's hot chest, and she couldn't open her eyes no matter what she did. It's hot. I don't want you to hug me. What did I do to upset you again? A deep, husky voice came from behind my ear. How dare he ask that? Which eye of yours saw that I was unhappy? Shinli, are you sure you want to discuss this issue with me? He could tell from her tone of voice even without looking at her face. He gently turned her face, his large hand cupping her fair and smooth neck, and before she could react, he lowered his head and kissed her. Shinli was still angry and didn't want him to touch her. She opened her mouth and bit his cold, thin lips. Fu Yuchuan knelt on one knee on the sofa, used his left leg to spread her legs apart, and held her head with his large hand, kissing her deeper and hotter. She was almost completely pinned down on the sofa by the man. He was heavy and his kisses were not gentle, but his thin lips seemed to have a natural magic, making her unable to resist at all and leaving her feeling soft and numb. Last night, Fu Yuchuan had slept in the same bed with her and had almost endured it all night, but now he couldn't resist the sweet taste of her lips and tongue. The phone beside him kept ringing, but the man seemed not to hear it at all. No matter how much Shinli pushed him, he wouldn't budge. You let me answer this call. Fu Yuchuan withdrew his lips and tongue, his warm, wet kisses tracing along her jawline to her neck. Then he looked up at her intently, his voice magnetic and husky. I'll give you 20 seconds. A wave of intense shame softened Shinli's voice. Bait Shun, what did you want to see me about? Before she could finish speaking, the man lowered his head and sealed her lips with a long kiss. He pinched her chin, forcing her eyes to be fixed on him, listening to his hoarse voice. 15 seconds left. Lily, Jang Being seemed to sense something. Are you alright? It's alright, go ahead. Shinli tried to calm her breathing, afraid that the man opposite her would notice something was wrong. Fu Yuchuan's face was less than 5 centimeters above hers. She could kiss his lips with just a slight pout, which made her lips curve less when she spoke. 5 seconds left. His voice was even lower than before, and his eyes, besides being filled with intense lust, also carried a hint of wickedness. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and the man threw her phone on the ground. Shinli was completely stunned. She had been listening very attentively to what Jang Being was saying, but when it ended, she realized she hadn't remembered a single word. He kept disrupting her thoughts and leading her in other directions. Fu Yuchuan is such a wicked man. He knew her temperament well. Whenever she got angry, he would immediately touch and hug her to distract her. But this time, she wouldn't forget so easily. If she doesn't teach him a lesson, she'll suffer in the future because of his dullness. She raised her foot and pressed it against the man's chest, her soft voice carrying a hint of warning. You're not allowed to kiss me. Get away from me. I need to check if the skewers have eaten yet. Fu Yuchuan grabbed her foot, lowered his head, and kissed her lips. I won't kiss you. Have dinner with me. She said irritably. I don't have time. I'm going to feed the skewers. Eat with me first, then go see it. Can't you eat by yourself? Does it have no hands or no mouth? He keeps calling her Secretary Zhu. So why does he need her company? Anyway, you can't go out to see that dog now. Fu Yuchuan, you're being unreasonable. I thought you knew this a long time ago, and that reasoning with you wouldn't work. Shinli was furious. Not only was this man unreasonable, but he also implied that she was unreasonable too. You bastard, let go of me. I need to get out of here. If you starve the skewers, I'll bite you to death. Fu Yuchuan had no idea what Shinli was upset about. He sighed softly and gently kissed her earlobe. I've never been with another woman. So can you tell me what I did to make you angry just now, Shinli, this man is obsessive in some ways, giving her no room for a cold war, but he's also incredibly oblivious in others. This also proves that if Su Chinga had intended to seduce him earlier, they wouldn't be in this entanglement now. She might have already taken the bait. But Zhu Yin is different from Su Qingge. Chapter 30 last night was the limit of what he could tolerate. Just then, the cell phone on the table rang. Mr. Fu, have you finished lunch? The meeting is about to start. Zhu Yin has already called to urge them. Wait another 15 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Fu Yuchuan pulled Shin onto his lap and coaxed her in a low, husky voice. I only made breakfast for you this morning. You've been hungry all morning. This meeting will last a long time. Have something to eat with me. His voice was deep and low, with a subtle, seductive quality. Shin Li, with a mix of resentment and guilt, bit into the beef on his chopsticks. Seeing that her mood had improved, he smiled faintly and asked, How does it taste? She replied indifferently, So-so. It's not as good as what you cooked this morning. She chewed, not forgetting to make a comparison. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curled up slightly, and he casually picked up a few more vegetables and handed them over, saying, Then eat more vegetables. No way. This dish is all oily. I'll get so fat. After eating a few bites of meat with the man, Shinli got off him. Fu Yuchuan watched the woman quietly leave his side, a slight smile playing on his lips. The man kept his head down, exuding a cold and aloof demeanor. Even while eating the company's boxed lunch, he had the air of someone dining at a five-star restaurant. As Shinli watched his retreating figure, she suddenly remembered Jang Being's phone call. She picked up her phone, ready to ask him what he had said on the phone, but found that Jang Being had already sent a new text message. Shinli, it's my birthday the day after tomorrow. I hope you can come. The time and location were also noted on it. Shinli felt a little complicated. She had known Jang Being for 3 years, and this was his 3rd birthday. Now, in what capacity should she attend his birthday banquet? When Jang Being was in New York that year, she counted down the days to his birthday, but now that he's back, she's forgotten all about it. She stared at her phone for a minute without replying to his text message. When she looked up, she saw Fu Yuchuan's back. He had already finished lunch and was cleaning up the mess. I'm going to Jiangbei City's birthday party the day after tomorrow. Shinli didn't know why she told Fu Yuchuan about this. While seeking his opinion, I also wanted to test his reaction. But when Fu Yuchuan turned around and said no to her with a stern face, her emotions, which had just calmed down, became agitated again. She bit her lip and said defiantly, Why? If I'm not mistaken, you have nothing to do with him now, so there's no need for you to go. He's right. It's inappropriate for her to attend regardless of her status. But when he responded to her in a righteous and forceful tone, an inexplicable anger ignited in her heart. I rejected him, but that doesn't mean we have to be strangers from now on. Besides, I've attended before as his friend, so why can't I this time? The man looked at her proud little face, his thin lips taut. He stood up and walked over to her, his knuckles tracing her face, his voice low and husky. You treat him as a friend, but does he feel the same way? Looking at the man's unusually taut jawline and his dark eyes filled with anger, Shinli wasn't so angry after all. I don't care what he thinks. Am I supposed to treat every man who pursues me as an enemy? Anyway, he's not good enough. Even Shin and Chang can't control me. Fu Yuchuan, who do you think you are? The day after tomorrow at Haiyu Huayuan, you'll be attending the company party with your secretary Zhu, while I'll be attending Jiang Being's birthday party. That's perfectly reasonable. The man's thin lips tightened even more. Shinli, are you really going to go against me? Shinli raised an eyebrow. What? Is that not allowed? You own the Sea Garden. Can you stop me from coming in? Fu Yuchuan ran his knuckles through her hair, his dark eyes meeting her clear, black and white gaze, and said softly, That's not it. Haiyu Garden is a property of the Tang Group. I have a way to make his birthday party fall through. If Haiyu Huayuan were a company owned by the Fu Group, she should have some say in it. But it just so happens to be her best friend's company. Tang Yi knew that he would agree to Fu Yuchuan's request unconditionally. In the entire city of Suzhou, the Tang and Fu families, the 3 major powers, control the majority of the industry, while she doesn't recognize the Feng family. Shinli was stunned. She widened her eyes and said, Fu Yuchuan, you are a complete scoundrel. The man gripped her chin, his voice a few decibels deeper than before. Shinli, give up on that idea. Letting him go to Vientiane last night was already the limit of what I could tolerate. I won't let you have any contact with him alone. He didn't lay a hand on Jang Being last night, partly because he didn't want to upset or embarrass her, and partly because Su Chingo was present the whole time. They hadn't been alone together. He could forgive and forget the past, but now she was his woman. Shin pursed her lips guiltily. Although she had never seen him lose his temper, all men were equally terrifying when they did. She's sensible enough not to go. She wasn't particularly keen on going initially. She mainly wanted to see the man's attitude, and his reaction wasn't as wooden as she'd initially thought. Then why? Shin pursed her lips, her eyes lowering slightly. The man leaned closer, lifted her chin, and said casually, "You're unhappy that I won't let you go?" "No," she answered confidently, her eyes clear, showing no sign of lying. "I'm going to see the puppy. You should be getting ready for your meeting, right?" Suddenly, Yuchuan knocked on the door. The man clearly didn't care about her arrival, his voice growing deeper. "Since you wanted to go to his birthday party in the first place, your foot must be almost healed by now." "Everyone said I wasn't going." She nudged the man's chest with her elbow, gesturing to others that they were present. "You'll come with me to the company party the day after tomorrow," the man persisted, his tone slightly seductive. "Okay." As soon as Yuchuan opened the door, she saw the two of them whispering sweet nothings to each other. His lips pressed into a straight line, and his eyes darkened. "Mr. Fu, are you ready? The meeting will begin in 5 minutes." She forced back the bitterness in her heart. Shin was interrupted by the sudden sound. She coughed and cleared her throat before saying to the man, "Let's talk about it when my foot injury is fully healed." She looks terrible now, limping all over. She doesn't want her colleagues to think that she missed so many parties because of her disability. Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curved slightly, and he chuckled softly, making a sound that only they could hear. "Okay." Yuchuan stood in front of the door, her fists clenched tightly, her heart aching with bitterness that was about to overflow, but she could only suppress it. She couldn't believe that Fu Yuchuan, a man who was usually so cold, would actually smile like that at Shin. If power is an aphrodisiac, then a man who can pamper women and also possesses power is the most potent one. She was like someone who had taken the strongest dose of medication, and the antidote was the man inside. But as long as Shin is around, she will never be able to stand rightfully by this man's side. Chapter 31. I took my wife to. A man as outstanding as him is destined not to spend too much time on a woman with no substance, so his affection for Shin is probably only temporary. Thinking about all this made Yuchuan's breathing easier. The man sitting in the main seat of the conference room spoke in a gentle and clear voice, like a deity. Yuchuan looked up in a daze. The more one's heart flutters, the fiercer the flames of jealousy and hatred burn. Therefore, she couldn't wait even a moment longer. "Being, did she agree to attend your birthday party?" While pouring coffee, Yuchuan made a phone call to Jang Being. Jang Being was surprised by the sudden inquiry, but this surprise was overshadowed by Shin's read but not replied message. His expression turned somewhat grim. "She will come." He didn't know where he got the courage to say those words, and he wasn't sure what Shin's feelings for him were right now, judging solely from her loyalty to her friends. "For the past 2 years, she helped me celebrate my birthday, keeping track of the exact dates. But now, she seems to have completely forgotten." Not receiving a definite answer, Yuchuan became anxious. "Being, what do you mean by that?" "She hasn't agreed yet." She couldn't control her tone, which sounded quite displeased. Jang Being remained silent for a long time. Yuchuan realized something and softened her tone, earnestly advising, "I've already asked someone to buy the medicine. You must seize the future of the Jiang group." Yuchuan was actually feeling bad after saying those words. She and Jang Being huddled together through the lows, but the price of reaching the top was abandoning each other. She had once fantasized about their future, but deep down she admired strength and couldn't ignore outstanding men. She thought that even if the Jiang group rose to prominence, it would only be the tip of the iceberg of the Fu group. The man on the other end of the phone hesitated for a long time before finally agreeing. For a long time afterward, when Jang Being recalled it, he couldn't tell whether he felt a little happy because he was about to get Shin or because he was about to get her property. The call ended abruptly. Yuchuan gripped her phone tightly, her heart pounding. She couldn't wait for that day to arrive. The CEO's office. After Fu Yuchuan went to a meeting, He forgot to bring his cell phone, and it kept ringing. It's impolite to accept the call without permission. If she doesn't answer, it will never end, and she won't be able to watch the movie at all. The meeting room is next door. The entire room has transparent glass doors, so you can see inside by simply tilting your head up. The man was wearing a black suit, his broad back was straight, and he was meticulous. She didn't want to go in and disturb them, so she remained frozen in place for a few seconds. "Miss Shun, what's wrong?" Shinli could see Zhu Yin holding a coffee and looking at her from the side. Enemies meet on a narrow road. But this time she wasn't going to waste time. She got straight to the point. He forgot his phone, and it keeps ringing. Shinli intended to hand the phone to Zhu Yin so she could take it inside. But as soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Yin said urgently, "Miss Shun, you can't go in." Her hand hovered in the air for half a second before she pulled it back. "Why?" she asked casually, raising an eyebrow. No one except the president and senior company personnel is allowed in the conference room. That's company policy. As Zhu Yin said this, she glanced at Shun Li and added, "I almost forgot. I'm here too." Shun Li wasn't stupid. She naturally understood the provocative undertone in the woman's words. Zhu Yin has done this once or twice, and her desire to oust her from the position of president's wife is obvious. "Okay, you can pass it on to him for me." Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, Shinli has long since learned to remain expressionless and gracefully conceal her emotions. After she handed the phone to the woman, she was about to leave when the conference room door suddenly opened. Zhu Yin, wearing high heels, naturally went to greet him. "Mr. Fu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Here's the coffee." Fu Yuchuan remained motionless, showing no intention of reaching out. He keenly noticed the woman's unusual expression and frowned. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Shinli pursed her lips, about to speak, but Zhu Yin unexpectedly spoke first. "Mr. Fu, this is the phone that Miss Shun brought over." Fu Yuchuan looked at her tightly clenched lips, his eyes darkening. "Then why don't you come in?" The man stepped forward, put his arm around Shun Li's waist, and led her into the conference room. Shin Li was stunned for several seconds. By the time she came to her senses, the man had already pressed her down into the chair in the main seat. When the senior leaders saw a woman enter the conference room, they were instantly shocked. Zhu Yin spoke first. "Mr. Fu, it might not be appropriate for you to bring Miss Shin in." Fu Yuchuan ignored her. He simply looked down at the woman sitting in the chair. Seeing that Zhu Yan's reminder was useless, the senior executives couldn't sit still any longer and spoke up one after another. "President Fu, today's meeting is kept completely confidential. It is really inappropriate for this young lady to come in. If this young lady has a listening device on her, it could be detrimental to the company's future business. Mr. Fu, please reconsider." Shin Li's mind was blank. Although she had developed a thick skin after years of struggling in the entertainment industry, she still couldn't help but feel nervous in front of a large group of men in suits. Especially the man next to her who pulled her hair without regard for others. "Inappropriate." The man beside her finally spoke, his voice low and seemingly tinged with dissatisfaction. She quietly raised her head and found that Fu Yuchuan was not only touching her hair, but also looking at her with burning eyes, before his cold fingers grasped her hand. Everyone was stunned. These leaders were all long-time employees of the Fu Group. They had never seen the president bring a woman to the company, let alone bring her into the conference room. Now they even flaunt their affection in front of them. The group of people's eyes almost popped out. Zhu Yin stood aside, the fire in her heart burning ever brighter. She even thought that if she hadn't pretended to be sick that night to get Jang Being to rush back to the villa to take care of her, perhaps Shinli wouldn't have broken up with him. The man spoke again soon, his voice still deep and magnetic. "Is it inappropriate for me to let my wife in?" "Wife? What? Wife?" Everyone was instantly stunned. Sitting in front of them was the president's wife. It's no wonder they don't recognize her. In the years since her marriage, Shinli has never stepped foot in the company. These upper-class people don't pay much attention to entertainment gossip, so naturally they didn't recognize this big star. Therefore, at the company party the day after tomorrow, Fu Yuchuan plans to introduce the president's wife to all employees, big and small. He then turned to Zhu Yin and said calmly, "Secretary Zhu, you don't need to go to the party the day after tomorrow." Zhu Yin stood there, her head spinning. She felt dizzy for a moment, and it took her a long time to catch her breath before she spoke. Mr. Fu, is the company not holding a party anymore? No. I'll take my wife. The man spoke calmly. Zhu Yin clenched her fists, her face calm, and slowly nodded. I understand, President Fu. It wasn't until the meeting ended and everyone dispersed, watching the woman's departing figure from afar, that Shunli remembered to remind him of his incoming phone call. The man glanced at it, turned off the screen, and picked her up horizontally. What are you doing? The unexpected hug startled her. Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curved slightly. I'll take you to choose a dress. Huh? Shunli was puzzled for just 2 seconds. Afraid of falling, she clung tightly to the man's neck, saying reluctantly, I already said I might not go. My feet still hurt. Fu Yuchuan chuckled softly. That's why I held you. It helped me recover faster. Even though she had developed a thick skin, she still couldn't completely ignore the stares of others. Fu Yuchuan, put me down. You may be shameless, but I still have my pride. In private, she tolerated all the kisses and hugs he gave her. The more shy she looked, the more brazenly the man kissed her cheek, his voice hoarse and deep as he warned. If you don't want more people to know, then stay put, okay? Even if Shun Li was naive, she could understand the subtext in his words. If she moves or resists again, he could do something 100 times more shameful. This man is really full of bad intentions. Shun Li bit her lip, letting him hold her without saying a word. The Fu Group and the Haute Couture dress shop are both located in the city center, just a 10-minute drive away. The store was filled with a dazzling array of clothes, a sight even the popular star, Shun Li, had never seen before. The man handed her a light purple dress. Do you like it? Shun Li glanced at the price, her eyes suddenly widening. She swallowed, almost unconsciously. You're paying? He raised an eyebrow and said casually, of course. Shun Li felt that the man's answer was too natural, as if he had expected her to ask this question. Although the money in his bank card was marital property, her mentioning it made it seem as if she was taking advantage of him. She raised an eyebrow in response, emphasizing, that's how it should be. You invited me to the banquet, so of course you'll pay for my dress. The man chuckled softly. Yes, if you like, you can buy all the dresses in the store. Shun Li carried the dress into the dressing room and didn't hear those words. When she came out, she could only hear the brand manager and the designer praising her. Miss Shun is truly stunning. The dress Mr. Fu chose is very suitable for you. The woman's pale purple dress accentuated her fair skin and slender waist, making her appear both sexy and innocent under the lights. Is it pretty? The man, who was selecting jewelry to match the dress, turned around upon hearing the sound, his cool eyes slowly darkening. The heat and the danger were laid bare beneath those gold-rimmed glasses. Under her expectant gaze, Fu Yuchuan felt his throat tighten. His throat bobbed. Beautiful. Shun Li felt the answer was too perfunctory, so she pursed her lips and walked to the man's side. I think it's just so-so. The man reached out and brushed the stray hairs from her forehead. Then I heard her continue. How about we change it again? She didn't actually know if it looked good or not. She was just judging from the man's reaction. If it really was as good-looking as he said, he definitely wouldn't just glance at it and let it pass by. The man didn't say anything more, meaning he would let her have her way. So Shun Li carried another red bodycon dress into the changing room. Fu Yuchuan looked at her snow-white back, his eyes darkened, and he involuntarily followed her. Shun Li struggled to put on the dress. Just as she was about to go out, a pair of strong arms suddenly hugged her from behind. She was about to scream when she smelled the familiar scent of the man behind her. You, Fu Yuchuan, what are you doing in here? Shun Li stammered in fright. Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curved into a slight smile. I'll zip it up for you. The man's deep, husky voice reached her ears, causing an indescribable flutter in her heart, and her mind went blank for several seconds. Shun Li tried to push his arm, but he didn't budge. She patted his arm and pretended to be angry. I was already dressed, you pervert. Fu Yuchuan wrapped his arms around her waist, his hot breath spraying onto her snow-white neck, his thin lips almost touching her cheek, his breath hot and rapid. I regret it. I regret bringing you here. She frowned, and then heard the man say, I really want to hide you away, so that only I can see you. Before Shun-Li could react, the man turned her face and kissed her deeply. The sudden kiss caught her off guard. He held her waist with one hand and her chin with the other, just like that night when he pinned her against the wall in the study. The man kissed her deeply. She instinctively wanted to forget the pain of that night and was about to resist when she found that his kisses were becoming more and more tender and lingering. She held her hand against his chest for a long time without moving. So he hugged her tighter and continued his gentle kisses and tongue, until she collapsed into his arms, exhausted from lack of oxygen, her hand unconsciously clenching into his neatly trimmed suit. The man's thin lips curved slightly, and his rough hands slowly slipped inside her dress, teasing her inch by inch. The dangerous environment gave her a great shock, and at the same time, she felt ashamed because she was sober. She pushed the man away, her face flushed, and gasped, "This is the changing room." Fu Yuchuan's eyes were calm, clearly not intending to let her go. He held the back of her head with one hand, forcing her to lower her head and re-enter his lips with his. No, there are still people outside. Shun-Li was flustered, her cheeks flushed, and no matter how she struggled, the man's hands never stopped. Fu Yuchuan, on the contrary, enjoyed her usual shyness. His dark eyes and husky, sexy voice lingered in her ear. "Who's the hooligan? I'll give you a chance to say it again." The president of the prestigious Fu group harassed a woman in the changing room and wouldn't even let her comment. Shun-Li moved her lips. "You came to the dressing room for no reason to kiss me, hug me, and touch me, and I'm not allowed to say a word back." Fu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow and shamelessly continued kissing her. "Since you think so, I don't need to pretend to be a gentleman anymore." Chapter 32. It's my birthday. What are you planning to give me? His warm, thin lips pressed against her right cheek, moving down her neck and collarbone, sending shivers down Shun-Li's spine and making her tremble in his arms. Fu Yuchuan, no. She collapsed into a ball, her eyes red, and she murmured softly. "What did you call me?" the man asked her again in a hoarse voice. Fu Yuchuan. Shin-Li's mind was almost blank, and she was no longer conscious. She murmured, her full, red lips trembling slightly, "Yuchuan." The moment those two words hit the ground, Shun-Li snapped back to reality, staring in shock at herself in the mirror. Her soft voice and submissive expression made the man's eyes darken, and he felt as if all the blood in his body had turned to the back of its head. It was burning hot, scalding hot, and painful. Shun-Li tensed up instantly, freezing like a little hamster, too afraid to move. The man's thin lips curled into a smile as he gently bit her earlobe. "You felt it. Rogue. Beast." No word in the world could be more fitting to describe this man as sleazy. But once she makes a sound, she'll definitely be on the front page of the news within an hour. Shun-Li looked at the man with reddened eyes, then completely collapsed against him. Suddenly, a female voice came from outside. Upon closer listening, it was the designer who had just received them. Fu Yuchuan, we should go out, There was no response. Then the voice came again. "Miss Shun, is the size right? Did Mr. Fu zip it up for you? Do you need me to come in and help you?" The sound grew closer, and the footsteps became clearer. Shun-Li was so anxious that tears were about to fall, and she pounded the man's shoulder hard. After struggling for a while, her makeup was completely ruined. "Are you sure you want to go out like this?" Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curled slightly, his eyes fixed on her lipstick, which he had almost completely smeared on. Shun-Li glanced in the mirror, then turned and glared at the man. "It's all your fault. You insisted on kissing me." Fu Yuchuan lowered his head and kissed her lips hard. "Okay, it's all my fault." With her looking like this, everyone outside would know what had happened. Shun-Li simply let the man pick her up and buried her face in his chest. A thick wavy hairstyle fell down, completely obscuring her small face. A few seconds later, a man's deep, hoarse voice came from behind. "My wife twisted her ankle, so there's no need to try on any dresses. Send them all to the Fu residence." 2 days later, the Fu Group employees' party was held at Haiyu Huayuan. Around 7 p.m., the banquet hall was filled with many senior executives and leaders of the group. In addition to employees of the Fu Group, there were also presidents of other multinational groups, some of whom wanted to curry favor with Fu Yuchuan in order to achieve cooperation. Because Fu Yuchuan had invited Zhu Yin to a banquet in front of the company employees. Many people were whispering and discussing this newly appointed secretary handpicked by Fu Yuchuan tonight. I heard that Mr. Fu's date tonight is Zhu Yin. What? Zhu Yin rose to power so quickly? The last secretary, Su Qingge, worked by President Fu's side for 3 years, and it wasn't until the 3rd year that we saw President Fu bring her to a banquet. That's right. Zhu Yin is not only a newcomer. She's only been with the company for less than a month, and she's already getting this kind of treatment. So Su Qingge was also squeezed out by Zhu Yin, right? What kind of tactic is that? I heard that President Fu even invited her in front of Shun Li. Let me tell you a secret. When President Fu invited Zhu Yin to the banquet, I was there, and Shun Li's face was incredibly dark. A group of people sat in a circle discussing what happened at the Fu group the day before yesterday. Of course, Yin Ting, who spoke up for Zhu Yin at the time, was also involved. She thought she had chosen the right person and would soon be promoted. Don't talk nonsense. Su Qingge was fired by the president on her own. She was by President Fu's side for 3 years, and she left in such an undignified way. Don't wrong an innocent person. Sister Yin, I heard you have a good relationship with Zhu Yin. Is she really having an affair with President Fu? A female employee next to her asked with a gossipy look. Yin Ting couldn't have been happier to feel this kind of adulation. She smiled and said, I didn't say that, but the facts are right in front of you. If you want to curry favor with someone, don't go to the wrong person. As soon as she said that, those who could read the room immediately understood. They all understood each other and looked toward the banquet hall doors that had been pushed open. Zhu Yin wore a little red dress that made her look fair and charming. Her makeup was pure yet sexy, and you could tell from her outfit that she was at the height of her popularity. But something seems to be missing from her life. Yin Ting frowned, hurriedly walked up to her with her wine glass in hand, and asked with a puzzled look, Sister Yin, where is President Fu? As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to them. Zhu Yan's expression froze for nearly 2 seconds, but she quickly regained her composure. Under everyone's gaze, she smiled faintly. President Fu had something come up, so he asked me to come first. She didn't mention a word about what Fu Yuchuan said to her later, so to outsiders, it seemed that Fu Yuchuan came alone. Oh, I see. We were just discussing whether President Fu has a thing for you. Yin Ting smiled and leaned closer to Zhu Yin, looking at her with a fawning expression. Zhu Yan's expression froze again. Unfortunately, because of Shun Li's existence, Fu Yuchuan completely ignored her. She bit her lip and clutched the things in her bag tightly, then turned her head and whispered in Yin Ting's ear. I'm going out for a bit. Where to? My former employer is having his birthday today. He's on the 2nd floor and will be back soon. Yin Ting looked at what she was holding in her hand and assumed it was a birthday present, so she readily agreed. Okay, go and come back quickly. The woman's tall figure gradually disappeared from view. Inside the black luxury car, Shin Li put away her lipstick and beckoned to the driver. Give me the gift. Since the venue for the Fu Group's party happened to be the same as the location for the birthday celebration in Jang Being City, Shin Li planned to send a gift there, so that even if she didn't stay, it would still be acceptable. Oh right, I almost forgot. The driver picked up the bag from the passenger seat and handed it over. Shin Li opened it and saw that it was a tie, which was quite practical. Fu Yuchuan, who had been frowning the whole time, finally couldn't help but whisper when he saw her put the tie back on. Who was it for? Jang Being City. After she finished speaking, she added, I won't stay, but I should at least send a gift. Fu Yuchuan pursed his thin lips, his voice deepening. Since he doesn't intend to keep it, there's no need to give him a gift. He doesn't need your tie. Shun Li looked at the man's tight, thin lips, slightly raised her red lips, and blinked her clear black and white eyes. Fu Yuchuan, are you jealous? The man pursed his lips, staring straight ahead, without saying a word. Shin Li had only asked casually, and since he didn't answer, she didn't bother to ask further. I personally picked out all the gifts for his birthday before. Her unspoken message was that she always remembered her place, and that having her driver prepare a gift this year was already giving him enough face. After saying that, the man, who had been pursing his lips, finally parted them slightly and leaned down to whisper in her ear. So, what are you planning to give me for my birthday this year? Chapter 33. Did she give herself to him? She blinked and asked curiously, "When?" The man's eyes darkened slightly. "You don't know?" His expression seemed to say that he knew everything about her. She even knew his most basic birthday. It's not her fault. Besides having very little contact with him before, there was very little information about him online, unlike her, whose height, weight, and birthday were all thoroughly searched out. That made sense, but when she opened her mouth, she felt a little guilty. I. Fu Yuchuan gazed at her crimson lips, his dark eyes beneath the gold-rimmed glasses darkening and turning pitch black. He leaned down, his arms resting on either side of her body, his gaze fixed on her face, his voice low and husky. "You?" The man's upturned lips carried a hint of wicked charm. Shinli didn't react for a moment, and a few seconds later, her face flushed red. "You wish." She bit her lip and looked at the man who was glaring at her. "It's already good enough that I didn't let you spend your birthday in prison. You still want." Before she could finish her sentence, the man lowered his head and kissed her fiercely. After a nearly minute-long kiss, his cold fingers pinched her still-breathing chin, his thin lips pressed against her earlobe, and his voice, low and husky, carried a seductive undertone. "If it were you, I would gladly accept it." Having learned from her previous experience in the fitting room, Shunli absolutely refused to let Fu Yuchuan kiss her this time. Finally, the man left a kiss on the back of her fair neck. The color was so dark that she couldn't see it, and when her hair was down, no one else could see it either. Shunli accused him angrily. "Are you a dog? I don't know where this man got this bad habit from, but he likes to leave all sorts of marks on her body." Fu Yuchuan didn't say anything, but with a faint smile on his lips, he carried her out of the car. At this moment, the banquet hall was brightly lit, and everyone was waiting for the protagonist of the evening. Fu Yuchuan wore a black suit, the hand-tailored design perfectly showcasing his physique. Under the light, his deep eyes held a sharp edge, making it impossible to look away. In addition, a young woman unexpectedly appeared beside the man who was supposed to come alone. She wore a little red dress with a cream-colored pure wool shawl over it, looking charming with a touch of languor. Everyone seemed frozen in place. Yen Ting's pupils contracted slightly, and her expression changed drastically. "Hey, isn't that Shunli? What's she doing here? Damn, Zhuyan just said that President Fu had something to do and would come by himself later, didn't she?" Could it be that Shunli begged and begged for it? Judging from President Fu's expression, it doesn't seem like it. It seems that Shunli isn't that interested. Shunli is a standard height of 1.65 meters, but standing next to Fu Yuchuan, she looks like a small potato. Therefore, she specially wore a pair of 8-centimeter high heels. After walking for only a few minutes, she began to frown and slowed down. Not used to it. A deep, slightly hoarse male voice came from above. She looked up slightly and saw a smile on Fu Yuchuan's lips. It's like saying, I clearly reminded her not to wear high heels before she came, but she wouldn't listen, and now look what happened. Shinli pouted slightly, her tone slightly coquettish. "Well, and I haven't eaten anything all day because I wanted to wear this dress." Perhaps it was because she hadn't acted so coquettishly towards him in a long time, or perhaps it had never happened before, but the man's heart softened terribly. His voice, tinged with amusement, was low and husky as he said, "I'll have someone send over a pair of flat shoes, and I'll take you to get some fruit and sweets." This was the first time Fu Yuchuan had ever appeared at a banquet and disappeared from everyone's sight in just a few minutes, leaving those who came to the party with ulterior motives disappointed. Everyone at the banquet was stunned. Yen Ting was completely stunned. Why would Fu Yuchuan show that kind of expression to Shunli? This doesn't look like a couple going to get divorced at all. What about Zhu Yan? What will happen to her? Or was Fu Yuchuan deliberately putting on a show of marital affection with Shunli in front of everyone? Yen Ting's mind went blank. She wanted to ask Zhu Yan, but unfortunately, Zhu Yan hadn't returned yet. Inside the banquet hall, there were all sorts of desserts and fruits on the table. Shinli casually picked up a small bunch of grapes, and just as she was about to put it in her mouth, she heard Fu Yuchuan's voice. "What are you doing here?" He said this to Tang Yi, who was standing next to him. "Can I have some free drinks here?" The man raised an eyebrow, a hint of wicked charm in his eyes. Fu Yuchuan's expression remained calm as he said indifferently, "At this hour, you should be shopping or in bed with your girlfriend." Tang Yi was notorious for his womanizing ways in Suzhou. Fortunately, he came from the Tang family and was also very handsome, more so than many male celebrities in the entertainment industry. He was rich, good-looking, and powerful, and he changed women like clothes, changing one every 2 or 3 months. Su Yin stayed by his side for a year. It wasn't that Shun Li was being gossipy. Su Yin was a rising star in the entertainment industry, roughly on par with her. Their company had posted a lot of posts linking them together, which is why she remembered her so well. Tang Yi slammed down his wine glass, irritably loosened his tie, and said, "I'm single right now, you know." "What about Su Yin?" Shin Li asked, eating grapes, a rare hint of gossip on her pretty face. "They broke up." Tang Yi glanced down at her with a smile. "Thanks to your man. He said you were jealous of Su Qingge and sent her to the Tang group. When Su Yin saw Su Qingge in my office, she turned around and left." Shin Li glanced at Fu Yuchuan's reaction, then coughed awkwardly twice. "Then go and coax him. How come someone who's so adept at having fun can't learn how to charm a woman?" She had met Su Yin before, and she wasn't an unreasonable person. Besides, Su Yin only saw Su Qingge in his office, not in bed. Tang Yi touched his Adam's apple and looked at her with a smile. "You need to understand first why I would coax a woman. Only a man like you would do something like that." "Shin Li, then you deserve it. You deserve to be drinking alone here." Tang Yi chuckled coldly twice. "You still have the nerve to say that." Shin Li was unable to refute for a moment. She pouted and was about to say something. But a deep, magnetic male voice came from above. "Because he doesn't love you, he won't coax you. He only liked that similar face, not Su Yin." "What?" Shin Li was stunned for a few seconds. Suddenly, the faces of Su Yin and Su Qingge flashed into my mind. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. Fu Yuchuan's words directly resolved her doubts. She now understood why Su Yin was angry when she saw Su Qingge. At first glance, Su Yin and Su Qingge look quite different. The former is a bright and beautiful woman, while the latter has a more gentle and aloof air. But upon closer inspection, their features are typical of women from Jiangnan, with small, straight noses and almond-shaped, watery eyes. So Tang Yi has been using Su Yin as a substitute all these years. Then who is his real white moonlight? Chapter 34. 5 minutes later, he went up to rescue the person. Shin Li frowned slightly, because she found it hard to imagine that a man like Tang Yi would have someone else on his mind. Shin Li stopped thinking when a gentle female voice came from the banquet stage. "Next, please welcome Qingge to perform a traditional Chinese dance called the Mark of the Moon." She slowly raised her eyes and looked up at the stage. Shin Li could see the woman's face clearly from afar. She initially thought it was just a case of name clash, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Su Qingge. She wore a traditional Chinese long dress. Her light steps were like flowing water, and she danced lightly like a butterfly fluttering in the air. Her beautiful curves made her seem like a beauty who had stepped out of an old oil painting. The dance was beautiful, but the dancer was even more beautiful. The audience members below the stage stared intently at the woman on stage, a sizing up with ill intent. Shin Li was shocked, but still puzzled. Why would Su Qingge perform on this kind of stage? Just as a doubt flashed through her mind, she suddenly felt a gust of cold wind. She was about to wrap her clothes tighter when Tang Yi, who was standing next to her, suddenly stood up. The man was wearing a dark shirt, the collar of which was wide open. His expression was cold and hard, and his aura was becoming increasingly icy. Like Shin Li, many people present looked at him. An inappropriate anger appeared on the man's handsome face. His charming brows furrowed slightly, and his hands clenched into fists. His composure and calmness vanished. After the woman on stage finished her performance, he lifted his feet and walked towards the backstage of the banquet hall. Tang Yi grabbed the woman's hand, his deep, authoritative voice rasping. "What are you doing here?" Su Qingge bit her lip, a moment of embarrassment appearing in her clear black and white eyes. She lowered her head, not daring to look at him. "President Tang, you're hurting me." Tang Yi's grip tightened, his dark eyes as deep as an ancient well, and a faint sneer curled his thin lips. "You failed to seduce him last time, so you're trying a different method this time? Su Qingge, take a good look at who he brought today. Do you think you have a chance to take his place?" Su Qingge kept her head down, biting her lip and whispering, I didn't. No. Tang Yi stared intently at the woman's small face, a cold smile playing on his lips. Last time at the Wanxiang mansion, if I hadn't wanted to eat out, you would have been eager to stay, wouldn't you? Dancing on stage dressed like this time. Do you think he'd be interested in you? Tang Yi's voice wasn't loud, but when he suddenly grabbed Su Qingge, many people saw it. She didn't know if those people were laughing at her, but she just felt very ashamed. Her eyes reddened, and she said in a voice on the verge of tears, "Mr. Tang, please let me go first. I'll explain to you later." Shinli watched this scene from afar and was about to get up when Fu Yuchuan stopped her. "The shoe delivery person will be here soon. You sit still for now, okay?" Shinli had no choice but to give up and sit down again. The argument in the distance did not stop. Fu Yuchuan isn't buying your act, but he's got the other men in the audience completely mesmerized. Are you satisfied with that result? Tang Yejuan's face was gloomy, his voice was hoarse, and his words were laced with sarcasm. The woman opposite him turned pale, then even paler, and lowered her head without rebuttal. As soon as Shunli sat down, she frowned slightly. Is Tang Yi out of his mind? What business is it of his what other people do? Fu Yuchuan looked at the displeased woman and curled his lips into a smile. You're still speaking up for her? Didn't you say that something happened to Su Qingge's family? She comes here to dance and earn money. She's not stealing or robbing. So why can't we speak up for her? After saying that, Shunli suddenly turned her head. She gazed at the man's angry, handsome face in the distance, then turned to look at Fu Yuchuan, as if she had discovered something new. Does Tang Yi like Su Qingge? This reaction is just like the jealous male lead in her drama. Fu Yuchuan shook his head with a smile. Impossible. Su Yin was with him for a year, and she could break up with him just like that. To him, Su Qingge was just Su Yin plus. To put it more accurately, he couldn't stand Su Qingge being fantasized about by other men because of her face, which was so similar to his white moonlight. Shunli glanced at the man whose analysis seemed logical and well-founded, frowned, and said with dissatisfaction, "Then why did you transfer Su Qingge to his company?" This clearly shows that Tang Yi will continue to have designs on her. Although Shunli had no feelings for Su Qingge, the idea of a substitute was particularly cruel to a girl. Moreover, she felt that only people of the same class and with similar values could become friends. Tang Yi's views on relationships, and perhaps Fu Yuchuan's as well. Fu Yuchuan didn't speak. He looked down at the woman beside him, her little face puffed up with anger, her sense of justice overflowing. He smiled and said, "This kind of commercial performance fee is not enough to cover her parents' medical expenses. From another perspective, instead of dealing with those married men in the audience, it would be better to find a way to make some money off Tang Yi. With her intelligence, it's not certain who's manipulating whom." Upon hearing this, Shinli suddenly looked up and was caught off guard by the man's deep black eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. Fu Yuchuan swirled his wine glass in one hand, looking at her calmly. "If Tang Yi loses, I will avenge you for drugging his wine." The man's eyes held a hint of aggression, and he suddenly brought up the matter of drugging her that night. Her mouth immediately went dry, and she quickly drank a glass of ice water, trying to change the subject. "Tang." Before she could finish speaking, the man lowered his head and kissed her lips fiercely. The man's rough fingers stroked her face, his thin lips brushed against her ear, and a low, husky voice came from his throat. "Are you very interested in him?" She could detect a faint threat in his words. After saying that, he held her chin and kissed her for a while. Shinli only managed to break free from his embrace when his assistant brought her a pair of flat shoes. She picked up the gift from the sofa, blushing and stammering, "The birthday party is about to end. I have to go right away." Fu Yuchuan's deep eyes were fixed on her swollen lips. "I'll go with you." "No, I can go by myself, it's upstairs." As a rising star in Suzhou, this is Jang Being's first public event since returning to Suzhou. Even without the media, he is unlikely to keep a low profile. Fu Yuchuan listened to her answer, glanced at her dress, took off his coat, and draped it over her shoulders. "Shunli, Fu Yuchuan you," he said calmly, 5 minutes. If it takes more than 5 minutes, I'll go up and get them out." Chapter 35. Tell Fu Yuchuan to come up and pick me up. The birthday banquet in Jiangbei City was a large affair, with many media reporters gathering from the entrance to the front hall. Mr. Jiang, this is for you. Zhu Yin packed the powdered medicine into a gift box and handed it to Jang Being. The man didn't react for a moment, hesitating for a few seconds. What is this? Zhu Yin remained silent, her head bowed, her shoulders trembling slightly. She was sad, but had no choice but to do so. And what they have in their hands, needless to say, is that it will restore their relationship to what it was before they returned to Suzhou. Jiang Being's heart trembled suddenly, and he was speechless with emotion. Why couldn't things in this world be perfect in every way? Zhu Yin looked up and smiled slightly at him. He could tell how forced her smile was. President Jiang, I wish you all the best. He frowned and asked in a deep voice, are you leaving? You know, seeing you fall in love with someone else is especially cruel to me. Zhu Yin raised her glass, drank it all in one gulp, and her eyes reddened. Beicheng, I wish you a bright future. Jiang Being stared at her slightly reddened eyes and gripped the wine glass tightly. Zhu Yin, in the end, it's my fault for letting you down. She helped him reach the top, but the price was that he abandoned her. As the only son of the Jiang family, he could only choose the Jiang group over her. Shin held the gift and looked at it from a distance for a long time. She couldn't find Jang Being in the front hall, so she searched around backstage and found him talking to Zhu Yin. Eavesdropping is shameful, but fortunately, she only heard words of blessing such as all the best and a bright future. She waited until the two finished their conversation before taking a step to go over. Upon seeing her appear, Zhu Yin was stunned, her face showing shock and helplessness. You? I didn't hear you. Real? Zhu Yan's face was filled with tension. Shin raised an eyebrow, wondering why the woman cared so much. Firstly, she had no intention of eavesdropping, and secondly, she hadn't heard anything, so she walked up to the man without any guilt and said, Happy birthday. Shun, Lily, you really came? Jiang Being reacted exactly like Zhu Yin. He paused for a few seconds before accepting her gift, saying, Thank you. Besides panic and helplessness, there was also a hint of inquiry. Shin avoided his eyes and casually said, It was quite lively today. She saw a lot of media as soon as she came upstairs. The scene was no smaller than downstairs. Yes, Jiang Being said calmly. You don't need to pay attention to those reporters. When he received Zhu Yan's things, he was still struggling with how to persuade her to come up, but now it's all going smoothly. Shin gazed calmly at the man, her lips curving slightly. If we can't be lovers, we can still be friends. Right? Before the woman spoke, Jiang Being still held onto a sliver of hope, imagining that she must have a place for him in her heart. Now, that hope had been shattered by her own hand. Her smile was more fake than ever before. She had never felt so strongly that, even though he was right in front of her, she was growing further and further away from him. So far away that it's almost out of reach. You're right. He forced a smile. Since we're friends, have a drink with me. At the same time, Zhu Yin went downstairs at lightning speed and found Fu Yuchuan's location accurately. She pursed her lips and hurried over. Mr. Fu, I didn't see your message just now. I'm sorry. Fu Yuchuan gently swirled his wine glass. It's all right. The shoes have already been delivered. I just saw Mrs. Fu go upstairs. Her shoes look like they fit well, so I'm relieved. Zhu Yin didn't deliberately look the man in the eye when she said this, which made her seem very casual. Nevertheless, the change in him was still quite noticeable. Fu Yuchuan's aura suddenly dropped, and his dark eyes were filled with deep displeasure. Zhu Yan's lips curled slightly. As soon as the two people upstairs entered the room, the reporters outside and in the lobby would receive the news quickly and take photos and evidence of them going to bed as fast as possible. At that time, nude photos of the Shun family's daughter and the wife of the president of the Fu group will be everywhere and known to all. By then, Fu Yuchuan would never again keep a tattered rag by his side. When Zhu Yin saw Fu Yuchuan put down his wine glass, she immediately felt uneasy. She quickly went up to him and said, Mr. Fu, let me take it. If Mrs. Fu drinks too much, I can also help her. The man pursed his lips. Tang Yi didn't know when he returned. He glanced at the man indifferently, his lips still slightly pink, his left cheek bruised, and his voice low and cold. Yuchuan, I'm leaving now. Fu Yuchuan swirled his wine glass, carefully examining the injury, a clearly visible handprint, and asked in a low, hoarse voice. You were hit by a woman? Tang Yi. You'd better keep a close eye on your woman, lest she be snatched away by Jang Being. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuchuan pursed his lips and glanced at the time again. Jang Being gave Shin Li no room to refuse. By the time she realized what was happening, he had already walked over with a wine glass. Is it all right? I don't want to drink. She frowned. Before leaving, Fu Yuchuan told her that he would come to bail her out in 5 minutes, and also instructed her not to drink alcohol. This isn't wine, it's fruit tea. Shin Li looked at the faint smile in Jang Being's eyes, and Zhu Yin beside her urged her on. She pursed her lips and said, all right. After saying that, she raised her glass, took a sip along the inside of the glass, and showed her sincerity. She gave the man a faint smile and said, I'm leaving now. Jang Being calmly had the waiter take the cup from her hand, saying, I'll take you downstairs. No need. Those people are waiting for you to speak on stage. After saying that, Shin Li walked away from the backstage area. I hadn't walked more than a few steps when I felt weak and my head was spinning. My skin started to itch, and my mouth became unusually dry. She thought it was a fruit tea allergy, so she went to the bathroom sink and looked in the mirror. In the mirror, her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were alluring, and her hair was disheveled. My vision gradually blurred, and a strange yet familiar heat surged through my body. Even though she'd never eaten pork, she'd seen pigs run, and she immediately suspected someone had drugged the fruit tea. Miss Shin. Suddenly, Zhu Yin appeared, looking at her with a shocked expression. Are you all right? I'm fine. Shin Li forced herself to remain calm. Even though she suspected that she was definitely involved in this matter, she still pretended to be calm. Tell Fu Yuchuan to come up and pick me up. Zhu Yin nodded. Okay, I'll go down now. You stay here and don't leave. Nevertheless, Shin Li did not let her guard down. She took her phone and went straight to the bathroom, locking the door from the inside. The drug was not only potent, but also surprisingly fast. In a short while, her whole body became feverish, her vision blurred, and she barely managed to send a WeChat voice message with her last remaining consciousness. I feel so bad. She didn't know who the message was sent to, only that a few minutes later the door opened, and she was picked up and carried horizontally. She gripped the man's collar tightly and buried her face in his arm. I'm so thirsty, I need some water. Jang Being's pupils contracted slightly, and his Adam's apple bobbed. Lily, I'll take you to get some water. Hearing the man's familiar voice, Shin Li's tense nerves gradually relaxed. Suddenly, in less than a second, those relaxed nerves snapped back to alertness. She struggled to open her eyes and saw Jang Being's burning black eyes staring intently at her. She watched helplessly as the man carried her up to the third-floor elevator. She didn't even have the strength to struggle. Chapter 36. If you dare touch her, I won't let you get away with it. The banquet hall was brightly lit and filled with the sounds of revelry. Zhu Yin nervously walked up to Fu Yuchuan. According to her speculation, at this time, Shin Li had already been taken to the third floor by Jang Being. Once the two entered the room and took off their clothes, she could give the reporters present first-hand information. Fu Yuchuan doesn't drink often, and given his current status, he doesn't need to rely on drinking culture to close deals. However, he drank a lot tonight. Where's Shin Li? After drinking the wine, the man's dark eyes appeared exceptionally deep, staring at her with a hint of questioning. Zhu Yin gripped the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands. Fu Yuchuan was able to reach his current position not only because of his innate abilities, but also because he could quickly seize the weaknesses of his opponents. Those gold-rimmed glasses had lenses made of optical fiber, which could accurately capture unusual facial expressions, not because he was nearsighted. It will be very difficult to avoid arousing his suspicion, she said casually. Miss Shun has something to say to Mr. Jiang and wants me to come down first. After she finished speaking, she saw the man on the sofa take out his phone and, with an icy expression, instruct the person opposite him. Prepare the car, we're going back. Seeing him get up from the sofa, she became even more nervous and quickly stepped forward, saying, Mr. Fu, Miss Shun is still talking to Mr. Jiang. It's not appropriate for you to go up like this. She will be unhappy. Fu Yuchuan gave her a cold look. Then I gradually looked away and opened the voice message lying in WeChat. Suddenly, The man's previously cold and indifferent gaze turned sharp and piercing. He dialed the phone and ordered in a low, cold voice. Pass down the order. Confiscate all video recording equipment belonging to the people on this floor. No one is allowed to move around without prior notice, and no one is allowed to leak a word. Shin, on the other end of the phone, was unaware of what had happened, but had a vague feeling that the situation was serious. Mr. Fu, I understand. The layout of Huayuan is the same as other hotels, with banquet halls on the first and second floors. Shin led his men to search the entire place, even the restrooms. Hotel surveillance footage shows Shin being carried into the elevator on the second floor by a man. The man holding her was Jang Being, who was holding a birthday party on the second floor. Fu Yuchuan's face was gloomy. He turned off the surveillance video sent by the manager without expression and dialed the phone. Those dark eyes were exceptionally cold, and he said in a low, chilling voice, "Where is she?" The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then did not answer. Jang Being. The man's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. "If you dare touch her, I won't let you off." Fu Yuchuan gripped his phone tightly, then slammed it against the wall. On the large white bed, the woman's long hair was scattered. Her small face was delicate and beautiful. Her cheeks were smooth, her long eyelashes drooped, and her eyes were closed. Jang Being walked over slowly, loosened his tie with one hand, and leisurely unbuttoned his shirt. Since Fu Yuchuan ordered the confiscation of all video recording equipment in the hotel and the sealing off of passageways, Zhu Yan's plan has stalled. The reporters she invited not only lost their important equipment, but were also unable to go upstairs. The only chance right now is to let Jiangbei City take the film. The Sea Garden has 15 floors in total, with 10 rooms on each floor above the third floor. If you search each room one by one, by the time you find Shin, it will probably be too late. Shin glanced at the gloomy-faced man beside him and swallowed hard. President Fu, I have already notified all hotel staff to mobilize. We will find Madam soon. Fu Yuchuan clenched his fists, staring silently ahead, as if he might kick open the tightly closed door the next second because he couldn't wait. As expected, Fu Yuchuan kicked open all the room doors one by one after exiting the elevator. When he kicked open the 7th door, he heard a man's low panting and a woman's moans coming from inside. Shin's expression changed drastically. He immediately gave a wink to the person behind him, too scared to look at Fu Yuchuan's face. She even imagined the man's fury if he saw the scene inside. However, Fu Yuchuan simply stared quietly at the couple on the white bed. Based solely on his view of her legs, he concluded that the woman in the bed was not Shin. President Fu. Shin stopped at the door, waiting for instructions. It's not her. Keep looking. Fu Yuchuan withdrew his gaze and left expressionlessly. The 10th room on the 10th floor. Jang Being took off his shirt, breathing heavily as he walked into the bathroom, completely ignoring the faint sound of his cell phone coming from the corner. After coming out, he went straight to the large white bed. The woman's cheeks were flushed red, and her fair, soft hands struggled to tear at the hem of her skirt. He looks extremely uncomfortable. Jang Being lowered his head, his heavy, warm breath falling on her ear. He was also feeling unwell. He had just taken a shower, hoping it would cool him down, but the force almost burst through his body. Zhu Yan seemed to have given him a medicine whose effects were enhanced when it came into contact with water. His mind was a complete mess, so messed up that he couldn't tell whether she or Shin would be more heartbroken when he woke up. His eyes reflected the woman on the bed, and his gaze gradually deepened. Over the years, he has always been the one to initiate things with her. He had been trying his best to play the role of an excellent suitor, but in the end he almost forgot that he had a purpose in saving her from the pool, rather than falling in love at first sight. Since she approached him with ulterior motives in the first place, he could now sleep with her with the same purpose in mind. As soon as they wake up tomorrow, the whole of Suzhou will know that they have rekindled their old flame. Fu Yuchuan has been in a high position for a long time. How can he tolerate his partner cheating on him? It has nothing to do with love, it's all about dignity. If Fu Yuchuan divorces her, will her gaze fall on him again? Maybe, but it's definitely not love. Even though he eventually married her under the guise of taking responsibility, they never went back together. But he had no choice. He was the only son of the Jang family, and the Jang group couldn't afford to wait. Chapter 37. Her body was so hot, it almost burned him. The evening breeze rustled through the curtains, and I heard the sound of a zipper being pulled open. Shunli suddenly opened her eyes and met the man's burning gaze. He seemed about to kiss her, and she fearfully braced herself against his chest. Jang Being, what are you going to do? Jang Being's eyes were bloodshot, and his breathing was heavy. Lily, you're awake. Shunli stared at the man's bobbing Adam's apple, then looked down and her mind went completely blank. If she had woken up a few seconds later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She instantly felt as if she were facing a formidable enemy, and disregarding her dizziness, she pushed the man away. Her previously hazy memories slowly began to come together. She tried to open the door, but no matter how she pressed or turned it, it wouldn't budge. The man behind her said in a low voice, Lily, the door is secured with my fingerprint. The rooms at Haiyu Huayuan Hotel have extremely high security. Once locked from the inside, they are generally not easily opened from the outside. Shunli knew this, but she wouldn't listen. She pounded the door with her fists as if she had gone mad. Jang Being saw this from behind, frowned deeply, and the dark undercurrent in his eyes gradually subsided. Lily, the door can be opened with my fingerprint. Shunli's messy hair was draped over her shoulders. She opened her mouth and said, Okay, open it for me. As if afraid he hadn't heard her, Shunli grabbed Jang Being's hand and repeated, Open it for me. Those two short sentences were like a bucket of ice water poured over his head. If she opened her eyes and saw Fu Yuchuan, would she react the same way? Jang Being stepped forward, grabbed the woman's arm, and pressed her entire body into his arms. In that instant, he couldn't tell whether it was the drugs or his innate male competitive spirit that had taken over his reason. Shunli screamed at him, Jang Being, let me go. She wasn't stupid, she knew what he wanted to do. But she never expected him to be so heartless and insane. They actually conspired with Zhu Yin to drug her wine. Fu Yuchuan never mentioned divorce to her because he had been drugged and forced to have sex with her back then, not out of love, but out of a sense of responsibility. As long as she sleeps with Jang Being, then Fu Yuchuan naturally won't have to take responsibility for her. They are divorced, and Zhu Yin can take her place. Overwhelmed by the humiliation and pain of being raped for the first time, Shunli picked up a fruit knife from the table, her nerves taut as if about to snap. She screamed at the man, Jang Being, don't come any closer, or I'll kill you. Jang Being stopped in his tracks, a flash of light passing by. Lily, put down the knife. I promise I won't touch you. He originally thought that after they slept together, she would just make a fuss the next day and be fine, but he never expected that she would actually raise a knife and threaten to kill herself. Does he disgust her that much? Or did she fall in love with Fu Yuchuan during that marriage transaction? He walked over slowly, trying his best to conceal his thoughts and appear normal. Seeing that the woman had lowered her guard, Jang Being suddenly stepped forward and slapped the knife out of her hand. Shunli's mind went blank for a moment. She stared intently at the door on her left, mustered her strength, and rushed over, crashing heavily into the wall. Blood gushed out instantly, flowing down her cheeks, the sound of the impact echoing in the air, as if it were her inner struggle and cry. When Fu Yuchuan and his men barged in, this is what they saw. Shunli fell to the ground, her pale face stained with bright red blood. Strands of hair clung to her face, and she looked more disheveled than ever before. Her small hands clenched tightly around her dress as she curled up into a ball to protect herself. Shunli, Jang Being's expression changed drastically, and he rushed over. Fu Yuchuan's eyes darkened, and he kicked him away, stomping hard on the man's chest. Ugh! The man groaned in pain. Shunli curled up on the ground, her clothes still intact, without any signs of tearing or violation. She bit her lower lip tightly, her pain and fear clearly visible on her pale face. Fu Yuchuan frowned, let go of his foot, and walked over. President Fu, Chen Jing saw the man lying on the ground. Jang Being's complexion is not good. I've asked someone to take him to the hospital. Fu Yuchuan didn't say anything. He walked straight to Shunli, took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders, wrapped her up in it, and gently picked her up. Only when they were about to leave through that door did Fu Yuchuan speak, his voice icy. Take him to the police station. Mr. Fu, yes. No sooner had the man left than Chen Jing ordered his men to quietly send Jang Being, who was lying on the ground, away. The sea garden has returned to its lively state, as if nothing had ever happened. To avoid trouble, Fu Yuchuan carried Shin Li out the back door. Before coming out, he gave her a quick treatment of her wound. The bleeding had stopped, but her face was still deathly pale. Fortunately, the soft touch in his arms relieved him. Fu Yuchuan lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Lily. Shin Li's eyes were tightly closed, and her consciousness was already blurred, but when she heard these two words, she seemed to regain her senses. Her dazed eyes betrayed her wariness as she pounded her fist on his chest, yelling, "Get away from me." Fu Yuchuan tightened his grip on her. Sensing his movements, Shin Li resisted even more fiercely, completely disregarding the possibility of injury from falling. Seeing this, Fu Yuchuan took 3 steps at a time to the black luxury car, opened the door, and carried the person inside. Lily, it's me." He pulled her tightly into his arms. Her body was burning hot. Under the familiar, deep, soothing voices, Shin Li finally regained some consciousness. "It's me, Fu Yuchuan." He hugged her tightly, leaned down, and whispered in her ear, "I've already taken Jang Being to the police station. He won't hurt you anymore." Her tense body gradually softened under the man's comforting words, and when she heard the name Fu Yuchuan, the tears that Shin Li had been holding back finally streamed down her face. She leaned against him, crying pitifully, "I'm in so much pain, so much pain." "Where does it hurt?" Fu Yuchuan frowned deeply, his deep, hoarse voice sounding almost broken. "My forehead hurts so much." She gripped his collar tightly, burying her burning face in his chest. "Why didn't you come up sooner? Didn't you say you'd come up to find me in 5 minutes? Fu Yuchuan looked down at the woman's trembling little hands and lips. Her pale face was filled with grievance and fear. His heart ached, as if an invisible hand was squeezing his heart, and he couldn't breathe for a long time. Shin Li is such a proud person. She was ridiculed for not having a mother since she was a child, and she was scolded by haters when she entered the entertainment industry, but she never shed a tear. This is the second time he has seen her cry like this. The first time was when he bullied her. "Don't cry." He wiped away his tears with his hand, and then leaned down to kiss them away. "We're going to the hospital. It's okay now, okay?" Shin Li's body was burning hot. Even her tongue was hot. She opened her mouth, her voice trembling uncontrollably, and kept burrowing into the man's arms. I won't go. I won't go to the hospital." Fu Yuchuan looked down at her deep red lips and tongue, his Adam's apple bobbing, his voice hoarse. "You're very hot." Her little hands kept reaching inside his clothes, almost burning him. Her voice was softer than usual, and from the moment he heard it, Fu Yuchuan suspected she had been drugged. Chapter 38 Husband. Her reaction confirmed his guess. The woman's hot little hands kept trying to cool him down, touching him here and there, her hot breath spraying against his ear, carrying a sweet scent. "Because I'm so hot, so I'm burning, touch me." Her warm, soft little hands grasped his cold, broad hands and pressed them against her face, letting out a blissful moan. So comfortable. Fu Yuchuan. The driver in the driver's seat froze, then cautiously turned his head. "Mr. Fu, should we go to the hospital or back to the Fu residence?" "Get out of the car and get in Chen Jing's car." The driver immediately swallowed, and after realizing what had happened, he opened the door and got out of the car. Shin Li hugged the man's waist, but it seemed that the clothes weren't enough to satisfy her needs, so she raised her hand and took the initiative to unbutton his black shirt. "Aren't you hot? I'll help you take it off." The man's eyes darkened, and he immediately reached out and pressed her hand down, carrying her into the passenger seat without saying a word. "I'm not hot. I'll take you to the hospital." Fu Yuchuan skillfully fastened her seatbelt. Shin Li grabbed his hand, looking at him with dazed eyes. You're obviously hot too. Why don't you take off your clothes? I'm not a bad person. I won't take advantage of you." The way she looked at him was like a demon seeing Tang Sanzang's flesh. She also said she wouldn't take advantage of him. Fu Yuchuan rubbed his temples helplessly. He knew the reason for her unusual behavior, so naturally, he wouldn't take advantage of her situation. On the way to the hospital, the man in the driver's seat had his tie completely undone and shirt buttons scattered all over the floor. The woman who had been sitting in the passenger seat had somehow unbuckled her seatbelt and wrapped herself around him, her restless hands roaming over his burning chest. She pouted her pink lips and said, "Why are you so hot too? Where can I find some coolness?" Fu Yuchuan frowned deeply, and the veins on his hands gripping the steering wheel bulged. "He's so hot. Whose fault is it? Will it be cold here?" Shinli looked at the protruding area curiously. Fu Yuchuan slammed on the brakes, rolled up the car window, grabbed the woman's hand, and bit it, saying, "It's hot, very hot." "I haven't touched it. You haven't touched it either. How do you know it's hot?" Shinli was still unwilling to give up. She shook off his hand and continued to touch it downwards. The drugs controlled her brain, and her brain controlled her body. The heat and emptiness within her body made her completely let go of herself. What will her reaction be if she remembers tomorrow? Fu Yuchuan's eyes were deep, and he could only watch helplessly as she continued to cause trouble. "Fine, touch me." Having received permission, Shunli looked at it with sparkling eyes as if she had discovered a treasure and reached out her hand. In an instant, she quickly moved her hand away, complaining angrily, "It's hot. It's burning me." Fu Yuchuan's eyes were deep and dark, a smile playing on his lips. "You've touched it. Are you satisfied?" "I'm not satisfied. Why don't you cool it down a bit? What if it gets burned?" She looked at him with an innocent expression as she asked the question. Fu Yuchuan's breath hitched, and his breath was unusually hot and frightening. "You won't get burned. Just sit still. I'll take you to the hospital." No, I don't want to go to the hospital, Fu Yuchuan." Shinli clung tightly to his neck, half sitting on his lap with her waist slightly raised. "A hug is all I need." At first, I touched him because he was cool, but the more I touched him, the hotter and more restless I felt, and I wanted to take off my clothes and stick to him. Thinking of this, she began to take off her coat, and then slowly peeled off the dress that was hanging on her body. Fu Yuchuan's Adam's apple bobbed. Damn, no man could withstand such stimulation. Fu Yuchuan is also a man, and although his needs in this area are less than others, it doesn't mean he doesn't have them. What's more, she was sitting naked in his lap. Fu Yuchuan used one hand to hold her hand above her head, and with the other hand adjusted the car seat, laying her down in the passenger seat. At this moment, if he wanted, he could easily use the excuse of detoxification to possess her. Even when she regained consciousness the next day, she had no reason to blame him and could only swallow her anger and embarrassment. Shinli looked up at the man with a pitiful expression. "I feel so bad." Fu Yuchuan. She looked at him almost pleadingly. "Isn't he her husband? She's in so much pain. Why don't you help her?" "I'm here," Fu Yuchuan replied softly, his voice low and hoarse. He looked down at her, fine beads of sweat dripping down his sharply defined face. He closed his eyes, feeling his entire body growing increasingly hot, not much hotter than the little woman beneath him. He quickly took out his phone, dialed a number, and, using the dim light of the screen, picked up the clothes and put them on Shunli. He didn't answer the phone until he had finished putting on his clothes. Fu Yuchuan's voice was icy cold. "Is there a way to solve that problem without taking that medicine?" There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Then an incredulous question came. "Who downloaded it for you this time?" Fu Yuchuan narrowed his eyes. Even without speaking, Tang Yi could sense his imposing aura over the phone, and he immediately gave his answer. "Take a cold shower. Soaking it for 20 minutes should help it fade." Fu Yuchuan grabbed the hand that was touching him again. "We can't do that in the car." "So, who actually got it?" "It wasn't you," Tang Yi asked casually, and Fu Yuchuan didn't answer, proving that he had guessed correctly. At this moment, the only person who could make him worry and call to ask about him was Shunli. That makes things even easier. Although Tang Ye's tone sounded like he was giving advice, there was a hint of amusement in his voice. "She's been drugged, so she's definitely begging you to take care of her right now. This is a golden opportunity, so we should do it now, or it will be too late." Fu Yuchuan. "Don't tell me you're hesitating, Mr. Fu. I never knew you could be so reserved. You're quite the repressed flirt." Tang Yi. "Shut up." Okay. Tang Yi readily agreed, afraid of delaying his good deed. "I'll hang up now." Before the call was even ended, Shinli, seemingly unable to wait, immediately lifted her leg and tightly wrapped it around the man's waist. The phone slipped from the man's hand with a bang. As Fu Yuchuan leaned forward, Shin tilted her head back and bit his Adam's apple. Fu Yuchuan's eyes were deep and somber, and his low, husky voice fell on her ear, "No regrets." Shin squinted at him, her whole body limp. "Husband." Fu Yuchuan's arms and forehead veins bulged. "Once you've experienced bodily memory the first time, you'll become proficient the second time. Chapter 39 is so painful, you couldn't hold back anymore." Shin suspected that her contractual husband had been with many women, and the whole process was smooth and effortless. Fu Yuchuan gently kissed her lips, then continued kissing her every inch of her body as he moved downwards. Before long, Shin couldn't take it anymore. Her body arched up, and then she slowly collapsed, breathing in small gasps. Fu Yuchuan's lips were glistening with tears, his eyes were deep, and his voice was incredibly sexy. "Happy now?" Shin was exhausted after just one session, and her mind went completely blank. Regaining some of her senses, she realized how shameful her earlier attempts to seduce him had been. She gently kicked the man away, saying, "Kuan, get off." Fu Yuchuan looked up at the pair of small, white feet that rested on his waist, then glanced at the drowsy woman. She enjoyed herself, but he suffered the consequences. However, that was his initial plan. She should be so tired from all the commotion that she would fall asleep, which wouldn't prevent him from driving to the hospital. Shin pulled his coat over herself and mumbled, "I'm not going to the hospital." Fu Yuchuan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the woman with a satisfied expression. It was indeed inappropriate for her to go to the hospital like this. He didn't want anyone else to see her like this. The car was parked at Vientiane Mansion. Fu Yuchuan skillfully entered the password. He gently placed the woman in his arms back on the bed. After a while in the car, her hair was soaked with sweat, sticking to her face and neck, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Fu Yuchuan retreated to the bedside, and Shin watched him undress. "I want to take a shower too." The man lifted his eyelids to look at her. "You just sweated, you can't wash." She has always been a clean person and would not allow herself to go to sleep smelling of sweat. If he doesn't help, she washes it herself. Fu Yuchuan looked at her swaying body and braced himself on either side of her. So delicate? Shin had little strength, but she got out of bed on her own. Fu Yuchuan stared at her back for a while, then helplessly curled his lips, reached out, and picked her up, carrying her towards the bathroom. Shin naturally hooked her arm around his neck, yawning sleepily. "Close your eyes and don't peek. I just got rid of my fever and I'm a little cold. The water should be warmer." Fu Yuchuan was worried that she would feel cold, so he had already turned the water temperature up to very hot. After taking a bath, Shin didn't feel much better. Instead, she became even more thirsty, her cheeks flushed, and her whole body had a faint pinkish hue. In the dim light, Fu Yuchuan picked her up and carried her back to the bed. The man smelled faintly of soap, clean and pleasant, and her mind became increasingly confused. Those little hands clung tightly to his neck, refusing to let go. Fu Yuchuan took a deep breath, and his deep, warm voice sounded in her ear. "Be good. Let go. I'll get a doctor to come and treat your injury." Shin's forehead no longer hurt, but her mind was filled with a different kind of voice. "He smells so good. I really want to kiss him. I really want to." The moment the thought crossed her mind, Shin was startled, but her body wouldn't listen to her head, and she reached out to pull off his bathrobe. You mustn't go." However, her hand was grasped by the man as soon as she reached out. Fu Yuchuan looked at her flushed face in eagerness, and pursed his thin lips. She wouldn't let him look just now, but now she's touching him directly. Fu Yuchuan frowned, then suddenly remembered something and walked out. Shin stared blankly at the man's retreating figure. She was in so much pain, and he just left. Without saying a word, she followed him out. Just as he lifted his foot, Fu Yuchuan pushed open the door and entered with a doctor. The man stepped forward and carried her back to the bed. Fu Yuchuan told the doctor about what had just happened. Upon hearing this, the female doctor frowned. "Mr. Fu, did you just say that Madam's body started to feel hot again because she took a bath?" Fu Yuchuan gave a faint and asked, "Does she have a fever?" He turned on the heater in the car and gave her a quick shower when he got back, so logically there shouldn't have been any problems. Shin Li's body temperature was not only higher than when she had a fever, but her behavior was also more abnormal. She grabbed his cold hand and opened her mouth. Fu Yuchuan seemed to have guessed what she was going to do first. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice became hoarse. No. Shin Li lay on the bed staring straight at him, looking aggrieved after being scolded. Seeing the woman's reaction, the female doctor instantly understood. She coughed lightly. Madam must have taken a different kind of medicine. With regular medications, taking a bath will make you feel better, but with this type 2 medication, taking a bath will actually increase blood flow and make you feel worse. Fu Yuchuan frowned deeply, his voice hoarse and low. Leave the medicine. I'll treat the wound on her forehead. Okay, Mr. Fu. The door was closed again. Shin Li tilted her head and looked at the man sitting on the edge of the bed treating her wounds. From her angle, you can vaguely see her abdominal muscles under her bathrobe. Without her noticing, she reached out her hand, her voice soft and gentle. You're so amazing. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether the woman was praising his wound-treating skills or his figure under the bathrobe. Fu Yuchuan's expression remained normal, but his breath was much warmer. Sit down. The man's tone was noticeably less fierce than before, so Shin Li became even more aggressive, reaching out her small hand to untie his bathrobe. Be good, don't move. He continued to treat the injury on her hand carefully. Only the fine beads of sweat on his forehead and his noticeably hoarse voice revealed that he was not as calm as he appeared. She sat in her lap, in that position, with it pressed against her crotch. The internal heat surged even more intensely. Shin Li was almost going crazy. She gently tilted her head back. At that moment, only one thought crossed his mind. Is this man impotent? He's usually so skilled at kissing, touching, and hugging her. So how come he can remain so calm even when she's being so proactive? She clutched his discarded bathrobe with her fingers, biting her lip tightly with her pearly teeth. A man's deep, husky voice echoed in the thin air, so uncomfortable. This man. Her expression was clear enough. Shin Li bit her lip and glared at him. Fu Yuchuan, are you impotent? The man frowned because of her question. Is it not possible? But he didn't act immediately. He calmly tended to the wound on her forehead, a slight smile playing on his lips. Do you know how much pain I was in that night? She suddenly remembered that their first time together was also because he had been drugged. She repeatedly implied that he did it on purpose, always believing that the drugs had no effect on his behavior, and that Yin Yang wanted to send him to prison. Now he brought up the old issue again, deliberately refusing to give it to her as revenge. She felt upset and wronged, and tears were welling up in her eyes. If he wasn't good enough for her, she would go find someone else. Where to? Before she could get up from him, the man's handsome face was already close to hers. Shin Li tried to back away, but the man held her waist, kissing her passionately, his deep, husky voice seducing her senses. I wanted to treat the wound on your forehead first, but I couldn't resist. Chapter 40. How can this bastard be so patient? Tolerate. She endured it for so long. Applying medicine was just an excuse. He was clearly just trying to torture her. She slightly raised her eyes and could vaguely see the man's taut jawline and his deep, dark eyes. Shin Li knew that he was also enduring it, or rather, he was not in any better shape than she was, but was just waiting for her to beg for mercy first. If she doesn't speak up, he can probably keep enduring it. If you're so tolerant, why didn't you let her go that night? Shin Li's mind went blank. She bit her lip, tilted her head back, and pressed her lips to his cold, thin lips. The kiss was fleeting, but Shin Li caught a glimpse of the man's eyes darkening suddenly. She felt a sudden unease and took a half step back. However, before she could even move her buttocks, the man easily scooped her up and threw her heavily onto the bed. Fu Yuchuan knelt on either side of her waist, supporting his body and trapping her beneath him. His dark, deep eyes stared at her abnormally flushed cheeks, a triumphant smirk appearing on his face, his voice low and husky. Shin Li, you seduced me first. Her black curly hair was spread out on the white sheets, making her skin appear even whiter and more flawless. Her face flushed even more from the suggestive pose. Fu Yuchuan. Her delicate nature made the man, who had only intended to tease her a little longer, turn red in the eyes and lower his head to kiss her lips fiercely. Shunli silently endured his dense kisses, the man's fingers landing all over her body, each touch sending shivers down her spine. Under his fingers and kisses, she was quickly brought to tears. Shunli couldn't take it anymore. She cried intermittently at first, then lowered her head and bit the man's shoulder. Yuchuan. Her fingers gripped his bathrobe tightly, her voice soft and delicate. The man lowered his head, kissed away the sweat from her forehead, and chuckled softly. Shunli, you're really useless. He kissed her lips, passing the air between them. Didn't you seduce me? What's there to be nervous about? Yuchuan was far less abstinent and sexually indifferent than he appeared. At least Shunli truly felt it this time. First in the bedroom, then in the bathroom, and then in the living room and study. Shunli was really out of strength and pushed his chest lightly with her hand. Yuchuan. No more, I'm sleepy. The man pinched her face and kissed her, saying, You're sleepy, go to sleep. How can I sleep like this? He whispered in her ear, I didn't ask you to do anything. Shunli, after saying that, he carried her to his bed. Shunli finally thought it was over, and she slowly closed her eyes. However, this was only her own opinion. She gripped the sheets tightly, buried her face in his neck, and said in a wrong tone, I'll never do this with you again. I thought you. The man chuckled softly. What did you think? Seeing that she didn't answer, he continued to laugh. Am I good enough? Okay. The man was satisfied with her answer and kissed her lips. Late into the night, after she repeatedly begged for mercy, he finally let her go. The next day, early morning, before Shunli even opened her eyes, her face scrunched up and her whole body ached. She groggily opened her eyes, looked at the unfamiliar bedroom, and then felt her waist being squeezed, making it hard to breathe. She turned her head, and the man's handsome face came into view. She suddenly stood up, her brows furrowing as the pain from last night's events washed over her. Looking at the scratches on the man's shoulders and chest, and then at his calm and indifferent face, she couldn't imagine that the same man who had pinned her down and refused to stop last night was the same man. Although I was annoyed, I still tiptoed out of bed. She'd heard that men's desires were very strong in the morning, and she was genuinely afraid he'd beat her up as soon as he opened his eyes. As soon as she stood up, an arm wrapped around her waist, and her back pressed against the man's warm chest. Her heart was racing. The man's thin lips brushed against his ear, his voice husky. Won't you sleep a little longer? No need. I've had enough sleep. Really? But you kept saying you were sleepy last night. He knew he was sleepy, but he didn't hold back at all. Shunli pouted, somewhat annoyed. The man smiled and turned her face towards him. Since you've had enough sleep, get up and have breakfast. It'll get cold by the time you wake up. Shunli looked at him, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. This man had woken up earlier than her. Where does he get so much energy? She went into the bathroom, quickly washed up, and when she came out in her pajamas, the man was no longer in the bedroom. Yuchuan was heating up porridge in the kitchen, while she was fiddling with the coffee machine beside him. Suddenly, the man hugged her from behind. The aroma of coffee mingled unexpectedly with the scent of soap on his clothes. He lowered his head and buried his face in her fair neck, kissing her repeatedly, chuckling softly. You can even grind coffee? Shunli felt a little guilty and itchy. She coughed twice and tried her best to avoid his kiss. Why don't I give it a try? I've had it for so long but haven't used it yet. He didn't speak, but continued to kiss her face, his burning heat pressing against her waist, making her unable to bear it any longer. No, I'm still in pain. She lied. In reality, apart from body aches, she felt no pain anywhere else. After all, his technique was getting better and better each time, leaving no room for complaint. When Yuchuan heard this, he was stunned for a few seconds before turning around and picking up his phone to call the female doctor from last night. As Shunli watched his retreating figure, a thought suddenly popped into her head. If they didn't get a divorce and just continued living like this, it might not be so bad. Mrs. Fu, I just checked her over, and the medication has been completely metabolized from her body, so there's nothing to worry about. As for the injury on her forehead, an ointment has been prescribed. If she applies it frequently, it won't leave a scar and won't affect her appearance on camera. Get plenty of rest lately, and don't cough. Stop strenuous exercise. Tang Yi finished speaking before the doctor could finish. Shin finally couldn't listen anymore and made an excuse to go back to her room. Okay, thank you for your help. After Fu Yuchuan saw the doctor off, Tang Yi stared at him for a long time. The man, hands in his pockets, smiled wickedly. Who called me last night pretending to be coy? And who is standing in front of me today with such a satisfied look on their face? President Fu, you're truly a man of great talent. Fu Yuchuan's expression did not change when he heard the first few sentences. As Tang Yi spoke, he noticed a hint of coldness in the man's eyes. To be honest, you're getting angry? Fu Yuchuan looked at the slap mark on his face indifferently. When it comes to hiding it, you really can't compare to President Tang. What did you use to cover the slap mark on your face? Tang Yi. His handsome face darkened, and he abruptly ended the topic. Chapter 41. All that networking in the entertainment industry, just for her? Shin Li's phone was left at Haiyu Garden last night, and Ding Min couldn't get through to it no matter what she tried, so she had to call Fu Yuchuan, who had been getting close to her recently. While he was arguing with Tang Yi, he received a phone call. Mr. Fu, I'm sorry to bother you. Was Shin Li with you the whole time last night? Where is she? Are you still with her? The man gave a faint again. She's resting in her room. Ding Min. She asked a question, and he answered it without any unnecessary words. Ding Min paused for a few seconds, then said, President Fu, once she wakes up, please ask her to come to the company. It's urgent. The man remained expressionless throughout, but when he heard her say she was in a hurry, he raised an eyebrow and his thin lips moved slightly, asking, What is it? The paparazzi said that after attending the Fu Group's gala, she followed Jang Being. Ding Min hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped herself. The man's voice deepened. You speak. The paparazzi said she booked a hotel room with Jang Being, and now a large group of paparazzi are staking out downstairs at Huayuan. I'll have someone remove her Weibo headline. The reason I brought her here is because the company is preparing to recruit her as a reporter. Before Ding Min could finish speaking, the man hung up the phone. Fu Yuchuan opened Weibo with a blank expression, and the entertainment list was full of trending topics related to Shin Li. Among them were many mocking comments about her background, doubts about her whirlwind marriage, and questions about where she went last night. His eyes, hidden behind those gold-rimmed glasses, grew even colder. He glanced up at the man in front of him and said coldly, Why the hell didn't you tell me? Tang Yi waved his hand innocently. You don't have a phone? I thought you weren't planning on keeping her. His idea wasn't unfounded. Last night, when Fu Yuchuan called to ask him, he thought that Fu Yuchuan didn't intend to do anything to her, and naturally, he didn't intend to interfere with her affairs in the entertainment industry. Who knew that he would be verbally abused by this man as soon as he arrived? Fu Yuchuan gave him a cold glance, but continued working and made a phone call. Chen Jing, go and remove all the trending topics about Shin Li. Upon hearing his instructions, Tang Yi raised an eyebrow. After he hung up the phone, he asked, I heard you sent Jiang Beijing to jail. What are you planning to do? That's a police matter. I won't get involved. Suching banned this drug decades ago. If there was a transaction, he can't deny it. The Fu family has no involvement in the entertainment industry, but he manages it. The Fu Group is involved in both the legitimate and criminal worlds, but when this kind of thing happens, he hands it over to the police. He did this simply because he didn't want to interfere in Shin Li and Jiang Beijing's relationship, and he didn't want his impulsive decision to tip her scales to the other side. Tang Yi chuckled softly from the side. I've known you for so many years, but I didn't know you had connections in the entertainment industry. All this groundwork, just for her. After finishing her makeup in the bedroom, Shin Li wanted to play on her phone for a while, but then she remembered that she had left her phone at the hotel. She wanted to use Fu Yuchuan's phone to contact the front desk of Haiyu Garden and have someone bring it over. As soon as I stepped out of the bedroom, I heard about connections in the entertainment industry and the groundwork laid. As soon as Tang Yi saw her come out, he made an excuse to leave. Shin Li glanced at the man's phone on the table and casually asked, Could I borrow it for a moment? Fu Yuchuan's voice deepened slightly. You understand? She blinked. What? The man handed over his phone. Read the news. Shin Li opened Weibo, and everything on the page seemed normal. Finally, she entered her own name in the search bar and saw the discussions about her. She just pursed her lips after reading it, without saying anything. Seeing that she remained silent, Fu Yuchuan asked in a low voice, "Are you very sad?" "No. Anyway, I spent the whole night with you. Moreover, there are no photos or videos to prove it, so it's just a way for the paparazzi to boost their year-end performance." Fu Yuchuan handed the phone over again, saying, "Your agent wants you to make a call. The company wants to hold a press conference for you." Shinli was stunned for a few seconds. Usually, celebrities only hold press conferences when there is a major public opinion incident. This is just the paparazzi side of the story. It can't be that serious, right? She took the phone, opened Ding Min's WeChat, and froze again. She finally understood why Sister Min was in such a hurry to contact Fu Yuchuan. Ding Min sent him a video and a photo. The video shows Jang Being carrying her, who was unconscious, onto an elevator, while the photo shows her helping Jang Being out of a bar a long time ago. If there is only one type of evidence, either a photo or a video, it can be explained by coincidence. Being photographed at different times and locations suggests that they met privately more than once. This wave of public opinion is clearly aimed at her, suggesting that she was prepared and that the rumors were intended to break down her mental defenses and career. Last night, Fu Yuchuan reminded the person in charge of Haiyu Garden not to leak the information. So even when Jang Being came out of the building and went to the police station, including when Shunli carried him out of the back door, the outside world knew nothing. The only people who could get the video were those closely related to him. Secretary to the president of Fu's group, Zhu Yan. They're really tired of living. They kept her around because of her good business skills, but now that she's caused such a mess in Jiangbei City, they can't keep her. Shinli took a sip of coffee and was just about to ask Fu Yuchuan to take her to the company when his phone screen lit up. Police station. If it were just a matter of taking a statement, the police would come directly to the door. The fact that they are calling now, and it's directed at Fu Yuchuan, means there's no other possibility besides Jiangbei City. So as soon as the call connected, Shinli got straight to the point. "It's me." Jang Being was silent for a few seconds. "Lily, are you free now? Come over here. I have something to tell you." She can refuse. But there's no reason to refuse. She was just about to ask him why he did that. Good. Shinli readily agreed and hung up the phone. 15 minutes later, the black Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the police station. Fu Yuchuan opened the car door for her and half carried her out of the car. "Will I be recognized like this?" Even though she was wearing sunglasses and a hat, she was still afraid of being photographed and having the photos posted online. Fu Yuchuan half embraced her waist. "I'll handle it." The journey was smooth, and the police officers who were there to receive her were already waiting. As soon as they saw Fu Yuchuan bringing her over, they led her to the meeting room. Jang Being was dressed in a black suit, tailored to fit perfectly, exuding nobility and elegance, showing no trace of the dishevelment of a prisoner. The officer told her that he was waiting to be released on bail. Jang Being lowered his eyes, and when he saw her arrive, he raised his head slightly, his Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice was hoarse as he spoke his first words. "Shunli, I'm sorry. You invited me to your birthday party just for this." He looked at her, his beautiful eyes almost devoid of emotion, and his voice deepened. "I will cooperate with the press conference to prove your innocence." She chuckled lightly and said coolly, "You just need to tell me your purpose in doing this." Chapter 42. You should also look at others. Jang Being looked at the cold smile on her lips and, for some reason, felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. He ultimately did not reveal the reason, but simply said, "Shunli, this matter has been entirely my fault from beginning to end. It has nothing to do with Zhu Yan." She paused for a few seconds, a cold smile playing on her lips. "You want to plead for her?" Jang Being shook his head in denial. "No. She was not involved. Jiangbei City and Suzhou City banned this drug more than 10 years ago. It's easy to find out who handled it. Can you protect her?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jang Being's expression changed, and he became serious. He raised his hand to grasp her hand. But before his hand could touch her, a deep, cold male voice came from behind him. "President Jiang." Fu Yuchuan only said 2 words before pausing. Shunli glanced at him indifferently, then curled her pale lips into a smile. "If she does it, I will definitely not let her go." Jang Being watched her retreating figure in her high heels, his lips pressed into a tight line until she completely disappeared from sight. Fu Yuchuan opened the passenger door for her, staring at her face with his deep eyes, without saying a word. She was wearing sunglasses, so her expression was completely unreadable. Shin bent down to get into the car, without looking at anyone. It wasn't until the man next to him took out his phone and made a call that things started to go on. She reached out to stop her, her voice slightly hoarse. No need. Before she could react, the man lifted her chin, took off her glasses, leaned down, and kissed away her tears. Don't cry. The implication is that she is not allowed to shed tears for other men. Shin looked at the man's deep eyes with some displeasure, and she pursed her lips. My tears weren't shed for him. Shin raised her hand to wipe away the tears that were streaming down her face uncontrollably. Do you know why I like him? Fu Yuchuan looked at her, his voice hoarse and low. You speak. When I was little, those kids always talked about my parents because no one wanted to play with me. I had to use money and snacks to please them. When I grew up, girls didn't want to walk with me because I looked like my mother, and boys thought I was cold and hard to pursue. Fu Yuchuan stared at her blankly, then said in a low voice, It's not your fault. Shin nodded. Of course I know, but Jang Being is the only boy who has spent 2 years pursuing me. Even though he knew his father wouldn't agree, he still did it. Fu Yuchuan looked at her bright red nose and smiled faintly. Because you are very beautiful. She bit her lip. At the time, I thought that since he was willing to spend so much time pursuing me, he must be completely loyal to me. I didn't think it was a big deal that he chose to marry you in order to help him get a job at the Fu Group. Fu Yuchuan looked at her. Just because of that. Yes, I know that everything in this world has an expiration date. The man I choose, even if he changes his mind in the future, will not easily cross the line of morality. She pursed her lips slightly and gave a self-deprecating laugh. I was just too naive, wanting too much. The man's long, slender hand cupped her cool face, his fingertips gently caressing the corners of her reddened eyes. Since there's no longer any possibility with him, you should look to others. The man's brief words instantly stirred up a storm in Shin heart. Fu Yuchuan. She felt the man's warm fingertips. Fu Yuchuan lowered his head and moved closer to her. Shin pale lips moved slightly. Fu Yuchuan, can you promise me something? Chapter 43, You're Ignoring Me. Sea Garden. A large number of media reporters gathered at the hotel entrance, and a woman with an unusual expression also mingled among them. Because of excessive tension, my shoulders started to shake involuntarily. The reporters standing nearby quickly reviewed their interview notes. Ms. Shin, may I ask why you were seen entering and leaving this hotel with Mr. Jang Being? Ms. Shin, is the video circulating online of Mr. Jang Being carrying you up the elevator real? Ms. Shin, there are rumors circulating that you are about to divorce your current husband, Fu Yuchuan, the head of the Fu Group. Is this true? At this moment, Zhu Yan in the crowd was even more eager than the reporters to see Shin walk out of the hotel. Since last night, she has been unable to contact Jang Being. She has made more than a dozen calls, all of which went unanswered. Using his position as the president's secretary at the Fu Group, they obtained a video of him carrying Shin onto an elevator. Aside from that, they couldn't get anything else out of the staff. So far, she doesn't know how far they've progressed. She could only wait for Shin to come out of the hotel, just like the reporters. At the same time, the temperature inside the black Rolls Royce suddenly dropped after Shin made that request. A deep, suppressed male voice sounded above her head. What if I don't agree? Sensing the coldness in his voice, Shin looked up at him and forced a smile. You will agree. Hearing this, the man's expression darkened further, his cold, broad hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. I'll take you to the press conference. From the police station to the Haiyu Huayuan Hotel, the man in the driver's seat remained silent. During this time, Shin took the initiative to start conversations, while he kept his eyes fixed ahead. Having made a fool of herself, she stopped trying to win him over and turned her face to the car window. When she got off the bus, she took out her cosmetics to touch up her makeup. The man's tall figure leaned against the car door, his dark, indifferent eyes watching her apply lipstick in front of the mirror. Finally, she pursed her lips, looked up at the man's cold, hard jawline, and asked, Are you done? Um, I don't know when he looked away, and he just responded indifferently. She pouted, looking dissatisfied. You're ignoring me. Because of the unpleasantness earlier, the man was planning to ignore her for a while. But seeing her so coquettish, he reluctantly opened his thin lips and said, I saw it. Shinli was satisfied with his answer and smiled. Then I'll go down first. You wait for me here. As she lifted her foot to get out of the car, the man's deep voice rang out again, I'll go with you. Before Shinli could react, she was half pulled and half led by Fu Yuchuan. So, while the reporter was still waiting to see if Shinli would come out of the hotel, he turned around and found Fu Yuchuan leading her by the hand to the main seat of the press conference. Everyone present was instantly shocked. A murmur of discussion immediately arose from the audience. What's going on? Why did Shinli come with Fu Yuchuan? Shouldn't she be coming out of the hotel? When exactly did she leave the hotel? Could it be that she didn't spend time with Jang Being last night? Then, who spread false information to send us here? Zhu Yin, standing in the crowd, reacted even more strongly than the reporters on the scene. She stared in disbelief at the two people in the main seats. Fine sweat kept seeping from her palms, and the cold sweat on her back almost soaked through her thin clothes. Although she knew from the beginning that the chances of the plan succeeding were slim, she was still quite shocked when she saw Shinli standing unharmed on the stage. How did she manage to leave this hotel unscathed last night? Now that she's gone, where is Jang Being? Countless questions came crashing down on her like snowballs, and her plans completely collapsed. Zhu Yin could barely stand. She struggled to breathe through her oxygen tank while watching the scene unfold on stage. Holding the microphone, Shinli easily answered the reporter's question with her bright red lips. Last night, I was not with Mr. Jang Being, whom everyone is talking about. As everyone knows, he did pursue me before I married Mr. Fu Yuchuan. But it didn't develop into anything. We all considered each other friends, and I also sent a gift last night. The video of him carrying me up the elevator is also real. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present erupted in uproar. Shinli in the video was close to being unconscious. If they hadn't been together last night, how did she leave the hotel? This seems to have become a new point of interest for everyone. Zhu Yin, sitting in the audience, was extremely nervous. By now, Shinli had probably already investigated the matter thoroughly, or Jang Being had already told her the truth. Now, she, sitting on the stage, is like a fish on a chopping board, experiencing the agonizing process of being slowly sliced to death. She looked at Shinli, her face covered in sweat. Suddenly, her eyes flashed, and the person on the stage seemed to be fixing their gaze on her as well. She saw her eyes sharpen, and her bright red lips part slightly. I was just drunk. My husband came to pick me up later. The woman's cold and indifferent voice struck her hard, like a thunderbolt. Shinli looked at her with an expression that clearly knew everything, but in the end she still didn't say anything. Then, everyone present received the same message on their phones. The post came from Weibo, and the content was a video of Fu Yuchuan carrying Shinli as they left the hotel. Now, the truth of everything has come to light. The reporters who wanted to delve deeper into the matter also stopped after Shinli left. Fu Yuchuan's expression wasn't much better than when he arrived, but when she passed by him, he took her hand. His voice was faint. I'm going back. I'm hungry. Shinli hummed in agreement and followed behind the man. Zhu Yin watched the two departing figures, and in that instant, she felt utterly ashamed. Recalling Shinli's dismissive look was like a slap across the face of a self-directed and self-acted clown. Once away from the crowd, the man held Shinli's hand and remained silent the entire way. Shinli stopped in her tracks, waiting for him to come to a halt. Fu Yuchuan. The man glanced at her delicately made-up face, his thin lips moving slightly, his tone ambiguous. What's wrong? I was about to ask you what's wrong. Shinli looked at his cold, handsome face, and smiled, her red lips twitching. Are you unhappy because I told you not to pursue the matter of Jang Being anymore? The man's voice turned colder and deeper. Are you happy to see me like this? He was always careful with his words and had never been so aggressive before. Her expression changed, and she wiped the smile from her lips, muttering, even if this really happened, I would be the one who suffers, not you. Upon hearing this, the man's expression didn't improve. Instead, He picked her up, opened the car door, and she was almost thrown halfway into the back seat. Chapter 44. Fu Yuchuan, you big idiot. Fu Yuchuan placed his hands on either side and leaned over to cover her entire body. Shin looked up and met his face. His eyes were filled with a faint coldness, and she felt a sudden fright. She reached out and pushed against his chest. Fu Yuchuan, you're hurting me. His cold fingers gripped her chin. The man looked down at her face, his voice chilling. If I hadn't shown up in time, did you think about the consequences? If he hadn't appeared in time, today's trending topics would probably not be about her clarification, but rather a deluge of negative comments. I know. You know? A cold laugh escaped the man's lips. Then why are you begging me to let him go? He didn't want to put her in a difficult position, so he didn't use personal grudges to retaliate against Jang Being. Unexpectedly, she dropped the charges against Jang Being, allowing him to be released on bail. She made his worries all night turn into a joke. When he saw her lying on the ground, disheveled and covered in blood, he felt like killing her. Or is it because he used all sorts of methods that he gave you the illusion that he still likes you, and that you want to start over with him? His questions came at Shin like snowballs, leaving her momentarily bewildered. If that's the case, why did you risk hurting yourself last night rather than let him have you? Because you were gambling. He couldn't bear to see you get hurt, much less have you. Shin never knew that this man could be so aggressive when he got serious. That completely misinterprets her original meaning. She was having some difficulty breathing, her black and white eyes glaring at him, both angry and annoyed. She reached out and pushed his chest away, looking directly into his cold, dark eyes. I was indeed gambling, but not on my importance in his heart. Fu Yuchuan was pushed away a little by her. When he realized what was happening, he grabbed her hand even harder, pinning it above her head so she couldn't move. His thin, cold lips parted slightly. So what are we betting on? Shin felt like she was about to be driven mad with anger. This man only misinterprets her meaning. He's completely clueless in other aspects. She felt like a prisoner being interrogated, with no room to maneuver. I bet you're a complete idiot. She bit her lip. You're hurting me. He held her hand so tightly that he felt like he was crushing her bones. Fu Yuchuan looked down and noticed that her wrist was very red, so he immediately loosened his grip. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shin kicked him in the lower abdomen and then stood up. A silence fell over them. Fu Yuchuan looked at her for a while, his voice no longer so cold and hard, but his displeasure was still evident. You'd better give me a satisfactory explanation, or someone will go to the Jang family tonight to arrest you. He paused for a few seconds, looking at her angry little face. You ate very little this morning, and you haven't changed the dressing on your forehead. Go home first. After a long silence, Shin slowly replied, Oh. The man's idea of going home didn't refer to the Vientiane mansion. He turned the car around and drove straight to the Royal View Villa. Using the excuse that she was injured and had no one to take care of her, they forcibly detained her at the Fu residence. As soon as I got out of the car, the family servants immediately came to greet me. Mr. Fu, madam, the meal is ready. Fu Yuchuan led her into the restaurant. His tall figure was reflected on the table. His voice was deep and calm. Eat first. After you finish, I'll go upstairs to change your dressing. After saying that, he turned and walked straight upstairs. As soon as Fu Yuchuan went upstairs, his phone rang. As soon as the call connected, he coldly asked, Speak. Jing. I received news that Customs says Jang Being is flying to New York tonight. He didn't say anything. Jing sensed something was wrong with the man opposite him and cautiously asked, Mr. Fu, should we? We'll talk about it tonight. Fu Yuchuan hung up the phone, leaned back in his leather chair, and reached out to pull open the drawer of his desk, inside which was a pile of photos. The people in the photo have bright, cheerful smiles and are wearing beautiful costumes as they smile at the camera. Shin had little appetite. She ate 2 bites of rice and then put down her chopsticks, pursing her lips. Suddenly, she felt a pang of sadness. She sat at the dining table, occasionally glancing up at the stairs. Is she still angry because she decided not to pursue the matter with Jang Being? He wouldn't eat, and he wouldn't come downstairs. If I remember correctly, he didn't eat breakfast and took her to see Jang Being early in the morning. He's always like this. He eats very little and gets angry easily. Chapter 45. Kiss Me. 10 minutes later, Shunli finally couldn't hold back any longer. She was so restless that she barely touched the table. Aunt Lu thought the food wasn't to her liking, so she went up to ask her. Shunli shook her head, took a couple of bites, and pointed to the food on the table. Pack up a few dishes that Fu Yuchuan likes, and I'll bring them up later. Good. Oh, and could you also find me a first aid kit? Thanks. You're too kind, madam. Shunli didn't know why she was worried about him, but her heart just felt a little sore. After Aunt Lu had prepared everything, she carried it upstairs. Fu Yuchuan was in the study, not working. His gold-rimmed glasses were on the table, his tie was open, his shirt had obvious wrinkles, and he was leaning against the leather sofa with his thick eyelashes drooping and his eyes closed, resting. Shunli knocked on the door. The door was half open, and he could see her standing outside with her things as soon as he opened his eyes. His voice was low and hoarse as he abruptly asked, "Have you thought of a reason?" He was still resentful about letting Jang Being City pass. Shunli pursed her lips and walked over. "Why aren't you eating?" Fu Yuchuan stared at her with his dark, deep eyes. "You've made me so angry I can't eat." She swallowed, her little face puffing out. "If I hadn't told you, were you planning to never eat it for the rest of your life? Using a child's method of starvation can harm your own body. How come she didn't notice how childish she was? I'm not hungry, you can go out first." Shunli, Fu Yuchuan. When Fu Yuchuan heard her call his name, he looked up at her, noticed the wound on her forehead, and took a deep breath. After a long while, the man in the main seat spoke again. "Come in, I'll change your dressing." Upon hearing this, Shunli couldn't help but smile. Then, with a stern face, pretending to be very angry, he muttered, "Didn't you tell me to leave?" Fu Yuchuan stood up from the back of the chair, his handsome face revealing no emotion, his expression extremely indifferent. Even the voice was indistinguishable. "Come here quickly." Shunli said, "Oh," and slowly walked over. "I'm going to try and temper him a bit, since he's the type to just sulk." The man pulled her into his arms and made her sit on his lap. His cold fingers pinched her chin as he said indifferently, "Did you come up here to persuade me to eat? Or do you want me to help you change your dressing?" "Shunli, is this man still dwelling on this issue?" She placed the first aid kit and lunchbox on the table and pouted, "I have both. Is that not allowed? Besides, I waited for you specifically, and I didn't even get enough to eat." "Yeah. You didn't eat much this morning, skipped lunch, and forgot to eat again because you were working overtime tonight. Haven't you noticed you've lost weight? Is it even hard for you to hug someone?" She deliberately exaggerated the situation. In reality, this man could lift her up anytime, anywhere, with ease. Like carrying a chick. Fu Yuchuan narrowed his dangerous eyes, his voice suddenly turning hoarse. "Are you questioning me?" "Yes, so what? Just eat your food first, and everything will be fine," Shunli said guiltily, trying to evade the question. The man pinched her chin with his fingers, his deep black eyes finally settling on her pink lips. His hot breath brushed against her face as he whispered, "If I'm happy, I'll eat." Shunli felt a little flustered by the man's gaze and stammered. "Then, why are you happy?" He said calmly, "Kiss me." He grabbed her chin, preventing her from escaping, and said, "Hurry up." Previously, when they kissed, it was usually him who forced the kiss, and she accepted it half-heartedly. Now, it's a bit difficult for her to take the initiative to kiss him. She pouted her full pink lips and protested, "I didn't eat enough downstairs either. It's all because of you." She believed that if she said that, he had no reason to let her take the initiative. Unexpectedly, Fu Yuchuan leaned down and caressed her warm lips with his hand, saying softly, "Okay, it was my fault." As he finished speaking, the man cupped her face and placed a deep kiss on her lips, saying, "It's to make it up to you." His hot breath sprayed down on her as he spoke, and she could even feel the vibration of his vocal cords. This man has an unusually thick skin. His soft, light kisses landed on her sensitive cheeks and earlobes. Shunli felt weak in the knees from his kisses. She pushed his shoulder with her hand and said, Okay, Fu Yuchuan, you've kissed enough. Let's eat first." The man's thin lips had left her, but his hands were still cupping her face, his fingertips caressing her smooth cheeks. "No, you haven't explained yet." She paused for a few seconds, avoiding the man's gaze, and stammered, "He's leaving Suzhou for New York tonight." "I know. How did you know?" Shinli looked at the man in disbelief. Fu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow, his cold fingers playing with her full, rosy earlobe. Do you even need to ask? All right. In the entire city of Suzhou, nothing he wanted to know could escape his control. She glanced at the man holding her and said softly, I promised him that as long as I let him go, he will never return to Suzhou. Didn't you say I should look at other people? I think if he leaves, it will be a new beginning. She was extremely embarrassed after saying those words. Shinli could clearly feel the muscles of the man holding her stiffen after she finished speaking. Fu Yuchuan's arms were tightly wrapped around her waist, his hot breath falling on her neck, almost drowning her. You want to be with me? The man's extremely hoarse voice made Shinli's heart skip a beat and beat very fast. He urged her to agree. Shinli felt itchy but couldn't get away, so she could only mutter under her breath, that depends on how you perform. Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curved slightly, clearly having been appeased. He coaxed her, what kind of performance do you want? Shinli was already sitting on the man's lap, so she was fully aware of his physical reactions. Just as she said she wanted to start over, the man's muscles stiffened, and she felt his whole body burning hot. She nervously swallowed. Speak quickly, or I'll have to express it with my understanding of behavior. She gripped his collar tightly, her breathing quickening. Then help me change my dressing first, it hurts a lot. Fu Yuchuan frowned slightly and looked down at her. Does it still hurt? I'll call the doctor. Shinli looked at his furrowed brows and slightly curved her lips. No need. She felt a little better, and her heart softened even more. If you change it for me, it won't hurt anymore. Fu Yuchuan had figured this out. His dark eyes held a faint smile as he looked at her hand around his neck, then lowered his head and kissed her lips fiercely. As they kissed, things went wrong. Shinli felt like she was being burned while sitting there, so she pushed his chest and pouted. You help me change my dressing or eat first. Wait a bit before we kiss. Fu Yuchuan looked up, stared at her rosy lips, and hummed softly. Chapter 46. Who said we were getting a divorce? Because they had already talked things out, he applied the medicine very gently, asking as he did so, does it still hurt? Shinli's heart softened at his question, and she pursed her lips. It doesn't hurt. Although this man doesn't often lose his temper, it's especially tiring to coax him. The thought of having a child just like him in the future is horrifying. As Shinli thought this, and with the man's gentle movements, she slowly closed her eyes. She remained confined for several hours, and when she woke up again, it was nearly evening. She woke up in the master bedroom and knew without a doubt that Fu Yuchuan had carried her there. Shinli searched the study but still couldn't find him. Madam. As soon as Aunt Lu came upstairs, she saw Shinli looking for something. She guessed immediately, Mr. Fu is downstairs. Did he eat lunch? He ate. Mr. Fu seemed to be in a good mood and ate quite a bit, thanks to Madam. Upon hearing this, Shinli's lips curled up. Okay, I'll go down and find him. Perfect timing, your sister is here too. The two sisters can get together. Shinny? What is she doing here? Shinli was stunned for a few seconds. I wonder if Shin and Chang came along too. Wasn't visiting the Fu group last time enough? This time, are you going to conduct a direct on-site investigation? Shinli was immediately at her wit's end. Shun-Yi was let in by the maid. She was wearing a pretty black mini dress and had exquisite makeup on her face. When she saw Fu Yuchuan coming downstairs, she was overjoyed. Mr. Fu, aren't you at the company at this time? Shun-Yi originally came to find Shinli, but she didn't expect to run into Fu Yuchuan. She was extremely excited. She knew that Fu Yuchuan and Shinli were going through a divorce recently, which led Shin and Chang to personally go to the Fu group to persuade them to stay together. The reason for the divorce is roughly known. Not only was her older sister immoral, but Fu Yuchuan was probably tired of her. A man like Fu Yuchuan won't stay with one woman for long. She found it incredible that it had lasted a year. Fu Yuchuan descended the stairs unhurriedly, glancing at her with indifferent eyes. Shun-Yi met his gaze and carefully walked up to him in her high heels. Mr. Fu, is my sister home? The man didn't linger. He brushed past her, his voice so flat it betrayed no emotion. Shouldn't you change how you address me? As soon as she finished speaking, the smile on Shun-Yi's face froze. Just a second ago, she was feeling relieved that the man had taken the initiative to talk to her. The next second, Her beautiful dream was shattered. Shin Yi's expression turned somewhat awkward. Didn't you say you were going to divorce my sister? It's not appropriate to call me brother-in-law anymore. She waited expectantly for the man's answer. Who said we're getting a divorce? A cold female voice suddenly came from upstairs. Shin Yi looked up and was immediately stunned. When Shun Li realized that Shun Yi was the only one downstairs, she stopped pretending and went downstairs to stand in front of the woman. Her face was calm, her tone indifferent. What are you doing here? Her tone wasn't harsh, it was normal. But to Shin Yi, it carried a hint of intimidation and fear. She bit her lip, her voice sounding like she was about to cry. Dad saw today's news, and he told me to come and bring you back. In fact, after the last surprise attack, Shin and Chong was confident about their marital relationship. However, Shun Yi kept stirring up trouble, so he lost confidence and had to talk to them again. Of course, he didn't dare to approach Fu Yuchuan. He was still after Shun Li. Chapter 47. Here comes someone to back us up. Shin and Chong rarely interfered with Shun Li's upbringing, letting her grow up freely. She wasn't afraid of him, but he was her father after all, and she couldn't completely ignore him. It was practically the same as severing ties. Seeing the woman in front of him looking troubled, Shun Yi curled his lips into a smug smile. Shin Li caused such a big commotion last night. It's no wonder her father is furious. This is going to be quite a show. Do you want to go back to the Shin family? I'll go with you. Fu Yuchuan looked at Shun Li. After he finished speaking, Shun Li froze for a few seconds, looking at the man in surprise. I didn't hear wrong. Last time at the Fu group, she overheard their conversation while hiding in her room and knew that her father was wary of this son-in-law. As long as he goes along, Shin and Chong probably won't say anything harsh. Shin Yi seemed not to have heard Shin Li's words at all, looking at the man with starry eyes. Mr. Fu, are you serious? Fu Yuchuan's expression was indifferent. What? Is it inconvenient? Of course not. I'm overjoyed that Mr. Fu could come. Fu Yuchuan ignored her. Seeing that Shun Li was standing there without moving, he said calmly, Go change your clothes. Shun Li's full lips curved slightly as she naturally walked upstairs. Halfway up, she suddenly turned back and said, Oh, right, bring Chuan Chuan with you too. It'll be lonely at home by itself. While at the Fu residence, Shun Yi was so engrossed in the joy that Fu Yuchuan would also be visiting the Shun family that she completely ignored Shun Li's last words. Now, feeling incredibly awkward sitting in the back seat with the dog, she said, Sis, could you put the dog in front of you? Shin Li turned around and said calmly, Violation of traffic regulations. But, Shun Yi said, feeling wronged, It's so dirty. I don't know if this little bastard has ever taken a bath. He smells like a stinker and has even dirted her Chanel bag. Or else, Shin Li turned her head again, her tone indifferent. You go downstairs, take a taxi, or have someone from the Shin family come and pick you up. A taxi and her own car couldn't compare to the grandeur of a Rolls-Royce. Besides, only in this way could she catch a few more glances at Fu Yuchuan. Shun Yi stomped her feet in anger, but had no choice but to let the little beast jump around on her Chanel bag. Evening. A black Rolls-Royce was parked in front of the Shun family's house. As soon as the car entered the courtyard, the servants came up to greet them. Second miss, you finally arrived. Master has been waiting at home for a long time, and the food is getting cold. Aunt Shun, could you please take my dog to the backyard for a bit? Thank you. Shun Li handed the dog leash to Aunt Shun. All right, don't worry. You only come back once in a long while, so have a good heart-to-heart talk with the master. As soon as Aunt Shun finished speaking, she looked up and saw Chiao Yin walking out of the house. Mom. Shun Yi immediately walked over with a smile. Chiao Yin reached out and touched her daughter's head, then looked up at the woman with a cold gaze. Shun Li, if you hadn't come back, I would have thought you would have eloped with another man like your mother. Shun Li's lips curled slightly, meeting the woman's mocking gaze without fear. In terms of ethics and morality, who can compare to Aunt Chiao, who came to our door to claim her child as her father while pregnant? Shun Yi was not conceived by Shin and Chong and Chiao Yun after their marriage. Rather, Chiao Yun came to the Shin family while heavily pregnant and insisted that Shin and Chong was the child. Over the years, Chiao Yun has always refused to undergo a paternity test claiming it was to avoid damaging the relationship between father and daughter. Shin, what do you mean by that? You've come all this way just to pick a fight. Whether it's nitpicking or telling the truth, a DNA test will tell. Suddenly, a cold and indifferent voice came through the breeze, like a cold wind, yet it attracted everyone's attention. Shin glanced sideways and looked down to see the man's large, warm hand tightly enveloping her cold little hand. Xiaoyan looked in the direction of the sound and was surprised to see Fu Yuchuan's tall figure standing in front of her. How could it be him? The man got out of the car without saying a word, and she assumed he was Shun Li's bodyguard. Upon recognizing him, his expression changed drastically. Fu Yuchuan's deep black eyes swept over Xiaoyan, then quickly landed on Shun Li. It's so cold outside, and Madame Shan is blocking the door like this. Is this how you treat your guests? The man's voice was deep and emotionless, but everyone present could feel the pressure. Xiaoyan's hand trembled, and her face turned deathly pale. Upon seeing this, Shun Li raised her eyes and glared at Shun Li. That little bastard only knows how to stir up trouble. What's all the noise about? You're already causing trouble on your very first day back. What are you all good for? Shin and Chang listened to the conversation in the inner room for a while. Although he couldn't hear clearly, he knew what was going on. He got up and walked out. Suddenly, his face froze, and he was immediately shocked. President Fu, what brings you here? Fu Yuchuan led Shun Li inside, a smile playing on his lips. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known how the Shin family usually interacts. Please excuse my poor appearance, Mr. Fu. Shin and Chang couldn't help but twitch his lips as he glanced at the mother and daughter beside him. Shin Yun took a deep breath, her heart burning with anger. That little bitch has found someone to back her up. Chapter 48. You were so proactive just now, but now you're getting shy, huh? At the dinner table, Shun Li and Fu Yuchuan sat in a row, opposite Xiao Yun and her daughter, while Shin and Chang sat at the head of the table. Shun Li, really? You didn't even tell me Yuchuan was coming, so I could have had the kitchen prepare a few more dishes. Shin and Chang was quite surprised by the man's sudden visit. The last time the two families sat down for a meal was at the wedding. Shin Li ate her food in small bites, then slowly raised her head. Dad, it's okay. I don't eat much. Let him have it. Really? You seem to have gained weight. Have you been unemployed lately? Shin and Chang looked at her small face, which had become even rounder since the last time he saw her. Shun Li suddenly choked and coughed violently, her little face turning red from the choking. Eat slowly. It's a good thing we're at the Shin families. Would you be this rude and disrespectful at the Yuchuan families as well? Shin and Chang's face showed a hint of helplessness. Fu Yuchuan pulled out a napkin and handed it to Shun Li, a smile playing on his lips. You're not fat. Eat slowly. Dad, look, even Fu Yuchuan says I haven't gained weight. It's good for him to gain some weight. Those skinny arms and legs are really annoying. Shin and Chang's dignified face rarely showed a smile. The more he looked at his son-in-law, the more satisfied he became. Yuchuan, my eldest daughter has been unruly since she was little. If she has any bad habits, we should communicate more. When a couple is together, they should be tolerant and trusting. Shin and Chang looked at the man's calm and handsome face. As for what happened, it's in the past. Don't take it to heart. These words were immediately understood by everyone present. Shun Li ate her rice in small bites, thinking that bringing Fu Yuchuan back would save her from a scolding. However, her father was still scolding her indirectly, which was quite long-winded. Fu Yuchuan said calmly, I understand. Sis, what about you? Did you listen to what Dad said? Shin Yi asked suddenly, biting her chopsticks. Are you asking me? Shun Li raised her eyes, her lips curved, but her eyes conveyed a message of mind your own business. Shun Li, don't get agitated. Shin Yi was just asking. You're married now. Keep your distance from other men, both on and off screen. That's how a marriage lasts. After all, trust is something you only get once. After saying these words, Xiaoyan finally felt a little better. Shin and Chang had been talking to that little bastard the whole time, completely ignoring the mother and daughter. Xiaoyan, that's enough. Shin and Chang was about to interrupt. Dad, isn't Mom right? If my sister really did have something with another man last night, not only the Fu family, but the Shin family will also lose face. Shin Yi continued to add fuel to the fire. Wasn't my sister's mother ruined because of this? As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yun could clearly see the woman opposite her change her expression drastically. She was overjoyed. Regardless of whether it can sow discord between the couple, Shinli will certainly not enjoy this meal. If Fu Yuchuan takes these words to heart, he will naturally become suspicious over time. Xiao Yun's smile gradually relaxed, and she was about to speak. But what can we do? Shinli suddenly reached out and hugged Fu Yuchuan, who was standing next to her, and said in a coquettish tone, "My husband trusts me." Fu Yuchuan's calm, dark eyes fell on Shun Li's smug little face. Her soft, boneless little hands wrapped around his waist were teasing him. Shinli met the man's increasingly deep black eyes and smiled sweetly. "Husband, what do you think?" Fu Yuchuan didn't respond, but directly took her hand and placed it in his palm, silently and firmly. "All right, Xiao Yun, you two shut up." A hint of displeasure flashed in Shun and Chang's eyes. Turning her head, she saw Fu Yuchuan holding Shun Li's hand tightly, and she couldn't stop laughing. Just a month ago, he visited the Fu residence. Back then, the two of them were like a couple going through a 7-year itch, with no communication whatsoever. Now, they're like newlyweds on their honeymoon, inseparable. What exactly happened to cause such a drastic change? Unknown. Fu Yuchuan barely touched his chopsticks, only taking a couple of bites of the food Shun Li had put on his plate before getting up and saying, "President Shun, I'm going to the restroom." Shin and Chang smiled and nodded. As soon as the man left, Shen Yi's eyes narrowed. Then her pink lips curled into a smile. "Sister, since Mr. Fu treats you so well, why don't you get a divorce?" "Divorce?" Xiao Yun looked surprised and looked up at Shinli. "You've thought about this?" "Yes, my sister told Dad she wanted a divorce, saying she couldn't wait even a day." The divorce agreement was drafted by the lawyer at Dad's company. Shen Yi spoke very loudly, as if afraid that others might not hear her. Her purpose was obvious, to deliberately let Fu Yuchuan see it. As she wished, the man stood not far away, his cool brows twitching slightly, his gaze falling indifferently on Shun Li. Shun Li's face froze instantly. This Shen Yi. He really is an ugly person who always does strange things. Shin Li had lost her appetite. She got up and walked to the man, trying to change the subject. "You're out? Have you eaten?" Her black, curly hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and the wisps of hair framing her forehead made her skin appear exceptionally fair. The man habitually ran his fingers through her hair, but this time, his raised hand suddenly stopped and then slowly lowered. He pursed his thin lips slightly. Are we going back?" Shinli bit her lip as she looked at his unfamiliar appearance. She opened her mouth, then bit her lip again. His eyebrows and eyes also drooped. He seemed downcast, and at the same time, he was deep in thought. Sensing something was wrong with her, the man parted his thin lips slightly and said calmly, "Mr. Shun, there's something at the company. We'll go first." Suddenly, a warm touch came from her slightly pursed lips. The man's pupils contracted slightly, and he abruptly lowered his head. Shinli stood on tiptoe, as if she had used up all her strength in that action. Now her face was buried in her chest, and her ear tips were so red they looked like they could bleed. "Dad, Fu Yuchuan and I will not be getting a divorce for the time being. Tell your company's lawyers not to follow up anymore. We're going back now." After saying that, she took his large, cold hand and walked out without looking back. The tall, imposing man behind her suddenly had a glint in his eyes, and a slight smile curved his thin lips. Once she calmed down, Shinli seemed startled by her own actions, followed by a strange sense of shame. She just kissed Fu Yuchuan in public? Oh my god, what is she doing? "Fu Yuchuan, I just... Shinli wanted to explain, but her words were all jumbled up. "What just happened? Why did you suddenly kiss me?" Fu Yuchuan suddenly lowered his head and pulled her into his arms the moment she turned around. The man's hot breath hit her face, making her heart skip a beat. Realizing that this was the Shun family's courtyard, even though she had already stepped outside, Shinli instinctively wanted to push him away. Before she could even move, she was grabbed by a hand and then carried back to the car. Fu Yuchuan pulled her onto his lap and pinned her hands behind her back with one hand. "You were so proactive just now, and now you're getting shy?" He chuckled softly in her ear. "Not getting a divorce for now? Is that what I was thinking?" Chapter 49, Do you want her to know we kissed in the car? He had taken her hard last night, and his body was burning hot and restless, the strong scent of hormones filling her nostrils. Her heart was pounding so hard her scalp was tingling. Fu Yuchuan pressed his lips intimately against hers, his voice husky and sexy. "Shunli, why do you suddenly not want a divorce anymore?" The man's cold, slender fingers gently caressed her eyebrows and eyes, the movements slow and deliberate, extremely ambiguous in the dim light of the car. "Is it because you like me?" Shunli swallowed hard, her throat bobbing. Just as she was about to speak, the man lowered his head and kissed her lips domineeringly. The sudden, deep kiss caught her completely off guard, and her breathing became increasingly erratic. The man withdrew his lips and tongue at the appropriate moment, his dark eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses precisely capturing her infatuated expression. A hint of a smile flashed in Fu Yuchuan's dark eyes, and before Shunli could react, he coaxed, "Lily, you know what I want to hear." She had already kissed him in front of everyone, and now she was being forced to say these words herself. Shunli turned her head away, too shy to look the man in the eye. But the next second, a barrage of tiny kisses landed on her cheeks, and he nibbled on her earlobe, his breath carrying a distinctly masculine scent. "Tell me quickly, I'm running out of patience." Last night, in the heat of passion, Fu Yuchuan forced her to call his name and insisted that she say some sweet words. Things are different now. In that situation, it was out of necessity. Now, if you ask her to repeat it, she would never do it, no matter what. "Didn't you hear that last night? Last night is last night. Now I want you to speak soberly." He gently kissed her earlobe, causing her to tremble and curl up in fear. Fu Yuchuan. Shunli was so overwhelmed by the kiss that her whole body went limp like water. She was completely unable to think straight and could only follow the man's words. "I like you." Such a soft, sweet voice is completely irresistible to men. Moreover, she was fully conscious when she confessed her feelings to him. Fu Yuchuan curled his thin lips into a gentle yet passionate kiss, which landed on her cheek and spread down her collarbone. Suddenly, a sharp female voice came from afar. Hearing the familiar voice, Shunli regained her senses slightly. She gently pushed the man away and looked out the window. Shun-Yi jogged over and, after stopping, frantically knocked on the car window, as if it were an extremely urgent matter. "Sis, please open the car window." Shunli quickly got off the man. Just as she was about to open the window, Fu Yuchuan grabbed her hand. "You want her to know we kissed in the car?" Fu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow and held up his glistening fingers. Shunli's face flushed instantly as she bit her lip, and she quickly turned her head away. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the man carefully wipe the glistening fabric of his fingers with a silk handkerchief, then take a few tissues from the chair and wipe the spot where she had just sat. The water stains disappeared, and he reached out and pulled up the zipper at the back of her skirt, his husky, sexy voice escaping his throat. "It's ready." Shin-Yi, who was outside, was obviously impatient. He pressed his face against the car window and started banging on it with his hand. "Sister, what are you and Mr. Fu doing in there? Come downstairs right now." As soon as he finished speaking, the car window suddenly opened from the inside. Fu Yuchuan leaned back in his chair. Shin-Yi's gaze fell on the man's deep features, then slowly moved to his handmade black shirt. His tie had come undone, revealing his tanned, thick chest muscles. She pursed her lips and turned to the woman beside her. "Sister, your dog is still in the backyard." Shunli clearly hadn't forgotten. She raised an eyebrow. "That's it. Of course not." She wouldn't even flinch if that little beast died. Shun-Yi handed a beautifully packaged box of chocolates to the man. "Mr. Fu, this is a dessert that my mother and I made together. It's for you." Shun-Yi looked at the man with anticipation. Chocolate, as a dessert, is usually only given to people you like. Besides, she made it herself, so he had no reason to refuse. Need not. The man glanced at it indifferently and reached out to press the window button. Shin-Yi's hand froze. Shunli had considered that Fu Yuchuan wouldn't accept the offer because he didn't like desserts, but she didn't expect him to refuse so coldly, without even an explanation. Just as the car window was about to close, Shun-Yi stood motionless, while Shunli reached out to take the gift box. Shun-Yi stared blankly at the outstretched hand for a few seconds. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, put the gift behind her back, looked at her with disgust. and then turned and left. Shin Yi's hostility towards Shun Li stemmed partly from their shared surname, which implied competition for resources, and partly from her infatuation with Fu Yuchuan. Shin Yi's overtures to Fu Yuchuan were not something that happened overnight. It's just that Shun Li had previously adhered to the principle of keeping to themselves and not disturbing each other, so she turned a blind eye to it. Now, however, a different feeling wells up in my heart. How can this man be so attractive? She sat in his lap, her hand tracing across his slightly open chest, gently poking his hard muscles. You didn't answer just now. Was it because I was there, or because you really didn't like it? Before he could finish speaking, the finger poking his muscle was grabbed. The man frowned slightly and said calmly, "It feels very dirty." Dirty? Handmade desserts inevitably come into contact with the skin. Is this man's germophobia really that extreme? Shin Li frowned, suddenly remembering that he hadn't touched his chopsticks much at the dinner table, so she kept putting food into his bowl. She blinked at him. "No wonder you eat so little. You're disgusted by me." She hummed softly, sounding a little coquettish, and it was hard to tell if she was angry or not. The man couldn't help but curl his thin lips slightly. His long, slender fingers pinched her chin, and he lowered his head to kiss her lips hard, amusedly saying, "Does he think I can kiss you like this even if I dislike you? It's just that your aunt and sister kept talking." Shin Li looked at the man's furrowed brows and laughed, which was rather unkind of her. "Laugh again. I'll make you cook me a meal as punishment," the man threatened in a low voice. Shun Li has never touched spring water, so how could she know these things? She immediately stopped laughing, touched her stomach, and pouted. "I'm hungry too. How about we go out to eat?" She has been eating a very bland diet lately, and she hasn't eaten snail rice noodles since the man moved into her house. "How about we have hot pot?" After Shin Li finished speaking, she fastened her seatbelt and prepared to leave. Fu Yuchuan glanced sideways, noticing the most prominent injury on his forehead. He said calmly, "No, your wound will leave a scar. Go buy some groceries, and I'll cook for you when we get back." Chapter 50. His careful attempts to bathe her were all in vain. Shin Li blinked, looking at the man expectantly. Really? When he was in Vientiane, he did cook, but it was usually a quick breakfast, cooking porridge and heating up some toast, which couldn't be considered cooking in the traditional sense. To be honest, she couldn't imagine a man like him battling against cooking fumes. Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curved into a smile as he saw her greedy expression. "On the condition that you come back to the Fu residence with me." Since their last argument, he has been living with her in Vientiane. She doesn't like the Fu residence, which means she hasn't fully adapted to his presence and everything about him, which is not a good thing. Sure enough, the next second, she asked, "Can't we go back to Vientiane?" Looking at her questioning eyes, Fu Yuchuan said calmly, "Your place is too small, and the ventilation system isn't very good." Small? He said a 100 square meter apartment was small. All right. Compared to the Fu family's villa, which spans over 1,000 square meters, it is a bit small, and its smoke extraction system is naturally inferior. Shin Li unbuckled her seatbelt. "All right. I'll go pick up Chuan first. Then there's no need to trouble Aunt Chun to take it back to Wanxiang." "You've agreed to come back to the Fu residence with me?" Shin Li pouted and muttered softly. "Then you have to cook something delicious. If it's not good, I'll leave tomorrow. Of course, if it's to my liking, I'll ask you to cook it again tomorrow." Fu Yuchuan. A few seconds later, his thin lips slowly curved upwards, and he smiled faintly. "Since when did I start having to be summoned and dismissed by a woman at will?" Shun Li's beautiful red lips curled slightly, and she tilted her smug little face at him. "Everything has a beginning, and that's how you met me, didn't you?" The Fu residence had everything from daily necessities to fruits and vegetables. Shun Li was unaware of this, and Fu Yuchuan naturally wouldn't tell her. Shun Li started picking out items in the food section, while Fu Yuchuan pushed a shopping cart behind her. She would occasionally take a few steps back and whisper to him if he knew how to cook this or that dish. After browsing for nearly half an hour, Shun Li stopped at the seafood section. As she had done before, she took a few steps back, her eyes fixed on the lively shrimp. "Fu Yu." Before I could even ask the question, my back suddenly bumped into a wall. She turned her head sharply, and her pert little nose made intimate contact with the man's chest. She could feel its heat, even through her clothes. Fu Yuchuan. She bit her lip in grievance, as if to complain that he didn't watch where he was going. Who's not watching where they're going? Fu Yuchuan asked with a smile, looking at her reddened little nose. You. Shunli raised her hand, her dissatisfied fingertips pressing against his hard chest. Why are you getting so close? Fu Yuchuan looked at the small hands that kept provoking him on his chest. Her thin lips curved slightly, and she reached out and grasped it. He gently squeezed her hand. Shunli. What? I think you're really hungry. Of course. Shopping at the supermarket is a time-consuming and physically demanding activity, and the little food she ate at the Shun family's house had long been digested. She looked up at him with her little face. You don't. The man's beautiful eyes were slightly upturned, and a faint, wicked smile played at the corners of his mouth. She swallowed the word Elim back down. She pursed her lips and turned her face to the other side. Do you know how to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Shunli was already incoherent at this point, repeating the same question as before. Fu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Why didn't you finish your last sentence? Her face flushed red, and she stammered. What? What previous sentence? Previous sentence. The man narrowed his eyes, his voice carrying a hint of danger. I'm not really hungry, since I had a big meal last night. But if someone is really hungry, I can cook for her. The man's voice was very low, and he deliberately changed his tone when he said do. It seemed particularly ambiguous. Shunli bit her lip. At first, she thought she had misunderstood his gaze. This time, he stopped pretending altogether. That's incredibly outrageous. When a man like Fu Yuchuan gets flamboyant, it's absolutely terrifying. For some inexplicable reason, she recalled the scene from last night when he pinned her down on the bed and sofa and attacked her fiercely. This man was definitely not the refined and abstinent man she had imagined. Shunli felt a little uneasy, so she tugged at his clothes to indicate that the shopping trip was over. After leaving the supermarket, Shunli noticed a street vendor selling roasted sweet potatoes across the street. Many people were buying them, and the aroma wafted over. So she narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and looked at the man. Fu Yuchuan looked at her narrowed eyes and understood. The car can't get through. Shunli nodded. I know, but I'm very hungry. She deliberately emphasized the word hungry, as if to echo his earlier statement that if someone is very hungry, I can cook for her. Now she wasn't asking him to cook, but simply to go and buy it. If he couldn't even do that, then everything he said before was null and void. Fu Yuchuan. A helpless smile played on his lips as he said in a calm voice, Fine, I'll go. The man hadn't gone far when the sky turned against him. What started as dark clouds soon turned into a torrential downpour. Shunli looked at the rain pouring in and was about to close the car window. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind, and I stopped moving. She opened the car window and watched from afar as the man walked toward the roasted sweet potato vendor. Fu Yuchuan, come back quickly. She poked her head out and called out a few times, as raindrops pattered down on her delicately made-up face. Because it was night, the rain mixed with the wind blowing into the car, making it particularly cold. She shrank back, and out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught sight of the man's coat on the car. Shunli draped her coat over her head and opened the car door. She walked straight to the back of the car, the heavy rain constantly falling on her coat and soaking her hair. With Shunli's repeated reminders, Fu Yuchuan had already hurried back. However, his reaction was far slower than her getting out of the car. Fu Yuchuan watched her put on her coat and look for an umbrella in the back of the car. His brows furrowed. He wanted to tell her to go back, but they were separated by a road, and his voice was drowned out by the pouring rain. When reason prevailed, Fu Yuchuan felt a pang of fear whenever he recalled the scene. Ignoring the heavy traffic, he rushed to her and grabbed the umbrella that was about to tip over. Why didn't you stay in the car? What were you doing getting out? She tried to move the umbrella closer to him, saying, Look, you're all soaked. She didn't notice him walking back when she got out of the car. The man reached out and brushed the strands of hair that were wet and stuck to her face. I'm a grown man, so what if I get wet? He stared at the wound on her forehead. All the care he had taken in bathing her last night had been wasted. In this situation, he forgot the tone he had used when he said those words. Amidst the sound of rain, she couldn't hear his voice clearly, but she could see his somber face through the rain curtain. She came down because she was worried he would get sick from the rain. Was that her fault too? Or was he blaming her because he got out of the car after she said she was hungry? Shinli looked at the man, who looked like he had just come out of a swimming pool. His dark shirt and trousers were completely soaked, and his black, tousled hair was dripping water, which fell down his nose and onto his chest. She pursed her lips. I'm sorry. The usually arrogant and haughty Miss Shin had never bowed her head to anyone before, especially now that she was standing in front of him soaking wet. Fu Yuchuan frowned slightly and pursed his thin lips tightly. Get in the car quickly. Chapter 51. She should be thankful. This man has an overflowing sense of responsibility. In the car, Shinli was also wondering if Fu Yuchuan would get tired of constantly accommodating her ideas. Ever since he forced himself on her that night, he has been trying to make it up to her through his actions. This includes, but is not limited to, taking care of her when she is sick, cooking for her, bathing her, helping her secure resources, and granting her all sorts of unreasonable little requests. She thought that if she really decided to continue the relationship with him, she couldn't keep asking him to do things for her with a victim mentality. She shouldn't take all of this for granted. As soon as they returned to the Fu residence, Fu Yuchuan carried her upstairs and made her take a bath. To prevent the shampoo from getting on her wound, he stepped into the bathtub and sat down, starting to undress her. Her fair face was flushed from the steam, and she was so embarrassed that she almost curled up into a ball. They seemed to have formed a tacit understanding. Shinli let him play with her hair with his large hands, and when his shoulder accidentally touched her fair and smooth shoulder, she trembled involuntarily. She kept her face submerged in hot water the whole time, afraid that he would see her ears, which were so red they were practically bleeding. Fortunately, the man didn't notice. After washing her hair, he tied it up, then stepped out of the bathtub, turned around, unbuttoned his soaking wet handmade shirt, changed into some casual home clothes, and went downstairs to cook. Shinli watched the man's movements, which were almost fluid and seamless, and subconsciously pursed her lips. The man seemed to know the process of taking care of her by heart. Did he do the same thing when she was sick? Was he still such a gentleman, even when she was completely unconscious? Shinli thought for a while, bit her lip, and shook her head. She shouldn't be dwelling on this now. Instead, she should confront her relationship with Fu Yuchuan. It wasn't that she didn't accept Fu Yuchuan's meticulous care for her. Rather, she secretly thought that Fu Yuchuan's actions were not merely out of compensation or his responsibility as a husband. Even if it's just because I like her even a little bit. First floor. Tang Yi watched the man go downstairs and slowly stubbed out his cigarette. Fu Yuchuan glanced at him briefly, then carried the groceries into the kitchen. When did you arrive? Instead of asking you're here, or how did you get here? Ask him, when did you arrive? Tang Yi's lips twitched uncontrollably. So this man hadn't even glanced at him since he brought Shinli back with him? Okay. No wonder he waited until he had smoked half a pack of cigarettes. Remember how you stood Li Jinsong up for Shin Li last time? Go ahead, Fu Yuchuan replied calmly. Tang Yi got up lazily and casually walked into the kitchen. He's in New York this Sunday. We can reschedule. I happen to have a project in New York, so I'll go with you. Okay, you decide. His emotions barely wavered. Tang Yi pursed his thin lips, craning his neck to watch the man chopping vegetables, then suddenly snorted coldly. Bankrupt. Is it because they can't afford a home cook or they don't have the money to eat out? He was actually required to do it himself. Fu Yuchuan didn't stop what he was doing, not immediately understanding the meaning behind his words, and said in a nonchalant tone, what does cooking have to do with bankruptcy? Tang Yi. Okay. Along with his aloof and unattainable persona, his intelligence also disappeared. The head of the prestigious food group turned down a multi-million-dollar deal without batting an eye, choosing instead to spend his time at home tinkering with this thing. Don't tell me it's the woman upstairs who wants to eat. So what if it is? How about that? Last time you turned down a multi-million-dollar deal with Li Jinsong for her, and now you're getting involved in the entertainment industry, which has nothing to do with the food group. Tang Yi rolled his eyes speechlessly. You even cooked for her yourself. I'm telling you, don't go too far. Fu Yuchuan raised his eyes and glanced at him expressionlessly. You don't understand. Tang Yi. He truly didn't understand what kind of bewitching drug Shin Li had given Fu Yuchuan. Just as he was about to ask, Fu Yuchuan said calmly, She said she likes me. Tang Yi. Okay, that's a valid reason. The president of the prestigious food group cooked for a woman overnight after she confessed her feelings to him. That's absolutely absurd. If he treated every woman like that, he could probably become a national-level chef after retirement. But indeed, only Shunli enjoyed this unique response. Although the answer was clear in his mind, Tang Yi still casually asked, "And you? Do you like her too?" The time from asking this question to receiving an answer seemed to stretch out exceptionally long. Fu Yuchuan was dressed in dark-colored loungewear, exuding both elegance and casualness. Shunli stopped in her tracks, listening to the conversation coming from downstairs. Tang Yi, fearing he hadn't heard her clearly, asked again, "Or should I ask, what's the basis for your current kindness towards her?" Shunli's heartstrings seemed to be unexpectedly plucked, and she clenched her fingers tightly. The man's voice was deep and warm as he answered naturally. "She is my woman now. Or to put it another way, I am her man now." The taut string finally showed signs of snapping. In the past, Shunli might have gladly accepted this answer, or she might have simply disdained to hear it, because she had no illusions or expectations about Fu Yuchuan. But now, she only felt as if her heart was being tightly squeezed by a hand, feeling a little sore and numb. In fact, she should have realized long ago that if he liked her back, he would have responded positively when she whispered her feelings of love in the car. At least, that's what Shunli thought in her simple view of love. There is no essential difference between the two sentences. She is my woman, and I am her man. To put it bluntly, his kindness towards her was more about compensation than responsibility. There was basically no affection involved. She should have realized long ago that in the adult world, there aren't that many kinds of love. Besides, he and Tang Yi are so close, they're practically family. A bitter smile crept across Shunli's lips. In truth, she wasn't that heartbroken. After all, her affection was only the result of his various coercion and enticement. It was just that his kindness towards her added some vague and ethereal emotions. Yuchuan, if that's really what you're thinking, you should tell her sooner rather than later. Don't give her the wrong impression that she can't live without you in the end. Tang Yi's earnest advice was of no use to Fu Yuchuan. Unless she no longer needs me, I will take full responsibility for her. Yes, just like she said, everything in this world has an expiration date, and love is no exception. How can this ethereal emotion compare to the deep-rooted, innate loyalty in this man's heart? She should feel fortunate that this man has an overwhelming sense of responsibility. Shunli touched her wet hair and walked back to the bedroom. When the man came upstairs to tell her to come downstairs for dinner, he opened the door and found her carefully applying medicine to her forehead injury. "I'll do it," the man said responsibly, as always. Shunli took a deep breath and thanked him politely. When she said, "Thank you," the man suddenly looked down at her for a few seconds and asked casually, "What's wrong?" Although Shunli didn't receive any special care growing up, she wasn't easily moved. What he was doing now wasn't enough to make her tear up and thank him. "No," she sniffed. Acting was second nature to her. "Water just got into my nose and mouth. It was really uncomfortable." Fu Yuchuan stared at her with his deep, dark eyes and said calmly, "Be more careful next time." Shunli rubbed her eyes and said softly, "I understand." After going downstairs, the atmosphere during the entire meal was eerily quiet. Tang Yi assumed it was because he was there that he made up an excuse to slip away. Fu Yuchuan is a man who likes peace and quiet, especially when eating. He doesn't like people talking at the table. But Shunli is an exception. He had finally gotten used to this exception, but she was behaving strangely. Chapter 52. It doesn't matter whether you wear it or not. You'll have to take it off eventually anyway. A deep male voice broke the silence. "Are you unhappy?" Shunli lowered her eyes. "I didn't." He watched her thick eyelashes flutter and said calmly, "You're not going to say anything." She couldn't refute it, but she also found it funny. She picked up her chopsticks, took a shrimp, and put it in the bowl. "Does not speaking mean you're unhappy?" Seeing the faint smile on the woman's lips, Fu Yuchuan frowned and reached out to take her bowl. She bit her lip. "I'll peel it myself." The man's well-defined fingers gently peeled open the shrimp shell without saying a word or stopping his movements. Shunli pursed her lips and fell silent again. After a long pause, she slowly spoke again. "Fu Yuchuan, You don't need to be so good to me. The man placed the peeled shrimp meat into the bowl, glanced at her indifferently, and said, Is peeling a shrimp all you need? Did you treat other women like this before? Never. He glanced at her, his tone indifferent. No woman would dare ask me to cook for her, and no woman would eat shrimp in front of me unless it was already peeled. Shin, she pouted. You make me sound like an oddball. Is that so? He smiled faintly, his thin lips curving slightly. Isn't that your advantage? You never need others to guess. Shin was stunned for a few seconds. The man's indifferent expression always gave people a sense of distance, as if he wanted to keep strangers away. Before that incident, she was like any other woman. She needed to muster up courage not only to make any requests of him, but even to approach him and say a few words. Now, it's always her who takes the initiative to ask him to do this or that. And now he seems to be alluding to something, such as why she looked unhappy just now. However, she couldn't directly say that it was because she overheard his conversation with Tang Yi. Are you going to New York in a few days? She probed indirectly, while openly indicating that she had overheard the entire conversation. Although the meaning of she is my woman and I am her man is simple, clear, and unambiguous, she still secretly wanted to hear more of his explanation. However, Fu Yuchuan simply hummed in agreement. There's a collaboration with the Li family that requires me to go there in person. And then, nothing more. She did not get any further answers to Tang Yi's questions. How could a man so intelligent, capable of so keenly sensing her bad mood, not understand what she was thinking at that moment? It's good that he didn't say anything. At least he wasn't deliberately trying to coax her. This way, she can always be aware of their current relationship. Good. I'll go upstairs first after I finish eating. The man watched her get up, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Just as he was about to say something, his phone on the table rang. Fu Yuchuan picked up his phone and only looked away after Shun Li's figure disappeared at the bottom of the stairs. His voice was as calm as ever. Speak. Once upstairs, the absence of men's voices made the bedroom seem even quieter. Shin Li wandered around the room and unknowingly ended up in the man's study. The spacious, understated, gray-tone decor matches the Yuchuan style quite well. She casually picked up a book from the bookshelf, opened it, and read for a while. When her phone rang, Shin Li subconsciously looked up. An unfamiliar foreign phone number. She didn't answer, and the other end didn't hang up. It just kept ringing for a while. Finally, she picked it up, about to unleash a torrent of abuse at the liar. A familiar, deep male voice came from the other end of the phone, tinged with self-deprecation and surprise. I thought you weren't going to answer. Shin Li reflexively opened her eyes slightly and closed the book. I didn't expect it to be you either. Really? You must think I'm incredibly shameless right now. She responded with silence. In any case, I still have to thank you for letting Zhu Yin go. If you're only making this call for this reason, it's unnecessary. Shin Li's lips curled slightly as she said calmly. As for thanking me, that's even less necessary, because I'm not letting her off the hook because of you. Yeah. He actually knew Shin Li quite well. Once she made up her mind about something, she would never compromise or change it because of anyone else's words. The only one who can convince her is herself. As he expected, a soft female voice came from the phone. Just like you said, as long as I let you and Zhu Yin go, you won't come to Suzhou again. Thinking that I will never have to see you again in this life. Isn't that a new beginning? Jang Being chuckled lightly. It seems you've decided to continue your relationship with Fu Yuchuan. Shin Li pursed her lips and did not respond to him. He then said in a low, hoarse voice, I just didn't expect that Fu Yuchuan would actually agree to your request and let me and Zhu Yin go. She paused for a few seconds. Surprised? A man's calm voice came through the receiver. Any man would not let this go easily if he saw his woman hurt, especially since he likes you, doesn't he? Shin Li was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this. If what she said to Fu Yuchuan before was a one-sided interpretation from a woman's perspective, then Jang Being, being a man, naturally understands best what men are thinking. Whenever she tried to confuse or numb Fu Yuchuan's feelings for her, a voice would always remind her. Or is it that Fu Yuchuan's feelings for you are just one-sided, a man's possessiveness of a woman? Does it really matter whether it's love or something else? You used to say you liked me too, but in the end you ended up begging me to plead for another woman. Shin tried her best to maintain a normal tone, sounding as usual, except that her exquisite makeup showed signs of damage. In the end, she realized how harsh she had been. I'm not talking anymore. She hung up the phone, tossed it aside, and reopened the book she had closed. When the man went upstairs and opened the door to the study, he immediately saw the woman lying on the sofa. She had curly black hair like seaweed, wore a nude-colored sweater, and was reading a book in a relaxed and casual manner. She flipped through the pages quickly, not enough for her to read the whole page. Clearly she wasn't interested. Seeing him push the door open and come in, she stood up, as if she wanted to leave. The man's hand gripped her waist, pressing her back onto the sofa. His voice was low and deep. Where to? Shin tried to push him away but couldn't, so she simply sat down and said, Go back and change your clothes. Yuchuan lowered his eyes to stare at the full curves outlined by her light-colored sweater, a faint smile playing on his lips. Going to sleep? I'm a little sleepy. Shin didn't quite realize the smile on his lips until she stood up, and he followed suit. She left the study, and he followed her all the way into her bedroom. You don't seem to have showered yet. She thought he wanted to use the bathroom to take a shower, so she kindly made way for him. No rush. The man watched as she picked and chose, unable to find a satisfactory nightgown. A smile played on his thin lips, unreadable yet strangely dangerous and sexy. They're all the same, you'll have to take them off anyway. Chapter 53 How many to use tonight is up to him. Shin. She paused for a few seconds, her hands still as she picked out clothes. Her cheeks flushed red to her ears, and she immediately raised her voice. I'm not sleepy. I won't change. I'll go to the study to read for a while longer. As he spoke, he walked out. Suddenly, the man stepped forward and blocked the doorway. Although the room was large, the man's aura was undeniable, creating a strange sense of oppression and danger that made her heart race. I need to go to the study. Please move aside. The man's bangs covered his eyebrows, but you could vaguely see his slightly raised eyes. The desk in the study is a bit cold. It's easy to catch a cold. I'm on the sofa. The sofa is too soft. I can't get any support from it. Push harder? What kind of effort does she need to put into reading? What kind of nonsense is going on in this man's head all day long? Yuchuan, get out of my way. You're always so indecent at night. He wears a suit and tie during the day, but doesn't wear pants at night. The man moved closer to her, his voice hoarse. Shin, keep pretending you don't understand. For every step he took forward, Shin would take half a step back. This man can always say the most flirtatious things with the most indifferent face. He is dangerous, seductive, and makes people's hearts flutter and their hearts tremble. As she retreated, she fell back onto the bed. Yuchuan took a step forward, placed his hands on either side of her head, trapping her petite body beneath him. He looked down at her, his eyes red, and said, Tang, you just called to tell me that the trip has been moved up, and we're taking off tomorrow. Shin pursed her lips, not daring to look him in the eye for too long. Oh, then you should go to sleep early. This business trip will take a long time. I don't plan to sleep tonight. The man's hot breath brushed against her cheek, his long fingers pinching her chin. Let's kiss for a while first. As soon as the words were spoken, cold lips pressed down. In such situations, he was always more assertive than usual. Shin's hands were pinned above her head, and no matter how much she struggled, she remained unmoved. He flattered her, became intimate, and their lips intertwined until she couldn't help but succumb to his sweet kissing game. During this time, the man lifted her buttocks and walked her to another room, and then her hands instinctively hooked around his neck and never let go. After a long kiss, Shin, blushing, lay on his chest, her lips full and alluring from being sucked. Why did you come to this room? She only realized later that she had entered the man's bedroom. The man didn't respond, but instead passionately pecked at her cheek, pulling open the cabinet with one hand. Shin was stunned for a few seconds when she saw what was inside. Inside the cabinet, there were all sorts of things, each with its own unique characteristics and flavor. The man kissed her neck, his deep, husky voice whispering in her ear, Whichever you choose, I'll use. Shin was speechless, her heart pounding, and her tone was half compromising. You take a shower first, take a shower first. After he came back, he first helped her wash her hair and then went downstairs to cook. Although he didn't smell, you could clearly see the man frown when she said that, and then he got off her. Shin observed the distance from the bed to the door, and for the first time, she felt troubled by the size of the room. She glanced at the man's tall back, slowly pursed her lips, and the next second she took off running towards the door. Just as she was about to step out of the bedroom, a strong force suddenly grabbed her waist and pulled her back. Shin fell back into his warm embrace. The man looked down at her with amusement. "Why are you running away? Are you afraid of me?" Shin shook her head stiffly. "No. Fear? What does he have to be afraid of? I already said which one to use is up to you. I decide how many to use tonight." After the man finished speaking, he showered her cheeks and neck with kisses. He kissed her deeply, almost biting her, leaving deep marks wherever he went. His hot breath and the biting created a tingling sensation. Shin couldn't take it anymore. Yuchuan. The man held her waist with one hand and pinched the back of her neck with the other, kissing her passionately, oblivious to everything around him. She was taken to the bathroom. Behind Shin was a cold wall. He released her waist, freeing his hands. The loose sweater fell to the ground with a gentle pull. She could feel the man's breathing growing deeper. His large hand went around her back and gently pulled, revealing her round, full breasts. Yuchuan's eyes reddened, and he lowered his head to bite down hard. "Pain." She whimpered softly, clinging limply to him, her small hands tightly gripping his neck, as if afraid of falling if she wasn't careful. It's obviously not easy to make a man lose control, because his self-control is amazing. But this time, his breathing was clearly terribly heavy, as if a beast was about to burst out of his body. Once Yuchuan loses control, Shin will be completely at his mercy. In the end, she was no longer able to choose any style or scent. The man held her with one arm, opened the cabinet, and grabbed a handful of things at random. He seemed to have been stimulated by something, and this time he took an unusually long time. It was fiercer than the previous 2 times. In the end, Shin was both sleepy and exhausted. He looked down at her sweaty face and kissed her intermittently, saying, "You're sweating a lot." Shin was so sleepy that she was getting annoyed and reached out to hit him. The man caught her hand in midair and kissed it repeatedly. "I'll get up early tomorrow, so you can sleep in. Change the medicine on your forehead yourself." MMM. She was so sleepy that her eyes were drooping, and she mumbled, "I'll ask Aunt Lu to help me change." The man reached out and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Don't get the wound wet. I'll just ask Aunt Lu to wash it for me." Although she wasn't used to being waited on, upon reflection, she realized that since this man had already seen her naked, and besides, Aunt Lu was a woman, she was more suitable than him. To his surprise, the man frowned and said calmly, "No." Shin almost thought she was too sleepy to hear correctly. Yuchuan narrowed his eyes, his voice carrying a hint of danger. "Otherwise, don't wash your hair. Wait for me to come back and help you." She slowly opened her eyes, licked her dry lips, and asked innocently, "Why? Aunt Lu is much gentler than you. I won't allow anyone else to touch you, not even women." Shin, is this man born in the year of the dog? Did she have his mark on her? But she no longer cared about the reason, whether she washed it or not. He wouldn't know once he left. Right now, all she wants to do is get a good night's sleep. Watching her eyelashes gradually droop, Yuchuan's thin lips curved slightly, and he said in a low voice, "Is Aunt Lu more gentle than me?" Shin was sleepy. She opened her mouth and said perfunctorily, "Then it's still you." The man's thin lips curved into a wider smile, his warm, intimate breath brushing against her ear. "Besides this, what else do you like about me?" Shin, she really wanted to hit someone. A lot of points. The man's cool lips brushed against her earlobe, coaxing, "Tell me one by one." Chapter 54, Didn't you get enough last night? Shin just wanted to sleep right now. Yuchuan's voice was close to her ear, and besides the alluring warmth of his breath, it was also incredibly irritating. She mumbled sleepily, I'm so sleepy, let's talk about it tomorrow." "You have plenty of time to sleep tomorrow, so tell me now." The man's voice was deep and husky, with a hint of post-coital sensuality at the end, but he was clearly not yet satisfied with the pleasure. "Tell me, or you won't be sleeping tonight, okay?" Shin She was genuinely afraid of him. He was the one doing all the work, yet he didn't seem tired at all. The food is delicious. This was the first thing that came to her mind at that moment. Huh? That's it. Shunli. She bit the man's finger, her words muffled. What else do you want? He didn't dodge, but instead reached out and let her bite him, his deep black eyes becoming even more murky. You already said that at the dinner table. Seeing that she was still with her eyes closed, the man lowered his head to kiss her again. Good figure. Hearing this, he stopped. His dark eyes narrowed as he lazily stared at her lips. He gestured for her to continue. He's handsome. Yes, you've already mentioned both of those. Shunli, when did I say that? The man looked at her and smiled faintly. Want me to help you remember? Need not. I love cleanliness. This counts. Of course, you take several showers a day, so you've already beaten many men. Fu Yuchuan, you smell very nice. The man reached out and pinched her cheek. This is the same as the previous one. Shunli, still half asleep, slapped away his mischievous hand. It's different. People who are clean don't necessarily smell good. You've already won against most people in that respect. Fu Yuchuan. Continue and be serious. Rich. Continue. Generous. Fu Yuchuan. She was saying things that were obvious. She circumvented everything he wanted to hear. Anything else? Kind. Sympathetic. Filial piety. In the end, even she herself didn't know what to say. He didn't ask any more questions, and just stared at her with those dark eyes. Shunli wanted to continue speaking, but the man lowered his head and kissed her, completely sealing her lips. Aren't you going to listen? She groggily opened her eyes and looked at him. The man's thin lips curled into a slight smile. Trying to brush me off? Still want to sleep? Shunli. She just didn't understand. Whether she said it or not, hadn't she already confessed her feelings to him? What kind of man loves sweet talk so much? Even though he clearly doesn't like her. Ultimately, it's men's competitive spirit at play. They enjoy the thrill of being admired by women. Looking into his gentle yet profound eyes so close to hers, Shunli lazily reached out and hooked her arm around his neck, almost summoning all her courage, and said, I like you. Isn't that the best love confession? The man was immediately taken aback. Fu Yuchuan looked into her eyes, the corners of his lips slightly upturned, and said softly, I'm truly defeated by you. Shunli didn't speak, her clear black and white eyes fixed on his curved lips, and she blurted out, almost as if possessed, and you? What about him? This was a question she had been agonizing over almost all night, and she finally asked it in the hazy darkness of the night. This time, the man kissed her forehead, his eyes fixed on her, and said, I am loyal to you. The man's voice was deep and calm, his composure chilling. Shunli gently closed her eyes, her voice very low. Fu Yuchuan. I thought it wouldn't hurt anymore, but it still hurts a lot. Where does it hurt? Before the man could ask, she turned over, her vision blurry. My forehead still hurts a little. I'm going to sleep now. Fu Yuchuan reached out, pulled her to the center, and hugged her, his voice soft. Good night. The next day, just as dawn broke, Shunli was woken up by the man beside her. She whimpered, buried her face in the pillow, and closed her eyes. After a while, the man's voice sounded calmly. Shunli, get up and change the medicine. She didn't open her eyes, her head buried in the blankets, her voice hoarse. You can leave now. I'll change myself when I wake up. His fair, slender fingers caressed her face. I'm worried. The doctor said it might leave a scar if I don't treat it properly. He always managed to pinpoint her weaknesses, knowing that she loved beauty. The atmosphere remained tense for nearly a minute before Shunli finally got out of bed. She kept her head down, her face buried in her chest, her hair covering most of her face. She didn't speak, so it was impossible to see the emotions on her face. He moved very carefully, and she remained silent, never lifting her face from the moment she spoke. She's usually very talkative, and even when she's really tired, she'll still give him appropriate responses, radiating warmth and affection. This was the second time she had fallen silent. The last time was at the dinner table yesterday. Fu Yuchuan lifted her chin, looked at her tightly closed eyes, pursed his thin lips, and said lightly, Is this morning grumpiness? Shunli finally reacted. She bit her lip. Even the most subtle psychological changes could be seen through by this man. But he never showed any emotion in front of her. They always viewed her from a god-like perspective. The man leaned in and kissed her lips, Shunli. Her voice was husky with a hint of sexiness, and even her breathing carried a dangerous air. Shunli finally opened her eyes slightly swollen and red, her voice carrying a strange sense of grievance. Didn't you have enough last night? I didn't want it. Then why did you wake me up? I promised her last night before bed that I wouldn't bother her today, but I woke her up with a kiss first thing this morning. If he wanted to, he wouldn't need to use the excuse that he was worried about her applying the medicine herself and leaving scars. They even blamed it on her being grumpy in the morning. When Shunli mustered the courage to say those words, the man's broad shoulders visibly stiffened. He leaned in, turned her face with one hand, and kissed her lips accurately. He woke her up not because he wanted to, but because he was worried about her wound leaving a scar. There was another reason. This trip to New York would last at least 2 weeks. However, he indirectly learned about her deepest opinion of him. He was no different from other men who admired her. They were all after her body. Fu Yuchuan looked down at her face, his anger rising instead of falling. He leaned down, his slender fingers deftly untying the belt of her bathrobe and caressing her soft, delicate waist. His movements carried a hint of uncontrollable agitation. Shunli bit her lip, her breathing becoming heavier, not because of his actions, but because his words contradicted his actions. She turned her head away from his kiss, her voice rising. Didn't you say you didn't want it? What are you doing now? The words had barely left his lips. The man gave a faint released her hand, and got off her. He didn't say anything. A few seconds later, when it was so quiet she was almost asleep, a deep, husky voice sounded again. You have a global endorsement deal, and Ding Min will pick you up at noon to go for the shoot. Shunli was instantly wide awake. She froze for a few seconds, her clear black and white eyes fixed on the man. While adjusting his tie, Fu Yuchuan said, This is a brand under the Fu Group. It was already on your itinerary. The timing was just a coincidence. Don't overthink it. Chapter 55 I told you Shunli wasn't someone to be trifled with. The argument that morning wasn't really an argument, since neither side got angry. But Fu Yuchuan could clearly feel that Shunli was much colder towards him. Actually, things are much better than before, but now her attitude towards him doesn't seem like that of a woman in love. Shunli has been very busy these past few days. In addition to shooting several of her endorsement photos, she also went to the training camp for the Silent Lovers. She was so busy that she fell asleep as soon as she got back to the Fu residence. If it weren't for her love of cleanliness, she wouldn't even want to take a shower. Just as I finished showering and climbed into bed, Aunt Lu knocked on the door and came in. With her eyes half open, she mumbled, The wound has healed, and the doctor said I don't need to change the dressing anymore. During Fu Yuchuan's business trip, she changed the dressings on her forehead herself, but if it weren't for changing the dressings, she would never have imagined that Aunt Lu would come into her bedroom in the middle of the night. Aunt Lu glanced down at the drowsy woman on the bed, her brows furrowing slightly. She said softly, Madam, I'm not here to change your dressing. Mr. Fu is calling. Would you like to get up and answer it? She kept her eyes closed and her voice was muffled. Tell him I'm asleep. Aunt Lu sighed and relayed the message verbatim. The Fu Group building in New York. The man's brow furrowed deeply as he said in a low voice, So tired? Let her rest at home tomorrow, and you take good care of her. Aunt Lu put the phone on speakerphone, but the woman on the bed wasn't fast asleep. She immediately refused. No way, that's Director Steven, and my opponent is the newly crowned Best Actor. I can't act like a diva. I know Steven. Making him take a day off tomorrow is not you being arrogant. Everyone in the entire crew knows what my relationship with you is. You're just burying your head in the sand. At this point, her tone became somewhat dissatisfied. Because he was in charge of producing this film, he had the right to stop it at any time. However, this was her job, and she didn't want him to interfere. It's late, I'm going to sleep. You should get some rest too. Before Fu Yuchuan could say anything more, the woman on the other end of the line swiftly snatched the phone and hung up. In a pleading tone, she said, Sister Lu, I'm really sleepy. Let's talk about it tomorrow. All right, madam, please rest well. Call me if you need anything. The phone in his hand beeped, and the man's handsome face, which was already expressionless, darkened further, becoming cold and indifferent. He looked up, his deep eyes gazing at the gloomy sky outside the French windows. This heartless girl, she told him to get some rest, but she forgot about the time difference and only thought about her work. The man skillfully and unhurriedly took out a cigarette, lit it, and the white smoke quickly blurred the glass window. Tang Yi, unaware of what was going on, walked in right into the line of fire. Why do you still have such a dark face when you see the money flowing in? Fu Yuchuan narrowed his eyes and said in a cool tone, when will the infrastructure cooperation with the Li family be finalized? It's dragging on and on. Tang Ye's smiling face froze. Then he raised an eyebrow slightly. Big brother, it's only been 3 days. What's the rush? He exhaled a puff of smoke. I'll give you another week. We agreed beforehand that it would take at least half a month. Tang Yi was speechless and couldn't stop laughing. Your woman ran off with someone else? Are you rushing back to catch her in the act? Fu Yuchuan stubbed out the cigarette, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at him, his expression indifferent. Try spouting another load of nonsense. Why the hell are you taking your anger out on me? You earned in 3 days what the Fu Group used to make in 3 years. What kind of woman couldn't you find with that money? Tang Ye's words were merciless. I told you she wasn't someone to be trifled with. Now do you regret it? Fu Yuchuan narrowed his eyes. And what about you? The Tang Group has made a lot of money these past few days. With that money, what kind of woman haven't you gone to find? Why keep a substitute face by your side? The two of them understood each other without saying a word. In the past, Tang Yi would only bring an assistant when he went on business trips. This time, for the first time ever, he brought Su Chinga with him. He took her to a private estate and a private club, and almost took her to meet his parents who lived in Columbus. Tang Yi chuckled softly. I know exactly how I treat her. I bring her when I'm happy, and I bring other women when I'm not. But you don't admit you like her, yet you want to keep her by your side. You'll drive yourself crazy sooner or later. Fu Yuchuan pursed his thin lips into a straight line and retorted. Like? Don't you like Su Yin too? She broke up with you and you didn't go after her? You turned around and set your sights on my former secretary. He could give Shinli more than just liking her. He could satisfy all her demands, including his loyalty. Tang Yi was speechless after being confronted by the man. After a few days without arguing, his fighting spirit exploded. He stroked his chin, seemingly resigned. Okay, I'll continue to follow up on this project and try to get back in a week. He said that, but in his heart he had already cursed the man 180 times. Fu Yuchuan, that scoundrel. He took it out on the woman he had wronged. He's narrow-minded. If we don't delay for at least half a month, he won't believe Tang. The next day, when Ding Min came to the Fu residence to pick up Shinli, she learned that all the originally scheduled advertising shoots had been canceled, and only the Gone Lovers crew was still working. Her plans were disrupted, and she was extremely frustrated. Sister Min, what's going on with those 2 advertisers? They just said they wouldn't film it. She had a vague worry that because of the previous incident, her image had been damaged and her sugar daddy had found someone else. Ding Min casually crossed her legs, completely calm. Do you know which group owns 2/3 of the endorsements you have? Shinli, don't tell me it's the Fu family. Great. Ding Min patted her on the shoulder and teased. You've gotten smarter. So if he says stop, she can't continue working, right? Could this jerk be holding a grudge from last night? She's just been so busy these past few days that she missed the phone call, hasn't she? When will construction begin? She asked. I don't know either. Not to mention me. Even advertisers listen to their bosses. I'm the boss's wife. Come on, your man sees you work hard and gives you a few days off, and you're still not happy? Was he giving her a day off because he saw how hard she was working, or was he deliberately retaliating because she had neglected him these past few days? Of all these people, only he knows the truth. That scoundrel, so petty. Ding Min, sitting next to her, immediately heard her muttering complaints. After a few seconds of surprise, she blinked and looked at her. You two were arguing? Shinli did not answer and fell into silence. Hey, Ding Min looked at her pouting lips, which seemed to be in a huff. She slapped her thigh and said, Why are you arguing with him? If you appease him, getting endorsements and resources will be a piece of cake. I didn't argue with him. I've been so busy these past few days that I forgot to answer his calls, and that jerk stopped my work without saying a word. Am I not even allowed to complain about him? Shinli was so angry that her head was about to explode. Not only was she worried about losing her job, but this man had unknowingly extended his reach into the entertainment industry. Now, just because she had neglected him, he wanted to stop her from working. What if they got divorced? Wouldn't he blacklist her? Chapter 56 Jealousy. Too busy to answer the phone? Just how busy are they? How many times did he call you in total? Ding Min immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Upon hearing this, Shinli immediately felt a little guilty, and her previous arrogance vanished. She pursed her lips. Well, not that much, I guess. Seeing her expression, Ding Min snatched the phone and opened the contacts. You won't believe it until you see it. The homepage is filled with countless densely packed red text. She gave a thumbs up with admiration, her tone shifting from sympathy to understanding. Stopping the endorsement was indeed a bit much, but you're not wronged. Shinli, he used these methods to suppress someone like me, a nobody in the entertainment industry. I'm the one who's being wronged. Ding Min has been in the entertainment industry for many years, and she has seen all sorts of real suppression tactics. If capital really wants to target someone, it can simply cancel all of her work and make the artist beg for it like a dog. Why bother just stopping her commercial activities and freeing up her filming time? Shinli understood perfectly well, but she was overwhelmed by complex emotions and unable to think rationally. She looked wilted like a faded flower. Sister Min, you don't understand the pain in my heart. If she only saw Fu Yuchuan as her husband in name only, she might have actually tried to please him for the sake of her career prospects. But now, she would not betray her feelings for the sake of interests. Just because he takes advantage of her liking him, does he insist that she have to give in first? Ding Min knows Shinli well. Once she's made up her mind, it's hard to change it, and there's no point in saying anything more. She sighed and remained silent for a long time. Young couples often argue until they're red in the face about who loves whom more and who has given the most, with neither willing to admit fault first. But in the end, it's always the one you love who gives in first. Shinli, when did you become so fussy? If you like him, then enjoy the feeling of being in love. You never know when you might suddenly stop loving him, so why get upset over trivial things? Shinli stared at her blankly. If you don't like it, then get a divorce as soon as possible. Don't compromise. You have the courage to start over. Upon arriving at the film set, Shinli's mind was filled with Ding Min's last words. Although she tried her best to integrate into the work atmosphere, Director Steven immediately noticed that she was not in a good mood and repeatedly stopped the reading session. Assistant Xiao Tao immediately handed her water, looking at her with concern. Sister Lily, are you feeling unwell? Shinli took a small sip of water. No, don't worry. Having been in the industry for so many years and filmed so many movies, it's truly rare to encounter so many problems like today. In matters of love, you're destined to lose. If arguing can make you so depressed that you can't concentrate on work, what if you get divorced and try to kill yourself? This is not Shinli's style. No, she needs to straighten up. Shinli drank some hot water and was about to get up to apologize to the director when suddenly, a tall figure loomed over her. She raised her eyes, and, upon seeing the handsome face opposite her, her delicate features froze slightly. Ji Jingha. He is the male lead in this film, and also the latest Hong Kong Film Awards Best Actor winner. With both talent and popularity, he is currently one of the most popular male stars in the entertainment industry. With so many awards to his name, no one expected him to make this kind of romance film. What's wrong? Something on your mind? A man's cool, deep voice slowly came from above. Shinli looked up, somewhat embarrassed. Senior Ji, I'm sorry to have taken up your time. I'll get into the zone as soon as possible. Ji Jingha maintained a faint smile as he sat down beside her. Don't be nervous, you're very talented. Yeah? Shinli stood aside, awkwardly smiling, taking it as a word of comfort. Everyone knows that Ji Jingha was highly praised by major directors as soon as he debuted, and was called the most promising, charming, and talented male actor in the entertainment industry in the past 20 years. For someone as low tier as her to be able to collaborate with him, Fu Yuchuan's encouragement and support were undoubtedly crucial. Seeing her skeptical expression, Ji Jingha said gently, Don't disbelieve me. When I accept roles, besides considering the director, I pay the most attention to the co-stars. If the actor I'm working with doesn't have the talent and ability, no matter how famous they are, I won't take the role. Having said all that, Ji Jinghe knew that she had someone backing her up, but he did not deny her talent. Shunli chuckled awkwardly, unsure of what to say, and casually asked, "So, Senior Ji, you've seen my performance before?" Of course. Ji Jinghe's thin lips curved slightly as he spoke eloquently. Whether it's Song Jia, the female protagonist who sacrifices herself for the country in a spy drama, or Xian Han, a traditional Chinese medicine doctor in a niche subject, they are both excellent. I won. He was right about everything. And he could name all the characters she played in the show. Whether she had actually watched it or had done some research beforehand, she could feel that Ji Jinghe respected her. "Thank you, Senior Ji. Have you seen my plays?" Ji Jinghe asked with a faint smile. She frowned, as if she was thinking seriously. She doesn't actually like watching art films. She prefers Japanese suspense dramas to domestic films and TV series. But since we've already asked, we have to come up with a movie title somehow. She nervously took a sip of water. The tragic past life that Senior Ji filmed a few years ago is still very popular. The moment she put down her cup, she heard a deep, magnetic voice chuckle from across the table. A tragic past life? Miss Shin must be referring to a tragic city. Cough, cough, cough. Before she could swallow any water, it went into her trachea, and Shunli coughed violently. Upon seeing this, Assistant Shout-Out immediately stepped forward with a concerned look. "Sister Lily, what's wrong?" Shunli coughed for a while before calming down, tears welling up in her eyes, which were red. "Okay, actually I haven't read Senior Ji's works." It's all right." Ji Jinghe seemed to have heard this kind of answer many times before. He smiled and reached out to pat her back. "Once this is finished filming, you'll have seen it, right?" Ji Jinghe has really high emotional intelligence. No wonder he can thrive in the entertainment industry. You should know that without connections, it's very difficult to reach this position in this circle. After being guided by actor Ji, Shunli quickly got into character. From then on, she would finish reading the script in 1 hour every day and then go back to her hotel to relax after work. She wasn't busy these past few days, but she hasn't received any more calls from Fu Yuchuan. A faint, bittersweet feeling suddenly welled up in Shun Li's heart. She didn't know why this was happening. She had clearly decided to let the relationship take its course. If it didn't last this long, she would get a divorce, since she wasn't that deeply involved yet. It's not too late to get away now. Since Fu Yuchuan doesn't like her, he won't suffer any losses, and everything will return to square one. But when she realized that the man seemed to have really forgotten her, she was still a little sad. She's really incredibly despicable. Shunli lay on the hotel bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. That bastard not only suspended her from work, but he didn't even call her. He's even more despicable than her. Shunli opened someone's WeChat. The message was from the morning he left for New York, reminding her to get up, change her dressing, and have breakfast. I opened his Moments, and there was nothing there. That's true. He probably doesn't even know what WeChat Moments is or how to post. For some reason, Shunli inexplicably opened the New York Daily News website. Suddenly, the pupils of his clear black and white eyes contracted. The front page headline of the New York Daily News featured a photo of Fu Yuchuan having coffee with the daughter of the Li family, New York pharmaceutical tycoon. Chapter 57. He has no shortage of suitors. What makes you so confident that he's the only one? Shunli's heart suddenly stopped. Could it be that he's forgotten about her because he's been with a beautiful woman these past few days? Shunli knew that her thinking was a bit hypocritical. After all, it was she who wasn't answering his calls. But just because she ignored him, he wanted to find a response from other women. Feeling agitated, Shunli turned off the screen and buried her head in the blanket. But the more I try to sleep, the less I can. Unable to sleep, I simply got out of bed. I turned on the screen mirror and watched all of Ji Jinghe's movies. After watching for more than 10 minutes, she was completely dumbfounded when the second male lead appeared. This actor looks exactly like that scoundrel. In a fit of anger, Shunli turned off the screen mirroring, got up, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Just as she finished showering and was about to blow-dry her hair, her phone rang on the table. The numbers marked are overseas phone numbers. She hesitated for a few seconds, but answered anyway. While drying his hair, he asked, "Who is it?" There was a silence on the other end for several seconds. "Can you hear me?" There was still silence on the other end. Shinli frowned and said indifferently, "If you don't say anything, I'm hanging up." She was about to hang up when a voice suddenly came from the other end. "Lily." A deep, hoarse voice came through the receiver. She paused in the act of drying her hair, pursed her lips, and remained silent. The voice on the other end repeated, "Lily." Shinli bit her lip with her pearly white teeth, her tone nonchalant. "Who are you?" A magnetic, slightly dangerous voice asked, "Haven't seen you for a week, and you can't recognize your husband's voice?" "Oh, so it's that guy from New York." Her calm tone was tinged with coldness. "I thought he had run off with another woman." She can't fake it. You can imagine the expression on her face is as cold as her tone. The man on the other end of the phone sighed again, his voice extremely low. "You haven't answered my calls for the past few days." She said casually, "I'm very busy." He asked softly, "And now?" She was too busy to answer his calls, but now that she's answering, it means she has time. If she has time, why doesn't she call him back? Shinli was speechless for a moment. After a long silence, she finally said, "I just finished." Fu Yuchuan's voice softened slightly as he lowered it. "I miss you so much." If you listen carefully, you can hear a hint of pity in his tone. Shinli tightened her grip on the phone, her heart aching slightly. "I've been on business trips before, and it wasn't a big deal if I didn't see someone for 10 days or half a month. Now that our relationship is just starting to develop, we're suddenly separated by distance again." Then she heard Fu Yuchuan's deep voice on the other end. "I'll be back as soon as possible. Answer my calls when you have time, okay?" Shin Li's heart was pounding uncontrollably. That's probably how a woman in love is. A single word from her partner can stir up her emotions. Her face flushed slightly, but she said, "Don't you have a sweetheart by your side? Won't she be jealous if you call me?" Fu Yuchuan frowned, still not understanding. "What?" "Liu Ruo, the daughter of the Li family." After she finished speaking, the man on the other end didn't say anything, but his thin lips curled up slightly. Hearing his laughter, Shinli immediately became annoyed. "If you laugh again, I'll hang up." His voice was deep, his smile undiminished, captivating all who heard it. "You saw the report?" She snorted softly. "Yes, they're quite a good match. Many people say that." "Shinli, that bastard, he took advantage of our kindness." "Then don't come back. Go and be with her." "How could I bear to?" The man's smile faded, his voice hoarse. "She's the daughter of the Li family, Li Jinsong's sister. She only asked me out to ask about some things in Suzhou. You saw it yourself. If I really had something going on with her, I wouldn't have chosen an open coffee shop." "That's true. Apart from sitting at a table, the two in the photo didn't engage in any other intimate behavior." Shinli gave a soft hum twice, and then said nothing more. "Have you been sleeping well lately?" How could this man have the nerve to ask such a question? Didn't he already stop all the endorsements she was wearing? Now that the reading preparations are finished, she's just waiting to join the production team. "I'm so bored I'm picking my toes." "Thanks to you, I slept very well." There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, followed by a faint smile and a hum. "You terminated my endorsement, and you still have the nerve to say that." Shunli grew angrier the more she thought about it, and almost couldn't suppress her immense power. Fu Yuchuan said calmly on the other end, "Would you answer the phone if I didn't do this?" His initial intention was not to make her bow down and compromise. His original intention was simply not to keep her too busy. "You bastard, now everyone in the industry is laughing at me." After careful consideration, he said calmly, "I will make it up to you." "No, I don't want it anymore." Shunli had made up her mind. After finishing the endorsement shoot, she would never accept any more business deals from the Fu Group. She didn't want to be controlled by others, nor did she want to be at the mercy of Fu Yuchuan. In the following days, the two entered a long-distance relationship mode, although he felt that she was still angry. But he answers almost all the phone calls he makes, and he's getting busier and busier, wishing he could squeeze a day into 25 hours. As a result, Tang Yi, who worked with him, had some unspeakable grievances. Besides having to put up with his eccentric temper, he also had to suppress his nightlife, making this business trip feel like a nightmare. Having exhausted all other options, he could only turn to Shun Li, who was far away in Suzhou, for help. Shinli had just returned from a film crew gathering, her voice cool and clear. President Tang? Is something the matter? It was evening in New York. Tang Yi took a sip of his drink, looked out the window at the deepening twilight, and said lazily, "Your man is philandering in New York. Aren't you going to come and do something about it?" Shinli clearly didn't believe her. "Are you sure that womanizing man isn't you?" Tang Yi shrugged, laughing lightly. "What's the difference? Every man would cheat." Shinli. Tang Yi touched the glass to his lips, looked up at the man in the office across the way, and raised an eyebrow slightly. "When he's with you, his sex drive is pretty strong, isn't it?" Shinli was drinking water when she heard this, and almost choked. Tang Yi chuckled softly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "With such a strong sex drive, you actually believe he could go a week without sex?" Shinli was really choked this time. Her face turned red, and she coughed violently on the other end. Tang Yi is a man who's never serious. As his good friend Fu Yuchuan, naturally. After Shinli calmed down, she wanted to refute him, but when she thought of him, she couldn't refute him. She bit her lip and said calmly, "If he really wants to find someone, I can't control what he does." Tang Yi chuckled softly. "All right, there are plenty of dance halls in Paris. Western women are so open-minded that no man can resist them, not even Fu Yuchuan." Shinli gritted her teeth. "What do you want to say?" She naturally didn't think he made that call just to spite her. Tang Yi swirled his wine glass, his eyes glazed over, his voice low as he said, "I just want to tell you that he has no shortage of suitors in New York. What makes you so confident that he's the only one for you? If I'm not mistaken, he has never said he likes you." Chapter 58. Don't blame me for not reminding you. He abstained from sex for a week. It's no wonder that Tang Yi, a seasoned player in the dating scene, has hit a nerve with women. Shinli took a deep breath. "If you just wanted to annoy me, congratulations, you succeeded." The man's thin lips curled into a smug, wicked smile as he leaned back on the soft sofa. It's rare for him to be so frank. "Don't you want to come to New York and see what his other side is like?" Fu Yuchuan only returned to Suzhou in the last 2 years. To put it bluntly, the lifeline of the Fu group is still in New York. All her understanding of him remained superficial, while Fu Yuchuan knew all her strengths and weaknesses inside and out. She ultimately refused, using being too busy as an excuse. Actually, she understood very well why she said that. She was afraid that what Tang Yi said was true. She was afraid that her budding romance would end because of her sudden visit, and she was afraid to see Fu Yuchuan cuddling and entangled with other women. She is a weak woman in love. Tang Yi sensed the hesitation in her voice and said with a faint smile, "I've been quite busy these past few days. I'm planning to go to Buffalo later. Your man probably hasn't been to many entertainment venues in Suzhou, and since you're not around, I don't think he'll refuse." Threaten. A blatant threat. A man who can single-handedly support the Tang family is never a simple man. Both in terms of methods and determination, he is more decisive than the average man. She bit her lip. "Address. Go back to the Fu residence and wait. The Tang family will pick you up and take you to their private jet." After hanging up the phone, Shinli still followed him. In fact, she didn't know why she did it. She hoped that Fu Yuchuan could keep his promise to be loyal to her alone. But on the other hand, she thought that if Fu Yuchuan had other women in New York, it was not too late to just stay in the infatuation stage now, rather than being unable to leave when they were deeply in love. The following day, Su Cheng's plane landed in New York. The person who came to pick her up was Tang Yi, who had encouraged her to come. Upon seeing her, he immediately changed his tune. "Are you hungry? Do you want me to take you to get something to eat?" Shinli had eaten on the plane and wasn't very hungry. After a long silence, she asked, "Where is Fu Yuchuan?" Upon hearing this, the man clicked his tongue indifferently. He raised an eyebrow, looking at the tired face beneath the woman's exquisite makeup. "So anxious? Do you women have stronger needs than men?" Without saying a word, she rolled her eyes at the man. "Didn't he know I was here? If you tell him, there will be no surprise. Besides, your original purpose for coming here was to see if he has other women in New York." "That's true, but I'm afraid this surprise will turn into a shock in the end. Let's go get something to eat first. You can eat the food on the plane." The man said sarcastically, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. He's been abstaining for a week. If you don't eat now, you won't have a chance to eat today if you see him." Shinli. She thought Tang Yi was really inexplicable, saying that Fu Yuchuan was having affairs in New York, and then saying that he hadn't touched a woman in a week. How many of his words are true? The two drove for about 40 minutes to a restaurant, whose decor looked very high-end. Tang Yi easily called over the waiter and selected a set meal for her based on popular tastes. While waiting for the food, Shunli went to the restroom. During this time, she also accidentally bumped into someone. The little girl had very fair skin, a delicate face that rivaled that of female celebrities, and a pleasant fruity fragrance emanated from her. She was also very polite and apologizing first. Therefore, Shunli was deeply impressed. She returned to her seat, about to tell Tang Yi that New York certainly doesn't lack beautiful women, when she looked up and her peripheral vision caught sight of the beautiful woman she had just bumped into. Suddenly, her pupils contracted. The man directly opposite the beautiful woman, the man's back view, was someone she knew all too well. Fu Yuchuan. Chapter 59. Brother Fu, please, please? That woman didn't have the professional demeanor of Su Qingge or Zhu Yan. Her makeup and attire were exactly what a rich young lady would wear on a date. Shunli even saw her shadow in this woman. She would occasionally lower her head and playfully tuck her hair behind her ear, her clear black and white eyes revealing adoration and love for the man. She unconsciously gripped the tablecloth tightly with both hands. She took a deep breath and faced the man directly. Young Master Tang, did you set this up? Tang Yi was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing this. He looked up in the direction the woman was looking. Instantly, he was drenched in sweat. He clearly hadn't expected Fu Yuchuan to be out having dinner alone with another woman, and that he would just happen to run into him like that. The man's expression clearly panicked, and he was about to say something. Upon seeing the woman's face clearly, Tang Yi's tone became languid again. That's Li Yuruo, the heiress of the Li Group. I think you should have seen her in the New York Times. As the man breathed a sigh of relief, Shunli deduced that he meant Li Yuruo posed no threat to her. Fu Yuchuan had told her on the phone that Li Yuruo had only contacted him to ask about some things and suching. Li Yuruo changed her hair color and makeup, and she looks even more beautiful in person than in the magazine. Shunli picked up the red wine on the table, about to drink it, when she suddenly heard Li Yuruo say in a coquettish tone, "Brother Fu, please, please?" Shunli's heart suddenly felt like it was being gripped. She was not some ignorant girl. At least these coquettish words can only be said to someone you like. Just as she was about to look away, she saw Li Yuruo take out a scarf from behind her and hand it to Fu Yuchuan. The man neither spoke nor refused, and simply took it. This brown scarf, embroidered with feathers, has an awkward color scheme and rough workmanship. It's clearly not a brand-name product. Shunli watched the man's retreating figure, pursed her lips, and drank the liquid in her glass in one gulp. Young Master Tang, I'm going back now. Don't tell him I'm coming. Tang Yi raised an eyebrow, grabbed her hand, and said casually, Shunli, do you know why your first relationship failed? What are you trying to say? Besides Jang Being's own disloyalty to you, there are also reasons on your own, because you are always running away. Whether it was that rainy night when Jang Being returned to Suzhou, or now that you have slunk back to Suzhou, what else can you do but overthink and make Fu Yuchuan guess why you suddenly stopped talking to him? Shunli remained silent for a long time, because Tang Yi seemed to have hit the nail on the head again, pointing out her problem. On that rainy night when she returned to Suzhou from Jiangbei City, she didn't rush straight in. Was she going to pretend nothing had happened and return to Suzhou now as well? Shunli's heart was in turmoil. If the woman in front of her were Su Qingge or Zhu Yan, she would have had the courage to face her. Fu Yuchuan agreed to marry her after only meeting her once. Besides the fact that her profession could help him change his sexual orientation, it's possible that he was attracted to her face. Moreover, he accepted the scarf. This man is so intelligent. How could he not know that it was the work of a beginner in textiles? At this moment, did he feel a flutter in his heart when he looked at Li Yuruo's face? Thinking of this, Shunli felt a pang of sadness in her heart, and she slowly sat back down. Tang Yi's lips curled slightly. In New York, this kind of thing is commonplace. Does he have to be subjected to your silent treatment every time he receives a gift? In this situation, shouldn't you give him a chance to explain? Shunli stared at the wicked smile on his handsome face. A few seconds later, she picked up her phone from the table and dialed a number. While waiting for the call to connect, she looked up and saw that the man opposite her had already stood up. Seeing him pull out the chair, she asked, "Are you leaving?" Tang Yi stopped smirking and nodded. "This time, it's your turn to help out. Don't tell him that I'm the one who asked you to come." Chapter 60. If you don't like her, why did you kiss her? Normally, when she calls Fu Yuchuan, he answers immediately, except in special circumstances. But this time, Shinli felt that the 10-odd seconds of waiting had become incredibly long. Just as she was about to leave the restaurant without any hope, her phone suddenly rang. A deep, husky voice came through, unusually gentle, with a hint of coldness. "Why are you calling me all of a sudden?" It was a very ordinary conversation and way of addressing each other. Shinli pursed her lips, trying her best not to sound out of place. "Fu Yuchuan, I'm in New York." The man on the other end seemed momentarily stunned, as if the thing he had been hoping for but hadn't said aloud all this time had actually come true, and it felt somewhat unreal. "Are you serious?" His tone was as calm as ever, only his voice was a little deeper. Where are you? I'll have Qinjing come pick you up." "Behind you." Before she could hang up the phone, the man's tall figure turned around. When his deep eyes fell on her, besides shock, there was also a joy hidden deep in his eyes. He got up, pulled out a chair, and strode towards her. Shinli gripped her phone tightly, only to be pulled into the man's arms. Li Yurua, sitting at the dining table, froze for a moment, her bright eyes instantly dimming. Fu Yuchuan lowered his gaze, his eyes darkening slightly as he looked at her. His thin lips, which he held back, remained silent as he said calmly, "Don't tell me this was a chance encounter?" Shinli pursed her lips, remained silent for a few seconds, and said calmly, "Tang Yi brought me here." The man didn't say anything, but took her hand and led her to the exit. The soft, fair little hand was enveloped by the large, rough palm, bringing a subtle shiver. She tried to pull her hand away, but he only held it tighter. Shinli looked up at the man's tall and slender back. Suddenly, she heard a woman's voice beside her, sounding somewhat aggrieved. "Brother Fu, aren't you going to take me home?" "Okay, let President Li come and take you home." "Brother Fu, can you wait here for a while? My brother is still 15 minutes away from here." Upon hearing this, the tall man leaned down, his deep eyes falling on Shinli, and said gently, "Stay and keep me company for a while." "Oh." Shinli responded indifferently, her face expressionless. Fu Yuchuan stood tall and elegant in the sunlight, his features sharp and distinct, with a high nose bridge. He exuded a gentle yet aloof aura, and Li Yurua stared at him in a daze. Shinli caught a glimpse of this scene by chance. When she looked away, she felt a little guilty for some reason. Finally, her gaze fell on the brown scarf. "Where did you get this scarf?" she asked casually. "This is for Brother Fu," Li Yurua quickly replied. "It's quite nice. Did you buy it?" "Yes, that's right." Shinli reached out and touched it. It was silky smooth, made of expensive materials, but the workmanship was as rough as it appeared to the naked eye. Besides the feather pattern, there are also flowing water features, which shows her dedication. Shinli pursed her lips and looked at the petite woman opposite her. "It feels very comfortable to touch. I recently have a new work partner, Ms. Li. Could you tell me where you bought it? I'd like to have one custom made for each of them." Li Yurua was surprised by her sudden question. Her eyes flickered, and she stammered nervously, It's New York." "Then give me your contact information, I'll go ask." The man looked up, his brows furrowing slightly. "What's wrong? Is it inconvenient?" Li Yurua fidgeted with her fingers, clearly uneasy. "It's a very small studio. It takes them a long time to customize one. If Miss Shin wants to give it as a gift, she can go to a large studio, which will be faster. In this world, 99% of things can be solved with money. Moreover, businessmen have always been focused on profit. When it came to Fu Yuchuan, this reason was even less tenable. As soon as Li Yurua finished speaking, she regretted it. Sure enough, the woman opposite him gave a slight twitch of her lips and said, "This is not a problem, I'll handle it." Li Yurua was immediately stunned, her pearly white teeth biting her lip, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. It's a feeling of shyness, an unspeakable sense of shame. The Li family's car slowly came to a stop in front of the restaurant, and the man strode swiftly into the restaurant. He wore a well-tailored black suit. his tall figure standing out in the crowd. His strong features were tinged with a touch of aloofness. His nose was high and straight, and his voice was gentle and calm. Yuruo, it's time to go back. Upon seeing Li Jinsong arrive, Li Yuruo, as if grasping at a lifeline, immediately called out sweetly, "Brother Li, how did you get here so quickly?" Li Jinsong had a cold appearance, and his body was surrounded by an aloof and chilly aura. He glanced at Fu Yuchuan, and when his eyes fell on the brown scarf, his cold gaze flickered almost imperceptibly, and his eyes darkened even more. "You've been staying up all night these past few days knitting this scarf just to give it to him?" Upon hearing this, Fu Yuchuan frowned, shifting his gaze from Shun Li to Li Yuruo. He returned the scarf, saying, "Take it back. I don't have the habit of wearing scarves." Li Yuruo's expression immediately changed. "Brother Fu, there's no reason to take back what's been given away. Now we have it." Li Yuruo looked like she was about to cry. "Brother Fu." Fu Yuchuan raised his eyes and looked at Li Jinsong calmly. "Mr. Li, please take your sister back. I'll be leaving now." Li Yuruo's tears streamed down her face. "Brother Fu, I won't accept it. You finally came back to New York, and I even enrolled in tutoring classes just to give you this scarf, and I even pricked my hand several times. Brother Fu, I like you. I started liking you 4 years ago when I was kidnapped to the slums, and you rescued me." Even after she finished speaking, the man remained unmoved. As Li Yuruo watched the man's retreating figure, she almost screamed, "Brother Fu, if you don't like me, why did you kiss me 4 years ago?" Finally, the man stopped in his tracks, and the expression on his face changed. He saved her not because she was Li Yuruo, but because she was Li Jinsong's sister. As for kissing her, he didn't recall such a thing happening. Chapter 61. He didn't want to hear the word divorce. Only after leaving the restaurant and being out of sight of Li Yuruo and her brother did Shun Li stop and speak coolly. "For years." Fu Yuchuan glanced at her sideways. She slightly parted her thin lips and smiled faintly. "It's been quite a while. Let alone having a crush on him for 4 years. She probably couldn't even do something as simple as enrolling him in tutoring classes or knitting him a scarf. Are you angry because of Li Yuruo's confession just now?" Shin Li's lips curled up, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. "She's liked you for 4 years. Whether you reject her or accept her, you should at least make it clear to her." "I don't think I need it." His actions just now made it clear enough. "That's true." Shun Li met the man's dark eyes and said calmly, "It's because of your attitude that she has had a crush on you for 4 years. Sensing the deeper meaning in her words, Fu Yuchuan frowned. "You're blaming me for accepting that scarf." She didn't answer directly, but pursed her lips. "Tang Yi said that this kind of thing is common in New York. Li Yuruo didn't tell me at first that the scarf was handmade by her. She just said that she wanted to give it to someone she liked, and asked me to help her try it on for a while and tell her how she felt." Shin Li's expression remained unchanged. "Then you don't know that the person she's talking about is you?" The man's eyes remained calm. "I don't know." "Then you should be able to tell that the scarf is so rough that it would be rejected on the assembly line, let alone sold." Fu Yuchuan, don't tell me you can't tell. The daughter of the prestigious Li family wouldn't have such poor taste. The president of the prestigious Fu group wouldn't have such poor judgment. Fu Yuchuan frowned and said in a low voice, "I really don't know." Shun Li found it laughable, and her taut nerves were showing signs of breaking. What an intelligent man this is. If he can't even see this, let alone say he likes her, then his guard against Li Yuruo must be very low. She wouldn't even bother to distinguish the gifts she sent. "This feeling is deeper than any casual, 'I like you.'" He said he didn't know and didn't need to take any responsibility. That's true. He didn't do anything wrong. So what responsibility does he need to bear? If she hadn't witnessed this scene today, Li Yuruo could still have a crush on him, and Fu Yuchuan could have accepted the scarf without any guilt. Shin Li suddenly realized that Tang Yi was right. In New York, this man has no shortage of suitors. He never said he liked her, although she doesn't really need it anymore. She should thank Tang Yi for helping her see the situation clearly. Shin Li took a deep breath, her expression icy cold. "Fu Yuchuan we." "Shun Li." The man's pupils contracted slightly, his voice low and hoarse. "I don't want to hear those 2 words." Her heart pounded, but finally settled down. "I'm going back to Suzhou now." He wouldn't let her speak because he knew what she would say. His decision not to let her speak doesn't mean he won't do it once they return to Suzhou. She turned around, her back to the man, and said calmly, "Don't work so hard lately. You have a lot of bruises under your eyes. Get some rest." Fu Yuchuan stared at her retreating figure, his dark eyes narrowing. He pulled her hand and led her into the car. "Is it because you accepted Li Yurua's scarf that you're angry? Or have you been wanting to divorce me for a while and are now using this as an excuse?" "Shunli, I will not divorce you." What the man said was indeed true. It wasn't just Li Yurua. Even without Li Yurua, there were others. If she were to get angry every moment because of whoever he accepted a gift from, would Shunli even want to live? She braced herself against the car door, looked at the man's reddened eyes, and pursed her lips. "Why not? Our marriage started in Jiangbei City, and it should have ended long ago." Chapter 62 Notify Customs to be wary of a woman named Shunli. The man's expression was cold and stern, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. "I don't care why we started, but I don't accept that this relationship ended because of my misjudgment. Fu Yuchuan, I'm not discussing this with you. I'm currently filming The Silent Lovers, which you know is an art film with lots of kissing and bed scenes. When Ji Jinghe found out I was married, he took the initiative to tell the director that all the intimate scenes would be done using camera tricks." Fu Yuchuan looked at her quietly, waiting for her to finish speaking. "Senior Ji is currently very popular. If I actively create a CP, couple pairing, with him, I won't lack work for the next 3 to 5 years." Looking into those calm, dark, cold eyes, Shunli said calmly, "From now on, I don't have to worry about you being unhappy one day, feeling that I'm neglecting you, or stopping my work." After she finished speaking, he moved closer to her, his obsidian-like eyes gleaming with a captivating coldness and luster. Shunli's body trembled slightly as she stepped back. With a click, she closed the car door behind her. The man behind him didn't speak, nor did he seem to be chasing after them. She took a deep breath, took out her phone, and opened the airline booking app. On the Li family's car, Li Yurua's long eyelashes were covered with tears. From the moment she left the restaurant until she got into the car, she tried her best not to cry. The man beside him had a tense expression, and his dark eyes held an unreadable meaning. He glanced at her intently and said, "If you want to cry, then cry." As soon as she finished speaking, Li Yurua threw herself into his arms. She cried very sadly, her tears falling like pearls from a broken string. Li Jiansong's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his eyelashes trembled, and his hand at his side slowly tightened as he silently stared at the girl's profile. After a long silence, the man's voice was clear, low, and slightly restrained. "If Fu Yuchuan can do it, then why are we?" The man's magnetic voice was accompanied by a cell phone lying to the side. Li Yurua lifted her head from his embrace, rubbed her eyes, and asked in a tearful voice, "Brotherly, what do you want to say?" The man's thin lips tightened, and he said indifferently, "You answer the phone first." Li Yurua said, "Oh," looked down, and her eyes widened instantly. Her hand trembled slightly as she held the phone, and she carefully pressed the answer button. Li Yurua. His deep, resonant voice was very pleasant to hear, and Li Yurua's heart skipped a beat. She softly said, "Brother Fu." The man, impeccably dressed in a suit, leaned back in his office chair with an indifferent expression, his eyes sharp as knives and his thin lips tightly pressed together. "Brother Fu." Li Yurua thought he hadn't heard her, so she called out again. The man irritably loosened his tie, his voice icy cold. "Go tell Shun Li that she has never liked me, and what she just said doesn't count." "What?" Li Yurua, who had just stopped crying, burst into tears again like a flood. "Brother Fu, I like you. Why do you deny it? You can refuse the gift, but why take away my right to like you?" The man frowned, his eyes filled with coldness. "If you only fell in love with me because of that kiss 4 years ago, then let me make it clear now. I have never kissed you." A deep, cold voice kept coming from the phone. "In that kidnapping case 4 years ago, besides me, President Li was also present." After the man finished speaking, he quickly hung up. He went back to his contacts and dialed another number. "Notify Customs to keep an eye out for a woman named Shun Li. Please prepare the car. I need to go to the Tang group." Chapter 63. Su Chinga's dissuasion was the trigger for Tang Ye's actions. The back seat of the black Maybach. The man, who was usually measured in his actions and rarely got angry, now had a cold expression. The phone kept ringing with no answer, and his fair, slender hands showed prominent knuckles, indicating that his phone was about to break. After getting out of the car, the man had a clear goal and walked straight towards the president's office of the Tang Group. When Su Chinga saw him, her eyes widened, and she asked, "President Fu, are you looking for President Tang?" Fu Yuchuan brushed past her expressionlessly. Su Chinga caught up with him, wanting to continue speaking, but the man spoke first. "Open the office door." Fu Yuchuan never looked at her. His profile was gloomy and indifferent. Upon hearing this, Su Chinga raised her hand and knocked on the door. "Come in." A deep, languid voice came from inside. Su Chinga pursed her lips and pushed open the door. Fu Yuchuan stepped inside. The man leaned back lazily in the leather seat, legs crossed, and only casually raised his head when he heard footsteps. His alluring eyes slightly narrowed. Su Chinga looked at the man in the main seat and said in a cool voice, "President Tang, it's President Fu who's here to see you." Tang Yi suppressed his wicked smile, glanced at the man, and said with a hint of schadenfreude, "Yuchuan, you don't look too good." Fu Yuchuan's cold face broke into a sneer. He rushed forward, grabbed the man by the collar, and threw a punch without mercy. "Who the hell told you to bring her here?" Su Chinga's hand, which had been pushing open the door, froze completely, and she stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Tang Yi didn't fight back for the first few punches, letting the man vent his anger with a blank expression. Su Chinga was completely stunned and forgot to step forward to stop him. The office area was covered with a thick carpet. The handsome and charming man was being held up by the collar of his shirt, looking quite disheveled, but his thin lips held a faint, wicked smile. Fu Yuchuan's knuckles cracked, his face expressionless, as he spoke slowly and deliberately. "Did you deliberately let her see it?" Tang Ye's eyes, which had been lowered, lifted slightly. Her tongue brushed against the side of the tongue, and she looked at the man with a wicked smile. Su Chinga finally realized what was happening and rushed forward, calling out, "President Fu." Fu Yuchuan's expression was cold and hard, showing no sign of stopping. She turned her head and looked at the disheveled man. "Mr. Tang Yu." Before she could finish speaking, the man standing in front of her suddenly attacked. Su Chinga never expected that her advice would become the trigger for Tang Yi to take action. Before long, the two were wrestling. She watched in terror, trying several times to rush between the two, but the man stopped her each time, saying, "Su Chinga, remember who you are." Upon hearing this, she immediately froze on the spot. The CEO's office is huge. It gives two men room to fight. Su Chinga finally couldn't stand it anymore. She frowned and shouted, "President Fu, President Tang, please stop fighting. Please stop." However, the man, caught up in the heat of the moment, couldn't possibly listen to her. She had no choice but to run over in a panic, losing all reason. "Su Chinga, you're not allowed to come any closer. Su Chinga, you dare disobey my orders. Don't forget who you work for." Fu Yuchuan had his back to her and didn't see her. When Tang Yi saw her running over, he frowned, and, before he could dodge, he was punched, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. "President Tang." Ignoring everything else, Su Chinga rushed forward. "President Fu, President Tang has been busy with work lately. He went to the horse farm to relax a couple of days ago and fell off his horse. He's still injured. Please don't hurt him anymore." Chapter 64 is the same, fighting brothers for a woman. Fu Yuchuan finally stopped, coldly looking at the man in front of him who was unsteady on his feet. "Fine, we'll talk about it when you're healed." Tang Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his finger and grinned wickedly. "President Fu, I never knew you had the guts to beat up your brothers for a woman. They risked their lives, only to give it all away for nothing." Fu Yuchuan rolled up his sleeves, his long, slender fingers bulging with veins and blood, a few streaks of blood on the back of his hand. He picked up a cigarette from the table, lit it with a lighter, and stared coldly at the crimson cigarette butt. "President Tang, I'd like to say the same to you. You can also fight back for a woman." For the first half, Tang Yi didn't fight back until Su Chinga stepped in to stop him. Tang Ye's expression froze slightly at the man's words. Why the hell are you taking your anger out on me? I brought the person, that's true, and you accepted the gift yourself. He walked to the table, lit a cigarette, leaned close to the man, and lit it with the scarlet end, mocking him mercilessly. Is President Fu so angry because she wants a divorce? Fu Yuchuan smoked a cigarette but didn't respond. Tang Yi chuckled softly. Isn't that great? You got together with her in the first place with the idea of taking responsibility for her. Now that she doesn't need you to take responsibility, why are you still so angry? Or are you angry because she said she liked you, but could easily bring up divorce without listening to your explanation, and you never made any promises, yet you find yourself more reluctant to let go than she is? Coming over to beat him up now only proves that he's just angry and embarrassed, and is simply trying to shift the target. Tang Yi already knew this man inside and out. As long as he didn't say anything, he must be right. He reached out and unbuttoned his shirt, glancing down at the injuries on his body. He said casually, President Fu, your thinking is quite selfish. Do you have some kind of psychological trauma, realizing that you don't even have the ability to say I love you? Fu Yuchuan's pupils contracted slightly, and a hint of unreadable emotion flashed in his eyes. His thin, gloomy lips moved slightly, his eyes falling on the gauze on the man's waist. I only know that if President Tang doesn't take good care of his injury, he might lose the ability to have sex. Tang Ye's brow twitched, and he casually picked up the ashtray on the table and threw it at him, deliberately trying to disgust him. Lie down, and I'll satisfy you. As soon as she got into the taxi, Shinli took out her phone from her bag and called her assistant, Xiao Tao. Please pick me up at Suzhou Airport around midnight. Sister Lily, shouldn't you have just arrived in New York? Why are you coming back? Yes, I'm going back to Suzhou. I'm on my way to the airport now. But Sister Lily, why are you in such a hurry? You don't have any work to do right now. Shinli was in a great hurry, so much so that she wished she could fly back to Suzhou immediately. She hung up the phone and then called Ding Min again. Sister Min, could we renege on those supporting roles we turned down before, and also business deals? We don't mind if the endorsement fees are lower. Shinli, what's wrong with you? Sister Min, I'm not crazy. I want to make money. I want to make a lot of money, and I want to establish myself in the entertainment industry. You fell asleep and started talking nonsense as soon as you got off the plane? Sister Min, I'm very clear-headed now. For example, you like to wear red underwear, which symbolizes good luck. Ding Min, Shinli, I believe you are awake. Can you tell me what happened? Shinli pursed her lips, looked at her small face reflected in the car window, and smiled. What happened? What should she say? You can't exactly say it was because you suddenly visited and caught your husband accepting a gift from someone else. You can't exactly say that she's now considering divorce and will actually do it. She didn't want to talk about it. Ding Min would probably try to persuade her not to agree. It's nothing. I just suddenly had a change of heart. Didn't you say I'm too Buddhist? Okay, I'll wait for you. Good. After hanging up the phone, Shinli glanced at the time and urged the driver to hurry up, as her flight was going to be delayed. The driver was easy to talk to, nodded, and increased the power. With New York Airport just ahead, suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a car crashed into us from behind. Chapter 65. This man is so depraved and insane. The driver of the car behind got out and pounded on her car door, speaking in fluent American English. Get out now. Shinli immediately had a bad feeling. In just a few seconds, countless solutions flashed through her mind. Finally, she opened her wallet, took out a wad of US dollars, and handed it to the blonde man. Sorry, I'll cover the repair costs for your car. Her meaning was clear. She wanted to settle the matter privately without involving the traffic police. But the other party was even clearer. They wouldn't accept dollars and walked aside to make a phone call. A few seconds later, the man walked back to her, his tone much better. This car belongs to my boss. He won't settle this privately. He wants to go through the accident insurance. Shinli checked the time on her phone. There were only 40 minutes left before the plane took off. She hurriedly took off her watch. Is it because you don't have enough money? This Patek Philippe of mine is enough for your boss to buy a new car. At this moment, her desire to catch this flight had reached its peak. Staying in New York for even a second longer increases the uncertainty. She was afraid she would regret it, afraid that Fu Yuchuan would realize what was happening and nag her, making it even harder for her to leave. Seeing the two of them looking somewhat stunned, Shunli said urgently, "Go ask your boss if this is enough." By the end, she had lost her composure. Putting aside the fact that she wasn't the driver of the car and as a passenger she had no obligation to take responsibility, she was simply in a very, very anxious situation, and that's why she became this sucker. The two exchanged a glance, somewhat hesitant. Shinli added, "These are all the valuable things I have. If that's not enough, I'll write you a check." The two exchanged a few more words in hushed tones, and one of them finished his phone call and walked back. "The boss said he doesn't need these. He wants us to take you there." Shinli listened to their answers very attentively, so when they accidentally let slip that they were going to take her there, she was stunned at first. A few seconds later, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Has this man become so depraved? She took a deep breath, took out her phone, and dialed the man's number. The call was answered almost instantly. A deep, husky voice slowly came through the receiver. "Shunli, it's me. Are you surprised?" The man said calmly, "Because you just blocked me." For an hour, he called her repeatedly, but no one answered. If you're getting a divorce, there's no need to keep the other person's phone number. So what do you mean by calling now? Shinli felt like she was going to be driven crazy by this man. He deliberately caused the traffic accident to delay her boarding the plane, but now he's turning around and asking her why she made the call. "Get those two men out of my way. I want to go back to Suzhou. You won't be allowed to leave until this matter is resolved." "Then how do we define a solution?" "You're not angry." Shinli took a deep breath and closed her eyes. "Okay, I'm not angry anymore." "Okay, then we won't get a divorce," he said calmly. "What does not getting angry have to do with not getting a divorce?" "You brought up divorce because you were angry with me." Shinli was so angry with this man that she lost the ability to argue. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress her anger. Just as she was about to hang up the phone and force her way in, the man's deep, magnetic voice came from the other end of the line. "Just now, the flight from Suzhou took off. If you come over now, what am I supposed to do? Come to you?" Shinli was so angry that she almost snapped the phone in half. She glanced at the men standing in front of her, rolled her eyes at them, and then opened the car door. "Miss," my boss said. "Stop pretending. Keep pretending." Shinli retorted in fluent English and stepped into the back seat. The two blonde, blue-eyed men looked at each other in bewilderment, then pulled out a large bag of cash from their bags and threw it to the taxi driver. After getting out of the car, Shinli arrived at the entrance of the Fu Group office without any obstacles. She lifted her foot and kicked him, wearing high heels. Seeing this, Chen Jing nervously pursed his lips. "Madam, the master is changing his clothes. Please have some tea." Upon hearing this, Shinli raised an eyebrow. "Oh, he just came back from a date with another woman? Why are you changing clothes at this hour? Do you smell of perfume? Whether I just went on a date with another woman or not, I'll let you smell my clothes and you'll know." The man's voice was deep and hoarse as he walked towards the woman opposite him in the main seat. Shinli opened her eyes when she heard the sound. Looking at the handsome and indifferent man before her, her heart, which had been consumed by anger, was suddenly stirred by a strange ripple. Looking at the stray hairs hanging over his eyes, she couldn't help but see a pitiful, haggard look about him. Chapter 66, She's past the age where a kiss can make her happy. It was just a glance, a hurried look. The man walked up to her, his deep voice sounding above her head. "Are you still angry?" Several seconds passed before she raised her eyes and looked at him coldly. "What did you do to appease me?" The man lifted her face with his long, slender fingers, gently pinching her chin, and said calmly, "I think I've made it clear enough that I rejected her. Her liking for me isn't because of any signals I sent that gave her a false impression. I don't think I did anything wrong in this regard." "Huh, is that right?" Liu Ruo herself said that he kissed her during the rescue 4 years ago. Recalling their first kiss, he was rough and completely lacked any skill. It was mostly an act. 4 years ago, they were complete strangers who met by chance. She had no right to stop Fu Yuchuan from charming whomever he wanted, and it would seem petty of her to investigate whether this incident had actually happened back then. But Shunli felt very aggrieved. Even when she witnessed Jang Being secretly taking care of Zhu Yan that night, she wasn't this upset. She didn't know why she had become so jealous and hateful. She was no different from those married women who would pull each other's hair over their cheating husbands and mistresses. She became the kind of woman she used to hate the most. Fu Yuchuan looked down at her reddened eyes and was finally moved. He leaned down, frowned, and kissed her red nose lightly with his thin lips, murmuring, "Okay, it's my fault. Don't cry anymore." His tone conveyed a strong sense of compromise. The more he tried to comfort her, the more uncontrollably Shunli cried. His apology wasn't because he realized his mistake, but rather a way to coax her. Since being with him, she has always been on edge, often becoming unable to control her emotions, and her work performance has also been a mess because of him. But he never let her emotional fluctuations disrupt his composure. No matter what she did, he remained the aloof and dignified head of the Fu group. Just like now, he waited until she finished crying before lifting her chin and saying calmly, "If you're just having an emotional breakdown because of Liu Ruo, that's a very foolish thing to do." In Fu Yuchuan's eyes, there are two kinds of women, his own woman and other women. If Liu were the second type, she would be no different from a stranger. Shinli was furious and stood up abruptly. "Yes, I'm a stupid woman, and you're a shameless scoundrel." Shinli, calm down. "What did I say wrong? I want a divorce because you deliberately caused the traffic accident, and you shamelessly harassed me." Fu Yuchuan narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Shinli, take back what you said. I don't want to hear it. What does it matter to me whether you like to listen or not? I don't like what you're saying anyway." As the man's expression gradually darkened, a strange sense of pleasure rose within her. "Fu Yuchuan, let's get a divorce. Let's get a divorce." Fu Yuchuan stared intently at her, walked straight up to her, touched her loose hair, then pinched her face with one hand and, to her astonishment, forcefully kissed her. They hadn't been intimate for over a week, and this sudden kiss threw her into disarray. But she was past the age where a kiss could soothe her. The matter of Liu Ruo was like a thorn in her heart, and the wound would not heal unless it was pulled out. Chapter 67. Is Actor G interested in you? Fu Yuchuan. She turned her face away and frantically pounded on his shoulder, her voice trembling with tears. "Let me go." She had barely finished speaking when her lips were sealed again, followed by another long kiss before the man finally released her. Her eyes were red and her nose was inexplicably sore. Out of anger or grievance, she grabbed the contract on the table and slammed it hard into his face. "You're a shameless, stinking man." In her opinion, this couldn't be covered up by a kiss, or sleeping together. She was furious and had lost all reason. She got up, ready to leave, her high heels clattering loudly. However, she hadn't gone far when the man scooped her up in his arms and threw her onto the sofa. Then he bent down, placed his hands on her waist, and pressed down on her waist with his long legs. His dark, deep eyes stared at her without blinking. He took a deep breath, as if he was suppressing something, and finally spoke in a low, deep voice. "Shunli." His voice was somewhat helpless and hoarse. "For years ago, Liu Ruo was only 17 years old. Did you think I was the kind of man who wouldn't even spare a child?" He drew out the last word, which carried a strong sense of danger. 17 years old. Shinli was stunned for a few seconds, just about to say something. The man's voice was deeper and hoarser, his eyes dark and unfathomable. "Does your husband seem like that kind of beast?" Shinli looked up at the handsome, yet shameless man, a strange feeling rising in her heart. She bit her lip. "What else are you but a beast? That time in the study, no matter how much I cried or made a scene, it was no use." He frowned. "That time I took the medicine, it doesn't count. Who knows if you were also on drugs back then, and secretly kissed someone." Looking at the furious yet delicate face beneath him, Fu Yuchuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You think someone who's been drugged can be dealt with just by kissing? Have you forgotten something?" Shinli was immediately rendered speechless. When she was drugged, she kissed and hugged him, and even leaned against him. She had only 80% confidence to begin with, but now she only had 50%. She coughed a few times and pushed him away from her forcefully. "Anyway, it's a fact that you accepted her gifts. It's a fact that she liked you for 4 years, and it's a fact that I, as your legal wife, was cheated on. I'm very angry right now. If you feel any guilt, you should give me some time to calm down and think things through." The man frowned, as if he had been thinking for a while, and after a few seconds, he gave a faint hum. Just when Shinli thought he had finally figured it out, he parted his thin lips slightly and said, 1 minute is up. Shinli felt that this man had the ability to make people angry just by saying certain things. Just as she was about to kick him, her phone rang in her bag. The man stood up, bent down to take out his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and said indifferently, "Your manager." Dingmin thought Shinli had already boarded the plane, and this call was just a casual one, but she didn't expect her to actually answer. "Sister Min, what's wrong? You haven't boarded the plane yet? It's a bit cold in Suzhou, so wear more clothes when you come. Xiao Tao has a cold, so I'll pick you up later." When Shinli answered the phone, her thumb inadvertently pressed the speakerphone button, and a cool female voice echoed throughout the office. She glanced up at the man pressing down on her from above, pursed her lips, and said, "I missed my flight, so there's no need to pick me up." Upon hearing this, the person on the other end clicked their tongue softly. "That's a pity. I was originally waiting for you to come and join the party organized by Actor G after you got off the plane." "Okay, Min Jie, have fun, don't worry about me." "Okay." Ding Min raised an eyebrow, then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, does Ji Jingha have a bit of a thing for you?" She spoke softer and softer. "Actor G just came to the company, but he didn't see you, so he asked me to give you this water cup." Chapter 68. I don't accept gifts from other men. I don't like them. After Ding Min finished speaking, she casually sent the photo to her WeChat. "Picture. Look, isn't this thermos cup cute? It even has your name on it." The man glanced over and frowned when he saw the photo. "Sister Min, I'll hang up now." For some reason, Shinli felt a strange sense of guilt when she saw the man's expression. Fu Yuchuan narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Give me your phone." She turned off the screen and placed the phone under her waist. It's perfectly normal for friends to exchange insulated cups, which are practical everyday items. But this one was pink and had the character Li engraved on it, making it both intimate and ambiguous. The man's well-defined knuckles reached over her waist, his expression darkening. Before Shinli could come up with a solution, he lifted her up and took the phone that was underneath. Shinli was both embarrassed and annoyed, and immediately became furious. "Fu Yuchuan, that's my phone. He's allowed to receive gifts from others, so why isn't she allowed to accept gifts from others?" Fu Yuchuan picked up his phone, held the screen up to her face, and she froze for a few seconds before the face unlock was successful. He lowered his eyes and looked at her calmly. "Tell your agent to return the cup to Ji Jingha." "Why?" The man's expression was cold and stern. "There's no reason." She pouted, her face even colder than his. "You can accept gifts from Liu Ruo, so why can't I accept gifts from my male co-star?" Shin Li's shoulders were pressed down, and the next second she was pinned to the sofa. He lowered his gaze, looking down at her, his cold fingers pinching her chin. "I refused it, you didn't." Shin Li wrinkled her nose slightly, looking at him with some dissatisfaction. "You rejected her when she confessed to you, and Senior G doesn't like me either." The man frowned even deeper, his eyes becoming sharper and more profound. "Ding Min said he's a little interested in you." Shun Li sneered. Senior G's peach blossom eyes look affectionate to everyone. Besides, Ji Jingha already knows she's married, so how could he possibly like her? He pursed his lips coldly. "So, you observe him frequently?" Shun Li was speechless. "He's my co-star, my character's lover. Am I supposed to act opposite a supporting actor or a director instead? If he wasn't interested in you, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to send you a pink item with your name engraved on it." The man's eyebrows furrowed, his eyes flashing with anger, and he said indifferently, "I don't like it." Shun Li pursed her lips. "The director and other actors I get along with call me by my nickname. Besides, Senior G is very kind to the other actors in the crew." He said coldly. "Just now, I asked Ding Min, and the other actors in the crew didn't have their names on their thermos cups." "Reject him now." He emphasized the last few words. Shin Li stared blankly at the man's tightly pursed thin lips and deep eyes. Could this man be jealous? The man lowered his voice even further and said coldly, "Shun Li, you said you like me, so you're not allowed to accept gifts from other men. Because I like him, I can't accept gifts from others." Shun Li's tense nerves were stretched, and an inexplicable fire instantly ignited in her heart because of his words. "You don't even like me, So why do you care if I accepted gifts from others? I did say I liked you, but it doesn't mean I can only like you for the rest of my life. Chapter 69 Shunli, open your eyes and kiss me. Fu Yuchuan looked down at her face, a coldness rising in his eyes. He reached out and pinched her waist, narrowed his eyes, and said in a hoarse, deep voice, enunciating each word clearly, "You are my woman. You are not allowed to like any other man but me." Seeing his icy gaze and tense expression, her anger subsided somewhat. How can you be so domineering? Besides, actor Ji treats me like a younger sister. The man pursed his lips. Sister? Shunli, I'm a man, and I understand men's thoughts best. He's the same age as you, so he can't be your brother. Yes, yes, yes. All men in the world are just as filthy as you. Even if he really likes me as you say, it's not because I gave off any signals that made him mistaken. I don't think I did anything wrong. She shut him down with the very words he had once spoken. The man's brow furrowed even deeper. If you insist on accepting his gift, only one person can stay in this film crew. Either you leave, or he leaves. Shun Li's delicate eyebrows furrowed with anger at her words, and her cheeks flushed crimson with rage. Fu Yuchuan, is this all you know how to do? But the next second, the man reached out and touched her face, his lips pursed. If you like that cup, I can give it to you every day. When he agreed to director Steven's choice of Ji Jingha, besides his fame, he was clean-cut and had never had any scandals in all his years in the industry. He always exuded a cool and aloof aura and never thought that he would have any improper thoughts about Shunli. Even before the movie officially started filming, they've already sent her a thermos cup engraved with her name. It's easy to imagine how Ji Jingha seduced his wife during his time in New York. An unnamed anger surged into his heart. Shunli was furious, her ears turning bright red with anger. I don't want you, Fu Yuchuan. I'm so fed up with you. Fu Yuchuan's expression changed slightly. This was the second time he had heard her say that. The last time was because of Jang Being. Although she said she was annoyed with him, she couldn't hide the coquettishness in her tone. This time, her face showed anger, but nothing else. He tightened his grip on her waist, his tone cold and indifferent. Call your agent and have her send it back. He gave them all to me. Shunli twisted her waist, her brows furrowing slightly. There's no reason for me to return them. The man's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice low and hoarse. If I remember correctly, Ji Jingha got to this position through his own abilities. In the entertainment industry, connections always come first. The audience's voice is insignificant, and capital dominates everything. These words already carried a somewhat dangerous warning connotation. Shunli stared at her, her pearly white teeth biting her lip tightly. Unwilling to see that expression, the man released her waist, lifted her chin, and whispered, "Don't be angry with me for other men." As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his head and kissed her lips. Shunli kept her eyes closed, her small hands on either side of the sofa. She neither pushed him away nor hooked her arms around his neck. Fu Yuchuan kissed her for a long time, but he still couldn't reach the tip of her tongue. His tongue wasn't particularly sensitive to nerve endings, but he loved to hook her tongue and kiss her. It brought him even more pleasure than physical intimacy. Although she often found herself breathless halfway through a kiss and needed him to guide her, she never refused his kisses. He stopped, his eyes fixed on the woman beneath him, his voice deep and husky, "Shunli." She kept her eyes closed, still showing no reaction, and didn't look at him. His long, slender fingers traced her face, which was flushed with anger. When you go back to Suzhou to film, you can't get too close to that guy surnamed Ji. Shunli took a deep breath and gave a soft, "Oh." There was no outburst of emotion as expected, only submission. The man's jawline was slightly tense, and his thin lips were pressed into a straight line. "Open your eyes and kiss me." Chapter 70 My mouth is clean. I've never kissed anyone but you. Shunli heard it, but didn't want to pay attention. She felt so angry whenever she saw this man that she didn't want to kiss him at all. After a while, the itching gradually started coming from my neck. Like a puppy's tongue, wet and slippery. "Skewer, stop fooling around." She was easily amused and subconsciously thought it was that little border collie. The man frowned, then lowered his head and sealed her lips with his. Fu Yuchuan pried open her tightly closed lips. Shunli looked up and tried to push him away, but she had experienced the difference in physical strength between men and women since the first night. She raised her leg to kick him, but the man changed his position and pinned her down. His long, slender fingers pinched her chin, and his tongue slipped inside her slightly parted lips. It had only been a little over a week since that passionate and lingering kiss, and for Fu Yuchuan, it was like a long-awaited rain after a drought. He kissed and nibbled at her lips again. He reluctantly pulled away from her lips until her face turned purplish red and she turned her head to the side, panting. Her lips glistened with moisture as she angrily retorted, "It's all saliva. It's disgusting. Why did you call that dog's name? Did it kiss your neck?" Shinli didn't respond directly. She raised her hand, her slender, fair fingertips touching the man's cold, thin lips. A cold smile curled her rosy lips. "Even a dog is cleaner than you. Who knows how many people your lips have kissed?" As soon as she finished speaking, the man's brows furrowed deeply. "That dog has a dirty mouth. You're not allowed to let it kiss you, not even your neck," he said calmly. "My mouth is very clean. I've never kissed anyone except you." The man's voice was deep and gentle, and Shun Li's heart felt like a calm lake had been disturbed by a stone thrown in. She pursed her lips, and a smile overflowed from her eyes. "The powerful head of the Fu group is vying for favor with a dog. Is it really necessary to be so childish?" The man felt a tickle in his heart as he looked at the smile in her eyes, and he lowered his head to kiss her lips. Cold, bony fingers slipped inside her skirt, expertly preparing to remove it. Shinli didn't expect that he would actually start to touch her while they were kissing. She instinctively grabbed the man's hand, biting her lip, and said in an unexpectedly coquettish tone, "What are you doing?" She blinked her large, bright eyes at him. Fu Yuchuan had only recently lost his virginity and couldn't resist this kind of teasing. He lowered his head and sealed her lips with his, almost licking and kissing his way down to her chest, the wetness and tingling sensation spreading throughout her body. He whispered in her ear, "You." She was so itchy she couldn't stand it and desperately tried to avoid his kiss. I'm sleepy." On the plane, she kept thinking about Tang Ye's words the whole time. Her eyes never closed. After getting off the plane, she got angry again, and now she can barely keep her eyes open. She twisted her body, and Fu Yuchuan visibly felt a lump in his throat, as if blood was pooling in one spot. It pressed against her, and Shunli immediately froze, too afraid to move. She had a fierce look on her face, but her tone was incredibly soft. "Fu Yuchuan, you're a pervert, a beast." The man's thin lips curled into a wicked smile. "You can sleep as you please. I've never asked you to do anything." His deep, magnetic voice undoubtedly touched the softest, deepest strings of her heart. Before she could utter a sound, the man's cold, thin lips pressed against hers. Her pupils contracted slightly, and she bit her finger and whimpered. When she realized what was happening, she raised her leg and lightly kicked the man's face and shoulder. "Let's go to your room." He licked his lips, got up, and carried her into the lounge. Chapter 71. Your husband has a high, straight nose and long, slender fingers. He looks very capable. After it was over, Shunli closed her eyes and fell asleep. Fu Yuchuan reached out and turned on the bedside lamp. A cascade of loose, curly hair lay on the black bed, the strands gently entwining her well-defined knuckles, exuding softness. Shunli felt a little itchy from his touch, so she hugged the blanket and shrank to the edge of the bed. She was angry when she remembered how he had taken advantage of her despite her pleas for mercy. Behind her, the man's hand landed on her waist, his arm tightening as he pulled her back into his embrace. Her lower back ached, and she felt weak. She muttered to herself, "I'm covered in injuries, and I still don't know how to restrain myself." The man's deep voice was hoarse with lingering lust. "Tang Ye's injuries are more serious than mine, but that doesn't stop him from having sex with women now." Shinli immediately swallowed her words. "You become like those you associate with. You're all shameless." She angrily slapped the man's hand that was wrapped around her waist. "It's hot. I don't want you to hug me." He frowned slightly. "Don't move. You'll be responsible if you twist it hard." "Shinli." He held her close, encircling her entire body in his arms. Shinli stopped arguing with him, closed her eyes, and ignored him because she was too sleepy to pay attention to him anymore. Her slender back pressed against the man's warm, broad chest. When you just fainted, I called director Steven and canceled your intimate scene with Ji Jingha. The script cannot be changed after filming begins. Why? Shinli immediately turned around, somewhat annoyed. The man frowned. You're disappointed that you can't kiss him? It has nothing to do with who it is. If the script requires it, even if my male co-star is someone else, I will still do it. I won't allow it. She let out a cold snort. You're so naive. Didn't you think this would happen when you pushed me to Steven? Fu Yuchuan has been a close friend of Steven for many years and knows his filming style best. Almost every film of his has a lot of kissing and bed scenes. He should have expected that she would film intimate scenes with other male actors when he pushed her onto Steven's. The man frowned, turned her face around, and covered her mouth again. She could clearly sense the possessiveness in that kiss. He almost swallowed her lips and tongue whole. Shinli couldn't push him away with her hands, so she could only kick him with her little feet. Fu Yuchuan, you are a stumbling block in my acting career. He sneered. Before I got involved, I didn't see you win any mainstream awards. She swallowed immediately and yelled at him fiercely. If this movie were filmed according to the script, it would definitely win an award. He reached out and stroked her fair, plump cheek, saying calmly, I'll make it up to you with another movie. You decide the funding, screenwriter, director, and crew. Shinli bit her lip. If it were in the past, she would definitely have been too proud to refuse. But now that I think about it, not only did he sleep with this man so many times, but he also didn't get any benefits. If they get divorced in the future, he won't end up without any acting opportunities. He took her silence as agreement. As he kissed her lips, he added in a hoarse voice, I'll choose the male actor. You choose? That means it'll be ages before it's even operational. Don't end up doing it yourself. He chuckled softly. I will consider your proposal. After indulging in the afternoon, Shinli felt sore all over, and even her legs felt trembling and weak when she walked. In the end, the man carried her away from the Fu group. After returning to their lodgings, the man fed her a bowl of soup and then took a shower. Shinli lay on the bed, while Fu Yuchuan was in the study dealing with the work that had been delayed all afternoon. The man's residence in New York was no smaller than his residence in Suzhou. In fact, it could be said to be twice the size of the Fu residence. The bedroom was decorated in gray tones, perfectly matching the man's ascetic persona at first glance. The bed was clean, and apart from the distinctive scent of men's mint soap, there was no other woman's smell. Shinli, I see you've really grown up. You actually rejected Ji Jing's gift. She had just taken out her phone when she received a message from her agent. Shinli, your wings are practically broken. How tough are they? Ding Min. In Suzhou, besides your man, who would dare to clip your wings? Ding Min. Oh my god. Could it be that he's jealous and won't let you accept Ji Jing's thermos? Shinli. I wouldn't say I'm jealous, but he's acting like a man. He even called Steven, and all my intimate scenes with actor Ji were cut. Ding Min. So, this morning, when we were talking about going back to Suzhou, we started arguing about this? Shinli frowned. Yes, not entirely. Ding Min. Then why didn't you come back in the end? Your voice sounded a bit weak. Did you settle things once and for all? Shinli. Ding Min. I think your willpower is really gone. Is Fu Yuchuan really that good in bed? One round, and he's already made you feel so good. Shinli. Sister Min, you're making it sound like I'm at a disadvantage. To put it another way, he made me feel comfortable and promised me a movie. Why wouldn't I want that? Ding Min. Damn, this is going to be awesome. Fu Yuchuan looks great, with a high, straight nose and long, slender fingers. I'll use that as a standard when I look for a husband in the future. Shinli frowned when she saw the WeChat message. Minjia, that's unethical of you. Observing him so closely, are you trying to steal him away from me? Haha, stop being so narcissistic. I only want virgins. Shinli burst out laughing when she saw Ding Min's message. Her mind raced, and she suddenly remembered something. Her slender fingers typed a few words on the screen and sent them without thinking. Actor Ji looks so innocent. Do you want to seduce him? After she sent the message, a new message popped up on her phone. Seeing the 3 words displayed in the message, her temple throbbed violently. She suddenly sprang to her feet, feeling a sense of shame, like someone had been caught talking behind someone's back. Ji Jingha. Your agent returned the cup to my studio because she didn't like it? She pursed her lips. It can't be that Fu Yuchuan's male syndrome is acting up and he doesn't like her accepting gifts from other men. After careful consideration and wanting to avoid offending her senior, Shinli said, I have the cup. Thank you, Actor Ji. Ji Jinghe received the message and replied almost instantly with a voice message. His deep, magnetic voice was pleasant to the ear. Next time I send you something else, you can't use this excuse to refuse it again. Shinli almost fainted. If she makes things clear with Actor Ji now, they'll inevitably run into each other on set. So will the film still be able to continue? If she doesn't say anything now, Fu Yuchuan will probably be furious when he finds out. Shinli's face scrunched up in a distressed expression. When Fu Yuchuan came over from the study, he saw that the woman on the bed had her whole head buried in the quilt. He stepped out, lifted the covers, and the warm yellow light from the bedside lamp made the woman's face appear both yellow and red, her eyes flickering with a hint of confusion. He looked at her tightly gripping phone, reached out to take it, and said, You've been saying you're sleepy at work. Why aren't you going to sleep? Chapter 72. She admitted that she had grown a little more fond of this man. Seeing him casually turn off his phone screen, Shinli inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, raised her slender, fair arm, and hooked it around the man's neck. I want to go back to Suzhou tomorrow. The film crew is about to start work. The man's passionate kiss landed on her cheek, and finally, he gently nibbled on her ear. We only meet once a week. You don't spend more time with me. You little ingrate. Shinli buried her face in the man's chest, her cheeks flushed, and muttered softly. What woman takes the initiative? The implication was that if he missed her, he should finish his work and return to Suzhou as soon as possible. Perhaps because he rarely saw her give such a proactive hint, the man stared at her with dark eyes, as if all the sounds around him had disappeared. Fu Yuchuan kissed her tired face and said in a hoarse voice, In 2 days, there are some things in Los Angeles that I need to go there in person. Shinli felt sleepy because of his magnetic voice. She closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep. Without the woman's voice beside him, the spacious room felt particularly empty and quiet. Fu Yuchuan had an inexplicable habit. He hadn't felt this way when she wasn't around a few days ago, but now he felt a void in his heart. He reached out and tidied the stray hairs on her forehead. The woman, who had already fallen asleep, frowned, then moved her head, and took the initiative to hug his waist, burying herself even deeper into his arms. Fu Yuchuan looked down at the woman's peaceful face as she slept in his arms. His back stiffened slightly, and in just a few seconds, his thoughts raced through countless cycles, a feeling he had never experienced before welling up inside him. It's very unfamiliar. My breathing is a little rapid. Shinli got up very early the next day. She packed her luggage in the bedroom while the man made breakfast in the kitchen. When she came out, the man looked at her with his deep black eyes and said calmly, Are you sure you want to go back today? Okay, I'll take a taxi there later. You don't need to take me. The man didn't answer, but went into the study. When he came out, he was carrying an exquisite gift box bag, which he placed on the dining table and said casually, The weather in Suzhou has been a bit dry lately, so drink more water. Shinli was stunned for a few seconds, somewhat confused. She reached out and took it, carefully opening the bag. It was a rectangular box, and based on what she and he had just said yesterday, she guessed that it might contain a thermos or a water bottle. Sure enough, the pink water bottle is from Kiss Me, New York's most famous bespoke tailoring studio. Shinli looked at the inscription and unconsciously curled her lips, but said with disdain, Fu Yuchuan, how tacky are you? Why is my birthday engraved on it? June 12th, single character, Lee. Upon hearing this, the man's indifferent expression finally changed, and he frowned. You don't like it? Shinli laughed. It's all right. If she was shocked when Ji Jinghe gave her a thermos, then receiving a water bottle from Fu Yuchuan was rather amusing. She suddenly remembered their argument yesterday, when the man said, If you like that cup, I can bring it to you every day. They're all the same pink color, with the same engraving. Fu Yuchuan met the woman's smiling face. The cup I gave you has my birthday engraved on it. The man's unspoken meaning was something the other man didn't grasp, and that the man was more attentive than the other. Her slender, fair fingers gently caressed the set of numbers, and suddenly, her thoughts were pulled back. She still remembers when Shin and Chang went to the Fu group to find him. She begged him to open the door to the lounge. The numerical code the man recited was 0612. Okay, she admits, she likes this water glass a little more now. And, including him. Chapter 73. A kiss on the man's handsome, flawless cheek. After breakfast, Fu Yuchuan was worried about her going to the airport alone. Shinli then took a step back and suggested that Shin Jing deliver it. Little did she know that the man was just using her concern as an excuse to insist on personally taking her there. She had no choice but to happily get into his Maybach. Actually, there was no real danger. The biggest threat was the man beside her. Upon arrival at the station, the man lowered his head and whispered in her ear, reminding her to contact him after she got off the plane. Shinli slowly responded with an "oh." Then he got out of the car and opened the passenger door for her, his voice low and deep. "I won't take you there." "Since you're already here, don't you want to take her there?" She told him not to come, but he insisted. Now he's not even taking her inside. What does this mean? Shinli bit her lip. "Fu Yuchuan, don't you have anything else you want to say to me?" The man looked down at Shinli, who looked like a little woman beside him, and took a deep breath. He reached out and touched her face, his voice lower and more restrained than before. "I'll go back as soon as possible." She mustered her courage, stood on tiptoe, grabbed the man's tie with one hand, and kissed his handsome, flawless profile, her voice soft as she said, "I'm going now." "Good." As Shinli pulled her suitcase into the airport terminal, a burning gaze was fixed on her from behind. The man's well-defined knuckles clenched slightly. "Really? She defeated me. Because I was afraid I wouldn't be able to bear it, I simply didn't go in. Unexpectedly, I still managed to get a kiss from her." The man touched his cheek, which was still warm and damp. Fu Yuchuan only got into the car slowly after that petite figure disappeared from his sight. Just as I sat down, a piercing vibration suddenly rang out. The man answered the phone casually, saying indifferently, "What is it?" "President Fu." The call was from Shin Jing, who spoke cautiously and respectfully. "Old Fu's secretary, who was sent from Los Angeles, has flown to Suzhou and should arrive tonight if nothing unexpected happens." The man's eyes suddenly narrowed. "Send someone to stake out the Suzhou airport. Once they disembark, bring them back to Los Angeles. I'll personally go to Los Angeles later." But this person was personally selected by Old Master Fu. Fu Yuchuan's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. "Fu Yongxin's power is not great enough to control who I choose." "Yes, Mr. Fu." Shinli has been back in Suzhou for 2 days, and the film crew has started shooting ahead of schedule because of her schedule. Today was her first day officially joining the crew. She didn't have any scenes with the male lead, Ji Jinghe, this morning, so she didn't feel embarrassed about refusing the gifts. However, she has been unable to contact Fu Yuchuan since yesterday. He doesn't answer phone calls or reply to messages. Although her feelings were somewhat complicated, she always remembered that before returning to Suzhou, Fu Yuchuan had personally said that he was going to Los Angeles. Perhaps due to jet lag and a busy work schedule, she didn't have any particular thoughts. Even in her spare time, she would occasionally open WeChat and check her call logs, sighing softly to herself. Suddenly, a cool, deep voice came from above. "What are you thinking about?" Upon hearing the familiar male voice, Shinli abruptly looked up. "Senior Ji?" Ji Jinghe smiled faintly, surprised. "Accident. Really. Senior Ji is not only well-liked, but also courageous." Shinli would never take the initiative to talk to someone she had rejected. No. She awkwardly picked up her water glass, took a sip, and said, "Senior Ji, I have to go now. The director should be calling me." The man said calmly, "Are you sure? It's lunchtime now." Shinli had just swallowed the water, but inexplicably, it choked her and caused her to cough violently, her face turning bright red. She's now more embarrassed than the person who approached her. Seeing her like this, Ji Jinghe chuckled, reached out and patted her back, his usually indifferent eyes suddenly narrowing. "Nice water glass. I can tell you weren't lying." Shinli forced an awkward smile, and the moment the man turned around, she reached for her water glass and placed it behind her. "Sister Lily, have you seen my lunchbox?" Xiao Tao was walking over here. Her round eyes were bright and watery. Her small, light-colored fingers were twisting together, and her eyes were wary and a little confused. Shinli frowned. What style? Xiao Tao glanced at the man standing in front of her, then quickly looked away. It was wrapped in a pink cloth bag, and inside was a pink lunchbox. I cooked the food myself. No, I'll ask someone else for you. She was just about to leave when, unexpectedly, Xiao Tao proved useful and successfully rescued her. Oh, that one. Suddenly, Ji Jinghe, who was standing to the side, slowly spoke, his deep voice carrying a hint of disdain. I thought it was a boxed lunch provided by the crew. No wonder it tastes so bad. By Tao Tao, your cooking skills are as terrible as ever. Chapter 74. The Fu family visits the film set. By Tao Tao's face instantly turned bright red. She was both anxious and angry, and blurted out his full name. Ji Jinghe. The man glanced at her casually, his voice indifferent. I have takeout in my RV. Come on over if you want. Seeing this, Shinli frowned. Bai Tao Tao is her assistant who has been by her side since last year. I heard that her family was not well off. Her father abandoned her when she was very young, and she lived with her mother since childhood. Her mother was a maid in a wealthy family. Before last year, she was still working for the wealthy family. After that, she was introduced to the entertainment industry. Shinli saw that she was a blank slate and had no scheming, so she kept her. She is introverted and somewhat insecure, a completely different personality from Ding Min's outgoing and enthusiastic nature. Shinli reached out and pulled Bai Tao Tao over, eating the greens from her fitness meal without tasting it, but with a gossipy look on her face. You two know each other? The petite woman in front of him nodded. A few seconds later, Bai Tao Tao pouted and whispered in her ear, Sister Lily, I'm only telling you this. Actor Ji is not as gentle and peaceful as he seems. In reality, he's very sharp-tongued and difficult to please. Really? She blinked, looking at the man's aloof and indifferent back, somewhat incredulous. At least in the few days they spent together, Shinli felt that Ji Jinghe was the gentlest man she had ever met. As she was thinking this, she heard Bai Tao Tao say very seriously, Sister Lily, it's true. I only came to tell you because I noticed that he seems to be trying to flirt with you lately. Upon hearing this, Shinli immediately adopted the expression of an old man looking at his phone on the subway. Are you sure? She could sense that Ji Jinghe was indeed gentle towards her, but she had a vague feeling that it wasn't romantic love. On the contrary, their conversation just now felt a bit like flirting. She thought about it carefully and realized that her relationship with Fu Yuchuan in the early stages was pretty much the same. As Shinli watched the young woman's departing figure, she suddenly heard a murmur of discussion. My goodness, a 5-star private chef has arrived. And sashimi flown in from Japan? And the desserts are all imported from Germany. Which big shot came to visit the set? Director Steven said they're from the Fu family. Fu Yuchuan? He would come to a place like this? How is that possible? Upon hearing the familiar name, Shinli looked up abruptly and saw Bai Tao Tao getting out of Ji Jinghe's RV and running towards her. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Bai Tao Tao was so happy that she danced around, excitedly pointing to the low-fat meal in her bowl. Sister Lily, you can't eat grass anymore. The Fu family has brought a group of 5-star chefs to visit the set. Upon hearing this, Shinli felt her heart clench suddenly. Has Fu Yuchuan returned from New York? She pursed her lips and walked into the crowd without saying a word. A large number of extras and staff members were gathered in front of them. A dozen or so people dressed in restaurant uniforms were seen distributing food. Shinli spotted the man standing in the center almost instantly. He was dressed in a black suit, tall and imposing, with a commanding presence. Shinli was somewhat surprised. Chen Jing was back. Was his work in New York finished? The man walked towards her, his tone calm and gentle. Miss Shun, have you eaten? Shinli smiled and gestured. Did you eat just a little bit? Upon hearing this, Chen Jing waved her hand, signaling the chef to deliver the lunch that had been prepared in advance to her RV. Mr. Fu is very concerned about your meals on set, and specially sent me back to keep an eye on your daily life and diet. Chapter 75. The Wooden Man Who Suddenly Got It. Shinli returned to the RV, where, in addition to a Manchu Han imperial feast, the interior was filled with red roses. Bai Tao Tao was so excited that she shed tears all over the floor. Fortunately, Ji Jinghe ate the pig feed box she made herself, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to enjoy such a feast. Sister Lily, These roses smell so good. Shinli stood there, staring at the scene before her, her eyes unblinking, her heart filled with a burning heat. Red roses represent passionate love and intense affection. Madam. When no one else was around, Chun Jing resumed addressing Shun Li by her full title. These were all personally instructed by Mr. Fu. I wish you a smooth start to your new film. For a wooden man who suddenly becomes enlightened. A feeling that she had never experienced before suddenly spread through Shun Li's heart. Her beautiful lips curled up slightly, and for the first time, she experienced this uncontrollable joy. She bit her lip, reached out, and picked a rose, gently stroking the petals with her fingers. She had been wanting his response, but it turned out to be so insignificant. A man who claims to like her might not actually do so much. In the other RV, after Bai Tao left, Ji Jinghe took his hands out of his pockets. 2 strands of hair were wrapped around her slender, well-defined fingertips. This is what he pulled off Shin Li's head when he was patting her back. She knew nothing about it. Ji Jinghe took out a transparent bag he had prepared beforehand and carefully placed it inside. After the call was connected, a cool, deep voice echoed inside the RV. Dr. Mai, you can come and pick it up now. I had just hung up the phone when there was a knock on the RV door. The man calmly put away what he was holding, his expression serene. Come in. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Tao pushed open the door. She walked reluctantly to the man with the tray in her hand, biting her lip. Didn't you say my lunchbox wasn't good? Here you go. The man glanced at her indifferently, then looked at the food on his plate and said casually, Where did this come from? Lily's husband's assistant came to visit the set and invited a group of 5-star chefs to cook for the crew. Bai Tao's initially indifferent expression gradually softened when she mentioned Fu Yuchuan, and a smile began to appear on her face. She was used to it when other female celebrities' husbands or sugar daddies came to visit the set. But this is the first time I've seen someone as wealthy as Sister Lily's husband. She really had a blast getting that hand. Ji Jinghe looked at her calmly, raising an eyebrow. You enjoyed your meal? I have to thank Senior Ji for eating my meal, so I can have an empty stomach to enjoy this delicious food. Seeing her almost clenched teeth expression, the man sneered. And what about your artists? Her artists? Was he asking about Shinli? Lily eats more than me. I even threw away the weight loss meals I ordered for her. Upon hearing this, the man lowered his eyes and remained silent for a moment. A few seconds later, he picked up his phone and called his assistant. Go and see how many chefs the Fu group hired today. From tomorrow until the end of filming, hire those chefs to the crew according to their standards. They've gone mad. They've gone completely mad. Upon hearing this phone call, Bai Tao had only one feeling in her heart. She had just told Sister Lily that Ji Jinghe seemed to be trying to flirt with her, but Sister Lily didn't believe her. Ji Jinghe now bluntly states that he wants to follow the standards of the Fu group. Oh, no. It's from the start of filming to the end. For a full 3 months, the pay for this film probably wouldn't even be worthwhile. Why did he have to use that money to seduce a married woman? She finally realized that this man was really asking for a beating. However, Bai Tao doesn't dare tell Shun Li right now. First, she can't be sure if the phone call was real, and second, if Fu Yuchuan finds out that his wife is being pursued by actors in the film crew, the whole crew will probably be in chaos. Fu Yuchuan seems to be much busier in Los Angeles than one might imagine. Shinli originally wanted to call him to thank him, but she couldn't get through all day. She inquired about Chen Jing, who said everything was fine, except that the situation in Los Angeles was somewhat tricky. Shinli had just finished get off work when she received a call from Ding Min. Come out and have some fun. Your sister just broke up with her boyfriend. Let's drink here. Changyin is a high-end bar in Suzhou. Ding Min usually doesn't go there, but she goes there whenever she's heartbroken. Shinli said with a hint of helplessness. This is the 3rd time you've been dumped this month. What can I do? All the men I've been eyeing this month are gay. Straight men are unclean. They're all second-hand cucumbers. They want to find clean ones, but all they end up with are innocent little bottoms. Listening to her rambling on, Shunli told Qinjing to turn around and say, Let's go have some drinks. Qinjing. President Fu won't let you go. She was somewhat choked up. She hadn't expected Qinjing to have this function. Keep an eye on her in real time. Shunli tossed her curly hair, a smile playing on her lips. Tell him now that I'm going. If he doesn't reply in 5 minutes, it means he agrees. Jing. They just knew that President Fu was busy right now. As darkness fell outside, Shinli put on a hat and sunglasses to cover most of her face. Because those who drink wine at this price point are mostly upper-class people. A single cocktail typically costs 4 figures. When she arrived, Ding Min had already drunk 7 or 8 cups of wine, and Shinli listened to her cursing the man for more than 10 minutes. Jing watched her from a distance. Shinli had no chance to drink, nor did she want to. She got up and went to the front hall to ask the waiter to pour her a glass of cold water. As a result, when I turned around, I bumped into someone. The person fell to the ground, and Shinli was also knocked so hard she almost felt dizzy. She frowned and looked down at the woman who had fallen to the ground. She was wearing a sexy dress, and her small face was covered in heavy makeup. If it weren't for her unique professional woman aura, Shinli would hardly have recognized her. Chapter 76 I was carried in a princess carry? Suchinga. When Shinli was in New York, Fu Yuchuan mentioned that the injuries on his body were caused by Tang Yi retaliating when Suchinga stepped in to stop the fight. And now, not only has she returned from New York, she's even appeared at a cafe. In this cold winter, she was only wearing a thin dress, her body reeking of alcohol, and she looked utterly defaced and disheveled. Her curly hair obscured Suchinga's small face, making it impossible to discern her expression. Shinli only heard a hoarse female voice, tinged with a sob. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Shinli frowned, and a few seconds later, she reached out and helped her up from the ground. Just as she was about to ask her why she was there, several men reeking of alcohol behind her suddenly spoke up. You're a prostitute. What are you pretending to be innocent for? Hurry up and go back to pour my buddy some drinks. After saying that, he tried to grab Suchinga's arm. Shinli frowned and pulled her over. The men froze for a moment. Then, after glancing at Shinli's figure, they suddenly burst into laughter, a lewd and lascivious laugh. What? You want to sell yourself with her too? Shinli raised her hand and slapped the man who had spoken. The sound was loud and crisp, immediately attracting the attention of everyone present. Young Master Fu, are you all right? The men following behind immediately surrounded them. Fu Yuza glanced at the woman, and even through her sunglasses and mask, he could see the arrogance and disdain on her face. Her red lips curled slightly, her eyes brimming with unfathomable amusement. Your mouth stinks so much. Did you sneak off to the latrine to eat? Fu Yuza's expression changed instantly. He had seen aloof people before, like the woman next to him, but he had never seen anyone so arrogant as to slap him and curse him. Anger lingered in his mind for 2 seconds before being replaced by other emotions. Even though the woman in front of you is wearing sunglasses and a mask, it's not hard to tell that she has an exceptional figure and a great presence. He likes it very much. This was the first time he'd encountered someone with this kind of personality, and he was curious to see if this woman was just as wild when she was panting beneath him. Young Master Fu, do you like this one? The underlings noticed something was wrong. In the past, anyone who dared to offend the young master of the Fu family in a place like Chang'an would not have a good ending. But at this moment, Fu Yuza stood still, looking the woman in front of him up and down. Fu Yuza smiled without saying a word. He beckoned to his underling with his finger. Bring these two over. One is a charmingly proud young woman. The other is a sophisticated and aloof intellectual woman. Playing double penetration. Good. The underling immediately understood and asked, Did you hear what young Master Fu said? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of men swarmed forward. Shinli glanced at the area near the door. Jing doesn't like this kind of place, so after bringing her in, he went out to wait for her. We need him now, but we can't get anyone to come. As the man drew closer, Shinli had a sudden inspiration. She lifted her leg, and her pointed high heels swiftly and deftly aimed at the man's lower body as he tried to grab her. Suddenly, a scream rang out. The man's face changed drastically, and he covered his groin, screaming and rolling on the ground. If Shinli was still sober enough to deal with these thugs, then Suchinga was not only reeking of alcohol, but her delicate face suddenly turned an eerie red, and she collapsed to the ground, powerless. Several men came forward, picked her up, and carried her away. Shinli immediately realized what was going on. Those thugs probably put some kind of drug in Su Chinga's wine. When one of them fell, the rest of the henchmen became even more excited and reached out to grab Shin Li's chest. Shin Li was, after all, a woman and outnumbered. Just as she was at her wit's end and about to rush out to call for help, a tall and imposing figure suddenly appeared, standing between her and a group of thugs. The man, dressed in a black shirt, moved swiftly and nimbly, his long, strong arms gripping the wrist of the lewd man. In just a few moves, the once arrogant thugs were all lying on the ground. After dealing with a group of troubles, Shin Li finally saw his face clearly. Perhaps she hadn't expected the man who usually seemed so unassuming to come to a place like this to drink. Or perhaps she hadn't expected the man who usually seemed so gentle to actually fight for her. Shin Li was somewhat stunned. "Are you all right?" Seeing that she was standing still, the man frowned and patted her shoulder. Shin Li looked down at the hand on her shoulder, then came to her senses, her face full of confusion. "Actor Ji, what are you doing here?" Ji Jinghe noticed her subtle expression, lowered his eyes slightly, and withdrew his hand. Then he carefully wiped his blood-stained hand with a silk handkerchief, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "I had an appointment with a friend." The back of the person looked familiar, but I didn't expect it to really be you. After wiping the blood off his hands, the man's eyes softened again. "Where are you hurt? Are you not injured?" Shin Li shook her head at the man, but suddenly, her delicate face furrowed. Su Chinga was just taken away right under her nose. Shin Li snapped out of her daze and ran outside quickly. Chen Jing had already heard the commotion when he was outside. He happened to walk in, and the two bumped into each other. "Madam, what's wrong?" Chen Jing looked at the woman in front of him, who was behaving strangely, with some doubt. "Chen Jing, a group of troublemakers just took Su Chinga away. You need to send someone to stop them. I'm afraid something might happen to her." Shin Li and Su Chinga were not friends at all. If it were in the past, she would not have bothered with this kind of thing. But when she saw Su Chinga's face flushed and being helped away, she subconsciously did not want anything to happen to her. Perhaps it was when Su Chinga helped her back to the Wanxiang mansion that she heard her confess her true feelings. Perhaps it's a woman's innate compassion, but she still hoped Chen Jing could help her. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing frowned. "What's the name of the troublemaker?" "I think I just heard those thugs call him Young Master Fu." "Young Master Fu? Fu Yuza? Could it be this idiot?" Chen Jing rarely swore, and he couldn't control the expression on his face. Before he returned to Suzhou, Fu Yuchuan specifically instructed him to protect Shin Li's safety. Chen Jing did indeed do so, but after sending Shin Li to Chang'an and seeing that Fu Yuza was also there, he felt relieved and went outside to wait. Unexpectedly, the one who caused trouble was the very person he trusted. "You stupid idiot. They'll take anyone. How many lives do you have left?" "Madam, don't worry. I will notify someone to protect Su Chinga. I will take you back to the Fu family first so that the doctor can examine you." Shin Li was not injured at all. "I'm fine. No need to check. Send someone to look for me." Chen Jing was wary of Ji Jinghe, so he didn't leave. He pursed his lips. "I'll call and inform them." When Shin Jing turned around and took out his phone, Shin Li suddenly felt dizzy and was suddenly lifted up, her soft hair blowing against the man's chin. A low, soft voice sounded above her head. "Miss Shun, I apologize for the intrusion." Upon hearing the sound, Chen Jing turned his head, a hint of fear and astonishment flashing in his eyes. Chapter 77, The Gunhilder Family. The moment Shin Li looked up at Ji Jinghe, her eyes widened in shock. Her heart felt like it had been struck by lightning, and all she could hear was a buzzing sound. Blood rushed to my head, and I felt like I was on fire. But she knew that the feeling Ji Jinghe gave her was completely different from that of Fu Yuchuan. "Senior Ji, this is not appropriate for us." Shin Li's face flushed red with a hint of embarrassment as she struggled to get down. Chen Jing felt a chill run down his spine, as if countless pairs of deep male eyes were staring at him from behind. "Yes, madam. Please come down quickly." He quickly reached out to take it, but Ji Jinghe gently dodged away while holding Shin Li, saying expressionlessly, "No one is more suitable than me." "Shin Jing, your foot is injured. Let me carry you back." Ji Jinghe's deep voice came from above again. Shin Li looked down and saw that the instep of her foot, clad in high heels, was red and slightly swollen. clearly indicating that she had twisted it when she kicked someone. She hadn't felt anything before, but now that she'd been reminded, she felt the pain concentrated in her foot. Despite this, Shinli still found it hard to accept being carried in a princess carry by another man. Ji Jinghe simply lowered his head slightly, ignoring her resistance, and said in his usual gentle tone, "If you let someone unrelated hug you, I'm afraid your man will be even angrier when he finds out." He meant that the unrelated person was Chen Jing. But wasn't he just her colleague too? Shinli listened to the man's words and didn't react for a long time. A moment later, she was carried to the black Maybach. Ji Jinghe held her with one arm and pressed the car key with the other. Although the action was intimate, she could not feel the heart-fluttering feeling between a man and a woman. Shinli even felt that the man in front of her was like a relative she had never met. The thought only flashed through my mind for a moment. In this world, she only had Shun and Chang as a relative, and she had never even met the person she was closest to in the world. From a young age, people around her told her that her mother, Wen Qingyan, eloped with the family's bodyguard after giving birth to her. In such a situation, how could an older brother suddenly appear out of nowhere? Shinli found this association absurd. The corners of her lips unconsciously curled up slightly, a self-deprecating smile with a hint of intent to break the awkward atmosphere. "Senior Ji, you really do look like the boy next door." As soon as she finished speaking, she could see the man's body visibly stiffen. She immediately wondered if she had said something wrong, and quickly added, "Because Senior Ji clearly knows that I have a family, and I believe that Senior Ji is not the kind of man who would steal someone else's wife. That's why I said that." Seeing the fleeting embarrassment on her face, Ji Jinghe reached out and patted her head. "If I had such a beautiful younger sister, I would be very happy." Shin Li's thin lips slowly curved upwards. She thought that if Ji Jinghe simply regarded her as a younger sister and had no romantic feelings for her, she would be very happy. Suzhou at night, Los Angeles during the day. At noon, inside the restaurant at Gunhild Castle. The man's handsome face remained expressionless as he slid his long, slender fingers across his phone screen. As messages appeared on the screen, the man's expression gradually darkened. The older man sitting in the main seat seemed to sense that something was wrong with his mood. Although his face was aged, his aura was heavy and powerful, making him an undeniable emperor-like presence. His voice, aged and deep, said softly, "Yuchuan, don't tell me that the reason you're angry this time is because of that woman again?" Fu Yuchuan arrived in Los Angeles a day earlier. The aged yet dignified man in the main seat was none other than the elder of the Gunhild family, who shared a quarter of his blood. Fu Yuchuan glanced at him briefly, then turned off his phone screen again, without saying a word. Fu Yongqian's deep voice was hoarse. "Yuchuan, you're only interested in that woman named Shunli because it's your first time encountering this type. Qi Tian is a woman trained by our Gunhild family. I believe you will fall in love with her." Qi Tian. This name. This was the reason why Fu Yuchuan set off for Los Angeles. Fu Yongqian had been considering transferring her to the Fu group in Suzhou for a year. Suddenly, without his knowledge, Fu Yuchuan registered his marriage with a woman from Suqing. At that time, he didn't take that woman from Suzhou seriously at all, thinking that it was just Fu Yuchuan acting impulsively out of spite. A year has passed, and Fu Yuchuan not only has no intention of getting a divorce, but even more ridiculously, he has given up cooperating with the Li group because of that woman. The young man sitting opposite him remained silent throughout. Upon hearing the last sentence, a hint of disgust appeared on his handsome face, and his thin lips parted slightly. "Grandpa Fu, I will have someone send Qi Tian back to Los Angeles. As for what kind of people I keep around me, that's up to me." Fu Yongqian slowly closed his eyes. After a long while, he opened his eyes again, his tone unhurried. "You resist Qi Tian so much. Isn't it because you're afraid of falling in love with her and finding that you can never escape the Gunhild family? Admit it, Shinli is just an excuse for you to escape the Gunhild family. You don't love her at all." After leaving Gunhild Castle, Fu Yuchuan started a video call. Chen Jing answered the call quickly. He frowned and looked nervously at the handsome man in front of him. "President Fu, as you requested, I have brought Fu Yuze here. Do you have any other requests?" Fu Yuchuan stared at the screen with his deep eyes and said coldly, Have him video call me. The man who was so arrogant in the bar, talking about having a threesome, now appeared on the phone screen looking utterly pathetic. Brother, I was wrong. Upon hearing this, Chun Jing raised his leg and kicked the man in the chest without saying a word. Is brother something you call me? Call me President Fu. The man who had been kicked over was rolling on the ground, clutching his chest, and kept saying, President Fu, spare me. I didn't know that woman was my sister-in-law. She was wearing sunglasses and a mask. I couldn't recognize her at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Jing reached out and punched the man hard in the face. Instantly, his face was bruised and swollen. Chun Jing gritted her teeth and glared at the man. You can't even control your lower body, and you're blaming it on your wife. Before she could finish speaking, the man knelt down and begged for mercy. Brother, please forgive me. I promise I'll never do it again. I'll kneel down and apologize to your wife right now. Fu Yuza looked at the silent man on the screen and felt a chill run down his spine. An ominous premonition arose within him. Fu Yuchuan held a scarlet finger between his knuckles and slowly exhaled smoke. His beautiful lips uttered a faint tone. You are the son of Fu Yongqian's younger brother, so I can't do anything to you. Genhild has a rule that if you touch your brother's woman, you should be physically castrated. Upon hearing this, his expression changed drastically. Fu Yuza panicked. Physical castration meant that he would not only be unable to have sex in the future, but also unable to have children. This is a disgrace to the family. Fu Yongqian will not only not let him off the hook, but he will also not let his father off the hook, and the entire family will be implicated. President Fu, please give me another chance. I'll never dare to do it again. Fu Yuza even banged his head until it bled, and only when blood dripped into his eyes did he hear the man on the screen slowly say, Since that's the case, then I'll give you a chance. I remember you touched another woman, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Chun Jing immediately nodded. Yes, President Fu. This time, Madam was not injured. The main problem was that Su Qingge was drugged. Fu Yuchuan extinguished the crimson stain on his fingertip, a slight smile curving his thin lips. That's Tang Ye's business. I'll ask him how he wants to handle it. Chun Jing frowned immediately. President Fu, if we leave this matter to President Tang, he will probably let it slide. After all, everyone knows how much Su Qingge means to that man, and everyone knows why she's going to Chongqing this time. Chapter 78 The woman Fu Yuchuan has chosen will not easily change her mind. The man seemed not to hear Chun Jing's opinion, took the phone handed to him by the driver, and called Tang Yi. The call was answered after a while, and Tang Yi's sexy and languid voice came from the other end. Hello. The deafeningly loud music told me he was out partying again. Fu Yuchuan narrowed his eyes, not getting straight to the point, but instead asked, Where are you? Tang Yi, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, exhaled a smoke ring upon hearing the man's words, a wicked smile playing on his lips. The Los Angeles business is settled. Want to come over and hang out with me? He shook his head and said calmly, No, something happened in Suzhou. I'm going back tonight. What is it? Don't tell me it's about Shinli again. Tang Ye's handsome and charming face was playful. He lazily reached out and touched the face of the girl sitting next to him, and said, I'm saying you're willing to break up with Fu Yongqian for her. What's wrong with Qi Tian? Perhaps it was because he had drunk too much, but in the past, even if Tang Yi looked down on Shunli, he would not have dared to say anything about her in front of Fu Yuchuan, and he would never have compared her to other women. Fu Yuchuan narrowed his eyes, his voice somewhat cold. So, you really like Qi Tian? Qi Tian is a woman trained by your Gunhilder family, so naturally she is the best. Tang Ye's thin lips curled up slightly. If she is willing to be with me, it's not impossible. Fu Yuchuan scoffed. So you're saying you're completely giving up on Su Qingge? Fine, I won't help you teach Fu Yuza a lesson. Tang Yi narrowed his eyes. Fu Yuza? What does that have to do with him? His languid voice rose slightly. What happened between Su Qingge and him? Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curled up. Finally, he said casually. Fu Yuza was drinking heavily and harassed a hostess, drugging her drink. That hostess. Before Fu Yuchuan could finish speaking, Tang Yi could be heard gritting his teeth. Is it Su Qingge? After hanging up Tang Ye's call, Fu Yuchuan returned the phone to the driver. The phone in her left hand was still connected to Chen Jing's call when she heard the man's respectful voice coming from the receiver. President Fu, what did President Tang say? Lock Fu Yuzu up first, and we'll talk about it when I get back. Yes. Chen Jing responded, his expression suddenly becoming serious and conflicted. President Fu. Fu Yuchuan frowned and said in a deep voice, speak. Mr. Fu. It's that one. Please don't be angry if you hear it. Chen Jing didn't dare to say anything, and in the end, she didn't say anything. Instead, she sent a set of photos over. The man's eyes were fixed on the phone screen, his thin lips pursed slightly, and he said calmly, when was this? Just now. Madam sprained her ankle, and Ji Jingha said he would take her home. As one photograph after another came into view, the man's expression gradually darkened. He knew Shinli well. Not only did she rarely interact with male actors of the same age on set, but she also almost never had meals together in private. However, in the photo, she rarely showed shyness, and even in front of Ji Jingha, she showed the coquettishness of a young woman. Was it just a chance encounter? He wanted to convince himself with this reason, but the expression on her face in the photo made him feel uneasy. Fu Yuchuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the face of the man opposite him, his dark eyes unfathomable. He reached out and loosened his tie, as if that would help him breathe more easily. The man's usually indifferent voice was now extremely gloomy. Go and investigate this Ji Jingha. Chen Jing didn't react for a moment. Huh? What are you checking? Investigate why he's so shameless. He clearly knows Shin Li is a married woman, yet he repeatedly does things that cause misunderstandings. He pursed his lips. You don't even know what you're investigating. Your comprehension is really poor. Yes, Mr. Fu. After agreeing, Chen Jing suddenly remembered something and cautiously asked, Mr. Fu, Miss Chi has been in the transit area of Suzhou Airport for 2 days. Should we send her back to Los Angeles? Based on his years of experience working with this man, the Fu Group never accepts anyone sent by Fu Yongqian from Los Angeles, let alone women who might cause marital discord. Chi Tian. You resist Chi Tian so much, isn't it because you're afraid of falling in love with her and eventually finding yourself unable to escape the Gunhilder family? The man lowered his eyes, his mind filled with the words, Shunli is just an excuse for you to escape your family. You don't love her at all. Chi Tian. Fu Yuchuan slowly raised his eyes, his expression deep and cold. If she wants to stay, then so be it. Even without Chi Tian, Fu Yongqian would still put other women around him to prove his fallacy. Men of the Gunhilder family never love anyone, nor do they deserve love. This is what Fu Yongqian had been telling him since he was a child. Indeed, his marriage with Shun Li was initially loveless, but now he only wants to keep her by his side forever. The men of the Gunhild family don't fall in love with anyone, but once they've made up their minds, they won't easily change their minds. Chapter 79 Protecting His Wife. Shinli has been back in Suzhou from New York for almost 4 days, and she has not contacted Fu Yuchuan for nearly 4 days. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Yuchuan had been either on a plane or on his way to one in the past few days. On the night of the 3rd day, he flew directly from Los Angeles to Suzhou. Shinli was very busy filming every day, and the two of them had just reconciled before she left, so she didn't think too much about it. Do you remember what you told me in New York a few days ago? The business team has secured the endorsement deal for you. The fee is a bit low, but the boss really likes you, so it'll be done. Ding Min called Shun Li when she got off work. Shinli had just received the call and was momentarily stunned before realizing what was happening. After a few seconds of hesitation, she understood. She and Fu Yuchuan were going through a divorce a few days ago. The first thing she did was ask Sister Min to help her get work. Her bold words were still echoing in her ears. Sister Min, I'm not crazy. I want to make money. I want to make a lot of money. I want to establish myself in the entertainment industry. Seeing that there was no response from the other end, Ding Min asked, Have you forgotten? Shinli pursed her lips. How could she explain that she had been so angry with the man that she made the call on impulse? Seeing that she didn't respond, Ding Min realized. I knew you were crazy for suddenly lowering your price to take on roles and endorsements. Your man sends you flowers every day and has a chef come to the set to cook for you. Cling to the big boss's leg, and you'll get any endorsements and roles. Shunli lowered her eyes. her mind filled with Ding Min's words just now. She took a deep breath. Sister Min, I'll take it. If she relies on Fu Yuchuan and the Fu group for everything, she will only lose the ability to be self-reliant. After all, who can guarantee that Fu Yuchuan can protect her for a lifetime, or how long she can rely on him? Ding Min was somewhat surprised by her answer, but not entirely unexpected. Before she got together with Fu Yuchuan, she had secured all her business deals and acting roles on her own. Just because she was in a relationship didn't mean she had to become a dependent canary. Evening. Shin changed into clean clothes on set, and then came over. Besides Ding Min, there were also several people from the advertising company in the private room. As soon as Shin entered, she attracted the attention of everyone in the private room. He wore a simple white shirt and light-colored jeans. She has a beautiful face and a curvaceous figure. In the entertainment industry, where there are many beautiful women, she can still stand out. Shin, this is Boss Gao. Shin glanced at Boss Gao's seat and greeted him expressionlessly. Gao Qixiong's gaze towards her was blatantly an undisguised lust. Shin frowned slightly, walked straight to Ding Min, and sat down next to her, her expression changing slightly. Sister Min, didn't you say there weren't any men who were both lecherous and old? Ding Min was also surprised. Logically speaking, although not everyone knew that Shin Li's husband was Fu Yuchuan, almost everyone in the industry knew that she was married. Do these big bosses have a penchant for sleeping with other men's wives? As it turned out, Ding Min's guess was correct. As soon as Shin Li sat down, Gao Qixiong sat down next to her. I heard that Miss Shin is interested in the Gao family's company as a spokesperson, so I naturally agree to sign you as the spokesperson. Shin Li smiled slightly. In that case, Sister Min, let's listen to Boss Gao and sign now. Cao Chi Sung. I've seen arrogant people, I've seen people who lack tact, but I've never seen someone who's pretending to be crazy. Okay, I'll do as you say, Manager Ding. You and my assistant will go and handle the formalities. He then turned the tables on her and granted her wish. Seeing how readily he agreed, Ding Min suspected something was amiss. Shin Li tossed her long hair, her red lips curving into a smile. Sister Min, Boss Gao is an entrepreneur. He keeps his word. Ding Min's eyes suddenly flashed, and she immediately noticed the red dot flashing on the phone that Shin Li was holding. She parted her lips slightly. Okay. After Ding Min left, only the two of them remained in the private room. Gao Qixiong's gaze towards Shin Li became even more lewd, taking her words as an invitation, and his short, chubby fingers reached out to hook around her waist. Shin Li's smile faded slightly, but the corners of her lips remained curved as she smiled and dodged his hand. Boss Gao, you also have a wife and children, right? Even if you don't, you should know that it's impolite to touch others inappropriately. This is clearly workplace sexual harassment. Gao Qixiong used the Gao family business to deceive many female celebrities into sleeping with him. He had slept with not only married women, but also women of powerful figures. He had never been so openly and secretly mocked as he was now. What do you mean? His expression changed instantly, and he coldly spat out a line of words. You just sent your manager away. Wasn't it because you wanted to sleep with me? Having a wife and daughter is no obstacle for you to fawn over me. You little stars only get to the top by taking your clothes off and sleeping around. Otherwise, how do you get resources? In a typical fit of anger and embarrassment, Gao Qixiong didn't keep his mouth shut and blurted everything out. Shin Li put away her phone, a slight smile playing on her lips. You have to be selective about who you sleep with. You're so fat, it's obviously not a good match. You bitch, say that again and see what happens. As if his sore spot had been hit, the man jumped up and yelled, Believe me or not, I'll have someone blacklist you. Looks so innocent, but I didn't expect you to be so slutty. One isn't enough for you, is it? I wouldn't even deign to touch a bitch like you. Gao Qixiong's face turned pale and then red. Shin Li knew that staying any longer was not a solution, so she got up, grabbed her bag, and headed out of the private room. But after taking only 2 steps, a series of muffled footsteps came from outside. Shin Li took a step back and gripped her phone tightly. Seeing the panic on her face, the man's smile grew even more lewd. I have plenty of brothers, satisfied. Before Gao Qixiong could finish speaking, a loud bang of a door being kicked open came from behind him. With a snap, A sharp pain suddenly shot through the back of his head. Someone picked up a wine bottle from the table and smashed it hard on the back of his head. Expensive red wine mixed with blood flowed down his back, a shocking sight. He was completely stunned. A bunch of idiots. You've got the wrong person. Hit this filthy bitch. He cursed at the newcomer and was about to turn around to teach his underlings a lesson when the man suddenly raised his leg and kicked him in the back. His face slammed to the ground, the man stomping hard on his back. Amidst the intense pain, he heard the man's deep, indifferent voice. Go to the kitchen and get a knife. Chapter 80. It's better to make a big scene. Then no one will dare to mess with you anymore. The men Gao Qisheng summoned by phone came in just in time to see this scene, and the leader of the underlings immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. The man, stepping on the head of the person on the ground, glanced at the group behind him and suddenly asked, Are you all in cahoots? No, we don't know Gao. We don't know him. As soon as they finished speaking, completely ignoring Gao Qisheng in the private room, the group of people took off running out. Gao Qisheng clearly hadn't expected that the group would abandon him and run away. He struggled and howled on the ground like a mad dog, yelling, Who the hell are you? Let me go. He's used to being arrogant and has always been treated too highly. Now that he was being trampled underfoot by an unknown man, how could he possibly submit? You fucking dare to touch me? Do you know who I am? Before he could finish speaking, the foot on his head pressed down even harder. The man wore dark trousers and leather shoes. From bottom to top, he had a tall and straight figure, a handsome face, and a thin lip that curled up with a hint of wickedness, all of which exuded an aura of indifference. Those once indifferent eyes were now veiled by stray hairs on their foreheads, revealing a hint of sinister intent. In Suzhou, Fu Yuchuan was known as a low-key young nobleman, and many people had forgotten that he had once been involved in the underground army in New York. Even Shin Li, who had been married to him for a year, had never seen him like this. My phone is recording. Shin Li felt a mix of emotions about the man who had been unreachable for several days and then suddenly appeared here. When he opened his mouth, his voice was unexpectedly hoarse. Fu Yuchuan's eyes darkened. He released the man at his feet and walked straight to her. His hands were stained with the stench of blood and alcohol. He withdrew his hand, looked down at her, and asked in a low voice, Are you hurt? Her tense nerves relaxed. She shook her head and handed the phone to the man. Chen Jing stepped forward, took the phone, turned on the recording function, and put it on speakerphone. Now everyone in the private room could hear what Gao Qisheng had just said to Shin Li. Fu Yuchuan's expression remained unchanged, still that cold and indifferent look. But when he spoke, his voice sounded a bit deeper. Who gave you the audacity to covet my woman? Not only Gao Qisheng, but also the hotel manager and the person in charge who had just arrived were taken aback. This man spoke the coldest and most terrifying words with the calmest of emotions. Gao Qisheng suddenly lost his earlier imposing manner. Who are you? Who gave you the audacity to say such things to me? Fu Yuchuan held the knife, its cold, white blade tracing the man's thick, short neck, and said coldly, Will you do it yourself, or should I help you? As they spoke, the sharp blade had already pierced the man's flesh. Fresh blood gushed out. Call the police. Call the police now and arrest this madman. Gao Qisheng felt the warmth on his neck and panicked, roaring at the person in charge who came to his aid. What he didn't know was that the man standing in front of him was a man outside the law. With a single glance, his men immediately restrained the person in charge who was reaching for his phone. Chen Jing's voice was cold. If you don't want trouble, get out now, or you can call the police. Once the police arrive, your store will be shut down within 3 days. Upon hearing this, the person in charge stopped taking out their phone. Gao Qisheng panicked instantly. Although he didn't know who this man was or how credible his words were, it was clear that the man's aura was superior to his. The hotel manager was intimidated by him, and he was now in a state of isolation and helplessness. Who the hell are you? You killed someone for a bitch. Are you out of your mind? If you like this bitch, I, Gao Qisheng, will give her to you. The man's thin lips curved into a smile, and the knife in his hand instantly sliced across his cheek. Blood gushed out like a spring. Shin Li was deeply shocked by the scene before her, her vision going blank. She reached out and tugged at the man's clothes. Fu Yuchuan, no. Her implication was that she wanted to use the recording on his phone to convict him. Those who should be detained, and those who should be imprisoned should be imprisoned. Fu Yuchuan glanced at her sideways, accurately catching the fear in her eyes. She knew his identity, but she had never witnessed any brutal or bloody scenes. They were probably frightened. Chen Jing, handle the aftermath. Fu Yuchuan threw away the knife in his hand, took off his coat, and washed the bloody stench off his hands with alcohol. After it's over, Fu Yuchuan put his arm around Shun Li's waist and said calmly, "Let's go home." Shun Li was practically carried by the man. As soon as I stepped outside, I was stunned by the scene outside. The entire street was filled with luxury cars, a dense, dark mass. They were undoubtedly brought by Fu Yuchuan. The waiter outside couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Whose cars are these? Holy crap, isn't that a Bugatti? It's a limited edition, and I think only a handful of people in Suzhou own one. Judging by the license plate, it seems to belong to the Fu family." The Fu family? Fu Yuchuan. Did he come to their hotel? The waiter outside stared intently at the luxury car. Suddenly, a tall, slender man in a black suit brushed past you. The man was embracing a woman with a slender and graceful figure. Only her side was visible, revealing her incredibly thin waist. The legendary Fu Yuchuan was aloof and unapproachable, the unattainable beauty of Suzhou. But just now, they actually saw him carrying a woman into a car. Shun Li wrapped her arms around the man's neck, looked at his handsome face, and pursed her lips. "Did you just make a scene?" Fu Yuchuan looked down at the woman's eyes as the fear faded. "It's better to make a scene. Then no one will dare to mess with you again." Chapter 81, he said in a hoarse voice. "If you dare to let go, lock me up." Shun Li pursed her lips, and the man's words dispelled much of the lingering fear in her heart. Looking at her relaxed face, Fu Yuchuan began to settle scores later. The man frowned slightly and said in a calm voice, "What do you want if you don't just tell me? I can't rely on you for everything." "Why not? Although we're only legally married, and it's not a big deal for us to get resources from the Fu group, this will only make me more and more dependent on you," Shun Li said, glancing at the man. Fu Yuchuan pursed his lips slightly. "I can be someone you can rely on for a lifetime." "That's not necessarily true. Who can guarantee that far in the future? What if we break up someday?" Shin Li was just speaking offhand, when Fu Yuchuan suddenly lifted her face and looked at her intently. When the man saw this, he realized she had said something wrong and upset him, so he didn't say anything more. There was a moment of silence in the car, then Fu Yuchuan said calmly, "If that day ever comes, you will be the one to let go of my hand first, but I will never give you that chance." Shin Li looked at his handsome face, so close to hers. His expression was indifferent, as if he had said something completely ordinary. "I will never let go of her hand." It wasn't a vow, it was just part of his daily life. A man like this might not even understand vows of love, but his daily habits are ingrained in his very being. Her heart pounded, but her expression remained calm, maintaining a semblance of composure. "So, if I ever get tired of this, you can just lock me up." The man lowered his head, swallowing all the unspoken words he made. On the vast street, cars behind us drove into the front, except for this black Bugatti. Although the car windows were completely closed, the fact that the car was stopped was too obvious, making it easy for people to guess what was inside. Shin Li quickly raised her hand to push him away, but the man remained unmoved, kissing her lips and patiently prying open her teeth, gently and intimately kissing and licking her inch by inch. His warm, rough hands gripped her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Shun Li was a little breathless from the kiss and shook her head slightly, trying to avoid it. The man took the opportunity to kiss her earlobe, her collarbone, and used his teeth to unbutton her shirt. Shun Li could clearly sense that the man was teetering on the edge of losing control. Fu Yuchuan, so many people. Shin Li's breathing became a little tight as she thought of the gazes of the group of people outside the car. The man seemed not to hear her, giving her no chance to back down, and his passionate kiss landed on her earlobe again. Shin Li's cheeks flushed red from the kisses, and her whole body was soaked with his kisses. Looking at her like this, Fu Yuchuan smiled and kissed her lips again, his low, husky voice carrying a hint of warning. "Don't say that. Even if you really don't want me one day, I won't let you go. She had almost lost all reason, so much so that she didn't understand the meaning behind his words. She lowered her head and bit his shoulder. Not here. I don't want anyone to see. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuchuan withdrew his lips and tongue, his deep eyes regaining some calm, and his low, husky voice fell on her ear. Okay. Even if she doesn't beg for mercy, he'll find another place. Besides not letting her go, he also didn't want anyone else to see her like this. After returning home, Fu Yuchuan went straight to the bathroom in the master bedroom to take a shower. Shin thought he had calmed down, so she lay on the bed for a while. Just as I was about to read the script for a while, the man opened the bathroom door and came out. Before she could even look up, Fu Yuchuan lifted her chin and kissed her. Chapter 82, He spoils her too much. I haven't showered yet. Shin raised her hand and pushed the man's shoulder, looking at him innocently with her clear black and white eyes. There was a hint of coy reluctance. Fu Yuchuan chuckled softly, not minding at all, and pulled her into his arms, kissing her neck little by little. She exuded a faint floral and fruity fragrance, and her pure white shirt was so tightly fitted that he wished he could tear it apart and devour her whole. He kissed her burning cheek, then lightly pecked her lips, his hot breath spraying against her ear, so fragrant. Shin pressed her hand against his shoulder, breathing softly. Fu Yuchuan, you stop. The man didn't stop, burying his face in her chest and gently sniffing. Like a wary little dog, it searches its owner for the scent of strangers. A deep, husky voice sounded in her ear. You say it. She pushed his shoulder harder, her watery eyes fixed on him, and raised her voice, saying, Can you please stop thinking about this kind of thing as soon as you get back? She has so many things she wants to tell him now. He raised an eyebrow, his thin lips curved into a smile, and his dark eyes stared intently at her. Are you sure this isn't a good thing? If your partner doesn't rush to have sex after returning home from a business trip, it's either because they've eaten out and it's not working out. Shin suddenly remembered a joke she had seen somewhere, and she pursed her lips. I ran into some trouble with Su Chinga at Changzhou Bar before, and Shin Jing told me that Fu Yuza is your relative? Fu Yuchuan parted his thin lips slightly. That's how it is. Since he's your relative, then this is a bit troublesome. She had heard Aunt Lu mention it before. The Fu family situation was delicate, a large but complex clan. He looked at her calmly. How do you intend to deal with Fu Yuza? Shin pursed her lips. Me? This is a matter for your Fu family. I can't make the decision. If you can't handle this officially, you should at least compensate Su Chinga properly. The man's expression changed slightly. Take back what you said. She was stunned for a moment. What? You are my wife. Fu Yuchuan looked at her intently, his eyes deep and unwavering. Although Shin had long accepted the fact that they were husband and wife. But when this man said it, it sounded rather flirtatious. Shin heart softened even more. The man kissed her cheek lightly, his tone indifferent. Fu Yuza is in Tang Ye's hands now. If you want me to punish him, it's just a matter of saying the word. Tang Ye. What does Su Chinga's accident have to do with him? By the way, shouldn't Su Chinga be in New York? Why did she suddenly return to Suzhou and start working at a place like Chang'e? Fu Yuchuan clearly disliked hearing other men's names from Shin Li's mouth. He's a jerk, don't get interested in him. Fu Yuchuan pulled her into his arms again. Shin Li thought he had calmed down, but his lower back was still very noticeable. He kissed her face repeatedly with warm, wet kisses, and she quickly became dazed and breathed softly on his neck. Then why are you still getting so close to him? You're going to be corrupted. Shin Li reached out and poked his chest. The man chuckled softly, and she could feel it clearly as she sat in his lap. Just as she was about to ask him what he was laughing at, he bit her collarbone. She cried out in pain, and when she looked up, she saw Fu Yuchuan's dark eyes staring at her intently. It's broken like this? Looks like I've spoiled you too much. Chapter 83. Her hands were killing her. Shin Li was immediately speechless. Fu Yuchuan pulled her hand, leaned down, and whispered in her ear, his deep, husky voice filled with ill intent. Shin Li's face flushed instantly. She subconsciously tried to pull her hand back, but the man held it down firmly, and she couldn't pull it away. She was anxious, angry, and ashamed, and yelled at him. Fu Yuchuan, didn't you say I'd gone astray? His cool lips brushed against her earlobe. his hot breath stirring her heartstrings. I'll let you come tonight. Shin Li's heart was pounding. Her hand was enveloped in his large palm, and she asked, almost without thinking, what do I need to do? The man didn't say anything, but kissed her cheek, a kiss that was both teasing and ticklish. His deep black eyes gazed even more intently at her small, glossy lips, and his voice was low and sexy as he spoke. Won't you? As if asking a question, Shin Li's face instantly turned as red as if it were burning. She covered her mouth with her small hand. You're disgusting. Don't even think about it. She does like him, that's true, but it doesn't mean she can appreciate any part of him. The man didn't feel ashamed at being rejected. A faint smile appeared on his thin lips. Shin Li looked at his mouth, and shameful memories flashed through her mind. Her head felt like it was about to explode. The man smiled and held her hand firmly, preventing her from pulling away. That night, she caught him doing such a thing in the study, and ended up being completely taken advantage of. A few minutes later, Shin Li raised her eyes, biting her lip. Why aren't you here yet? The man said lazily. Keep going. It's not there yet. Far from it. That's true. Even a fool would think that a man couldn't possibly be satisfied in just a few minutes. Countless times I had the urge to look down, but I was always dissuaded. Compared to a man's handsome face, this thing is really ugly. Shin Li didn't need to take the initiative at all. Even though she was staring at it, Yuchuan couldn't hold back any longer. He picked her up and threw her on the bed. Seeing the fleeting panic on her face, I suddenly remembered the photo of Jang Being held by Jinha. His deep voice fell on her ear. You and Jinha shouldn't meet in private anymore, okay? How could we not meet? You want to meet? Yuchuan repeated her words, his tone somewhat harsh. Shin Li was so bullied by him that she couldn't think straight, and went along with what he said. I'll listen to you. We're just colleagues after all. Yuchuan never intended to let her go from the beginning, and no matter how satisfactory her explanation was, he did as he pleased. So who exactly was it that kept saying it was the last time to lie to her? The result was the same, time and time again. He got home at 8 p.m., but it didn't end until almost 1 a.m. No matter how much Shin Li hit or made a fuss, he didn't let up. She stared at the closed bathroom door, then lay on the bed, sulking alone. She was about to take out her phone to talk to Bai Tao Tao about how to refuse Ji Jinghe's daily lunch. Before the WeChat message could be sent, another phone on the table rang. It's Yuchuan's cell phone. Why are you calling so late? What happened? Hearing the rushing water from the bathroom and her phone ringing incessantly, Shin Li picked up her phone and glanced at the contact name. Tian. It's obviously a woman's name. The owner of the phone is taking a shower. Perhaps you can call back in 15 minutes. Shin Li answered the phone and explained the situation directly. Chapter 84. You didn't kiss her the way you kissed Li Yurua, did you? The person on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, then cautiously asked, Is this madam? The woman's voice was gentle and sweet, without being at all abrupt. Shin Li's drowsiness dissipated somewhat. She looked at the note again. Who are you? I am President Fu's new secretary, Tian. You can call me by my name. Shin Li gave a soft, and didn't interrupt her, letting her finish speaking. It's like this. Mr. Fu's previous secretary left very suddenly, without any handover of duties. I'm not familiar with Mr. Fu's habits, so I might need to bother you for a moment. Yuchuan's previous secretary was Zhu Yan, who left in a hurry. This Tian was indeed not lying. However, if she only wanted to know these things, she could have asked Chen Jing or other people in the company without Zhu Yan. Yuchuan's working hours and eating habits are normally listed in the company handbook. In this way, Tian wasn't entirely without selfish motives. Does Mr. Fu usually drink coffee in the office? Do you have the habit of afternoon tea? Tian paused for a few seconds, then asked, How hot should the coffee be? Do you need sugar and milk? Shin Li froze instantly. If it weren't for this phone call, she wouldn't have realized that she knew absolutely nothing about this man. She couldn't answer at all. Her thin lips moved slightly, and her expression changed somewhat. I'll have him call you back when he comes out. Is this necessary? All right then. Tian's sweet and gentle voice came from the other end of the line. It's been so many years since we last met, and Mr. Fu hasn't told me about his current eating habits, so he deliberately called to ask. It's really embarrassing for you, madam. Shin Li's expression froze. They accurately and sensitively captured those few words. Years have passed. Did they know each other before? Old Fu. Who is this person? Shin Li held the phone, her mind filled with doubt, but a smile still graced her lips. It's okay, eating habits change. For example, sometimes I drink iced Americano, and sometimes I like to drink latte, but no matter what, I can't live without plain water. Shin Li wasn't unaware of Chi Tian's purpose in making that call. Falling for it would be a joke. That's natural. Madam can't live without water, just like President Fu can't live without his wife. To Shin Li's utter surprise, Chi Tian actually went along with what she was saying. There are only two possibilities in this situation. Either Chi Tian is no match for her, or Chi Tian is a formidable opponent. When Fu Yuchuan came out after taking a shower, Shin Li was no longer on the bed. The man frowned, glanced at his phone with the screen lit up, and saw a call that had already been answered. The man pursed his thin lips into a straight line and turned to look at the bedroom balcony. In autumn and winter, the indoor environment is warm, while the outdoor environment is cold and windy. Fu Yuchuan looked up and saw the woman standing outside on the balcony. Oh, right, someone called you just now. Remember to call back. Shin Li heard footsteps, turned around and looked at him, her voice calm and her face indifferent, showing no other emotions. Fu Yuchuan frowned deeply, strode over, and picked her up without a word. Touching the coolness of her arm, he couldn't help but ask, "What did Chi Tian just say to you? Why didn't you wear more clothes?" Shin Li's calm face finally showed anger. She glanced at him unhappily, but let him hold her without moving. "If you look at me without saying anything, it means you want to continue what you were doing." He pulled her onto his lap, his rough knuckles caressing her soft waist. Shin Li pursed her lips, remained silent for a few seconds, and looked at his thin lips. "Secretary Chi just called to ask about your habits, whether you like to drink coffee at work, whether you like afternoon tea, and how sweet you want your coffee." Fu Yuchuan frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes, but he said, "Then how will you answer?" Shin Li wrinkled her nose and looked down at his hand on her waist. "I don't know. I'm not your secretary. How would I know your habits?" The man's hand, which was on her waist, remained still, instead pulling her even tighter into his arms. "What are you angry about?" His deep, husky voice rang in her ears, and Shin Li's anger was somewhat relieved by his words. "Who's angry?" Shin Li's tone softened. "It's true that I don't know your lifestyle, and it's also true that Secretary Chi called me in the middle of the night to ask, showing that she cares more than I do. If you want to know, I will tell you slowly." Fu Yuchuan did not let go, his deep voice continuing to ring in my ear. The slight sourness that had just arisen in Shin Li's heart gradually dissipated. To be honest, she was genuinely a little angry just now. As for whether he was angry that Chi Tian called him in the middle of the night, or angry that any other woman besides her had a stronger desire to understand him than she did. How can this man be so attractive? Tang Yu was right. Now she realizes that Li Yura is nothing at all. She sat on the man's lap, her slender fingers gently tracing his chest, her tone softening. She said, "You haven't seen each other for many years. What? Did you know each other before?" As she said this, there was a hint of jealousy that she herself was unaware of. Fu Yuchuan looked at her and chuckled softly, kneading the soft flesh of her waist. "Yes, her family had an accident when she was little, and my grandfather helped them." "Grandfather? Is this the Master Fu that Chi Tian mentioned?" Shin Li listened attentively without saying a word. Fu Yongxian had the idea of sending her to Suzhou a year ago. A year ago? That was us. Shin Li felt a pang of sadness as she listened. Noticing her displeasure, Fu Yuchuan looked at her calmly with his deep eyes, his hand gently touching her wrinkled face. "If you don't like her, send her back to Los Angeles tomorrow, okay?" Shin Li frowned, sensing something was amiss. "You don't need to doubt yourself." Fu Yuchuan's voice was deep and calm as he patted her head. "Chi Tian called in the middle of the night, which shows she has no sense of time. An employee who has no sense of time probably can't meet my requirements in terms of business skills." Shin Li glanced at the man out of the corner of her eye. "But your grandfather values her abilities very much." Fu Yuchuan nodded. "You could say that. Then keep it." Shin Li stared at the man without blinking. Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curved into a slight smile. You weren't like this with the women who approached me before. Why are you so confident in yourself now? How can that be the same? Chi Tian was handpicked by Grandpa Fu. If she just chases him away like that, who knows what Grandpa Fu will think of her? To be honest, she had never met his family after being married for so long. At the very least, she had to leave a good impression on them. Then would you like her? Shin Li's lips curled into a faint smile. She touched his cool lips with her fair fingertip and deliberately raised her lips. You didn't kiss her the same way you kissed Li Yurua, did you? Chapter 85. A kiss in exchange for breakfast and a bouquet of roses. Not a bad deal. Certainly. Fu Yuchuan's eyes were deep as he bit down on her little hand that was causing trouble on his chest. Shun Li hissed in pain, and after hearing the man's reply, she bristled for a moment. Fu Yuchuan's gaze fell lightly on her pouting lips, and he smiled faintly. Just as Shun Li realized she had overreacted, a man's voice suddenly came from above her head. The most important thing between husband and wife is trust. Trust? Shun Li almost thought she had misheard. Fu Yuchuan's eyes were deep and resolute, as if he were emphasizing something, emphasizing his loyalty. But you didn't treat me like that. Shun Li pursed her lips. Who was it that had just forced her not to meet with movie Emperor Ji in private? People in the same production crew can't avoid certain things, especially since Ji Jinghe had absolutely no romantic feelings for her. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuchuan frowned. Think about it carefully, isn't it the same principle? Why should I have to trust you completely, and you won't let me have any contact with the male actors in the same drama? Shun Li pouted. The man's brows were still furrowed as he whispered in her ear. I believe you rationally, but I don't like you being ambiguous with other men. There's no ambiguity here. That drinking session was suggestive. Do you prefer to see me being carried by Chun Jing rather than Ji Jinghe? The man didn't speak, but his furrowed brows showed signs of easing. Would Chun Jing feel better if he held her? Actually, no. Chun Jing and Ji Jinghe are the same. They are both men and are not married. Shun Li raised her hand and scratched his chest, then glared at him. Don't be angry. Trust me. She pressed her advantage and gently bit the man's thin lips. Anyway, he's already full, so no matter how much she pleads or acts spoiled, he can't eat anymore. The man's eyes darkened instantly, and he pinched her chin, kissing her lightly and intermittently, his tone of compromise. Reduce contact. Shun Li smiled, her eyes narrowing. Okay. Don't let him hug you. Fu Yuchuan kissed her for a while, then got up and carried her into the bathroom. Shun Li hooked her leg around his lean waist. Okay. Fu Yuchuan has almost developed a biological clock. No matter how much trouble he causes the day before, he gets up promptly at around 7 o'clock the next day. She nestled softly against him, breathing evenly. The morning breeze swept through the window, and she couldn't help but snuggle closer to him. Before I had a woman, I didn't feel empty. Now that I have her, I feel exceptionally fulfilled. The woman beside him was sleeping soundly, her slightly curly long hair scattered on the bed, her sleeping face serene. Fu Yuchuan couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her pink lips before lifting the covers and getting out of bed to go into the bathroom. When he came out after washing up, the woman in the bed was awake. Shun Li hugged her pillow, rubbed her eyes with one hand, and kept yawning, clearly not having had enough sleep. As Fu Yuchuan put on his shirt, he looked up at her and said softly, It's still early. You can continue sleeping. Shun Li stared at him with her mouth agape. The man had already washed up and was wearing a black shirt. His legs were long and slender, and he wasn't wearing dress pants yet, so his muscles were very prominent. She blushed and looked away. I need to get up too. I have an early scene today. She'll be very busy these next few days, but after filming her scenes, she'll be able to rest for a week. Fu Yuchuan frowned, looking at her tired face. I'll have Steven start work again tomorrow. You can sleep in a little later tonight. Shun Li shook her head, feeling sleepy. Without even considering who had treated her like this, she muttered, Go to my room and get your clothes. The man glanced down at the scene on the ground, said nothing, and walked straight out. When he returned, the woman had already put on her undershirt and naturally opened her arms. She sat on the bed, rested her head against his stomach, and rubbed against him. Help me get dressed. Fu Yuchuan understood and helped her put on her clothes, then carried her into the bathroom. Shun Li sat on the sink, took the toothbrush the man handed her, and kicked his leg with her foot. I'm hungry. The man reached out and grasped her fair foot, caressing its smooth texture. Aunt Lou has cooked it. I'll carry you downstairs to eat in a bit. Shinli withdrew her foot, her clean face flushed, and said softly, You haven't cooked for me in so long. He went to New York, and she felt like she had lost weight first. He paused for a moment, then gently pressed his thin lips to her fair cheek, saying with a mixture of helplessness and affection, Okay, I'll go downstairs and do it. I'll come down when I'm done with my makeup. After the man went downstairs, Shinli was almost fully awake. After she finished putting on her makeup, she was so hungry that she couldn't stand it anymore. As soon as I went downstairs, a delicious aroma wafted towards me, much better than what the chefs on the film crew made. Along with the aroma of food, a large bouquet of beautiful red roses was prominently displayed on the table. The man looked up at her, glanced at her indifferently, and said, You can eat now. Shin Li's eyes lit up as she walked over and picked up the bouquet of roses. Did you send this? Fu Yuchuan reached out and patted her head, gave a soft and said in a low, deep voice, I hope you have a happy workday. Shin Li tilted her head back and blinked. Thank you. The man smirked. Nothing else to say? Her lips were only coated with a layer of honey oil, making them beautifully shaped like plump cherries, which stirred Fu Yuchuan's heartstrings. Shin Li pursed her lips, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him on the cheek. A kiss in exchange for breakfast and a bouquet of roses, it's a good deal. Chapter 86 Last night was very satisfying. Tonight, let's continue. Shin Li thought that sending flowers was the easiest and most romantic gesture a man could think of, but to her surprise, after breakfast, the man took out an exquisite little gift box from his pocket. The moment Shin Li opened the box, she was stunned. A necklace of longing and dreams. This is a handcrafted piece by a French designer, symbolizing a husband's constant longing for his wife. The necklace features a cashmere sapphire as its main body, with the pendant adorned with natural diamonds and emeralds. Working in the entertainment industry, she has connections to the fashion world. Last week, it was rumored that a team of female celebrities in the industry tried to borrow French designer Sylvain for a magazine shoot, but it was bought by a mysterious person for 30 million. Now that he was standing in front of her, he was at a loss for words. A deep, calm male voice sounded from above. The pendant below can be removed, so it won't feel ostentatious to wear on a daily basis. Shin Li couldn't help but smile, but said, Jewelry of this level is worn for special events. It's easy to break in ordinary times. This man wouldn't even blink an eye at 30 million. No woman can resist beautiful jewelry, and she was no exception. Fu Yuchuan easily caught the corner of her lips curving upwards. He picked up the necklace, gently removed the pendant, leaving only the bare chain. If it's broken, I'll buy a new one. I like it when you wear it. Upon hearing that the mysterious man had spent a fortune just to win a smile from the beauty, Shin Li put on the necklace, and naturally, the directors, producers, and her co-stars in the industry would no longer have any designs on her. She was incredibly beautiful, and the shimmering necklace added a touch of elegance to her appearance. Shin Li looked at the man's handsome face in her phone screen, then cupped his face in her hands and kissed him deeply. Thank you then. Just as her pink lips were about to leave, Fu Yuchuan raised his hand, pinched her chin, and kissed Shin Li's lips hard, a faint smile playing on his thin lips. You know very well the best way to thank me. Shin Li mumbled as she was kissed, feigning ignorance. What? Looking into her cunning and bright eyes, Fu Yuchuan's voice was hoarse and deep. Last night was very satisfying. Tonight, we'll see. After finishing breakfast, Shin Li took the roses with her to the car. While on set, many people noticed that the female lead was a little different today, but they couldn't quite put their finger on it. After Ji Jingho arrived, he carried the breakfast his assistant had bought to her RV. Actor Ji, Bai Tao Tao opened the car door, a look of surprise flashing across her face. Ji Jinghe said calmly, I bought too many breakfasts, what a waste. As Shin Li trimmed the roses and was about to throw away the excess leaves, she happened to see the man. She poked her head out of the RV and said, Senior Ji, I've already had breakfast at home. You can share it with the others. After a few seconds of silence, the man's cool, deep voice finally rang out. Oh, here you go. With that, he threw the bag directly at Bai Tao Tao. He then turned to the person in the RV and said, Miss Shun, come out for a bit when you have time. I want to rehearse a scene with you. Shinli was in a good mood and nodded. Okay, I'll go get the script. Wait for me a moment. At this moment, outside the RV, Bai Taotao and Ji Jinghe stood facing each other. Bai Taotao squeezed the bag, biting her lip tightly. Am I a trash can? Why are you giving me things that Sister Lily doesn't want? Upon hearing this, Ji Jinghe raised an eyebrow and slightly parted his thin lips. It's good enough to have something to eat. Bai Taotao's face darkened slightly, and there were obvious teeth marks on her lips. The man raised his hand as if to touch her, then slowly lowered it, raising an eyebrow slightly. At the Ji Jing villa, didn't you enjoy licking the ice cream I ate? In what seemed like an instant, Bai Taotao's pale face visibly flushed red. Because the food that day was very spicy, and the only thing at home was the ice cream you had bitten into, and I was eating it. Licking and eating may seem like just two methods of eating, but when Ji Jinghe says it, it becomes incredibly ambiguous. What's the difference? The man raised an eyebrow and, seeing Shunli get out of the RV, smiled slightly at Bai Taotao in front of him, and said, There's strawberry milk inside. Shunli, who came down later, happened to hear the strawberry milk. She knew that this was Bai Taotao's favorite drink. Shunli raised an eyebrow, pretending not to hear, and smiled. Senior Ji, let's go. Senior Ji seems to have known my little assistant before. As they walked, Shunli deliberately brought it up. Not only do we know each other, but we've known each other for quite some time. Ji Jinghe didn't deny it, and casually curled his lips. If someone owes you an 8-figure debt, you'll probably remember it very clearly. You mean Bai Taotao owes you tens of millions? The man smiled faintly. Otherwise, who do you think I'm talking about? Chapter 87 Senior Ji, Xiao Tao is still young. Shunli frowned slightly. For celebrities who earn millions a day, tens of millions is nothing, but for Bai Taotao, who earns several thousand a month, it's an astronomical figure. How could I have incurred such a huge debt? Shunli didn't understand. After considering for a few seconds, she asked with a smile. Could you ask her why she owes Senior Ji so much money? Ji Jinghe's tone was indifferent, as if he was already used to being asked this question. Do you know whose house she worked as a maid in before she entered the entertainment industry? Shunli answered without hesitation, the Ji family. Ji Jinghe raised a slight smile. Smart. She broke the full green jadeite bracelet that I had commissioned from Myanmar. It was worth 15 million on the market, but I only charged her 10 million. Shunli's furrowed brows remained unchanged. In fact, one could say that Ji Jinghe's statement was within her expectations. Otherwise, it would be difficult for a normal person like Bai Taotao, who neither gambles nor does drugs, to incur such a huge debt. She stood there, stunned. Ji Jinghe, who was standing to the side, also saw this. He looked at Shunli calmly and said, Let an adult pay her own debts. If you insist on interfering, I will charge interest. She didn't say anything, but the man saw right through her. Of course, Shunli wasn't a fool to casually hand over 10 million to pay off someone's debt. But if Shunli really wanted to help Bai Taotao, she would naturally think of a way for her to make money. I give her a monthly salary of 8,000. How can she afford to pay it back? She muttered unconsciously. Ji Jinghe fiddled with the string of Buddhist prayer beads on his wrist, a faint smile curving his thin lips, his voice low and deep. I naturally came up with some ways to offset the debt. Shunli paused, vaguely understanding the meaning behind the man's words. There were only a few ways for a woman to pay off a man's debts, but she didn't point it out. She looked up at him calmly. Senior Ji, Xiao Tao is still young you. She couldn't continue. She had no right to interfere in this matter, nor should she discuss such topics with a man she had only known for a few days. Although Ji Jinghe is known in the industry for his clean living behavior, that is only relative to other male celebrities. Every man has such desires. She didn't realize she shouldn't have continued talking like that. Senior Ji, I need to use the restroom first. Seeing that she was about to leave, Ji Jinghe grabbed her by the collar, his smile faint and helpless. Shunli, what are you thinking? With her back to him, Shunli pursed her lips and asked in a weak voice, Does Senior Ji not have those kinds of feelings? The man smiled faintly. You're just biased towards your little assistant. To be honest, I wouldn't be interested in someone like Bai Taotao. As soon as she finished speaking, Shun Li breathed a sigh of relief. That's true. With Ji Jinghe's qualifications, he has many options. Although Bai Taotao's appearance is good in his opinion, male celebrities in the industry seem to be indifferent to this type of cute girl and prefer long-legged, big-breasted girls. She turned around, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment beneath her exquisite makeup, and reflexively touched the necklace around her neck. Even though it was just a bare chain, without the added embellishment of a diamond pendant, Ji Jinghe still noticed the brilliance around her neck at a glance. The man's slightly raised eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a low and indifferent tone, "If you want to pay off Bai Taotao's debts, that's not impossible. The one around your neck is enough." "No." Upon hearing this, Shun Li immediately shook her head, her face showing some difficulty. This won't do." As she spoke, her small hands involuntarily tightened their grip on the chain around her neck. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. "A gift from your husband?" Shun Li lowered her eyes. Her cheeks flushed red. It seemed she couldn't rehearse the scene anymore. She pursed her lips and said calmly, "Senior Ji, I'll go get a glass of water first, and then I'll come back later." As Ji Jinghe watched the woman's departing figure, a faint smile curved his thin lips, revealing a hint of doting affection. The assistant, who had been there for a while, couldn't help but chime in when he saw the scene. "Mr. Ji, Miss Shin was known for being difficult to pursue before she got married, and now that she's married, no man can get close to her." These words were nothing short of a reminder to Ji Jinghe. He said calmly, "I know. Moreover, I heard that the president of the Fu Group dotes on her very much. Fu Yuchuan goes without saying. He has never had any scandals since the marriage, and it seems that the couple's relationship is very stable." Ji Jinghe stroked the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand, his voice low and indifferent. "If she's not happy, I'll definitely take her away from her." The assistant was stunned. "What do you mean?" "Literal meaning. This." The assistant looked alarmed, then suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right. Did you see the envelope Dr. Mai left on the table in the RV this morning?" Ji Jinghe hummed in agreement, giving him a faint glance. "Don't let anyone know that I contacted Dr. Mai." He didn't say why, and his assistant was stern. The entertainment industry is extremely averse to making unfounded accusations. The less something is done, the better. Suddenly, Ji Jinghe glanced to the side and saw something. Ji Jinghe has a natural sensitivity to cameras. He looked up to his left and saw a man and a woman hiding behind the RV. The man was carrying a camera, and the woman was standing to the side, secretly peeking in their direction. Shun Li is a rising star, and Ji Jinghe is a popular actor in the entertainment industry. Their film The Silent Lovers has attracted a lot of attention. The number of paparazzi is increasing every day, but very few people will squat around the RV. The man felt uncomfortable being spied on, so he stayed there for a while and then left. Once his figure disappeared from sight, a man and a woman hiding behind the RV emerged. "Miss Shun, the person is gone. We can't take any more pictures." Shun Yi stared at Ji Jinghe's departing figure, a cold smile curling her thin lips. "What I recorded earlier is enough." Shun Yi felt terrible ever since Fu Yuchuan openly rejected her last time. After the adjustment, I've been staking out Shun Li's film set recently. Originally, I just wanted to collect evidence of her diva-like behavior, but I didn't expect that she and that assistant got along like sisters, completely forgetting that I was her younger sister. But as the saying goes, heaven helps those who help themselves, and today she actually witnessed Shun Li and Ji Jinghe spending time alone together. The key point is that Ji Jinghe actually kept saying he wanted to snatch Shun Li away. Fu Yuchuan had only been in New York for a short time when Shun Li, that slut, had already gotten together with Ji Jinghe. "What a show?" The paparazzi beside her responded. "Then I'll send the video and photos to your phone, Ms. Shun. Don't forget your payment." Shun Yi curled her lips into a smile. "You'll get your share. Once she's in the position of the president's wife of the Fu Group, she'll have everything she wants, and she'll even snatch Shun Li's necklace back." "Miss Shun, where are you going?" Watching Shun Yi's departing figure, the paparazzi couldn't help but ask a question. Shun Yi turned around and smiled smugly. Naturally, the plan was to go to the Fu Group and show these photos and videos to Fu Yuchuan. At that time, Even if Fu Yuchuan could remain indifferent to Shun Li's private contact with Ji Jinghe, he would absolutely not tolerate Ji Jinghe's words. If Shun Li isn't happy, I'll definitely take her away from her. Chapter 88, The investigation into Ji Jinghe, ends here. Fu Group. At 10 a.m., just after the company's morning meeting, Fu Yuchuan walked out calmly in a dark, sharp suit. As soon as he stepped out of the conference room, Chi Tian, who had been waiting outside for a long time, walked directly towards him. Mr. Fu, Miss Shin came looking for you earlier, but you were in a meeting inside. I asked her to wait in your office. Chi Tian smiled as she met the man's distant and indifferent gaze. Shunli. Fu Yuchuan's originally rugged features softened slightly when he mentioned this name. In the early days after their marriage, Shunli particularly disliked being called Mrs. Fu or Madame Fu. Only Aunt Lu, who was close to her, could call her that. Fu Yuchuan didn't think there was anything wrong with it at the time, so he let the people in the company call her that. Shunli was first and foremost an independent individual, then his wife, and only then the wife of the president of the Fu Group. Chi Tian was slightly taken aback, then shook her head and said, "It's not Madam, it's Madam's younger sister." Fu Yuchuan's brows furrowed immediately, his soft features slowly hardening again. You let her in? Chi Tian watched as the man's eyes gradually darkened, and her pale red lips slowly pursed. Just then, the office door suddenly opened, and Shin Yi quickly walked to Fu Yuchuan's side, her delicately made-up face flushed with shyness and blush. Brother Fu. You can go down first. Fu Yuchuan glanced at Chi Tian. Chi Tian parted her tightly pursed lips slightly. Yes. Fu Yuchuan stepped into the office, looked at Shun Yi expressionlessly, and said with a slight downward curve of his lips, "This is not a place for you." Shun Yi was caught off guard by the yelling and felt a little wronged. She muttered softly, "If my sister can come, why can't I?" As Fu Yuchuan approached the desk, he was surprised to find small dessert gift boxes on it, clearly something a little girl would buy. His brows were furrowed, showing no sign of relaxing. Shun Yi still showed no sign of leaving. She walked to her desk, opened the lunchbox she had brought, and said softly, "I heard from people at the company that you really like the steamed buns in the cafeteria, so I brought them up for you. You must be hungry after your meeting." Instead of using chopsticks, she insisted on feeding the man with her hands, saying, "Mr. Fu, please eat quickly, otherwise it will get cold and won't taste good." Fu Yuchuan frowned, his handsome face expressionless as he turned away. Shin Yi's hand froze in midair. She bit her lip and pretended to put the bun back in its place. "Okay, then you can eat it yourself. And this little cake, I made it myself early this morning." "I don't need it, take it all away." Fu Yuchuan's silent eyes were unusually cold. He looked her up and down for a moment, and then spoke up again with annoyance. Shun Yi's nose tingled, and she almost swallowed the soreness in her throat. "If my sister can stay here, why can't I? What's so good about her? She married you for another man, and now she's flirting with another man. Brother Fu, wake up." She heard from people in the company that Shin Li could go straight to Fu Yuchuan's office when she came to see him, but she had to get permission from his secretary to see him. Now, he was avoiding her like the plague. She just didn't understand. What was the difference between her and Shun Li? Shin Li is not as devoted to him as she is to him alone. Knowing that Fu Yuchuan wouldn't easily believe her, Shin Yi was glad that she had filmed the ambiguous video of Shun Li and Ji Jinghe. As expected, the man gave her a disdainful look. "You came all this way just to tell me this? In this respect, you will never be as good as Shun Li. No matter how many bizarre things you and your daughter have done to her, she would never say these things to me." "Brother Fu, what are you saying? The way you're talking makes it sound like Mom, and I bullied her." Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curved into a cold smile. It was as if he was asking her in return, "Isn't that right?" Shin Yi's nose suddenly stung even more. She took a deep breath. Even if it were true, so what? Shun Li's mother, when Xing Yin, had run off with another man. She only said this to Shun Li, and she never hit her. Now, Shun Li is doing the same thing as her mother. Shin Yi took out her phone from her bag, opened the photos and videos in her album, and put them in front of the man. "Brother Fu, look how ambiguous my sister is with other male actors on set. Ji Jinghe's eyes are practically glued to her." Fu Yuchuan's cold eyes swept across the screen. After a few seconds, the man's thin lips parted slightly. You're still a bit short of being as brazen and unreserved as your husband who came to see my sister. Shin Yi's face stiffened instantly. She never expected that this man would protect Shin Li like this. She bit her lip and said, Brother Fu, if they really have no relationship, would Ji Jinghe say such a thing? If Shin Li isn't happy, I'll definitely take her away from her. The man's cool, deep voice echoed in the large office. Fu Yuchuan was working with his eyes down, and Shin Yi couldn't see his expression. After a few seconds, she heard the man's cold and terrifying voice. Take your things and get out. The man was unexpectedly enraged. The surrounding space seemed to freeze. Shin Yi didn't cry this time. Instead, a strange sense of victory rose in her heart. Whether Fu Yuchuan believed it or not, a seed of doubt was definitely planted in his heart. Shin Li is doomed. Shin Yi picked up her phone from the table, a slight smile playing on her lips, her voice soft and sweet. Brother Fu, I'm going out. Don't be angry. Remember to eat the cake on the table. The sound of high heels hitting the ground rang out. The man, who had been looking down, slightly raised his eyes, and with a wave of his long arm, the dessert gift boxes on the table scattered all over the floor. His face was calm, but his brows and eyes seemed to hold an undercurrent of turmoil, and his jawline became increasingly taut. At this moment, Chi Tian walked in carrying coffee, as usual. Before anyone could react to the mess scattered on the ground, the man swept his cold gaze over them, his voice sinking to the bottom. Don't tell me you haven't read the company regulations? Chi Tian, dressed in a typical fitted suit with a simple and exquisite cut, exuded elegance and confidence. Stepping over the mess on the ground, she spoke slightly. Mr. Fu, I didn't initially plan to let Miss Shin Yi in, but she said she had something important to show you. Fu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow, but his tone was extremely low. You'll release it just because she says so? Chi Tian pursed her lips, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly. Miss Shin Yi said she is madam with other men. She paused for a moment, then added, before coming to Suzhou, Mr. Fu had learned about madam's family background, and he specifically instructed me to be careful in this regard. Fu Yuchuan sneered. So he sent you here not to help me, but to keep an eye on me and Shin Li? Chi Tian immediately shook her head in denial. Old Fu didn't mean that. His main purpose was to have me help you. Everything else was secondary. Help? Fu Yuchuan glanced at the coffee on the table out of the corner of his eye, reached out and touched it, his tone still icy. What help can a secretary who doesn't even know I like my coffee to be 8/10 hot? Chi Tian frowned slightly, her voice calm and gentle. President Fu, this is indeed 80% hot. It's cold. Fu Yuchuan didn't stop working, not even raising his eyes, his voice cold. Pour it out and soak it again. He didn't even taste it. He judged the moisture by touching the glass with his naked eye. Whether the coffee is hot or cold depends entirely on who brewed it. Chi Tian pursed her lips, picked up her coffee, and went outside. There will be no second chance. Fu Yuchuan's deep, cold voice slowly rang out from behind. Chi Tian's pursed lips slowly turned into a biting motion. It wasn't just about the coffee, but about my dissatisfaction with how she handled the situation. As for the reason why Fu Yuchuan was angry, Chi Tian couldn't tell whether it was because of Shin Yi's arrival or because of the so-called evidence in her hands. The office door was closed again. The man in the main seat had deep, dark eyes that seemed bottomless. After a moment's hesitation, he took out his phone with his slender, bony fingers and dialed a number. To Fu Yuchuan's surprise, Ji Jinghe's family background was very simple. He came from a single-parent family and lived with his mother in South America until he was 15. After entering the entertainment industry, his private life was also very clean and transparent. Apart from his mother's identity, which was yet to be investigated, there was nothing special about him. President Fu, should we continue the investigation? Chen Jing's voice rang out from the other end of the line. Trust is the most important thing between husband and wife. Think about it carefully. Why should I have to trust you completely, and you won't let me have any contact with the male actors in the same production? Don't get angry. Suddenly, Shin Li's voice echoed in Fu Yuchuan's mind. He pursed his lips and said in a calm voice, No need. Let's leave it at that. Chi Tian walked into the tea room with her coffee. The rationality she had been maintaining crumbled a little. Thinking of the man's cold expression, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. Mr. Fu, I want to go back to Los Angeles. She held the phone, her voice slightly choked. Fu Yongqian was taken aback at first, but after Qi Tian explained the whole story, the man's deep and mellow voice slowly rang out. How interesting. In that case, I will celebrate my 80th birthday at Gunhild Castle. Let Yuchuan bring the person over with him. Mr. Fu, I'm afraid I can't persuade President Fu. Qi Tian's brows furrowed even more. Fu Yongqian's lowered lips curved into a cold smile. Don't worry, he will come. Chapter 89. Fu Yuchuan asked in a low voice. Didn't you say you like me a lot? Night. Shinli got off work early, but she hadn't had much of an appetite lately, so she only drank a small bowl of chicken soup. Ever since she ate Fu Yuchuan's cooking last time, she couldn't stop thinking about it. Before leaving in the morning, the man promised to cook her another meal. After finishing her soup, Shinli went upstairs to take a bath. She has always loved beauty, and this is especially true for girls in love. After coming out of the bathroom, she sat on the sofa, turned on the projector, and applied body lotion while watching TV show commentary. As she applied the lotion, she changed from lying down to standing up to avoid getting the sofa covered in lotion. After watching for about 2 minutes, Shinli heard the sound of car horns outside. She paused for a few seconds, glanced at the time, and realized it was only a little before 5 o'clock. Before leaving in the morning, she said she wouldn't be back until at least 7 o'clock, and she was even planning to skip dinner and have a late-night snack instead. As soon as Fu Yuchuan entered, he took off his coat and handed it to Aunt Lu. Sir, it's so early today. All the ingredients have been prepared as you instructed. The man's voice was indifferent. Where is she? Is she back? Madam just got back. She drank a bowl of soup and went upstairs to take a bath. She didn't have much of an appetite and said she wanted to eat what you made. Okay, I'll come down and do it in a bit. Fu Yuchuan's expression was calm, revealing nothing unusual. He took off his coat, changed his shoes, and went upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, one immediately sees the woman standing in front of the projection screen. Her long, slightly wavy hair falls over her shoulders, and she is wearing a thin nightgown. The temperature is on, so even though it's autumn and winter, she doesn't feel cold. Seeing him come up, Shinli continued applying body lotion without stopping, looked up at him, and smiled. You're here so early today. The man didn't respond and walked straight towards her. As expected, he walked up to her, touched her face, and leaned down to kiss her. Shinli's eyes widened in surprise as she stared blankly at the somewhat eager man. Although it was unexpected, she didn't try to avoid the kiss. However, since the body lotion on her body had not been fully absorbed, she reflexively took half a step back. Because of her action, Fu Yuchuan's indifferent eyes suddenly darkened, and the arm around her waist unconsciously tightened its grip, almost pressing her into his flesh and bones. The kiss was suddenly rough, and Shinli was almost unable to move under his control, silently enduring the man's insistence on kissing her. She even experienced the intense possessiveness of men. Perhaps sensing her resistance, Fu Yuchuan didn't continue to forcibly hold her waist. His cool lips moved to her earlobe and neck, lingering on the necklace for a moment. Shinli thought he was ending this inexplicable kiss and was about to open her mouth to speak when a sharp pain shot through her collarbone. The man lowered his head and bit her hard. Hiss! Even if Shinli was slow to notice, she could sense the man's unusual behavior. From the moment he came in until now, it seemed like he had been venting his emotions on her. She was in some pain, and her voice was hoarse for a moment. Fu Yuchuan, what's wrong? The man lowered his head, his hot breath brushing against her ear, his voice low and husky. I want it, give it to me? But you just wanted it last night. No one comes back and does nothing but think about these things. Last night was last night. His voice was still low, and Shinli could even hear the pleading in his tone. Like last night, being proactive. Fu Yuchuan's pleading tone carried a hint of coaxing. Shinli's face flushed red instantly. This man does indeed have a strong sexual desire, but he usually acts like an old-fashioned cadre, and his desires are only aroused in the right place and at the right time. It's rare for someone to beg her for money as soon as they get off work. Aside from the fact that she had just taken a shower and applied body lotion, leaving her skin smooth and slippery, The reason she pushed him away was that she was on her period and couldn't agree to his request. I don't want it now. You promised to cook for me this morning. I want to eat. She was so embarrassed that she smeared the ointment on her hands onto the man's impeccably black shirt. Before she could offer much resistance, the man simply swept her up and carried her to the bed. Her slippers fell to the ground with a thud. The man had long legs, and in just a few steps he threw her onto the bed, then leaned over, placed his hands on either side of her, and stared at her intently for a while. A deep, husky voice slowly said, "Shunli, don't you like me a lot?" He emphasized one word. Very? She said she had liked him, but she didn't add any adjectives. Shunli pursed her lips, paused for a few seconds, and did not reply. Fu Yuchuan looked at her, his voice even lower, and now. Chapter 90 Grandpa Fu doesn't like Shunli. Shunli looked at him and blinked. It hasn't been long since her confession. Regardless of whether she likes him more now, she at least wants to be with this man. She hooked her arm around the man's neck. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? She did not answer directly. Fu Yuchuan looked down into her clear eyes, leaned closer, and said in a hoarse voice, "No, I just want to hear what you have to say." After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed her. After the kiss ended, Shunli looked at his handsome face so close to hers and said, "Okay, I'm hungry." She was avoiding the issue, clearly avoiding it. She could clearly sense Fu Yuchuan's dissatisfaction with her reaction, so she blushed and replied, "This is fine." Fu Yuchuan's slender, cold fingers caressed her cheek, his eyes deep and his movements intimate. "You still haven't given me an answer." Liking someone is an elusive emotion. If she answers, she'll inevitably ask him a question later. She doesn't want to hear men say she's his again. Shunli looked up at the man quietly and placed a light kiss on his cold, thin lips. Is this the answer? The man's eyes darkened slightly, and a faint smile curved his indifferent lips as he softly hummed in agreement. Then why won't you let me get up? I didn't eat much at noon, and I'm starving. Fu Yuchuan dispatched a group of chefs to the film crew. Shin Li's daily lunch portion was reported, and he knew she hadn't eaten much today. Fu Yuchuan stood up and wrapped his long arm around Shin Li's waist. Okay, let's go down together. Wait a minute. Can't you go down first by yourself? She hasn't finished applying body lotion yet. He lowered his eyes, his voice low and husky. I feel better when you're by my side. Shinli noticed that the man was acting strangely today, but since he didn't say anything, she didn't feel comfortable asking him. 7 p.m. They ate dinner as planned, and Shunli was so full because the man was such a good cook. She was walking with her skewers in the backyard, her other hand hooked around the man's arm. You're such a good cook. Do you often cook for women? Shunli asked this question on purpose, her smiling eyes full of affection. Fu Yuchuan's handsome face deepened with a smile as he reached out and pinched her pouty cheeks. To be precise, you're a man. You? Shunli hesitated for a few seconds, looking at the curve of the man's lips. All right, I'm not joking with you anymore. You're such a good cook. Did your mother teach you? She knew that Fu Yuchuan grew up abroad, where education is always more advanced, and many young children can do housework and cook. Shunli was just saying it casually, but out of the corner of her eye she caught the man's eyes staring blankly ahead. Then I heard him say calmly, I'm the same as you. What? I have very few opportunities to spend time with my mother. Has she passed away? After asking the question, Shunli immediately realized that she had been too abrupt and impolite. Sorry, you don't have to answer. But Fu Yuchuan glanced at her, his cold knuckles gripping her hand tightly, and said calmly, My mother is a member of the Gunhild family. Shunli paused, grunned. Is it one of the 3 most famous noble families in Los Angeles? In other words, this man is a descendant of nobility? Fu Yongqian, to be precise, is my maternal grandfather. He only has one daughter, my mother, so he raised me as the family heir from a young age. Heir to a noble family. Shunli immediately extracted this key information. She used to watch movies and TV shows where nobles placed high hopes on their heirs, so they would give them strict education and training from a young age. That's why this man is so outstanding, single-handedly establishing the Fu group, which spans Asia and Europe, at such a young age. However, since his mother was of noble birth, she would certainly have received preferential treatment. Given the advanced state of the European medical system, it's unlikely she would die at such a young age. Shinli hadn't had time to think further. I went out with Fu Yongxian when I was young, while my mother lived in the castle and we rarely saw each other. When I returned to the castle as an adult, my mother was no longer there. Shinli listened to the man's words and didn't react for a long time. It's a strange family dynamic. They're clearly of noble birth and enjoy things that ordinary people don't. So why does she hear sadness in Fu Yuchuan's description? So you went to Los Angeles recently to see your grandfather? Fu Yuchuan gave a faint and said, because he sent Qi Tian to Suzhou, I'll go and negotiate. Oh, so back then, you agreed to let Qi Tian stay by your side. His expression was calm, but his eyes were unusually firm. Even if it weren't for Qi Tian, he would have sent another woman over. Even if Shun Li was naive, she could tell that her grandfather didn't seem to like her. So her initial decision to let Qi Tian stay, hoping to leave a magnanimous image for her grandfather, seems to have become a joke. Shun Li pursed her lips and said softly, does he know you're marrying me? I only found out after we got the marriage certificate, but there was nothing he could do about it. Chapter 91. Seeing her jealous and angry is quite cute. Since he likes Qi Tian so much, would he really ask you to divorce me? Shinli looked up at Fu Yuchuan's expression without warning. Fu Yuchuan reached out and ruffled her hair. What kind of woman I want is none of his business. I've said it before, unless you let go first. When have I ever mentioned divorce to you? Shinli bit his chin. Then why didn't you tell me any of this before? Fu Yuchuan lowered his head and bit her lip. It's not too late to know now. Shinli looked up and continued to bite him. The two kissed and bit each other for a long time until the man's breathing became heavier. Shinli quickly called for a stop. Fu Yuchuan held her somewhat cold hand, his brows furrowing slightly. It's so cold. Do you want to come inside? The weather has been getting colder lately. Aren't you cold wearing just a shirt and suit jacket every day? Shinli wrapped her arms around the man's waist and gently rubbed her cheek against his hot chest. Fu Yuchuan lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Take good care of yourself while I'm away in Suzhou. I'll be back soon. Her body, which had just warmed up, suddenly felt a chill. She looked at him with her fair face and asked, where are you going again? Hearing the coquettishness and reluctance in her voice, the man smiled slightly. It's Fu Yongqian's 80th birthday. I need to go to Los Angeles. Can't you take me with you? As Shunli spoke, her delicate brows furrowed. But Grandpa Fu seems to like her. If she goes, he might be unhappy. Seeing the worry and displeasure in her eyes, Fu Yuchuan hugged her tightly. He suggested that I take you with me this time. Grandpa Fu really wants to see me? Yes, but I don't want to. Why? Although she wasn't absolutely confident that she could change Grandpa Fu's impression of her, she couldn't just do nothing because of that. He's very paranoid, and you'll be unhappy. Shinli looked at him and suddenly felt an indescribable sadness. He would say such things, so he must not have been very happy growing up with Grandpa Fu. Then I'm definitely going. Shinli. His brows furrowed tightly, his voice hoarse and low. You don't need to please anyone. I chose you because you are you. He leaned down and kissed her cool nose. I don't want you to feel wronged or have to please him because of me. Shinli looked up at him and smiled. Do you think someone like me would change for anyone or try to please others? Moreover, I'm really curious about Xiao Fu Yuchuan. She actually wanted to see what kind of environment he grew up in. Just from listening to what he said that night, she could sense that it might not be the loving family she had imagined. Her eyes crinkled into crescents, and her smile, like the warm winter sun, illuminated a dark corner of his heart, causing his heart to beat incredibly fast. Okay, let's go back first. Fu Yuchuan held her hand, his trembling eyes hidden in the darkness. Back in the bedroom, the man didn't nod in agreement. Shinli still tacitly packed her clothes. After she finished packing her suitcase, Fu Yuchuan came out of the study, pulled her into his arms, and said indifferently, Your sister just called and asked us to pick her up tomorrow. Shani? She's crazy. How did she know we were going to Los Angeles? Fu Yuchuan carried Shun Li to the bed. She came to the Fu group to see me today. I guess Qi Tian told her. Do you agree to let her go? No way. Get her far away. Shunli was furious. It's one thing to secretly visit the Fu group in private, but to want to go to the place where Fu Yuchuan grew up is another. Dream on. You agree? She stared intently at the man. Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curved into a smile, and he chuckled. I just refused, but seeing how jealous and angry you looked, it was quite nice. Shinli lightly bit his Adam's apple. Bad man. Fu Yuchuan chuckled softly. Yes, it's yours. Chapter 92. She looks good, even in a burlap sack. The plane takes off at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and will arrive in Los Angeles around 5 p.m. Shinli only snapped out of her daze after she finished packing her suitcase. She blinked and looked at the man. By the way, what's the weather like there? Should we bring warm clothes? Fu Yuchuan glanced down at the mess of suitcases on the floor, his thin lips curving into a helpless smile. Go sit on the bed. I'll help you unpack. Shinli doesn't have the habit of packing her luggage. When she was at the Shin family home, a nanny helped her pack. After she started working, staff members helped her, but they were all girls, and no matter how unfamiliar she was with them, she would never ask Fu Yuchuan for help. She pursed her lips and quickly stepped forward to block the box, causing Fu Yuchuan to frown. The temperature is lower over there than here, so bring a few more coats, or you can buy them there. He thought she was finding it troublesome, but her heart was pounding. I have plenty of coats in my walk-in closet. I don't need to buy any more. She pouted slightly. Besides, don't you need to pack your luggage? After saying that, the two looked at each other. Fu Yuchuan's deep eyes swept over Shun Li's face, and he said indifferently, I don't have many clothes, so I don't need your help. Shun Li, normally, this man would have been perceptive enough to leave. She pursed her lips. Yes, I have a lot of stuff, so I'll pack it myself. The man didn't react for a moment, then lowered his eyes and squinted at the woman who was stuffing her clothes haphazardly. A few seconds later, he smiled faintly. Shun Li, how many times have I slept with you, inside and out, and seen you so many times? What are you shy about now? Shun Li suddenly found herself unable to refute. A blush crept across the woman's fair cheeks. She simply got up and plopped down on the bed, giving orders. This is what you asked for yourself. I didn't ask President Fu to do this kind of work. Fu Yuchuan gazed at her delicate face, a slight smile playing on his thin lips. You think serving you in bed is easier than helping you pack your luggage? Shinli was so choked up that she couldn't speak for a while. Originally, her face was just flushed, but even the tips of her ears were so red that they looked like they could bleed. She sat on the bed, quietly watching the man rummage through her suitcase. After a while, he said softly, These clothes don't look like your usual style. Well, that's true. Since you're meeting elders, you should dress appropriately and formally. She blinked. Is it not suitable for me? Not suitable, the man said in a deep, calm voice, but it looks good too. Even if a beautiful woman is draped in a burlap sack, she will still look good. You haven't even seen me wear it. How would you know it looks good? She said that, but her pink lips curled up slightly. Hearing the little girl's proud tone, Fu Yuchuan smiled and squatted down to help her pack her luggage. He didn't say anything. Shinli sat on the bed for a while, feeling a bit thirsty. Just as she went downstairs to get a drink of water, her phone rang. Actor G, is there something you need from me? The man's voice on the other end was cold and clear. I heard from your assistant that you're leaving the country tomorrow? Yes, I don't have any scenes for the next week. Shinli didn't know why he called to ask, but she thought he was afraid that she would delay the crew's work, so she gave him a brief explanation. Upon hearing this, Jijing has said calmly, I know, I didn't mean anything by it. Senior G, is there anything else? That's all, good night. Okay, good night. Shinli didn't think much of it, hung up the phone, and casually turned off the screen. After a busy day, she used to be able to fall asleep as soon as she got home. She wasn't sleepy tonight, so she drank some water and lay down on the sofa for a while. After an unknown amount of time, Fu Yuchuan came down from the second floor. His footsteps were very light, and you could faintly smell the pleasant scent of soap on him. Then his hot chest pressed against her back. Fu Yuchuan held her in his arms, his thin lips landing on her soft cheek, his low, husky voice escaping his throat. Why aren't you up here to sleep? Shinli leaned against the man, saying, I'm not sleepy. The man hummed in agreement, then picked her up and kissed her cheek. Go back to the bedroom and relax. It's chilly here. He carried her upstairs, and Shinli rested her head on the man's shoulder, saying softly, I was just thinking, what if I try my best, but your grandfather still doesn't like me. Fu Yuchuan placed her on the bed, his rough fingers gently stroking her cheek, and said calmly, "Why do you care about his opinion?" She pursed her lips. "But you are, after all, the sole heir of the Gunhilder family." The man's thin lips curved slightly as he said in a low, indifferent voice, "So you're afraid I'll inherit his power and abandon you?" Chapter 93, Fu Yuchuan's Confession. Shin didn't speak, her thin lips pressed even tighter. Fu Yuchuan easily saw through her innermost thoughts. She wasn't afraid, she was just stating the facts. After all, power is what men pursue throughout their lives. If she were presented with two choices, becoming a sensation and winning an award, or Fu Yuchuan, she felt she would choose the first without hesitation. Fu Yuchuan gently lifted Shun Li's chin with his long, slender fingers, leaving faint teeth marks on her tightly bitten lips. He gently licked her. "What makes you think I would abandon you and choose the woman Fu Yongqian gave me?" Or, he said calmly, "is it that you don't actually like me that much, and you just want to find an excuse to kick me to the curb?" "I didn't." Shinli denied it decisively. She pursed her lips and murmured softly, "The one who could kick me away was clearly you." Fu Yuchuan's indifferent eyes instantly darkened. His deep eyes were fixed on her features. "Why do you say that?" "I don't know." A bitter smile appeared on Shun Li's rosy lips. She paused, and after a few seconds, she continued, "Okay, actually you know better than I do that you're very good to me. You've given me everything a man can give a woman. Now I like you a little bit, but you don't like me." These words had been bottled up in her heart for a long time. She thought she would never say them, but when she finally did, she felt a great sense of relief. In the darkness, Fu Yuchuan's deep eyes remained calm as he looked at her without uttering a word. Shinli was almost burned by that burning gaze. She buried her head in the quilt and said softly, "Actually, I don't blame you anymore. Although you hurt me at first, what you did was enough to make up for it." The man behind her didn't speak, so she continued, "Put yourself in my shoes. I'm just a nobody in the entertainment industry. Although I'm somewhat pretty, I have a bad personality and often lose my temper with you. My family is complicated and my reputation is bad. On the other hand, you are the president of the Fu Group and the sole heir of the Gunhild family. With these qualities, you can find any kind of woman you want. If you don't like someone like Chi Tian, you can find someone with an interesting personality who is just as outstanding as her." After she finished speaking, the man behind her still did not say anything. About a minute later, she thought he had fallen asleep, but still couldn't get an answer from him. So she took a deep breath and was about to close her eyes when the man's long, strong arm wrapped around her waist and pulled her into his arms. A deep, husky voice continued, "So you said all this because you never told me you liked me, and that's why you don't trust me?" Shinli was taken aback. Although that was what she had said earlier, his straightforward summary made her feel both embarrassed and downcast. He used to understand everything. "How can you make me feel more at ease?" The man reached out and stroked her hair, his deep, magnetic voice slowly entering her ear, a little teasing and ticklish. "Tell me you like me?" Shin Li's heart skipped a beat. A tingling sensation ran through her heart, and her chest felt a sensation she had never experienced before, like a feather gently tickling her heart, sending shivers of numbness and itchiness through her. She buried her face in the pillow and whispered, "I want to hear the truth." She would rather he say he doesn't like her than lie to her. Although this man would never actually do that. "I'm more excited than ever before, and I want you to stay by my side more than ever before. I think this must be what love is." Fu Yuchuan buried his face in the woman's shoulder, gently inhaling her unique scent. Although Shunli understood that there was a difference between his affection and hers, her heart still fluttered uncontrollably. She slowly turned her head, nestled against his chest, her breath hot against his skin. Shyly, she lowered her eyes and murmured, "Can I take this as a confession?" Fu Yuchuan looked down at her blushing face and gently brushed the strands of hair from her forehead with his fingers. He had never liked anyone before and didn't know what it meant to like someone. All she knew was that his emotions now followed hers. When she was sad, he wanted to make her happy, and when she was happy, he wanted to hold on to her smile. Apart from that, she felt a tightness in her heart whenever she was in contact with Ji Jinghe. If that wasn't enough to show affection, Then when she looked at him with such reverence in the courtyard that evening, saying she was going to see Xiao Fu Yuchuan at Gunhild Castle in Los Angeles, his adrenaline surged. He used reason to suppress the urge to possess this woman completely. Saying the word, like, brings a bittersweet feeling to my heart. Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curved slightly as he kissed her cheek. Wouldn't you be happier if I said yes? Shun-Li slowly raised her head, unable to hide the smile on her face. He looked at her rosy lips and kissed them again. He chuckled softly. You women all like to hear this? It's unclear who preferred to hear it more, but when emotions ran high, he asked her countless times. Shun-Li bit his ear. I've noticed that you're quite good at turning the tables on others. Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curled into a wicked smile as he reached out and pinched the woman's cheek. Then why didn't you rush to say you liked me? Chapter 94 Fu Yuchuan. Shun-Li, I like you. Shun-Li snorted. You're just taking advantage of the fact that I like you more. Everyone has different standards when it comes to who likes whom more in a relationship. Fu Yuchuan thought so too, but this little woman seemed to be better at expressing herself. He slightly curved his thin lips into a smile, then rolled over and covered her body, kissing her pouting lips. His warm breath sprayed onto her fair and soft neck, his voice low and husky. But I'm even more. Shun-Li's face flushed instantly. She bit her lip, raised her other finger, and pointed to the bathroom, gesturing for him to go in. Fu Yuchuan's deep eyes held a wicked smile. But I don't want to. He traced her neck and kissed her lips again, his voice magnetic and husky. You'll be very busy after you go to Los Angeles. He probably won't be able to get close to her for a week. The man's voice was sometimes deep, sometimes heavy, with a hint of coquetry in its assertiveness, making it impossible for her to refuse. Shun-Li bit her lip. But I have to get up early tomorrow, and I won't be able to get up if I don't get enough sleep. I will be there soon. She almost thought she had misheard. She looked up and glared at her, and suddenly, Shun-Li's dark pupils contracted. He will be quick. There was another layer of meaning behind that. In the darkness, Fu Yuchuan kissed her earlobe and whispered, If you coax me into confessing my feelings and then don't help me resolve the situation, it will be considered playing hard to get. Unless you want me to carry you to the airport tomorrow, you'd better behave now, okay? The senses are amplified in the dark, especially a man's deep voice that carries a hint of threat. Shun-Li suspected she had a masochistic tendency and quickly went limp under him. She reached out and turned off the bedside lamp, lifting her sweaty face to look at the man's face. Sweat dripped down her smooth chin to his honey-colored, firm abs, exuding a wild sexiness. Finally, just as she was about to drift off to sleep, she seemed to see the man's tightly pursed lips part slightly, his Adam's apple bobbing rapidly, and his deep voice reaching her ears. Shun-Li, I like you. She didn't respond. She was fast asleep. Fu Yuchuan didn't care whether she heard his confession or not. He reached out and brushed away the wet, messy hair clinging to her cheek, then lowered his head and kissed her soft face. This time I went to Los Angeles by private jet. Before setting off, Shun-Li glanced at Fu Yuchuan's phone. Shin had indeed contacted him last night, but the man had refused her decisively. As a result, she hadn't received any more messages from Shun-Yi this morning. Shun-Li pursed her lips, trying to suppress the joy and longing in her heart. She had seen Gunhild Castle in a magazine. It was a huge medieval castle, but it was far less impressive than seeing it in person. The castle was surrounded by a romantic garden, and the front yard was filled with countless top-of-the-line luxury cars. It's just Fu Yuchuan going home, yet the entourage is so grand. As the two entered the inner courtyard, they were greeted by an indescribable solemnity and silence. In the lobby, besides an elderly man with white hair sitting on the sofa, there was a woman in a beige coat next to him, exuding a professional aura. Chi Tian was sitting opposite Fu Yongqian when she looked up and saw Shun-Li walking in with Fu Yuchuan's arm around her. Fu Yongqian noticed the woman's unusual expression and turned to look at her. When he saw Shun-Li next to Fu Yuchuan, his eyes behind his silver-rimmed glasses darkened slightly as he began to scrutinize her. Shun-Li reflexively lowered her eyes and took a step back. Fu Yuchuan glanced at her, reached out and grasped the woman's hand that was originally on his arm. He looked straight ahead and said in a cold voice, Grandpa. Grandpa Fu. Shinli greeted Fu Yuchuan politely. Fu Yongqian's gaze remained unchanged. He simply looked away from Shinli. A deep, resonant male voice then rang out, "Sit down." After learning about Fu Yuchuan's upbringing last night, Shinli originally thought that this meeting would inevitably be tense. But at this moment, the old man sitting on the sofa was not as domineering and mean as she had imagined. Qi Tian naturally gave up the seat opposite Fu Yongqian and got up to sit on the other side. As soon as Fu Yuchuan raised his hand, a servant from the castle came over with a gift box and politely placed it on the cold table. "Mr. Fu, these are gifts that Mr. Fu brought for you in Suzhou." Fu Yuchuan said lightly, his thin lips barely moving. "These were all prepared by your granddaughter-in-law." Fu Yongqian's face remained expressionless. He simply responded coldly, Qi Tian glanced at the table and suddenly raised an eyebrow. "Is that a landscape painting by Guantong? Madam really understands Master Fu's taste." "Yuchuan told me," Shinli replied with a smile. Qi Tian nodded almost imperceptibly upon hearing this. "Yuchuan, you haven't eaten yet, have you?" Old Master Fu suddenly spoke up, his eyes filled with inquiry as he looked at Shinli. "Tell the kitchen staff what you want to eat, and Miss Qi will take you there." Upon hearing this, Qi Tian stood up and politely gestured to Shinli. "All right, I'll take Madam over there." Fu Yongqian had clearly sent them away. Shinli understood this perfectly well. She glanced at Fu Yuchuan and said indifferently, "Then I'll go over first." Fu Yuchuan's gaze was indifferent, his tone carrying a hint of doting. "Okay, don't go too far. Call me if anything happens." "Yuchuan, what are you saying? What could possibly happen at Gunhild Castle?" Fu Yongqian's deep voice carried a hint of amusement that didn't reach his eyes. "Don't worry, Miss Qi should be very familiar with this castle. I'll stay behind her and won't wander off." She held Fu Yuchuan's hand. "What would you like to eat? I'll let the kitchen know." Fu Yuchuan's expression was indifferent as he reached out and patted her head. "I'm not very hungry. You can do as you please, but be careful." Fu Yongqian, standing to the side, darkened his eyes sharply, and his expression began to show displeasure after hearing the man's second instruction. Grunhild Castle is under the absolute control of Fu Yongqian. No one dares to act recklessly under his nose. Fu Yuchuan's words were clearly a veiled criticism. Fu Yongqian's icy voice suddenly rang out. "Yuchuan, are you implying that I would harm her?" As soon as Fu Yongqian said this, Shinli immediately followed Qi Tian's footsteps and said in a low voice, "Miss Qi, let's go out first." Only after the two figures disappeared from sight did Fu Yuchuan slowly speak, his lips curving upwards. "I don't know if you will touch her, but I do know that you can't." Although Fu Yuchuan's expression appeared no different from usual, his calmness in this situation seemed somewhat frightening. Fu Yongqian's anger remained undiminished. "Yuchuan, if you really think that way, it really hurts my feelings." Fu Yuchuan's eyes flickered slightly, but his thin lips curved into a cold smile. "As her father, don't you know how my mother died at Gunhild Castle? Or is it that my words to your granddaughter-in-law to be careful have stirred up your long-buried guilt and fear?" Years later, when Fu Yuchuan brought up the matter again, Fu Yongqian's face showed signs of embarrassment, and the front hall fell silent for a moment. The servants moving around the castle immediately became apprehensive. Shin Li and Qi Tian walked side by side, occasionally encountering servants busy working on the castle. Compared to the large frame of Western women, Shin Li's petite figure and Eastern face made her stand out on the street. Moreover, she was accompanied by Miss Qi Tian, so the servants in the castle all knew without a doubt that she was the wife of the heir of Gunhild. A sweet and gentle female voice sounded in her ear. "Miss Shun, I should actually apologize to you for what happened last time." The voice came from the side, and the speaker was Qi Tian. Shinli glanced at her sideways, a faint smile playing on her full, rosy lips. Qi Tian smiled and replied, "When I called President Fu in the middle of the night last time, I didn't mean to sow discord between you two." Chapter 95, Even Roses Don't Smell as Good as You. Shinli has never liked people beating around the bush, so she shrugged helplessly. "Then just say it directly." Qi Tian got straight to the point. "Because it was Mr. Fu who personally told me that your relationship with President Fu is not good. Between women, Some things don't need to be said so bluntly. Shinli knew that old Master Fu didn't like her, but he still went so far as to lie to Chi Tian, which was unexpected. Her thin lips were pressed into a straight line. If old Master Fu tells you this, it seems that it's not just that he doesn't like me. Even hate. Miss Shun is very smart and honest. Chi Tian had a faint smile on her face, very professional, but also very mechanical. It was almost impossible to find any flaws or weaknesses on her face. To put it bluntly, Mr. Fu wants me to go to Mr. Fu's side and break you up, which is why that phone call was so abrupt. Shin Li's expression didn't change. She simply opened her mouth and said, "It seems that Elder Fu really likes you." "Miss Shun, do you really think so?" Shin Li countered, "Isn't that right? It's not so much that he likes me, but that he approves of the women trained by the Gunhild family. Even if the person who went to be the president's secretary at the Fu group wasn't me, it would have been someone else. Wealthy families are always entangled in family marriages in order to maximize their benefits. So what are Miss Chi Tian's plans?" Chi Tian smiled faintly. "Shouldn't that be directed at Miss Shun?" "Me? What?" "Miss Shun, after seeing Mr. Fu's reaction today, did you find him quite kind?" Although there was a small hiccup later, he seemed generally satisfied. "It seems he didn't object to you being his granddaughter-in-law." Chi Tian's smile didn't fade. Instead, it deepened. To be honest, old Master Fu's reaction was quite unexpected, but it definitely doesn't mean he's satisfied with Miss Shun. I think this is one of his strategies. He might be trying to use gentleness to overcome strength, hoping you'll pity this 80-year-old man and beg you to let go of the only heir of the Gunhild family. Shin Li listened quietly to her finish speaking, and when she finished, she said, "Instead of going to all this trouble, it would be easier for him to persuade his grandson to break up with me." "Miss Shun, I just said you were smart." Chi Tian stared at her sharply. "You don't think that old Master Fu didn't discuss this with President Fu, do you? Or do you think President Fu would easily tell you about a divorce?" Shin Li lowered her eyes. She didn't know. In the past, she could have answered this question very easily. But last night, Fu Yuchuan said he liked her a little. "Why are you telling me all this?" Shin Li raised her eyes and looked at Chi Tian's face. Chi Tian paused for a few seconds. "You've heard President Fu mention it, right? Old Master Fu has been kind to the Chi family." Shin Li responded with silence. "From a young age, the people around me told me that I should repay Mr. Fu when I grew up. Now, the biggest problem facing Mr. Fu is Miss Shun, but I don't want to repay his kindness with sex. I don't want a husband who has another woman in his heart. What Mr. Fu is doing now is just an appetizer. If Miss Shin does not have absolute confidence in standing by Mr. Fu's side, she can take the initiative to withdraw now and give him time to forget about you before I officially enter into this relationship." Chi Tian's attitude was more sincere than Shun Li had expected, but she didn't want to give Fu Yuchuan to another woman. Their current relationship is just like hers with Jang Being back then. They parted ways because they were not a good match. The arrow shot many years ago has now struck right between the eyebrows. Back in the castle hall, Fu Yuchuan clearly noticed that Shin Li's interest was not as high as it had been before they arrived. After dinner, Shin Li went to the backyard alone to look at the roses. The Fu residence in Suzhou was already luxurious enough, but Gunhild Castle could only be described as extravagant. The fragrance of the flowers helped Shin Li ease her depressed mood. She comfortably opened her arms and breathed in the air. Suddenly, she felt someone approaching from behind. She turned around quietly and saw Fu Yuchuan with one arm around her waist. Shin Li was taken aback. "You finally come home. Why don't you stay with Grandpa Fu? He's old, so he goes to bed early." Shin Li leaned against the man's chest. "These flowers are so beautiful and fragrant. They make me feel better." Fu Yuchuan leaned down and took a deep breath on her neck, his voice low and husky as he said, "Not as fragrant as you." The castle was bustling with people, and this man never seemed to know his place when he was alone with her. Afraid of being seen, Shun Li got up and moved away from him. Fu Yuchuan tightened his grip on her waist and chuckled softly. "If you like, we can plant a patch of them at the Fu residence. When spring comes next year and the flowers bloom, you can see them every day." Shin Li raised an eyebrow. This was a good suggestion. However, as the signs grow up, they become very mischievous, and these flowers may be ruined before they even sprout. Before she could finish speaking, a deep, husky voice came from above her head. What did you hear this evening? Are you in a bad mood? Shinli hadn't expected him to observe her so closely. She pursed her lips and said, I just suddenly realized that I like you a little bit more than I thought. Fu Yuchuan smiled, put his arm around her, and sat down for a while. Looking down at her furrowed brows, he asked, Isn't this a good thing? Shinli raised an eyebrow and bit his neck. I knew you were smug. Any man would be happy to be confessed to by the woman he likes. Fu Yuchuan let her bite him, his voice laced with laughter. If you're still wondering who likes whom more, I'll give you the answer in bed later. Shinli pursed her lips, no longer biting him. You don't need to. Her back is still aching after that man confessed his love to her last night. If I don't prove it a few more times, you'll always be stuck on this issue. The man chuckled, stroking her waist. Shall we go back now? Chapter 96. How many times have we kissed? There's been no progress at all. Fu Yuchuan, don't do anything reckless. This is the Fu residence, Shinli said softly. The man got more and more excited as he spoke. Is this what you call messing around? Who was it that was clinging to my waist last night and wouldn't let go? Fu Yuchuan spoke in a vulgar and explicit manner and was about to kiss her face, which was flushed red. Suddenly, in the darkness, a figure walked towards them. Shinli was so embarrassed that she quickly pushed him away. The man's hand, which was wrapped around her waist, remained still. He glanced sideways at the woman walking towards them. Shin never expected to see this scene upon arriving at Gunhild Castle. Fu Yuchuan was holding Shinli close, whispering sweet nothings in her ear. A normal person would turn around and leave immediately upon seeing a loving couple. But Shin not only didn't turn around and leave, but instead stood there stunned. Brother Fu. Her expression suddenly changed, and she turned to look at Shinli. Sister, this is Gunhild Castle. What are you doing? As soon as she finished speaking, Shinli paused for a moment. The hands that were resting on her waist didn't loosen. Instead, they pulled her even tighter into their embrace. The man frowned and looked coldly at the woman before him. Why are you here? Shin wore a beige alpaca wool coat, a handmade double-sided wool skirt, and leather shoes. She looked gentle, elegant, and generous, which was completely different from her usual outfits in Suzhou. She was the kind of person who would win over the elders. Shinli thought that the man's rejection last night had made her give up, but she didn't expect that he would find his way here. There were Gunhild family guards outside the castle, so her entry meant she had received permission from the castle's owner. Brother Fu, it's Grandpa Fu's 80th birthday in a few days. Isn't it normal for me to celebrate his birthday? Shin looked at the scene in front of her with a face full of anger and almost couldn't control her tone when she spoke to Fu Yuchuan. To her surprise, despite her patient and gentle explanation to the man, he still did not respond. His gaze shifted from her to the woman in his arms, and then lingered there for a long time. He gently took Shinli's hand, his voice low and gentle. Your hands are so cold. Yeah, it's colder in Los Angeles than in Suzhou. Luckily you reminded me to bring warm clothes last night. Shinli ignored the angry woman in front of her and looked at the man with bright eyes. Brother Fu, Shin was both angry and aggrieved, and couldn't join their conversation for a moment, so she could only resort to her own self-pity. Brother Fu, I haven't eaten since I got off the plane, and I'm very hungry now. Can you take me to eat? She would steal glances at Fu Yuchuan from time to time, but his deep and gentle eyes never fell on her. I'm cold and sleepy right now, Shinli suddenly said, glancing up at the man. Do you want to stay here and continue talking with Sister Shin, or come back to the room with me? Brother Fu, let my sister go to sleep if she's sleepy. Can you take me out to eat? Shin only wanted to keep the man with her. Fu Yuchuan glanced at Shin and said, If you're hungry, go to the kitchen. I'm not a chef. Shin. After the man finished speaking, his gaze returned to the woman in his arms, and he said indifferently, Weren't you done last night? He even had the nerve to ask. She slept for less than 3 hours last night, and kept getting woken up in between. Moreover, how could he bring this up in front of other women? Was he afraid that Shin wouldn't be angry? Do you think I'm Korean, that I've evolved to have shorter sleep times? Shinli glared at the man, slightly annoyed. Heh. The man's Adam's apple bobbed as he chuckled softly. Go back to sleep. I'll take you shopping tomorrow. Fu Yuchuan put his arm around Shinli's waist turned around, and left without looking back. Shin stood behind watching this scene, her face almost turning black with anger. Shin, that little bitch, is standing right in front of you, yet she's still shamelessly making suggestive remarks about intimate matters. Yuchuan is usually so abstinent and cold, yet he actually seems infatuated with Shin-Li's body. How despicable. Shin-Li's triumph could only last for a short time. Because the rumor that Grandpa Fu dislikes Shin-Li is probably true, otherwise she wouldn't have only asked Chi Tian for permission, and Chi Tian would have consulted Grandpa Fu, and then Grandpa Fu agreed to let her come. To put it bluntly, no truly wealthy family would agree to their granddaughter-in-law being an actress, especially since Shin-Li has always been the subject of much gossip and rumors. Shin-Li watched the two figures disappear from sight in silence. Suddenly, a woman walked up to her side. Chi Tian, wearing a black coat, had a gentle and calm expression. "You're here?" Standing here in the wind. Although Shin-Li had only met Chi Tian once, she felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to her. She stepped forward and asked in a coquettish tone, "Sister Chi Tian, are you here to pick me up?" "Yes, Mr. Fu asked me to take good care of you." "Really?" Grandpa Fu said it himself. Chi Tian had no reason to lie. As things stand, old Master Fu cared more about Shin-Li than Shin-Li. But that doesn't mean he can accept Shin-Li as his granddaughter-in-law. It just means that keeping Shin-Li around is very useful for him now, and he never does anything pointless. Chi Tian took the luggage from Shin-Li and put it aside. "Did you eat on the plane?" "Not yet. The food on the plane isn't good. Sister Chi Tian, could you take me to eat something?" Chi Tian has no ill feelings towards Shin-Li, but she doesn't particularly like him either. Everything she does now is in accordance with old Master Fu's wishes. "Of course, let's go." I went back to the bedroom and closed the door. "Can you stop thinking about this kind of thing all the time? Aren't you tired of it?" Shin-Li turned around and glared at the person who had almost embarrassed her. "If you, a living, breathing person, are not thinking about this, then I'm in trouble." The moment she turned around, Yuchuan pulled her into his arms, lifted her chin with his fingers, and looked down at her slightly puffed-up face. He chuckled softly. "Don't you like it?" Shin-Li looked up and glared at him. I don't like it. Be more proper when you're out in the future." Especially considering the blatant look Shin-Li gave him just now, it seemed like she wanted to devour him completely. Yuchuan lowered his head, his thin lips pressed against her chin, his breath intentionally or unintentionally spraying onto her neck, determined to arouse her. A deep, resonant voice sounded in her ear. "You'd better satisfy me in private first, Shin-Li felt a tingling sensation all over her body as she was held in the man's arms. "I couldn't get angry at all. You weren't like this before." What is it like?" She pouted and cupped the man's face in her hands. "Before, when I wore my pajamas at home, you wouldn't even glance at me, and you were so close to Tangyi. I thought you. What did you think? That we were a couple?" Shin-Li pursed her lips and shook her head. Tangyi already had a girlfriend at that time, so how could he possibly be paired with her? She thought at the time that this man might have a crush on Tangyi. Yuchuan looked at the woman's face, which was filled with wild thoughts, with displeasure. He held her chin with one hand and lowered his head to kiss her nonsensical little mouth. After kissing for a while, Shin-Li couldn't breathe and raised her hands to press against the man's chest. Yuchuan looked down at her glistening lips, his thick eyebrows furrowing as he smiled wickedly. "How many times have we kissed? Haven't you made any progress?" Chapter 97. You've interrupted our intimacy. Shin-Li, panting, her clean, fair face revealing undisguised arousal, said, "It's because your stamina has improved. Now, every time he gets intimate, he's like a ferocious beast. Once he pounces on you, he won't stop, as if he's unlocked a new skill." She didn't understand the reason either. Yuchuan felt his blood rush to his head because of her shy gaze. He calmed his eyes, looked down at her, and smiled faintly as if in tacit agreement. Yes, probably. Previously, whenever he had those thoughts, his reason and desire would be torn to the extreme. Now that he understands his own feelings and has no more worries, he can do whatever he wants. Before she could react, the man's kiss landed directly on her earlobe. With her most delicate and sensitive spot being sucked, Shin-Li felt a tingling sensation on her scalp, and then her mind went blank. Then, the man reached his hand to the back of her sweater, and soon he pulled the zipper down to the lowest point, and the top was easily pulled off and placed on the ground. Shin Li's face turned bright red instantly. She bit the man's shoulder in her anxiety and murmured, "Fu Yuchuan, you're bullying me again." The man let her teeth grind against his, looking at her slightly angry face, and chuckled softly. "I wanted to eke you up right there, but it wasn't for your wretched sister interfering." Speaking of Shun Yi, a question suddenly arose in Shun Li's mind. Shin Yin's ability to come to Gunhild Castle so openly and legitimately means that he has Grandpa Fu's permission. Thinking of this, she frowned and dodged the man's kiss while muttering, "What should I do? Grandpa Fu seems to like everyone except me now. I don't like anyone but you." Shin Li looked up and saw those cold and aloof eyes become hot and full of desire because of her. Suddenly, she felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment and joy. She slightly raised her lips and took the initiative to kiss the man's lips. Fu Yuchuan was almost stunned for a moment, then tore off her woolen skirt without hesitation. The bed was filled with a faint, uniquely masculine scent of soap and woody tobacco, a blend of aromas that carried a hint of sensuality and wildness that wafted into her nostrils. Shin Li whispered in a voice that was both intoxicated and clear-headed, "Where's Fu Yuchuan's suit?" The man paused for a moment, then gripped her chin and kissed her deeply, his voice low and husky. "No." His hot, light kisses traveled to her neck, and his deep, husky voice, tinged with an indescribable amusement, murmured again, "It just so happens that I don't like wearing those things either." For someone like Fu Yuchuan, who is in the prime of his life and in excellent physical condition, the probability of hitting her on the first shot is not zero. She happens to be in her fertile period, so we absolutely cannot take that risk. Despite the fact that she was already prepared to accept the offer, she had to refuse, saying, "You have such a big room. How come you don't even have this?" Fu Yuchuan frowned slightly, then quickly smiled. "A man keeping condoms in his room. Do I need to explain what's going on?" Shin Li choked a little and coughed softly. She pursed her lips and said to the man, "Then you'll just have to bear with it. I happen to be in my fertile period these days." The man frowned slightly, gently kissed her lips, and murmured, "What does it matter?" His meaning was clear. If they have a child, they will have it, and he will raise it. Shin Li, realizing what he meant, immediately pushed him away, her small face filled with panic. "No, I don't want it." After saying that, she realized that her reaction was too abrupt and paused. "Right now, I'm in the prime of my career, and I'm also filming a movie. How can I want it?" Upon hearing this, Fu Yuchuan didn't force her any further. He loosened his grip on her waist slightly, and Shun Li quickly got up, picked up her clothes from the ground, and hurriedly put them back on. She kept scolding the man, her voice soft and slightly reproachful. "Fu Yuchuan, how much did this dress cost? You have to pay me back." The man chuckled softly, reached out, and pulled her around the waist, casually tossing her half-dressed dress to the ground. "I'll compensate you, but you'll help me in some other way, okay?" The warm, wet kisses traveled down her ears to her snow-white neck, and inevitably, they returned to the bed. Looking up, she saw the man's cool and handsome face, his husky voice carrying a hint of coaxing. "Did you learn how to use your hands last time?" He took her hand and slowly lowered it. "A little bit." Shin Li's palms were sweaty with nervousness. Just as her slender, pale fingers touched the metal, a sudden sound. Bang bang. A knock came from outside. Shin Li immediately jumped up and down like a frightened kitten, trying to hide in the man's arms. "Does Fu Yuchuan have connections?" The man kissed her forehead, stroked her hair, his voice already consumed by desire. "I heard you." After saying that, he ignored it. Shin Li, like a cat with its fur standing on end, said, "Go drive it." "She's probably the maid who cleans the room. If she doesn't get a response, she'll leave on her own." "Whose maid cleans up so late at night?" Fu Yuchuan was so focused on the fact that he would soon be inspecting the results that he didn't care who was outside and could easily make up a reason to let them continue. Because it was at Gunhild Castle, Shin Li was terrified. Although this man had told her that Grandpa Fu had gone to rest early, if it wasn't Grandpa Fu, then knocking on the door in the middle of the night must mean there was an emergency to report to Fu Yuchuan. The main concern is, What if that person keeps staking out outside? Reason made her compromise with the man. I'll give you double after they leave, okay? Upon hearing this, Fu Yuchuan's eyes darkened slightly, and his voice carried a hint of amusement. Really? Seeing that she didn't speak, the man lowered his head to kiss her lips. Really, I've improved a lot. His kiss, which had been hanging in midair, stopped. He released her waist with both hands, indicating that the deal was done. Shunli got out of bed, picked up her clothes from the floor, and repeated the same actions as before, almost crying in her haste to put on the clothes. Fu Yuchuan, sometimes you really annoy me, she complained softly. Fu Yuchuan naturally heard it. He propped himself up slightly with his hands, got out of bed, and rubbed her forehead with his long, large palms. Get into bed first, I'll go open the door. Shin Li's pouting cheeks deflated again. She pursed her lips, and after a while, she heard the man open the door. Fu Yuchuan was already unhappy that his good time had been interrupted, and his handsome face darkened even more when he saw the woman standing outside the door. When Shin Yi saw that it was Fu Yuchuan who opened the door, she was immediately delighted. However, when she saw that the man's originally meticulous hair was now somewhat messy and he exuded a strong aura of hormones, she was surprised. Her smile froze slightly. Brother Fu, Sister Chi Tian is going to take me to the hot spring in the backyard. Do you want to come? Fu Yuchuan's thin lips twitched slightly. Not going? Is there something else? What about my sister? Hot springs are good for girls' health. Could you ask her for me? Shin Yi hadn't originally planned to bring Shinli along, but seeing Fu Yuchuan's attitude, she knew that once the door was closed, something tumultuous would surely happen inside. She didn't want to give this man to Shinli. Fu Yuchuan looked down at Shin Yi. Her thin lips uttered a few more words. She's not going. You're disturbing our intimacy. Chapter 98. Is she your ex-girlfriend? After the man finished speaking, he slammed the door shut without any hesitation. Shin Yi stared in disbelief at the tightly closed door, frozen in place. Inside the room, while Fu Yuchuan was out, Shinli quietly opened the wardrobe and casually grabbed a piece of clothing to put on. A gray crew neck sweater accentuated her fair and slender neck and delicate collarbone. Her slightly wavy black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her fair face was flushed. As she finished dressing, she saw Fu Yuchuan walking towards her. She looked up and asked, "Does your voice sound like Shin Yi?" The man looked at her, taking large strides. Shinli is known in the entertainment industry for her delicate and exquisite features. She has a charming beauty that is flamboyant but not aggressive, and people often overlook the fact that she also has a great figure. Fu Yuchuan only found out later. What is she doing here? Shinli looked at herself in the mirror opposite the bed, unaware of the man's strange gaze. I'm looking for you to go to the hot springs, Fu Yuchuan said truthfully. And while I'm at it, I'll ask if you want to come too. Shinli responded with an "oh," her gaze still fixed on herself in the mirror. So what did you say? I told you if you're not going, we should do what we love. Shinli nodded instinctively, but suddenly, the blush on her face turned bright red again. She glanced to the side and looked up to see Fu Yuchuan walking closer and closer to her. Looking into the man's deep, dark eyes, she grabbed a tie from the closet and threw it at him before turning and running into the bathroom. Fu Yuchuan, you shameless bastard. The man caught the tie she threw down, looked up at the closed bathroom door, and a faint, ambiguous smile appeared on his thin lips. His voice was hoarse and low. How long will it take to get out? I'm going to take a shower. Shinli didn't answer directly, implying that she wouldn't be able to come out anytime soon. Although Fu Yuchuan's words were a veiled rejection of Shin Yi's idea, Shinli was too ashamed to face her again. Shinli lingered in the bathroom for over 40 minutes before finally leaving. Stepping out of the bathroom, she was drying her hair with a towel when she spotted the man reclining on the sofa, seemingly fiddling with something in his hand. As she approached, she saw that the man's slender fingers were holding an old photograph. The woman in the photograph had an exceptionally beautiful head, which had been carefully edited to appear so petite, delicate, and full. Her snow-white skin glowed with a captivating blush, and her emerald green eyes and golden curls complemented each other perfectly. She possessed both a woman's gentleness and a child's innocent romance, and looked no more than 25 years old. She stood in the rose garden outside Gunhild Castle, the crimson roses contrasting stunningly with her fair skin, making her breathtakingly beautiful. He sat on the sofa in the middle of the night looking at photos of other women, completely unaware that she had come over. Shin immediately pursed her lips, a hint of caution in her voice. Who is this person in the photo? Fu Yuchuan finally came to his senses, looked up at her wet, dripping hair, put down the photo in his hand, and said calmly, "Come here, let me help you dry it." Oh. She walked over quietly and sat down in front of the man. Fu Yuchuan helped her wipe away the water dripping from her hair, and Shin couldn't help but look at the beautiful woman in the photo. She still couldn't help but ask, "Is she your ex-girlfriend?" "I can understand that you have an ex-girlfriend." Shin couldn't wait for the man's answer and continued talking to herself. "But it seems quite disrespectful of me to look at her photos secretly in the middle of the night." She subconsciously felt that this man wouldn't betray her, but she couldn't understand his behavior. Fu Yuchuan's voice was low, deep with a hint of a smile. "What are you thinking about? Take a closer look and see who she looks like." Chapter 99. Didn't you want me to like you more? Help me wash. Shin paused for a moment, her eyes returning to the yellowed photograph. After a moment, when he spoke again, his voice rose slightly. "Don't tell me this is your mother?" Fu Yuchuan's voice was deep, his handsome thin lips slightly parted. "I don't look like her, do I?" Shin glanced at him sideways and gave him a deep look. When she met the man's deep black eyes, her breathing became erratic. Her heart pounded faster. She bit her lip and nodded. However, Grandpa Fu and her mother looked very alike, and it was through this that she recognized the beautiful woman in the photo as her mother. Her voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of probing. "You don't resemble your mother, so you resemble your father more?" Fu Yuchuan's reaction was indifferent. Shin had her back to him and didn't know his expression at that moment. "Yes, that's what everyone says." "Do you have a picture of your father?" "Let me see. You really want to know him?" "Well, to be precise, it's about understanding you." The man's thin lips slowly curved into a smile, a laugh escaping his throat. "You like me that much? You're willing to spend time and effort to understand the people around me. Seriously, you've only talked to me about your mother, and you still don't know who your father is?" "I don't have a photo of him." Shin immediately felt a sense of disbelief. She raised an eyebrow and glanced at the man who was focused on drying her hair. "How come there isn't even a single photo?" Fu Yuchuan paused in his movements, his thin lips remaining closed. For him, father was just a word, a stranger he had never touched, yet had never felt the warmth of. Shin looked at the man's eyes, which suddenly darkened, and suddenly understood something. She put her soft lips to the man's ear and said softly, "You don't have to say, I won't ask anymore." The man took off his glasses, his deep eyes meeting hers filled with guilt. After a long silence, he spoke again in a soft voice. "To be honest, I've never met him either, so even though I have a face that looks a lot like his, to me, he's just my biological father, but an emotional stranger." He was a guard in the castle. To put it simply, he was a bodyguard sent by Fu Yuchuan to be by my mother's side. It's basically a case of a noble princess and a commoner bodyguard falling in love. Isn't it ridiculous? Fu Yuchuan was controlling my mother in this way, yet a child of a noble and a commoner was born right under his nose. He smiled faintly in his cool voice. Such a product naturally does not meet the standards of the Gunhild family heir, but he has no choice. He only has one daughter, and his daughter is unwilling to have a relationship with other family heirs and have children. Shin listened quietly until he stopped speaking. Then she pursed her lips and asked, "So that's why you grew up with Grandpa Fu since you were little?" He listened for a long time before slowly nodding. "Yes, he opposed my mother and father being together back then, just like he opposes you now." Shin sat on the sofa, listening intently. At that moment, a thought and idea suddenly came to mind. She wondered if he rejected Chi Tian because he didn't want to be manipulated by Fu Yuchuan and follow in his mother's footsteps, or if he had truly fallen in love with her. Is his affection for her a product of his dislike of being manipulated? After all, the first time he said he liked her was after Chi Tian appeared. Shin leaned against the man's chest, raised her head slightly, pouted, and kissed the man's cold, thin lips. Suddenly, she said in a hoarse voice, "Fu Yuchuan." The man's breath hitched, and he looked at her with his pupils slightly contracted. Gunhild Castle was quiet at night, with only the sound of a strong wind blowing outside the window. The cool and gentle voice was amplified at this moment. I will make you like me even more. He tilted his head slightly, gazing into her eyes, which were like stars in the night sky, mysterious and unfathomable. Why? Shinli blushed and avoided his blatant gaze. About a minute later, her lips moved gently, because in that case, Grandpa Fu wouldn't be able to persuade you to break up with me. Fu Yuchuan's thin lips finally curved into a smile. Okay. He loves her so much that he can't bear to be apart from her now. He lowered his head and took the reddened earlobe of the woman in his arms into his mouth. He casually tossed the towel and hairdryer aside, and Shunli was held in his arms and kissed for a long time. Thinking about what almost happened on the bed just now, she didn't know where to put her hands. After a passionate and intense kiss, Fu Yuchuan looked at her with deep, melancholy eyes. I'm going to take a shower. Shunli was a little short of breath from the kiss. Her head was dizzy, and her response was vague and murky. Then I'll go to sleep first. You'll come with me to a place tomorrow. After saying that, she was about to get up and go to bed. The man behind her suddenly reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist. A deep, husky voice reached her ear. Who said you could walk? Let's shower together. The man's tone was somewhat forceful, as if there was no room for negotiation. I just took a shower. Despite her saying that, Fu Yuchuan didn't give her a chance to say no, and scooped her up from the sofa. Fu Yuchuan, put me down. This isn't the Fu residence. Don't do anything rash. The next second, he picked her up and she gasped. Before she could even kick her feet, he carried her to the cold marble countertop. She was about to get off when she said, If I wash it any more, my skin will peel. Yes, I know. He held her waist with both hands to prevent her from moving. Shinli was caught in a dilemma, stuck in the middle, and could only tightly hook her arms around his neck. Fu Yuchuan's deep eyes gleamed with desire as he captured her lips in his mouth. Her voice was even hoarser than before. Didn't you want me to like you more? Help me wash. Chapter 100. Aloof and indifferent in public, but utterly despicable in private. The next day, just as dawn broke, Shinli was awakened by a knock on the door. She frowned and shifted her body slightly, but the man beside her held her even tighter. Looking at Fu Yuchuan's aloof and ascetic profile, Shinli almost couldn't resist going up and biting his cheek hard. Last night, after drying her hair, she was about to go to bed when he pulled her into the bathroom. She didn't watch her tongue and unwittingly scolded him. She was halfway through her rant when the man kissed her without warning. He kissed her until she collapsed in the bathtub, then casually remarked, The castle has servants on night duty. He was clearly teasing her, but not satisfying her. Shinli was furious, but she couldn't win the kiss. He was shameless and satisfied himself by using his hands on her face. She couldn't bring herself to beg him, so she stayed in the bathroom until late at night. Finally, back in bed, I felt feverish all over, as if I had taken some medicine, and I tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. She bit her lip and rubbed against him in bed, and he hugged her and kissed her all he could, but he wouldn't take it any further. She didn't fall asleep until dawn. Shinli strongly suspected that this man was retaliating against her for cursing him in the bathroom. She hadn't slept long when she was woken up by a knock on the door. She pried the man's arms off her waist with both hands, and as she moved, the man's lowered eyes opened slightly. Fu Yuchuan gently stretched out his arm, his fingertips caressing her cheek, his voice lazy yet pleasant. You've been nestled in my arms all night. Do you really want it that much? Shinli was about to vomit blood. She bit the man's fingertip as soon as she opened her mouth. Someone was knocking on the door just now. If it were at the Fu residence or the Wanxiang mansion, knocking wouldn't affect her sleep at all. But this is Gunhild Castle, and she has to consider Grandpa Fu to some extent. Even though he doesn't approve of her now, leaving him with a good impression isn't a problem. Fu Yuchuan's deep eyes were fixed on her pink lips, and he felt a warm, moist sensation on his fingertips. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Let go. I'll go open the door, okay? His voice was even hoarser than before. As Shunli withdrew her lips and tongue, she ground them hard with her teeth. She said she didn't believe he could have eaten his fill by himself last night. If it were in Vientiane or the Fu residence, she would definitely be tormented all night. The person knocking on the door was a middle-aged woman from the castle. Simon, Mr. Charles is waiting for you in the study. Breakfast is ready. I'll take your wife to eat first. Fu Yuchuan nodded politely to her. Uli, I understand. As soon as she finished speaking, Shinli leaned out while washing her face, her mouth full of foam, and mumbled, Grandpa Fu got up so early? Then I have to hurry up, so as not to keep them waiting. Fu Yuchuan smiled. He doesn't have the habit of eating breakfast. I'll go to his study to find him and have Uli take you to have breakfast. Is that so? Although Shunli asked this question, her movements did not slacken at all. She looked at the man curiously. That person just called you Simon? Is that your English name? The man walked straight towards her, wet a towel, and wiped her face. Charles is Grandpa's English name. Who is Uli? She seems very close to you. Shinli didn't know why, but she was full of curiosity about everything about this man, and fortunately, he answered all her questions. Uli was a servant in the castle, and she was in charge of my daily life when I was a child. After he finished speaking, Shinli muttered softly, Does it annoy you to ask me like this? Fu Yuchuan looked down at her anxious face and smiled slightly. No. She's always been talkative, but she usually talks about her work. He was pleased that she asked him about everything in such detail. After washing up, Shinli followed the woman to the restaurant. Uli had watched Simon grow up and knew him about 70–80% of the time, but she was still shocked when she heard the news of his marriage a year ago. Now that his wife was standing beside her, she finally felt it was real. There are many beautiful women in Los Angeles, and even more beautiful women in the Gunhild family. She had worked at the castle for 40 years, and this was the first time she had ever seen such a standard Asian woman's face. She had a delicate and pretty face, with small lips that were a light pink. But the most beautiful thing about her was her pair of eyes that were always glistening with moisture, as bright as spring flowers and as beautiful as the moon. Simon is so happy to have such a beautiful wife. As they walked, Uli said, Madam, are you hungry? I had the kitchen prepare lunch for you early this morning. I hope you enjoy it. Shinli was somewhat flattered and smiled politely. Thank you. Uli's thoughtfulness towards her showed that Xiao Fu Yuchuan was being well taken care of, which warmed Shinli's heart. Uli was very kind. You're welcome. Simon told me on the plane to take good care of you during this time. After Shinli sat down at the dining table, she realized just how thoughtful Fu Yuchuan and Uli were. The table was full of her favorite foods, a small portion of which were local delicacies. Uli stood to the side serving her porridge, saying, Madam, these dishes were all made by a Chinese chef that Simon hired. Please try them and see if they suit your taste. Shinli smiled faintly. Okay, thank you, Uli. On the other side, Shun-Yi finally started eating. Sis, you got up too late. I knocked on the door several times this morning, but no one answered. Shin-Yi complained, but her tone was affectionate, making it sound like sisters teasing each other. Shinli played along, acting out their sisterly bond. If you're hungry, you can eat first. You're my sister, so Miss Chi Tian will naturally help take care of you. Although Chi Tian was someone recognized by Fu Yongqian, she still worked under Fu Yuchuan and would listen to the words of the Fu group's wife. Second miss, just tell me if you need anything. Hearing this, Shin-Yi paused for a moment, then slowly clenched her fist under the table. I'm just reminding my sister that this is Gunhild Castle. No matter how willful you are at the Shun family home or the Fu residence, you still have to follow the rules on Grandpa Fu's turf. Okay. Shinli seemed to have taken her words to heart, then blinked. I'll tell Yuchuan about this. Shinli blushed more and more as she spoke. It's a good thing you knocked on the door last night and took up some time, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get up today. Shinli spoke softly, but the people around the table heard it very clearly. A strange light flashed in Chi Tian's eyes, and her cheeks suddenly turned red to the tips of her ears. Shin-Yi's hands, which were clenched under the dining table, made a creaking sound. Don't be fooled by his abstinent and indifferent demeanor on the surface. That's only in front of outsiders. In private, his needs in that area are incredibly strong, which has been a real source of distress for me. Now that you've reminded me, I'll definitely talk to him about it, so I can get a few more days of rest. Chapter 101. Where does it hurt? I'll take you for a massage. As soon as Shunli finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. including Chi Tian and Uli who were present. Especially Chi Tian, her face was beyond red. Although she looked aloof and unapproachable, it was precisely because of this that she had not had much contact with men other than those from the Gunhild family. Fu Yuchuan could be said to be her enlightenment in matters of love. While Uli is older, her experience in this area is inversely proportional. The seemingly docile and sweet Eastern woman in front of me spoke with such boldness. "Oh dear, sister, look how red their faces are. I'm not going to talk to you about this anymore. I really did a lot last night, so I need to replenish myself." Shun-Li lowered her eyes, her hands holding the spoon covered in sweat. She gently bit her thin lips. Not to mention making Chi Tian blush, Shun-Li was also embarrassed to say such things in broad daylight. If anyone was to blame, it was Shun-Yi's mouth, always talking about poop. Shun-Yi's face darkened almost imperceptibly, and her fists clenched slowly. Seeing that Chi Tian and Uli were about to leave, she stopped pretending and immediately raised her voice. "Grandpa Fu has never approved of you from the beginning. You should know whose approval and permission I got to be here. To put it bluntly, Grandpa Fu approves of me more than you." After saying that, Shun-Yi looked at Shun-Li with a smug look on her face. "As for Brother Fu's current infatuation with you, it's only temporary. Sister Chi Tian said that he has never had any other women. If it had been someone else who married him instead of you, he would have treated that woman very well." Shun-Li paused, her hand holding the spoon still. She wondered if Fu Yuchuan had taken his medication and not come home that night, and had been with another woman. Then perhaps he would have already divorced her and was with that woman. "You're absolutely right." Shun-Li put down her spoon, rested her chin on her hand, and winked at her. "But think about it. Why did he insist on marrying me back then? Now that you think about it, he was visiting his ex-girlfriend Su Yin on set with Tang Yi, and he only caught a glimpse of me from afar. A week later, he asked me to marry him. Wouldn't that be considered love at first sight?" As Shun-Yi listened to Shun-Li's words, the corners of her lips that had been curled up gradually drooped down again. "Don't even mention now. Back then there were plenty of women chasing after him. So why did he choose me?" Shun-Li's lips curled up slightly. The wrong person, even if standing right in front of him, he will ignore. The right person, no matter how many twists and turns, will be found. "Sister, don't you think so?" After Shun-Li finished speaking, Chi Tian's expression darkened, and she turned and left. Shin-Yi's jaw bulged slightly, and she almost gritted her teeth. Shun-Li didn't react to Grandpa Fu's attitude towards her. Instead, she shifted the conversation to Fu Yuchuan. Everyone now knows that whether it's the Gunhild family or the Fu group, Fu Yuchuan is the one in charge. No matter how dissatisfied Fu Yongqian was with his granddaughter-in-law Shun-Li, he dared not say a bad word about her in front of Fu Yuchuan. He just secretly tried to put other people around him. Just like now. In the study of Gunhild Castle, Fu Yuchuan sat on the sofa, facing the elderly man sitting at the desk, his voice cold and indifferent. "What do you mean by sending Shin-Yi here?" Fu Yongqian leaned back in the soft chair, his deep voice husky. "That woman likes you too, doesn't she?" Fu Yuchuan spoke calmly. "Do you perhaps want her to be your granddaughter-in-law?" Fu Yongqian slowly laughed. "Her? She's far from the granddaughter-in-law I have in mind. But does her appearance make you feel unhappy? Just like now, you question me with your indifferent attitude." The man raised his eyes and said coldly, "Indeed, but if you do this, I might not come to Los Angeles again next year." Fu Yongqian smiled slightly. "Next year? I may not even live to see next year, so I will definitely pave the way for you and the Gunhild family while I'm still alive." "You've paved the way for my future? You mean putting women I don't like in my life? You've never been with Chi Tian, so how do you know you won't like her? Besides, I never intended for you to fall in love with her. Your birth duty was to protect the Gunhild family for me, and my current duty is to help you choose a capable and reliable assistant." Fu Yuchuan sat opposite the old man. Upon hearing this, he curled his thin lips into a cold smile. "Unfortunately, I am not your puppet, nor is the Gunhilder family my shackle. If I cannot be with the woman I love, then as a man, I would be a complete failure." Fu Yongqian clenched his fists tightly, and his dark, inky eyes sent shivers down one's spine and filled one with dread. The moment Chi Tian pushed open the door, she witnessed this scene. She took a few steps back and stood respectfully outside the door. Fu Yongxian chuckled slowly and hoarsely. Then try it, and see if you can protect her with your current power. The man stopped in his tracks as he turned around, returning the same smile to him. Then you can try it too. What changes will occur in the Gunhilder family if you touch her? After Fu Yuchuan left, the study, which had been filled with a depressing atmosphere, gradually returned to normal. Chi Tian slowly walked inside. Looking into the angry eyes of the elderly man opposite her, she pursed her lips and said cautiously, "Mr. Fu, your birthday invitation list is longer than in previous years." Fu Yongxian's anger subsided somewhat. This year, Yuchuan brought his wife here so that people from other families in Los Angeles could see what a wonderful wife he has married. The old man had a smile on his lips, but it was strangely frightening. Chi Tian hesitated to say what she wanted to say. That woman named Shun Yi, didn't she say she had a video and wanted to exchange it with me? Go get it. Fu Yongxian spoke slowly and deliberately, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Chi Tian finally spoke up. I just overheard Madam's conversation. She doesn't seem like the kind of woman who would betray President Fu. Does it matter whether it has been done or not, or whether it has already been done? Chi Tian's heart tightened for some reason, but she still continued. Then what do you mean, Mr. Fu? On my birthday, all the people from high society in the world will come. My goal is to humiliate her. Can someone as proud and arrogant as her tolerate being trampled on like this? She and Yuchuan are from two different worlds. They are not suitable for each other and should not be together. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shun Yi was speechless after being rebuked, and she vented all her anger on the tableware. The sound of porcelain colliding with metal was unusually jarring. Shin Li quickly finished her breakfast, wiped her mouth, and said to Uli with a blush, Yuchuan told me this morning that there is a hot spring in the backyard. My body is very sore right now, so I'll soak in it properly when I get back tonight. Uli smiled and nodded. Yes, madam, I will help you and Simon prepare. Shin Yi's face turned black with anger, so angry that she felt like vomiting up the beef she had just eaten. Where does it hurt? Shall I take you to get a massage? Suddenly, a clear, slightly hoarse voice reached my ears. Shin Li turned around and saw Fu Yuchuan standing behind her at some point. Chapter 102. Shall we go through the back door? How about it? Shin Li thought that Fu Yuchuan had overheard her words, and her face immediately turned red. You finished talking with Grandpa Fu? Was breakfast good? It's delicious. Do you want some? If not, I'd like to go for a walk. Shin Li just wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible, afraid that Fu Yuchuan would ask about her conversation with Shin Yi. The man reached out and patted her head. Where do you want to go? Shin Li didn't answer directly, blushing as she took his arm. Let's go back to the room and change our clothes first. The man didn't say anything more. Where they went didn't matter. He found it amusing to just stand there and stare at each other. Sis, where are you going? I want to go too. Shin Yi suddenly stood up and said, Miss Shin Yi, if you wish to go out, you can have Miss Chi Tian accompany you, or you can have one of the castle's servants accompany you. Sister Chi Tian is very busy, and I don't want to bother her. Shin Yi looked at Uli with a wronged expression. The castle is full of blonde, blue-eyed women, and I don't have anything in common with them. It's all right. There are escort services in Los Angeles too, Uli patiently explained. I can help you find Asian women. Oh dear, this is too much trouble. I just want to be with my sister. She's so busy working in Suzhou all the time. Now that she's finally come to Los Angeles, what's wrong with me going shopping with her? Uli was speechless. We were just waiting for Shin Li to speak. Shin Li's expression stiffened for a moment, but when she spoke, she nodded and said, Okay. Anyway, you've never been to Los Angeles before. Shin Yi was surprised that she agreed so readily. Apart from being a little taken aback, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Only at Gunhild Castle would Shin Li make concessions. A hint of smugness flashed across Shin Yi's delicate face as she turned to Fu Yuchuan. Brother Fu, I'm going to change my clothes. You and my sister wait for me here. Fu Yuchuan's handsome brows were furrowed deeply, his gaze fixed on Shin Li, without ever glancing at her. Shin Yi stood frozen in place, then turned around and went back to her bedroom to change her clothes. After leaving the restaurant, Shin Li saw the man next to her take out his phone, his voice cold and somewhat melancholic. Back up the phone. Return to Suzhou in an hour. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Something happened to the Fu group. Are you going back? Shinli was taken aback. Fu Yuchuan's deep eyes were fixed on her. A moment later, his long arms pulled her into his warm embrace, and then a vibration came from his chest as he said in a low, deep voice, "If you can't be yourself here, then go back to Suzhou." Shinli immediately understood that he was referring to what had just happened. She did make concessions, but she didn't feel wronged. She just treated Shun-Yi like air. Just as she was about to say that, the man spoke again. "In the first place, I didn't bring you here to gain his approval. Like you said, you wanted to see me as a child, and I just wanted to bring you to participate in my childhood life. Now that we've seen it, we can go back." Shinli paused for a moment, reached into his pocket and touched his phone, then said with a smile, "Cancel it. I'm not going back. Although I'm trying my best to make a good impression on Grandpa Fu, I won't compromise myself. Agreeing to let Shun-Yi come along is also to let her see how we get along, so that she can end her feelings for you sooner." She blinked at the man. "Or do you want Shun-Yi to be around you all the time, calling you Brother Fu?" Shinli pouted, looking at Fu Yuchuan with a jealous expression. The man reached out and touched her puffed-up cheeks, his tone indifferent. "Aren't you upset?" "No, but I don't want her to come along." "That's easy." Shinli tiptoed and whispered in his ear, "How about we go through the back door?" Fu Yuchuan's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed a little, and his tone was calm with a hint of a smile. "Okay, go through the back door." After Shun-Yi changed her clothes and returned to the living room, Luli told her that Shinli had left with Fu Yuchuan. Shun-Yi had never been played like this in her life. She had changed into an out-of-season runway coat, hoping to impress Fu Yuchuan. Shinli followed Fu Yuchuan as they drove out of the castle from the backyard. After the car had driven for a while, Shinli looked at the man and said in a coquettish tone, "I don't want to ride in the car. How about we get out and walk around?" The man chuckled softly. "There's heating in the car. It'll be cold when you get out." "No, I'm wearing a coat, and it's only a little colder than in Suzhou." She shook his arm, her voice soft and sweet. "Hurry up, Fu Yuchuan." He could never refuse her, especially when she was being coquettish. Finally, unable to resist her coaxing, he parked the car on the side of the road, took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders, saying, "Wear my clothes." She looked up. "Then what are you going to wear?" "I'm not cold, you can put it on." She took the man's coat and couldn't help but purse her lips. It was so wide and long. "Shinli, I'll still wear mine. If I'm cold, I'll hold your hand." She ultimately declined, and after Fu Yuchuan got out of the car and put on his clothes, she took his hand. The man glanced down at her, put her hand in his coat pocket, and smiled faintly. "Is it comfortable?" It's warm and comfortable." Fu Yuchuan looked down into her eyes, which shone like stars, and smiled tenderly with doting affection. "Where do you want to go?" Her voice lowered slightly, with a barely perceptible hint of probing. "I brought out a picture of your mother." The man's expression didn't change, but his gaze towards her deepened. I noticed that the edges of the photo are yellowed. It's going to fall apart if it's not framed." "It's still viewable. There's a larger one in Gunhild Castle, so it's all right." The man spoke in a calm tone, as if he were talking about something that had nothing to do with him. But Shinli knew clearly that the man who sat on the sofa last night, stroking that yellowed photo, was none other than him. Chapter 103 Divorce Me? Who would want you? That was the first time Shun-Li had ever seen Fu Yuchuan like this. She thought that perhaps the castle had stirred up his long-forgotten memories. Is that photo with yellowed edges because he takes it out to look at it every time he goes back to Los Angeles? The woman's soft voice rang very close to his ear. "I know that making this decision on my own will make you unhappy, but I know that more than you hating me, I want your mother to stay with you forever." Fu Yuchuan looked down at her head, which was lowered in nervousness, and the corners of his lips curved slightly upward, indicating his response. He gazed at her for a long time before finally speaking softly. "Why do I feel like you've been treating me better and better lately?" She raised her tense little face and saw the corners of his lips curving upwards. His pursed lips slowly parted. "Grandpa Fu has chosen an excellent wife for you, so I naturally feel a bit threatened." Fu Yuchuan knew that she was just making things up. His heart had always been with her, and no one could sway her. He parted his thin lips slightly. Then let's have a child. Once the deed is done, no matter how much Fu Yongqian objects, he has to consider the child's well-being. Why are you in such a hurry to have a child? What if I change my mind one day and want a divorce? I won't be able to bring myself to do it after having a child. The man's deep eyes narrowed. Then he slowly smiled. If you divorce me, who would want you? He said it casually, but if you think about it carefully, if they really got divorced, her biggest title would probably be the ex-wife of the president of the Fu Group. Not only would no one dare to pursue her, but her job would also be affected. This man really tied her up tightly. Shin frowned. Marrying him was truly an invisible burden. I feel like I'm at a disadvantage marrying you. I have no way out. She linked arms with the man and said with a haughty expression, unlike you, even if you divorce me, you'll still be the president of the Fu Group, and women will still be rushing to your door. Fu Yuchuan glanced at her and unconsciously flicked her forehead. You actually thought about it. Shin, wasn't it him who first said that no one dared to want her? That's so unfair. Shin pouted. You flicked my forehead and it's all swollen. How am I supposed to take pictures later? Before she could finish speaking, the man beside her stopped and carefully examined her small face. What kind of photos are you taking? Reaching the very end of the street, Shin finally spotted a retro-style photo studio run by Chinese people, and a radiant smile spread across her red lips. She led the man inside, asking, have you ever taken photo booth pictures with other women? Fu Yuchuan's voice was indifferent. No. Then let's take a set of photos. Ask the boss to frame your mom's photo. After Shin finished speaking, she turned around and handed the photo to the shop owner. After saying that, she pushed the man into the cramped space. Hurry up and go in. Fu Yuchuan let her push him, his voice seemingly tinged with amusement. You seem very skilled. Have you taken photos with other men before? Okay. It was filming. The year I debuted, I came to Los Angeles with the crew, and we filmed here. Upon hearing this, the man's upturned lips paused for a moment. Then his smile deepened. After leaving the photo studio, the two figures slipped into a tavern. Shin took Fu Yuchuan's arm, looked up at him, and said, Grandpa Fu seems to really enjoy drinking. Fu Yuchuan's voice was gentle. You've observed quite carefully. He does drink a little wine. I saw him drinking a lot during dinner last night. While drinking alcohol is generally bad for your health, fine wines can be beneficial. However, she wouldn't choose, and Fu Yuchuan didn't have the habit of drinking. She blinked. How about we go in and ask the owner to help us choose? Fu Yuchuan's lips curled slightly. I underestimated your man. Men of this age, even if they don't drink alcohol, still do a lot of business at drinking parties, so they know a bit about it. Fu Yuchuan took Shin Li's hand and walked to the wine shop counter. He asked the sales clerk in fluent American English, do you still have red wine from Bordeaux or Napa Valley, California? As soon as the man finished speaking, a familiar male voice suddenly came from inside the room. Speaking fluent English, he said, yes, I'll take all of these. Please deliver them to my residence. Shin was instantly drawn to the voice and tiptoed to look into the house. She saw Ji Jinghe walking out in a black overcoat. The moment their eyes met, the man was also stunned. She was surprised. Senior Ji, what are you doing here? Shin suddenly remembered the phone call Ji Jinghe made to her that night, asking if she was going abroad. And then, of all things, we ran into each other right here. Obviously, the possibility of it being a coincidence is unlikely. Seeing her suspicious expression, Ji Jinghe raised an eyebrow slightly. So you took time off work to go on your honeymoon with your husband in Los Angeles? Shin Li's face flushed red, and she twitched her lips. Senior Ji, please don't tease me. Aren't you the same? Ji Jinghe raised his cool eyebrows and looked at her quietly. Just then, the receptionist approached Fu Yuchuan apologetically. Sir, the wine you ordered has been reserved by this gentleman. The next batch is expected to arrive next week. Chapter 104. Fu Yuchuan is jealous and angry. Shin Li's gaze immediately fell on Ji Jinghe, her eyes pleading, Senior Ji, I can. Before he could even voice his request, Fu Yuchuan coldly said, no need. After saying that, Fu Yuchuan took her hand and walked into the bar, leaving Ji Jinghe, who was standing outside the hall, out of his mind. Shin Li had no idea what Fu Yuchuan meant by no need, or why he brought her in. The owner of the tavern was clearly familiar with him, and upon seeing Fu Yuchuan's visit, he quickly got up to greet him. The boss was French, with slightly wavy, light brown hair. He looked to be between 5 and 6 years old, and had the air of a businessman. The wine shop was very spacious, with the aroma of wine wafting through the air. There were more than 10 shelves inside, displaying famous wines from all over the world. Shun idly watched from inside the room, while Fu Yuchuan spoke with the boss alone. Just then, Ji Jinghe walked in from outside. The man's long, handsome hand gently stroked her hair, and Shun reflexively took a half-step back. While talking to his boss, Fu Yuchuan glanced at this scene, and his smile suddenly faded. Senior Ji. Shun stopped pretending and directly asked the question that had been bothering her. You called me that night to ask if I was going abroad for vacation. Is that just a coincidence? Ji Jinghe was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. That's true. I was planning to ask you to hang out in Los Angeles, but unfortunately. The man looked at Fu Yuchuan's figure and shrugged. A few seconds later, he said jokingly, You don't think I have a crush on you and deliberately followed you here, do you? Shun seemed to have her secrets exposed, and she suddenly coughed. Seeing her like this, Ji Jinghe laughed again. He lowered his head and parted his thin, handsome lips slightly. Didn't you want wine? Call me brother, and I'll give it to you. Even though Shun had known him for quite some time, and Ji Jinghe was indeed a decent person in her impression, she couldn't bring herself to call him brother, her face turning even redder. From Fu Yuchuan's perspective, Shun lowered her head and bit her lip, as if she were shy. He shrugged off his boss, strode forward, his knuckles cracking, and asked in a chilling voice, What are you doing? Compared to his anger, Ji Jinghe was much calmer. Your man seems very angry. I'll be going now. Contact me if you need anything. Fu Yuchuan gave a cold laugh. I've already gotten the wine from the boss. I don't need to contact you. All right, you can contact me if you have any emotional needs. I'm always here for you, Sister Shun. Before Ji Jinghe could finish speaking, the tall, aloof man had already pulled Shun around and strode outside. Fu Yuchuan's face was almost ashen, and the anger on his face was clearer than ever before. A sharp pain shot through her wrist, which was gripped tightly by the man. She stopped and met the man's dark eyes as he turned his head. His deep brown eyes, like burning red flames, stared at her, his jawline taut. Shun had never seen him like this before. In public, he always appeared indifferent and aloof. The last time he got angry was when she was being harassed by the boss of an advertising company, and that's when he hit her. The throbbing pain in her wrist reminded her that the man in front of her was angry. She looked up and met the man's deep eyes, saying with a hint of grievance, You're hurting me so much. Fu Yuchuan looked at her with a cold glint in his eyes. But he still let go of her hand, pressing down on her waist with one hand, and Shun was caught off guard and bumped into the man's arms. She looked up, somewhat stunned. She had only exchanged a few pleasantries with Ji Jinghe and hadn't agreed to his request to call her brother. But the man's reaction was as if she were cheating on him and flirting with her secret lover. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? He didn't say a word, his face buried in her neck, his breath tickling her. Shin secretly glanced at Fu Yuchuan's profile and noticed that his jawline was taut, making him look very sharp. She pursed her lips and asked hesitantly, Why are you so angry? The man didn't respond and released her embrace, but Shun Li's hand was held tightly by the man. Once back in the car, Fu Yuchuan didn't say a single word to her. Even the driver, who was waiting inside the car, was ushered out and given her a dismissive glance. Get in the car. She leaned closer, cautiously probing. I saw you talking to the boss. I only asked him a few questions. I didn't do anything else. The man's long, slender fingers gripped the steering wheel, but he remained silent. Chapter 105. Even if you're still angry, I don't even want to kiss your forehead. Shun sat back down, bit her lip, looking aggrieved and confused. Are we going back? I'd like to get something to eat. Fu Yuchuan then turned his head and glanced at her indifferently. Fasten your seatbelt. The man spoke, and Shun naturally wouldn't let the opportunity pass. She leaned closer to him again, saying, My hand hurts so much, can you tie it for me? Fu Yuchuan stared ahead, and only after hearing the woman's soft whisper did his deep, cold eyes slowly fall on her. The woman's slender, fair wrists were marked with faint red marks from his force. Shinli could clearly see the rise and fall of his chest as he took a deep breath. Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curved into a faint smile, a half-smile playing on his lips, and he said, "Should I call your brother Ji to come over?" Shinli. The man said this, but his body betrayed him as he leaned closer. She stared at his long, slender fingers and let out a soft snort from her nose. "Are you planning to label me as an adulterer?" She had already explained everything clearly, yet he still made sarcastic and open remarks. He clearly has more female admirers, with one woman after another surrounding him. She should be the one who's angry, even though she's gotten used to it now. After Fu Yuchuan helped her fasten her seatbelt, he fell silent again. Shinli sat steadily in the passenger seat, her expression a mix of helplessness and a touch of coldness. "I'm hungry. Take me to eat. If you don't want to eat out, you can go back first. I'll go back by myself." The man sat in the driver's seat and remained silent for half a second. Then he spoke casually. "What do you want to eat?" Shinli, "Whatever." Even if the most delicious food were placed in front of her now, she wouldn't have any appetite. The scenery of Los Angeles streets came into view in a flash. The interior of the car was eerily quiet. She didn't speak, and he became even quieter. When Fu Yuchuan doesn't speak, it means he's thinking or spacing out. When Shinli doesn't speak, it means she's just sulking. She really couldn't wrap her head around it. Just a moment ago she was happily choosing a gift for Grandpa Fu, but now she was staring at him speechlessly, just like when they were newly married. However, upon closer reflection, Shinli realized that if a woman were to pester Fu Yuchuan to call her sister, she might go berserk. Thinking about it this way, I suddenly understood the man's feelings. The black luxury car stopped in front of a French restaurant. Shinli bit her lip, took his hand, squeezed his cold knuckles, pouted and looked aggrieved. "Did you quit your job to come to Los Angeles with me? Are you planning to ignore me for the next few days?" Fu Yuchuan paused, his hand about to retract. He lifted his eyes and glanced at her indifferently. "That guy surnamed Ji called you, but you didn't tell me." Shinli. She wrapped her arms around the man's waist, nuzzled her head against his chest, and acted like a kitten, saying, "If I have to report to him for even normal contact, I think that's even more abnormal. Besides, you're so busy with work. If I tell you everything, your brain can't process it all. Won't you go crazy?" Fu Yuchuan instinctively reached out to stroke her face, but stopped abruptly the moment he raised his hand. "Are you crazy?" He felt like he was going crazy. He knew, of course, that she wouldn't betray him, let alone develop feelings for other male actors. Otherwise, they wouldn't be together now. However, the thought of her looking at Ji Jinghe with such a shy and demure expression just now stirred a nameless fire of jealousy within him. These emotions have never occurred before. Even when she was in Jiangbei City, having meals with him privately, he never felt this urge to tear her apart and destroy her. At that time, he was only afraid that she would be used by Jiang Beicheng, out of a sense of protection and also out of a possessive desire for a man. But now, he doesn't even have the ability to control his emotions, and he doesn't know why. When did this feeling begin? Probably the night I told her I liked her. Seeing Fu Yuchuan's furrowed brows, Shinli slightly raised her waist, leaned forward, and kissed his forehead. "With your stinky face, I can't even eat." As Fu Yuchuan felt the woman's delicate lips and coquettish tone, his cold and stern face finally softened slightly. Without her noticing, he raised his hand and pressed the button to close the car window. Fu Yuchuan lowered his head, a faint smile appearing on his tightly pursed lips, his voice hoarse and deep. "Just a kiss on the forehead?" Shinli was startled. She looked up and saw that the car windows were completely dark, cutting her off from the outside world. She said with a face full of grievance and pride, "If you keep getting angry like this, I don't even want to kiss your forehead." Shinli pouted and got up to open the door and get out of the car. But before she could even touch the car body, Fu Yuchuan grabbed her waist and made her fall onto him. Fu Yuchuan pressed her into his arms, her round, full buttocks pressed tightly against his thighs. He looked at her round, chubby face, which resembled a pufferfish, and smiled faintly. "So, whose face do you want to kiss?" Shinli gave a soft snort. I won't allow it." The man didn't give her a chance to speak. He lifted her chin with his long fingers and kissed her full lips fiercely. She had only intended to kiss the wrinkles on his forehead, but a tentative kiss turned into an ambiguous and lingering one. As the kiss ended, Shinli was about to catch her breath when Fu Yuchuan's hand was still gripping her chin, preventing her from leaving. He kissed her cheek intermittently, leaving her feeling warm and wet. A deep, slightly aggressive voice whispered in her ear, "After returning to Suzhou, clearly reject him." Shinli knew, of course, who this he referred to. But Ji Jinghe never said he liked me. In spite of... Oh, okay. After a few seconds of silence, Fu Yuchuan said calmly, "Unwilling." "Huh? I didn't. You sound very unhappy." Shinli looked at him, not angry, but just found it a little funny. He and I are colleagues. If we talk things out, it will be very awkward when we're filming together in the future. For example, can you clearly refuse Qi Tian and sever ties with her? How could she have ever thought this man was both intelligent and emotionally intelligent? Fu Yuchuan lowered his head and kissed her smiling face. "Yes, that's what I've always done. I made it clear to Fu Yongqian this morning that I won't be with Qi Tian." He looked at her slightly stunned expression and said, "If you don't believe me, I won't let Qi Tian go back to Suzhou." Shinli looked at him. Her heart skipped a beat. Although she knew he always kept clear boundaries in matters of men and women. But he never imagined that he would go against Grandpa Fu's wishes and say he would reject Qi Tian in front of him. Perhaps from the very beginning, he never intended for Qi Tian to return to Suzhou. He acknowledged her existence in front of the only blood relative he had in the world. No sweet words could compare. The man's intense gaze was fixed on her, his deep eyes filled with dominance and possessiveness. Shinli sighed inwardly, a mixture of compromise and soft-heartedness. In the past, she wouldn't have done these things because it was unnecessary. Since he cared, it wouldn't hurt to draw a clear line. Men, it seems, also need to be coaxed. She took out her phone, found Ji Jinghe's WeChat, and typed a line of text with her slender, fair hand. Fu Yuchuan watched her quietly until her fingertips were about to press the send button. The man reached out, snatched the phone from her hand, and then suddenly pushed her against the car door, his hot chest pressed against her softness. Shin Li's body stiffened slightly, and just as she looked up, she was met by a pair of extremely deep eyes. "You took my phone. How am I supposed to send it to him now?" "No need to send it. You told me to send it. Didn't you say that it would be awkward to get along with each other in the future?" Shinli looked at him quietly, staring at his handsome face for a long time, and suddenly laughed. "You asked me to send it, but then you said I didn't need to. I've noticed that you're acting just like a little girl now. So awkward." Chapter 106, I'll give you 100 million, leave Fu Yuchuan. The man's long, slender hands held the woman's fair, soft hands against the car window, their silhouettes faintly visible through the glass, while outside lay the bustling streets of Los Angeles. After kissing for a while, Shin Li's lips went numb. "Okay, I'm hungry. You didn't eat this morning either. Get out of the car and have some food." He looked down at her shy, feminine appearance and kissed her lips again. As he pulled away, he said in a low, deep voice, "Let's have a child." Shin Li's hen was not surprised by those words, because this wasn't the first time the man had brought it up. But they were more earnest and devout than ever before. Not only was the timing inappropriate, but who discusses such issues in broad daylight on the street? She unbuckled her seatbelt, retrieved her phone from the back seat, and then turned to give the man a deep look. A few seconds later, a faint smile appeared on her face. To be honest, she couldn't imagine what it would be like for this aloof and unapproachable man to become a stay-at-home dad. Even just thinking about the scene of him holding a baby in his arms makes me laugh. She didn't agree, so he naturally didn't press her further. She had worked so hard to get to where she was now, so why was he so selfish as to make her stop? Dishes were served one after another in the private room. Shin Li was starving. She had been getting hungry easily lately, and then felt sleepy after eating. After the waiter served all the dishes, Shin Li ate a few bites, and then mumbled while biting her chopsticks. "If I had a child like you, I would have to deal with a grumpy face every day. If I had a child like you, I wouldn't be able to appease you enough." Fu Yuchuan stared at her cheeks, which were stuffed with food. He smiled and said calmly, "When have I ever asked you to coax me? But I would rather have a child like you." Shin Li bit her chopsticks, paused for a few seconds, and said, "How can you have whatever you want? My belly isn't a wishing well. Is she against having children with him? Actually, no. It's more fear than rejection, and within that fear, there's a mixture of expectation. Having a child would make their marriage more stable, and she was tempted by that too. After all, she wanted to be with him forever. The man noticed a slight change in her and gazed at her intently. Shinli glanced up at him at the same time. The young woman smiled, her eyes crinkling. Fu Yuchuan's thin lips moved slightly. What are you laughing at? Shinli shook her head, biting her chopsticks. Women are emotional, and their thoughts can change depending on their environment. She was just thinking that it might not be so bad to continue living with this man. Grandpa Fu's opposition only fueled her inexplicable determination to be with him. She pursed her lips and picked up the shrimp the man had peeled for her. After a day of exploring, they returned to Gunhild Castle at 9 o'clock in the evening. Shunli was a little too full from eating outside and couldn't sleep in bed, while Fu Yuchuan was dealing with work matters. Seeing that he was very busy, Shunli didn't disturb him. She quietly went out and gently closed the door. Gunhild Castle is very large, and she hadn't yet found her way around to a familiar place, so after wandering around downstairs, she unknowingly found herself in the inner hall of the castle. As soon as Shunli entered, she saw Fu Yongqian sitting in the center of the sofa from afar. She hesitated for a few seconds, and the old man happened to look up in her direction. Grandpa Fu. Shunli walked up to him and greeted him gently. Fu Yongqian showed no surprise at Shunli's arrival. Instead, a hint of mockery appeared on his aged face as he coldly glanced at her. Where's Yuchuan? Didn't he come with you? Yuchuan is working. I came down to digest my food. Shunli walked over. Is there something you need to sit here for? Fu Yongqian was used to the quiet, and he wasn't used to having people around. He frowned and said in a lukewarm tone, Have some wine. Yuchuan said you went out to buy wine today. Shunli quickly took the wine from the wine rack and took 2 glasses, saying, Yes, this wine was personally selected for you by Yuchuan. What? You drink too? Fu Yongqian raised an eyebrow as he watched her take 2 wine glasses. I don't like having anyone with me. You can leave now that you've poured the wine. If you weren't Fu Yuchuan's grandfather, Shunli would have grown wings and flown away long ago. Okay, then I'll help you sober up. It's too late, so I'll pour you a little less. Shunli twisted open the wine bottle with practiced ease, and the liquid slowly poured down the side of the glass. Fu Yongqian glanced at her abruptly and said calmly, I was told by others that Yuchuan's wife is a lady from a prominent family in Suzhou. Grandpa Fu, are you implying that some well-bred young lady is familiar with drinking culture? That's right. Qi Tian doesn't understand these things. Shunli smiled faintly, her expression completely honest as to why Grandpa Fu had deliberately compared her to Qi Tian. I've never been a so-called lady from a respectable family. I've been exposed to these drinking cultures since I was a child, and my work still involves them. But there's nothing to hide. Fu Yongqian slowly sipped the red wine, savoring its rich and sweet aroma. After a while, Shunli had forgotten that Fu Yongqian had said he didn't like drinking with others, so she poured wine into another empty glass. So, someone like you isn't suitable for Yuchuan. Fu Yongqian frowned suddenly as he watched her action. Shunli picked up her wine glass and took a sip. I know. You're quite honest, he sneered. I knew from the beginning that we weren't a good match. Shunli looked directly into his eyes, showing no sign of backing down. But I like him now and have no intention of letting go. Please respect his feelings. Respect? Who gave you the audacity to boss me around? Fu Yongqian's face immediately turned cold, as if a sore spot had been hit. Shunli tightened her grip on the wine glass, but her clear eyes remained fixed on him. Yuchuan told me a lot of things. I know you have high hopes for him, and have been raising him as the heir of the Gunhild family since he was a child. He also listens to you and does everything you want. Yes, you know that much. He is the heir of the Gunhild family, my most valued grandson. And you are just a young lady from a prominent family in Sioux City. What right do you have to stand by his side? Without his protection, I could make you disappear as easily as crushing an ant. Fu Yongqian's last shred of composure was shattered by Shun Li's words of respect. That was the resistance and struggle of a dying man. Shunli looked at the old man's face full of anger, but there was no retreat or fear as she had expected. Have you ever thought about why someone like him would like me and be willing to give up his position as the heir to Gunhilder? I don't know what methods you use to bewitch Yuchuan, but your tricks are nothing but smoke and mirrors. Men of the Gunhild family will not be devoted to just one woman. Fu Yongqian's angry eyes flashed with a hint of surprise at the same time. Qi Tian had never disobeyed him like this woman. If this is the woman Mikawa loves, it's hardly respectable. I know him very well, but since Grandpa Fu insists on saying so, let's just wait for that day to come. Shinli suddenly realized that Fu Yuchuan was right. Fu Yongqian had a prejudice against her from the beginning, so how could he be moved by her words? She did not come here to have a good argument. As she left, Shinli still wore a polite smile. Fu Yongqian watched her retreating figure, his deep voice resonating. 100 million. I'll give you 100 million. Divorce him. This money will be deposited into your account in 5 minutes. It includes the house you want. No, if I'm not mistaken, you're a rising star in Suzhou. Leave Yuchuan, and I'll introduce you to Hollywood connections. You'll have all the Best Actress awards you want. Chapter 107. You fell in love with her? Shinli paused, turned her head, and smiled faintly at him. 100 million is a large sum of money, and I am indeed very tempted. However, some things cannot be measured by money. For example, even though you are the head of one of the 3 major families in Los Angeles, you still drink to drown your sorrows late at night. Why am I like this? It's all because of you. Fu Yongqian swept his hand, and the wine bottles on the table shattered on the floor. The crimson liquid reflected the opulent gilded decor, but at this moment, it seemed incredibly ironic, just like the arrogance of the Gunhilder family in the eyes of outsiders, slowly rotting inside. If it's because of me, I'm sorry, but I can't separate from Mikawa right now. Call her selfish for enjoying the sweetness the man created for her, or call her a fake savior with a false sense of self, but she can't let go of his hand now, just like he was powerless when he watched his mother being imprisoned in Gunhild Castle as a child. It's not your fault, you don't need to apologize. Suddenly, a cold and indifferent voice came from behind. Shinli turned around and found that Fu Yuchuan had also come down from the room at some point. She didn't know how long he had been standing there, or whether he had heard the conversation just now. Upon hearing Fu Yuchuan's voice, Fu Yongqian suddenly looked up. The man was wearing gray pajamas, unlike his usual neat suit. It was obvious that he had come downstairs without changing his clothes after noticing Shinli leave the room. No wonder she dared to yell at me here. Look at how you've spoiled her. Fu Yongqian was furious when he saw Fu Yuchuan's nervous expression. Fu Yuchuan walked over, his voice indifferent. From the beginning, I was the one who was pestering her, and now I'm the one who's unwilling to let her go. If you have a problem, just come at me. I think you're bewitched. You've given up a year-long collaboration with the Li family for this woman. Let's see how far you're willing to go for her. Upon hearing Fu Yongqian's words, Shin Li's pupils constricted as she looked at the man. Fu Yuchuan walked over expressionlessly and calmly took the woman's hand. It's fine if you don't like the Li family's daughter. She's been spoiled by the Li family since she was a child and is not fit to be the wife of the heir of Gunhilder. But Qi Tian is the most suitable candidate for you, whom I have carefully selected. Who knew that you secretly found a woman in Suzhou and got married? Yuchuan, don't tell me that you have fallen in love with her. Fu Yuchuan's eyes were as black as ink as he coldly looked at Fu Yongqian's position, his face full of indifference. His deep voice was gentle and tinged with a hint of amusement. If that's the case, so what? Upon hearing this, Fu Yongqian flew into a rage. He swept the wine glasses off the table and could only pick up the wine bottle in front of him and throw it heavily towards Fu Yuchuan's position. Before Shin Li could react to the conversation between the two, she was suddenly splashed with red wine. Faced with the loud noise, she instinctively closed her eyes. Fu Yuchuan grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. Fu Yongqian glared at Fu Yuchuan, his gaze falling on the woman in his arms. His eyes narrowed, and he said through gritted teeth, enunciating each word clearly, "You've fallen in love with her?" Shin Li's heart skipped a beat. What? Does Fu Yuchuan love her? Just as her slightly parted lips were about to close, Fu Yuchuan pulled her behind him, his deep, cold voice saying, "Are you surprised? Or do you think I've been completely tamed by you since I was a child and become a puppet of the Gunhilder family? My life, who I choose, has never required anyone's interference. If I really listened to you, I wouldn't have established the Fu group in New York. Fu Yongqian had never felt this uneasy sense of losing control before. He frowned and said coldly, "Fine, since you've said so, don't regret it. Let's see if you can protect the woman you love with your current strength." Fu Yuchuan didn't respond, but turned to look at Shun Li, gently stroking her face. "Were you splashed with any shards?" She shook her head. "I'm fine. I'll just take a shower when I get back." "Okay, I'll go back with you." Fu Yuchuan turned to look at the old man sitting in the center, his voice indifferent and distant. "I'll have someone come and clean up. Please be careful of the broken pieces on the floor." After saying that, Fu Yuchuan led Shun Li out of the front hall. Fu Yongqian sat in the front hall, coldly watching the two figures disappear into the night. Fu Yuchuan said he loved her. A strange feeling suddenly arose in Shun Li's heart, because she had never imagined hearing the words, "I love you," from this man. She used to only wonder why he could sleep with her, but couldn't say he liked her. After learning about his upbringing and family from him, I no longer had this doubt. It would be strange if a man like him constantly talked about liking and loving someone. Nevertheless, when those three words, which sounded like those words, were heard coming from the man's mouth, a surge of excitement was inevitable. But precisely because of this, if her appearance causes him to have an uncontrollable argument with his only relative in the world, she can't help but feel sad. Although Fu Yuchuan appeared indifferent to Fu Yongqian, his final words of advice betrayed him. But she could never become the person Fu Yongqian was satisfied with, nor could she be a qualified wife for the heir of Gunhild. She was just Shin Li, so insignificant as to be nothing but dust. Why is it that there is no perfect solution in this world? Seeing the faint glimmer in her eyes, Fu Yuchuan put down the pajamas he had found for her, looked at her calmly, and said, "Come here." Shin Li was lost in thought when she heard his name and suddenly came back to her senses, walking towards him. Perhaps noticing her slightly furrowed brows, Fu Yuchuan pulled her into his arms, his words carrying a warning tone. "Don't meet with him alone in the future, understand?" Shin Li gave a faint smile, tilted her head back, and said to him, "Did you find your pajamas? I want to take a shower and then go to sleep." Aside from a hint of weariness, the woman's expression was otherwise normal. She didn't seem frightened. Fu Yuchuan lowered his eyes and stared intently at her expression. "Shall I carry you inside?" Her face flushed slightly, and after a long while, she nodded gently. The man reached out and picked her up, holding her tightly as if he wanted to crush her and embed her into his bones. Shin Li's chest suddenly felt both painful and itchy. "It hurts so much. You scratched my hand this morning, and now you're trying to break my ribs." Although she said it jokingly, Fu Yuchuan immediately relaxed a bit, gently lifted her onto the bathtub, and then prepared to run the water. Shin Li immediately stopped him. "You can go out now. I can do it myself." As he spoke, she was tying her hair with a hair tie, and her expression remained normal. He gave a faint hum. Nevertheless, Fu Yuchuan still helped her adjust the water temperature. The moment the bathroom door closed, Shun Li's tense chest deflated like a balloon, and she let out a deep sigh of relief. Before tonight, she had been hoping that Fu Yongqian would change his opinion of her, including but not limited to agreeing to let Qi Tian stay in the Fu group. But everything that happened tonight made her false magnanimity seem ridiculous. Although Fu Yuchuan's attitude was already very clear, she was still caught in a vortex of guilt. What would have happened if they hadn't met each other? He is still the president of the Fu group, or perhaps he has become the heir to Gunhild, or perhaps he has married Qi Tian or a woman like Qi Tian. And she. The water temperature in the bathtub was very comfortable, and after soaking for a while, Shin Li felt a little sleepy. She was genuinely exhausted, both physically and mentally. But even when soaking in the water, I couldn't fall asleep. The entire bathroom was filled with a faint masculine scent, which made me feel at ease and nostalgic. I soaked for a while, but I don't know how long. Shin Li was suddenly awakened by a nightmare. In her dream, she didn't know what time it was, but the location was so clear. One evening, she sat on the sofa in the Vientiane mansion, raised her eyes, and said "divorce" to the man who came to her with a blank expression. The man wasn't furious as expected. He simply stepped forward and kissed the corner of her moist eye. "If doing this makes you happy, I agree." Suddenly, countless scenes appeared before my eyes. She dreamt that Fu Yuchuan was embracing a woman who resembled Qi Tian, but wasn't Qi Tian's woman. He looked at her indifferently, his thin lips carrying a hint of coldness and mockery. There's no place for you here anymore. She cried, and she didn't know why she was crying so hard. She knew it was a dream, but it felt so real. She was still crying when the man carried her out of the bathroom. Then a deep, resonant voice came from beside me. Did you have a nightmare? Don't cry, it's all fake. Chapter 108 Her Initiative, I Want You. He spoke as he kissed away her tears, then carried her to the bed. Fu Yuchuan helped her put on her clothes. She sat on the bed without saying a word, looking very tired. After a long while, Shunli softly and slowly called his name, Fu Yuchuan. He paused for a moment, then pulled her onto his lap and gave a soft hum. His warm, rough fingers stroked her cheek, his voice low and gentle. Why are you crying so hard? What are you dreaming about? I dreamt that she didn't want him anymore. She dreamt that he didn't want her anymore. Does he believe it? Shin Li's blurred vision finally cleared up, and her hoarse voice slowly turned cold. Does what you asked me at noon still count? What? Having a baby. What? The man's tone turned somewhat somber when he said the last sentence. Shunli slowly parted her lips and looked at her calmly. Because I didn't give you a definite answer to your question before, so you're pretending to be stupid with me now. This man is so smart. He can't possibly not know what she's thinking. No, I understand. She pursed her lips. Do you want it? She thought a lot in the bathroom. Even if Fu Yongqian was still not satisfied with her after she got pregnant, she would still have the blood of the Gunhild family in her belly. Although this method is particularly unfair to the child, at least she came into this world with love from her parents. When I closed my eyes again, the scenes from my dream still appeared before my eyes. Shinli reached her hand to the man's waist and slowly moved it downwards. I want you. Okay, sure. The man's voice was deep and suppressed, but a fierce fire burned in his eyes. He had no idea what nightmare she had just had. The only thing you could tell from her face was that she was in a bad mood. It's probably related to Fu Yongqian. I don't know what she heard. Seeing that he had agreed, Shinli slowly moved her small hand down. When she touched the cold, silver metal, Fu Yuchuan's atoms apple bobbed slightly, and his voice was even deeper than before. I'll have someone send it over. Shunli held his hand, preventing him from moving. Sweetie, let go. I'm making a call. His tone became more magnetic and lustful. He had barely stood up and taken 2 steps when the woman hugged his waist from behind. Fu Yuchuan turned his head. Lily, are you serious? Her fair and delicate face was buried in his waist, and her lips, pressed against his abs, moved slightly. I don't want that. Hearing her words alone, it was hard to understand what she meant. Combining this with what she had said before, Fu Yuchuan's eyes were already bloodshot, and his breathing was heavy. Which one do you not want? Shunli pursed her lips, reached out and grabbed his tattered tie, revealing his handsome face. She raised her head slightly and brought her lips to his. This was the first time she had taken the initiative entirely. There was no threat, and I was willing to comply. Fu Yuchuan didn't move, just watched her quietly, letting her nibble on her lips haphazardly. He didn't respond, and Shunli suddenly felt a sense of inexplicable loss. So she made a bigger move, got up and pushed the man down onto the bed, then sat on him. The man narrowed his eyes, raised his hand to encircle her waist, and cupped her head with the other, returning the kiss. After a long, passionate kiss, the man whispered in her soft, white ear, his voice low and seductive. What do you want to do? When Shunli was asked that question, her ears instantly turned bright red. Looking into his burning yet tender eyes, her heart softened instantly. She lowered her head and kissed his chest almost without hesitation, slowly moving down. Fu Yuchuan originally just wanted to tease her, but he didn't expect her to actually kiss him. The soft touch of her lips made his body tremble. He tilted his head slightly, resisting the urge to stop her. A man's body is not as soft and fair as a woman's. It has a slightly rougher feel. Shunli was at a loss at first, so her lips lingered on the abdominal muscles for a while. After thinking for a while, she imitated his manner of pleasing her and slowly unbuckled her silver belt. Fu Yuchuan's breathing became rapid. Lily, don't force yourself. Shin Li's face was so red, it was almost bleeding. She didn't dare to look the man in the eye, but asked in a low voice, her breath spraying on his abs, "Didn't you want me to do this before?" Chapter 109. All of it is yours. He couldn't lie to himself, so his thin lips moved slightly, but he didn't say anything more. In the past, he had always been the one in control in bed. She was too proud to take the initiative and never had the chance to do so. Therefore, lacking experience in this area, she didn't know what to do next after taking off her pants. Fu Yuchuan stared at her, lost in thought, and hesitated to make a move. His initial shock turned into urging. "Hurry up, aren't you going to help me?" Shunli pursed her lips, and when she looked up, she was startled by the appearance. She wasn't some innocent girl. Her roommates often shared these kinds of videos in their group chat when she was in college, but this was the first time she'd ever looked at this thing directly. Her face turned bright red, much like skin that had been exposed to the sun and was still slightly warm. Fu Yuchuan reached out, his long, rough hand cupping the back of her head. A faint smile curved his thin lips, accompanied by a deadly, husky tone. Scared, Shin Li's face burned so badly that her brain went blank. Horrible. At that moment, she only had this one thought in her mind. Recalling her previous assessment of this thing, it seemed to be the same, but this time, perhaps because she took the initiative, it looked even more frightening. But this time she didn't back down either. Fu Yuchuan suddenly stiffened, his deep pupils narrowed, and his jawline tightened even more. Caught completely off guard, unable to move. He thought that if the woman on top of him was sent by the enemy, he would undoubtedly lose completely. Before long, she looked at him with exhaustion. "I underestimated you, as expected." The man's voice was now tinged with intense lust, and the hand holding her head could no longer restrain its composure. Before she could react, Shin Li's bathrobe was suddenly stripped off and left on the floor. In an instant, the guest became the host. The man's kiss landed on her fair neck, his breath hot and wet. Shin Li bit her lip in unbearable pain, leaving faint teeth marks. He gripped her chin with one hand, looking at her intently, his low voice carrying a hint of amusement. "All of it." What? "It's all yours." The man's deep, clear voice exploded in her mind, and Shin Li looked at him with her face flushed red. "This man, have you no shame?" Shin Li was too embarrassed to speak at this moment, and raised her hand to cover her face. Fu Yuchuan chuckled, pulled her hand away, and placed a kiss on her lips. Perhaps it was her initiative that gave the man a great shock. In the past, although he was domineering and forceful in bed, he would at least take her feelings into consideration. But this time, he was like a wild beast out of control, tearing at his prey without any mercy. Shin Li's mind was filled with the words the man had said last night. She dared not shout them out loud and buried her head in her hands, sobbing in extreme repression. In the latter half of the night, she could no longer bear it and bit and gnawed at the man's shoulder, leaving dark red teeth marks on his wheat-colored skin. Fu Yuchuan looked down at the marks on his body, and his eyes, which had faded, rekindled their crimson hue. Shin Li woke up to a soft conversation. She opened her eyes and found Uli knocking on the door and Fu Yuchuan talking to her. Hearing the man's deep, husky voice, the words she had spoken last night instantly came to mind. Shin Li looked up and met the man's deep gaze. Fu Yuchuan looked at her and said, "You're finally awake. You were sleeping a bit too deeply." Shin Li bit her lip. Was she in a deep sleep, or had she been bullied terribly last night? No matter how much she bit or begged the man, he never thought of letting her go. She glared at him and said, "I'm never helping you again." I guess Uli already knows. Next up are the other servants of the castle. Fu Yuchuan chuckled softly and pinched her puffed-up cheeks. The man was dressed smartly in a simple black suit, looking like he had important business to attend to today. Yet, he was making lewd remarks to her in private. Calling him a hypocrite wouldn't be an exaggeration. "Uli, come here. Is there something you need?" Fu Yongxin's 80th birthday banquet has already started, and she came over to remind us to hurry up. Fu Yuchuan's hand slowly reached for her lips, his eyes filled with a smile. "You were sleeping so soundly, I didn't want to wake you." Chapter 110 Bite? A must-have, Mrs. Fu. What? Today? Shin Li was immediately shocked upon hearing this. She hurriedly got out of bed and almost collapsed to her knees as soon as she got off. Fortunately, Fu Yuchuan was in front of her and caught her steadily. He carried her into the bathroom without making a sound and glanced at her with a faint smile. Shinli glared at him, then got up from the sink after adjusting herself. Why didn't you remind me sooner? No rush, he's going to greet the guests. You can go after you change your clothes and put on makeup. Fu Yuchuan could easily hear the coquettishness in Shun Li's voice. Shinli was brushing her teeth when there was another knock on the door. She glanced at the man who went to open the door and then heard Yuli's voice. Only after the man arrived did Shun Li spit out the phone from her mouth and ask, "Did Grandpa Fu urge you? You go first, and I'll have the driver take me there later." "Okay, it's all right. I'll wait for you." "No, Grandpa Fu has already sent Uli to urge you several times. Besides, if you wait for me like this, I won't be able to finish my makeup." Shun Li sat in front of the dressing table mirror, her hands moving faster. A faint, resigned chuckle came from beside her ear. "All right, I'll go over first and wait for you." Shin Li instinctively looked up and kissed the man's handsome cheek. Fu Yuchuan paused for a moment, then spoke in a deep, sexy voice. "Is it good?" What? The next moment, the man leaned down and breathed into her ear. "You ate for so long last night. Didn't you taste anything? You have no shame. Oh, if you don't leave, I'll really bite you to death." Shin Li's face was indescribably red, and her hand holding the makeup brush was trembling. She was really about to be defeated by this shameless man. "I couldn't be happier, Mrs. Fu." The man's lips curled into a wicked smile as he looked at her fierce and aggressive demeanor. So cool. An inexplicable air of sassiness. She used to think this man was serious and abstinent, but she couldn't even remember the last time he acted like a human being. "I'm going now." Fu Yuchuan pinched her chin, forcing her to lift her flushed face, and gently bit her pink lips. "Call me if anything happens." Shinli gave a low, perfunctory reply and said nothing more. "The dress is in the dressing room. Go change after you finish your makeup." This time, Shinli was stunned. This man even prepared a dress for her? Indeed, even if Fu Yongxian doesn't approve of her, it doesn't change the fact that she is Fu Yuchuan's wife, so naturally she can't bring shame to the Ginhild family. She replied faintly. "It's cold outside. Put on a coat before you go out, or you'll catch a cold." "I understand. You're so long-winded, Fu Yuchuan." After Shinli finished her makeup and changed her clothes, she got into the car directly with Uli. Fu Yongxian's birthday banquet was also held at a castle, but it was 15 minutes away from Gunhild Castle, and there was a section of cobblestone path that needed to be walked on. I unexpectedly met someone on the road. "Ji Jinghe, what are you doing here?" Shinli was so surprised that she didn't even realize she was calling the man by his full name. Upon seeing her, Ji Jinghe raised an eyebrow slightly. "Why can't I be here?" "You?" Shinli realized she had been too agitated and calmed down slightly. "You're also here to attend Fu Yongxian's birthday celebration." Ji Jinghe's eyebrows twitched slightly. He stared at her for a long while, then smiled faintly. "It said that Fu Yongxian invited half of Europe's top figures this time. So do you think I shouldn't be on this list?" Shinli looked him over carefully, but didn't say anything. She never thought Ji Jinghe's background was simple. A man as rich, famous, and good-looking as him, who could resist all kinds of temptations in the entertainment industry, must have a strong inner core that most families couldn't cultivate. Ji Jinghe had no idea what she was looking at. He slightly curved his thin lips and asked, "Where is your husband? Does he perhaps not want you to appear as a member of the Gunhild family?" Shinli secretly rolled her eyes. "He went first. Can I go later?" "All right. Since he left first, and I'm all alone, why don't you come in with me?" The man's eyebrows curved, his smile reaching his eyes. "No need," Shinli refused. "How about men go first?" Ji Jinghe acted as if he hadn't heard her and ignored her refusal. Just as she was about to make way, he took her hand and placed it on his wrist. Shinli tried to break free, but there was a significant difference in physical strength between men and women, and he held her wrist tightly. She is Fu Yuchuan's wife. How could she be seen with her arm around another man at Fu Yongxian's birthday celebration? Did she think Grandpa Fu was living too long? Shinli was about to kick him when suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she saw two familiar figures outside the castle. Her face instantly darkened. It's Fu Yuchuan and Qi Tian. Fu Yongxian stood in the middle of them. Suddenly, for some reason, Grandpa Fu, who was standing in the middle, reached out and took Chi Tian's hand. However, his fair and slender hand landed on the wrist of the cold and handsome man opposite him. Shun Li was stunned, as if all the scenes before her eyes had slowed down. Fu Yuchuan didn't dodge as expected. Instead, Chi Tian took her hand away after a while. At that moment, she suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. The scene I dreamt about in the bathroom last night is replaying in my mind. At some point, Ji Jinghe's voice also began to deepen, and he said calmly, "I was right. Men understand men best." Shun Li pursed her lips, quickly concealing the sadness in her eyes, and slowly walked towards the castle. Chapter 111. Fu Yuchuan. Are you a pervert? Rather than a birthday banquet, today's event is more like a large-scale social platform for the upper class. As soon as Shun Li entered, she heard the guests speaking various British and American languages in the banquet hall. Fortunately, she could understand them. These people were all other nobles who had close ties with the Gunhild family. She watched Fu Yuchuan's busy figure, and Ji Jinghe grabbed her by the back of her neck, so she had no choice but to follow. As I passed by, I could vaguely hear their conversation. I heard that Yuchuan started from scratch and founded the Fu Group in New York, which is now the largest multinational corporation in Europe. He is young, but he has the demeanor of the Yongzheng and Qianlong emperors. Really? Mr. Fu also has his own independent company. It seems we'll have to discuss a collaboration today. If I remember correctly, Yuchuan is 26 now, right? Is he married? I remember when we took our daughter to visit old Master Fu. Lingna used to love chasing after you when she was little, and she still doesn't have a boyfriend. Shun Li's mood, which she had just adjusted, sank again. She glanced sideways at the man's profile. He stood in the center of the banquet hall, his back appearing tall and straight, his jawline clearly defined, illuminated by the light. With cool and indifferent eyebrows and eyes, a high and straight nose, and thin lips that are slightly pursed and occasionally curled up, he is almost flawless from head to toe. He attracts attention the moment he appears, without needing any embellishment. Fu Yuchuan's tightly pursed lips finally parted slightly. His slender fingers held the clear, glossy wine glass. He took a sip of the rich liquid, shook his head slightly, and said, "Sorry, I don't remember. I'll go to the restroom first." Shunli just brushed past him like that. Seeing her somewhat lost in thought, Ji Jinghe handed her a glass of wine, his deep, husky voice escaping his throat. What's so heartbreaking about a man like him? Shunli forced herself to concentrate on listening to what he was saying. She pursed her lips and said casually, "He didn't flirt with me. He didn't refuse either." Ji Jinghe took another sip of wine and chuckled meaningfully in her ear. "You know, for a man of his status, as long as he doesn't refuse, women will definitely take the initiative to approach him. Every woman is thinking, what if I'm the special one?" Shunli tightened her grip on the wine glass slightly and glanced indifferently at Ji Jinghe. She turned her head slightly and looked in the direction Fu Yuchuan had just walked, where she saw many fathers leading their daughters to strike up conversations. "You might as well come with me." Ji Jinghe smiled faintly. Shunli turned around, took a big gulp of wine, and suddenly sneered. "You? What means do you have to guarantee that you'll always be the same?" As she spoke, she finished the glass of wine and casually picked up the bottle to refill it. She could sense that Ji Jinghe treated her differently than he treated other women, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what he considered her to be. He had made similar jokes before, and she hadn't thought anything of it then, but today she was particularly irritated. The man didn't speak, but merely smiled faintly and reached out to move the wine bottle on the table to a distance. "Besides, what will happen to Bai Tao Tao if I go with you? Even though she's my assistant, I can't accept my best friend living at my boyfriend's house." Shunli glanced at him with a cold smile, her eyes full of amusement. Ji Jinghe's smile remained unchanged, instead revealing a hint of allure. "Regarding your first question, it's true that women have stripped naked and climbed into my bed before, even going so far as to drug my drink. But I haven't been involved in any scandals. What do you think is the reason? If I'm not mistaken, you're with Fu Yuchuan because his good friend drugged your drink and forced himself on you." Shun Li's expression didn't change, but she gripped the wine glass even tighter. Undeniably, her relationship with Fu Yuchuan has always been a knot in her heart. Even though he treated her very well later and was not tempted by other women, such as Su Qingge, Li Yuruo, and Qi Tian, his true nature was no different from that of other men. Ji Jinghe looked at the dimness in her eyes and curled his lips into a smile. What do you think I take by Tao Tao for? You don't think I've slept with her, do you? Don't you think so? A naive and innocent girl like Bai Tao Tao, what man wouldn't want to bully her? Heh, I won't take advantage of someone's misfortune like Fu Yuchuan. Shinli did not want to continue discussing this topic. She put down her wine glass and said to the man casually, I'm going to the restroom. As she entered the restroom corridor, she suddenly heard several people around her talking. I heard Simon has a wife in Suzhou. She was not seen at Fu Yongxin's birthday celebration today. Could it be that they have divorced? I think that's probably the case. Everyone knows that Qi Tian is the granddaughter-in-law handpicked by old Master Fu. That wife can only be considered Simon's extramarital affair. Isn't it a bit biased of you to say that? Huh. In this world, only those who are of equal social standing can be considered a legitimate wife. Just wait and see if the Gunhild family will accept Su Cheng as their wife. That's true. Simon doesn't seem to have any intention of introducing his wife to old Master Fu on his birthday. Shinli didn't drink much. Ji Jinghe would take the glass away after she took a sip each time. But she was exceptionally drunk today and didn't want to sober up. With her head down and eyes half closed, she stumbled into the bathroom. The bathroom was unexpectedly quiet. She turned on the water and washed her face, trying to cool down her frustration. Just then, a figure approached and whispered something in her ear. What are you doing here? Suddenly, Shinli turned her head, her eyes seemingly unfocused. It took her a while to recover her senses, and she looked at the man in front of her with a blank expression. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw Fu Yuchuan's face so close to hers. The man's brows were furrowed, his eyes were cold and sharp, and he held her shoulders with both hands. She froze for a few seconds, then half opened her drunken eyes and said somewhat dazedly, Fu Yuchuan, are you a pervert? The man's brow twitched violently. He grabbed her head with both hands and ruffled her hair roughly. Look carefully, where are we? Chapter 112 Qi Tian is not my woman, I will not hug her. Shin Li's mind was a little confused for a moment. Wasn't she in the women's restroom? He's the one who should be looking closely. After thinking for less than 3 seconds, suddenly, heavy footsteps and a man's deep voice came from outside the door. How could that be? Did she go into the wrong place just now? Before Shin Li could think, she almost instinctively hugged the man's waist, buried her head in his chest, and said in a soft, coquettish voice, her breath reeking of alcohol, Take me out of here. I don't want anyone to see me. Fu Yuchuan glanced down at the small hand resting on his waist, his gaze lingering on Shun Li's flushed face. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Or did you come with another man? Shun Li gradually came to her senses, her mind filled with the image of the man standing in the middle of the banquet hall. So he saw her too. Why doesn't he come to find her? You bastard. The heavy footsteps grew closer, and the people outside walked step by step toward this place. Fu Yuchuan looked at the little woman in his arms, who was snuggling up to him and acting coquettishly. His expression was complicated, and he was both amused and exasperated. He scooped her up and carried her out. After a few seconds, Shinli in his arms finally spoke, murmuring, If you can hold hands with Qi Tian, why can't I come with Ji Jinghe? Instead of explaining that she met Ji Jinghe outside the castle, she directly asked him the question. I didn't hold her hand. Fu Yuchuan's voice was deep, his brows furrowed slightly. If I didn't move away in time and caused you to misunderstand, I'm sorry. Oh, so you neither offered nor refused. Shun Li spoke casually, but when she struggled slightly, the man held her even tighter in his arms. She struggled a bit more, but couldn't break free, so she could only look up at him. You're so annoying, I want to get down, don't take advantage of me. Fu Yuchuan looked at her calmly, but her brows seemed to furrow even more tightly because of her words. He didn't understand why she would offer him a kiss before leaving in the morning, but now she was rejecting his touch. He didn't like the unfamiliar version of her now. Shunli stared at him, looking at the man's handsome and well-defined face, and became even angrier. I don't need you to carry me now. You can carry Miss Qi after Grandpa Fu hands her over to you. I don't know what you're talking about. Chi Tian isn't my woman, I won't hug her. Fu Yuchuan calmed himself down and explained, carrying her into the banquet hall's lounge. Oh, whatever you want. Although Shanli kept her head down, her mood improved because of those words. Seeing that she was really drunk, Fu Yuchuan poured her a glass of warm water and fed it to her. Shinli felt a little uncomfortable being fed while her head was tilted back, so she grabbed the cup and said, I'll drink it myself. Fu Yuchuan frowned, said nothing, and let go. After finishing her water, she curled up in the corner of the sofa, unconsciously keeping her distance from him. There was no loud argument, but it was precisely this silence that made people more uncomfortable. Fu Yuchuan pulled her into his arms, kissed her sleepy face, and said in a low, husky voice, after drinking so much, how are we going to go out later? I saw her with Ji Jinghe in the banquet hall earlier. I originally planned to look for her after leaving the restroom, but she got herself drunk and went into the men's room. Now she's still throwing a tantrum because of the alcohol. Fu Yuchuan raised his hand to rub his temples. Just then, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He picked it up, glanced at it, and then put it back. I'll go out first and sober up. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Fu Yuchuan glanced at her again and saw that she was so drunk that she was curled up in a ball and couldn't make a splash, so he went straight out. Outside the door, Ji Jinghe had been waiting for who knows how long. When he saw him come out, his thin lips curled up slightly. How is she? Fu Yuchuan frowned immediately and gave him a cold look. Don't you know how she is? Shinli was with him just now, and they drank together. Now she has the nerve to ask questions. Then why did she drink so much? Don't you know? Ji Jinghe smiled slowly, the gentleness in his eyes completely gone. Mr. Fu, since things have come to this point, I'll tell you the truth. If your Gunhilder family doesn't intend to give her a formal title, I will take her to a place you won't be able to find tomorrow. Take her away? How many lives do you have? A deep, cold voice slowly rang out. This was the first time Ji Jinghe had seen such an expression on this man's face. To be honest, there was a sense of shock mixed with a touch of relief. Besides, what makes you so confident that she'll go with you? The man's deep eyes stared intently at him. Ji Jinghe smiled faintly. Then let's see. The only threat you can pose to me is your job in Suzhou, but since I've made this decision, I'm prepared. The man's relaxed, smiling eyes were now so glaring to Fu Yuchuan. Fu Yuchuan moved away from him, a cold smile playing on his lips. All the decisions I made today were not because of what you said. If you dare to do anything to hurt her, I will make you regret ever being born. Chapter 113. Shinli is Ji Jinghe's sister? Has her identity been revealed? Ji Jinghe looked at the coldness in the man's eyes, and the smile on his lips slowly faded. When they returned to the banquet hall, almost all the guests who had come to offer their birthday wishes had arrived. Brother Fu, where did you go? I didn't see you. Shen Yi walked up to him with a smile. When she asked that question, she deliberately glanced around. Where's your sister? Didn't she come with you? This is Grandpa Fu's 80th birthday. She's so rude. As she spoke, she unconsciously took Fu Yuchuan's hand. She's a little tired, so she went upstairs to rest. Fu Yuchuan frowned slightly, avoiding Shin Yi's touch. Seeing the man avoiding her, Shin Yi's smile stiffened. She took small steps to Fu Yongqian's side and spoke in a low, insincere voice, her words carrying a clear hint of provocation. Grandpa Fu, don't mind her. My sister has always been stubborn, just like in the Shin family. Even my dad can't control her. She's not targeting you, so don't take it too seriously. Fu Yongqian curled his lips. Let her be. She's insignificant. Shin Yi's smile returned, and she spoke to the handsome man in front of her. Brother Fu, my sister doesn't give Grandpa Fu any face, but she never misses her ex-boyfriend's birthday celebration. Shinli broke up with Jang Being a long time ago. If Shin Yi hadn't brought it up, no one would have remembered that she had an ex-boyfriend. Even Fu Yongqian, who had already thoroughly investigated Shin Li's family and relationship situation, couldn't keep his composure, and he tightened his grip on his cane. Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curled up slightly. I've always known whether Lily is a spoiled and willful young lady, but she's been very tired lately. Maybe she's already carrying the next heir of the Gunhild family. After he finished speaking, Fu Yongqian, Shin Yi, and the rest of the group looked at him with shocked expressions. His tone carried a hint of doting and protectiveness, which everyone present could see. Ji Jinghe suddenly remembered what he had just said. His decision tonight had nothing to do with anyone else. If this was how he was giving Shun Li a title. Yuchuan, do you know what you're saying? Fu Yongqian rebuked angrily. Fu Yuchuan's eyes were calm, yet sharp. I, Fu Yuchuan, have only one wife in this life, Shun Li. If the Gunhild family does not acknowledge her existence, then the Gunhild family has no heir. Grandpa Fu, you are the last one. Fu Yongqian approached step by step, leaning on his cane, his eyes blazing with anger as he looked at Fu Yuchuan. How dare you? I will never acknowledge her as the wife of the heir to the Gunhild family. After saying that, he turned to Qi Tian and said, Go and call Shun Li down. I have something to announce. Qi Tian stared at the anger burning in Fu Yongqian's eyes, stunned and at a loss for what to do. She had a pretty good idea of what he was going to do in front of everyone. The best way to ruin a woman is to make her the target of public criticism and the laughingstock of the day. And the man she was rumored to be having an affair with was also present at this moment. It must be said that Fu Yongqian's methods were truly terrifying. Even though she grew up by this man's side, she gradually found it harder and harder to understand Fu Yongqian's thoughts. But there was nothing she could do. He carried the honor and disgrace of the Gunhild family, a family with a history of hundreds of years, on his shoulders. Qi Tian stood still, her fists clenched tightly. Aren't you going? Fu Yongqian glanced at her coldly. What are you standing there for? Yes. Qi Tian glanced at Fu Yuchuan, then turned and walked upstairs. Without a word, Fu Yuchuan lifted his foot to follow, when suddenly Fu Yongqian spoke coldly. What can you do to Qi Tian, a weak woman? If you're not even at ease with that, it seems my initial assessment of her was correct. Keeping a woman like that around will only be a burden. Fu Yuchuan glanced up at the figure on the second floor, paused, and said lightly, You continue. I'll take her home. Brother Fu, don't go yet. Grandpa Fu still has something to show you later. Shun Yi had been standing by the side, ready to act at the opportune moment. When she said this, she deliberately glanced at Ji Jinghe. Ji Jinghe noticed her gaze, and a slight ripple finally appeared on his expressionless face. Isn't this the woman who secretly filmed people in the car on set? Ji Jinghe frowned slightly as he sized up Shin Yi, wondering what tricks she had up her sleeve. Seeing that the time was right, Shin casually asked, Grandpa Fu, didn't you say you had something to show everyone? I'm quite curious about what it is. As she spoke, she smiled at Fu Yongqian, looking innocent and naive. Yes, Yuchuan, don't blame me, Fu Yongqian said, and the screen directly above him suddenly lit up. The lit-up screen was showing clips of Shun Li and Ji Jinghe joking and playing around on set. Although they didn't do anything overtly intimate, Ji Jinghe's gaze towards Shun Li was filled with undisguised doting and love. Ji Jinghe's line, If she's not happy, I'll definitely take her away, further confirms that the relationship between the two is unusual. When Fu Yuchuan saw this scene, his brows furrowed imperceptibly. The guests below the stage watched the screen. Although most of them couldn't understand the conversation, they could still guess a bit from Ji Jinghe's eyes. Shin stared at the screen, seemingly incredulous, and said, My God, Grandpa Fu, so this is what you showed us. Ji Jinghe smiled faintly and walked forward calmly. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Shun Yi still looked shocked. Although you and my sister play the male and female leads in a drama, this isn't a scene rehearsal, so it's a bit ambiguous, isn't it? Could it be that you actually have feelings for her? Fu Yongqian suddenly sneered. Yuchuan, you can't possibly not know how Shun Li's mother betrayed her father back then. What makes you think she won't betray you, or the entire bloodline of the Gunhild family? Shun Yi then spoke up. Grandpa Fu, I know that when Qin Yin eloped with her bodyguard after giving birth to Shun Li, this story has been widely circulated in Suzhou. It seems that my sister will most likely follow in her mother's footsteps. Then, Shin Yi looked at Fu Yuchuan and said, Brother Fu, I never dared to tell you this when my sister was around. Aren't you really afraid that she will betray you just like when Qin Yin betrayed my father back then? Shut up. Fu Yuchuan looked at Shun Yi coldly, his warning clear. Shun Yi was suddenly reprimanded, pursed her lips, and slowly retreated behind Fu Yongqian. She refused to believe that now that the video and everything else had been leaked, the Gunhild family would still give Shin Li any official status. Even if Fu Yongqian eventually compromised, the elders behind the family would not acknowledge this young mistress. There was only one way to clear her name, and that was through Ji Jinghe. But it didn't seem like it. Grandpa Fu, this is Shun Li's profession. I will support her in whatever she likes to do. As for what you are worried about, I have never thought about it. Even if she falls in love with someone else in the end, that is her right. And you should not make a fuss about it in public. If this is how you want to persuade me to give up, I'm sorry, you have failed. By the time Fu Yuchuan spoke, the image on the screen had disappeared. The process took less than a minute. When he turned back to face the guests, he said in fluent American English, "There is no heir to the Gu in Hilda family." Fu Yuchuan's voice grew clearer and clearer, as if he was deliberately making sure the guests could hear what he was saying. I, Fu Yuchuan, only have Shun Li as my wife. Fu Yongqian was furious. He slumped onto the stool, panting heavily. Shun Yi looked at the man's clear and defined jawline, and his thin lips uttered a string of English words that she couldn't quite understand. The guests below the stage all had different expressions. Fu Yongqian was slumped there without saying a word, and no one dared to speak ill of him. Fu Yuchuan's 2 sentences just now were probably enough to make people furious. The Gunhilder family has no further heirs, and I, Fu Yuchuan, only have Shun Li as my wife. Ji Jinghe watched all of this with a natural expression, only letting out a faint smile when the performance was almost over. Seeing everyone remain silent, Shin couldn't help but walk over to Fu Yuchuan. "Brother Fu, what were you saying just now? My sister's relationship with Ji Jinghe does seem complicated. Are you just going to let it go like this?" Mr. Ji is standing here without saying a word. It seems he's probably tacitly agreeing. Fu Yuchuan barely looked at Shun Yi from beginning to end. His indifferent gaze was fixed on the stairs, clearly indicating his intention to leave. Ji Jinghe spoke in a lazy, low voice, unhurriedly. "Yes, my relationship with Shun Li is indeed not simple. It wouldn't be too much for me to want to protect her for the rest of my life." Shin Yi's expression stiffened. All her deliberate provocations were brought up in public by Ji Jinghe, making them seem even less significant. She turned to look at Fu Yongqian and found that Grandpa Fu was still sitting stiffly on the stool, without moving. "How dare you admit it? Don't you know my sister is already married?" Ji Jinghe smiled and said, "Don't you call him Brother Fu every day? Shouldn't this man be your brother-in-law?" "I did say I wanted to protect Shun Li for the rest of my life, but did I ever say I loved her?" Ji Jinghe cast a provocative glance at Fu Yuchuan and spoke again in a cold and indifferent voice. "You surnamed Shun. Remember this clearly, when Xingyan has never betrayed Shin and Chang. On the contrary, you know best how your mother entered the Shin family with a big belly." As soon as the words left her lips, Shin Yi's heart trembled violently. Ji Jinghe spoke as if he knew everything about the Shin family. She stared intently at Ji Jinghe, then suddenly her eyes widened in surprise. This is absolutely impossible. When Xingyan ran away with her bodyguard after giving birth to Shun Li, so she couldn't possibly have any brothers. Fu Yuchuan frowned slightly and looked at Ji Jinghe with a cool gaze. Chapter 114. If you don't behave, you'll be in for a beating when we get back. I don't plan to make my relationship with Shun Li public right now. Ji Jinghe's expression was indifferent and cold. After all, we still have work together. But it's despicable that your Gunhilder family is using such dirty tricks to deal with her. Fu Yongqian finally came to his senses a little and looked at the man with icy eyes. "What exactly do you want to say?" Ji Jinghe sat down lazily, his gaze falling on the stairs. After a while, he said, "If I'm not mistaken, she's my sister." Shin Yi, standing opposite him, had turned pale, her pupils wide, and she stared at the man with an incredulous expression. "That's absolutely impossible. If I remember correctly, Ji Jinghe's profile says that he lived in South Africa with his mother since he was a child. How could 2 people who have never crossed paths be relatives? Could it be that this so-called younger sister is just someone I casually acknowledged?" "Senior Ji." Shun Li's voice suddenly came from above, tinged with surprise, and she couldn't help but call out in front of everyone. Just as Shun Li and Chi Tian came downstairs, they heard Ji Jing say, "She is my sister." The shock this caused was undoubtedly no less than that of anyone present. It felt like the liquid in my stomach was churning up again, and my head, which had just started to clear up, was once again overwhelmed by alcohol. Suddenly, memories of her time with Ji Jingha on set resurfaced in her mind, along with his subtle hints. Shinli felt as if her throat was being squeezed tightly by a hand, and she couldn't speak for a moment. Ji Jingha's tone was slow and drawn out, tinged with a faint warmth. You should change how you address me. Call me brother. Shin-yi turned pale again. Ji Jingha didn't seem to be joking at all, which meant that there was a very high probability that Shun-li was her sister, and that he was Shun Chang'in's son. Shin-yi opened her pale lips and said with a cold laugh, What nonsense are you spouting? You don't need to do this to clear your name that you have an affair with Shun-li. You can keep things quiet for a while, but can you fool people forever? Ji Jingha smiled coldly. Just like you said, if I were lying, I would be labeled again in a couple of days after I leave this door, so why would I bother? Fu Yongqian tightened his grip on his cane, secretly plotting something in his mind. After a while, he spoke coldly. All right, let's leave it at that. This is my birthday banquet, not your family reunion. Yuchuan, didn't you just say you were going back? Take the person away. Shun-yi glared at Shun-li, then turned to Fu Yongqian. Grandpa Fu. This is most likely a conspiracy between them to deceive you. Don't believe it. Didn't you investigate? Shun-li's mother cheated on her husband and ran away with someone else, abandoning even her newborn child. What right does a woman like that have to be the wife of the heir to Gunhilder? Shun-li's gaze fell on them, and she listened coldly as Shun-yi made his divisive remarks. She didn't know what was going on at first, but now she sees that it's that bastard Shun-yi causing trouble again. Since she has no shame, she shouldn't be surprised if she goes on a drunken rampage. After Shun-yi finished speaking, she returned to the backstage dressing room. Shun-li followed behind her. The alcohol had not been completely metabolized, and she was helped by Fu Yuchuan as she walked drunkenly. As soon as the door to the lounge closed, Shun-li raised her hand. Shun-li was annoyed by being followed, and was about to turn around and yell at her. Shun-li, don't think I don't know that tonight's incident was a scheme orchestrated by you and Ji Jingha. Smack! The extremely loud slap startled the people behind him. Shin-yi was so shocked that she was stunned and couldn't react for a long time. She couldn't believe that Shun-li would hit her in front of so many people. Even more unbelievable is that the person who hit her was Shun-li, who had been suppressed by her and her mother since childhood. Shin-yi instinctively prepared to retaliate. You. Smack. Without needing to guess, Shin-li knew what she was going to say next, so she slapped her hard again before she could. Shin-li's deep voice carried a hint of coldness. You have no right to judge my mother. No matter what, she is still better than you and your mother. Shin-yi's face immediately fell, her teeth itching with anger. Shun-li, don't go too far. What I said isn't true. Your mother is a slut. Shin-li raised her hand and delivered another slap. Shin-yi finally realized what was happening and was about to retaliate. Suddenly, her slender wrist fell into mid-air, and Ji Jingha grabbed her hand. You dare touch her? Fu Yuchuan's deep eyes were icy cold, carrying a strong warning. Wah, brother Fu, it was my sister who did it this time. Are you going to help her too? Shin-yi couldn't bear the pain on her face and the humiliation in her heart, and her eyes immediately turned red. Fu Yuchuan's gaze remained fixed on Shun-li, without even glancing at her directly. Tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down her face. Finally, she ran out crying. Shun-yi ran to the banquet hall, walked to Fu Yongqian's side, and cried pitifully with tears streaming down her face. What are you doing out here now? Fu Yongqian looked up at her, his expression showing no emotion. Grandpa Fu. Shin-yi looked at him and cried. Grandpa Fu, I can guarantee that Ji Jingha and Shun-li are definitely not siblings. They must be lying to you. You have to believe me. Heh. Fu Yongqian's pale lips curled into a cold laugh. What makes you think that just because I don't approve of Shun-li, I'll believe you? I gave you a chance, but you were useless. Go back to Suzhou tomorrow. Shin-yi looked at Fu Yongqian's cold eyes and his completely different attitude, and her face turned deathly pale. After her drunken outburst, Shun-li could no longer hold on and gently collapsed into the arms of a man. But this man was not Fu Yuchuan, but Ji Jingha. She hiccuped, the alcohol rushing to her head again. She stared at the person in front of her, becoming more and more lost in thought, having already forgotten what Ji Jinghe had said on stage. How did you end up in my dream? Do you like me? She narrowed her eyes and pushed the man away. It's no use liking me. I'm a married woman now. After saying that, she giggled foolishly and said drunkenly, I'll wait until I get a divorce. Shunli. She was interrupted before she could finish speaking. Fu Yuchuan's face was ashen. He grabbed the grinning Shunli and pulled her back, half hugging and half carrying her away. With her mind numbed by alcohol, Shunli thought she was dreaming and kept calling out to Ji Jinghe. I want to drink with you later. With this level of alcohol tolerance, you still want to drink. Fu Yuchuan glanced at Ji Jinghe with a gloomy expression, then bent down and picked up Shunli. As he held her, Shunli's legs became restless and started kicking again. If you don't behave, I'll deal with you when we get back. The man's voice was deep and hoarse. Chapter 115. Fu Yuchuan gets angry. Shunli instantly backs down. Is she a poor drinker? She drank more than Ji Jinghe just now, but Ji Jinghe got drunk before her and called her his sister at the birthday banquet. That's hilarious. Do you want to walk by yourself, or should I carry you out? Fu Yuchuan's cold voice carried a hint of sternness, his eyes never leaving her. The banquet hall exit was bustling with people. It would be inappropriate for Fu Yuchuan to carry her out like that. Shunli pondered for a while. She not only doesn't want to leave now, but she also doesn't want to leave with him. Seeing that she remained silent, Fu Yuchuan hugged her even tighter, as if he wanted to meld her into his very bones. Shunli felt a little pain from being gripped so tightly, so she opened her mouth and bit Fu Yuchuan's shoulder. Even through her expensive, handmade suit, you could feel the effort she put into showing off her perfectly aligned teeth. She was annoyed when she saw the man's cold, thin lips curl into a faint, pained smile. He's still laughing. He can still laugh. Did Fu Yunshin just try to match him up with Qi Tian at the birthday banquet? She knew from the beginning that a man like him could never have only one woman in his life, but when it really came to this, she couldn't help but hesitate, feeling a little sad. Shunli stared at his profile, her voice slightly hoarse and soft. You should stay until the end of the birthday banquet. There's no right or wrong. His voice was deep and magnetic. Shunli lowered her head and murmured, Don't say that. He is still yours. According to you, I should listen to him and marry Qi Tian. Fu Yuchuan interrupted her, his hand around her waist tightening. Shunli frowned. This is not the same thing. After saying that, she suddenly exerted her strength and broke free from the man's embrace. Fu Yuchuan hadn't expected her to do this, and she slipped down the moment he loosened his grip. Shunli. A deep, husky voice sounded from behind. Just as she brushed past the man's luxury car, her waist suddenly tightened, and Fu Yuchuan simply picked her up and threw her back into the car. Shunli felt a sharp pain in her buttocks. She instinctively bit her lip and was about to curse the man when Fu Yuchuan leaned down and kissed her lips. The kiss ended at some point. A cold night wind blew by, and Shunli was trapped between the man's chest and the car seat. The wind blew his coat, carrying a faint, cool fragrance that reached her nose. She was so short of breath that her legs went weak, and she almost slipped off the car if Fu Yuchuan hadn't supported her waist with one hand. Shunli's head was spinning from the kiss. After a long while, she heard the man's deep, husky voice in her ear. You kissed me first this morning, but you turned your back on me after getting out of bed? Do you hate me? Before Shunli could process the man's question, she was thrown into the car. Her body went limp as she slumped onto the seat. She struggled to get up, but he got up, walked around to the driver's seat, and locked the door, preventing her from getting out of the car. Who said I hate you? From childhood to adulthood, even when she was bullied or ostracized, Shunli never denied herself. But now she had the thought that she wished she were Qi Tian. Becoming someone else means denying yourself. She hates herself now even more. But she couldn't escape this feeling, so she could only distance herself from the man who brought her this feeling. And so the following scene unfolded. A drunken, blushing woman huddled in the corner of the car, avoiding the man beside her like the plague. Fu Yuchuan's eyebrows twitched violently. Try hiding from me again. Shunli remained silent, almost pressing her entire face against the other side of the car window. She opened the window, and the cold wind whipped against her face. Seeing that she clearly intended to continue ignoring him, Fu Yuchuan's distinct jawline tightened, and the next second, her small face was pinched and lifted up. Shin blinked her eyes, her vision blurry with drunkenness, giving off an attitude that said, "I can't beat you, so kiss me if you want." Fu Yuchuan frowned even more deeply. More than kissing her, he wanted to pry something out of this woman. Just then, the cell phone rang suddenly. Shin reflexively touched her bag, and after realizing it wasn't hers, she looked at the man calmly and said, "Yours." Fu Yuchuan seemed not to hear her, staring only at her eyes and lips. Shin felt uneasy under her gaze. Seeing that he didn't answer and the ringing continued to make her head buzz, she simply reached into his coat pocket and felt around. "Chi Tian," Shin reminded her. The phone number wasn't saved, it was just a string of numbers. Shin had only seen it once that night, so it felt familiar. Relying on her woman's intuition, she guessed it accurately. "The wife Fu Yongxian chose for you," she reminded him again, this time with a hint of amusement in her tone. Without saying a word, Fu Yuchuan snatched the phone from her hand and threw it out the window. Shin glanced at it reflexively and saw that the black phone was already shattered into pieces not far away. Fu Yuchuan is the kind of person who doesn't get angry easily, but when he does, even a casual glance from him can send chills down your spine. Shin had never been afraid of him, but she couldn't help but swallow hard when she heard the sound of her phone shattering. What if you hit someone?" Her voice trailed off. "How many times do I have to tell you? I will not marry Chi Tian." He cupped her face in his long, slender hands, kneading it roughly, his voice low and laced with a warning. "You really want me to marry her that badly?" At this moment, Fu Yuchuan thought that if she dared to nod or show the slightest sign of backing down, he would definitely strangle her. Shin stared at him and indeed detected that emotion in his eyes, so her tone lowered slightly as she spoke. "Oh, I'll get off the bus to buy something to sober up." His gaze fell on her face, and he spoke slowly and deliberately. "You'd better not say anything. We can talk when you're sober." Shin had never seen him with this expression before, and she didn't dare to act crazy under the influence of alcohol. She immediately cowered and nodded repeatedly. Shin felt much better after taking hangover medicine on the way. Apart from the smell of alcohol on her body, her mind was clearer than before. The man then carried her into the bathtub for a bath. But the more lucid she was, the less she dared to face Fu Yuchuan. Thinking back to her drunken outburst earlier, she must have made quite a few laughs. "I've gotten drunk in front of him before, and I've never felt this embarrassed." Chapter 116, Everything I Have is Enough for You to Squander for a Lifetime. Shin lingered in the bathroom, glanced around the bedroom, but didn't see Fu Yuchuan. Instead, she heard rustling sounds coming from the walk-in closet next door, so she walked towards the source of the sound. As soon as she entered, she heard the man's back to her, and a deep, husky voice in her ear. "Not drunk anymore?" "I'm not drunk," she reflexively retorted. "Come here." Fu Yuchuan stopped packing his luggage and spoke in a somewhat commanding tone. Shin felt a little guilty and unconsciously clutched the hem of her pajamas. She walked over slowly with her head down, saying, "I only drank a little bit. I'll be fine even without taking any hangover medicine." "So, you were awake when you pushed me to Chi Tian just now?" Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curled into a cold smile. "Shin, can't she just say one thing and mean another? Do you still want me to marry Chi Tian?" he sneered again. Shin, this man was certain that she liked him, so he wouldn't agree, nor did he dare to. "Why are you packing your luggage?" Shin cleared her throat and began to change the subject. "Are you going on a business trip?" Fu Yuchuan reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist, giving it a retaliatory pinch. Shin looked up at him. "You should answer me first. Why were you avoiding me when you were drunk?" Fu Yuchuan said coldly. "Shin, what cannot be escaped will ultimately be escaped." Fu Yuchuan glanced at her, then lifted her chin with his hand, a fleeting intensity flashing in his cool eyes. "Want me to kiss you?" "I saw it." Shin was silent for a moment before tentatively speaking. She looked up at him, and when their eyes met, a hint of confusion flashed across the man's deep eyes. "What do you see?" Shin blinked, her voice growing softer. "Fu Yongxian tried to match you with Chi Tian, and you didn't avoid it, did you?" Seeing Fu Yuchuan frown, she also frowned and continued. So, I can't be angry or have any other emotions like rage. At this point, Shunli glanced at him almost imperceptibly, and even without continuing, her meaning was obvious. Instead of being angry or furious, it's better to just say she's jealous. Understanding the meaning behind her words, Fu Yuchuan's lips unconsciously curled up. His long, cold fingertips brushed against her lips, and just as he was about to kiss her, he released her. "You pack it yourself." He said that, but he still walked to the wardrobe, took out her clothes, and folded them for her meticulously. Shunli was initially a little upset, but when she saw him helping her pack her luggage in the dressing room, her anger subsided considerably. "You still haven't told me what you're packing for." She didn't know how to pack, so she squatted down next to him and tried to learn by imitation. "I'm going back to Suzhou. I didn't plan to stay long before I came here. You've met everyone, and the birthday banquet has been held. I'm taking a plane back tonight." Fu Yuchuan's tone became cheerful as he watched her clumsy movements. Shunli, who was diligently tidying up, paused upon hearing the man's words. "Isn't this a bit too rushed?" Fu Yuchuan's eyebrows twitched, and he placed his hand on the top of her head to rub it affectionately and dotingly. Upon hearing his question, Shunli also expressed her true feelings. "You are the heir of the Gunhild family. Shouldn't you stay by Fu Yongqian's side and learn something? You don't need to worry about me. I can go back by myself first." "It's not like that anymore." He looked into her bright eyes and couldn't resist giving her a light peck. "It hasn't been like that for a long time." "What does that mean?" Fu Yongqian designated other heirs to the Gunhild family at his birthday banquet. What exactly happened in the banquet hall downstairs while she was sleeping on the second floor? To prevent this little woman from overthinking and getting herself drunk again, Fu Yuchuan carried her back to the sofa in the bedroom and explained in a deep and patient voice. "You saw Qi Tian with her hand on mine. It was probably because Fu Yongqian said there were reporters, and she was just playing along to put on a show of filial piety. It was indeed my fault for not dodging in time." Shunli pursed her lips and listened quietly to him. Fu Yuchuan took her hand and kissed it, seemingly trying to calm her down. "I already made it clear at the birthday banquet that I am no longer the heir of the Gunhild family. How can I remain unscathed after Fu Yongqian treated you like that?" Shin Li's eyes widened in surprise. Combining his words with what she had heard and seen at the birthday banquet, she could roughly guess what methods Fu Yongqian had used to embarrass her. The heir to Gunhilder is a position that so many people dream of. Won't you regret it? She loosened her grip on her lips and asked softly. Fu Yuchuan smiled. When a man holds power, all he wants is money and women. The former is enough for you to squander for a lifetime. Why should I give up my woman for a meaningless status? What's the use of a man with high power and lots of money if he can't even protect the woman he loves? Chapter 117, This Man's Stamina. Shin Li then realized that her jealousy and temper tonight were a bit unnecessary. She pursed her lips and cleared her throat. I was asleep upstairs and didn't know any of this. Fu Yuchuan pinched her cheek, his eyes full of a faint smile. So drunk, I can't afford to mess with you. I'm sorry. Shin Li's ability to be flexible was also one of her strengths. I bit your shoulder, does it hurt? With those little teeth of yours. Fu Yuchuan's smiling eyes grew increasingly serious. They're quite itchy, though. Before Shin Li could even pull open his clothes to look, the man's cold hand had already slipped inside her bathrobe, his voice hoarse. You washed your hair too? Shin Li reached out and touched her half-dry, half-wet hair. It doesn't smell anymore. He lowered his head, rested it on her shoulder, and moved his cold, thin lips to her neck, gently sniffing it. Yes, it smells very good. You should go wash up too. You smell of my alcohol on you too. Shin Li silently felt the intrusion of those large hands and reflexively pushed the man's hands away. While she was taking a bath, she hadn't noticed that she had used his exclusive sea salt lemon shower gel. Now, her body was covered in the scent of lemon. Wearing his bathrobe and using his shower gel, she exuded his unique fragrance. No man could resist such temptation. He took a light sniff, and the next second, he ripped off her bathrobe. Shin Li was so weak from his kisses that she collapsed into his arms. He kissed her lips, then bit her burning hot earlobe, his warm breath falling on her ear. Do it first, then wash. Shin Li leaned on his shoulder, feeling the magnetic, husky voice in his throat, as soft as water. No, no. We have to go back to Suzhou overnight. Before she could finish speaking, the man pulled her into his arms and pressed her down hard. He kissed her breasts with a wet, hot kiss, and then gently bit her back where she had bitten him earlier. If Shunli could still maintain some rationality just now, this bite directly hit her sensitive nerves, and her mind immediately became muddled. Fu Yuchuan looked at her dazed expression and said, "The flight is at 2 o'clock, and it's only 10 o'clock now. There's still time. No, no, we'll miss it." She wasn't saying this without any basis, but this man's stamina was something that couldn't be exhausted in just 2 or 3 hours. As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Yuchuan pushed her down and pinned her to the sofa. Shunli was squeezed between the bed and her legs naturally wrapped around his waist. If she had known she would be stripped naked and eaten, she wouldn't have bothered taking that bath so seriously. She should have just made sure he couldn't bring himself to eat her. Just as she was thinking this, the man, annoyed that her attention was wandering, bit her ear again, his deep, husky voice reaching her ear. "Luckily you were drinking with that guy's surname G. Otherwise I wouldn't have let you off the hook tonight, huh?" "Someone surnamed G? Is it Ji Jing, huh? Does it make a difference whether I drink with him or with other men?" Her mind was a blur, and she couldn't utter a complete sentence. "Is there a difference?" "It makes no difference. It doesn't matter who it is, Fu Yuchuan became even more aggressive when he heard her ask this. Shunli was so bullied by him that she completely lost her mind and nodded repeatedly. Okay. I won't drink anymore. I'll only drink with you, okay?" Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curled slightly, clearly satisfied with her answer, but he had no intention of letting her off the hook, no matter how much she bowed her head and tried to please him. Chapter 118. This is an airplane. Can't you be a little more reserved? Everything was white, the lights outside the window were dim, and I was covered with a gray blanket. This is what Shunli saw when she opened her eyes. If I'm not mistaken, she should be in bed on a private jet right now. After a night of passion, she's exhausted and her back aches. She doesn't want to move at all. Every time she closes her eyes, all she can think of is Fu Yuchuan's words. "Luckily you were drinking with that guy's surname G. Otherwise I wouldn't have let you off the hook tonight." In fact, he never let her go, so there's no basis for such a hypothesis. Furthermore, why was he so at ease with Ji Jing? Could it be that Ji Jing has said something to him last night? Shunli held the cup, biting her lip, lost in thought. After a while, her head started to ache again. She turned over in bed, and when she opened her eyes again, Fu Yuchuan was standing in front of her. The man looked down at her, his noble demeanor tinged with a touch of aloofness. As he watched her writhe on the bed, a faint smile played on his thin lips. Shunli slightly rose and opened her arms, nestling into his embrace, rubbing her head against his chest like a kitten being affectionate. "Have you had a good night's sleep?" the man asked in a deep, magnetic voice. What time is it?" she asked, hugging him, her voice tinged with a lazy, coquettish tone. 5 o'clock, almost in Suzhou." He stroked her head gently with his palm and asked, "Are you hungry? Get up and eat something." Shunli wanted to say that she would rather go hungry than get out of bed, because she was just too tired. "I won't eat. I'll just stay here." She buried her head even deeper into his arms. Fu Yuchuan chuckled at her coquettish manner. "Yeah, your phone rang just now, so I came to see if you were awake." Shunli sat on the bed, wrapped her arms around the man's waist, buried her face in his lower abdomen, and rested for a while. After her morning grumpiness dissipated, she slowly yawned. As soon as she looked up, she saw Fu Yuchuan staring intently at her with deep eyes. Feeling the man's waist tightening, she coughed awkwardly and quickly got up to change the subject. "I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat?" She was about to get out of bed when she realized she was wearing a man's shirt, probably the pajamas he had changed her into after she fainted last night. Shunli stopped caring and put on her slippers to go to the bathroom to wash up. Fu Yuchuan stood to the side, watching her indifferently. The little woman was wearing his shirt, the length of which only covered her upper body, leaving her entire legs exposed. They were as white and smooth as porcelain, and occasionally, when she raised her hand, one could see the scenery below. Shunli didn't notice that he was still looking at her. She was wiping her face while thinking about what happened at the birthday banquet last night. After she finished washing her face and turned around to leave the bathroom, she looked up and saw Fu Yuchuan looking at her with his dark eyes slightly lowered, walking towards her step by step. The man's deep eyes held a strange, burning, and lingering lust. Shin Li's face flushed under his gaze. She subconsciously pursed her lips and took larger steps. Let's go eat. You come and eat too. She then added, you must have used up all your strength. What Shin Li wanted to say was that he must have put in a lot of effort to carry her all the way onto the plane, but to the man at this moment, it had a different meaning. Fu Yuchuan's thin lips curved slightly, and he gave a deep in his voice, but he followed behind her. Just as Shin Li turned around to ask the man what was good to eat, Fu Yuchuan grabbed her, pressed her down on the sofa, and gently kissed her lips. His sudden action caught Shin Li off guard, making her heart melt and her spine go numb. The man looked like he had just finished washing up. His lips carried a faint, refreshing minty scent and the unique masculine aroma. Shin Li's legs were still weak, and she couldn't hook her arms around his waist. She just dangled halfway down. The man lowered his eyes slightly, and you could see her slender, fair legs under her black shirt. His eyes darkened, and he pressed the person closer, kissing them deeply and intensely. Driven by an instinctive will to survive, Shin Li pushed the man away with both hands, leaving him some breathing space. He lowered his head, bit her earlobe, and said in a deep voice, do you want to test if I've used up all my energy? Shin Li, panting, dodged his kiss. I was just trying to say that you hugged me really hard. Fu Yuchuan smiled and continued her sentence. So, how about some compensation? Shin Li pursed her lips and rolled her eyes at him. We're on an airplane. Can't you be a little more reserved? His cold, bony hands slowly slipped under her shirt and onto her legs, sending another chill down Shin Li's spine. She heard the man's husky, seductive voice in her ear. Reserved? You mean the little woman who wrapped her legs around my waist last night and wouldn't let go? Shin Li's face instantly turned bright red. Her face flushed, she buried her head in his chest and complained, are you deliberately preventing me from eating? Fu Yuchuan looked up and smiled. Hungry? What do you think? I've even lost weight since I got together with you. Fu Yuchuan chuckled. Oh, go eat. Shin Li, let's go eat? How could this man say those words so casually? Shin Li was tormented by his suddenly withdrawn fingertips, the discomfort being no less than that of a sneeze that had been halfway through. She watched as the man pulled out a tissue to wipe himself, bit her lip angrily, and kicked him. Fu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow slightly, deliberately ignoring it. The more she actively used her legs to hook him, the more nonchalant he became. Several minutes passed, and Shin Li's legs were aching. You bastard. She tried to get down after she finished cursing, but Fu Yuchuan's eyes curled into a wicked smile, and he successfully pinned her legs down with just one hand. Shin Li almost didn't react, and exclaimed in a low voice, you bastard. Fu Yuchuan, what are you doing? The man chuckled softly, leaned down, and kissed the tip of her nose. What, don't you know? Shin Li. After nearly an hour of fussing early in the morning, Shin Li was completely exhausted. Whatever food the waiter brought, she buried her head and devoured it. Eat slowly. We still have half an hour to go to Suzhou. The man, having finished eating and drinking, became much more patient and proactively placed the beef in front of her, helping her cut it with utensils. Shin Li was so angry at his nonchalant tone that she gritted her teeth. She took the beef the man offered her and stuffed her mouth full. It's all your fault. Who was it that said they would let me go in half an hour? Fu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. Sorry, that was my fastest time just now. Shin Li. He smiled slightly, but ultimately didn't say anything more to upset her. After she finished eating, Fu Yuchuan slowly said, after returning to Suzhou, you can focus on filming. Your relationship with Ji Jinghe will not affect the filming schedule, and I will handle the public opinion. What? Shin Li looked up, a little confused. I had no relationship with him in the first place. Fu Yuchuan's gaze darkened, and he frowned slightly. Have you completely forgotten what happened at the birthday banquet? She paused for a moment, about a minute, then asked, what happened? You mean Ji Jinghe said we're siblings? Fu Yuchuan didn't speak, but nodded slightly. Hey, he was drunk, just rambling nonsense. He always used to make me call him Brother Ji. She glanced up cautiously at the man's reaction halfway through her sentence. Contrary to expectations, his eyes were not filled with anger, but rather he had a smile on his lips as he said, but the DNA report shows that you and he are siblings, sharing the same father and mother. Chapter 119. If Fu Yongxian targets her family, you two will be sworn enemies. Shin Li's hand, which was holding the beef fork, suddenly paused. She stared blankly at Fu Yuchuan, vaguely feeling that he had no reason to lie to her. Fu Yuchuan didn't look at her again, giving her time to react and think. As he turned away, he left with a casual remark. This news won't reach Suzhou for now and affect your filming. As she said this, Shinli got up and walked towards the bedroom. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. Sober now? He told you everything? Have you read the report? As soon as the call connected, Ji Jingha's cold, deep voice came from the other end. When did you first find out? Shinli lowered her eyes and looked out the window thoughtfully. Fu Yuchuan told her the truth in just 5 seconds. She remained calm and even methodical throughout the process, without showing much surprise. Shinli listened to the voice on the phone, her face showing almost no emotion. The day when Qingyan left was the first day she opened her eyes to see this world. From that day on, she kept receiving signals from others that her mother was having an affair and running off with someone else, and Shin and Chang's silence made her believe it to be true. When she grew up and developed her own opinions and thoughts, she no longer had the desire to explore the truth. She would only occasionally think how wonderful it would be if she had a mother who loved and protected her, just like Qiu Yun would always stand by Shin Yi's side. Do you resent it? Do you hate it? Do you miss it? It seems like there's nothing there, yet it also seems like everything has been mixed together and turned into a blank space, leaving a sense of relief deep within the heart. When a person receives something beyond their comprehension, the calmer and more suppressed their emotions are, the more likely they are to eventually explode. The man in the black shirt wrapped his arm around her waist, and his deep voice sounded above her head. Are you done talking? The plane is about to land. Shin Li's arm holding the phone fell limply, her soft voice tinged with weariness. Ji Jingha flew to Singapore today. She hesitated for a long time before asking, can your plane make a turn? She lowered her eyes slightly, and even with her back to him, he could hear the hoarseness and sobs in her voice. Fu Yuchuan pulled her into his arms from behind, his arms tightening around her, his voice low as he said, I'm sorry. When he saw the DNA report, his first reaction was joy. One less man was clinging to her. However, the moment he told her the words, he began to feel panicked and sad. That NDA report would remind her of her painful past and childhood. His heart clenched completely when she stood there, stunned. Shunli lifted her head from his embrace, looked at the man's cold and taut jawline, and said calmly, I want to go. He looked down at her, staring intently at her, his arms tightening around her even more. I'm sorry, I can't turn the plane around, but I can go with you. Good. She nodded. After getting off the plane, Fu Yuchuan picked Shinli up and carried her towards the exit. Let's go home and rest first. I'll let you know about the noon flight. Shinli was held in his arms, her arms draped over his shoulders. Looking at his handsome and cold profile, the bitterness in her heart eased slightly, and her lips curved into a smile. He lowered his head and kissed her cheek again, then said in a low, deep voice, Do you want to go to Singapore because your mother is there? She remained silent for a long time before nodding. Yes, Ji Jing has said she's over there, and I don't think he has any reason to lie to me. The man lowered his head, his lips pressed against her cheek, his voice deep. I'll arrange it for you, sweetie. Now close your eyes and go to sleep. She couldn't avoid facing the past out of fear of reminiscing. Shinli still wanted to ask her why she abandoned her back then, and why she could take Ji Jingha, but not her. Holding the soft and sweet woman in his arms, Fu Yuchuan fell asleep with his head resting on her shoulder after getting into the car. When he woke up again, he habitually picked up his phone to check the time, only to find several missed calls on the screen. They came from 2 different people, Chun Jing and Tang Yi. Fu Yuchuan's expression darkened slightly. Before flying to Los Angeles, he had taken care of everything at the company, and other company leaders were also handling the matter, so it was clearly not an unforeseen event that had occurred to the company. At the same time, what might alarm Tang Yi is probably something he never expected. He gently lifted the woman from the car, carried her back to the room, placed her on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and then turned and went straight back to his study to call Qin Jing. He dialed the number immediately. Mr. Fu, have you and your wife returned to Suzhou? Yes, she's sleeping. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. President Fu, something has happened to Shun and Chang. In the cool-toned study, Fu Yuchuan's hand gripping his phone suddenly tightened, his eyes turning icy. What? You asked me to send someone to keep an eye on Shun and Chang, and we did. However, he had heart surgery before, and his condition has recently relapsed. His attending physician injected him with aminophylline, which has worsened his condition. Before Chen Jing could finish speaking, the phone was hung up. He was stunned for a moment, unable to react. Inside the study, a handsome man with a refined air was typing on his laptop with one hand and making a phone call with the other. This call connected much slower than the last one. His brows furrowed, and the temperature in his eyes grew even colder. You're dead? Tang Yi. Don't be so ridiculous. Do you expect me to handle your woman's family affairs? Then why the hell did you call me? Tang Yi touched the tip of his nose. Oh, I just wanted to tell you that Shun Li's father is in trouble, and it's definitely not as simple as a medical accident. I investigated her father's attending physician, and there were several huge sums of money suddenly deposited into that physician's account, including multiple properties under the names of that physician's children. Fu Yuchuan stared intently at the information on the screen, remaining silent for a long while. After a long silence, Tang Yi said expressionlessly, this time it was Shun Li's father. Who will it be next? Her mother who's far away in Singapore? And then it will be her again. Fu Yuchuan gripped his phone tighter and tighter, uttering a few words indifferently. A few large sums of money in his account don't necessarily mean anything. Perhaps he won the lottery and used the winnings to buy property. Tang Yi. He chuckled softly. You can fool yourself with these words. I just want to tell you that Fu Yongxian will never give up easily. If he still decides to kill Shun Li's family in the end, and you have Fu Yongxian's blood in your veins, then it will be a blood feud. Fu Yuchuan. His handsome face darkened, and he abruptly hung up the phone, almost squeezing it out of shape. While Shun Li was sleeping, the man silenced her phone. When she woke up, she saw the missed calls. It was Shun and Chang who called. When she dialed back, she could hear the weariness in his voice. Shin and Chang's deep voice seemed to be choked. Finally, you answered your dad's call? Upon hearing this voice, Shun Li was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. She didn't know if Shin and Chang knew about Ji Jinghe and Wen Qingyan's existence. She thought that if he did, he wouldn't react this way. Besides, Fu Yuchuan had told her before that news about her relationship with Ji Jinghe wouldn't reach Suzhou. Clearly, it wasn't the right time to tell him, and Wen Qingyan might not even want him to know, since Ji Jinghe had never considered reuniting with Shin and Chang. It was all like a rope with a knot that was impossible to untie. She didn't know when it would be freed. She pursed her lips, gave a curt reply, and tentatively asked, I just got back from a trip abroad. Is there something you need? Shin and Chang coughed on the other end of the line. Was Los Angeles fun? Have you met the Yuchuan family? How were they to you? Why are you worrying about these things? Shinli didn't know why Shin and Chang was worrying about these things. But since he asked, it wasn't that she didn't want to answer. She genuinely didn't know how to respond. After Shun and Chang finished speaking, he was still coughing on the other end of the phone. She could hear him drinking water. You should rest now. I have work to do later. Wait a moment. Just as Shun Li was about to hang up the phone, he stopped her. Li, stay with Yuchuan. Couples need to understand each other. A man of his status can lower himself to coax you, so don't argue with him, okay? Shun Li naturally knew what he was worried about. He was worried that if she divorced Fu Yuchuan, the Shin family would lose a reliable son-in-law. I understand. She answered crisply. You should rest well, sir. By the way, has Shun Yi returned to Suzhou? Shin and Chang said in a low voice. She is naturally being watched over by Chiu Yun, but I am worried about you. Footsteps sounded outside, and Fu Yuchuan followed, pushing the door open and coming in. Shinli was about to hang up the phone when she said, Don't worry. By the way, I'm going to Singapore in the next few days. I'll talk to you when I get back. But, Chapter 120 It turns out that all these years, she has been living a life of great suffering. Shinli turned around, and Fu Yuchuan was already behind her. She looked up, and the man's lips pressed against hers. Whose call was that? Shinli pouted slightly, letting him kiss her. My dad. He's so long-winded. The man's voice deepened. What did he say? She nuzzled his lower abdomen and murmured, "It's nothing. It's always the same old stuff anyway." Whether it was her imagination or not, she suddenly felt that his expression was a little off and his mood was somewhat down. Fu Yuchuan patted her head and said softly, how has he been lately? The last time I saw him was at the Shun family's house. His heart surgery seemed to have gone well." She frowned, unsure how to answer. Indeed, it had been too long since she last met Shin and Chang. "Next time, if when Qingyan agrees, let's take him to Singapore to meet her." He lowered his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Without answering, he simply picked her up and carried her downstairs. Shin Li was held in the man's arms, her head resting on his shoulder. "You've gotten so used to carrying me that you're too lazy to walk anymore." Fu Yuchuan placed her on the dining table, his thin lips still smiling faintly, without saying anything. If she hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have realized that he was spending more and more time with her now, and if he didn't see her one day, he would feel particularly lonely and desolate. He sat down across from him at the table. "What would you like to eat?" Seeing his slightly tired expression, Shin Li said, "I want to eat food made by a professional chef." "Okay, tell Aunt Lu what you want to eat." Shin Li got up and happily walked into the kitchen, but was chased out by Aunt Lu a short while later. After she returned to the dining table, she heard the man's deep voice say calmly, "Prepare one plane to Singapore and one to Los Angeles. They will take off in 2 hours." She pursed her lips, looking at the indifferent, handsome face of the man opposite her. "You're going back to Los Angeles again? Didn't you say you'd come to Singapore with me?" "Sorry." Fu Yuchuan reached out and touched her cheek. "Something came up. I'll come find you as soon as I'm done. It'll be quick." Shin Li pouted. "Okay." A few seconds later, she suddenly raised an eyebrow and looked at the man opposite her. Fu Yuchuan twitched his lips. "What are you thinking about?" Shin Li raised an eyebrow and said casually, "Are you going back to find Chi Tian?" He twitched his lips, said nothing, got up, pulled the woman opposite him to his feet, wrapped his arms around her waist, and pulled her into his lap to sit down. His hot breath brushed against her soft ear. "Not satisfied last night? Still craving sex? You pervert." Her face flushed red with embarrassment, and she looked up and bit the man's lip to stop him from speaking. Fu Yuchuan lowered his head and kissed her soft lips. His tone was still light, but slightly hoarse with a meaning she didn't understand. She heard a plea in his voice. "Shin Li, no matter what happens, I will never leave you." Shin Li sat on his lap, listening to his heartfelt confession. She couldn't understand the man's sudden change in behavior, so she just nodded in response and talked about trivial things, telling him all sorts of random things. He listened quietly, then smiled faintly, occasionally lowering his head to kiss her lips. Much later, she thought how wonderful it would be if time could just stop at this moment, when she had a lover, a brother, a mother she had never met, and a father who would finally express himself to her. The plane took off at 2 p.m. and arrived in Singapore in about 3 hours. Shin Li was just about to take a taxi according to the address sent by Ji Jinghe when she saw a familiar figure as she exited the airport. Ji Jinghe stood at the arrivals area, squinting at the slightly stunned woman, and smiled faintly. "This way. What brings you here? Need I say more?" Shin Li looked at him and said, "You're treating me like a child." Although she looks younger than him. Ji Jinghe. "Aren't you just a kid?" She blinked. "You're just taking advantage of your age." Ji Jinghe. Singapore boasts beautiful scenery and is an ideal place to live and retire. As soon as Shin Li stepped out of the airport, she felt that the air had become exceptionally fresh. Ji Jinghe took her suitcase, and the two walked side by side. Shin Li tilted her head and looked up, asking a question that had puzzled her for a long time. "When did you first become aware of my existence?" He glanced down at her, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Probably after I'm an adult. I knew she existed when I was 18, so why did it take you so long to find her?" She pursed her lips. "Did she tell you?" "She" is self-evident. It refers to when Qingyan. Ji Jinghe looked at her calmly. "Yes, when I was little, I often saw my mother looking at your photos. After I became old enough to remember, she rarely looked at them in front of me. One day, I suddenly asked her who the little girl in the photo was, and she stopped looking at them altogether." "So, does when Qingyan not want Ji Jinghe to know about her existence?" She looked up at his indifferent profile and said softly, "She doesn't want you to know I exist, so what do you look like now, trying to scare her?" Ji Jinghe glanced down at her, a faint smile curving his lips. "She was probably afraid I would come looking for you. She was very busy with work at the time and couldn't let me go to Suzhou alone, so she chose to tell me after I became an adult." Shinli lowered her head to organize her thoughts. Since she thinks of her so much and cares about her, why hasn't she thought of coming to Suzhou to find her all these years? Ji Jinghe's thin lips curled up again, and he said lightly, "You can ask her the rest of the questions in person. She hasn't seen anyone for many years, so she'll probably enjoy listening to other people chat." After leaving the airport, Shinli got into his car. There were several bottles of air freshener in the car, with a light and pleasant smell. "You're a grown man. Why are you spraying these?" Ji Jinghe shrugged helplessly. "There's nothing I can do. The hospital smells a bit strong." 20 minutes after the car started, Shinli finally understood what he meant by what he had just said. The car stopped in front of a top-tier hospital in Singapore, and Ji Jinghe led her to the physiotherapy department. Pushing open the ward door, Shinli was stunned when she saw the person lying on the bed. She could not describe her feelings at this moment. Even if a strange woman were lying in the hospital bed, she would still be shocked. Shock was mixed with bitterness and pain, because the person lying on the bed was none other than Wen Qingyan, who looked remarkably similar to her and shared the same blood. Before coming to Singapore, she considered 100 possibilities, including the idea that the woman would never forgive her. But when she saw the emaciated woman lying on the bed, she burst into tears. She cried and asked the man beside her, how could she do this? A woman who has been kept in a wealthy family for many years loses the ability to support herself. After leaving, she is like an infant re-entering society. Without the skills to match her beauty only becomes a burden. Moreover, she has an infant with her. What can she do? She can only do the hardest and dirtiest jobs. Even so, she cannot raise a child on her own. The physical and mental torment day and night eventually caused her to collapse. Shinli pulled up the woman's thin arm and glanced at her. Her heart skipped a beat as her body was covered in ugly, crisscrossing scars. Before this, Shinli had always thought that Wen Qingyan was doing well, which was why she didn't want to go back to Suzhou and cause herself trouble. It turns out that in places she couldn't see, she was suffering so much, merely trying to survive. What about these injuries? How did they happen? Were they also work-related? A hint of pain flashed across Ji Jinghe's face. When I was 12, I took your photo and was about to go to Suzhou to find you. That was the day she was on her way to find me. She was in a car accident and spent 5 years in bed, in a vegetative state for 5 years. Later, when her condition finally improved, she was diagnosed with liver cancer. Shinli was in tears. She couldn't listen anymore and didn't want to listen any longer. She covered her face in anguish. When a person is in extreme pain, stomach cramps make her want to vomit. She rushed out of the ward and bent over to dry heave. Chapter 1:21 You Never Call Me First. Shinli raised her weary eyes and looked at Ji Jinghe. When will she wake up? Ji Jinghe stepped forward and patted her on the back, wiping the corner of her lips with a tissue. It's about time. Should I tell you the truth sooner, so you can be mentally prepared? Shinli looked at the woman on the hospital bed through the window and shook her head. Hearing is different from seeing with your own eyes. I don't blame you. After she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly flashed, and the woman on the hospital bed twitched her knuckles slightly, showing signs of waking up. Shinli rushed in and grabbed her hand, her eyes reddening. Brother, she's awake, she's awake. The moment when Qingyan opened her eyes, she saw a young and beautiful girl holding her hand with tears streaming down her face. She was puzzled for a moment. Then her pupils shrank slightly. Lily, is it you? Is this a dream? Shinli's tears fell incessantly. You're not dreaming. It's me, it's Lily. Mom. Lily. The mother and daughter embraced and wept bitterly. Ji Jinghe walked out of the ward and sat on a bench in the corridor. It took a long time for the two of them to calm down. When Qingyan looked down at herself, then looked at Shinli with a gentle smile. Lily, did I scare you by looking like this? Wen Qingyan means admiration for beauty, and even though she was emaciated from illness, her features still revealed her to be a beauty. Shinli smiled and said, Mom, you are very beautiful. You are the most beautiful. When Xingyan reached out and touched Shin Li's face, saying calmly, Li, the hospital ward smells terrible. You and Jing, he should go home first. There will be a caregiver here to take care of me. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I not care about you? Once you're better, we'll go home together. After the joy of mother and daughter recognizing each other faded, when Xingyan's lips curved back into a smile, her eyes filled with self-reproach and guilt. Lily, I'm sorry for letting you down. I missed so many years of your growth. Although you have my blood in your veins, you don't have to be responsible for the rest of my life. The one who should feel guilty is me. Shinli held her hand, a gentle smile on her lips. My childhood was very happy. You don't need to feel guilty or blame yourself, and my father was good to me too. When Shin and Chang was mentioned, when Qingyan's expression changed slightly. It seems that the decision to leave you in the Shun family was the right one. It's just that I feel sorry for Jing He, who suffered so much with me. Mom, don't say that. Your brother won't blame you. He's a big star now, you know that. The people around him treat him very well. Okay, as long as you're doing well. Ji Jinghe pushed open the door and entered, his voice both cool and gentle. The food has been delivered. Let's go to the lounge to eat together. Okay. Shinli nodded, then turned to Wen Xingyan. Mom, let's eat first and talk things out slowly, okay? Wen Xingyan held her hand tightly and said gently, okay. After dinner in the evening, Shinli pushed Wen Xingyan for a stroll in the hospital's backyard. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the surroundings were quiet. Lily, you must really want to ask me why I left back then. Yes. She wanted to know, and she didn't hide it. Wen Xingyan casually picked a flower, smelled it, and said, then let me tell you a story. More than 20 years ago, a famous playboy in the capital took a fancy to an ordinary girl. At that time, the girl already had a fiancé, but later she still became pregnant with that man's child. She accepted her fate and compromised by staying by that man's side. But when she was 8 months pregnant, the man's mistress came to the door, also heavily pregnant. At this point, a relieved expression appeared on her face. The young girl didn't know how to handle this relationship, so she could only ask her friends for help. But the only bodyguard she trusted was bribed by her lover. She knew that she couldn't support 2 children on her own, so she left the girl in that man's house. When Xingyan's gentle, smiling voice rang out, Lily, will you hate that cowardly girl from over 20 years ago? Shinli was taken aback, then smiled and said, Mom, I don't hate her, and I hope that girl won't blame herself too much. As when Xingyan spoke, she carefully observed her, afraid of seeing even a hint of annoyance or hatred in her eyes. A naive girl, unaware of how to handle relationships, is sacrificed by her family's power, loses her boyfriend, is betrayed by those she trusts, and raises a baby boy alone. Shinli didn't know how much she hated this woman. Keeping her in the Shin family back then was probably the best solution she could think of. Shinli looked at her silently, a faint smile on her face. I should thank that girl. When Xingyan looked at her, is that so? Yeah, if she took me away, I probably wouldn't meet someone I like. When Xingyan wasn't very surprised to hear this, as if she already had a comprehensive understanding of her. Shinli didn't know if Ji Jinghe had told her this, or if she had been secretly observing her all along. Is that man good to you? Shinli paused for a moment, then nodded. Is his family very powerful? Has he introduced you to his family? Shinli's slightly smiling expression froze for a moment before she slowly said, Yes, I've met you. Wen Xingyan nodded and said softly, in relationships, besides mutual affection, being well matched in terms of social standing and strength is the most important thing. 2 people from very different families will not end up together. Since his family approves of you, I'm relieved. Shinli nodded silently. I know. As night fell, when Xingyan finished taking her medicine and prepared to go to sleep. In the end, Shinli still didn't mention Shin and Chang to her. After all, their beginning was not a pleasant experience for her. In her heart, perhaps besides relief, there was also a hidden pain and disgust. Shinli lives in Ji Jinghe's home in Singapore. Perhaps because he had experienced many difficult days of being homeless since childhood, he has a house in every place he frequents. However, Shinli noticed that there seemed to be other women living in the villa, with pink shoes that had been worn placed at the entrance. She looked at the shoes, and they seemed familiar. The woman was cooking in the kitchen when she heard the door open and immediately greeted him. Actor Ji, I'll be done cooking soon. Ji Jingha sent Shunli back to her room, then went to the kitchen to shut the woman who was talking. Shunli joked, everyone says that actor Ji has never had a scandal in all his years in the industry, but it turns out he's keeping a mistress here. Ji Jingha curled his lips. What do you mean by keeping a mistress in a golden house? I just had her cook for me to pay off my debts. Just then, the woman who had been cooking in the kitchen came out. When Bai Taotao saw that Shunli was also there besides Ji Jingha, she almost dropped the dishes she was carrying. She puffed up her cheeks as if her hair had been blown off, a mixture of shock, anger, and grievance welling up inside her. Ji Jingha, how could you be with Sister Lily? Sister Lily, how come you're with actor Ji? Shunli pouted. Let him explain to you. I'm going in first. After saying that, she went back to her room and closed the door. After returning to her room, Shunli called Fu Yuchuan, who was far away in New York. She blinked and complained in a coquettish tone. You never call me first. The man on the other end of the phone chuckled in a low voice. You do the math, I just got off the plane. Chapter 122 This life, I'll give it back to you. Well, I called you as soon as I got home too, she complained sweetly, making his heart flutter. Okay, my mistake. He chuckled softly and affectionately on the other end, then said calmly, I've met Andy. How is she now? Shunli paused for a moment, holding her phone, before finally speaking softly. She's not feeling well right now. Fu Yuchuan, wait until I finish filming this movie. You want to stay in Singapore to take care of her? Suzhou and Singapore are, after all, two different countries. Shunli didn't want their relationship to change because of a long-distance relationship. Of course, I won't stay here all the time. I'll go back for work, just like my brother. Okay, she is still your mother after all. Shunli was surprised that he agreed so readily. I knew it. The man chuckled indulgently, his voice low and husky. Want to sleep now? Shunli coughed lightly. Almost there. I need to take a shower first. The man continued to coax in a low voice. Answer the video call. I want to see you, be good. Shunli bit her lip, somewhat embarrassed. We just saw each other this morning. She hung up the video call. You're not tired of watching, but I am. Seeing her insistence, Fu Yuchuan didn't press the matter further. He rolled down the car window, glanced at the road, and his deep, magnetic voice rang out again. If you won't look, then try to please me in another way, Shunli. The woman on the other end of the phone mumbled, husband, before quickly hanging up. Fu Yuchuan smiled faintly. I never felt the urge to miss it before. Of course, the words think and remember were not in his dictionary. Now, however, even a moment is unbearable. As he approached Gunhild Castle, his phone rang again. It was none other than Tang Yi calling. The last time Tang Yi took the initiative to call him was when Shun Li's father had an accident, and this time it's almost certainly related to Shun and Chong as well. Fu Yuchuan remained silent for a few seconds before answering the phone. Sure enough, Shin and Chong's father got into trouble again. Explain. Shin and Chong is dead. Tang Yi's voice was calm and indifferent. He committed suicide in the hospital. Fu Yuchuan clenched his fists, his handsome face revealing a somber and cold expression. Does she know? The hospital is under lockdown, and the news hasn't gotten out yet. The man's deep, dark eyes were fixed on Gunhild Castle ahead, and his voice was extremely low. When I get back, don't tell her yet. Have you thought this through? If Shin and Chong hadn't committed suicide, how would you face her? Between them, who would you choose? Shun Li and Fu Yongqian. For Fu Yuchuan, this was never a choice. Because he never imagined that Fu Yongqian would target Shin and Chong. Before this phone call, he could lie to himself that Shin and Chong's attending physician had given him the wrong medicine. Now that he committed suicide, it would only confirm that someone was behind it all. The only one who could do this right under his nose was the heavenly eye of the Gunhild family. Fu Yongqian's people. New York seems even colder now than it was a few days ago. The old man in the castle hall sat with his back to the light, and slowly turned around when he heard the footsteps approaching. Fu Yuchuan kept his eyes fixed on the old man, his gaze deep and dark, his jawline taut. You think Suzhou is like Los Angeles, where you can kill people at will? Murder? Fu Yongqian turned his head, raised his eyelids slightly, and said casually, on my 80th birthday, You hurriedly left with that woman. If I'm not mistaken, now you're questioning me because of her. You don't need to pretend in front of me. Fu Yuchuan rubbed his knuckles. Can you swear that Shin and Chang's death has nothing to do with you? If you really found out, you should call the police and put me in jail immediately, instead of talking to me like this. Fu Yongqian sneered coldly. At this age, to be willing to turn against your own family for a woman, I am very disappointed in you. Fu Yuchuan gently clenched his fists at his sides with his hands hanging by his sides. Qi Tian, standing to the side, observed the exchange between the two without making a sound. She couldn't interrupt in this situation. She pursed her lips and took out her phone. Fu Yuchuan looked at him expressionlessly. Next time, who are you planning to target? Heh, Yuchuan, you said you couldn't touch her, and I promised you. Now you want to make demands of me again. You're targeting someone important to her just to force her to divorce me? Yes, if you really cared about her, Shin and Chang wouldn't have died. Fu Yongqian smiled. Of course, I was also surprised by his death. We've lost one of our bargaining chips. Do you really have to do this? Yes. Only after I'm separated from her can I feel at ease handing the Gunhilder family over to you. If you like her, you can keep her by your side as a secret lover. Why do you have to force me to accept this? Fu Yuchuan stared at him with bloodshot eyes. I don't want anything about the Gunhild family. Fu Yongqian said coldly. Blame your dead mother. Why didn't she give you another brother? Fine, you can blame everyone. What's the use of blaming a dead person like her? You should blame me the most. Fu Yongqian stared at him with wide eyes, his anger and embarrassment evident. Seeing his furious expression, Fu Yuchuan sneered. He pulled out his gun, and Qi Tian immediately frowned, then rushed forward without saying a word. Just as she was about to speak, she saw him grab Fu Yongqian's hand and point the gun at his own chest. Before Fu Yongqian could react, he heard a deep, hoarse male voice in his ear. I'm returning this life to you. If I win, I won't show you any mercy next time. Bang! 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 Shinli had just fallen asleep when she was awakened by a nightmare and heard a knocking sound at the door. She got up and opened the door, noticing Ji Jinghe's unusually cold expression. She paused, then asked, Brother, what's wrong? Ji Jinghe stared at her with his deep, dark eyes, his voice low and menacing. Shin and Chang is dead. Shinli was at a loss, utterly shocked. Those 5 words went through her mind over and over again before she finally realized. How could this be? She couldn't believe that Shun and Chang, who had called her just 2 days ago, could suddenly be dead. Shinli's mind went blank. She sat stiffly on the bed, recalling that phone call. Heart attack. No, Ji Jinghe's voice was low, his eyes deep and cold. He vomited at the hospital. Clearly, this news did not come from official channels. Otherwise, given Shin and Chang's status, it would have been widely reported long ago. Ji Jinghe confirmed this via email, clearly indicating that someone had deliberately leaked the information to them. Suicide by hanging? How could someone as suicidal as Shin and Chang possibly commit suicide? Shinli picked up her phone, her hands trembling uncontrollably, and dialed Fu Yuchuan. Chapter 123. If I had known it would make her sad, I wouldn't have met her. The call wasn't answered quickly, and Shinli, anxious, dialed again and again. But there was still no answer. Shinli recalled the dream she had just had, and her heart was in her throat. Until he left in the morning, he had not told her the purpose of his trip to Los Angeles, nor that she had felt he was absent-minded yesterday. Shinli, calm down. Ji Jinghe patted her shoulder to comfort her. She pursed her pale lips and made one last phone call to Qi Tian. Los Angeles Hospital. Fu Yongqian stood outside the operating room, his aged face clearly showing shock and anger. That madman. She actually dared to try to repay his kindness in raising her all these years with her own life. Fu Yongqian glanced coldly at the ringing phone in Qi Tian's hand. Who is it? Miss Shun. She found out. Qi Tian pursed her lips and shook her head slightly. I don't know. They probably couldn't get through to President Fu, so they called me instead. Don't tell her about Yuchuan. Take good care of Yuchuan during this time. When he wakes up, I will arrange a marriage for you. Mr. Fu. Qi Tian's pretty face showed some difficulty. I don't want to be the bad guy. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Yongqian looked at her coldly without saying a word, then turned and left. Shunli couldn't get in touch with Fu Yuchuan, and she couldn't even get through to Qi Tian's phone. Shun and Chang is dead, and Fu Yuchuan is unreachable. Pain and helplessness overwhelm her. She doesn't want to think about the worst, but every time she closes her eyes, all she sees in her dreams is the image of Fu Yuchuan lying in a pool of blood. Shinli had no choice but to seek help from Ji Jinghe. She told Ji Jinghe to go back to Suzhou first to find out the situation, and then she would go back after she contacted Fu Yuchuan and settled with Qingyan. Ji Jinghe said nothing in the end and boarded the earliest plane with Bai Taodao. After Ji Jinghe left, Shinli went to Wen Qingyan's hospital. She had just gotten into the taxi when she received a call from Qi Tian. Shinli spoke first, her voice a little hoarse. "Are you with him?" The two of them tacitly understood who he referred to. "Yes." Qi Tian's cool and gentle voice came from the other end. Shinli took a deep breath, her reddened eyes gazing at the scenery outside the window. "Could you let him answer the phone?" Qi Tian heard the sob in her voice and paused for a few seconds. "President Fu doesn't want to talk to you right now." Shin Li's eyes widened suddenly. "This is impossible. Didn't President Fu not answer your call? When will he contact me? He wants you to go back to Suzhou first to handle your father's funeral arrangements. You will naturally return when the time is right." Shin Li bit her lip. So he knew Shin and Chang was dead. Then why did he so confidently say that he would come to Singapore to find her after he had settled things? Now he wouldn't even answer her calls. Did he regret his decision after seeing Qi Tian in Los Angeles? Shinli sniffed and said softly, "Is he lying in your bed right now?" Looking at the man who was fast asleep in bed after the surgery, Qi Tian did not deny it, but stated the facts. He fell asleep in bed. Shinli was stunned for a moment, her eyes almost lifeless. She didn't even hear the driver in the driver's seat remind her that they had arrived at the hospital. She got out of the car, but then a piercing car horn sounded behind her, almost hitting her from behind. Deep down, she still wanted to believe him. If he liked Qi Tian, he wouldn't have needed to let her meet Fu Yongqian and then announce her identity in front of the family members. Shunli looked up at the overcast sky and suddenly asked, "Has something happened to him?" Qi Tian seemed to be stumped by the question. "I didn't know how to answer for a long time. Something happened to him. That's why he doesn't want to see me?" Shunli immediately seized on the important question. "He's injured?" Before she could even say she was going to see him, the woman on the other end of the phone immediately replied, "Ms. Shun, you should go back to Suzhou first. Don't let him worry." Qi Tian didn't deny it, so her guess must be correct. "I didn't want her to worry. The injury must be very serious. He was injured, so there was no way she wouldn't go see him." After explaining the situation to Wen Qingyan, Shunli set off for Los Angeles. On the plane, Shunli had already anticipated the severity of Fu Yuchuan's injury and had mentally prepared herself. But when she saw the man lying in the hospital bed in Los Angeles, she couldn't stop her tears from falling. Fu Yuchuan suffered a gunshot wound, which was only centimeters from her heart. The doctor told her that if her aim had been more precise, she might be seeing a corpse now. Shunli's crying also woke up the man who was fast asleep after the surgery. Fu Yuchuan reached out and touched her face, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "Why did you come?" After a moment, he added softly, "I knew you would be sad. If I had known you would be this sad, I would never have let Qi Tian tell you." Chapter 124. When he was unconscious, he called out Shunli's name. Upon hearing Fu Yuchuan's words, Shunli cried even harder. Her cold knuckles touched his handsome, pale face as she choked back tears, saying, "Didn't you say you were coming to Los Angeles to work? Why did you get into a fight and get injured?" Fu Yuchuan wanted to grab her hand and kiss it, but the gun was too close to his heart, and he couldn't move his upper body. "Who told you I was fighting with someone?" He originally intended to keep it from her and see her again after he recovered from his injuries, but rather than letting her speculate about whether he had another woman, he decided to tell her the truth. But seeing her aggrieved and worried expression, I just couldn't bear it. His eyes were full of heartache. "Honey, I know what I'm doing. I won't let you be a widow." Based on his 16 years of experience with guns, Fu Yuchuan had already estimated the extent to which the shot he fired at himself was within his tolerance range. "Now that you can't even move, I'm no different from a widow," she complained, her tears already dried. "If you ever hide your injury from me again, I won't talk to you anymore." Fu Yuchuan slowly and laboriously lifted his knuckles to caress her small face. I promise you, it won't happen again. And about your father, I'm sorry. Ever since Qi Tian's phone call, Shun Li's attention has been entirely focused on Fu Yuchuan, to the point that she almost forgot about Shin and Chang. She stared intently into the man's deep eyes, and suddenly, her pupils contracted sharply. Fu Yuchuan knew her well and noticed her unusual expression at a glance. He pursed his thin lips and said, Lily. She stared intently at him. Fu Yuchuan. He nervously pursed his lips. That night you suddenly looked strange and asked about my father. Did you already know he was going to suffer this calamity? Did you suspect Fu Yongqian was behind it? So you came to question him and got hurt because of the conflict? Women's intuition is usually surprisingly accurate, and when she sets aside her emotions, she can be considered a smart woman. The air suddenly became quiet. Fu Yuchuan looked at her shocked and helpless expression and said, Yes. Now that things have come to this, he can only tell the truth. He can't hide it from her, nor can he keep it from her. But your father's death may not have been caused by Fu Yongqian. He had no reason to lie. Her voice was very low, as if her vocal cords were being pressed down. Shun and Chang had treated her well, and his material contributions were even greater than those of ordinary families. Although she had resented and hated him, he was now dead, having died for her, and she could no longer utter any words of reproach. But if it wasn't him, then who was it? Suicide? Shin and Chang is such a person who values his life so much. Do you think that's possible? She never knew that Fu Yongqian had gone to such lengths for this relationship. After she finished her low, hoarse roar, he didn't say anything. Shinli looked up and saw the man's cold and indifferent eyes staring at her. A sudden panic gripped her heart, and she was about to grasp his hand when he used his hand to prop himself up and sit up. I'll go back to Suzhou with you. If he did this, I'll give you an explanation. Fu Yuchuan's chest was wrapped in thick gauze. When he stood up, a patch of bright red blood had seeped through the gauze, and his shirt was also visible through it. Upon seeing this scene, Shin Li's tears began to stream down her face again. I didn't say I don't believe you, don't move. The man reached out and helplessly wiped away her tears with his thumb. Okay, don't cry anymore. Her voice choked with emotion, and her sobs were evident. Even if Fu Yongqian did this, I won't blame you. She understood his helplessness better than anyone else. He sat up slightly, wiped away her tears with one hand, stroked her neck with the other, and kissed her head. Shinli reached out, but dared not push his chest. They lingered together for a while, and she said, We'll talk about everything after you've recovered. Ji Jinghe has already returned to Suzhou. Fu Yuchuan looked into her eyes, the corners of his lips slightly upturned, and whispered, Okay. Shinli was extremely worried about his wound. The moment he lay back down on the bed, she couldn't wait to reach out and unbutton his clothes. Fu Yuchuan looked down at her, but didn't stop her. It's okay, we'll wait for the doctor to come and change the dressing. The moment Shinli took off the man's clothes, she realized that he was in more serious condition than he appeared. Seeing that she was about to cry again, Fu Yuchuan reached out and lifted her chin, chuckling softly with a hint of helplessness. Are you made of water? She glared at him fiercely, and after a long while, bit her lip. Besides this place, are you injured anywhere else? No. She reached out and touched the man all over, only releasing her bitten lip after confirming there were no other wounds. Fu Yongqian is really ruthless. He shot you in the heart. Why didn't you fight back? The man grasped her hand, his voice low and husky. I fired the gun myself. As soon as she finished speaking, she paused. You? Fu Yuchuan nodded. Even if you give him back his life, I promise you I won't give him another chance to harm the people around you. Shunli stared at him blankly, wanting to ask if this relationship was worth the price of his life to maintain. Besides feeling helpless, she was mostly angry. If it weren't for his injury, she would have made a scene. We'll talk about this later. You should focus on recovering first. After saying that, she was about to get up and call the doctor to change his dressing. The man grabbed her hanging arm. Don't go. His lips brushed against her fair ear, his voice becoming seductive. It hurts, stay with me. Shin Li's anger vanished after he acted so coquettishly. Looking at his clear and handsome face, and then at his deep black eyes, her heart softened. So, She kissed his lips almost without hesitation. Fu Yuchuan originally just wanted her to spend more time with him, but he didn't expect her to suddenly kiss him. The soft touch of her thin lips made all the nerve endings in his body tremble slightly. He used to be the one to kiss her first. Back then, she didn't think she liked him that much. She just didn't dislike him. But now she realizes that she likes it even more than she imagined. The man's breathing grew heavier, but he kept his eyes down, letting her take the initiative to kiss him. Her hand, which had touched his pants, suddenly paused and stopped in place. Fu Yuchuan's voice was low and hoarse, extremely tense. "Why don't you continue?" She looked up at him, her face flushed red. "What's the difference between you and a monk now?" After speaking, the man stared at him without saying a word, a faint crack appearing on his handsome, clear face. Before she could get up, the man reached out and grabbed her arm, trying to pull her down and pin her beneath him. At the same second, Shunli looked up, leaned down, and brought her head close to his lips, gently taking his thin lips into her mouth with a light, compensatory kiss. "Be good. I'll go call the doctor." Fu Yuchuan's dark eyes were fixed on her petite and pretty back. After that figure completely disappeared, his fists slowly clenched, and his usually indifferent brows furrowed slightly. "Mr. Fu, you're awake?" The man looked up and glanced at Chi Tian, who was dressed in a professional suit and had a cool and aloof demeanor. "Didn't I tell her not to tell her about this?" Chi Tian looked down and suddenly remembered something. "Mr. Fu, when you were unconscious, you called out Miss Shun's name." Chapter 125, She Didn't Leave. After leaving the ward, Shun Li was like a deflated balloon. She felt helpless, conflicted, and confused. If Shin and Chang's death is related to Fu Yongqian, given his nature, he certainly won't let it go easily. This time it was Shin and Chang, but what about next time? Will it be her, Ji Jinghe, or Wen Xinyan? Moreover, how could she be at ease with Fu Yuchuan? And how could she explain it to them? She lingered in the corridor for a long time before finally making a phone call. When Ji Jinghe heard that Shun Li remained silent for a long time, he said in a low, gentle voice, "What's wrong? I heard from my mother that you went to Los Angeles." A hint of sadness flickered in Shun Li's beautiful eyes, and her voice carried a touch of guilt. "Brother, I hate myself now." Ji Jinghe paused. "Why?" Thinking of Shun and Chang's last phone call, Shun Li's pent-up emotions finally broke down. "If Dad's death is related to Fu Yuchuan's family, I don't know how to give you and Mom an explanation." Ji Jinghe remained silent for a moment. After a long while, a deep, magnetic voice slowly came from the other end. "Shin and Chang is your father, but to me he is just a stranger with blood ties. If you knew what Mom was going through all those years, you would know that she wouldn't blame you." Shinli lowered her long eyes and remained silent for a long time. Just as she was about to speak again, Ji Jinghe said calmly, "I will send people to strengthen the guard at the Singapore hospital. As for me, you don't need to worry. It's not so easy to make someone who is active in the public eye disappear without a trace." After learning from Fu Yuchuan that Shin and Chang's death was related to Fu Yongqian, Shinli considered countless possible decisions. She even considered giving up. But the thought of parting ways with Fu Yuchuan in the future, and him falling in love with another woman, made her feel very sad. Moreover, he had already broken ties with Fu Yongqian for her sake. Around 10 p.m., Shun Li returned to the ward. After putting down what she was holding, she turned around, poured a glass of water, and handed it to the man lying down. "Drink it when it's cold. Tell me if you need anything else." Fu Yuchuan looked at her, remained silent for a few seconds, then grasped her hand as she was about to leave, and uttered two soft words in his deep, magnetic voice, "Kiss me." Shunli, perhaps sensing that she was afraid of aggravating her wound, he said calmly, "You take the initiative, I won't." Shunli couldn't resist the man's advances, and fearing he wouldn't give up until he got what he wanted, she leaned down and gave him a light kiss on the lips before quickly pulling away. "You're so childish. Didn't the doctor say it was just a chest injury, and his head is fine? Ugh." Before she could finish speaking, he cut her off. The man tilted his head slightly, his strong arms gripping her waist, his hot breath brushing against her nose. After the kiss ended, Shunli angrily raised her hand and pinched the man's cheek, scolding him with a hint of coquettishness. "Fu Yuchuan, what if the wound reopens?" The man slightly parted his lips. Then you'll be punished by having to change my dressing and leaving me out for so long. From dusk to sunset, and then to night. He thought she had run away. He thought she was going to say she was giving up first, until he saw her carrying her things and coming to see him as usual. Shin looked at the darkness in the man's eyes and raised her lips. Oh, I personally bought someone a late-night snack, and that person doesn't know how to be grateful and even keeps talking about punishing me. She opened the bag, and several kinds of food were laid out on the table. Fu Yuchuan glanced at it, his deep eyes revealing suspicion. You bought it yourself? Shin glanced at the man with a haughty look. That's right. I almost got lost and couldn't find my way back while buying these for you. She's not a 3-year-old. Even if she's unfamiliar with Los Angeles, she has GPS, so there's no way she can't get back. Shin said this casually, and then the man's deep voice rang out. From now on, leave these things to others. You'd better not leave my sight. Shin, they really think she's stupid. Shin didn't reply. She opened his lunchbox, called the nurse over to adjust his posture, and then rested her chin on her hands while watching the man eat. Fu Yuchuan's brows furrowed slightly. Aren't you going to eat? I ate dinner tonight. I'm on a diet. Fu Yuchuan's brows furrowed, and he winked at her. You're not fat. Come and have some, even just a couple of bites. Shin Li's mood gradually improved, and considering his injuries, she had no choice but to obediently sit down next to him. Then I'll take care of the vegetables, and you can eat the meat. Chapter 126. Tell me, why did you cry? For a whole week, Shin Li stayed by Fu Yuchuan's side at the hospital, taking care of him every step of the way. As soon as she leaves, the man's wound will inevitably reopen and need to be stitched up and bandaged again. He knew she was reluctant to leave, and without saying a word, a single look was enough to make her willingly stay. On the 8th day of his hospitalization, Shin Li received a message from lawyer Shin Chang. Mr. Shin left you a letter before his death. As he instructed, I will now give you the code to that letter. Whether you read it or not is up to you, Miss Shin. Upon seeing this text message, Shin Li took a deep breath, and her emotions, which had been calmed for many days, began to surge again. She left the ward under the pretext of taking a walk after dinner. In a corner of the hospital corridor, Shin Li opened Shin Chang's email and entered the password given by the lawyer. The emotions that had been suppressed for so long finally collapsed and erupted, and tears fell one after another, silently yet overwhelmingly. Lily, by the time you read this letter, your father may no longer be in this world. I'm sorry that my selfishness caused you to grow up in an unhealthy family environment. I used to say that you were ungrateful for the material conditions provided by the Shin family, which were better than those of your peers. I guess I'm getting old, and sometimes I think those words were too outrageous. I can see that Fu Yuchuan really likes you, but Shin said that Grandpa Fu doesn't approve of you. What she said is probably true. The attending physician I trusted switched my medication. Fu Yongqian is probably planning to target me to threaten you into leaving Fu Yuchuan. If my death can bring you happiness, I think I will do it without hesitation. Saying this will make you feel guilty, right? Then let me tell you the truth. Your father did many wrong things in the first half of his life, and God is punishing him. After his heart surgery, he fell while walking and coughed when drinking water a few days ago. The doctor said it's a different kind of illness, probably incurable. I absolutely cannot allow him to be paralyzed in bed and unable to do anything but wait for death in the future. Also, your mother is Wen Qingyan. If possible, please pass on a message to her. I'm sorry. Tears almost soaked the phone screen as Shin Li cried for a long time. As the official investigation stated, Shin Chang did indeed commit suicide. Although his last words said it was because he had been diagnosed with another incurable disease, if it weren't for Fu Yongqian's coercion and enticement, he could have lived for several more years given the Shun family's medical resources. The purpose of leaving this letter was simply to allow her to be with Fu Yuchuan without feeling guilty. At the cost of death, Shin Li gripped her phone tightly and burst into tears. She asked Ji Jinghe to return to Suzhou first, while she stayed in Los Angeles. This wasn't entirely to take care of Fu Yuchuan, but rather because after hearing Wen Qingyan's words, she harbored resentment towards Shin Chang, mixed with hatred, and couldn't face the fact that he was dead. All the hatred and resentment erupted after reading this letter. She still couldn't treat Shin Chang as a stranger. Shunli squatted on the ground and cried for a long time. But when she thought of Fu Yuchuan waking up and looking for her, she got up, wiped away her tears, and stopped after walking only a few meters. She looked up in a daze, and a tall man in a hospital gown stood in front of her. He frowned as he looked at her red and swollen eyes, his gaze as dark as ink, and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you crying?" Shunli avoided his gaze. "You got sand in your eyes. Didn't you promise me you wouldn't get out of bed? Go back to bed." She walked past him and said calmly, "I'll go get the doctor to change your dressing." Before she could even take a step, the man grabbed her arm, his voice deep and magnetic. "Lily, tell me, why are you crying?" Chapter 127 hasn't been updated in a week. Shun Li's usually soft voice was now only a sigh. "If it weren't for me, he might have lived longer." She lowered her eyes slightly, unable to hide her disappointment and self-blame. Fu Yuchuan frowned, pulled her into his arms from behind, tightening his grip, and said in a deep voice, "It's my fault for not handling this well. Don't blame yourself." Indeed, he was initially afraid that she would blame him for Shun and Chang's death. But what hurts him even more now is that she blames all the problems on him. This made him even more heartbroken. He would rather she argue with him, blame him, hit him, or scold him than let her overthink things on her own. Shunli lifted her head from his embrace, looking at the man's cold jawline, and gently stroked his face with her knuckles. "What if your wound reopens because you're holding me so tightly?" He lowered his head and kissed her cheek. "Lily," he said softly, Let's go back to Suzhou together, and see him off on his final journey, okay?" Shunli froze for a few seconds, standing still, before Fu Yuchuan pulled her into his arms. She wrapped her arms around his waist and buried her face in his shoulder. She pressed her small face against his neck and said in a hoarse voice, "Okay." 1 day later, after Fu Yuchuan completed the discharge procedures, Shunli returned to Suzhou with him. Cremation and funeral were all handled by Qiu Yun. Although Ji Jinghe was also in Suzhou, they had no legal relationship. On the day she returned to Suzhou, all Shunli saw was a cold tombstone with a black and white portrait of Shun and Chang on it. She stood there for a long time, until fine raindrops began to fall from above. When she left, Shunli was led away by Fu Yuchuan. She followed behind him like a puppet, her eyes vacant and her expression somewhat blank. As soon as Fu Yuchuan got into the car, he suddenly felt a warmth in his arms. He was startled and looked down to see a woman hugging his waist with her head buried in his chest. Her long hair reached her waist, obscuring her facial expression. With his free hand, he wrapped his arms around her, lowered his head, rested his chin on the top of her head, and gently stroked her hair with his other hand. Shunli is different from him. He grew up with Fu Yongqian and was very unfamiliar with the word father. Even if he had seen it, he had no memory of it from when he was an infant. But she was different. When Qingyan left with Ji Jinghe, she stayed alone in the Shin family. Although Shun and Chang treated her worse than Shin Yi, he never let her lose to anyone in terms of material conditions. Fu Yuchuan looked down at her red eyes, his heart softened, and he lowered his head to kiss her cheek, saying in a low, hoarse voice, "Don't cry, okay? If you miss him, we'll come over anytime." She hugged him, burying her face even deeper. The man carried her back to the passenger seat, then got in himself and bent down to fasten her seatbelt, saying softly, "I'll take you home. You should get some rest. I'll ask Ding Min or Xiao Tao to keep you company." Shunli remained silent, only shaking her head. Fu Yuchuan assumed she was afraid of the forces in the shadows, so he didn't suggest sending bodyguards to protect her. "Then I'll take you back to the Fu residence. No one there can touch you." She shook her head again. "Where do you want to go?" "Where you go?" Fu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "There are still many things at the company that I need to handle personally. Do you want to come with me?" She looked up at him, her eyes red and swollen, and asked, "Don't you want me to come with you?" Fu Yuchuan said nothing, but lowered his head and kissed her lips. Shunli followed him to the company, but in order not to disturb his work or embarrass the employees coming and going, she stayed in his break room to sleep. Because of his previous injury, Fu Yuchuan had a lot of work to catch up on, so he planned to work overtime. Shunli naturally didn't want him, a patient who had just been discharged from the hospital, to work for too long. She coaxed and pleaded with him to go out to eat, saying, "I'm hungry. and you won't even eat with me. You weren't like this before. Fu Yuchuan was no match for her cunning and willingly took the bait. After dinner, Shinli made various excuses to go home. She coughed twice on the sofa and said in a low voice, "Are you going back to work, or are you coming home with me to sleep?" He turned off his laptop almost without hesitation, took her hand, and led her out of the company. Shinli couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Do you have to be in such a hurry? You know I need to work hard starting tomorrow and try to finish the projects ahead of schedule." The man lifted her into the car, cupped her face with one hand, and pressed his thin lips to her red lips, his voice husky and seductive. "We haven't done it for over a week. Don't you miss me?" Chapter 128 Can't even take this anymore? Shinli pursed her lips helplessly. He really is. His injuries haven't healed yet, and he's already thinking about this kind of thing. I really want to crack open his head and see what's inside. Are you sure you can handle it? What if your wound reopens and you need me to bandage it again? She gently pushed him away, not using much force because of his injuries. Fu Yuchuan stood still, looking at her with a furrowed brow and a somewhat gloomy expression. Shinli thought she had accidentally touched his wound, so she quickly reached out. The man parted his thin lips slightly and kissed her. "I will make it up to him tenfold." After saying that, he returned to the driver's seat. As the car started and passed a pharmacy, Shinli glanced at the man's profile, pursed her lips, and said, "Stop the car. I need to get out and buy something." Fu Yuchuan turned his head and raised an eyebrow. "What do you need? I'll go buy it." She looked into the man's deep eyes, her face slightly flushed. "Didn't we finish using it?" The man laughed, reached out his long arm to pat her head, and chuckled softly. "I'll go." Her face flushed red, and she became anxious. "You can't park on this street. I'll be right back." After saying that, Shinli quickly got out of the car and ran to the pharmacy. This was the first time Shinli had ever bought a condom. But this time she actually wanted to buy something else. She stood in the pharmacy and looked around, glancing shyly at the clerk who was serving other customers. "Hello, what do you need?" Do you have a pregnancy test?" "Yes, please wait a moment, I'll get it for you." When Shinli left the pharmacy, she secretly put the pregnancy test strip from the bag back into her bag. She hasn't been feeling well lately, and she's always sleepy. Excessive sleep is a common symptom of early pregnancy, so even though Fu Yuchuan has been taking precautions, it's impossible to guarantee 100% protection. However, she wasn't sure, so she thought she'd get tested, and there was no need to tell him before the results came out. After returning home that evening, Fu Yuchuan went to the study, while Shinli went back to the bedroom. When he finished work and returned to his bedroom, Shinli was lying on the bed, watching videos on her phone. The man walked over and placed his hand on her head. The woman on the bed suddenly jolted, making a surprised sound. She then looked up and saw him. The fear in her eyes slowly faded. How did you get here?" What are you looking at?" Fu Yuchuan leaned down to look at her phone screen. "No, it's nothing. A caregiver from the Singapore hospital sent me a video, and I just finished watching it." "How is Andy?" It's fine." Shin Li's eyes were a little dazed. She hugged a pillow, pressed her face against it, and tilted her head to look at him. "Aren't you going to take a shower?" "I just glanced at your photo in the study and then went to take a shower." Seeing that the little woman seemed quite frightened, Fu Yuchuan picked her up and placed her on his lap. "Oh, then I need to take a shower too." As she finished speaking and was about to get off the man, Fu Yuchuan smirked, reached out and tightly wrapped his arms around her waist, his deep, husky voice whispering in her ear. "Didn't you buy that today? I'll help you wash up after we're done." Shun-Li raised her eyes to look where his gaze was directed, then glanced at the man's desperate look and reached out to take the bag. I bought the wrong thing." Shun-Li smiled awkwardly. "You probably can't use it." Fu Yuchuan glanced at her expression, casually took the contents out of the bag, looked down at the packaging, and after reading it, picked Shun-Li up from the bed. "What are you doing?" Shun-Li was suddenly picked up and placed on the bathroom sink. "Don't you know my size? Or is it on purpose?" he said. "I'll punish you tonight so you can take a good look." Shun-Li stared at the man above her with her eyes half open, feeling that he was utterly despicable. After the shower, he practically posed her in his preferred positions, saying, "Be good, don't move." Shun-Li didn't speak, her delicate white teeth gently biting her lip. Seeing her obedient appearance, the man's gaze deepened, and Shun Li's neat and clean nails dug into his shoulder. Fu Yuchuan, that's enough, that's enough. His forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, his breathing was heavy and disordered, and his deep voice tugged at her heartstrings. Can't even take this anymore? After saying that, he lowered his head and sealed her lips with his, swallowing all her rejection. The next day, as soon as Shun Li opened her eyes, she was met with the man's deep black eyes, as deep as an ancient well. He bent down and asked her for a kiss, like a child asking for candy. Shun Li pursed her pale red lips and cupped his face in her hands. Have a good day at work. Fu Yuchuan's indifferent expression finally changed slightly, and his thin lips curled up slightly. Well, goodbye. After saying that, he went to work. Shun Li heard the bedroom door close. She pulled the blanket up tighter and buried her head in it. I didn't realize he was so clingy before, but since Shun and Chang passed away, I can clearly feel the difference in him. After leaving the Fu residence, Fu Yuchuan's original route to the Fu group was reversed after receiving a phone call, and he drove in the opposite direction. A black Rolls-Royce was parked in front of the Shun family villa. As soon as the car stopped, the girl from the villa came out to greet them. The man was dressed in all black, tall and straight, with handsome and well-defined features. Just looking at him was enough to make your heart flutter. Qiu Yun was slightly startled when she saw the indifferent-looking man who had come to her. Shun Yi was overjoyed, and her sweet, clear voice rang out. Brother Fu, what brings you here? You're selling the villa? The man's voice was deep and cold, his eyes revealing a hint of indifference. Did you get Shin Li's consent? Upon hearing Shin Li's name, Qiu Yun reacted as if she had swallowed a bomb. Why do we need her consent? This house was left to us, mother and son, by Shun and Chang. The man paused slightly, a slight smile playing on his thin lips, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Is that so? Show me the will, let me see it. Before Qiu Yun could speak, the girl next to her suddenly stood up. Brother Fu, my father passed away suddenly. He didn't leave a will. Where was Shun Li the day my father died? How dare she come to fight for the inheritance? Fu Yuchuan's cold gaze swept over her, but almost without pausing. A faint smile appeared on his lips. She didn't. So do you have the right? According to my investigation, Madame Qiu Yun came to the Shun family while heavily pregnant. Based on that, I suspect you are not Shun and Chang's biological daughter. Qiu Yun's expression suddenly changed drastically. But before she could speak, the man spoke again calmly. If Mrs. Qiu decides to sell this house, I will go to the judicial authorities to request a notarization of Shun Yi's identity. After saying that, Fu Yuchuan turned and left. Shun Yi immediately looked at Qiu Yun. Mom, what does Brother Fu mean by that? Am I Dad's biological daughter? Of course, don't listen to his nonsense. Forget it, we can keep the house, as long as we get the shares in the Shin group. Upon hearing this, Shun Yi immediately shook her head. No way. Why should the house be left to that bitch? Let it be notarized. We have nothing to hide. Qiu Yun, sweating profusely, comforted the crying girl. Even if the notarized results prove that you are the daughter of the Shin family, with Fu Yuchuan's power and methods, he can turn white into black. Don't you understand that? Shun Li must have sent him here. She's gone too far. Shun Yi nestled in Qiu Yun's arms, furious. Chapter 129, There's No Going Back. After Fu Yuchuan left, Shun Li got up, took out a pregnancy test, and went into the bathroom. She put the pregnancy test aside, and went to wash up and brush her teeth. After cleaning herself up, Shun Li was about to check the results when there was a knock on the door. She thought it was Aunt Lu asking her to come down for breakfast, so she hurriedly opened the door. As soon as the door opened, standing outside were not only Aunt Lu, but also a woman in a hurry with a flushed face. Shun Li's smile immediately faded, and her expression became languid and indifferent. What are you doing here? How dare you ask? Where were you when Dad died? Now that the funeral is over, you're rushing to fight for the inheritance? Have you no shame? As she spoke, her fists clenched even tighter. Shun Li paused slightly, then smiled faintly. What are you talking about? Looking at her nonchalant expression, Shun Yi sneered. Stop pretending. Didn't you send Brother Fu to the Shun family early this morning to warn us not to sell the villa? Heh. She sneered. I really didn't know that. But the Fu Group has also been involved in the real estate industry in recent years, so his information is naturally better than mine. Shin looked at her, biting her lip tightly. Then call Brother Fu now and say that you are giving up the Shun family's property. Shinli glanced at her, then tugged at her lips. Oh? Why would I do that? After saying that, she turned and walked into the bedroom. Shin watched her retreating figure and followed her involuntarily. Shinli suddenly remembered that she had left something behind. She went back to the bathroom and glanced at the item on the sink. She froze, staring at the result on the pregnancy test, as if nailed to the spot. Her expression was blank, her eyes lowered, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Seeing that she hadn't come out yet, Shin was about to go in when the woman in the bathroom suddenly came out again. Her expression was calm, with a hint of joy and some indescribable emotion in her eyes. Shinli sat on the sofa and glanced at her indifferently. I can give up the other assets of the Shin family, but that villa must be kept. You're dreaming. What right do you have to argue with me? Shinli lifted her eyelids, a faint sneer curving her red lips. Just because I am 100% Shin and Chang's daughter, while you are not necessarily. Shin looked at her arrogant and languid demeanor, which exuded the aura and elegance of a young lady from a wealthy family. She bit her lip angrily. 100%? Everyone knows that your mother cheated on you with your bodyguard back then. Who can guarantee that the child in her belly isn't from some other man? Shinli fiddled with her phone, her delicate face expressionless. After she finished sending the message, she looked at Shun, who was furious, and asked, Did anyone tell you that I went to Singapore to find Wen Qingyan a while ago, and that Xiao Yin didn't tell you about your mother's involvement in her relationship with Shin and Chang when she was heavily pregnant? She curled her lips into a smile, her eyes cold and indifferent, and said with a half-smile, If we really have to go through legal proceedings, are you sure Xiao Yun and you can get the Shin family's assets? After hearing what she said, Shun was stunned and remained silent for a long time. Shunli sneered, lowering her eyes to wait for a message from the person on the other end of the phone. Fine, so you're using this to pressure me. Shun said coldly, her expression filled with barely suppressed rage. Don't think I don't know that Dad's death is related to you. Upon hearing the second half of the sentence, Shunli paused in her texting. Seeing this, Shun continued to sneer. Grandpa Fu never truly believed in you. It was you who kept clinging to Brother Fu and wouldn't let go. Before Dad died, his medication was switched. You're so smart, you must know who did it, right? Only after she finished speaking did Shunli look up and calmly say to her, I'll say it again. The Shin family's assets can be given up, but the house must be kept. Shun stared wide-eyed, her expression one of utter disbelief. She knew that Shun Li and Shun and Chang's relationship wasn't very deep to begin with, but she never expected that Shun Li could be so calm and ruthless as to sever ties with her. She is the culprit behind all of this. Shun stopped pretending and started cursing. You're the one who killed Dad. How dare you still be with Brother Fu? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Aren't you afraid Dad will come back to haunt you in his midnight dreams? Shunli held her phone, sitting quietly on the sofa. Shin was furious. You bitch, why didn't you just die in Wen Qingyan's belly? Your father raised you all these years, and this is how you repay him. Shunli tightened her grip on her phone. She stood up, her red lips parted, and she said coldly, Get out. She was smiling, but there was no smile in her eyes. You think I'm afraid of you? You're a murderer. Even death would be too good for you. Shunli bit her lip. Get out of here. From the day Shin and Chang left, she never stopped hating and loathing herself. But ever since she read that email, it's undeniable that the guilt and self-blame in her heart are gradually decreasing. It wasn't until Shun appeared before her that she realized her stubbornness had indirectly led to Shun and Chang's death. It's like peeling off a wound that has just scabbed over. It hurts more than when I was first injured. The two sisters grew up together, and Shun knew Shin Li's sore spot better than anyone else. She laughed coldly. Even if the Shun family really gave it to you, would you dare to live there? Seeing her gloating expression, Shun Li almost screamed, Get out. If you don't get out, I'll call the bodyguards. Shun was practically kicked out by Shun Li. Not only Shun but even Shun Li was startled by herself. She looked down at her WeChat chat. 3 minutes had passed, and she couldn't undo it. Just like all of this, there was no going back. For an entire day, Shunli sat on the sofa in a daze, as if she had lost her soul. Chapter 130 Morning Sickness. At noon, Fu Yuchuan returned home on time for lunch. When he arrived, Shunli was still sitting quietly on the sofa. Whether she was asleep or her footsteps were too light, he walked over, but she hadn't gotten up yet. Fu Yuchuan walked behind her, his strong arms encircling her, his low voice filled with indulgent laughter. "Haven't you gone down to eat yet? Are you waiting for me?" Shinli looked up at the man's chin, bit her lip, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "No, that's not it." Upon hearing this, the man smiled and lifted her down. Shinli sat at the dining table, opposite him. The man frowned, and his cool, deep voice rang out. "Have you been crying?" "How did you know?" He frowned. "Your eyes are red. What's wrong?" Shinli pouted slightly. "It's nothing. I just read a bit of the script this morning and got into character." She always keeps her personal life and work separate, so she obviously doesn't bring the emotions from the drama into her real life, and she's never been good at lying. Fu Yuchuan looked up at Aunt Lu and asked, "Was someone here this morning?" "The second young lady of the Shin family." "What did you say?" Shunli pursed her lips and pouted. "All right, Aunt Lu doesn't know either. She just mentioned the arrangement of the villa, nothing more." Fu Yuchuan frowned. "Qiu Yin has already promised me that she will give you the villa. It's your home, and you can go back any time." She looked at the faint self-reproach in the man's eyes, pursed her lips, and said, "Thank you." The man, who had been staring at her, suddenly asked, "What do you want to tell me?" "What?" he said calmly. "You had something to say to me in the text message, so why did you suddenly stop replying?" Clearly, she was stumped by the question. Her hand holding the chopsticks froze in midair, and it took her a while to speak. "If I don't keep you hanging on, will you still come back? Will you still eat at the company?" A faint smile appeared in Fu Yuchuan's deep eyes. "Received, madam." Shinli looked at the smile on the man's face, hesitated for a while, and then said, "Fu Yuchuan. I plan to spend the rest of my time working on the film set." "Okay, sure." Fu Yuchuan smiled and reached out to pat her head. "Don't work too hard. You've lost a lot of weight lately." "Fu Yuchuan." Shunli tightened her grip on the fork, looking at the man as if she had mustered all her courage. I won't be coming back for a while." The man paused in his touch on her head, his fingers suddenly stiffening, then the stiffness spreading throughout his body. There was a few seconds of deathly silence in the entire villa. The man's smile faded, and his brows furrowed slightly again. "Do you think it's too far from the film set?" His voice was deep and husky, yet methodical. "We can change accommodations. I'll have Chun-Jing show you around this afternoon." Shinli looked at his face, lowered her eyes slightly, and shook her head. "Then you tell me." She asked, what was she going to say? Should she tell him the truth that she's pregnant, but she doesn't know how to face it? She said she didn't want to stay. Would he agree? "I'm very tired from filming, and I need to sleep and rest, but you just won't let me sleep every day, and it was the same last night." After saying that, the man's composed expression finally softened, and his low, husky voice was a little tense. "I'm sorry, I'll be more careful in the future." Looking at his expression, Shunli felt a tightness in her chest, unable to swallow the food stuck in her mouth. "You make that sound nice, but I've made up my mind, and I'm informing you now." Fu Yuchuan raised his eyes, staring intently at her, noticing the fleeting pain in her eyes and the redness around them. With extreme restraint, she asked, "Did Shun-Yi come over and tell you about your father? Are you still blaming me?" "Blame him?" She didn't know that she had said he and Fu Yongqian had two different stances. Shunli never once shifted the blame for Fu Yongqian's mistakes onto him. She just couldn't clear herself off in a short time, acting as if nothing had happened while she was with him. She almost blurted out, "I'm not blaming you. It's just that, as you can see, I'm very tired. You can blame me, but you don't have to lie. You can hit me or scold me as you please, but promise me you won't hold it in." She lowered her head and remained silent for a long time. Just as Shun-Li raised her head to speak, she heard the man say again, "Don't leave me either." After saying that, he stood up, then leaned down and pressed his thin lips to hers. Shun-Li was slightly taken aback and instinctively dodged, but the kiss landed on her fair cheek. Fu Yuchuan's eyes darkened, and he reached out to turn her face around, kissing her deeply on the lips. The kiss lasted only 2 or 3 seconds. He then gently stroked her lips with his knuckles and said softly, "I'm going to work now. We'll talk about it tonight." Shunli stood there blankly, staring at the man's back, her brows furrowed with unconcealed pain. It wasn't until she heard a car starting outside that Shunli snapped out of her sadness. She quickly tidied herself up and went to the film set. Ji Jingha arrived at the film set before her, and when Shunli was acting with him, she suddenly felt that his reaction was unusually strange today. Ji Jingha rarely showed his emotions on his face. In an instant, Shunli instinctively felt that something was wrong. Because of Shin and Chang's incident, she was very afraid that it would be related to Fu Yongqian again. After finishing the rehearsal, Ji Jingha returned to the RV and saw Shunli sitting inside. "Why are you here? Have you eaten?" Ji Jingha glanced around and calmly drew the curtains. "Not yet. I'm just going over the details of the script with you." Shunli asked casually, "You don't seem to be in a good mood today. Is something wrong in Singapore?" "No, that's not it." Ji Jingha's face returned to normal, and he said calmly, "Something happened at your assistant's home." Shunli was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing this, remained silent for a moment, and then looked up at him. "Xiao Tao, what's wrong with her?" Ji Jingha didn't answer directly, but instead asked her, "Did she ever tell you that we were high school classmates?" "Huh?" Shunli looked at the man's aloof and handsome face, slightly bewildered. "Childhood sweethearts." She really didn't know. But what does this have to do with Xiao Dao's accident? Ji Jingha. In my first year in the industry, her father personally sent her to my bed. What the hell? Is there such trash in the world? Of course, it's her adoptive father. Ji Jingha doesn't usually talk this much. At this moment, it was as if she had opened a floodgate of words. Don't overthink it. She was very young at the time, and I had absolutely no interest in her. But recently, her adoptive father found out that we were getting close, so he came from his hometown to look for her. Shunli stared at Ji Jingha for a long time before digesting his words and repeatedly trying to understand them in her mind. Back then, her adoptive father did this just to extort money from you. Now he's doing it again, just for money. How much does he want? I'll make up for it for her. Huh, of course I know, Ji Jingha replied softly. If it were that simple, I could afford it. So, what does he want to do now? Ji Jingha paused for a moment, looked at her, and said, "You don't need to worry about these things. I will take care of them." All right. Shunli stopped talking and instead sent a text message to Bai Tao Tao, the content of which was roughly what she had just said to Ji Jingha. After sending the message, she was about to get up when there was a sudden noise outside the RV. Shunli stood up abruptly, but before she could find a place to hide, the door was pushed open. "Senior Ji, Senior Shun, what's going on?" "I didn't see anything." The staff member who came to deliver the food was clearly startled by what he saw. Everyone says Ji Jingha is a paragon of virtue and an unattainable beauty, while Shunli is a married woman with a CEO husband. With all these advantages stacked up, it's a mess that these two can still get together. It's just too messy. Shunli's expression instantly turned awkward. Ji Jingha quickly stepped forward, took the takeout, closed the door, and pulled Shunli inside. "Don't worry, he's one of my staff members. He won't spread rumors. Let's have some dinner. We have a night shoot tonight." "I'm not hungry, you eat." Shunli walked back to the sofa and sat down quietly. "You've lost a lot of weight recently. If you don't eat anything all afternoon, you won't be able to handle the filming tonight. But I'm really not hungry. Lily, if you won't even listen to your brother, I'll have no choice but to call your man." Shunli glanced at him again, then got up and sat down opposite him at the dining table. Ji Jingha opened the bag and took out the small cakes and steamed buns from the lunchbox. "I didn't know what you liked to eat, so I bought a little bit of both savory and sweet. See if you like them." Shunli didn't say anything, took a sip of water, picked up the bun, and took a bite. As soon as she took a bite, the rich meaty flavor filled her mouth. Before she could swallow, she felt nauseous and stood up, rushing out of the RV and dry heaving on the ground. "Lily." Ji Jingha's face darkened. He put down the cutlery in his hand and followed her out. Seeing that she hadn't passed much for a long time but kept dry heaving, he quickly went back to the car to get a bottle of water and handed it to her. "What's wrong? Is it not to your liking?" "I'm sorry. I should have looked into it beforehand." "It's okay. These are all my favorite foods. I just haven't had much of an appetite lately." Shunli rinsed her mouth with mineral water and returned to the RV. But as soon as she sat down, her face turned pale when she saw the colorful desserts, and she clearly felt even more nauseous. She quickly got up and sat down in the seat furthest from the table, then covered her mouth in discomfort, saying, "I'm sorry, you eat first." Seeing that Shun Li was truly in pain, Ji Jinghe didn't press her any further. His eyes darkened slightly, and after a long while, he said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the hospital." Chapter 131 Dreaming. Because she is a public figure, Shinli cannot go to the hospital for a checkup directly. Although she is now married, in the entertainment industry, pregnant female celebrities usually announce their pregnancy only after giving birth. This is not only to make it easier to get work, but also to avoid other unexpected events in the process. Ji Jinghe took Shin Li to a private hospital, where she was treated by a private doctor who had signed a confidentiality agreement. As the pregnancy test showed, she was indeed pregnant, and in the early stages of pregnancy. Due to recent stress and negative emotions, her pregnancy symptoms came early, and she experienced severe morning sickness. The moment Shun Li stepped out of the consultation room, Ji Jinghe rushed up to her, a rare look of concern on his face. "How is she?" Shun Li handed over the test results, hesitated for a while before speaking. "Brother, could you please help me schedule an appointment?" The man looked at the test results, but before he could even feel happy, he looked at her with a surprised expression. What appointment? It was something joyful that should be shared, but she just couldn't feel happy. Recalling Shun Yi's words only served to further aggravate Shun Li's already tense nerves. "Brother, do you really think its arrival is a good thing?" Ji Jinghe was taken aback, finally understanding why he couldn't see the joy of becoming a mother on her face. "Why not? But my father's death." Ji Jinghe's lips curled into a mocking smile as he reached out and stroked her head, his voice soft and gentle. "In my heart, Shin and Chong will never be as good as you, and naturally, he can't compare to your child either. However, if you feel that now is not a good time to get pregnant, I will respect your choice, provided that you take good care of yourself." After leaving the hospital and returning to the Fu residence, Fu Yuchuan was still not back. Shinli took a shower, sat on the sofa, read a script for a while, and slowly fell asleep. When Fu Yuchuan returned, the lights in the second-floor room were off. His heart skipped a beat, and a thought flashed through his mind. He quickly pushed open the door and went inside to look for the room. He walked into the house and saw the woman lying on the large sofa, holding a notebook in her hand, asleep from exhaustion. Shinli wasn't sleeping deeply. She woke up almost as soon as she got off the sofa. She opened her eyes and instinctively called out the man's name, Fu Yuchuan. He glanced down at her, his voice gentle and calm. "I'll carry you back to bed." Upon hearing this, Shin Li's eyes widened slightly. Fu Yuchuan noticed the panic in her eyes, and his brows furrowed. "Sleep peacefully, I'm going to work in the study." "Okay, you should get some rest too." The man didn't finish speaking. After tucking her in, he walked straight out of the room and closed the door behind him. Fu Yuchuan felt annoyed by Shun Li's attitude, but he knew that he was the one who caused it all. For him, the study was indeed a good emotional sanctuary. But apart from a photo on the cabinet, the scent of her around us had long since dissipated. She hated the smell of smoke, and he hadn't smoked in a long time. He searched his pockets for a long time, but couldn't find a lighter. He opened another drawer, took out cigarettes and a lighter, lit them with a snap, and held the cigarette between his fingers. "I remember the last time she was this cold was when she lost her virginity. No, at least back then she could show her disgust and anger, not like now, where all she could see was indifference and aloofness in her eyes." He couldn't accept being ignored more than she hated him. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang, and a message appeared on the screen. It was sent by Tang Yi. The text message concerned the disposal of the Shun family villa. The Tang Group put forward a bid for this villa, but no one in the industry dared to make a purchase offer. Since Chiu Yun couldn't take it with her, she had no choice but to return the ownership of the villa to Shun Li. Fu Yuchuan glanced at it, and immediately replied to the message. Less than a few dozen seconds later, Tang Yi sent another message. "This doesn't make sense. Why don't you step forward yourself? You're her husband. Isn't it normal for you to fight for her interests?" He initially didn't want to respond, but after smoking for a while, he picked up his phone again. "My mistake. I understand. I'm afraid of bringing up painful memories for her. As Fu Yuchuan looked at the text message Tang Yi had sent, he began to imagine how Tang Yi would act nonchalantly, ready to watch the show. Normally, given his personality, he dislikes discussing his private affairs with others, especially those involving his woman. However, he lacked experience in this area and couldn't make up his mind. In the end, he risked being ridiculed and didn't hesitate to ask for advice. Fu Yuchuan held his phone, deleting and editing for most of the day. The WeChat page kept showing typing for a long time before Tang Yi finally received his text message. She really doesn't want to see me lately. Tang Yi raised an eyebrow in confusion and quickly typed a line. It's been several weeks since her father's incident. Why is he still holding a grudge? If he were a kind father, it would be fine, but Shin and Chang treated her worse than his stepsister. She had clearly stated that she would consider him and Fu Yongqian as two independent individuals. Nowadays, it's inevitable that people will see them as the same person. Loving him was a habit, while distancing herself was a well-thought-out decision and an instinct. Yeah? Tang Yi almost typed out, her dad is more important than you. Sure enough, Fu Yuchuan received a message a second later. Hey, I'm not mocking you, but to put it another way, you're not even as important to her as that cheapskate fathered. He really didn't want to admit it, but he had no choice but to accept the fact. Fu Yuchuan stubbed out his cigarette, hung up the phone, and waited for the smoke to dissipate before leaving the study. He rushed to the bedroom to confirm the matter, having mentally prepared himself 1,000 times before entering, including the idea that even if she was lying, he wanted to hear her deny the issue. He pushed open the door and heard a woman's soft voice coming from inside. Dad, I'm so sad. Today I was thinking that if I had known that being with him would lead to this disaster, would I still have loved him without hesitation? Love that would cost you your life? I actually hesitated. Shin is right. I am an ingrate. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have preferred to have died in my mother's womb. Yes or no? As Fu Yuchuan watched her sleeping figure with her back turned, a string in his heart was plucked hard. He never expected that she would be in so much pain because of this, so much pain that she couldn't confide in him and could only talk to him in her dreams. His steps were almost out of control. He reached out and hugged her waist from behind, pulling her tightly into his arms, not caring whether she would wake up. Fortunately, she fell asleep again soon after she finished speaking, though tears were visible at the corners of her eyes. Chapter 132, The Right to Longing. Shinli didn't sleep well all night. She vaguely felt that she had some kind of dream last night, but she forgot it all when she woke up. She lay in bed looking at the light outside the window until she heard noises coming from the walk-in closet next door, at which point she slowly got up and got out of bed. As soon as I pushed open the door to the walk-in closet, I saw a man dressed in black casual pajamas packing his clothes. She paused, then rubbed her blurry eyes. Are you going on a business trip? As soon as he finished speaking, the man looked up, stood up, and walked towards her. A pair of long, slender, cold hands caressed her face, and a gentle, low voice asked, "Why don't you sleep a little longer?" She was actually awakened by a nightmare, but she didn't want to talk about it in front of him, so she quickly changed the subject, saying, "I've had a good night's sleep." Perhaps the man's gaze was too intense, because Shinli turned her head to avoid his eyes, and then walked past him, saying, "You haven't answered my question yet." Fu Yuchuan glanced at her back and recalled the scene from last night. He couldn't help but follow her, wrap his arms around her waist, and pull her into his embrace. Shinli was startled by the sudden hug. I vaguely feel that I was hugged like this when I slept last night. Before she could speak, the man's deep, husky voice rang in her ear. Didn't you want to move out? He held her like that, his breath falling on her neck, hot and intense. She thought he wouldn't agree, so she didn't plan to bring it up today. Unexpectedly, he got up early in the morning to help her pack her clothes. Shunli pursed her thin lips slightly, but finally turned around in his arms, wrapped her arms around his waist, and looked up into his eyes. Thank you. Fu Yuchuan lowered his head and looked at her silently. Seeing her slightly swollen eyes, he lowered his head and kissed her. Her lips were warm and soft. Don't change the password to the door. I'll be there anytime. He could come anytime. What difference would it make from now? Shinli was about to say that, but then she remembered that this was already his biggest concession, so she pouted and said, "Okay, let me know in advance when you come, so I can prepare." Fu Yuchuan's expression was cold and stern. When he heard this, his thin lips twitched slightly. "I've seen all kinds of people like you." This statement is indeed a double entendre. Shinli pursed her lips and awkwardly ran downstairs. When she went downstairs, she realized that the man had gotten up even earlier than she had imagined. Fu Yuchuan had cooked her a bowl of noodles sometime during the night. The noodles were slightly lumpy, indicating that they had been cooking for a while. Seeing that she was still asleep, he didn't wake her. Shinli frowned, clearly somewhat disgusted, but the corners of her mouth remained slightly upturned as she ate, and in the end, she even drank the noodles and soup. She ate slowly. Although the noodles tasted good, she had difficulty controlling her morning sickness, and it took her quite a while to finish the bowl. Shinli only realized that Fu Yuchuan was still upstairs packing clothes after she finished eating. She suddenly remembered that she had carelessly tossed the unused pregnancy test strips into the walk-in closet. Now, her pupils contracted slightly, and she immediately got up and ran upstairs. Shinli hurriedly entered the dressing room and saw Fu Yuchuan expressionlessly packing her underwear. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she saw him put her underwear into his trouser pocket. She stood there, her face burning like a steamed bun, and immediately stepped forward to snatch it away. "Fu Yuchuan, why did you secretly take mine?" She spoke the last few words in an extremely low voice, her face turning bright red. The man remained calm, reaching out to pull her into his arms, showing no shame at being caught. "You can't deprive me of my right to ease my longing," he said. To be honest, they hadn't been intimate for a while. Although it had only been a few nights, it was still quite difficult for a man as vigorous as him. Shinli blushed even more. She pursed her lips and quickly changed the subject. "You go to work, I'll have the driver take me there." Fu Yuchuan tidied up without saying a word, so she simply walked past him. But before she could take 2 steps, the man pulled her back a step by the waist, forcing her back against the door of the dressing room, trapping her in his arms. Shinli looked at him nervously. Is there anything else?" The man stared into her eyes. "I'll take you there." She looked at his handsome, deep-set face. He couldn't bring himself to refuse, mainly because if she became too distant from him, his keen intuition would likely lead him to discover her pregnancy much sooner. So she didn't refuse and agreed. Shinli actually had quite a lot of luggage, but Fu Yuchuan only packed 1 suitcase of clothes for her. She naturally knew what he was thinking, and she didn't have any intention of separating from him. She just wanted to be alone for a while. Back at the Vientiane apartment, Shinli pushed the suitcase into the bedroom. After coming out, she said to the man, "Go to work. I'll leave after you fall asleep." "I'm not going to sleep. I'll wait for Sister Min to come and pick me up to go to the film set." After Shinli finished speaking, she suddenly remembered something. She turned around and went back to the bedroom, took a set of men's clothes, and came back. "These are the clothes you left in my apartment. Take a shower and change your clothes before going to work. Your shirt is all wrinkled." Fu Yuchuan looked at the clothes in her hand. His icy eyes darkened slightly. It turns out that she hadn't kicked him out of her life. Traces of his presence still remained in her home. He took the clothes and turned to go to the bathroom. Shinli watched his retreating figure and sat down on the sofa. The sound of rushing water filled their ears, as if everything had returned to the days when they lived together in the apartment. After taking a shower, Fu Yuchuan glanced at the clothes on the sink and suddenly remembered something. His voice was deep and husky. "Lily, besides your clothes and pants, it seems you've forgotten something else." Fu Yuchuan initially called out to Shinli with the intention of teasing her, but after a while, no woman's voice came from the living room. It wasn't that he couldn't wrap himself in a bath towel and get it himself. Rather, he initially called out to her with the intention of teasing her. However, after a while, there was still no sound from Shinli in the living room. So Fu Yuchuan came out wrapped in a bath towel, and the woman was already asleep on the sofa. Seeing that she showed no signs of waking up, Fu Yuchuan stepped forward, stopped, and leaned down to give her a deep kiss on the lips. "I'm leaving now." The woman's long, seaweed-like hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her soft, pink lips were slightly parted, as if she were muttering something. The man didn't hear clearly, so he bent down and asked enticingly, "What?" Shinli parted her lips slightly and answered hesitantly, I love you. Fu Yuchuan leaned down and kissed her cheek. Me too. Chapter 133. Waking up in a hotel bed. The door opened and closed, and the apartment returned to peace. Shinli slept quietly on the sofa. When a person is exhausted, they often have strange dreams. She first dreamt of Fu Yuqian. He looked at her coldly at first, then revealed a sinister smile. You'd rather risk your father's life than be with him? She looked at him with fear, but before she could answer, she saw Shun and Chong hanging himself in the hospital room. As Shun and Chong struggled, his swollen, red eyes looked at her, and his pale lips uttered a low moan. Lily, don't blame yourself. Stand firm in your choice. Shinli was terrified. When people are most helpless, they instinctively try to escape. She quickly ran out of the ward, gasping for breath and vomiting. When she looked up again, she suddenly saw Shun run over and slap her across the face. The woman's small face was full of hatred. You're the one who killed Dad. How can you still have the face to stand here? How can you still have the face to be pregnant with Fu Yuchuan's child? Shunli reached out her hand blankly and helplessly, then stroked her belly through her clothes. Just as she was about to clench her fist, the sound of a door opening broke the silence. Shunli was startled awake and sat blankly on the sofa. Lily, what's wrong? Her little face was covered in sweat. Shunli was stunned for a while before her pupils regained focus, and she saw Ding Min, who had come to pick her up. Ding Min looked at her with concern. Lily, did you have a nightmare just now? Shinli finally realized she had just had a nightmare. She shook her head and said, It's okay, Sister Min. I'll tidy up first. After she came out of the bedroom, Ding Min suddenly leaned closer to examine her complexion. Why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell? Really? Shin Li's hand unconsciously went to her stomach. It's okay, it won't interfere with work. Upon hearing this, Ding Min became even more aware that something was wrong with her, and she almost blurted out, You wouldn't be pregnant, would you? Speaking of pregnancy, she suddenly remembered that Shunli would occasionally vomit while eating on set. Morning sickness. Shunli sat on the sofa, bent her knees, put her hands behind her head, and said in a low, hoarse voice, Sister Min, don't tell him about this. She knew she couldn't hide it from the person in front of her, but from the moment she moved out of the Fu family, she decided to handle the child alone. She didn't want Fu Yuchuan to think that he didn't want the child because of Shun and Chang's death, otherwise he would only blame himself. Ding Min was both surprised and somewhat expectant, but she didn't understand why they were keeping it from Fu Yuchuan. You're going to get rid of it? It's the best choice for them, including the baby in their womb. Besides, she's currently in the prime of her career, and it's not the right time for her to have children, is it? Ding Min, no, I don't understand. After you finish filming this movie, you can choose to take a vacation. You can still get jobs smoothly by relying on your status as the president's wife after giving birth. Shinli remained silent for a long time without saying a word. Actually, she wasn't that decisive. If she really had no feelings for the child, she would have gone to the hospital to have it removed right now. Staying for even one more day means another day of torment. Shinli remained silent for a long time, but still didn't say anything. I understand all of this. After she finished speaking, Ding Min didn't ask any more questions. She has her reasons, and besides, having a child now would inevitably affect her career. All right, you're not in the right state to work right now. I'll ask the director for leave for you. Shinli nodded. Indeed, her condition during filming would only affect the other actors. After Ding Min left, Shinli took out her phone, just about to call Ji Jingha, when suddenly a message popped up on her screen, and she clicked on it. It was sent by Xiao Dao. Didn't you go to the film set today? Yeah, Min Jia helped me get a day off. What have you been doing on your days off lately? Bai Taotao is always a hard worker and rarely takes leave, but this time she took a week off. Although she had heard from Ji Jingha that Bai Taotao's adoptive father had come from the countryside, Shinli still asked her personally. It's a long story. Are you free later? Could you come out for a bit? Just as Shinli was about to reply, Bai Taotao sent over the location of the gathering. Minjia helped her get leave, and she was really bored at home. When people are idle, they tend to have impure thoughts. Okay, see you later. After hanging up the phone, Shinli had already forgotten the purpose of calling Ji Jingha, so she sat on the sofa and watched TV for a while before falling asleep again. 6 o'clock in the evening. She arrived at the place she had arranged to meet Bai Tao Tao. At this time, there weren't many people in the bar, and Bai Tao Tao hadn't arrived yet. Shinli was still chatting with Fu Yuchuan. He said he would get off work late, around 9 o'clock, and she replied that she was out partying and would probably be home around that time as well. Although Fu Yuchuan was very busy with work, he always replied to her messages instantly. Don't drink alcohol, go home early. Shinli curled her lips into a smile. I know. She had just sent the message when someone suddenly patted her on the shoulder. Shinli looked up and saw the man's handsome face. Just as she was about to call his name, the man spoke first. I am Lu Xingji. Don't you remember? Shinli stared at the man in front of her, slightly stunned, and then felt a little embarrassed after she came to her senses. How could she forget? Lu Xingji was the male lead in her first leading role drama. What impressed her even more was that she had vaguely heard that Lu Xingji liked her. At that time, she was still with Jang Being. Now, so many years later, meeting here feels both coincidental and awkward. Shinli took a sip of water from her glass, looked up at him, and said, I remember. So many years have passed, but you haven't changed. Time flies, and years pass quickly. What hasn't changed? Looking at the delicate, lightly made-up face in front of him, Lu Xingji smiled, seemingly unintentionally. Still so beautiful. Shinli paused, her hand holding the water glass still, and tapped the table with her other hand. I'm married. I know. Did he know? Didn't he retire from the entertainment industry all these years? I heard from Sister Min that he went abroad to inherit the family business. Before she could even ask, Lu Xingji laughed. Shin is such a popular star. It's normal for me to know about her, right? Lu Xingji spoke with great tact, and Shinli, feeling bored, started chatting with him about various things in the entertainment industry. She thought he was no longer interested in these things, but to her surprise, he sat across from her and quietly watched her. Once people relax, they start talking about themselves. As she talked, she brought up Fu Yuchuan. She pursed her lips awkwardly, but Lu Xingji didn't show any impatience. Shinli drank a glass of water and glanced at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening, but Bai Tao Tao still hadn't appeared. She hadn't drunk any alcohol, but her head was spinning and she felt completely drained. Lu Xingji gentlemanly extended his hand. Would you like me to help you across? Shinli shook her head and refused before he even touched her hand. No need. I'm not feeling well. I'll go back first. As soon as she finished speaking, her body swayed and she almost fell over. Fortunately, Lu Xingji caught her waist in time. The man's tone was calm but tinged with helplessness. You can still take a taxi like this? Where do you live? I'll take you home. Shinli took her phone out of her bag and handed it to him, saying, Please call my husband for me. She was extremely dizzy, and her stomach was churning. She hadn't been drinking, so she naturally assumed it was a normal symptom of pregnancy. Lu Xingji took the phone and was about to ask her for the password when Shinli collapsed unconscious into his arms. When Shinli woke up again, she was still dizzy. She opened her eyes and looked vaguely at the handsome face of the man in front of her. This time, she saw not Lu Xingji, but Fu Yuchuan. The man's brows were furrowed, and his thin lips were pressed tightly together. Shinli suddenly sensed something was wrong and subconsciously glanced around. Instantly, her mind went blank. This was not the Fu family home, nor was it her bedroom in the Wanxiang apartment. The luxurious decor and the overhead lights all told her that she was in a hotel bed. The last man she saw was Lu Xingji. Instantly, her mind went blank, buzzing as if thousands of bees were burrowing into her head, causing numbness and pain. Looking at her pale, blank face, Fu Yuchuan couldn't help but lean down and call her name, Lily. Shinli gripped the bedsheet tightly, a moment of shock crossing her face. Fu Yuchuan, I didn't. Chapter 134 Don't Go. Shinli was well aware of how unconvincing her statement was. The very night she threatened to move out of the Fu residence, she inexplicably appeared in a hotel bed. However, she didn't know how to explain all of this. Her expression was panicked. She couldn't suppress her panic at all. Her eyes were red and tears were about to fall at any moment. She didn't even dare to look at the man's reaction. The phone. I'll call and ask about the road. Before Shinli could finish speaking, Fu Yuchuan bent down and picked her up from the bed. After glancing at her indifferently, he said in a low, husky voice, Let's go back first. She was carried out of the hotel by the man, and the journey was smooth, clearly indicating that he had taken care of everything. Held in his arms, Shin trembled uncontrollably, burying her head in his chest without uttering a word. Yuchuan pursed his lips and carefully carried the woman in his arms into the car. It would be a lie to say he wasn't angry. No man can tolerate his woman being in another man's bed, but he didn't believe Shin would betray him, even though she had been distant from him these days. Aside from the possibility that she betrayed him, there is only one other possibility. She was set up. This also explains why, when he couldn't contact her after get off work, a stranger sent photos and his location to his phone. Then he saw her sleeping on the big bed in the hotel. It was already late at night when the car stopped in the courtyard of the Fu residence. Aunt Lu knew nothing about what had happened that night, so she was quite surprised when she saw Fu Yuchuan carrying Shin out of the car. As Fu Yuchuan entered the living room, she hurriedly went to greet him, saying, "Mr. Fu, has Madam returned with you?" He said casually. "Okay, go heat up a cup of milk." "Okay." The bedroom was quiet and completely dark. Fu Yuchuan placed the woman in his arms on the bed. As he got up to turn on the light, she suddenly stood up and hugged his waist from behind. "Don't go." Her face was obscured by her hair, her features blending into the night, making it impossible to discern her expression. Fu Yuchuan turned around, reached out and stroked her long hair, his voice low and restrained. "I'll go turn on a light, okay?" The woman on the bed didn't speak, but instead wrapped her arms around him even tighter, burying her head in his chest. Fu Yuchuan sat down helplessly and picked her up in his arms. Shin wrapped her arms around his neck. He lifted her up and sat her on the sofa, still letting her sit on his lap. Just then, Aunt Lu knocked on the door from outside. "Come in." Aunt Lu brought in a cup of warmed milk and placed it on the small table in front of the sofa. "You can go out now." "Yes, sir." When Aunt Lu left, she made sure to close the door behind her. The bedroom fell silent again. He turned on only the bedside lamp, and the warm light made it seem less desolate. Fu Yuchuan picked up the cup and held it to her lips. "Drink some milk, go to bed early, okay?" She glanced at him, was about to drink, but then pulled her lips away. He looked down at her and said in a gentle voice, "Why aren't you drinking?" "It smells fishy." She frowned, her disgust obvious. "Why didn't you ask me?" She had been quiet and didn't say a word on the way back, but now, in his arms, she couldn't help but ask. Fu Yuchuan pursed his thin lips slightly. "What are you asking? You don't ask me why I was there. Do you truly believe me, or have you already decided that I betrayed you, so you simply choose to run away?" Fu Yuchuan looked at her, his jawline slightly tense. How could he not want to ask? Whether in the hotel or in the car, countless questions I wanted to ask were ultimately left unasked. He thought again, even if he asked, what difference would it make? She's been tainted, so they have to separate. He couldn't do that. It was impossible. He only wants to kill the person who set this up. Seeing that he didn't speak, Shin Li's eyes gradually dimmed. "Why aren't you saying anything?" The man's indifferent, handsome face held a hint of warmth. "Drink first, then I'll tell you." This time she didn't refuse and let her feed her most of the cup. After she swallowed, she immediately looked at him, and Fu Yuchuan said calmly, "If he has touched you, I will kill him. Otherwise, I believe you will not betray me." Shin Li looked into his angry eyes, lowered her head and finished her milk in one gulp, then smacked her lips and said dryly, I can't." She wasn't some naive young woman who knew nothing. Having experienced love affairs, she understood what it felt like to let her body go unrestrained. Clearly, Lu Xingji was simply taking her back to the hotel. But she clearly drank plain water, so why did she faint? We still don't understand. Looking at her obediently sitting cross-legged on his lap, Fu Yuchuan's composed expression finally softened. "You are not allowed to go anywhere these next few days. Stay at the Fu residence." Shin Li took the cup and nodded obediently. All of this, happening and ending so strangely, always made her feel uneasy. Meanwhile, on the other side, at Jiginghuayuan, Bai Tao Tao sat on the exquisitely decorated living room sofa, her arms wrapped around her thighs, gazing thoughtfully at the night view outside the window. Lost in thought, a deep male voice sounded above him. "After taking these few days off, you finally decided to come back." She stood up and replied casually, I'll go back to my room now. A hand reached out and lifted the back of her collar, saying in a cold and unusually displeased voice, Bai Tao Tao, I'm very hungry, I haven't eaten yet. Bai Tao Tao didn't turn her head. She hugged the teddy bear pillow in her arms tightly and said in a low voice, If you're hungry, can't you cook for yourself? Or you can order takeout. Hearing her dismissive tone, the man's pent-up displeasure finally erupted. I'm telling you, you've been treating me like I'm a plague these past few days. Would it kill you to even glance at me? Bai Tao Tao turned her head and looked at the tall and handsome man standing in front of her. She unconsciously lowered her head again. The difference is too great. Her first thought was that they were far too different. Whether it's personality or, most importantly, background, which cannot be ignored. The man chuckled and reached out to pull her back into his arms. Bai Tao Tao, don't forget you still owe me 10 million. I'll have you cook a meal to make up for 10,000. What's there to feel wronged about, Bai Tao Tao grabbed his hand in utter surprise, her face expressionless, a far cry from her usual cute and coquettish self. Yes, I know. She looked up at him and smiled faintly. I won't owe you anything anymore. In the past, she would have definitely jumped up and said she was quitting, but she unexpectedly said these words, which made Ji Jinghe feel that something was wrong. He gripped her arm tightly and asked, What do you mean? I'm getting married. My fiancé's family is very wealthy. He promised to help me pay off my debts, so I won't owe you anything anymore. What are you saying? It's just what you heard. Who is that person? It doesn't matter who it is, he can help me pay off my debts, and most importantly, Dad will be satisfied. The man looked down at her and said in a very authoritative tone, You like him? Bai Tao Tao fell silent. A few seconds later, she smiled faintly. Liking someone is just a very small and insignificant emotion in life. The next day, Shin Li slept soundly all night until the medical team came to check on her condition and woke her up. Fu Yuchuan suspected that the water she drank last night had been drugged, so a blood test was needed. Fortunately, the medical team only checked for toxic components in the blood and found nothing else. After the doctor finished drawing blood, Fu Yuchuan escorted them out. Not only was the water strange last night, but what was even stranger was that Bai Tao Tao stood her up and hasn't contacted her at all today. Shinli had a gut feeling that this matter was inextricably linked to her. Her call was answered quickly. Hello, Sister Lily. The girl on the other end of the phone had a slightly hoarse voice. Yes, it's me. Shinli got straight to the point and asked, Xiao Tao, didn't you ask me to go out last night? Why didn't I see you? What? I contacted you. Bai Tao Tao collected her thoughts and then said calmly, I stayed at home all night and didn't contact anyone. After she finished speaking, Shun Li was even more puzzled. After hanging up the phone, she immediately went back to check the chat history, only to find that all the content from last night was gone. Everything that has happened from last night to today has inexplicably sent chills down my spine. She got out of bed and ran to Fu Yuchuan's study. Chapter 135 She Loves Me. There was quite a commotion in the study. Besides the medical staff from the previous group, Tang Yi was also present. Shunli stood at the door, about to knock, when she vaguely heard a man's deep voice reporting from inside. President Fu, as you instructed, we have drawn blood from Madam for testing, and no drug residue was found in her blood. Fu Yuchuan gave the man a cold look. What do you mean? Yuchuan, the doctor's words are very clear. Shinli was not drugged last night. Tang Yi paused after speaking, then glanced at the man with a furrowed brow. That guy named Lu Xingji also flew back to the United States early this morning. There is absolutely no evidence to prove that he drugged Shinli. Shinli's hand, which was suspended in midair, stopped. He was completely frozen in ice and unable to move. The absence of any drug residue in her blood means that she was conscious when she went to the hotel with Lu Xingji last night. No, that's not it. She was unconscious before she was taken away from the bar. Shinli's mind went blank. She wanted to rush in and refute Tang Ye's words, but she had no evidence at all. Only one person could create a situation that left him helpless. Fu Yuchuan looked coldly at Tang Yi and said indifferently, Perhaps this is a new type of drug. You know, it wouldn't be difficult for his team to develop such a drug. Tang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly and said casually, You still suspect that this is Fu Yongqian's doing? To be honest, if he wanted to do something to Shunli, he could have just kidnapped her to a place where you would never find her, instead of going to all this trouble to set up such a scheme. Fu Yuchuan lowered his eyes and said calmly, "As long as she is in this world, I can find her no matter where she is." He is well aware of this, so he went to great lengths to set up this scheme, simply to see if I would have a falling out with her. Huh. Then how can you be so sure it wasn't her who intentionally betrayed you? Fu Yuchuan stared at him with cold eyes, his handsome face expressionless, but his voice was terrifyingly deep. She loves me. But if I remember correctly, she also loved Jang Being, and in the end, she got together with you after a one-night stand. How can you be so sure that she wouldn't get together with Lu Xingji? As soon as he finished speaking, the man's jawline slowly tightened. Only then did Shunli knock on the study door, and before the person inside could answer, she pushed it open. A hint of guilt and unease flashed in Tang Ye's shrewd eyes. He took a step back and said calmly, "Yuchuan, I'll be going now." After the man left and the door was closed, Shunli walked directly in front of Fu Yuchuan, raised her head, and looked him straight in the eye with her clear eyes. "Do you believe what Tang Yi said?" Fu Yuchuan leaned down and looked at her, his deep eyes unfathomable. He reached out and grasped her shoulder, his voice gentle and calm. "No, it has never wavered." A faint smile suddenly appeared on Shun Li's lips. Do you really believe me? Will you have the doctor come and draw blood for a test?" He looked at her, his gaze deepening, his thin lips pressed together without uttering a word. "If this happened to you, I definitely wouldn't believe it, because I know very well how we started." She drew out the word, "don't believe," as if to say that she wouldn't blame him even if he didn't believe her now. Fu Yuchuan looked at her forced smile and frowned even more. "I brought the doctor here not to prove anything. If that guy surnamed Lu really put something in your drink, I will never let him go, no matter where he is. That's all." Looking into his deep, dark eyes, Shunli felt a pang of unease. He said he believed her, but she kept trying to trick him, wanting to hear different answers from him. It seemed that as long as he said something he didn't believe, she could alleviate her psychological burden. In this situation, she wasn't the only one who got hurt. He did too. Now, even if he believes her and doesn't ask her, she will tell him what happened herself. She was completely candid with him. "Yesterday, Bai Tao asked me out, saying she had something to tell me. I waited for her at the bar for a long time, and during that time, Lu Xingji came over to greet me." The man's voice was calm and even, but his deep eyes were fixed on her. "What did he say to you?" His attitude was very gentle, without any hint of accusation. But Shunli felt a little guilty at this moment. She pursed her lips. "They said I'm still as beautiful as before." She looked up at Fu Yuchuan across from her. His eyes were fixed on her, and his voice was lower than before. "That's it." Chapter 136, Even without love, one can still live. "Well, then we talked about some things from the past." Then she fainted, and the first thing she saw when she woke up in the hotel was him. Fu Yuchuan said, "You will stay at the Fu family residence for the next few days and are not allowed to go anywhere." "Why?" "Lu Xingji is in the United States. I need to go there." "You want to ask him face to face? Don't you believe me?" Chen Jing found that his company in the United States had business dealings with the Los Angeles area, and I suspect that this matter is related to Fu Yongqian. As expected, Lu Xingji has been staying in the United States all these years, and no media outlets have reported on his return to Suzhou. But just last night, he happened to be at the same bar as her and noticed her by sheer coincidence. She stood up and firmly grasped Fu Yuchuan's arm. "I want to go too." Without a doubt, Fu Yuchuan would not agree. These matters have always been a conflict between him and Fu Yongqian, and he would not allow her to encounter the same situation as Shin and Chang again. The man leaned down, lowered his head, and gently pressed his cool lips to her forehead, his tone affectionate and gentle. "Be a good girl at home. Don't make me worry, okay?" After saying that, he turned and went downstairs. After the man left, Shinli stood by the window watching the car start outside the glass until his figure completely disappeared from sight before she walked away. Shinli didn't have much of an appetite, but now that she was pregnant, she got hungry very quickly, so she had to force herself to eat something even if she didn't have any. She finished breakfast and was just about to get up and go back upstairs. Bai Tao suddenly showed up at the door. The girl wore a long, flowing dress that reached her calves, and her small face was adorned with delicate makeup. Unlike her usual playful self, she now exuded a more mature air. Shin was stunned. For some reason, I had a vague feeling that something was off. She stood up to greet her, looked up at Bai Taotao who had walked in, and said with a faint smile, "Why did you come here?" Bai Taotao nervously clutched her skirt, lowered her head somewhat awkwardly, and said, "Sister Lily, I've come here to resign in person. Thank you for taking care of me all these years." Shin was immediately stunned. "Why? If you're taking the blame because of last night's accident, there's absolutely no need for that." "Last night? What happened last night?" Shin spoke a little too quickly and almost forgot that Bai Taotao was unaware of what had happened last night. She pursed her lips and changed the subject. "I'm just a little surprised. Why did you resign?" Seeing her anxious expression, Bai Taotao bit her lip and said with great difficulty, "I want to go to America to get married." Since Shin entered the entertainment industry, Bai Taotao has been her first assistant, and she is also Bai Taotao's first employer after entering the entertainment industry. It can be said that they have watched each other grow and know everything about each other's private lives. Bai Taotao has always been a loner for many years and has never heard of anyone close enough to marry her, except... No, if it's Ji Jinghe, then she's the first person to know. She looked at Bai Taotao in disbelief. With whom? It doesn't matter who it is. Before Shin could finish her question, Bai Taotao interrupted her. Clearly, she didn't want to talk about it. She didn't say anything, and Shin didn't ask anymore. "Are you having some kind of trouble? I heard from Ji Jinghe that your adoptive father came looking for you from the countryside. Is this related to him?" No. I just want to find someone to marry, and he's very rich, so I can pay back the money I owe Senior Ji." Shin stared at her for a while, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper. "But I can tell you're not happy." Bai Taotao smiled. "I just can't bear to part with you, Sister Lily. If you need money, perhaps I can help you. As for the money you owe Ji Jinghe, he doesn't necessarily want you to pay it back." "No need, Sister Lily. I've already decided on my flight tonight." Bai Taotao insisted on leaving, and Shin couldn't stop her. She wouldn't tell the truth, and Shin couldn't help her. She could only contact Ji Jinghe to keep an eye out, hoping he could help persuade Bai Taotao. Meanwhile, on the other side, on his way to the airport, Fu Yuchuan's phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and glanced at it. The caller was Fu Yuchuan. A deathly silence filled the car, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Fu Yuchuan took out a cigarette, then a lighter, took a deep drag of the lit cigarette, and then answered the phone. The man on the other end of the phone spoke in a deep voice, with a slight smile. "Yuchuan, I heard about what happened last night." Fu Yuchuan, a cigarette between his fingers and his phone on the car seat, asked in a low, husky voice, "Who told you that?" After a moment of silence, Fu Yuchuan said calmly, "It's not difficult for me to know these things. The Gunhild family does indeed have a group of underground agents who operate without leaving a trace. It can be said that everything he did after leaving New York and his every move with Shin was under Fu Yuchuan's watchful eye." Fu Yuchuan looked up at the scenery by the window. "All your efforts are in vain. She loves me, and I believe in her." The person on the other end of the phone was initially calm, but after hearing this, they chuckled softly. "A letter? What letter do you have? Did you examine her body? Or do you think that because they didn't find any family planning products in the hotel's trash can, nothing happened? What if he wasn't wearing it?" Fu Yuchuan's eyes, fixed on the view outside the window, grew increasingly deep. He uttered a few words softly. "What do you want to say?" Fu Yuchuan said calmly, "I just want to see if your so-called love can withstand the test if she sleeps with another man." Fu Yuchuan remained silent for a long time. It ended with him smashing his phone. When he finally spoke, he called out Chun Jing's name. "During my stay in America, I will not allow any accidents to happen to her." Chun Jing. Understood. These past few days, Chun has stayed at the villa and hasn't gone anywhere. On the 7th day, she still couldn't sit still and discussed resuming work with the director. However, as luck would have it, Ji Jinghe took leave again and went to the United States. She thought it was probably because of Bai Taotao's wedding. Fu Yuchuan is also in the United States. He has been calling her every day to check if she is safe, but she has not asked him about what happened to him in the United States or when he will be back. On the 10th day, before going to bed that night, She sent him a text message as usual, simply saying goodnight and asking when he would be back. Longing cannot be hidden. It is revealed in the details. After successfully sending the text message, she waited for a while but still didn't receive a reply. Feeling a little disappointed, she put down her phone and prepared to wash up. I had just gotten up when my phone rang. Shin picked up her phone and saw that it was indeed a new message, but it wasn't from Yuchuan. She received a set of photos and a 5-minute video. Shin stared at the contents of her phone, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. She was breathing rapidly, her pupils were dilated, and she stood there blankly. There are 3 photos. The protagonist of the first picture is by Tao Tao. The light was dim, but she was still easily recognizable. She was wearing a dark red dress and lying unconsciously on the hotel bed. A man was standing beside the bed. He was very old and looked like he could be her grandfather, but he was unbuckling his belt with one hand. You didn't need to think to know what he was going to do next. The second picture is still from the same place, but this time there is an extra person. It is Ji Jingha, who has been missing for more than 10 days. He is seen shooting the old man who was initially standing next to Bai Tao Tao with a gun in one hand. The third picture shows a large group of uniformed police officers surrounding the hotel entrance. If she wasn't mistaken, the officers were arresting Ji Jingha. Shin stood motionless, her face deathly pale, like a puppet with its strings cut. Why is this happening? What has happened between Bai Tao Tao and Ji Jingha in the United States these past few days? Just as Shin was about to watch the 5-minute video, the phone rang. Without a doubt, it was the person who sent her these images. Before she could question the man opposite her, he spoke up. Tell me how selfish you are, sacrificing your father for a man, and now you're dragging your brother down with you. It was Fu Yongxian's voice. She recognized it. Shin gripped her phone tightly and roared angrily. You're shameless. Say what you will, Ji Jingha has been arrested by the U.S. police. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be sentenced to at least 20 years in prison for intentional homicide. Shin forced herself to calm down. That person is already dead? Otherwise what? He's so old, and your brother shot him in the heart. Do you think he could have survived? After Fu Yuchuan finished speaking, he smiled faintly to himself. Shin took a deep breath. You've done all this just to make me break up with him? If you had listened to me earlier, your brother wouldn't have had to bear the stigma of murder. He killed the patriarch of one of California's 3 major families. Although Lloyd did something inhumane, do you think Ji Jingha would still be able to leave the United States alive? Shin bit her lip tightly. You should thank me for keeping this under wraps. If it weren't for me, the world's headlines would be about a former movie star becoming a prisoner overnight. After a long silence, Shin gave a slow, cold laugh. Fu Yongxian, you are really ruthless. First it was Shun and Chong, now it's Ji Jingha, and next it will be Wen Qingyan. Although Shun and Chong's death was not directly related to him, it gave him an idea. As long as he targeted the people around her, he could gradually break down her psychological defenses and achieve her goal of divorcing Fu Yuchuan. Where is Ji Jingha now? Don't worry, I won't let him die, nor will I let you have any thoughts of giving up. Shin closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her eyes were full of indifference. Fine, I will divorce him. As she said those words, she realized she wasn't so sad after all. Perhaps this outcome was predetermined from the day Shun and Chong died. Perhaps even earlier, their identities destined them to be 2 parallel lines in this life. Their intersection was merely a dream, and they would return to their original state upon waking. Love is not just a matter between 2 people. In this world, love does not occupy the entirety of life. Just as Fu Yuchuan said at the beginning, liking and loving are both emotions. You can live without the emotion of love. Chapter 137. Those promises, she couldn't take them back. Shin took a deep breath and said calmly, I want to see Ji Jingha return to Suzhou safely. Fu Yongxian chuckled. Don't worry, as long as you separate from Yuchuan, everything will be fine. The Dilu family is involved in organized crime in the United States. If I use a little trick, your brother might become a hero. After hanging up the phone, Shin couldn't fall asleep at all. He agreed to Fu Yongxian's request to divorce Fu Yuchuan. Words spoken are like arrows that cannot be turned back. After this thought swirled in her mind several times, Shin finally felt the pain. It felt like my heart was being squeezed so tightly I couldn't breathe. She looked out the window into the darkness, wishing time would stand still at this moment, and that she would never wake up. The next day was the day Fu Yuchuan returned to Suzhou. Shinli went to the airport to pick him up for the first time ever. Fu Yuchuan was both surprised and overjoyed by her arrival. The girl was wearing a long red dress, and the soft light shone on her delicate face, making him unable to resist a doting smile. He walked closer to look directly at her face, lowered his head and pressed his thin lips to her cheek, asking in a gentle, indulgent voice, "Have you missed me?" Shinli didn't say anything, but reached out and hugged the man's waist, burying her face in his heart. Looking up at his handsome face, she murmured, "I want us so much." Fu Yuchuan chuckled softly, "I miss you too." She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, then stood on tiptoe and kissed him. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. After being apart for 10 days, Shinli was unexpectedly clingy and affectionate, only releasing his lips when he was almost suffocating. Fu Yuchuan chuckled softly, gently coaxing her as he held her face in his hand. "I'm sorry I'm late." Shinli didn't speak, but tears kept falling, threatening to spill over uncontrollably, like a flood bursting its banks. This wasn't the first time she had cried in front of him, but this time Fu Yuchuan tasted a completely different kind of joy from her tears, mixed with pain and helplessness. At first, Fu Yuchuan silently patted her shoulder to comfort her, but the more he did, the deeper his brows furrowed. He really didn't know how to comfort her, because he wasn't good at it. He could only keep wiping away her tears, and finally asked helplessly, "Lily, tell me what's wrong? Don't cry, okay?" She buried her face in his chest and didn't answer. In the end, he had no choice but to hold her tightly in his arms and let her cry her heart out. He stroked her long hair and sighed. "I should have known better than to tell you. I should have just gone back to the Fu residence." It took Shinli a long time to calm down. The man looked at her face, which was covered in tears, with even her eyelashes glistening with tears, and sighed helplessly. On the way back to the airport, Shun Li's tears finally dried. Looking at the endless stream of cars outside the window, she suddenly murmured, "Fu Yuchuan. I'm hungry, let's go eat." The man looked at her serene face, a faint smile playing on his thin lips. "Okay, where would you like to eat?" "Go to the dockside restaurant." "Good." Fu Yuchuan had been to the dockside restaurant, or more accurately, he and Shun Li had been there together. He remembered that the first time they met, when he proposed to her, was at this restaurant. Everything in the restaurant was the same as before, and the two of them came in again, but this time they entered hand in hand, unlike their first meeting. Fu Yuchuan requested a private room, where it would be quiet, yet still allow him to see the bustling crowds outside. From the moment she entered the dockside restaurant, she sat quietly in her seat without making a sound. He ordered a lot of dishes, almost all of which were her favorites. After the waiter took the menu away, the man slowly spoke. "During my time in America, no one contacted you, right?" Shun-Li slowly curved her lips into a smile and said to him, "No, everything is as before. If anything happens to me, your bodyguards will report to you immediately, won't they?" Her expression was normal when she answered, and Fu Yuchuan couldn't see anything unusual about it. "But what did you find out during your 10 days in the United States?" Lu Xingji did have dealings with some people in the New York area, but there is not enough evidence to prove that this matter is related to Fu Yongqian. Shun-Li lowered her eyes, picked up the glass of water beside her, took a sip, and then slowly hummed in agreement. Clearly, she's lost interest in the matter and isn't asking any more questions, as if it didn't matter whether it happened or not. Shun-Li ate very slowly. Her purpose in coming to this restaurant was not just to eat. She only slowly looked up at Fu Yuchuan after finishing the food he had picked up for her. She spoke softly. "Fu Yuchuan." Fu Yuchuan reached out to pour her a glass of water, but when he heard her voice, he suddenly stopped. "Let's get a divorce." The sound of flowing water stopped, and the man's well-defined knuckles gripped the kettle so tightly that they creaked. Fu Yuchuan was not surprised by her suggestion and simply looked at her calmly. "Drink the water, and then we'll go home." "Fu Yuchuan," Shun-Li said, her tone unchanged, simply repeating what she had just said, "Let's get a divorce." The man lifted his eyelids, his voice low and hoarse. "I believe you. I believe you have nothing to do with Lu Xingji." Shinli took a sip of water, lowered her head, and dared not look at him. Do you think I want to divorce you just because of Lu Xingji? Fu Yuchuan looked at her and asked in return, otherwise. I'm tired. I've had this plan since the moment I met your grandfather, including Shun and Chang's death, but it's not just because of that. I just feel that our relationship should end. After saying that, she put down her water glass, picked up her bag, and turned to leave. Fu Yuchuan immediately got up, caught up with her, and grabbed her arm. Shinli was easily pulled back into his arms. The man's face was grim, and his deep eyes looked at her. During the days I was away from America, did Fu Yongqian send anyone to look for you or say anything to you? Shinli smiled and said, no. Why do you think that my divorce from you is due to someone else's instigation, rather than because I really don't like you anymore? Fu Yuchuan frowned deeply. Just now at the airport, she said she missed him terribly. He didn't think she had lied at the time. He squinted, his voice hoarse. You just kissed me first. She looked up and smiled gently into his deep eyes. Don't you know that women are fickle? I can kiss you today, and I can kiss someone else tomorrow. Even though these words came from her mouth, Fu Yuchuan still didn't believe that her emotional breakdown just now couldn't be as simple as transference. Was the kiss because she had long planned to ask him for a divorce, and was that kiss because she was reluctant to let go? He knew that Shin and Chang's death had been a huge blow to her, and the Lu Xingji incident, along with other things, had led to her emotional breakdown. Even so, looking at her extremely cold face and casually saying that she could kiss others, his heart tightened involuntarily, as if it were being squeezed tightly by a hand. Fu Yuchuan stood up, his hand still gripping her waist, and led her away without a word. As Shunli watched his retreating figure, tears welled up in her eyes again, but she managed to hold them back. After leaving the restaurant, he led her to the parking area, opened the passenger door, and said, "Get in." Shunli stood there for a long time before finally getting into the car. Even if she gets divorced now, many of her belongings are still at the Fu residence, so she can't leave directly. The car was heading towards the Fu residence. When they got home, he got out of the car first, walked around to the front of the car, and opened the passenger door for her. Shinli had just taken a step out when she was forcefully pulled into the man's arms. She instinctively tried to distance herself from him. No. Don't provoke me while I still have some sense. After he said that, she didn't dare to make a fuss anymore. She had planned to have a proper talk from the beginning and didn't want things to get ugly. Back in the bedroom on the second floor, he put her on the bed. She sat down, and he stood by the bed. I'm going to pack my things. We're moving out tonight. He stood in front of her, his tall figure almost completely covering her. Fu Yuchuan looked down at her, his usually gentle voice carrying a rare hint of coolness. Reason. Shunli looked into his eyes, feeling a moment of guilt, but quickly regained her composure, living up to her identity as an actress. Do I need a reason for a divorce? He understood her unspoken meaning. When couples break up or spouses file for divorce, it simply means they no longer love each other. After she finished speaking, she continued calmly. It was probably that night when I woke up in the hotel bed. I wasn't too afraid that you wouldn't believe me. If I loved you very much, I definitely wouldn't be able to stand having a relationship with someone else. But at that moment, I felt indifferent. After saying that, Shunli looked up again and met his deep and complicated eyes. She smiled slightly and said, I admit that I used to like you a lot, but what happened later was enough to make up for that liking. The moment when their love was at its peak was when he took her to Los Angeles, where they held hands on the streets, and he reminisced about their youth. What she said wasn't impossible, it might just be the truth. After returning from Los Angeles, her smile towards him was noticeably less radiant than before, and when they were close again, she felt a barrier between them. A sudden surge of inexplicable fear and panic welled up inside Fu Yuchuan, and anger appeared on his face. Shunli, we've been husband and wife, and I don't want to say anything too harsh. It's the same as always. If you feel guilty towards me, you can decide on the division of assets in the divorce settlement. If you feel no guilt, I won't force you. The man's deep eyes narrowed, revealing a faint chill and anger. He reached out and pinched her chin. Shunli, whether you feel guilty because of Shun and Chang's death, or because Fu Yongqian contacted you, or even if you don't like me now, I will not agree to a divorce. As he spoke, he approached her step by step until he forced her down on the bed. He lifted his legs and pressed them against her waist. You were the one who said you would make me love you more, and you said those things in Los Angeles, that you would never leave me. I will not allow you to take back those promises. Chapter 138. Don't cry. I won't touch you anymore. Shinli was completely pinned down by Fu Yuchuan. She raised her hand to push him away, but he held her even tighter. She had to look up at him. His face was reflected in her eyes, handsome and calm, with a deep-seated, doting affection that she had never felt before. Her heart skipped a beat. She pursed her lips, forcing herself not to show her panic. Fu Yuchuan, get up first. In this position, if she gives him even the slightest response, there's always the possibility of things going awry. This is not the right thing to do. Shinli took a deep breath. I did love you very much, but now, even so, you still want to keep me by your side. What's the point? She met his deep eyes and smiled faintly. You don't want to break up with me just because I'm your first love, but I'm different from you. I've had exes, so I understand that no one is indispensable in this world. Fu Yuchuan stared at her, his eyes never leaving her. Shinli has only been in the industry for a short time, but she has already gained considerable fame. Besides the support of the Fu group, her talent in acting cannot be denied. Even now, Fu Yuchuan can't tell whether the coldness in her eyes is partly an act. Therefore, even though he appeared calm on the surface, he could not hide the panic in his heart. He stood up and lifted her hair. Is that so? He said calmly. The body is the most honest thing. Do you want to confirm again whether you still love me or not? The man's kisses spread from her cheeks to behind her ears, then to her neck, and seemed to be going on and on. Shinli sat up abruptly and pushed the man away. Fu Yuchuan, you. His hot breath almost burned her lips. Shinli, do you know how long I've been holding back? 10 days or half a month wouldn't be a big deal for her, but for a man as energetic as him, abstinence would be torture, especially since the woman lying beneath him was the woman he loved. Shinli bit her lip tightly, her face expressionless, and calmly and decisively refused. No matter how long it takes, I don't want it. If you really can't resist, you can go find another woman. Upon hearing this, Shinli immediately realized she had gone too far and felt somewhat guilty. Fu Yuchuan's lips suddenly stopped on her collarbone. Just when Shinli thought he had no reason to continue, he suddenly ripped off her top, tore it to shreds, and threw it on the ground without any mercy. She bit her lip, her mind blank. Fu Yuchuan. She cried out in panic, and he took the opportunity to reach out and pinch her chin, then kissed her deeply. Shinli didn't even have time to react. She stared wide-eyed, frozen in place. By the time she finally realized what was happening and tried to push him away, she had already been pinned to the bed by the man. The whole process was completed in one go, with skillful movements that were also somewhat unfamiliar. The unfamiliarity lay in his urgency, which completely disregarded her cries and feelings. Fu Yuchuan. While his lips and tongue lingered on her skin, his hands were not idle either, continuing to peel off her last remaining piece of underwear. The man's rough fingers teased her sensitive spots. Shinli closed her eyes and sobbed softly as she tried to stop him. Fu Yuchuan, let me go. His fingers stopped quickly, his burning, deep eyes meeting her panicked, helpless black eyes. His voice was rough and hoarse, yet carried an undeniable authority. Save your voice, you'll have your chance to scream later. Her face turned deathly pale with anger at these words. Fu Yuchuan, you bastard. He whispered, biting her earlobe. Shinli, be good. She bit her lip in shame and indignation. Firstly, she was pregnant and had no desire to do that with him. Secondly, he used to always consider her feelings no matter what he wanted, but now no matter how much she shouts, he won't stop. Shinli angrily punched the man's shoulder with a cold face, and in her panic, her hand suddenly brushed against his face. She suddenly fell silent, her pupils contracting as she looked at the man. Her panic instantly turned to grievance, and she slammed her face against his shoulder, bursting into tears. Fu Yuchuan, no, I'm scared. The man's initial shock was replaced by helplessness the moment he saw her tearful eyes. He pulled the blanket over her tightly, his lips pressed together. Don't cry. I won't touch you anymore, okay? Wah. I hate you. Fu Yuchuan pursed his thin lips even tighter. He suddenly didn't know what to say, because he had just lost his temper because of her words. After confirming that the blanket was tightly wrapped around her body, Shinli turned around and was about to get out of bed. Where to? Who can guarantee that what just happened won't happen again? As soon as she finished speaking, the man wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. His deep voice carried a calm yet firm tone. I promise I won't. You're not allowed to leave. She felt the strange sensation between her legs. What you're saying isn't convincing. As soon as he finished speaking, he released her waist. I'll figure something out. His voice was hoarse, and you could clearly sense his suppressed emotions. You lie down first. It was both enticing and forceful, leaving no room for refusal. Shinli bit her lip and acquiesced. Only after watching her lie back down in bed did the man get up and walk towards the bathroom. A few minutes later, separated by a door, Shinli, lying in bed, heard Fu Yuchuan making noises from the bathroom. It was accompanied by a low, deep groan. After an unknown amount of time, he emerged from the bathroom, his clothes steaming. Shinli hurriedly closed her eyes, turned over, and faced away from him. Fu Yuchuan watched Shinli's back until she was completely asleep. Then he moved over and held her in his arms. Chapter 139. Fu Yongqian knows she's pregnant. The next day, Shinli's work has been completely finished. However, besides work, she has more important things to do right now. She was going out, and Fu Yuchuan certainly wouldn't let her go alone. Shinli made up an excuse that a friend was sick and hospitalized, and then asked him to take her to the hospital before letting her leave. During this time, Fu Yuchuan asked if the person hospitalized was Ji Jinghe, but Shinli didn't say anything, knowing that saying too much would only lead to more mistakes. If Fu Yuchuan knew that Ji Jinghe couldn't come back from the United States, he would definitely suspect that her filing for divorce was related to this matter. Shinli had considered telling Fu Yuchuan about Ji Jinghe, but then she thought, even if he knew, what could he do to Fu Yongqian? Would he have to hurt himself to atone for his sins? She could no longer bear to see him lying on the operating table, his life hanging by a thread. Before Ji Jinghe went to the United States, he had already arranged for a doctor to perform surgery on her, and the time was today. At the scheduled time, she expected the medical team to be waiting for her in the office, but when she opened the door, the doctor looked at her with surprise. Ms. Shun, didn't you cancel the surgery? What? The doctor picked up the form, glanced at it, and said with a serious expression, last night, Mr. G sent a text message saying that you wanted to keep the baby and asked us to cancel the surgery, didn't he? Mr. G? Before the doctor mentioned Ji Jinghe's name, Shinli thought that Fu Yuchuan had found out about her pregnancy. Ji Jinghe is currently in a prison in the United States, and there is only one person he has contact with. Fu Yongqian. Did he know she was pregnant? Shinli's heart pounded. Since Fu Yongqian knew she was pregnant, why did he stop her from getting rid of the child? Wouldn't keeping the child bring her and Fu Yuchuan closer together? She couldn't understand it, and when she left the hospital, her first thought was to call him and ask him. Fu Yongqian seemed to have anticipated her call, his deep, resonant voice carrying a hint of enigmatic amusement. What? He agreed to divorce you. Shinli coldly replied. If he would agree so readily, why would you have set this up? Ah, that's true. He smiled slowly. I know, you received the notification that the surgery was cancelled today, right? Shinli didn't speak. Sure enough, he was the one who did it all. It must be admitted that the Gunhild family has extensive connections and influence. Nothing can be hidden from them. You want me to break up with him, so why are you stopping me from aborting this child? Shinli gripped her phone tightly, overwhelmed with heartache and anger. Of course I have my reasons for doing this. I know he won't leave you easily. Fu Yongqian smiled faintly. However, as long as you tell Fu Yuchuan that this child is Lu Xingji's, I think he should stop bothering you. Shinli's heart skipped a beat. She bit her lip hard, then let go. I won't do that. She could lie to Fu Yuchuan and say she had fallen for someone else, but she couldn't lie to him that the child in her belly was someone else's. For any man, it is an utter disgrace for his wife to be pregnant with another man's child. It seems you don't want Ji Jinghe to return to China. I told you that Ji Jinghe killed people from 3 major American families. Do you think he'll have a good time in prison? I can divorce Fu Yuchuan, but I will not use this child to deceive him. Give me time. Time? How long? If Fu Yuchuan could be persuaded so easily, I wouldn't have needed to set up this whole scheme. Shunli sneered. Fine, even if I do as you say, can you guarantee he won't take me for a checkup? As long as you do as I say, I'll figure out the rest. It's just a report, it's not that difficult. Shinli raised an eyebrow and gave a cool laugh. You really went to great lengths. There's nothing I can do. He loves you so much. Before that, I need to ensure Ji Jing has safety. I'm flying to the United States tonight. Send someone to pick me up. When Fu Yuchuan received Lu Sa's call, he was at Tang Ye's company. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from the Fu residence. He got up, stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, and prepared to answer the call. Tang Yi sat lazily on the sofa, glancing at his phone screen, and said languidly, Let me tell you, the D family, one of America's 3 major families, recently made a fool of themselves. That old geezer actually married a young girl from Suzhou, and that girl's boyfriend. Fu Yuchuan didn't let him finish speaking and went straight to the window. What's up? Aunt Lu spoke in a very low voice, carefully saying, Mr. Fu, Madam has been on the 2nd floor since she came back today, and she hasn't eaten anything. Fu Yuchuan frowned deeply. She's on the 2nd floor? What's she doing? It seems like they're packing their bags, saying they've finished work and are going on a trip with friends or something. Fu Yuchuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, I understand. Don't let her leave before I get back. Okay, I'll try my best to stall the lady. After hanging up the phone, Fu Yuchuan went back to the sofa to get his suit. Tang Yi glanced at him while looking at the computer screen, and seeing that he was about to leave, he said, Hey, aren't you going to finish listening to Di Lu's joke? Fu Yuchuan glanced at him coldly. Look all you want. Do you think I'm bored? Your old man has been getting so close to Di Lu lately. Maybe this has something to do with him. Fu Yuchuan frowned for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. Keep an eye on this matter. I have more important things to attend to right now, so I'll be leaving now. After saying that, the man closed the door. Chapter 140. There's no possibility between her and Lu Xingji. Fu Yuchuan returned home. Shunli's luggage was already packed, and as soon as I entered the door, I saw her carrying her suitcase downstairs. Where to? His words seemed to flow from his throat, carrying a suppressed chill. Her face was cold, and she looked at him expressionlessly. As you can see, are you still moving out? The man stepped forward and grabbed her wrist, unusually losing control and not controlling his strength. I promise you, what happened last night will not happen again. Shinli turned her head to the other side and said coldly, What happened last night will never happen again. Fu Yuchuan didn't speak. He stood in front of her, looking down at her, remaining silent the whole time. Indifference is her current attitude towards him. He could only see indifference in her. He didn't understand why everything had turned out this way. He pursed his lips and said in a low, deep voice, No matter what you say, I will not let you go. After a moment of silence, he picked up her luggage and tried to go upstairs. Stop making a scene. You look terrible. Let's eat first. After saying that, he left only his back view. With a thud, Shunli smashed the sunglasses in her hand into pieces. This time, Fu Yuchuan finally turned around and looked at the furious expression on her face. She bit her lip, looking at him with pain and helplessness. Fu Yuchuan, I beg you, please let me go, just for the sake of the love I once had for you. The glass suddenly pierced my finger, and bright red blood seeped out, forming droplets. The man who put down his luggage and came down to pick up the broken glass cut his hand on a shard. From Shun Li's perspective, she couldn't see the expression on his face. Even with their hands cut, they showed no sign of stopping. Shun Li looked at his head, closed her eyes, and tears fell down, landing on the back of her hand. When he looked up again, he saw that her eyes were red. Fu Yuchuan lowered his lips and said in a low, hoarse voice, Is being with me this painful? She pursed her lips and did not answer. Finally, he added casually, Are you planning to move back to Vientiane? Shinli looked at his lowered eyes. My heart aches and hurts. But her expression remained indifferent, and it took her a long time to say, I've finished my work and want to go abroad for a few days. I'll come back to Vientiane after that. Will you give it back? Perhaps, maybe, I don't know. Fu Yuchuan stared at her face, showing no emotion other than indifference. His thin lips moved slightly, and he hummed in agreement. Have the driver take you to the airport. Shinli ignored him, as if she hadn't heard him. She took the suitcase, turned around and walked to the door, then suddenly stopped, turned back to look at him, and said, "Fu Yuchuan." He replied quickly, "While I'm abroad, draft the divorce agreement and wait for me to sign it when I return." Fu Yuchuan didn't answer, watching her leave in silence. He clenched his hands, which were covered in shards. Only after Shun Li's figure disappeared from sight. It seemed that the pain in my heart had caused me to lose feeling in my hands. Shinli turned off her phone as soon as she entered the airport. She wasn't worried at all that Fu Yuchuan would follow her. First, they had just had a fight, and he knew she didn't like being watched. Second, she was also thinking of just letting things go. If he found out, she would just confess. After getting off the plane, Shinli got into the car that Fu Yongqian had sent to pick her up. She wasn't worried that Fu Yongqian would harm her in a foreign land, which meant she didn't have to go through the trouble of plotting against Ji Jinghe. New York City is full of unfamiliar faces. She was taken to St. Tinsburg prison. This time, Ji Jinghe killed the Dilo family, one of the 3 major American families. The Dilo family is involved in organized crime and has made many enemies over the years. Therefore, many people in the prison know Ji Jinghe. Of course, there are also people who followed the Dilo family and were sent here. Ji Jinghe carries natural hatred for these people. Fortunately, Fu Yongqian promised to take care of everything and arranged a single room for her. However, even so, Ji Jinghe, who had been pampered for many years, found it difficult to integrate into this environment. Within minutes, after confirming his safety, Fu Yongqian's men came to pick her up and leave. Shinli stayed in New York for 3 days. After seeing Ji Jinghe and confirming his safety, she could have left immediately, but at this moment she did not want to return to Suzhou to face Fu Yuchuan. Going back means everything will be over. She wished it was all a dream and decided to get a good night's sleep so she wouldn't have to think about anything. I had just taken a shower when there was a knock on my hotel room door. She asked in English who it was, and the other person replied in a deep, magnetic male voice. Shinli assumed it was the hotel staff coming to clean the room and planned to ask them to come again the next morning. However, when she opened the door, she was greeted by a familiar face. Shinli was dumbfounded. A handsome and gentle face smiled at her with a radiant smile. Walking along the road, he was dressed in a black casual outfit, holding roses in his hands, and smiling at her from his doorway. Lu Xingji slightly raised his lips, surprised. "What are you doing here?" "I happened to be away on a business trip these past few days. I saw you in the hotel lobby a couple of days ago and thought I had mistaken you for someone else. I didn't expect it to really be you." Shin Li's attitude towards him was not friendly. She frowned slightly and asked, "What do you want from me?" She hadn't forgotten that Lu Xingji had drugged her water and taken her to a hotel, even though nothing happened that time. Lu Xingji smiled slightly. "Are you still blaming me?" "Why should I not blame you?" Shinli turned and went into the house, and Lu Xingji followed her in. He casually placed the roses on the table, his voice slightly hoarse. "It wasn't my intention to send you back to the hotel that time. You were unconscious and didn't tell me where you lived." Shinli glanced at him and sneered. "Then you should know that I am Fu Yuchuan's woman." "Of course I knew, but someone told me you were going through a divorce, so naturally I wouldn't send you back to the Fu residence." Shinli remained expressionless. "Fine. Did you just come here to give flowers and apologize? If there's nothing else, you can leave." Lu Xingji smiled. "I'm just curious. How far have things progressed between you and Fu Yuchuan?" Shinli remained expressionless, her words hitting the nail on the head. "Didn't Fu Yongqian tell you?" Lu Xingji frowned. "How do you know it was him who told me?" Shinli took a sip of water and didn't say anything more. "Okay, he did tell me. The Lu family and the Fu family have been cooperating recently, and I found out about it by chance." Shinli didn't try to hide anything from him. "So you want to take advantage of my vulnerability to pursue me?" Lu Xingji laughed. "Sure enough, you're still as smart as ever. I remember when you first entered the industry, everyone knew I liked you, but you already had a boyfriend at that time." Whether he was telling the truth or not, Shinli didn't care at all. She glanced at Lu Xingji and said indifferently, "All right, sorry, I refuse." Lu Xingji was not discouraged at all. "I understand that you don't have that thought right now, but you were able to break up with your ex-boyfriend and marry Fu Yuchuan back then. So why don't you have the courage to be with someone else?" Shunli showed no reaction. She was already quite adept at handling his straightforward pursuit. Lu Xingji picked up the towel draped over the chair and was about to dry Shin Li's hair, saying, "Dry your hair before you sleep, so you won't have headaches later." Shin Li deftly took the towel and took a step back. She looked up at him calmly. "You're right. Since I have the courage to break up with Jang Being, I certainly won't reject all men just because I'm divorced from Fu Yuchuan. But you are absolutely impossible. It was impossible from the moment you planned to put the medicine in my cup." Chapter 141. Fu Yuchuan is angry. Lu Xingji was stunned for a moment, then looked at her with surprise. "What drugging? I didn't do that." Looking at his sincere and shocked expression, Shunli pursed her lips slightly, shook her head, and smiled faintly. It doesn't matter whether it was the drug Lu Xingji gave her or part of Fu Yongqian's plan. After breaking up with Fu Yuchuan, she lost all interest in relationships. In the end, Shunli still kicked Lu Xingji out. "When I returned to the room, I saw the flowers on the table and casually threw them into the trash can." She couldn't possibly be with Fu Yuchuan while accepting flowers from others. When Fu Yuchuan was mentioned, Shun Li's expression changed slightly. She gripped her phone tightly. Even though she had put her phone on airplane mode these past few days, she could still receive his messages while connected to the hotel's Wi-Fi. She dared not look at those messages. She had finally made up her mind, and she absolutely could not regret it at this crucial moment. She gripped her phone tightly, curled up in the corner of the bed, and closed her eyes. The next day, Shunli got up very early. She planned to check out of the hotel, but unexpectedly, just as she finished putting on her makeup, Lu Xingji came to her door again. Lu Xingji laughed and said, "I've finished work for today. How about I show you around? New York is so big, it's not good to stay in the hotel all the time." Shunli glanced at him lightly. "No need. I'm busy." She was about to close the door when she suddenly stopped. She reopened the half-opened door, looked at the man's handsome face, and said calmly, "However, perhaps you know of any good lawyers in New York?" "You need to see a lawyer?" "Of course, I have several legal teams on my side. Shall I introduce you to one?" Shunli looked at his smiling face, pondered for a few seconds, and then nodded. Lu Xingji smiled the whole way, clearly enjoying himself whether Shunli needed his help or was simply accepting his invitation to go out for a stroll. The two arrived at a seaside restaurant with a beautiful view. Because it was early, there weren't many people eating there. The legal team was still on their way, and during this spare time, Lu Xingji suddenly asked Shin Li about her purpose in hiring a lawyer. Shin Li didn't really want to say it. Firstly, because it would damage Ji Jinghe's reputation, and secondly, because it was the reason she had no choice but to divorce Fu Yuchuan. A gentle breeze brushed against Shun Li's cheek, ruffling her hair. Her lips were pale and delicate. "A friend of mine has run into some trouble in New York. It involves murder." Lu Xingji's expression stiffened when he heard her words, and it took him a few seconds to recover. "Your friend is American?" "Su Cheng, the other party, is an American." "That would be difficult." After Lu Xingji finished speaking, he shook his head. "The people from Suzhou were handling a case in the United States and killed an American. As far as I know, it's almost impossible to overturn the case." She looked at the man's slightly furrowed brows, pursed her lips, and her hand holding the water glass trembled slightly. Although Shun Li was already prepared, her heart tightened again after hearing Lu Xingji's words and meeting the legal team. That's right. Perhaps she had to prepare for the worst from the very beginning. After all, Fu Yongqian never showed any mercy. Ji Jinghe's handling of the case in the United States will inevitably involve both the police forces of Suzhou and the United States. No one has the authority to get both sides to agree to release the person at the same time. Even Fu Yuchuan may not be able to ensure that Ji Jinghe gets away unscathed. Shunli stared absently at the seaside scenery, barely touching the food on the table. Seeing her so downcast, Lu Xingji softened his tone, becoming slightly cautious. "What's wrong? Is he someone very important to you?" "No." Shunli didn't even notice the tear stains on her face after she finished speaking. Looking at her expression, Lu Xingji was slightly shocked and seemed somewhat at a loss. He quickly replied, "If he is a very important friend to you, I will help you find a legal team." Shunli wiped away her tears and gently shook her head. "No need. Let's go back." "Then why did you cry?" Shunli couldn't refute it, but she said, How can you be sure that these tears are for him? She took a sip of water, the tear stains on her face already dried by the wind. I suppose the lawyers in your Lu family are all top-notch. If they can't do anything, then those outside are even less likely to be able to. Lu Xingji pursed his lips slightly. That's right. Shinli gave a wry smile. Go back. My plane ticket is for noon. If nothing unexpected happens, we probably won't see each other again. Goodbye. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingji stepped forward and took Shinli's hand. Shinli looked down at those long, slender, and well-defined fingers, her brows furrowing slightly, her deep aloofness evident. The man chuckled and released her hand. Nothing else. Since you're out here, have something to eat. You haven't touched the food in your bowl. Shinli looked at the food on the table, subconsciously patted her stomach, and finally sat down. After breakfast, Shinli went back to the hotel to pack her clothes. She didn't plan to go back to the Fu family this time when she returned to Suzhou. She knew Fu Yuchuan's determination. Once she went back, he would never let her leave again. However, there was no way to reverse Ji Jinghe's situation, and she couldn't bear to watch his promising future be ruined by a scoundrel. If she had to be with Fu Yuchuan, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Thinking of Fu Yuchuan still caused her heart to ache. Before she left, her hand must have been injured, but she still didn't stay to see him or ask him a single question. There was a knock on the door, and it was obvious who it was. Shinli wiped away her tears and got up to open the door. Lu Xingji was seen pushing his suitcase over. Let me take you to the airport. I'm going to Germany for a meeting. The timing doesn't conflict? I can wait half an hour. After Lu Xingji finished speaking, he went into the room and took her suitcase. Don't say thank you. Just treat me to a meal next time we meet. Shinli stood there blankly, not yet able to react. Lu Xingji's behavior was too straightforward, which immediately reminded her of Fu Yuchuan. Speaking of Fu Yuchuan, he always helped her pack her luggage whenever she went on a business trip. The difference is that she won't say thank you to Fu Yuchuan. Shinli watched Lu Xingji's retreating figure, a slight smile playing on her lips. Thank you. Lu Xingji had no choice but to leave, and walked away with a smile. Upon arriving at the airport, she went to the waiting room alone and finally turned off airplane mode on her phone. She carefully opened her text messages and WeChat, and sure enough, there were many unread messages. Some were about work, with Ding Min asking where she had been these past few days, and then they were all from Fu Yuchuan. Just as she was about to open the WeChat message, her phone suddenly received a pop-up call. Shinli looked at the familiar name on the screen, hesitated for a long time, and then answered the call. Before she could speak, a voice she knew all too well came from the other end. Shinli. Shinli's heart skipped a beat when she heard that familiar, deep voice. Before she could answer, she heard Fu Yuchuan's voice again, like a dark abyss, so cold it sent chills down her spine. You were with Lu Xingji today. It's not a question, but a statement. Shinli was stunned for a few seconds. How did you know? After asking the question, she felt that it was unnecessary and even made her seem guilty. The fact that he didn't come to New York with her doesn't mean she didn't have his spies around her. Or perhaps Fu Yongqian revealed it to him, since he was eager for her to separate from Fu Yuchuan. How should I know? Sure enough, her guess was right. Fu Yuchuan let out a cold laugh. You don't think Lu Xingji is some kind of low-key person, do you? The photos of you and him at the beach were taken by the media and posted online. Shin Li's heart sank, but she regained her composure after a few seconds. Whether Fu Yuchuan knew or not was no longer important. Her voice was calm and light. Now that you know, why are you asking me? Shunli. The man's deep voice carried a hint of warning. You said you wanted to go out and clear your head, and I agreed. I didn't even send anyone to follow you, but you actually went on a date with Lu Xingji. Chapter 142. Did you have fun? Shunli. Shunli slammed down the phone. She stared blankly at the bustling waiting room and took 2 deep breaths. The plane took off at noon, and she arrived in Suzhou in the evening. As soon as she returned to her apartment, she sensed something was wrong. Normally, it required both a password and fingerprint to unlock, but this time she opened it easily with just her fingerprint, and it seemed like someone was inside. As soon as Shunli entered, she felt a shadow loom over her, and her vision darkened several degrees. Then, she felt an immense force gripping her waist and shoulders, and in the next second, she was enveloped by a strong masculine aura. She froze, her heart pounding. Fu Yuchuan's deep, husky voice rang in her ear through gritted teeth. You hung up on me? She said she wanted to go out and clear her head, and he agreed. Unexpectedly, she went to New York to meet Lu Xingji. She insisted that nothing had happened between her and Lu Xingji, and he believed her. So, were you completely innocent these past few days as well? Shinli didn't say anything. She just looked at him. After an unknown amount of time, Fu Yuchuan loosened his grip on her, which had been so tight it seemed to pierce her very bones, and slowly released her. His fingers pinched her chin, his deep, cold eyes fixed on her, his voice as cold as the night. Having fun, Shinli? Shinli's eyelashes trembled involuntarily, but when she saw the wound on his face where he had crushed the shards of his glasses, which revealed the bone, her heart felt as if it had been squeezed by a large hand. We didn't date. We met by chance. Then how do you explain keeping your phone off these past few days out of guilt? Fu Yuchuan gently rubbed Shinli's lips with his fingertips, his movements light, but his eyes were icy cold, sending chills down one's spine. Why should I explain to you? Before I left, I asked you to draft the divorce agreement. Can you give it to me now? Fu Yuchuan wrapped one arm around her waist, holding her firmly in his arms. He lowered his head to gently inhale her hair, kissing her eyes and nose. Have you slept with him? Shinli's eyelashes trembled slightly. She wasn't feeling guilty. She just felt a numbness in her heart. She tried to push him away, but at the same time, she felt heartbroken because of his suspicion. It's normal for anyone to have doubts. Shinli closed her eyes. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything all day, and her throat was tight. You knew? Looking at her slightly parted lips and the unfinished answer, Fu Yuchuan felt an unprecedented surge of rage, wanting to strangle her. But he held her chin and simply lowered his head to kiss her fiercely. Fuyu. Shinli's dry lips were thus ravaged and licked by him. She remained motionless and frozen in place. Fu Yuchuan quickly took off her top, his gaze sweeping over every part of her body, examining her carefully, not missing an inch of her skin. Shinli's eyes were filled with shock and fear, and her heart felt like it was being torn apart. After checking her upper body, the man showed no sign of stopping. He roughly pulled down her pants, and Shinli, an adult, was now stripped naked like a child. Her face turned red, and she kept taking deep breaths. Fu Yuchuan. His gaze swept calmly over every inch of her skin, and he said coldly, Today, I don't want to hear another word from you besides moaning in bed. After the man finished speaking, he picked her up and threw her into the bathtub. When he put her down, he could clearly feel that he had softened his grip, but Shinli was still thrown quite hard. He gazed intently at her naked body. Bath. Fu Yuchuan you. If you're not going to wash, go back to bed and do it. Before she could even finish speaking, the man had already started running the bathwater, clearly no longer willing to listen to her. Chapter 143, Give her a chance to fall in love with him again. When Shinli came out of the bathroom, Fu Yuchuan had already changed the sheets and blankets in the bedroom. From her angle, she could easily see the man's dejected figure standing by the window. Before she knew it, Fu Yuchuan had turned around and was looking at her. He exhaled bluish-white smoke, extinguished the half-burnt cigarette, and threw it into the trash can. Then, his long, straight legs walked up to her, his strong hands gripped her waist, and he pushed her down onto the bed. Then he leaned over her, his tall and heavy body pressing down on her. Shinli's jet black hair was spread out on the bed, like a night elf. Her lips bore the marks of his biting, and held an indescribable stubbornness. She bit her lip, just like the look in her eyes when she looked at him, a look of resentment and dissatisfaction. Interesting. Fu Yuchuan ripped off her bath towel and got straight to the point. Shinli was in so much pain that she immediately closed her eyes. There was no foreplay, no caresses. It perfectly reflects his current state of mind. Hatred outweighs love. He looked down at her furrowed brows, a cold sneer escaping his thin lips. Finally, he lowered his head and kissed her eyebrows and eyes. Open your eyes and see who I am. After saying that, Shinli opened her eyes and looked at him coldly. Fu Yuchuan held her eyelids in his mouth. I really don't like seeing that look in your eyes. How can you cry and laugh at Lu Xingji like that? Shinli's bath towel was ripped off and left on the ground. She was completely naked, while Fu Yuchuan was still wearing his shirt except for his pants, making him appear well-dressed compared to her. Shinli looked at his face and laughed coldly. Do you want to know why? Because I don't love you anymore. I don't love you anymore. Her heart ached as she said those words. This kind of pain is far more unforgettable than anything the body suffers. As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Yuchuan's restraint and composure completely collapsed, and he no longer cared whether she would still be in pain. Shunli gripped his shirt tightly, enduring the pain in her abdomen and lower body. She wondered what Fu Yuchuan would do if he knew she was carrying his child. He might stop then, and she wouldn't have to suffer this humiliation. Shunli bit her lip and finally let out a soft sob. He bit her ear, kissed it, licked it, and used every method to soften her. Relax, and you'll suffer less. He knew she was unwilling and uncomfortable, but crying alone wouldn't alleviate his anger and violence. Fu Yuchuan looked down at her red nose from crying with her eyes closed, and hated her for not saying anything. If only she had said something nice or clarified her relationship with Lu Xingji. He freed his other hand, grabbed her chin, and showered her face and eyes with kisses. As long as he couldn't see her expression, he wasn't in so much pain. Overnight, the two of them descended into an unprecedented frenzy. Shunli remained unconscious for a long time before finally waking up from her exhaustion and aches. Thinking about the incredibly passionate sex last night, my face flushed. She tried to get up, but before she could even sit up, she fell back down. My whole body felt like it was falling apart. Fu Yuchuan was wearing loose pajamas, with faint scratches visible on his chest. He walked over, pulled Shunli out of bed, and said coldly, "Go wash up, then eat." As soon as Shunli's feet touched the ground, she felt an embarrassing pain. Her delicate, pale face was covered with fine beads of sweat, but she never called out to her. Fu Yuchuan gave her a cold look, bent down, and carried her horizontally to the bathroom. He put her down in front of the mirror, then hugged her waist from behind to support her body. "Go wash. Fu Yuchuan, aside from saying you love me, you'd better not say anything else to me right now." After saying that, he turned and walked out. As he reached the door, the woman's voice still rang out behind him. "Wasn't my behavior last night clear enough about whether I love you or not? Does torturing me like this make you feel good?" She had clearly shouted so much last night that her voice was hoarse. Fu Yuchuan's hands, which were hanging by his sides, gradually clenched into fists, and his breathing became heavy. He turned his head, a thin smile playing on his lips, his eyes filled with an arrogant mockery. Of course, it was incredibly satisfying. "You were the one who made me love you. You want to take back those words? Dream on." The man laughed coldly. "You say women are fickle. I'll give you a chance. Stay by my side, fall in love with me again, and I'll wipe the slate clean between you and Lu Xingji." Shin Li's body trembled, and she looked at him in disbelief. Fu Yuchuan had already turned and walked away. The bedroom returned to its quiet state. Shin Li stood there blankly, savoring the man's words. Give her a chance to stay by his side, and she can erase her past with Lu Xingji. She thought that as long as she admitted to having an affair with Lu Xingji, he would back off completely, since no man could tolerate being cuckolded. But he was still fantasizing about them starting over. Shinli wanted to laugh. She didn't know whether to be grateful for this man's tolerance or to worry about how she would get rid of such a stubborn man. No wonder Fu Yongqian wanted her to say that the child in her belly was Lu Xingji's. She had initially refused so firmly, but now, is it really going to come to that? Chapter 144. If you keep moving, you'll be the one who suffers. After washing up, Shinli wanted to go back to bed and lie down for a while. But as soon as she took a step, she went limp and fell to the ground. My lower back aches and my legs feel weak. I have no strength at all. Fortunately, she braced herself with her hands when she fell, so her buttocks didn't hit the ground directly. She only had minor abrasions on her palms. She had just slowly climbed back into bed when Fu Yuchuan pushed the door open and came in. Shinli didn't know why he came in, nor did she know how to react, so she just sat on the bed without moving. Fu Yuchuan was carrying a bag when he took out an unopened ointment from it. Shinli blushed immediately because she knew very well what it was. Their first night was a similar one. Fu Yuchuan slowly opened the ointment, glanced at her indifferently, and said in a cold voice, Open your legs. Shunli, need not. She nervously averted her gaze, her hand instinctively gripping her nightgown tightly. The man had already squeezed the ointment onto his finger. Don't make me say it a second time. Myself. Before she could finish her sentence, the man grabbed her calf and pinned her to the bed. Keep moving, or you'll be the one who suffers. You knew you would hurt me, so why did you do it? You knew you would make me angry, so why didn't you tell me you loved me? Shunli was speechless for a moment. His knees braced between her legs to prevent her from struggling to close them. Shunli had no choice but to bite her lip to deceive herself, focusing her gaze and attention elsewhere, trying to ignore the strange sensation brought on by the man's fingers. Fu Yuchuan methodically applied the medicine to her face, then suddenly said, "The fat on your face has all gone to your stomach?" Upon hearing this, Shin Li's pupils widened slightly, and she instinctively began to struggle. She quickly changed the subject, saying, "You mean I'm fat? So what? Don't you just want me to divorce you?" After saying that, Fu Yuchuan casually tossed the ointment aside, got up, and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Once everything was done, he went out. Shin Li was left naked on the bed. She pursed her lips, carefully got up, went to the dressing room, changed into some casual clothes, and went out. The man was still cooking in the kitchen, and he had also brought the skewers from the Fu residence. As soon as Shun Li stepped out, the little hamster happily came over and rubbed against her leg. She bent down, patted the little crossbow's head, and then opened a can of pet food to feed it. Shun Li stood by watching it eat, a rare faint smile appearing on her face, but it was fleeting. Soon her expression returned to calm, and her steps unconsciously led her to the balcony window. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. The sun hasn't risen yet, and the early spring weather is quite cool. She was only wearing a thin casual outfit, so when Fu Yuchuan found her early in the morning, her whole body was stiff from the wind. The moment the man touched her hand, he immediately became enraged. Without saying a word, he dragged her into the house and turned on the air conditioner. Shun Li. Fu Yuchuan's handsome face was tense, his voice extremely gloomy. In such cold weather, you stood outside for so long, trying to find ways to torment me? Shin Li was completely stunned by his shout, not understanding why he was suddenly so angry. She just wanted to go out for some fresh air and sunshine, but she was preoccupied with other things and didn't care whether she was cold or not. She looked at the man's furious face and said calmly, "From last night until now, haven't I been the only one being tormented?" He looked at her coldly. "If you get sick and catch a cold, it's me who will suffer." Shun Li. She was immediately rendered speechless again. Indeed, every time she was sick, he was the one who took care of her. I've never heard him complain before, so is he annoyed now? Fu Yuchuan looked at her bewildered frown, especially her pale face from the cold, and his anger burned even more fiercely. He took a long stride forward and pulled her into his arms, as if that would dispel the coldness from her body. Only after Shun Li's body temperature and the room temperature rose did Fu Yuchuan release her and, without saying a word, lead her by the hand to the dining room for dinner. Chapter 145. Besides me, who else would serve you like this? During the meal, the two remained silent. However, Shin Li really didn't have much of an appetite, and the steak that Fu Yuchuan had fried for her tasted too fishy and gamey. Fu Yuchuan sat down opposite her, watching her put down her fork. His brows furrowed, and his voice grew colder. "Not eating? I can't eat. I had a date with Lu Xingji in New York, and we ate quite a lot. I don't want to eat meat." The man's eyes were deep and cold, with a hint of mockery. "It's good that you have food to eat. You're still being picky. Who else but me would serve you like this?" Shin Li pursed her lips, picked up her fork again, and gave up. She really didn't want to argue with him. However, the moment the fork pierced the steak, seeing the blood gushing out, her face changed drastically, and she reflexively gagged. Upon seeing this, Fu Yuchuan's anger finally erupted. He immediately removed the steak from in front of her, saying, "If you don't want to eat it, just leave it there. Why force yourself?" Shin Li looked at him with watery eyes as she dry heaved. "I'm hungry. Sit down, I'll make you some noodles." After saying that, Fu Yuchuan went back into the kitchen. Shin Li stared at his retreating figure, lost in thought for a moment. Fu Yuchuan always keeps his word, so he cooked her a bowl of noodles and even added an egg. The bowl was full, and Shinli felt quite full after eating half of it. But when she looked up and saw the man's indifferent expression, she had no choice but to obediently finish the other half. After she finished eating, she sat on the sofa, watching the man silently tidy up, and suddenly asked, "Are you planning to live here forever?" While eating, Shinli accidentally caught a glimpse of the suitcase he had brought. Fu Yuchuan paused in his actions, without turning to look at her, his indifferent voice carrying a hint of coldness. "I will leave when you return to the Fu residence." Shinli returned to her room and closed the door. This can't go on forever. Fu Yuchuan won't break up with her easily, even if she doesn't love him anymore. However, every extra day that he waits increases the threat to Ji Jinghe's safety. Fu Yongqian called as usual to inquire about her progress with Fu Yuchuan. Shinli glanced at her phone, took a deep breath, and answered the call anyway. The person on the other end spoke slowly, sounding quite tired. "He knows about your date with Lu Xingji, right? How did it go?" Shin Li's hand holding the phone stiffened slightly. Fu Yongqian chuckled softly. "You're not saying anything. Does that mean you haven't gotten rid of him yet?" Shin Li twitched her fingers, took a sip of water, and then spoke. "Fu Yongqian, if you're so capable, go and persuade him. What's the point of threatening a woman like me, who can't even kill a chicken? Do you think I don't want to? I even want to put him back into his mother's womb. Back then, because of Shun and Chong, he hurt himself and asked me to break up with him. How would he have tormented himself and me then?" Fu Yongqian's words perfectly struck at the deepest fear in Shun Li's heart. If Fu Yuchuan found out about this, she dared not imagine what unexpected things he might do. She thought this to herself, but said aloud, "So what? Am I supposed to bear all of this alone? I'll tell him that you're the one threatening me with Ji Jinghe. Fine, go ahead and say it. Just watch his reputation be ruined because of your brother. Watch him become enemies with the dear family in America because of your brother, and see if he can stay in Suzhou unscathed after that." Shun Li was startled. Her pupils contracted imperceptibly, and her body stiffened to a degree imperceptible to the naked eye. Seeing that there was no further movement from the other side, Fu Yongqian smiled slowly. "All right, I won't push you too hard. I'll give you another week. Otherwise, it will be difficult to handle when the baby is more advanced in the pregnancy. The American police are also preparing to investigate this matter. You'd better take care of yourself. If there are no results within a week, I can't guarantee your brother's safety." Shin Li's whole body was extremely tense, and in the end she collapsed to the ground. She tried to remain calm. "I want Ji Jinghe to appear in Suzhou unharmed a week from now. I will divorce Fu Yuchuan within a week, and I mean it." Fu Yongqian hung up the phone quickly, and Shin Li went to the guest room after he hung up. Fu Yuchuan was busy, typing on his laptop keyboard. She took a deep breath, pushed open the door, walked to his desk, looked down at the man who seemed to be deep in thought and hadn't noticed her coming in, and said calmly, "I'm going out for a bit later. Don't send anyone to follow me." Although her words were somewhat superfluous, she had to go to the hospital now, without his knowledge. The man's fingers, which were resting on the keyboard, immediately clenched into a fist. "I will divorce Fu Yuchuan within a week, and I mean it." He looked up at the woman whose eyes were red from the phone call, and a silent, cold laugh welled up inside him. "Has Lu Xingji come to Suzhou? Is she so eager to go out and see him?" "Shunli." His voice was cold as he said only one sentence. "Didn't you remember what I said? I don't want to hear anything other than saying you love me. Fu Yu, go out." "Fu Yuchuan, listen. Get out. Don't make me say it a third time." Shinli didn't finish speaking, but she didn't leave either. She just stood in front of him. Fu Yuchuan slowly raised his head, his cold eyes falling on her face. "Doesn't it hurt there anymore? Wait for me to do it." Shin Li's pupils immediately widened slightly, and she bit her lip in annoyance and anger. She never imagined that this man would say such a nasty thing. However, she really can't bear to go through what happened last night again. After standing there for several seconds, he still went out with his head down. The days passed in this stalemate. Shin Li is always accompanied by a group of bodyguards who report her whereabouts to Fu Yuchuan at any time when she goes out. She couldn't go to the hospital and couldn't get a pregnancy certificate. He goes to get off work and leaves work on time every day, never works overtime, and always comes home on time to cook for her. After she finished eating, it was his turn to eat. Every night at 8 o'clock, I prepare to take her to the bedroom to sleep. Most of the time, he would simply hold her while she slept. Occasionally, she would bring up the topic of divorce, and he would get angry. His way of getting angry was simple. He would torment her in bed, just like the night she returned from New York. Until the week that she had agreed upon with Fu Yongqian was almost up. On the fourth night, Shunli slept in his arms. Fu Yuchuan, I'm going out tomorrow. Please, could you please not let those people follow me? Chapter 146. Perhaps this was their last remaining tender moment. Fu Yuchuan pulled her into his arms. Feeling guilty? Why would I feel guilty? Your bodyguards have been following me these past few days. Have they said anything to you? If we don't follow, something might happen. Can't you be reasonable? Didn't you check? Lu Xingji isn't in Suzhou at all. The man, who was holding her body, finally moved slightly. He looked down at her, her small face filled with anger. He said slowly, that won't work either. Shunli was furious. She sighed helplessly. Fu Yuchuan, don't go too far. I don't owe you anything. Want to go out by yourself? Of course, nobody likes being followed. If you want to go out alone, that's fine. Fu Yuchuan stared at her with his dark eyes, his voice low and husky. Try to make me happy, and maybe he'll agree. Should I coax him? Besides telling him she loved him, Shunli didn't know what other way to make him happy. What should we do? The man looked down at her glistening lips. You've done this before. After he finished speaking, he continued. If you don't want to, then go to sleep. Shunli bit her lip, a hint of anger rising in her clear black and white eyes. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and then tried to turn her back to him. The movement suddenly stopped the moment he turned to the side. He will get what he wants by any means necessary. If they continue to be deadlocked like this, she will never be able to leave on her own. She doesn't have much time left. But she bit her lip, as if she were to turn around and face him. Without any hesitation, she reached out and cupped the man's face, then put her hands on his shoulders and sat on his lap. Kissing is something she's quite skilled at, something he taught her, but if she's too nervous, she can easily become stiff. Fu Yuchuan raised his eyes and looked coldly at the woman who was straddling him and asking for a kiss. She sat on him, her arms around his neck, their lips meeting. Although stiff enough. But he couldn't help getting excited, especially these past few days when she had been dealing with his emotional needs like an emotionless robot. At this moment, she was actually pleasing herself. Shunli could only end this chaotic flirting as quickly as possible. She kissed him haphazardly while taking off his shirt and then untying the drawstring of his pajama bottoms along his chest. Looking down, I heard a man's deep groan in my ear. Shunli knew he was in a good mood and was about to use all her tricks when she bent over and inadvertently put pressure on her stomach. Her face changed drastically, and the symptoms of morning sickness returned. Just as she was about to gag, the man grabbed her chin, stopping her from doing so. She looked up at his gloomy, handsome face. What's wrong? Fu Yuchuan stared at her face, his voice tinged with coldness. If you don't like it, don't force yourself. Shunli pursed her lips. I'm just a little. The man slightly rose and pulled her back into his arms. I don't want to hear you talk. He was the one who wanted it, and he was also the one who called for it to stop. Shunli looked at the man with a gloomy face and obediently laid back down beside him. Let's make this clear beforehand. You're the one who didn't want it. When I go out tomorrow, you're not allowed to let anyone follow me. Fu Yuchuan looked at her, his gaze falling on her neatly dressed body, then reached out and slowly untied the bow at her waist. Don't make a sound later. It's up to you tomorrow. What? Shunli hadn't yet processed what he was saying. The man removed her clothes one by one. Then his hot breath sprayed onto her belly. She immediately tried to get up. No. He tightened his grip on her legs, preventing her from escaping. What? Lu Xingji has never served you like this before. He kissed her. I don't mind. Shunli's face instantly turned bright red. She struggled to suppress any sound, but her hands involuntarily gripped the man's hair. Fu Yuchuan is very skilled, and his technique is getting better and better. Shunli was clearly no match for him. She had accumulated too many feelings, but she only dared to bite her lip and groan in silence. The next day, Shunli got up very early. Unlike usual when I felt sore all over, this time my body felt unusually comfortable and refreshed. She opened her eyes, and the man's sleepy eyes were right in front of her. Her black hair was messy, and although she was asleep, her eyes still showed signs of fatigue. These days, just hearing her say she wants a divorce every day must be exhausting. Shinli felt a sharp pain in her heart. She gently climbed out of his arms, not wanting to wake him from his sleep. She got up so early because she needed to go to the hospital for a checkup on an empty stomach. I quickly washed up, threw on a hat and sunglasses, and headed out. The moment her hand touched the doorknob, a deep, husky voice came from the bed behind her. "It's only 6:30. Are you going out already?" Shinli didn't turn around, afraid that Fu Yuchuan would see her reddened eyes. "Yes, my friend has been hospitalized for several days. I'll go see her early today." As soon as she finished speaking, the man hugged her from behind. His thin lips brushed against her ear, his voice low and weary. "Have breakfast before you go, or you'll get carsick." Shinli froze. It seemed like it had been a long time since he had spoken to her in such a tender tone. She opened her mouth, and after a while said, "I'm not hungry. I'll eat when I get back at noon, okay?" The man remained silent for a few seconds after hearing this. Then he carried her back to bed and said, "Sleep a little longer. It won't make a difference if you sleep half an hour more." Shinli was carried back to bed by Fu Yuchuan. She did not struggle and quietly lay down beside him. Before long, I heard the heavy, even breathing of a man. Perhaps this is the last warm moment they will ever have. Chapter 147. Shun Li is pregnant. Didn't she tell you? The first person to wake up again was Fu Yuchuan. The woman in his arms was gentle and obedient, and the fragrance of her hair lingered around his nose, all of which brought him physical and mental pleasure. However, his heart felt as if it were being pricked by needles. He stroked and lifted her hair, seeing her sleepy eyes beneath the strands. His brows furrowed, unable to relax even in his sleep. Why is all this happening? What is the reason that has been causing her so much pain lately? Is it because she can't wait to leave him, or is there an unavoidable reason for leaving him? He never imagined she would be such a fickle person, so easily swayed by others. These past few days, he had been secretly investigating, fearing that Fu Yuanqian would use his family to coerce them into separating. However, when Xingyan was acting normally in Singapore, and Ji Jing was also safe and sound in Luoya, although he did not know why he was staying there. This proves that her desire to separate from him had nothing to do with Fu Yuanqian. She was tired of him, which was obviously harder for him to accept than being forced to separate. He was uneasy. Fu Yuchuan never imagined that he would have such a day. Shunli. He kept calling her name, already imagining whether he would go crazy if they really separated. Shinli calculated clearly that she would agree to Fu Yuanqian's request in 2 days. She came to the hospital this time with Ding Min by her side. If Fu Yuchuan really brought people with him, she could find an excuse to be accompanying Ding Min. Following Fu Yuanqian's instructions, she obtained the pregnancy cycle and certificate from the designated doctor. It was exactly 20 days ago, the night Lu Xingji took her back to the hotel. In reality, she was already more than a month pregnant. Clearly, Fu Yuanqian was not worried about the delivery time at all, because he had already calculated that she would definitely part ways with Fu Yuchuan 8 months later. Ding Min was unaware of all this. She simply followed behind her and said a few words. "Didn't you plan to get rid of it before? It's been so long. Are you going to keep it?" Shinli turned her head to look at her and smiled slightly. "I don't know." "That's true. You'd better discuss it with Fu Yuchuan. I know people who have broken up with their husbands over whether to keep or leave their children. Fu Yuchuan dotes on you so much. He will respect your decision." Shinli nodded. The phone in my bag suddenly rang. Shinli glanced at the caller ID and hung up immediately. Her hand, gripping the phone, trembled uncontrollably. Ding Min immediately sensed something was wrong. "Shinli, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, just a nuisance call. There are too many scammers these days." "That's right. Let's go eat." Shinli nodded, forcing a smile. "Okay." The two went to a Cantonese dim sum restaurant. After ordering, Shinli made an excuse and left. She went to sit on a bench outside the restaurant, looking exhausted and stiff. Looking at the pedestrians crossing the road, he lowered his gaze, took out his phone from his bag, and made a call. Her voice was faint and cold. "Hello." The heavy voice on the other end seemed weaker than it had been a few days ago, but the words that came out were as annoying as ever. Dr. Charlie said you left the hospital. He's like a dog, always ready to report to you. Hee. Fu Yongxian chuckled softly. Such a sharp tone. It seems you've already made up your mind. Shunli laughed coldly. I can tell you in advance that he doesn't care that I had a relationship with Lu Xingji. If he doesn't care about the baby in your belly either, then you should find another way to persuade him yourself. I won't be threatened by you anymore. The man's voice suddenly dropped to a low tone on the other end of the line. Children are different. I don't believe he can bear to have another man's seed conceived in the body of the woman he loves. Besides, you must have other ideas. Shin Li's heart skipped a beat. Anger and hatred surged into my heart. Just as she was about to speak again, Fu Yongxian on the other end of the line hung up the phone. Then, she received a short video on her phone. Shin Li's knuckles trembled slightly, but after a few seconds, she still turned on the playback. The video was taken in a prison. She recognized it at a glance, the place where Ji Jinghe had stayed. Ji Jinghe was covered in wounds of all sizes, curled up on the bed. Shinli froze, her blood seemingly stopping flowing. She gripped her phone tightly and dialed back. Fu Yongxian, you promised me you'd keep him safe. Compared to her agitated emotions, Fu Yongxian's tone was indifferent. The American police have already started the trial for this case. All I can guarantee now is that he will get out alive, so I hope you can keep your word. It was you who broke your promise. It was you who didn't keep your word. Fu Yongxian, you bastard. The call was abruptly ended. Clearly, he had decided to go all in. An uncontrollable anger and hatred almost filled Shin Li's heart. Well, things have come to this point. Letting Fu Yuchuan get involved won't make things any worse. Shin Li forced herself to remain calm, saved the video, and prepared to send it to Fu Yuchuan. I had just saved the file when my phone screen switched to the call page because of an incoming call. Seeing the caller ID on the screen, Shin Li's forced composure crumbled instantly. She answered frantically, Mom? Before she could speak, a voice came urgently from the other end. Lily, it's Mom. I haven't been able to get in touch with Jinghe these past few days. Has something happened to him? Shin Li's hands and feet turned cold. If something really happens to Ji Jinghe, how will Wen Qingyan survive? Those more than 10 years of companionship were a past she had never known or been involved in. Lily, are you listening? Mom, my brother is filming abroad right now, so he probably doesn't have cell phone signal. I'll have him call you back once I get in touch with him, so don't worry, okay? I see. Indeed, something like this has happened before. Okay, Mom, I have something to do here, I'll hang up now. I'll come to Singapore to see you in a few days. Okay, Lily, you've worked hard. You need to rest more and don't worry about me. Goodbye, Mom. After hanging up Wen Qingyan's call, Shin Li's hands were cold. Inevitably, we've reached the final stage. She had no choice. Faced with the futures of Ji Jinghe and Fu Yuchuan, she chose to sacrifice this illusory love. If Fu Yuchuan knew about the child in her belly, he would hate her. He would definitely hate it. Just like Fu Yongxian said, no man wants his beloved woman's body to bear another man's seed. If it were her, she wouldn't want Fu Yuchuan if he had a relationship with another woman. Shin Li raised her eyes and looked at the gloomy sky. Hate her. Only hate can separate me from her. But she also hoped he wouldn't hate her so much. At 11 a.m., Fu Yuchuan had just finished a meeting at the company when he received a call from the Fu residence. Mr. Fu, your wife hasn't come home yet, and we can't get through to her on the phone. Can you contact her? The man immediately frowned. She's not home. Yes. She clearly told me she would be back for lunch before she left this morning, but she hasn't come back and isn't answering her phone. Fu Yuchuan pursed his thin lips slightly and said in a calm voice, I understand. I'll contact her. Okay. Fu Yuchuan immediately called Ding Min. They were very close, and Shin Li had mentioned her that morning, so it was highly likely that they were together. Ding Min answered quickly on the other end. President Fu? Is Shin Li with you? No. By the way, I accompanied her to the hospital for a checkup this morning, and we just separated. Hospital? What kind of checkup? She's pregnant, didn't she tell you? Oh, so she doesn't want to keep the baby, so she doesn't plan to tell you. Chapter 148 Love to the Point of Losing Self-Respect. After a moment of silence, the call ended. Fu Yuchuan gripped his phone tightly with his well-defined fingers, his knuckles turning white from the excessive force. Shin Li is pregnant. This was something Fu Yuchuan had never imagined before. Is the reason I'm getting a divorce from him lately because of pregnancy hormones? Or is it, as Ding Min said, that she had a conflict with him just so she could secretly go to the hospital to have an abortion without his knowledge? However, he never forced her to have the child. Apart from the matter of separating from him, he let her have her way in everything else. She's pregnant and has gone missing. Fu Yuchuan closed his eyes and calmed down for half a minute. Then, he decisively called Chun Jing to send someone to look for him. Before the call even connected, he received a text message. The text message was sent by a stranger and included a picture in addition to the text. The fetus is less than 1 month old when it is carried by the road. The accompanying image is a certificate that Shunli obtained from the hospital. Fu Yuchuan went from initially maintaining a forced calm to completely losing his composure after seeing the message. He looked extremely tense, and his handsome face was gloomy. From 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., a full 4 hours, Shunli completely vanished from the face of the earth. Once a person loses their rationality, they lose the ability to make correct judgments about things, and Fu Yuchuan is no exception. He doesn't want to dwell on who came up with the news. He just wants to get a definite answer from Shunli. This man, who was always restrained and calm, had never been so anxious. Several times, Tang Yi wanted to go up and persuade him to calm down and eat, but he restrained himself each time. Now, this man, apart from Shunli personally appearing in front of him to deny that the child in her womb is Lu Xingji's, has no other choice. However, reports from reputable hospitals cannot be falsified. No wonder Fu Yongqian hasn't been advising them to separate lately. They've come this far. It's only a matter of time before they break up. Rather than suffering mutual losses when things are ripe for the end, it's better to part ways amicably now without any real conflict. Tang Yi looked at the report on his phone, watching as Aunt Lu carefully served tea, only to have the cup crushed by Fu Yuchuan. Bright red blood mixed with scalding water, yet his face remained completely expressionless. Until a phone call came to Fu Yuchuan's cell phone. The man's cold features and jawline finally changed. He immediately pressed the answer button, his deep voice hoarse and tense, sending chills down one's spine. Shunli. It was quiet over there. No one spoke. The man's voice immediately softened, deliberately slowing his pace and lowering his voice. He was clearly extremely anxious, yet he lowered his head at this moment. Shunli, tell me, where are you? I'm sorry. Shunli arrived at the beach, watching the sunset, and said softly, I'm pregnant. The man on the other end didn't speak. Shunli didn't feel any joy at learning of her pregnancy, nor should she. Otherwise, she would have even less chance to lie to him. That night, I slept with Lu Xingji, and the child is his. The man's deep, husky voice gritted his teeth as he repeatedly asked her, Where are you? I'm coming to find you. You don't need to come anymore, she said slowly. I won't go back either. I'm very grateful for your care these days. I wanted to keep this a secret from you, but you refused to sign the divorce papers. I don't want the child to recognize the wrong father in the future. Fu Yuchuan's eyes were somewhat bloodshot. When I appeared at the hotel that night, I confirmed that you had not had a relationship with him, so the child is mine. Shunli smiled and said, If lying to yourself like this makes you feel better, then go ahead. At this moment, Shunli couldn't even tell who she was saying those words to. Fu Yuchuan's eyes were extremely deep and unreadable. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, but his handsome face remained expressionless. He said coldly, Come back and pack your luggage. The walk-in closet is full of your clothes. After saying that, he prepared to hang up. I don't want them anymore. Just throw them all away. Fu Yuchuan didn't give her a chance to refuse. Don't make me say it a second time. After saying that, he hung up again. As soon as he hung up, Shunli called again. If I were the one who was cheated on, I would never forgive you. Besides, I'm carrying another man's child. You want me to come back? Are you planning to start over with me? Fu Yuchuan, as a man, don't you have any self-respect? Or is it that you love me so much that you don't care about my past? Have you really reached that point? The man's hands, hanging by his sides, gradually clenched into fists, and his breathing became heavy. He pursed his thin lips, hesitated for a long time, and when he spoke again, his voice carried a faint mockery. Yes, abort the child, and never mention this matter again. Chapter 149, she didn't want anything from Su Cheng, including him. Shun-Li pursed her lips, looking at the boundless sea, her voice stiff. You still don't understand why I can't start over with you? Do you want me to repeat myself? Hearing the stiff and resolute tone on that end, Fu Yuchuan's voice escaped his throat. You don't want my love, you choose to be with him. Can you bear the consequences? The man gave a short, chilling laugh. If you run away with him, can you take Wen Yanqing with you? Can you take everything Ji Jinghe has in Suzhou? Shin-Li's pupils dilated in shock. Fu Yuchuan, you're such a bastard. You and Fu Yongqian are truly family. All you ever do is use them to threaten me. She was interrupted by the man as soon as she finished speaking. Fu Yuchuan's eyes darkened, and he spoke coldly. What did he threaten you with? Shin-Li was startled, realizing what she had said. Her pupils contracted slightly, and her expression stiffened slightly. The man's deep, husky voice came through the receiver again. I'm asking you, is this related to him? Didn't Fu Yongqian threaten me with my father? You've forgotten, but I haven't. After hanging up the phone, a sharp pain shot through my heart. Shin-Li squatted on the ground in anguish, staring blankly at the night sky before her. Fu Yongqian has achieved his goal, but what about her? She thought the best outcome would be for Fu Yuchuan to gradually forget her, and the worst outcome would be for him to hate her forever. Love itself is an ethereal emotion, yet most people in this world suffer because of it. Shin-Li reopened her contacts, but suddenly, a text message popped up. A look of shock and bewilderment suddenly flashed across his empty, helpless eyes. The call was disconnected, and Fu Yuchuan lost contact with Shun-Li once again. Fortunately, Chun-Jing quickly tracked down Shun-Li's whereabouts. President Fu. Madam just appeared on Jingdong Avenue in her car, on the way to the airport. The man's dark face turned even darker. Airport? She's leaving Suzhou for good. As she said, she didn't want anything left in the Fu residence. Clothes, luggage, skewers, and him. Tang Yi looked at his phone, swallowed hard, and carefully observed the man's expression. Finally, he couldn't help but say, Lu Xingji had an accident while attending an event today and has been taken to the hospital for treatment. Lu Xingji was injured, and Shun-Li left. Fu Yuchuan naturally connected the dots. Indeed, apart from Lu Xingji, there was no other news that could disturb her mind. A black sedan was speeding along Jingdong Avenue. Shin-Li stared blankly at the gas pedal. Judging from the scenery outside the window, the car was already going 120 miles per hour. She gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, glancing at her phone every now and then. Suddenly, a black truck sped out from the fork in the road. Shin-Li jerked the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes. For some reason, both the brake and clutch pedals were loose and completely useless. Only then did Shin-Li realize that her car had been modified. When she saw several thick red, blue, and green lines crisscrossing below, she felt a chill run down her spine. Her car had been fitted with a self-ignition system. Shin-Li trembled all over. She fell for it. Fu Yongqian, as expected of a member of the Gunhilder family, came up with a brilliant plan. First, she was made to break up with Fu Yuchuan, and then she was made to lie to Fu Yuchuan that she was pregnant with another man's child. Even if she were to die on this road today, Fu Yuchuan would likely not feel any emotional fluctuation. The car's speed increased from 130 miles per hour to 150 miles per hour. Jingdong Avenue is a long road. Even if we could wait until the fuel ran out and slowly stop, if the car really had a self-ignition system installed, it would mean that it could explode at any time. Maybe in a minute, maybe in the next second. Should I jump out of the car? At a speed of 150 kilometers/h, would someone who jumps from that car survive? What's more, she's pregnant. The best outcome would be one death and one injury, but the most likely outcome would be mutual destruction. Shun-Li, are you crazy? Stop the car. The phone screen lit up. It was full of text messages from Fu Yuchuan. She held the steering wheel with both hands, taking a huge risk to answer the phone. I'm sorry, Fu Yuchuan. I may not be able to go back. The phone battery also ran out. She reached out and touched her stomach, a faint smile appearing on her face. In the last second before her death, she could still hear Fu Yuchuan's anxious voice, filled with concern for her. That was good. Suddenly, she saw a black Maybach speeding towards her from behind in her rearview mirror. Maybach? At this angle and speed, Shinli couldn't see the license plate clearly, but she vaguely felt that the car model looked very familiar. The black sports car sped straight toward her, passing her at an extremely high speed. The person in the car suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the car stopped sideways in front of her. Shinli finally saw the license plate clearly, and pain and fear instantly overwhelmed her. At the critical moment, Fu Yuchuan's Maybach was blocking the road, and her car crashed into it hard. Boom! Shinli's body bounced up from the impact of the car. After a loud bang, she slowly looked up at the completely deformed Maybach in front of her. She trembled with pain all over her body, feeling as if a piece of her heart had been ripped out. Gazing at the nearly wrecked Maybach, she clutched her lower abdomen in agony. Fu Yuchuan. Chapter 150. Fu Yuchuan returns to Los Angeles. When Shinli woke up, she thought she had just had a nightmare, but as soon as she moved, her whole body ached, as if all her bones and flesh had been disassembled and reassembled. She stared blankly at the white wall above the hospital, and it took her a long time to recover and look around. It has been confirmed that it is a hospital, and it was in the intensive care unit. She struggled to raise her hand, looked at the 4 drip in the back of her hand, and tears streamed down her face. If the baby in her womb is still inside, the hospital cannot administer medication to her. She had fantasized countless times about getting rid of the child, but when the child left in this way, she realized that all she felt was self-blame and heartache. When the doctor saw her wake up, he silently shed tears and comforted her. "You are still young. You will have children, madam. The most important thing right now is to take good care of your health." Shinli nodded silently, wiped away her tears, her throat dry and her voice hoarse. "How is Fu Yuchuan? Is he all right?" After the question was asked, the doctor beside him remained silent. Not a single person on the entire team dared to answer. Shinli immediately sensed something was wrong. Her voice turned serious, and she raised her voice. "Answer me. How is Fu Yuchuan?" "Madam, please rest first. Once you're feeling better, I'll take you to see him." Despite the excruciating pain, Shinli got out of bed. "If you won't tell me, I'll go find him myself." "You don't need to go." Tang Yi had entered the room some time earlier. The man abandoned his usual languid demeanor, looking at him with a cold, expressionless face. The car he was driving had severely deformed sides, serious injuries to his lower back, and a steel bar inside the car had pierced his left kidney. Shinli felt a chill run through her body upon hearing these words. Tang Yi said in a low voice, "You are able to wake up now thanks to the airbags in the car, but when he used the car body to intercept your out-of-control vehicle, the airbags were completely ineffective." Shinli gripped the bedsheet tightly, her voice hoarse. "When will he wake up?" Tang Yi truthfully said, "Although the surgery was very successful, it injured my lower back, which is close to the spine. It's hard to say whether I will recover to the same state as before, even if I wake up." Although Shinli wasn't a medical student, she certainly understood these basic human anatomy principles. The spine is a critical part of the human body. Even if no vital organs are damaged except for the kidneys, it is still unknown whether one can live like a normal person after waking up. There is a high possibility that one will become a vegetable or disabled. Shinli closed her eyes in pain. When a person's pupils are in extreme dilation, they have no eyes at all. She struggled to get out of bed, and then fell heavily back down due to the pain. Tang Yi stepped forward and helped her up, his voice calm. "You should rest well. I'll keep an eye on him. Even if the child in your belly isn't his, I'll have someone take good care of you until you recover, for the sake of your marriage." "Is this still?" Shinli paused for a moment, then silently closed her eyes. "If he wakes up, please tell me." "I can." Even though Shinli was in unbearable pain inside, she could only maintain a calm facade after Tang Yi had said that. Her current sadness is unnecessary. She should focus on recovering before visiting Fu Yuchuan. 2 days passed after that sleep, and Shinli had nightmares every night, as if she were dreaming again of the scene where Fu Yuchuan was lying in the hospital bed after being shot. She simply couldn't stop asking about Fu Yuchuan's situation. When the doctor arrived, her first question was, "Where's Fu Yuchuan? Is he awake?" The doctors looked at each other in bewilderment once again. Compared to his silence the first time, this time his expression showed more confusion. Clearly, They were also unaware of Fu Yuchuan's situation. Shinli sat up, her dark eyes staring straight ahead, her voice hoarse. My phone. Give me my phone. The doctor rushed forward to help her up. Madam, give me your phone. This time, the doctor didn't dare say anything more and could only hand her the phone. She called Tang Yi, Fu Yuchuan's best friend. I called several times, and it wasn't until the third time that the call was connected. The first thing she said was to ask about Fu Yuchuan's situation. How is Fu Yuchuan? Why won't the doctors at the hospital tell me? Miss Shun. Shinli was stunned for a few seconds when she heard this address. Tang Yi's voice was calm and indifferent as he said lightly, they really don't know. Then, he added casually, because Fu Yuchuan has already been taken back to Los Angeles by the Gunhild family. Even though Shun Li had just escaped death, she still looked up in shock. Tang Yi continued, Fu Yongqian died on the plane to Suzhou early yesterday morning. Fu Yuchuan, as the sole heir of the Gunhild family, has already been taken back by the family elders. Fu Yongqian is dead? Although Shun Li was shocked, she reacted after a few seconds. She could indeed sense that Fu Yongqian's voice was full of fatigue some time ago. He was probably already on his deathbed at that time, and the fate of the family heir was unknown. In a fit of anger, he took his own life. No wonder they've been urging her to divorce Fu Yuchuan lately. They've been pushing her very hard. As for your divorce agreement, the family elders put their fingerprints on it while Fu Yuchuan was in a coma, so it doesn't have any legal effect. But those people didn't take the law seriously either. As soon as he wakes up, the family elders will immediately arrange his wedding with Qi Tian. I'm not saying this to make you regret coming to him, but to advise you to let go completely. For the sake of your past relationship as husband and wife, I wish you and Lu Xingji all the best. Shinli listened, and for a moment she didn't know how to react, or perhaps she had completely lost all feeling. She gave a bitter laugh. The car accident wasn't because I insisted on stopping. It was because someone sabotaged my car. Does it matter? Tang Yi interrupted her coldly. The fact is that he has already lost his life for you. I have known him for so many years, and even when he was a mercenary in Los Angeles, I have never seen him suffer such serious injuries, whether physical or psychological. Chapter 151 A Love Affair, 1 Dead and 2 Wounded. She started the conflict. She was the one who proposed marriage first. Children are the ones who walk the road. Now that Fu Yongqian is dead, all their communication records have been deleted by someone he had arranged. She lost, just as Fu Yongqian had said he would definitely win. She underestimated the resolve of a dying man. Seeing that she remained silent, Tang Yi said calmly, as husband and wife, the elders of the Gunhild family have agreed to divide half of the Fu group's assets. As for Fu Yuchuan, he probably won't be returning to Suzhou. Shinli closed her eyes and remained silent. How should she speak, and to whom should she speak? She hung up the phone, wiped away her tears, and dialed another number. Before the car accident, Fu Yongqian had already arranged for Ji Jinghe to be released. Shinli rushed to New York because she heard that he had been in prison for several days and had developed mental problems. However, she never expected that Fu Yongqian would target her car. All she wanted to do now was confirm whether Ji Jinghe was safe. The call was connected quickly this time, and Shinli thought to herself that Fu Yongqian had finally kept his promise. Ji Jinghe on the other end was very anxious, clearly knowing about her car accident. You're awake. Are you still feeling unwell? Your brother will fly back to see you right away. Shinli smiled faintly. I'm fine, brother. You take care of yourself first. There are people here to take care of me. What are you talking about? I'm fine. But things have been very strange lately. Not only was my phone number disabled, but my passport also had problems. I was stuck in Siroa for more than half a month. Just as my phone number was restored, I received the news that you were in a car accident. Shunli suddenly collapsed onto the bed, her empty eyes staring blankly at the white ceiling, her voice hoarse. Brother, what are you talking about? You've been in Ceres all this time? Wasn't it in New York? I stayed in New York, and after taking care of some things, I brought Bai Tao Tao to Syria. As Shunli listened to the voice on her phone, she couldn't help but tremble. Her fingers were icy cold and so stiff that it was difficult to bend them and hang up. When she hung up the phone, she finally broke down and smashed the phone against the wall. It was shattered when it fell to the ground. The caregiver who was delivering her food saw this and dared not say anything more. He glanced at the broken phone on the floor, then stepped forward shakily, cautiously reminding her, Ms. Shanyo. Go out. The caregiver added, please remember to drink the chicken soup on the table. It was brought over by the Fu family. Shunli raised her head, her reddened eyes coldly saying, get out. A marriage lasting 6 months ended in 1 death and 2 serious injuries. Fu Yuchuan left Suzhou for Los Angeles. After recovering from her injuries for half a month, Shunli never saw him again or got in touch with him. She tried to contact him, but couldn't get through for the first few days, and then the number became disconnected. There was no news of him. The Fu residence was empty, the Fu group had moved, and she finally received the promised 50-50 split of the assets. Fu Yuchuan seems to have vanished into thin air. Shunli didn't know if he was still alive, if he had woken up, or if he had married Chi Tian. She had no idea. All she knew was that every night after falling asleep, she would dream of their past and wake up heartbroken. After recovering from her injury, she did not take on any more work. To the outside world, she said she was recuperating, but in fact, she had long planned to retire from the entertainment industry. She seemed to have lost interest in everything, even acting, which she used to love the most. For the next 2 weeks, she spent her time flying to Singapore to see Wen Qingyan and going to the hospital to see a psychologist, shuttling between the 2 places for 2 months. Under her care, Wen Qingyan's condition improved, but her mental illness worsened. Every night before going to sleep, she had to take handfuls of sleeping pills. One night, she accidentally swallowed more than half a bottle and was taken to the hospital by Ding Min to have her stomach pumped in the middle of the night. At that time, she still fantasized that if Fu Yuchuan knew how much pain she was in, he would come back to find her. But it was just her fantasy. He didn't come, just like in reality. Her fantasy was also unrealistic. If it were her, she would never go back to the ex who betrayed her and almost killed her. Later, when they heard news of Fu Yuchuan again, it was already 3 months after their car accident. The good news is that Fu Yuchuan has woken up. The surgery was successful and has not affected his normal life. Meanwhile, the price he paid for waking up was that he would marry Chi Tian at Gunhild Castle in half a month. That day, Shunli took a handful of sleeping pills, got herself drunk, and fell asleep as she wished. Chapter 152, she only then realized that he had loved her for 5 years. When I woke up, it was already daylight. Shunli looked around and found herself lying on the bed. She remembered that she had gotten drunk while sitting in the living room, so she wondered why she ended up in bed. Her heart skipped a beat as she looked at the familiar decorations and ceiling. She quickly threw off the covers and got out of bed. Her stomach was hurting terribly, and her head was spinning, but she didn't care about anything else and quickly ran downstairs. As she approached the restaurant, she smelled a familiar scent. A glimmer of light instantly appeared in her dim eyes. Fu Yuchuan, you're back. She walked quickly to the kitchen, her eyes filled with joy. However, the person busy in the kitchen was not the man she constantly thought about, but rather Lu Saw, a servant in the Fu residence. Upon seeing Shunli wake up, Aunt Lu hurriedly left the kitchen. Miss Shun, the hospital called last night to say that you had been drinking and taking sleeping pills. I was so worried that I brought you here. Shunli lowered her eyes and quickly composed herself. I'm sorry, my brother is in Singapore right now, so I'm leaving this to you. Aunt Lu stepped forward and patted her on the back. It's all right. The most important thing is to take good care of yourself. Shunli nodded. Okay. Thank you, I understand. Aunt Lu took her hand and led her to the dining table. This villa was left to you by Mr. Fu. If you don't mind, you can stay here. I feel bad that I'm paid as a servant and do nothing but look after the house. Have you been here the whole time for the past 3 months? Yes. Shunli looked up at her with surprise and delight. You were able to contact Fu Yuchuan? Aunt Lu shook her head. No, Mr. Fu paid my salary through the company account. Oh. Shunli ate the familiar tasting noodles in her bowl and nodded. After finishing her meal, she returned to her room on the 2nd floor. Sister Lily, I heard from Ji Jinghe that you drank too much last night and ended up in the hospital again. Shunli sat on the bed, hugging her knees, her eyes empty and desperate. I'm fine now. Tell him not to come back. I will pull myself together once I take good care of my mother. Bai Taodao was heartbroken on the other end of the phone. It was because of her that Shunli was schemed against by Fu Yongqian. I felt heartbroken and guilty at the same time. Sister Lily, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me back then. You don't need to feel sorry, Shunli interrupted her. Even without your appearance, Fu Yongqian could have used other methods to separate me from him. Perhaps we were never meant to be together. He and Chi Tian were truly well matched, knowing each other inside and out. As Shunli said this, it felt like there was a huge hole in her chest. Blood kept flowing out, and I felt suffocated. Sister Lily, you can actually go to him. We all see Mr. Fu's feelings for you. Shin Li's lips trembled. It's no use. The Gunhild family won't let me in. Besides, Fu Yongqian is dead. I can't produce any evidence that Fu Yuchuan will believe. Fu Yongqian is dead. There is no way to verify the truth since the dead are dead. Just like the child in her womb, it couldn't serve as evidence of his innocence towards Lu Xingji. All the roads are blocked. Besides, even if there really was nothing between her and Lu Xingji, Fu Yuchuan now has a beautiful woman in his arms, so why would he go back to an ex? Shunli hung up the phone and quietly laid down on the bed in the master bedroom. Apart from the decor and furnishings, all the bedding was replaced with new ones, and there wasn't even a trace of his scent left in the room. I was half asleep. Shunli had a dream that Fu Yuchuan came back to find her. Not only that, he also told her that he had canceled his wedding with Chi Tian. He didn't want to come back to her, only because this time he wanted her to pursue him. He didn't stop loving her. He just wanted to throw a little tantrum to make her cherish him more. Overwhelmed with emotion, she kissed his lips. The door creaked shut softly. Shunli suddenly woke up from her sleep. She sat up in bed, her forehead covered in cold sweat. Miss Shin, are you all right? At that moment, Aunt Lu unexpectedly came in from outside. Shunli blinked her long eyes, and after recognizing the person who had come, she sighed softly. It was just a dream. She pursed her lips, still warm from his presence, as if he had truly been there. Aunt Lu, I'm fine. You can go out now. I want to be alone for a while. The dream she just had still left her room with his scent and fragrance, and she didn't want his unique aroma to be mixed with someone else's. Shunli lay on the bed for a while, but soon she couldn't sit still anymore. Her longing surged like a tide, and her eyes inexplicably reddened. She got up and walked towards the study where he used to spend his time. The door wasn't locked, and the password was still her birthday. Shunli walked into the spot where Fu Yuchuan had sat, desperately searching for any traces he had left behind. She opened the drawer of her desk, saw the scene before her, and suddenly took a deep breath. Under the cabinet, on top of the documents, lay a 6-inch photograph, neither too big nor too small. The girl in the photo is wearing a bright yellow dress, which is very vibrant and beautiful. Her long, slightly wavy hair, reaching her waist, is draped on both sides, and she has a sweet smile on her lips. Shunli blinked, staring at the person in the photo, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. She can't even remember when these photos were taken. I vaguely remember shooting an advertisement in Los Angeles with an advertising agency during my university years, just before my debut. Shunli covered her mouth in shock. She pursed her lips and quickly opened the cabinet on the other side. Inside were stacks of magazines, interviews, and even gossip newspapers and magazines that she had shot since her debut. Several of the newspaper clippings were photos of her shopping with Jang Being after her debut. Shunli took a deep breath and slammed the cabinet shut. Were these things collected by Fu Yuchuan after their marriage, or did he know her long before? Shunli felt as if she had been struck by an electric current. Memories flooded back, and she suddenly remembered what Fu Yuchuan had said on that street during their time in Los Angeles. Shunli's fingertips trembled as she opened his personal notebook. If nothing unexpected happened, the password was her birthday. She opened the notes app on her computer. A casual glance revealed his deeply buried innermost thoughts. October 3rd, 2019. The vitality of life is something to behold. October 5th, 2019. Suzhou. December 3rd, 2019. My feelings are complicated. January 24th, 2020. Happy Lunar New Year's Eve. March 3rd, 2020. I want to see you again. June 11th, 2020. Happy birthday. June 12th, 2020. Does that man like her too? Shunli looked at the records above in surprise. She discovered that although the notes were short, They almost all corresponded to key moments in her life. On June 12, 2020, her birthday, she fell into the pool and was rescued by Jang Being. The notebook also stopped on that day. Then, updates didn't resume until 2022. October 3rd, 2022. See you in Suzhou. January 3rd, 2023. I want to get married. January 4th, 2023. She doesn't seem to want to marry me, so I can only try my best to make sure she doesn't regret it. February 5th, 2024. He's back, and she wants a divorce. February 6th, 2024. Sorry. Upon reading this, Shin Li's eyes welled up with tears, and she couldn't continue reading. She initially thought that he asked her to sign a marriage agreement solely because of her status as a public figure, which would save him the trouble of being pursued by socialites and heiresses. But she never expected that he had noticed her 5 years ago. Shin Li shut down her computer, took the photo from the cabinet, returned to her room, and mustered up the courage to make another call, even though she was prepared for the other and not to answer. Unexpectedly, she actually managed to get through to the person she had been longing for day and night. Chapter 153. He returned to Suzhou. The phone rang a few times before his voice finally came through. Hello. It's me, Shin Li said after a while, her voice already choked with emotion. Who are you? Shin Li's heart clenched suddenly, as if she had been stabbed. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone, not even a sound of breathing. The man then said calmly, Oh, it's you. Is there something you need? Shin Li's whole body stiffened, and she couldn't even make a sound. Aren't you going to say anything? Then I'm hanging up. Shin Li heard the noise on the other end. The signal wasn't very good. His voice was still as indifferent and calm as she remembered, sounding quite distant. Shin Li pursed her lips and hesitated for a while before saying, I heard that today is your wedding day with Chi Tian. Her voice was deep. The man gave a faint and asked, Anything else to say? The receiver went silent, and Fu Yuchuan patiently waited for her blessing. She didn't speak, and neither did he. Only the crackling sound of electricity echoed in their ears. A sentence kept repeating itself on her lips, but reason told Shin Li not to say it. However, she couldn't suppress it. Don't you want me anymore? Upon hearing this, the man paused for a few seconds, then chuckled in a very low voice. Haven't you always wanted to leave me? Once those words were spoken, they could never go back. Shin Li was stunned. Yes, she hadn't expected that the torment she had endured for the past 3 months was self-inflicted. Her palms were slightly sweaty, and after a long pause, she managed to utter only, Happy wedding. Hearing her slightly hoarse voice, the man said softly, Thank you. A bar. The man, dressed in all black, sat in a private room at the bar. His expression was not easily discernible beneath his fine, black hair. With clear, sharp eyebrows and a high, straight nose, he was so perfect that there was no room for any modification. 3 months is enough to change a person, let alone a man who has just escaped death. He sat there, utterly aloof, indifferent, and keeping everyone at arm's length. Tang Yi looked up and asked, She did it? Everyone knew who this she referred to. Fu Yuchuan swirled his wine glass, his expression unchanged. How did she know I was marrying Chi Tian today? Tang Yi's voice held a hint of amusement. This message was released by the elders of the Gunhild family to make her give up. Where is she? She wouldn't be wishing you a happy marriage, would she? Fu Yuchuan gave him a cold glance and said, I'm leaving. Tang Yi said casually, TSK, if you don't love her anymore, why cancel the wedding with Chi Tian? Fu Yuchuan looked at him and calmly said, There's no market for second-hand men. Chi Tian already has someone she likes. Tang Yi. He had nothing to say. Before leaving, Fu Yuchuan added, Also, she only divorced me. She didn't break any laws. Just a reminder to people in the industry, don't go overboard in suppressing her. She herself doesn't film or participate in events, so how can she blame others for that? After Tang Yi finished speaking, he was speechless. If you really didn't love her anymore, you wouldn't need me to fly over in the middle of the night to take her back to the Fu residence with just one phone call. Fu Yuchuan didn't say anything more, only saying lightly, Okay, don't contact me about these little things in the future. I'm leaving. Tang Yi stared intently at that resolute and ruthless back with his dark, narrow eyes. and helplessly rubbed his forehead. If I were to say that the car accident wasn't her intention to stop, a deep voice came from behind. Fu Yuchuan stopped in his tracks, turned around, and squinted at the man in front of him. During the time you were in a coma, the car accident investigation report showed that it was indeed because her car braked out of control. Tang Yi touched his lips. What if her car has been tampered with? How can you be sure that the harsh words she said and the things she did weren't choices made under duress? Fu Yuchuan didn't say anything more. He turned around and walked out of the private room. After leaving the bar and getting back into his car, he took out his phone. The call connected quickly. Investigate the specific cause of the car accident 3 months ago, and also the reason why Shunli lost control of the car back then. After he finished speaking, he paused for a few seconds. Until the results come out, I don't want to hear any more news about her going back to the hospital. Do you understand? Yes, Mr. Fu. Fu Yuchuan rested his head on the steering wheel, opened his phone's photo album, and frowned as he looked at the girl crying in her sleep. Did she suffer just as much as he did during this time? Chapter 154, Going to Los Angeles to Find Him. Shinli hung up the phone and burst into tears. Her relationship with Fu Yuchuan was completely over. Despite having mentally prepared myself, I still broke down because of his indifference. Was he heartbroken before, just like she is now? Shinli hugged her phone, curled up in the big bed where they used to sleep together. After tonight, she may never come back again. Let all the memories remain here. She only silently wiped away her tears when her phone rang again. It's me. The man on the other end of the phone had a languid voice, tinged with an ambiguous meaning. Who are you? Shinli paused for a second, then finally recognized his voice. Tang Yi? It's me. The man sat in a private room at the bar, casually swirling his drink in his glass. His voice was languid and indifferent as he cut to the chase. Any plans to get back together with him? They both tacitly knew who he referred to. Isn't today his wedding day with Chi Tian? Shun Li's heart was pounding, and she was also filled with grievances and bitterness. Tang Yi raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. Didn't he tell you that he postponed his wedding with Chi Tian? He said it was a delay, not a cancellation, just to make her feel a sense of urgency. Unsurprisingly, Shinli gripped her phone tightly, lowering her excited voice. What? If you still want to be with him, come to Los Angeles the day after tomorrow, and I'll take you into the castle to find him. After saying that, Tang Yi hung up the phone. The man put down his wine glass and licked his lips. He didn't really like Shunli, his sister-in-law, as much anymore. After all, his brother had almost lost his life for this woman. But his dislike didn't affect Fu Yuchuan calling her name 243 times during the 3 months he was in a coma. Shinli held the phone that had been hung up on in a daze. When she came to her senses, she finally understood what Tang Yi had said. Fu Yuchuan postponed his wedding with Chi Tian. Tang Yi agreed to take her to Gunhild Castle to find him. Shinli couldn't help but tremble. She opened her phone's camera and carefully examined herself. She had to pull herself together and not go to him looking so dejected. Even if he ultimately chooses to be with Chi Tian, she should still leave a beautiful impression on him. The next day, Shinli got up early in the morning, put on makeup, and headed straight to the airport. Despite the long flight, she felt no sleepiness whatsoever. She kept looking out the window at the scenery, gazing at the plane landing in the distance. This is Shun Li's second time in Los Angeles. Last time, it was Fu Yuchuan who brought her here. I made an appointment with Tang Yi last night to come over tomorrow, but she arrived a day early. Aside from not having a job in Suzhou, she wanted to come to this city where Fu Yuchuan lived as soon as possible. After dropping off her luggage at the hotel, she hailed a taxi and asked the driver to take her to Los Angeles Boulevard. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped on Los Angeles Boulevard. Shinli got out of the car and looked at the places he and Fu Yuchuan had visited hand in hand, and her eyes began to well up with tears again. She took out her phone and snapped a picture of the winery they had visited together. She sent it to Fu Yuchuan's WeChat. Even though she didn't know if he was still using the WeChat account, she just wanted to send it. As expected, her photos went unanswered and disappeared without a trace. Shinli looked at the chat box, which only contained a few messages she had occasionally sent, pursed her lips, and pressed the recall button. She posted 2 photos in total. One was posted within 3 minutes and was successfully retracted. The other was posted 3 minutes ago and no longer had the retract button. Oh well, he probably won't see it anyway. Shunli sat in the restaurant, quietly watching the bustling streets. She sat there until it got dark before realizing she should go home. Just as she was about to get up and leave, she suddenly saw the headlights of a black Ferrari flash in the distance. The car's left window was open, revealing a tall figure inside. The man was staring at her, and although she couldn't see him clearly, her heart was inexplicably racing. She took a few steps forward and could vaguely make out the man's outline. A defined jawline and sharp lips. The distance was a bit far, and it was already dark, so she couldn't see very clearly. However, there seemed to be a strange premonition. Her body moved faster than her mind. She ran towards the car. However, just as she was about to get close, the black Ferrari suddenly turned around. Then, she received a message from Tang Yi. Didn't I tell you to come tomorrow? Why are you here today? Shin Li's eyelashes trembled. How did Tang Yi know she was here? Could the man in the car just now be him? But if it's him, why is he avoiding her? Shin Li didn't know how to explain. He only sent 2 words. Sorry. I'll stay at the hotel tonight and contact you again tomorrow. No need. Just stay here. I'll have someone pick you up. Just as Shin Li received the message, a black luxury car suddenly drove up in front of her, and a sharp-featured and handsome foreigner got out of the car and invited her to get in English. Just as she was about to confirm with him, Tang Yi spoke first. That's right. He drives a black Rolls-Royce, a foreign man with blonde hair. Just get in the car with him. Shin Li carefully examined the man in front of her, but finally got into his car. Shin Li sat in the car, her hands twisted in nervousness. All the way there, she wondered where the driver would take her. Was he going to see Fu Yuchuan? But did Fu Yuchuan know she was coming? What if he didn't want to see her? Chapter 155. You want to start over with me using this cheap body? After undergoing rigorous security checks, the car drove into the main building of the Gunhild family castle. Shin Li breathed a sigh of relief. She and Fu Yuchuan had been here before, afraid of being recognized by the bodyguards. The first time I came, I didn't find it troublesome because I had Fu Yuchuan's protection at that time, so I could basically get around without any problems. After getting off the bus, Shin Li found Tang Yi and followed behind him with her head down. The bodyguards in the inner courtyard were very familiar with Tang Yi, and they bowed respectfully as soon as they saw him, saying, "Young Master Tang." Tang Yi nodded and asked calmly, "Is Simon here?" "Upstairs." After the bodyguard finished speaking, he glanced at Shin Li, and when his gaze fell on her, his deep eyes narrowed slightly. The bodyguard leading the group frowned. "What's this?" Tang Yi replied without changing his expression, "My girlfriend." "Really? It looks somewhat familiar." Shin Li's calm and composed expression almost crumbled. Her palms were sweaty, and if the bodyguard asked another question, she might just break down. Fortunately, Tang Yi smiled lightly and said, "Of course you can't tell apart people with Asian faces." Shin Li felt relieved after hearing Tang Yi's words. As expected, the bodyguards quickly let them pass. Shin Li followed Tang Yi upstairs. This wasn't her first time visiting Gunhild Castle, but it was her first time stepping into the main building. This building was originally the residence of Fu Yongqian. After his death, it was renovated according to Fu Yuchuan's preferences. Tang Yi led her to the room at the end of the corridor. "He's in there." After saying that, he was about to raise his hand to knock on the door. Shin Li was stunned for a moment, then suddenly raised her hand and grabbed Tang Yi's hand. Her palms were sweaty, and her voice trembled slightly. "Does he know I'm coming? Will he be unhappy? Anyway, I didn't tell him. Besides, if he's unhappy, are you just going to give up? He slept with you against your will back then. Does that change the fact that you ended up falling in love with him?" After saying that, Tang Yi knocked on the door. "Yuchuan, are you busy?" A few seconds later, a steady, deep male voice came from inside. "Come in." Hearing the man's voice, Shin Li felt as if she were in another world. This was the first time in 3 months that she had heard his voice up close. His voice seemed more composed than it had been 3 months ago, and carried an undeniable air of aloofness and detachment. She pushed open the door, and there sat a man in a single sofa chair in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His long legs, wrapped in well-fitting black trousers, were elegantly crossed. He wore a distinguished dark shirt with a few buttons undone, revealing his sexy collarbone. He held a half-smoked cigarette between his long, slender, well-defined fingers. Under the deep, dark light, the man's extremely handsome face was shrouded in smoke, appearing unusually cold and aloof. Shinli looked at that familiar yet unfamiliar handsome face, and her heart skipped a beat. A surge of emotions, excitement, heartache, and bittersweetness overwhelmed me. She stood frozen, motionless for a long time. His facial features are still the same as before, but the dark eyes that were looking at her held a hint of coldness and aloofness. No, to be precise, it was entirely the way they looked at strangers. Shin Li's nose tingled, and her eyes immediately reddened. Just as she was about to step forward, a border collie suddenly rushed out of the room. Shin Li was stunned when she saw the familiar floral pattern on the puppy's face. After 3 months apart, that adorable little dog had grown to her kneecap. It immediately recognized Shin Li and started rolling around her legs, acting cute and charming. Shin Li was about to squat down and touch her. A man's cold voice rang in my ears. "Come here, abandoners." Upon hearing Fu Yuchuan's voice, Chuan stopped wagging its tail at Shin Li and returned to the man's side. Shin Li's bent-over posture stiffened for a moment. He renamed it. It's no longer called Chuan, Chan, but abandons, San bandons. To abandon or give up. Shin Li took a deep breath, stood up, and looked up at the man. Fu Yuchuan remained seated on the sofa, without getting up. His exquisite features were devoid of any expression, as cold and indifferent as ice and snow. Compared to her excitement and bittersweetness after their reunion, there was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. Looking at her was like looking at a stranger. Shin Li felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing her heart. "What are you doing here?" Perhaps seeing that she hadn't spoken for a long time, the man's thin lips curled up slightly, brewing a cold smile. Shin Li bit her lip, staring intently at the man in front of her. His dark eyes, high nose, and thin, beautifully curved lips were clearly someone she remembered, yet he felt so unfamiliar. Her face paled slightly, and she opened her mouth, murmuring his name, Fu Yuchuan. The man flicked the ash from his cigarette with his long, slender fingers, letting out a soft chuckle. Wasn't it clear enough on the phone? He took another drag of his cigarette before slowly exhaling. His eyes narrowed, and he smiled faintly. "Or perhaps you want to use this cheap body to start over with me?" Hearing his words, Shin Li's heart clenched painfully. He would never have said such hurtful things before, let alone to her. Although I had prepared myself to return to Suzhou alone before I came. But when he was so indifferent, ignoring, and hurting her, she realized that she wasn't as strong as she had imagined. She looked at him blankly and asked, "I heard from Tang Yi that you postponed your wedding with Qi Tian." Fu Yuchuan removed the cigarette from his lips with his beautiful, slender fingers, the smoke swirling around him as he looked at her with a half-smile. "So, Miss Shun, do you think we can start over?" Chapter 156, Is he the kind of slut you can just beckon and fawn over? Upon hearing this, her face paled even more, and she subconsciously said, I was sorry for what I did to you before." Shin Li originally had a lot to say to Fu Yuchuan. However, his cold and disdainful attitude towards her made her lose all courage. In the end, all I could say was, "I'm sorry." Fu Yuchuan smiled slightly, a slight curve to his lips. The smile on his lips seemed tainted with evil, cold, and indifferent. "What's there to apologize for? Just like you said yourself, you can be with me today, but you can also climb into another man's bed tomorrow." He looked at her and smiled faintly. "So, you didn't really think I would wait for you in the same place forever?" After hearing what he said, Shin Li's face turned deathly pale. Her heart seemed to be gripped again, and she choked out, 3 months ago, that car accident was not my intention." Fu Yuchuan smiled slowly. "The motive and the result are no longer important. 3 months ago, I did it willingly because I loved you." His voice was still full of affection, just like when he loved her the most, but the coldness in his eyes carried a hint of mockery. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe anything she said. Shin Li bit her lip tightly. "So, you hate me now, don't you?" These words were like touching a nerve with the man, because he finally stood up from the sofa, took long, steady steps to her side, stood against the light, his handsome face a play of light and shadow, pinched her cheek with his fingers, leaned in close, and said, "You're really overthinking it. If I hate someone, I will definitely find a way to get revenge on her. If you hadn't come to me today, I really wouldn't remember that you even exist in this world. Shin Li's face was ashen. Indeed, love can breed hate, and now that he no longer loves, he can easily let go. At first, she even thought that she hoped he wouldn't hate her so much, but today she realized that she would rather hate him, so that at least she would never forget him for the rest of her life. Shin Li felt a sense of powerlessness throughout her body. She stared at him for a long time, but in the end, she didn't say anything more. Does your injury still hurt? The man paused slightly, clearly not wanting to respond to the topic. I've suffered much more serious injuries than this. Shin Li pursed her lips. But, I'm still in pain. The man's cold, dark eyes swept over her. Didn't the doctors in Suzhou help you with your rehabilitation? She took a deep breath and shook her head. Sometimes, all you feel is heartache. After she finished speaking, her hand somehow reached up to his waist, her fingers gently caressing it. Fu Yuchuan's face immediately darkened. He grabbed the hand that was rubbing against his waist, looked at her, and smiled. Miss Shen, are you saying all this to gain my pity? He also called her Miss Shen. Since she came in, I haven't called her name even once. Miss Shen is even more distant than Shin Li. Shin Li stared straight into his eyes, her lips dry. What if I said yes? Fu Yuchuan smoked a cigarette, looking at her through the thin mist, but didn't say anything. Sorry, I was just joking. But before I came here, I did have hope. 3 months can change so many people and things. For example, after 3 months, I could return to a peaceful life and stop having any hope. He exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled faintly. Then how can you guarantee that you'll forget me in 3 months? While it's highly unlikely, perhaps, there are just too many things in this world. Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Yuchuan immediately interrupted her. If you want to get back together with me, it's not impossible, but show your sincerity. Shin Li was stunned, not understanding why his tone of voice had suddenly changed. What sincerity? Fu Yuchuan walked past her with a cigarette dangling from his lips. He stopped as they brushed past each other, took the cigarette from his fingers, and blew a puff of smoke into her face. Didn't you ask me about my wedding with Qi Tian? Let me tell you clearly now. If you can give me more joy than she has in the next month, I will cancel my wedding with her. Shin Li raised her hand to fan away the smoke he exhaled. To please you. Fu Yuchuan narrowed his eyes, a faint smile spreading across his handsome face. When I think of a woman I once begged and pleaded with, someone I would have done anything for as long as she didn't leave me, yet she still wanted to elope with another man while pregnant with his child. And now she wants to get back together with me. Am I some kind of cheap man who can just beg and lick my boots? Shin Li frowned, wanting to speak, but looking into his deep eyes, she suddenly felt a little short of breath. Perhaps because they were too close, Fu Yuchuan lowered his head when he blew smoke at her. Besides, she wasn't wearing high heels today, so she was much shorter than usual when she stood in front of him. She smelled the tobacco scent mixed with nicotine, strong and rich, enveloping her. Okawa. A sudden sound broke the strange atmosphere. Qi Tian originally came to find Fu Yuchuan, but she never expected to see Shin Li here. Moreover, they were caught in what looked like a kissing pose. Qi Tian stepped back halfway and said calmly, Yuchuan, how about I come to see you again tomorrow? No need, you can stay. Fu Yuchuan waved his hand and returned to the sofa. Shin Li was standing right in front of him. He had already said all that. If she didn't leave now, she would be being rude. Moreover, the man's face was frosty, and there were subtle signs of impatience in his eyes. Shin Li's heart sank. As she left the room, she couldn't help but look back one last time. Qi Tian went back in wearing a black miniskirt. Shin Li clenched her fists, her heart aching as if pierced by needles. She was in a daze when she went downstairs. I've been thinking about it day and night, and I've finally met it. But clearly, he is no longer the Fu Yuchuan of 3 months ago. The man who used to only have her in his heart will never come back. He said that if she could do something more to his liking than Qi Tian within the next month, he would cancel their wedding. She was given a chance, but then compared to other women, Shin Li didn't know whether to be happy or sad. When Shin Li came downstairs, Tang Yi got up from the sofa in the living room. He casually stretched his back. How's it going? Not staying tonight? Shin Li shook her head. I booked a room outside, so I won't trouble young Master Tang. After saying that, she paused for a moment and carefully asked, I want to ask why you asked me to come here. She originally thought that Tang Yi knew Fu Yuchuan still liked her, which was why he asked her to come and win him back. Tang Yi's long, slender fingers stroked his chin. Didn't you want to see him? Shinli nodded, then shook her head. He postponed his wedding with Qi Tian. I thought he still liked me at least a little bit. Tang Yi's eyes flickered slightly. That old fox, hasn't he told her the truth yet? It seems I'm bound to act all proud and aloof. He coughed lightly and tried to smooth things over, saying, Don't be discouraged. Since he postponed the wedding, he must want to give you a chance. It just depends on whether you can seize it. Shinli felt only bitterness in her heart. It was obvious he hadn't listened to what was said. He hung his head, looking dejected. No, you're not planning to give up, are you? You put in a lot of effort to pursue you back then. Shinli's mind was in complete chaos. Rationally, she wanted to go back, but emotionally, she wanted to stay in the city. But if I stay, will I have to watch him and Qi Tian get married a month later? The chances of a man like Fu Yuchuan going back to an ex are extremely slim. The so-called giving her a chance was nothing more than a mocking remark from him. Shinli didn't say anything more. She left dejectedly. Chapter 157 Fever. Second floor study. A man dressed in dark clothes sat on the sofa and lazily beckoned to the puppy. His voice was deep and hoarse. Abandons, your mother is back. He stroked the soft fur, his lips slightly upturned. You kicked her out? The man's smile returned only after the door was pushed open again. He slowly raised his eyes and looked at Tang Yi, who had come to him. Los Angeles is not like Suzhou. Since you sent her here, you have an obligation to ensure her safety. Tang Yi smacked his lips. I'm afraid something might happen to her, so I'm letting her stay. Aren't you afraid she'll be disappointed when she goes back tomorrow? Before he could finish speaking, a car key was thrown at him. Take her back to the hotel. All right. Fu Yuchuan didn't say anything more. He turned around and walked towards the desk. The man picked up his phone from the table and said in a low voice, Arrange some bodyguards at the hotel where Shunli is staying. Notify me immediately if anything happens. After returning to the hotel, Shunli was like a deflated balloon. She felt very confused. She was torn about whether to return to Suzhou tomorrow. She didn't know when she would see Fu Yuchuan again, and staying here was clearly not a wise choice. She started checking flights on her phone. Just then, I received a call from Dingmin. Dingmin stopped working for 3 months, during which time she traveled to places including Malaysia, Thailand, the Philippines, New Zealand, and France. Shunli was very envious. 3 months ago, all her energy had been drained. She asked, So did you see Fu Yuchuan? A hint of sadness appeared in Shunli's eyes. Yes, but he doesn't like me anymore, and it seems like he hates me quite a bit. Dingmin scratched her head in confusion. Aren't you going to tell him the truth from 3 months ago? Thinking of the way Fu Yuchuan looked at her like a stranger, her heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. I didn't even have a chance to say anything. Dingmin was also helpless. Why don't we come to the Maldives for a few days? I've invited some friends and chartered a ship so we can relax and have some fun. Shunli lowered her eyes and considered for a long time. Just when Dingmin thought Shunli wouldn't respond, Shunli nodded. Okay, then I'll book the tickets first, and you can pick me up at the airport. Of course, no problem. I'll hang up now and we'll chat on WeChat. After leaving Gunhild Castle, Shunli felt unwell. After talking to Dingmin on the phone, she was dizzy and lightheaded. She lay in bed browsing ticket websites, her eyelids drooping. This is really strange. Although she hasn't been in good spirits lately, she's always been in good health. She shouldn't be this tired from just one trip. Shunli touched her forehead and felt that her temperature was a little abnormal. She then called the hotel staff and asked them to help her buy some fever-reducing medicine. After taking the medicine, Shunli was too exhausted to stay awake any longer and collapsed onto the bed, not wanting to move. When her body stopped moving, her mind raced. Her mind was filled with Fu Yuchuan and the things he had said that night. If only they hadn't had such a bad start, and if Fu Yongqian hadn't interfered. Shunli turned over and curled up. Her heart was in too much pain to stretch out, and a bitter smile appeared on her lips. Shunli was awakened by the heat. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in complete darkness, with only a sliver of moonlight filtering in from the window. allowing her to barely make out that she was in a hotel bed. She was asleep, or rather, she had passed out from the fever. Her body felt as if it were being crushed by a stone, so heavy that she could barely lift her fingers to reach out and dial the phone. Hello. His voice was soft and hoarse. The man on the other end of the phone heard the voice, and the words he wanted to say were cut off, but his voice tightened. What's wrong with you? I don't know. Shinli mumbled, her voice wet and muffled. My head hurts. I feel terrible. After she finished speaking, the man hung up the phone. 15 minutes later, the doorbell rang repeatedly and urgently. Shinli assumed that the hotel staff had brought medicine again, so she groggily got out of bed, staggered to the door, and opened it. The man was wearing a black shirt, and his usually meticulously styled hair looked somewhat disheveled at this moment, and his breathing was also heavy. When Shinli saw Fu Yuchuan standing in front of her, she was stunned. She was delirious with fever and had no idea who she had called, nor did she consider whether the person would come after she hung up. Fu Yuchuan grabbed her waist, supporting her swaying body, then picked her up and carried her to the bed. Shinli glanced at him, pursed her lips, and after a long while, she finally spoke. Why did you come here? Her voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of grievance. Fu Yuchuan frowned as he looked at the abnormal blush on Shinli's face, but said nothing. He placed Shinli on the bed and said calmly, Have you taken your medicine? Shinli nodded. Okay. Could you order me something to eat and then take some fever reducer? Looking at her like this, Fu Yuchuan suddenly remembered that a long time ago, after they had their first time having sex, he had taken care of her in the same way. Shinli's entire body felt like it was being burned alive. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, and the damp black bodysuit clung to her body. Because of the heat, her fair skin had a faint pinkish tinge. Fu Yuchuan's gaze lingered on her, finding it hard to look away. He clenched his fist slightly, suppressing his physical urges. He went into the bathroom, got a wet towel, and wiped Shinli thoroughly. Then he stripped her naked and tucked her back into the bed. Chapter 158, I Want Him to Stay. After cleaning Shinli's body, Fu Yuchuan prepared to call someone to send over some special medicine. He had just stood up when a warm little hand grabbed his wrist. He looked down and saw Shinli looking at him with wet eyes, her voice soft. Are you leaving? You want me to stay? Upon hearing this, Shinli slowly nodded. Fu Yuchuan's fingers stroked her hair and touched her burning cheeks, his eyes filled with a depth that even he himself could not comprehend. Go to sleep. I won't leave for now. Shinli closed her eyes and gently rubbed her cheek against his palm. As Fu Yuchuan watched her recruit people, it stirred up deep memories in him. He pursed his dry lips and murmured in her ear, I'm going to make a call. Unlike in Suzhou, doctors in Los Angeles are not available on call. Appointments are usually required for medical visits. For convenience, Fu Yuchuan had no choice but to invite the doctor from the Gunhild family. An hour later, the doctor arrived. Young Master Fu, is this one of your people? Fu Yuchuan left the castle late at night and came to the hotel, even sending his family doctor to treat the woman. It was hard not to think that way. The doctor wasn't being nosy. He simply felt that if this woman was someone important to young Master Fu, he would naturally take extra care of her. Fu Yuchuan stood expressionless by the bed. No, just look at it normally. Upon hearing this, the doctor breathed a sigh of relief. It sounds like a fever. Have you taken any medication? Fu Yuchuan nodded expressionlessly again. Her fever is too high. Let me take her temperature first, and then see if it's necessary to give her any special medication. After the doctor finished speaking, he prepared to reach out and lift the blanket. Fu Yuchuan glared at him. Is that necessary? The doctor paused for a moment. Well, the fever is too high. I need to check her body temperature first. Fu Yuchuan took the thermometer. Give her the fever-reducing medicine first, then you can leave. The doctor was still in shock, standing there with his hands empty. When he looked down and saw that Fu Yu had covered the woman's exposed shoulders again, he suddenly realized what was going on. Then, young Master Fu, I'll prescribe some medicine for her to take when she wakes up. Okay, hurry up. After the doctor finished administering the medication and left, Fu Yuchuan stood motionless by the bed, watching the sleeping woman. Shinli didn't sleep soundly. Because of her fever, her calves kept sticking out, revealing her snow-white skin without reservation. Just a little higher. There was her forbidden and mysterious place. Fu Yuchuan couldn't stay there for long. He looked away, got up, and took her clothes to the bathroom. After washing and drying her clothes, it was already 2 a.m., and the takeout I ordered for her had arrived. He gently patted Shun Li's face. Wake up, get up and eat something. Shun Li slowly woke up, feeling much better. Looking at the familiar handsome face before her, her eyes gradually regained focus, and her voice was a little hoarse. What time is it? 2 o'clock. The doctor gave you an injection. Are you feeling any better? I don't feel so bad anymore. Eat something. Fu Yuchuan helped her up and let her lean against him, just like he used to take care of her. Words may lie, but the body will not. Shun Li pursed her lips. The broad, familiar, and warm chest behind her felt so comfortable that she couldn't help but relax her body. She opened her mouth somewhat sluggishly, and immediately, the light and smooth porridge entered her mouth. It tasted very good and somewhat familiar. Did you make this? Upon hearing this, the man's eyebrows involuntarily rose. Hey, what are you thinking? In my memory, he would cook her favorite foods. Sometimes when she was sick, he would make her noodles with an egg. Only 3 months have passed. Shun Li pursed her lips and gave a faint, bitter smile. Sorry, I just thought the taste was a little familiar, so I asked casually. Fu Yuchuan smiled faintly. There are plenty of chefs in this world with similar skills. Do you still expect me to cook for you again? Shun Li opened her mouth, but her throat instantly became hoarse and dry. His words were like a bucket of cold water poured over her head. She thought that since he had come, he didn't hate her as much anymore. But later, he said the same thing again. Delusion. She was indeed delusional. She fantasizes that a man she hurt, and who almost lost half his life, will fall in love with her again. Shun Li finished her porridge in a daze, then suddenly remembered something and got out of bed in a daze again. She had just gotten out of bed when the man grabbed her wrist. Where are you going? I want to take a shower. I feel sticky and uncomfortable after sweating. The man glanced at her almost naked body and said casually, Your clothes are freshly washed. Wear my coat. Looking into his cold eyes, Shun Li mechanically uttered an "oh," and finally uttered a hoarse syllable, Thank you. Around 3 a.m. Shun Li had already finished showering, but she stayed in the bathroom for a long time and didn't come out. If she went out, she didn't know how to face Fu Yuchuan. I really didn't want to hear those hurtful words from him. If he still hates her so much, why did he come all the way from Gunhild Castle to take care of her? He could have simply ignored that phone call. Could this be his usual gentlemanly demeanor towards his ex? Shun Li hugged her knees, half her face submerged in the water, blowing bubbles. When she looked up, her eyes suddenly caught sight of the clothes hanging next to the mirror. Her skirt, underwear, and bra were hung cleanly and neatly. Shun Li's heart skipped a beat. Was this the cleanup Fu Yuchuan did for her when she fainted? She blinked, her heart pounding. When they were together, Fu Yuchuan would indeed wash the man's underwear for her, but she almost always snatched it back and politely refused. She dared not imagine what posture and expression the man used when he did these things for her. Shun Li opened her mouth, about to speak, but the next second, she suddenly thought of something, and her eyes dimmed. Forget it. She'd better not make a fool of herself. It might have been done by a hotel staff member, like that bowl of porridge from earlier. Asking them will only result in hurtful things coming out of their mouths. Chapter 159, Taking the Initiative to Kiss Him. At 3:30 a.m., Shun Li finally came out of the bathroom. The room lights were off, and the only way to make out the outline of the room was by the moonlight coming through the window. She stood barefoot on the floor, looking down at the man lying beside the bed. The light was dim, and she couldn't see his features clearly, but she could tell from his even breathing that he was sleeping soundly. It's a 40-minute journey, but I don't know why he only took 15 minutes to get here. Although the man didn't try to please her, he took care of her for several hours. He must have been tired. Just then, the cell phone in the room rang. Using the light from her phone, Shun Li went over to him. She leaned down and looked at the lit screen, hesitating whether to answer the call for him or hang up directly. In the past, she would most likely have accepted. Now, it seems she doesn't have that qualification. After much deliberation, she picked up her phone and went to the bathroom. The man who had been sleeping soundly by the bed suddenly opened his eyes when he heard her footsteps fading away. Shun Li answered the phone in the bathroom. She took a deep breath, just about to greet him, when a gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone before she could. Okawa. Shin Li's breath hitched. After a long while, she slowly opened her mouth, and just as the sound was about to escape her throat, her phone was suddenly snatched away. She turned around, looked up, and immediately saw the man standing behind her. Yuchuan looked at her calmly, holding his phone in one hand and leaning against the wall with the other. His voice was noticeably gentler than his gaze. Tian. It's all right. I'll explain the wedding arrangements to the elders. Don't feel pressured. Have fun. Okay, good night. Good night. Looking at the man's tense jaw, Shin Li realized she had forgotten how many nights she hadn't heard those two words from his lips. Now, however, he could easily be heard speaking to Tian. Her heart tightened, and she found it hard to breathe. Yuchuan looked down at Shin Li's tightly pursed lips, a smile curving his own. Why didn't you wake me up? I didn't want to disturb you because you were sleeping so soundly. The man nodded upon hearing this, then asked casually, Have you heard about my wedding with her? Shin Li looked into his indifferent eyes and shook her head. Yuchuan's lips curved into a deeper smile, and his voice was tinged with amusement. Now that you're out, I'll be leaving. After saying that, the man turned to leave. As Shin Li watched the receding figure in the dim light, a sudden fear rose in her heart. If she let him leave tonight, she feared she would never be able to keep him in this lifetime. She almost cried out, Yuchuan. The man stopped in his tracks for her, but did not turn to look at her. Does what you said still stand? What? Shin Li gripped the edge of her bathrobe tightly, her voice barely audible. You said, if I could make you happier than Tian, you would cancel your wedding. Yuchuan turned around and let out a faint laugh from his throat. That's how it is. That. Shin Li walked step by step to him, gently tugging at his shirt with her right hand. What should I do? Yuchuan lifted her chin with his fingers. What are you going to do? Or rather, what can I get out of you? He seemed to find the question hilarious, his tone even carrying a hint of mockery. Shin Li's hand, which was gripping his shirt, slowly slid down, her expression hardening even more. Now that you've got it, can you cancel the wedding right away? The man's slightly calloused fingers touched her face, and he said softly, It seems a little difficult. He said he would give her a month, but she thought of exchanging one for another. Looking into the man's cold and indifferent eyes, Shin Li felt as if a sharp needle was still piercing her already broken heart, making it unbearable. Her voice lowered further, and she finally took a half step back, saying with a hint of regret, Then it seems I still have to let you go. Is it difficult? Before she knew it, the man had already withdrawn his smile and was coldly watching her retreating expression. Shin Li laughed self-deprecatingly. I can't be a mistress. If you knew why my parents separated, you would understand my feelings. A complex look flashed across Yuchuan's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. He leaned down, getting closer to her, so close that she could clearly smell the cool masculine scent emanating from her, which confused her thoughts. He said in a low, hoarse voice, Then what guarantee do you have that you won't leave me again? Shin Li, didn't you admit it yourself? You can sleep with me today, but you can be with another man tomorrow, right? I don't know. Shin Li turned her face away, twisting her hands into a knot. Maybe after all the twists and turns, I still think you're better. I don't know. Anyway, Lu Xingji didn't come to see me after the car accident. I don't know either. By the end, Shin Li was on the verge of a breakdown and could no longer speak coherently. She was afraid that if he continued talking, she would blurt out everything and become a madwoman in his eyes. You really want to be with me? A deep, magnetic voice came from behind her. Shin Li looked up at him, then reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him. Chapter 160. Once I calmed down, all I can think about is him. In the past, she rarely took the initiative to kiss him, but as long as she gave him a little sweetness, he would most likely lose control and take the initiative. This time, Yuchuan remained motionless, letting Shin Li kiss him without refusing, pushing her away, or trying to deepen the kiss as he had done before. Shin Li could hardly miss his indifference. After hugging his neck and kissing him for a while, she pulled away from his lips, let go, and took 2 steps back to create distance between them. She gave a bitter laugh. Sorry, I almost forgot. You're not the Fu Yuchuan I know anymore. Fu Yuchuan chuckled and said softly, Lily. Shin Li's expression froze. From Miss Shun at the beginning, to Shun Li later, and now to Li Li. For a fleeting moment, she felt that the man had finally returned. But the next second he said, It's you who has changed. When she met his gaze, she immediately gripped her hands tighter at her sides. Fu Yuchuan's deep voice carried a hint of languor. I'm just treating you the way you treat me. Why can't you take it anymore? Shin Li's mind was filled with memories of their past interactions. In just a few seconds, his expression changed drastically. This man knows all too well what would drive her to the brink of collapse. Her pupils, which had been somewhat unfocused, refocused, and a faint smile returned to her face. What you're saying is rather hurtful. Is that so? When you said you'd give me a chance at Gunhild Castle, I was so happy. When I was sick, I made one phone call, and you rushed over without hesitation to take care of me until the early hours of the morning. She sniffed, paused for a moment, and then changed her tone. You act like you still like me, but in the end you want me to be your mistress, something you would never have done before. The room fell silent. The morning light slowly rises in the distance. Fu Yuchuan looked down at her without saying a word. As Shun Li looked at that handsome yet icy face, her breathing gradually returned to normal. Thank you for taking care of me tonight. I'm heading back to Suzhou now, and I won't be coming to Luo again. Before she could finish speaking, she turned around, but just as her shoulder was about to turn to the side, the man grabbed her arm, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her while holding her chin. Shun Li was stunned at first, but after she realized what was happening, she reached out and placed her hand on his chest to push him away. Clearly, during their conversation, she had already decided that she didn't want to have any more entanglement with him. But soon, Fu Yuchuan tightened his grip, pinching her chin to force her mouth open. Staring at her resistant and aggrieved expression, he smiled faintly. Shun Li, you haven't even made me happy yet, but you've already made yourself feel wronged. Or is it that you don't sincerely want to be with me at all? Before Shin Li could grasp the meaning behind the man's words, he grabbed her waist and pulled her backward, and the two of them fell onto the large bed together. His thin lips covered hers again, kissing her deeply. In this position, Fu Yuchuan trapped her between his arms and the bed. Perhaps it had been too long since she had kissed, or perhaps his kissing skills had secretly improved, but Shun Li's rationality was quickly stripped away, leaving her unable to think anymore. He only released Shun Li when she went limp due to lack of oxygen. She kept her head down, breathing softly, without looking up, so she couldn't see the man's expression. After a long while, she slowly raised her eyes to look at his dark eyes, which were filled with lust, and said calmly, Would you do something like this to Qi Tian? And you? During the 3 months I was away, did you do anything to Lu Xingji? The man lowered his head and brought his handsome face close to hers, gently licking her lips. It was the most tender look she had ever seen him give her since she came to Los Angeles. She bit her lip and shook her head. No, it's not just these 3 months. Never. He curled his thin lips into a smile and whispered in her ear, I won't either. Shin Li paused for a few seconds, then casually asked, If I said yes, would you kiss her too? Is that not allowed? No, she wouldn't allow it. He clearly still cared whether she would get close to other men, but he still pretended not to care about her. This man is better at manipulating people than I imagined. To lure someone in at the first sign of trouble, one must feign indifference. It's terribly bad, but she just can't give him up now. 6 o'clock in the morning. Fu Yuchuan left the hotel after receiving a phone call. This time, although they did not have a physical relationship, they could clearly feel their hearts drawing closer to each other. Shin Li lay on the empty bed, smelling the unique scent left by Fu Yuchuan. Whenever she calmed down, her mind was filled with the image of that man. She couldn't keep thinking like this, or she would be tempted to go to Gunhild Castle to find him again. She had to find something to do. Shin Li took out her phone, just about to send a message to Ding Min. You canceled your flight. My friend said he wants to visit you in Los Angeles, and will arrive around 2 p.m. today. Upon receiving Ding Min's message, Shun Li pursed her lips. Coincidentally, after having a heart-to-heart talk with Fu Yuchuan, she didn't really want to leave Los Angeles, but now she wanted to do something else to distract herself. Shun Li, in a rare good mood, replied, Okay, I'll be waiting for you, Da. At 2 p.m., she picked up Ding Min and her travel companion at the airport. Seeing that she wasn't in a good mood, Ding Min patted her on the shoulder and said, "Judging from your appearance, you haven't gotten back together with him yet, have you?" Shinli shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. "That's true, but it's also related to my illness." Ding Min touched her forehead. "No way, miss. You're sick and you still came to pick us up in person. Otherwise, I'll get bored staying in the hotel by myself, and I'll be thinking about all sorts of random things every day." After Ding Min arrived at Shun Li's hotel and put down her luggage, she encouraged her to go out and have fun. The group of several people then ate at a Chinese restaurant, went shopping, and sang karaoke. Afterwards, they went for a walk on the beach. Looking at the boundless sea, Shun Li suddenly remembered that evening 3 months ago, at the same time, when she called Fu Yuchuan and lied to him that the child in her belly was Lu Xingji's. Thinking about this incident, for some reason, besides sadness, she felt mostly relieved. 3 months ago, she didn't have the courage to come to him. 3 months ago, she didn't know she loved him so much. Shun Li walked alone on the beach, letting the evening breeze caress her cheeks. As she turned to go back to shore to get her phone, she was suddenly bumped into. Night. When Fu Yuchuan arrived at the hotel after get off work to look for Shun Li, he found she was no longer there. He narrowed his eyes and asked the receptionist coolly, "Have you checked out?" "No. Miss Shin brought 4 people to book a room at noon. Male or female?" The receptionist looked at the handsome, yet cold face before her, and her heart skipped a beat. 2 men and 2 women. Very well. When she was sick, he rushed over to take care of her without saying a word, but as soon as she recovered, she completely forgot about him, which was a waste of his time rushing over as soon as he got off work. Fu Yuchuan immediately laughed. He rubbed his temples, turned his head, the smile on his thin lips still lingering, and looked at the bodyguards with an unfathomable gaze. He smiled faintly. "I told you to keep an eye on the person. Where is he? Where did he go?" Chapter 161 Jealousy. The bodyguard felt a chill run down his spine under Fu Yuchuan's gaze. "Young Master Fu, Miss Shin wants to go out and have fun, and we can't stop her." "Then why didn't you report it to me?" The bodyguard had a flash of inspiration and instantly understood his subtext. He immediately straightened up and reacted quickly. "Next time, I will definitely inform you first." Fu Yuchuan glanced at him indifferently, then composed himself, took long strides, and turned to walk out. The bodyguards breathed a sigh of relief, only to realize that their backs were covered in cold sweat. Fu Yuchuan returned to his car, took out his phone, and dialed Shun Li's number. 3 months later, this was the first time he had called her on his own initiative. No matter how much time has passed, he can remember that string of numbers accurately. He was so skilled at it that even he found it unbelievable. No one answered the first time. He stared at his phone, which kept beeping, his thin lips pressed tightly together. The same thing happened the second time. Time seemed to rewind to 3 months ago, to her sometimes cold attitude towards him. This made Fu Yuchuan feel very uncomfortable. Even, "I feel very irritable." On the third try, she finally answered the phone, but didn't say anything. The person on the other end seemed surprised and hadn't quite reacted yet. Fu Yuchuan's deep voice escaped his throat. "Shun Li, where did you go?" She belatedly replied, "I came out with friends to relax." After a moment of silence, he said, "You're still not well." "I took my medicine before I left, so I'll be going back a little later today." After saying that, Shun Li realized something was wrong, hesitated for a moment, and asked in a surprised tone, You wouldn't be going to the hotel to look for me, would you?" "Yes, that's right." He was distracted all day at work. "So as soon as I got off work, I rushed over." Fu Yuchuan's eyes darkened, but he said, "What are you thinking about? Go back early. If you get sick again, I won't take care of you like I did last night." "Okay, I understand. Thank you." The man on the other end stopped talking, and Shun Li hung up the phone first. Hearing the dial tone in his ear, Fu Yuchuan put away his phone, started the car, and planned to return to the villa. However, less than a minute after starting the car, he stopped again, took out his phone, and made a call. "Find someone for me." "Oh." Fu Yuchuan frowned and said calmly, "Is it that difficult to locate someone using a mobile phone?" "No. Who are you looking for so late at night? Are you out of your mind?" The words were on the tip of Tang Ye's tongue, but he swallowed them back. No, it's not difficult. But who are you looking for so late at night? Fu Yuchuan stared straight ahead expressionlessly. Shin Li. Tang Yi. He really is sick. They could have just asked directly, but they stubbornly insisted on using other methods. By the time Fu Yuchuan got out of the car, it was already dark, the streetlights were on, and the night had officially begun. The evening breeze of this season brought a chill to his body. Fu Yuchuan stared at the endless seascape around him, frowning. Are you sure she's here? Yes. Miss Shin's phone is located here. Even if he hadn't come, she would have gone back to the hotel to rest sooner or later anyway. But undeniably, he was very uneasy. On the beach, there were couples strolling hand in hand, elderly couples supporting each other, and families of three scenes of all kinds of poses and postures. Fu Yuchuan's appearance here was particularly eye-catching. He wore a custom-made black suit, perfectly pressed without a single wrinkle, which made his already noble temperament even more aloof. With her feet on the soft, fine sand, Shin Li held a coconut in her hands, the sweet juice slowly blooming on her taste buds. The man beside her followed her steps, staring at her intently, studying her features, and said casually, "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here." Shin Li looked up, glanced at him briefly, and then looked away. "You're not working in New York anymore? You've come to Los Angeles?" The man nodded in a hoarse voice. A person can't stay in one city forever unless there are people there they can't let go of. She nodded, looking up at the sky. "That's true, but what about Zhu Yan? I remember you took her with you when you left." Jang Being looked at her and said softly, "Do you really think that people who have seen each other at their ugliest can still stay together?" Shin Li chuckled. "Yes." She narrowed her eyes and thought for a moment. The failure of her two relationships was because she saw each other's ugliest side. Especially when she ended things with Fu Yuchuan. She was almost hysterical. He might never be able to love her again. Shin Li sniffed. "I'm going back now. Goodbye." Jang Being spoke almost simultaneously. "I heard you broke up with him." Shin Li froze on the spot for a long time before sighing with a self-deprecating smile. "Yes, that's how it is." "So why did you come to Los Angeles?" "It's probably him." Jiangbei City. Shin Li smiled silently. "To be precise, I was the one who got dumped." After saying that, she continued to chew on her straw, gazing thoughtfully at the seaside. Jang Being looked at her for a while before breaking the brief silence. "All right, even the beautiful Shun gets dumped one day, so I feel a little better now." "Oh." Shin Li burst out laughing. "Back then, you were the one who cheated on me first. How can you say I dumped you? It's only been a short time since we last met. Don't go back to the annals of history." When talking about her relationship with Jang Being again, Shin Li was able to calmly face the man who had betrayed her and could even chat and laugh with him. It's obvious that she no longer loves him, or she never loved him at all. Jang Being scratched his head awkwardly. "All right, then I'll make it up to the beautiful Shun with a meal. You can choose the location." "Never mind." Shin Li shook her head, then casually placed the coconut shell she had finished drinking in the man's hand. "Just help me throw away the trash." Jang Being remained silent, looking at her with a faint, helpless smile. When she handed him the things, the man naturally took what she had drunk. The action was ordinary and natural, but even though it was so ordinary and natural, it was so skillful that it revealed an indescribable tacit understanding. This tacit understanding, however, infuriated Fu Yuchuan. In particular, the woman's outfit looked like it was specially dressed for a date, and the person she was dating was her first love, the one she once loved deeply. Fu Yuchuan wandered around the area, and to his surprise, he was able to find someone here so easily. When he first saw her, he even thought he was seeing things. She hadn't fully recovered, yet she was wearing a light brown sundress and casual slippers, her pink nails on full display. "And there's that annoying man next to me." After discarding the coconut shell, Shin Li walked to the rest area and sat down quietly. Jang Being stared at her profile for a few seconds, then asked softly, "If things don't work out with Fu Yuchuan this time, have you thought about finding another man? Just like you decisively replaced me back then." Shin Li brushed the strands of hair that had blown onto her cheeks behind her ear, thought for a moment, and was about to answer when a deep, resonant voice rang out from not far away. You have no right to ask her that. That sound. The two of them looked up at the same time. Fu Yuchuan stood there with an aura of indifference, his eyes fixed dangerously on Jang Being. The seemingly calm demeanor actually carried a chilling undertone. As they looked at him, he strode over. Shin frowned imperceptibly as she pondered why he was here and how she should explain her unexpected encounter with Jang Being. Fu Yuchuan walked straight up to her, then put one arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. He rested his chin on the top of her head and said in a low, indifferent voice, "Are you feeling better? Running around like this." Chapter 162, Shall We Kiss? Although they had done all sorts of intimate things, this was the first time he had hugged her in public without any restraint since their breakup. And without a doubt, given this man's temperament, he was most likely doing it for Jang Being's benefit. Shin pursed her lips and silently withdrew from his embrace. Fu Yuchuan narrowed his eyes, then raised his hand to stroke her head, making an extremely intimate gesture. Even his tone was more doting than before. "Who is this? Aren't you going to introduce her to me?" Jang Being frowned. "Introduce?" Shin also raised her head, looking at Fu Yuchuan with a suspicious expression. Could it be that he suffered brain damage during his previous car accident? The thought flashed through her mind, and soon, Fu Yuchuan wore his signature cold smile. "I recognized you. So it was you." The man said this with a hint of provocation. It seemed to be a reminder to Shin that the person in front of her had betrayed her. Jang Being was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "It's a good thing that you don't remember." Fu Yuchuan narrowed his eyes, going over the sentence in his mind several times, his deep and sharp eyes sweeping over him without making a sound. Shin stood between them, feeling quite awkward. An ex-girlfriend, an ex-husband. One was a man who had betrayed her, and the other was a man she had betrayed. Fortunately, they didn't dwell on it. Jang Being said to Shin in a low voice, "I'm going back now. We'll make up for that meal next time." Shin neither refused nor agreed, but simply replied with 2 words, "Goodbye. See you next time." Jang Being glanced at her one last time before turning and leaving. The sea breeze blows in gusts at night. Shin stood there hesitantly, her eyes fixed straight ahead. It was unclear whether she was seeing Jang Being off. Fu Yuchuan stood to the side and glanced at her for a long time before finally unable to resist speaking coldly. "The person is already far away. They don't have eyes in the back of their head, so what are you looking at?" He seemed to have not seen her gazing at someone absent-mindedly for a long time. "It's been a long time since I've seen her look at someone with such deep affection. Is it just an illusion under the night lights? Or is there a possibility that this relationship can be rekindled?" Fu Yuchuan clenched his fists slightly, his voice deep and unusually low. "Shin." Shin was immediately stopped and looked up reflexively. The man pursed his thin lips. Shin looked up at his silent and displeased expression, thinking that he was still angry about her coming to Los Angeles without permission. She didn't know why he would come looking for her when he clearly didn't want to see her. "Are you here to see me?" Fu Yuchuan didn't deny it, and said calmly, "Why did you come out to play?" "Sister Ding Min and her friends came to Los Angeles to visit me. I can't just stay in the hotel forever." His brow furrowed slightly. "Wearing only one piece of clothing. Are you cured?" Shin, isn't her outfit the standard beach attire? It's just that he's wearing a suit and looks out of place in his surroundings. "I feel much better, so you don't need to take care of me tonight." "Go back." "Where to?" Shin was led by the man's hand, and she followed behind him, looking at the back of his head with a puzzled expression. With his back to her, Fu Yuchuan said coldly, "Do you expect me to stay in a hotel and then call me in the middle of the night to make me rush over?" "Oh, actually I'm much better today. If you find seeing me really annoying, you don't have to come." She could understand. If Jang Being called her in the middle of the night, she would also find it annoying. Throughout the journey, Shin remained silent, quietly gazing out the window. Before, when they were together, Shin would always be the one chattering away, trying to find topics to talk about. Now that she doesn't speak, Fu Yuchuan speaks even less. And so, the two companions returned to Gunhild Castle without saying a word. Shin arrived at the castle and was immediately led to a guest room by Fu Yuchuan to rest. She quickly washed up in the bathroom before getting dressed and leaving the bathroom. Fu Yuchuan didn't go back to his master bedroom either. He sat on the sofa in the guest room, his handsome face cold and hard, his aura gloomy, and his eyes half closed as if he was resting. Shinli spoke first, her voice low and soft, tinged with caution. "Aren't you going back?" He didn't respond, but he opened his eyes and carefully examined her expression. Shinli dried her hair with a towel, looking somewhat embarrassed, but when she spoke again, she said very seriously, "Fu Yuchuan, why don't we talk?" Fu Yuchuan still did not respond, but Shinli knew he had heard her, because his gaze towards her suddenly became deep and intense. Her hands twisted nervously. "Before I ran into Jang Being at the beach today, I thought I liked you and him the same way." The man's gaze toward her grew increasingly intense. Then, he stood up, walked up to her, lifted her chin with his long fingers, and said in a lazy voice with a hint of indifference, "What else?" "Continue." Shinli sat on Fu Yuchuan's lap with his arm around her waist, so close that they couldn't be closer. They were surrounded by his cool and familiar scent, and her heart fluttered more with every step closer they got. She looked into his eyes, her voice soft and tinged with barely perceptible shyness. I think I still like you." "Oh." The man raised an eyebrow slightly. "I don't quite understand." What do you mean?" "You still love me?" The man leaned down, his handsome face close to hers, his voice deep and clear. "After you got together with Lu Xingji, you kept pestering me for a divorce. I could even tolerate you getting an abortion and starting over with me, but you still left. What do you mean by saying these things now?" "Child." Mentioning those two words still brings a sharp pain to Shunli's heart. The thing she desperately wanted to give up back then, when that life left her body in such a tragic way, was too heavy to accept. Shunli bit her lip, and it took her a while to calm her breathing. "Back then, I had my own unavoidable difficulties." A cold laugh escaped the man's throat. "Your reasons?" 3 months ago, after that car accident, you risked your life to see Lu Xingji as soon as possible. Now tell me, what are your reasons? Did Fu Yongqian hold a knife to your throat?" Shinli listened quietly to Fu Yuchuan's words, but when he uttered the name, Lu Xingji, she suddenly paused in surprise. "For him?" "She didn't." Shinli subconsciously shook her head in rebuttal. "That's not how it is. She drove to the airport because she received a call about Ji Jinghe's accident. It had nothing to do with Lu Xingji. That car accident was a man-made accident." Looking at Shun Li's astonished expression and seeing the slight upturn of her lips slowly disappear, Fu Yuchuan said calmly, "You were in such a hurry to go to the airport back then, not because you received news of Lu Xingji's accident." "No, I didn't. This has nothing to do with Lu Xingji. I did it anyway, not for him. And the main reason for the car accident was that someone tampered with my car, and I couldn't stop it." With her head bowed in the warm yellow light, her slow, deliberate voice seemed to hold the imminent threat of large tears falling onto the back of her hand clutching his clothes. In fact, Fu Yuchuan never saw her tears while he was looking down at her. Fu Yuchuan's Adam's apple bobbed, but he said nothing. Shunli lowered her head, already choked with sobs. "Of course, now it's up to you whether you believe it or not. So much time has passed, there's no way to prove it." Fu Yuchuan glanced down at her bare feet, said nothing, and carried her back to the sofa. Shunli kept her head down, making it impossible to discern her expression beneath her delicate face. The collar of her bathrobe was slightly torn, revealing her fair skin, beautiful collarbone, and subtle yet alluring curves. Shunli nervously pursed her lips and looked up at him cautiously. As soon as she looked up, the man knelt down on one knee, and at the same time, his warm, rough hand enveloped her foot. Shun Li's whole body trembled slightly, a tingling sensation she couldn't describe, and she instinctively tried to pull her foot back. But now that Fu Yuchuan has it in his grasp, how can he easily take it back? She was petite, with small, white feet that had a faint pink tinge. The sight of her being held in a man's hand was striking. What do you want to do?" She didn't think he would be obsessed with her feet or do anything to them, but such skin-to-skin contact was far too ambiguous. Fu Yuchuan remained silent, so Shunli asked again, "Fu Yuchuan, please let go." The man knelt on one knee, his shirt unbuttoned, revealing a large expanse of his tanned chest. He glanced at her, his voice low and languid. "Didn't you say you still liked me? How come you can't even handle playing with my feet? How are you going to please me later?" Should I try to please him? Yes, she did promise him. Shinli bit her lip, looking extremely shy. Then we should play something normal, right? Isn't this a bit unclean? A subtle smile flickered in Fu Yuchuan's eyes. He then got up, picked her up, and tossed her onto the bed. The man lowered his head, a faint smile covering his handsome face. He cradled her head with one hand and ran his other hand through her hair, his tone gentle yet ruthless. Want a kiss? Chapter 163, It's Always Just You. Shinli looked at him in confusion, at his eyebrows and eyes, his nose, and finally, her gaze settled on his lips. Then, without thinking, he took the initiative to kiss her. Once they kiss, it's like lightning striking the earth. Her disheveled bathrobe was suddenly ripped open by the man, and with a flick of his wrist, it fell to the ground. Shinli's arms remained wrapped around his neck, letting herself indulge in this passionate kiss. Fu Yuchuan looked down at the woman beneath him, who was lost in passion. His thin lips curled slightly, and his eyes revealed a hint of desire. That night, I slept with Lu Xingji, the child is his. If I were the one who was cheated on, I would never forgive you. Besides, I'm carrying someone else's child. You want me to come back? Are you planning to start over with me? Fu Yuchuan, as a man, don't you have any self-respect? All I could hear were the words she said when she said goodbye 3 months ago. Fu Yuchuan narrowed his eyes, showing no pity whatsoever. 3 months later, Shunli was completely unable to adjust, and she gripped the bedsheet tightly. The moon's shadow dappled outside the window. The bedroom was filled with the man's low, heavy breathing and the woman's intermittent voice. Fu Yuchuan, please be gentle. I beg you. When Shunli woke up again, her body ached terribly, and she felt as if all her strength had been drained. She lowered her head, pressing her fingers to her temples. She not only dreamed of Fu Yuchuan again, but it was also an erotic dream. Woke up. A deep, sexy voice softly echoed in the quiet bedroom. Shinli was taken aback at first, and then she was completely stunned. The man sat on a single sofa chair in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his long legs elegantly crossed under a black bathrobe, his collar slightly open, revealing his sexy collarbone. She pursed her lips and tentatively asked, "What happened last night?" "You kissed me first." Shinli's face flushed red instantly, then slowly returned to normal. Her lips moved slightly. I'm sorry." She didn't know what was wrong with her, but when she heard the word kiss, her body felt like it was on fire. She just wanted to get coolness from him, and she uncontrollably kissed his lips. Fu Yuchuan's deep eyes were so dark they seemed to drip ink, and the lines of his jaw were taut, making the air pressure in the entire bedroom seem to sync with his breathing. The doorbell rang, breaking the silence. Fu Yuchuan glanced at the large expanse of her exposed chest, casually picked up the shawl that had fallen on the sofa and tossed it to her, then silently stepped to open the door. Outside the door stood a servant from the castle. "Simon, here's your midnight snack." Fu Yuchuan said coldly. "Yes, come in." The maid pushed the food cart in and deftly and skillfully placed the late-night snacks down. "Young Master Fu, call us again if you need more." After the maid left, Fu Yuchuan's gaze fell on the woman who had hidden under the covers. "Come out and have something to eat." Shunli slowly lifted the blanket and looked at him. "Aren't you afraid the servants in the castle will find out about me?" "Why be afraid? Aren't you going to marry Chi Tian? Isn't it still not settled yet?" Looking at his slightly upturned lips, Shunli felt a pang of sadness for some reason. She sat on the bed and watched him for a while, then raised her hand to adjust the shawl on her shoulders before getting up and getting off the bed. She had just sat down when the man sat down opposite her. Shinli picked up her knife and fork, cut a piece of steak, and put it in her mouth. As she slowly chewed, she realized that he was staring at her intently. This sudden discovery almost made her choke, and she coughed for a while before she recovered. Fu Yuchuan looked at her with deep eyes. After eating another piece, Shinli couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to eat any?" "I'm not hungry." "Then why did you have someone deliver it?" "You're hungry. You were the one who did all the work just now. How could I be hungry?" Shinli really didn't understand his intention, so she lowered her head and muttered to herself. Only after she finished speaking did she realize how embarrassing her complaint was. Fu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow and gave a knowing hum. Throughout the rest of the meal, Shinli did not look up, keeping her head down and eating quietly. She ate quickly but not much, and there was no communication between them. I'm going back to my room to sleep now. Shinli only realized after she finished eating that she didn't know when Fu Yuchuan had carried her to his room. The man didn't look up and said calmly, "It's only 2 o'clock now. It's not good for your health to eat, and then go to sleep. Then I'll go sit on the balcony." Shinli stood up, picked up the bathrobe from the ground, put it on, and, wearing men's slippers, walked out onto the balcony. After her footsteps faded away, the man in the bedroom slowly raised his hand, poured himself a glass of red wine, and brought the stemmed glass to his lips. He closed his eyes, the rich liquid slid down his throat, and the image of the woman clinging to his waist on the bed just moments before flashed into his mind. Shinli sat on the balcony for more than 10 minutes before returning to the bedroom. Looking at the man sitting lazily on the edge of the bed, she said indifferently, "I'm going back first. You should go to sleep early too." After saying that, she was about to walk past him. In the instant they brushed past each other, Fu Yuchuan grabbed her wrist. "Everything that was going to happen has happened. So, what do you think our relationship is now?" What do you mean? After you've finished, go back to your rooms to sleep. I'd like to ask you what you mean by that. This was my own decision. You're already engaged, and I couldn't persuade you to cancel the wedding and be with me. In short, it's my fault, and I'll explain everything to Chi Tian. She once said that she despises betrayers and mistresses the most. That's how her parents' marriage was broken up. But just now, she couldn't resist kissing his lips, and he took her to bed. She lowered her eyes, and her long, thick eyelashes cast a shadow on her face, obscuring the expression in her eyes. Fu Yuchuan narrowed his eyes and interrupted her calmly. "You don't need to talk to her. She knows everything about our past, and doesn't expect me to remain chaste before marriage." Shinli was startled and looked up at him. "If I marry her, I will be absolutely loyal to the marriage. So these 2 weeks are your only chance to get close to me." They are absolutely loyal to their marriage, so they can each do their own thing before marriage. This is indeed the rule for marriages between wealthy families. So, he wanted to tell her that they might never see each other again in 2 weeks, right? Fu Yuchuan stared at her tightly pursed lips and said calmly, "Stay." She raised her head again, somewhat taken aback. You want me to sleep here?" He looked at her seemingly surprised expression and said expressionlessly, "After having sex, we don't sleep together. Does that mean you assume we're just friends with benefits?" "Isn't that so?" He was engaged, and she was his ex-wife. If this isn't a casual fling, could it be a normal romantic relationship between a man and a woman who are actually dating? She didn't finish her sentence, but tacitly agreed with him. A fleeting emotion crossed Fu Yuchuan's eyes. You don't need to feel guilty, because who knows, at this time, she might also be having sex with another man. Well, that's hard to say. Chi Tian isn't that kind of woman. Casual? So you think I'm a casual man? No, that's not it either, anyway. Before she could finish speaking, Fu Yuchuan took her hand and started to walk towards the bed. As Shunli walked to the bedside, she suddenly stopped. Fu Yuchuan turned to look at her and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" "I need to brush my teeth, and all my things are in the guest room." "Go wash up, I'll go get my things." After the man finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the room. After Shunli fainted, Fu Yuchuan carried her into the bathroom and gave her a shower. She had just eaten a late-night snack, so all she needed to do was brush her teeth. When she came out after washing up, Fu Yuchuan was playing on his laptop by the bedside. The dim light surrounded him, like a scene from a movie. His handsome face was mature and sexy, with an unfathomable depth. Seeing her come out, he looked up at her, casually closed his laptop, and said to her in a low voice, "Come here and go to sleep." Shunli closed the door behind her, then lifted the thin blanket and climbed into bed. Fu Yuchuan reached out and turned off the bedside lamp, instantly turning the dim light into darkness. The hotel bed was large, and the two people could sleep at opposite ends with a considerable distance between them. After an unknown amount of time, Shunli still leaned towards him with the same ease, just as she had 3 months ago, when she could still comfortably and legitimately snuggle up to him. After a 3-month hiatus from sex, she was exhausted and slowly fell asleep. Fu Yuchuan lowered his head and gazed at the woman in his arms. Her body pressed against his. Her bare arms still seemed to retain the chill of the night wind. He couldn't help but pull the sheet over her and raised his other hand to stroke her face, listening to her soft whispers as she fell asleep. If you choose someone else in 2 weeks, I will still wish you well, and I'm sorry. Fu Yuchuan wrapped his other arm around her waist, then cupped her face and kissed her from her brow to her closed eyes, then her delicate nose, her sweet lips, and finally buried his face in her shoulder, deeply inhaling her scent. His voice was deep and sexy. There has never been anyone else, only you. Chapter 164 Engagement. The next morning, Shin woke up almost at dawn, but Fu Yuchuan was one step ahead of her and had already left the house. She didn't seem inclined to get up after waking up. She lay in bed staring blankly at the white ceiling, her mind filled with the events of the previous night. She and Fu Yuchuan really had a relationship. What about Chi Tian? How will he handle this marriage? Although only 3 months have passed, she can no longer figure out his way of doing things. A knock came from outside. Shin sat up, but didn't get out of bed immediately. She carefully lifted the blanket and tried to mentally prepare herself. Clearly, the person knocking on the door was probably a servant of the villa. As a guest of this castle, Shin didn't have the heart to face them directly, especially since she woke up in the owner's bed. The maid didn't seem surprised to see her, as if Fu Yuchuan had already informed them. Miss, would you like some breakfast? Shin paused for a moment, then shook her head. No need, I'm not hungry. The maid smiled and nodded. Yes, this is the dress that the master instructed us to prepare for you. A dress prepared for me? Miss Chi's engagement party, didn't the master tell you? Shin opened her mouth, her throat tightening. Chi Tian. Yes. Although she had long accepted the fact that Fu Yuchuan would marry Chi Tian, the result was now right in front of her, and Shin's palms still felt cold. They didn't even give her half a month. Shin remained silent for a while, unsure of what to say, her mind a jumbled mess. Shin was feeling very down. She didn't know whether she should wait for Fu Yuchuan to return at the castle or leave immediately. She sat blankly on the edge of the bed until it was almost dark before she came to her senses and realized it was time to leave. After packing her clothes, she pushed her luggage out of the bedroom. As I went downstairs and passed through the living room, the man had already returned from get-off work. He was sitting on the sofa in a suit and tie, holding a steaming cup of coffee. Shin was very tired today and didn't want to waste any more energy arguing with him, but she still managed to brush him off for a moment. Off work? Fu Yuchuan put down his coffee and looked at her seriously. Where are you going? Shin was taken aback, then suddenly remembered what the maid had said. She smiled faintly and said, I'm sorry, I don't think I can bring myself to wish you well. Fu Yuchuan frowned slightly. Bless me with what? Weren't you going to get engaged to Chi Tian? Indeed, today is Chi Tian's engagement day. Shin's facial muscles stiffened slightly as she heard these words from Fu Yuchuan's mouth, and her heart ached. She pursed her lips. I haven't touched the dress. I'm leaving now. Why don't you stay for dinner? No need. I've already made plans with someone else. Fu Yuchuan stood up. You can stand him up. Shin looked up at him. Why should I stand others up, but I'm the last to know about your engagement? So you're angry about this? No. Fu Yuchuan stood there, looking at her with a half-smile. Stay and have a meal, as my compensation to you. Shin pursed her lips and did not respond. Fu Yuchuan laughed and said, Or, you can do it, and I'll treat you as payment for taking care of you that night. Shin's throat tightened, and she said in a hoarse voice, Fu Yuchuan, what exactly do you want? He slept with her the night before, and when he woke up, he told her he was getting engaged. Now, we still want her to stay. Don't we find that ridiculous? I was thinking, we've been together for so long, and I'm the one who's always cooked for you. Now, before our engagement, is it wrong for me to try your cooking? Shin smiled sarcastically. You just want to try my cooking, not to continue this relationship? To make me your lover? Fu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow. You know I don't have a penchant for keeping mistresses. Shin felt a pang of pain in her heart, but she forced a smile. Okay, I'll go do it. With that, she walked towards the kitchen. The man watched her retreating figure, his dark eyes deep and flickering. Shin tied her scarf and then rolled up her sleeves. I'll just do what I know, you don't mind, right? Fu Yuchuan didn't say anything and followed her into the kitchen. Shin took out the ingredients from the refrigerator and skillfully prepared them. keeping her back to Fu Yuchuan without saying a word. Fu Yuchuan leaned against the doorway, watching Shun Li's back as he watched. 3 months ago, Shin Li knew absolutely nothing about cooking. After the car accident, she turned down her job and went to Singapore to take care of Wen Qingyan, where she learned to cook. Shin Li kept her head down, mechanically processing the ingredients in her hands. She could feel the gaze behind her, a gaze that seemed to burn her back with heat. Slowly, the gaze lost focus, and with a single stab, her finger drew blood. Shun Li instinctively trembled, then frowned slightly, put her fingers under the tap, and rinsed them with water. The wound wasn't shallow. It was still bleeding after being rinsed for a while. She was just about to find a band-aid when her hand was suddenly grabbed. Fu Yuchuan looked at her coldly and said, "Stand still." "It's nothing." Shun Li withdrew her hand and pressed a tissue against the wound. "It'll be fine in a bit." Fu Yuchuan didn't say anything, but pulled her towards the living room. He brought out the first aid kit and skillfully applied a band-aid to the wound on her finger. Then he untied her apron and put it on himself, saying, "If you can't do it, don't try to be brave." Shun Li. She stared blankly at the man, only to see him already in the kitchen chopping vegetables, his movements much more efficient than hers. After watching the man's back for a while, Shun Li felt a pang of sadness. The image of Fu Yuchuan busy in the kitchen is a memory she can never erase for the rest of her life. She never expected to have another chance to see him. Unfortunately, from then on, it was other women who were watching his back. After finishing the meal, Fu Yuchuan took out his phone and glanced at it, then said to her indifferently, "Let's go. It's getting late." "Oh, okay." Shun Li was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening, got up, and went to find her luggage. Just as she was about to ask where the maid had taken her luggage, Fu Yuchuan was already standing in front of her, with slightly messy short black hair and his features looking exceptionally handsome under the warm light. "Come with me." Shun Li. After saying this, the man suddenly bent down, picked her up, and slowly went upstairs. Shin Li-sin's heart skipped a beat, and she tried to struggle to get off him. "It's not appropriate for me to go to your engagement. Where did you hear that I'm engaged?" She frowned slightly as she looked at the man. Fu Yuchuan glanced down at her and scoffed indifferently. "I only said that today is Qi Tian's engagement." Shin Li's pupils widened suddenly as she looked at him in disbelief. Chapter 165 Confession. An hour later, luxury cars were parked outside the magnificent private villa. Shin Li's hand was being held by the man from the moment she got out of the car. It seems he casually pulled her down, then forgot to let go, and so he just kept holding her hand. She didn't say anything, so she led the way to the villa's courtyard. There weren't many people at the banquet. It was clear that Qi Tian didn't want to announce her engagement in a high-profile manner. Apart from her and Fu Yuchuan, there were only a few elders, making a total of no more than 10 people. The sound of high heels clicking on the ground grew louder as they approached, accompanied by a soft, gentle female voice. "You've finally arrived." That sound. Shun Li's view was blocked by Fu Yuchuan, so she couldn't see the woman coming, but after 3 months, she still recognized her easily. After all, Qi Tian was once considered her strongest competitor. Hearing that gentle and captivating voice, Fu Yuchuan frowned and looked up with his cold eyes. Qi Tian looked at his still handsome and indifferent face, then at his eyes, which were now completely unfamiliar and seemed to have lost all trace of familiarity. She smiled faintly and said, "Simon, are you free now? I have something to tell you." Fu Yuchuan turned and glanced at Shun Li. "I'm going to the restroom first, you guys talk." Shun Li understood, released the man's hand, and turned to walk to the other side. In a corner of the banquet hall, Qi Tian looked calmly at the man sitting opposite her. "Have you already decided to get back together with Miss Shin?" Fu Yuchuan took out a cigarette and lighter from his pocket, and lit it slowly. "What do you want to say? Seeing you bring her here, you must have thought it through. If you had let go, I wouldn't need to bring up this past anymore." The man's handsome face suddenly turned cold. Qi Tian's tone was calm. "Back then, she was forced to break up with you by old Master Fu." "What did you say?" Before she could finish speaking, the man interrupted her in a deep voice. Fu Yuchuan held a cigarette between his fingers, looking at her coldly. He stared at Qi Tian's gentle face, his pupils shrinking to their limit, and his thin lips pressed into a line. Seeing his reaction, Chi Tian understood. Didn't she tell you? She broke up with you because of old Master Fu. The man stared at her, his voice taut with tension. It's him? You know? What else do you know? I guess I know, but I don't know the specifics. I only know that old Master Fu has always wanted to break you up. Fu Yuchuan abruptly stubbed out his cigarette, staring down at her and demanding. You knew from the beginning. Why didn't you tell me? Over the years, although Fu Yuchuan lived in Suzhou, he would occasionally come to Los Angeles, and they met quite often. I know him better than many people, but I've rarely seen him experience such a strong emotional fluctuation. She paused for a moment, then spoke softly. Back then, old Master Fu wanted to bring us together, and he told you how. You know, old Master Fu would never give up until he achieved his goal. If you really want to find out what happened back then, investigate her family or go ask her yourself. The balcony on the second floor. Shin found this surprisingly comfortable. At least she could temporarily escape the air raid. Fu Yuchuan did not get engaged to Chi Tian. She can no longer be considered a third party. However, she didn't understand why it took so long to tell her. Revenge? Revenge for her betrayal. So he wanted to make her suffer too. She was indeed in a bad mood before she learned the truth. She stood there for a while, considering whether to get down, when suddenly heavy and hurried footsteps sounded behind her. She turned around, but before she could see who it was, the man's arm grabbed her waist and pulled her into his arms, pressing her head against his chest. The familiar, cool masculine scent told her who was holding her. However, she was a little surprised that Fu Yuchuan was hugging her like that. He didn't speak, and she felt uneasy. She reached out and pushed against his chest, saying, What's wrong? Let go a little. I feel so suffocated. After she finished speaking, the man loosened his grip on her a little. What are you doing here? Didn't you see there's no railing on this balcony? He searched the entire villa on the first floor, but couldn't find her. He only realized she was there when he looked up from downstairs. He stood there blankly, unaware of the danger he was in. Shin pursed her lips and looked down at the man's arm around her waist. It's cool here. I wanted to get some fresh air. Fu Yuchuan keenly sensed her feigned emotions from her tone, turned her face to him, looked down at the changes in her face, and asked in a deep voice, You seem unhappy. Actually, I could tell that Chi Tian's expression had cooled down when she said she wanted to talk to him alone. She looked up, her eyelashes long and thick, her gaze filled with a hint of grievance. Fu Yuchuan said, emphasizing each word, Chi Tian said that you broke up with me because of Fu Yongqian. Lily, I want to ask you, what made you choose to divorce me? What exactly made her so ruthlessly abandon everything in Suzhou? He didn't know, and neither did Chi Tian. The only people in the world who knew the truth were her and Fu Yongqian. 3 months have passed since this incident. During this time, she kept trying to find an opportunity to tell him about her predicament back then. But now, when he suddenly asks her, she doesn't know where to begin. Shin lowered her head and said in a low voice, Actually, it's nothing. If you want to know, you can ask my brother. I don't want to hear what others have to say. Fu Yuchuan interrupted her. I want to hear what you have to say. Shin sniffed. Okay, it's nothing really. I only found out later that Fu Yongqian used a fake Ji Jinghe to threaten me. Shin and Chang's death has always been a source of deep regret for her. Fu Yongqian took advantage of this and exploited her weakness. Shin didn't hear his response for a long time, and thought he was angry because he suspected that she hadn't told him the truth back then. She lowered her head and nervously pursed her lips. Do you hate me for not telling you back then? If I had told you, maybe we wouldn't have broken up. Fu Yuchuan's gaze remained fixed on her, and he swallowed hard. He hated himself for not noticing something unusual sooner. They resented him for only having a simple suspicion without actually investigating, which led them to miss the opportunity. Shin waited blankly for her answer. Fu Yuchuan forced a smile. It's my fault. I couldn't make you trust me completely. Chapter 166. I am very happy now, because of you. The end. Sensing the self-deprecation in his words, Shin subconsciously shook her head. Don't say that. Fu Yuchuan reached out and placed his palm on her head, patting it gently, and said softly, When you lose your child, is it very painful? She was about to explain when the topic turned to the child. He then pulled her into his arms. It didn't matter whose child it was. He only asked her if she was in a lot of pain. Actually, that child. She pursed her lips, hesitatingly beginning to speak. Wasn't Lu Xingji. I didn't have anything happen with him. Suddenly, Fu Yuchuan paused, exhaled a short, spasmodic breath, and stood still as if rooted to the spot. His heart was pounding, his lips trembled slightly, and his eyebrows twitched. Shinli was at a loss for what to do when she saw him like this. Fu Yuchuan raised his hand to hold her face, then lowered his head and kissed her. His soft lips covered hers, and her pupils widened involuntarily. She forgot that she should close them and stared blankly at the handsome face in front of her. Fu Yuchuan held her face with one hand and held her waist with the other, and the temperature in the air slowly rose. She didn't know when she closed her eyes. Her nose and taste buds were filled with the man's crisp scent, occasionally tinged with a faint, dry tobacco aroma. He only loosened his grip slightly when Yin Hong was almost out of breath again. The man's forehead pressed against hers, no longer kissing, but their breaths still mingled. His voice was low and husky, sexy, Lili. Two simple words that express his longing. Shinli was too shy to look at his face, and her heart raced as she instinctively avoided his hot breath. I'm thirsty, I want some water. Okay. Fu Yuchuan lifted her chin, kissed her lips, his voice hoarse. Let's go back. Then, the man took her away. The process was rushed. Shinli sat in the passenger seat, her heart pounding as if she had witnessed the car accident 3 months ago. Shinli glanced at his tense profile, then quickly looked away. This man's likes and dislikes are far too obvious. Shinli touched her burning cheeks, then handed him the boiled water. Would you like some? Fu Yuchuan glanced at her sideways, but didn't say anything. His eyes darkened. Shinli felt uneasy under his gaze. She coughed twice, then silently screwed the lid back on. The car sped along. We finally stopped at Gunhild Castle. Just as Shinli was about to get out of the car, before she could even open the door, the man was one step ahead of her. He reached out, put his arm around her waist, and lifted her up. She was startled by the sudden action, and the water in her hand rolled onto the ground. By the time she reacted, the man had already carried her back to the room and was giving her another deep kiss on the cheek. Shinli quickly succumbed. His scent and aroma seemed to penetrate every pore of her body. Fu Yuchuan seemed to have been holding back for a long time, and indeed he had been holding back for a long time. He had started thinking about it from the day she came to Los Angeles to find him. 3 months of pent-up emotions, fueled by longing, have left me wanting nothing more than to strip her bare. Unable to contain her emotions, Shinli called his name, Fu Yuchuan. The man's voice was sexy and deep. Could you wait a moment? He lowered his head and kissed her ear, his voice deep and tinged with laughter. If I can really wait, shouldn't you consider that there might be something wrong with my health, Shinli's face turned even redder and hotter, as if stained with blood. Her tone was incredibly soft. I still have something to tell you. It wasn't that she didn't want to be close to him, but she had indeed exhausted herself the night before. Besides, women are generally more perceptive than men, and she really wanted to talk to him, but he didn't want to listen at all. He just brought her back to sleep with him. Fu Yuchuan pressed his thin lips to her sensitive ear and kissed it, saying, "We can talk while we do it." As he spoke, one hand had already pulled down her skirt and kissed her lips. "We still have one night to talk." As he spoke, Shinli had no strength left to resist. Shinli bit her lip, and after a moment, she tugged at his shirt in protest. "Fu Yuchuan, you didn't." He lifted her hips, raising her up until her legs were wrapped around his waist, then turned and walked towards the master bedroom, kissing her lips haphazardly as he whispered hoarsely, "There's one in my room." Fu Yuchuan carried her back to bed, then opened the bedside table drawer and found an unopened box of condoms. He handed her the condom, kissed her cheek, and whispered seductively, "Help me put it on, okay?" Shinli's face flushed red, and she gently retorted, "I don't want to." "Then don't wear it. And if you have a child, just give birth, okay?" Shinli, men are all driven by their lower bodies and lose all thought once they get into bed. Your thinking is flawed. The normal order is to get married first and then have children. Or have you forgotten that we are not legally married now? Or are you planning to get me pregnant out of wedlock? Shinli's hand rested against his chest, her little mouth pouting. Fu Yuchuan looked down at her flushed, shy face, his heart softening slightly. He couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her face repeatedly. You're right, I didn't think it through. After saying that, he obediently took it and put it on himself. Shin Li's face was already flushed red, and she turned her head away, not daring to look at him. When he spoke again, she met his eyes once more. Does the injury from that car accident still hurt? The atmosphere changed instantly. Shin Li's shyness had faded considerably. The dim light from the bed fell on her face, casting a soft shadow on her long eyelashes. She pursed her lips and asked, "Why are you asking this all of a sudden? It must have been very painful at the time. I heard from Aunt Lu that you were unconscious for a day and a night. Moreover, she was pregnant at the time. Although afterwards, the Fu family hired the world's top medical team to take care of her. However, after that, he was taken back to Los Angeles by the elders of the Gunhild family, which was a huge blow to her, both physically and mentally." Shinli took a deep breath and shook her head. "It hurts a lot." Fu Yuchuan looked at her reddened nose and felt as if a needle had pierced his heart. "If it weren't for me, you would have a very happy life." Shinli smiled softly. "I am very happy now because I have you. That night, this is how you kissed me, wasn't it?" The end. For the past 3 months, Shinli had never felt this relaxed. Coupled with excessive fatigue, she was almost falling into a deep sleep. After Fu Yuchuan carried her out of the bathroom, she hugged his neck, buried her head in his shoulder, and mumbled, "I want to see you when I wake up in the morning. You're not allowed to leave. You're not allowed to go anywhere." Fu Yuchuan laughed. "So, I don't need to go to work tomorrow? I've come all the way to Los Angeles to see you. What's wrong with you spending a day with me? Anyway, you're not allowed to leave, or I'll bite you." He wrapped her in a bathrobe and chuckled indulgently. "You win. I don't want to wake up in a strange, cold place, and I don't want your kindness tonight to be just a fleeting moment." Fu Yuchuan looked at her quietly, kissed her cheek, and gently coaxed. "Okay, I'll stay with you. Go to sleep." Shin Li then hummed in satisfaction, found a comfortable position, and fell asleep in his arms. Shin Li didn't get up until 10 a.m. She stretched, rolled around in bed a couple of times, and then got up. They carefully scanned the surroundings, but couldn't find Fu Yuchuan. She pouted, clearly having promised to stay by her side until she woke up. She threw back the covers and got out of bed, then pulled back the curtains on the balcony. There she saw a tall, slender figure outside, holding a cell phone, probably talking to someone. Perhaps Fu Yuchuan was too focused on the call and didn't notice Shun Li approaching from behind. The man stood casually, one hand on his phone and the other in his trouser pocket, his voice low and deep. "How long has it been since I gave you the task? What's wrong with your efficiency?" The person on the other end didn't dare to utter a sound, completely submissive. "President Fu, it's only been less than a week." Fu Yuchuan said coolly. "Otherwise, should I give you a year? Give me the result." Ms. Shin's car was indeed tampered with in the car accident 3 months ago. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuchuan felt a jolt and promptly hung up the phone. He frowned, his fists clenched, but his expression remained calm as he turned to check if the woman on the bed had woken up. When I turned around, I was met with a pair of clear, smiling black eyes. Shinli crossed her arms and looked at him with a smile. "You're so fierce." Fu Yuchuan. She was wearing the black bathrobe he had wrapped her in the bathroom the night before. Her skin, under the sunlight, was as white as milk, creating an extreme contrast. Fu Yuchuan's lips curled up, and then he walked towards her. He picked Shinli up in his arms and said calmly, "You still haven't changed your habit of not wearing shoes. Just having you holding me is enough." Fu Yuchuan had no choice but to tighten his grip on her. Shinli happily buried her face in his chest and asked softly, "Did you just call to ask about something from 3 months ago?" He looked down at her and said, So you don't believe me. Would you believe that if you were in my shoes?" The woman who vowed to leave him 3 months ago has now taken the initiative to find him in his city and beg for reconciliation. If it were him, he would probably end up like Jang Being, an ex-girlfriend with whom he could never get back together. Caught off guard, Shinli pursed her lips guiltily, realizing she was in the wrong, and quickly changed the subject. "Let's go have breakfast. I'm hungry." "Okay, breakfast is ready for you. Just wait for you to wake up and eat. After you eat, pack your luggage." Shinli, Where to? Back to Suzhou? Shinli couldn't believe it. Are you trying to get rid of me? The man chuckled softly. Why not think about it from a different perspective? I'll give up everything in Los Angeles and come back to Suzhou with you to start over. Looking at Fu Yuchuan's handsome face and hearing his captivating words, Shun Li's heart skipped a beat. She murmured to herself, is it worth leaving here, giving up everything, and coming back to Suzhou with me to start over? Fu Yuchuan lowered his gaze to her face, his eyebrows subtly twitching. Before you came to Los Angeles, I went back to Suzhou. Don't you remember? The man's presence overwhelmed her thoughts. Shun Li repeatedly pondered his words, her eyes widening uncontrollably. It turned out that night wasn't a dream, but that he had actually appeared beside her. Shun Li wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him on the lips, her face flushed. That night, you kissed me like this, didn't you? Fu Yuchuan held her in his arms, letting out a soft, muffled laugh, a rare, joyful laugh he could enjoy alone in their room. The end.